After transmigrating into Naruto, Hyuga Kei got an absurdly lucky start. He was adopted by an elder of the main house, but all he wanted was to keep a low profile until the end, marry Hinata, and live a retired life. That was, until a sky screen called Viewing the Myriad Worlds exploded open above the ninja world. This viewing content, the final hope of the ninja world, the strongest 3 versus visitors from beyond the heavens. Revealed figures: Hyuga Kei, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha. In the screen, the enemy called him Otsutsuki Kei. He stood between Naruto and Sasuke, and with a pair of golden Tenseigan, he suppressed an Otsutsuki with one hand, revered as the hope of the ninja world. Looking at the stunned Naruto beside him, and the complicated look in that second pillar's eyes, his scalp went numb. Wasn't I in a slice-of-life story? How did I turn into Otsutsuki Kei? Standing before you is the savior of the ninja world, the founder of the Federation, the uncrowned king Hyuga Kei. The story begins. Konoha Year 59, Konoha Ninja Academy, bright sunshine. Inside the classroom, Irika was standing at the podium, talking about Konoha's history. Therefore, Lord First Hokage ended the chaotic era, established Konohagakure, and laid the foundation for the peaceful structure we have today. In the back row, Hyuga Kei had his face buried in his arms, his mind drifting far away. The afternoon sunlight was blocked by a small, slender shadow. Hyuga Kei didn't even need to open his eyes to know. It was Hinata helping block the light for him again. She had always been like this. Every time he lay down to sleep, she would quietly scoot over, like a silent little cat. Hyuga Kei sighed inwardly. He had been here for 11 years. The memories from his previous life had only started returning bit by bit when he was 6. If he had remembered the whole plot from the very beginning, then even if you beat him to death, he probably wouldn't have stepped in back then. But as a result, this girl had set her heart on him. Luckily, the purity of his Byakugan was high enough that an elder of the main house took him in as an adopted grandson. He didn't need the caged bird seal, and he didn't need to go to war, and his ultimate dream was to become a stable, carefree main house young master in this dangerous ninja world. Someone who could coast through life and wait for death. And just as Hyuga Kei finished his daily life review, planned out his slacker future, and was about to go back to sleep for another round, boom! A world-shaking explosion directly jolted Hyuga Kei off the desk. What the hell? He instinctively wanted to curse and looked out the window. Then his whole body froze. No, it wasn't just him. The entire classroom, the entire school, the entire village of Konoha all froze. The sky had split open. No, not split open. Opened up? The originally azure sky looked as if someone had torn a gap right through the middle, and an enormous screen of light, vast enough to cover the heavens, appeared out of nowhere. What is that? Someone screamed. Enemy attack. Run. The classroom instantly fell into chaos. Irika's face turned pale. Evacuate to the shelters immediately. Follow the drill procedure. Don't panic. Hyuga Kei didn't move. Hyuga Kei stared at that heaven-covering light screen, his pupils trembling. Other people didn't know what this was, but he knew all too well. After reading so many web novels in his previous life, he could recite this kind of opening with his eyes closed. What Ninja World live broadcast? Starting by spoiling Naruto. What top 10 famous scenes in Naruto? Holy crap. Only those 2 words were left in his heart. Transmigrating was one thing, but he had actually transmigrated into one of those sky screen scripts. What trashy author came up with this setting? Could they at least come up with something new? Ding, sure enough. A crisp notification sound rang out from the sky screen, echoing across the entire ninja world as text scrolled over it. Naruto, Myriad Worlds Viewing System officially activated. Randomly selecting future fragments. Selection complete. This viewing content. The strongest 3 versus visitors from beyond the heavens, the final hope of the ninja world. After the viewing ends, rewards will be distributed based on the revealed figures. Inside the classroom, the students had gradually shifted from their initial panic into curiosity. This must be the Sage of 6 Paths showing a miracle. Nonsense, I think it's some kind of super large genjutsu. Naruto jumped straight onto a desk, punching the air with full force. Ha ha ha, who cares what it is? But the strongest one is definitely going to be me. Naruto Uzumaki. The corner of Hyuga Kei's mouth twitched. Looking at the lively blonde brat, a complicated sense of sympathy rose in his heart. Brother, you actually got that right. In the future, you're really going to be the savior fighting beam battles with aliens. As for me, I just want to be part of the audience. The veins on Irika's forehead throbbed. All of you, quiet down and return to your seats. But no one listened to him. Everyone was crowding by the windows, staring at the sky screen. Who do you think the strongest 3 are? Do you even need to ask? Lord Third Hokage has to be one of them. A chubby kid patted his chest with absolute confidence. Lord Third is the professor, master of all 5 nature transformations, the strongest Hokage in the ninja world. If he doesn't make the list, I'll eat this desk. Listening to the discussion around him, Hyuga Kei's mouth twitched again. Young man's got quite the appetite. If that's not enough, I've got more over here. Hinata, who had been paying attention to Kei the whole time, noticed his expression was off and lightly nudged him. Sikun, are you okay? Hyuga Kei replied, probably. Going by the usual formula, this kind of sky screen story should end in a big happy ending. This world should become even more peaceful and move ahead into the pre-Boruto era of peace ahead of schedule. Anyway, it probably wouldn't affect him much. Even though he usually held back on tests, in his own estimation, the absolute peak of his future was probably elite jonin. This stuff had nothing to do with him. It wouldn't stop him from slacking off. Meanwhile, inside the Hokage office, Konoha Hokage office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his pipe warming slightly between his fingers. The sensory unit still can't detect any chakra at all? Yes, we can't analyze it whatsoever. If Hyuga Kei had heard that, he definitely would have laughed at them hard. The power of a system, how could ordinary sensory ninjutsu possibly explain it? The third Hokage sighed. If it's an enemy, there's no need to make this kind of commotion. This thing may be real. Otherwise, who could possess such power? Perhaps it is a revelation sent down by the legendary sage of six paths. Let's keep watching. Pass down the order, everyone stays on standby, but no one is to act rashly. Also call Shikaku over. Kumogakure. The fourth Reikage asked seriously, Mabui, who do you think these three will be? Mabui thought carefully. The five Kage are the most likely candidates. If we're talking about who could shoulder the final hope of the ninja world, then I believe it may truly be Lord Reikage. But just then, a burst of commotion came from outside the window. Lord Reikage, images have appeared on the sky screen. The five great hidden villages all reacted differently, but every one of them also summoned their strategists to analyze the sky screen hanging above the heavens. As for the sky screen that had suddenly appeared in the sky and claimed to show fragments of the future, the five great hidden villages all maintained a cautious attitude of believing it rather than dismissing it. After all, this kind of power was simply too terrifying. No matter how far you ran, that sky screen would still hang above your head and make sure you saw it clearly. Somewhere in the ninja world, Zetsu emerged from underground and let out an excited, sinister cackle. It seems my plan has finally succeeded. Mother, I will save you. And in this situation, perhaps the most excited person of all was Black Zetsu alone. Didn't this title practically prove that his plan had succeeded? If visitors from beyond the heavens wasn't referring to Mother, then who else could it be? The image on the sky screen gradually became clear. The first thing that came into view was a field of ruins. Rows upon rows of houses collapsed. The streets twisted out of shape. Thick smoke billowed upward, and the flames dyed half the sky red. Countless Konoha civilians were running through it, while many shinobi were evacuating the people. The camera slowly rose. Passing over the devastated streets, it finally stopped on the distant Hokage rock. 7 faces carved into Hokage rock. In reality, there should have only been 4. The first, second, third, and fourth. But now there were 7. The statue of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was still there, and so was the fourth's. But beside them, there were 3 brand new statues. Plenty of evidence already proved that this was Konoha, the Konoha of the future. Hyuga Kei quickly locked onto the timeline. The heavenly screen was showing through all that information. He immediately glanced out of the corner of his eye at the blonde brat still hopping around on the table, shouting that he was the strongest. Looks like the Crown Prince's future glorious achievements were about to be projected ahead of time. Naruto's life should be a lot easier from now on. Then the question came. A chill ran down Hyuga Kei's back. If this heavenly screen could even capture the future, then one day, on a whim, would it do something like top 10 transmigrators in the ninja world or those souls that don't belong to this world? Would that bunch of old schemers drag him off to root overnight and slice him up for research? The scene changed. The perspective arrived at a barren stretch of open land. Charred earth, shattered rocks, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. There were 3 figures there, 3 people. Judging from their clothes, they were 3 Konoha shinobi. The 3 stood in a triangle formation, and the opponent they were facing was floating in midair. A pale-faced man with white hair, horns, strange white robes, and icy eyes. But the most shocking thing was the pair of golden pupils in his eye sockets. Ring upon ring spread across them like water ripples. It was a pair of golden Rinnegan. The floating man held a dark red chakra sphere in one hand, his face full of fury. Subtitles revealed this person's name, Momoshiki Otsutsuki. The heavenly screen didn't even need to say it. Obviously, this was the culprit who destroyed Konoha. Clearly, this was a powerhouse far beyond the level of the 5 Kage. Rinnegan. The entire ninja world exploded at that moment. Those were the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, symbols of supreme power. And now they had appeared in the eyes of someone who had destroyed Konoha. Was this the information the heavenly screen wanted to reveal to the ninja world? Amigakure, atop the highest tower. Watching the image transmitted back by Pain, Nagato's body shook, and the black receivers connected to his back swayed with it. How is that possible? Other than me, how could someone else possess the Rinnegan? Konan was equally stunned as she stared at the heavenly screen. And those eyes are golden. Nagato, your Rinnegan are purple. Nagato muttered, I can feel it. Those eyes. Might be even more complete than mine. Those golden Rinnegan were more complete than his. Jiraiya, still traveling somewhere in the ninja world, stared with his mouth hanging open. So he's the one who destroyed Konoha? Those are the same eyes as the late Nagato's. How could this? No, something this huge has happened in the ninja world. I have to go back. Then the heavenly screen shifted, and the image finally became clear. It allowed everyone to see those three young men clearly. The one on the left had messy blonde hair, azure eyes, and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Golden hair, azure eyes, 3 whisker-like marks on his cheeks, and he wore the robe of the 7th Hokage. A golden chakra cloak wrapped around his body, and several chakra tails swayed behind him. At that moment, many people recognized him. Wasn't that the grown-up Naruto Uzumaki? The one who always wore that orange tracksuit, who was called dead last by everyone, the demon fox despised by so many. No way. Kiba Inuzuka's jaw dropped wide enough to fit a fist. Just moments ago, he had still been fighting Naruto, still mocking him for not even being able to pass the clone technique test. But now, the one standing in the middle of the ruins on the heavenly screen, wrapped in golden chakra from head to toe, was clearly Naruto. Naruto's azure eyes went wide as he stared fixedly at the figure on the heavenly screen wrapped in that golden chakra cloak. Titch, that's me? Future me? I'm that awesome. Ha 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 ha. See that? I'm gonna be super strong in the future. He got so excited that he bounced up and down in his seat and nearly flipped the desk over. Quite a few people had also recognized where he came from. Kakashi stared at that figure in a daze. So that's Sensei's orphan. He really does look just like him wearing that robe. The Konoha villagers. It's that demon fox. How could that be? How could he possibly become Hokage? Only the one-tailed beast that could share senses with him, Kurama, saw this scene clearly through Naruto's eyes. His eyes widened. What? In the future, I actually cooperate with this brat? How is that possible? After the shock, Kurama had no choice but to reevaluate its new Jinchuriki. Just what kind of crisis would happen in the future to make it cooperate with Kushina's son? As for the one on the right, he was dressed in black. Beneath his messy black hair was an extremely handsome face. He held a Kusanagi sword, revealing one Sharingan with intricate patterns. The large Uchiha crest on his back declared his identity. His body was wrapped in a skeletal frame formed from purple energy. At this time, there was only one Uchiha in Konoha. It's Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. People who knew him cried out. Sakura and Ino both had stars in their eyes as they looked at the grown-up Sasuke. Future Sasuke-kun is even more handsome. Sasuke suddenly shot to his feet, eyes wide as he stared at that version of himself. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. By then, I must have already killed Itachi. That kind of power should be enough, right? It should be enough to kill that man, right? A trembling rush of ecstasy and hatred spread through his whole body. And the person he had obsessed over killing revealed a gratified smile as he looked at Sasuke on the heavenly screen. A rare trace of a smile appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face. Looks like Sasuke really had killed him just as he had planned, and had awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the end, he had returned to Konoha and become a hero who protected it. The Uchiha clan's prestige had not disappeared. He had not let down the sacrifice of their father and mother either. As for those ordinary Uchiha clansmen, however, they had been forgotten by him. The two stood on the left and right like guardian deities, protecting the figure in the center. At last, the camera stingily gave the person in the middle a close-up. This person had his head lowered, and his silver tousled hair perfectly covered his eyes. A tall figure stood straight in a simple white shinobi outfit, with the Hyuga clan crest on his right arm. Compared to the overwhelming presence of Naruto and Sasuke beside him, this person looked calm, even a little harmless. Until, in the image, he seemed to sense something and slowly raised his head, lifting his eyelids. No one paid attention to his refined, handsome face anymore. What kind of eyes were those? A golden base, pure like the deepest lake, with layered patterns spreading out from the center. They were eyes as vast as a galaxy, more majestic and more dazzling than any other eyes. Even the sun could not conceal his brilliance. As the light flowed, even the surrounding air twisted slightly. These were a pair of golden Tenseigan. At this moment, within the light screen, the white-robed weirdo floating in midair. Otsutsuki Momoshiki locked his gaze firmly onto the golden-eyed boy in the center. His face twisted to the extreme. Hyuga Kei, you traitor to the Otsutsuki clan. You actually dare stand with these lowly creatures and fight against your own kin. In that case, I will take back your eyes. The Tenseigan is the power of our Otsutsuki clan. That roar was earth-shaking. Traitor? Otsutsuki? Kin? Gods? Tenseigan? That single sentence contained too much information. The entire ninja world was left dizzy. Byakugan? No, not right. This isn't the Byakugan. Every member of the Hyuga clan, whether from the main family or branch family, whether elders or children, across the heavenly screen, they all covered their eyes at the same time, as if pierced by that radiance. Hyuga Kei's grandfather, Hyuga Tianhua, was 65 this year, and he recognized at once that it was his precious grandson. Hyuga Tianhua's eyes stung, tears streaming down his face. Chi, how is this possible? How could he have such a pair of eyes? What kind of eyes are these? Countless people were horrified. Konoha Ninja Academy, back row. Hinata's finger poked Hyuga Kei. Hinata looked at Hyuga Kei, then at the person on the heavenly screen. The same silver hair, the same outline. Sikun. After spending years with him, Hinata was absolutely certain that person was Hyuga Kei. Hyuga Kei did not answer. He looked at himself on the heavenly screen, his mind completely blank. His brain had briefly crashed. Inside the entire classroom, everyone's gaze focused from all directions onto the silver-haired boy in the back row. Naruto's mouth opened into an O shape. Sasuke also widened his eyes. No one had expected that Hyuga Kei, who was always sleeping in the back, would actually be the last one. And he was even the suspected leader of the three. Kiba pointed at Hyuga Kei, his voice cracking. Why you? That guy in the middle of the strongest trio. That's you? Hyuga Kei stared at his golden-eyed, white-haired self on the heavenly screen. The first thought that rose in his heart was, how is that possible? Tenseigan? And why is it a golden Tenseigan? One had to know even Tenseigan had different levels. Gold was the strongest. In the original work, only the one on the moon had ever been shown. And its power was enough to move a planet. Didn't the Tenseigan require both Otsutsuki bloodline and a high-purity Byakugan? Although his Byakugan purity was high, how could he possibly have Otsutsuki bloodline? And what did they mean by traitor of the Otsutsuki? I'm a genuine Hyuga clansman. Grandpa said I was a war orphan. He suddenly froze. Grandpa had never clearly explained the identities of his parents. An absurd thought rose from the bottom of his heart. Were his father and mother really Hyuga? If that assumption was true, then he might really be a descendant of the Moon Otsutsuki, or the main Otsutsuki family from outer space. But then why had he come to the ninja world? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Hyuga Kei's mind. Wasn't he just thinking about how to slack off and lie flat? So why was he suddenly being told that he was now supposed to take center stage and fight aliens? In the image, before Otsutsuki Momoshiki had even finished speaking, behind him, space suddenly twisted, and a pitch-black crack was forcibly torn open. Come out, everyone! The moment the crack widened, several figures stepped out from within. The first to emerge was a giant over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles on both arms, Byakugan in his eyes, but a pair of Rinnegan on his forehead. Following right behind him was an Otsutsuki woman holding 2 red chakra sickles, her long hair flowing like a waterfall. Next came a hunched old man with 6 arms, and the Rinnegan in the palms of all 6 hands opened one after another. One after another. A full 9 figures stepped out of the crack. Together with Momoshiki, 10 Otsutsuki clan members lined up in a row, floating in midair. Each one wore white robes, had pale skin, and horns on their forehead. Each one looked arrogant, gazing down from above. Each one possessed strange and powerful eye techniques. All kinds of eyes looked down from the sky at the 3 tiny figures on the ground below. Some of the eyes they couldn't even recognize at all, golden eyes with black snowflake-like patterns on them and so on. The tall, thin Otsutsuki man at the front looked around, undisguised disdain hanging from the corner of his mouth. Momoshiki, you've really gotten worse with age. You actually needed us to cross worlds to support you. 3 natives pushed you this far. Momoshiki's face turned ashen. He had come to reclaim the fruit, yet had been forced into such a state by a group of natives. It was truly humiliating. Don't be careless. The one in the middle has the Tenseigan, and the other 2 have also stolen the power of our clan. The tall, thin man cut him off. His gaze finally landed on the clear-eyed young man below, and his pupils shrank slightly. The lost power of the Otsutsuki clan. I didn't expect it to appear in the hands of a traitor. He slowly descended, while the other 9 spread out in a fan shape, completely surrounding the 3 below. 10 against 3. 10 core combatants of the Otsutsuki clan, against 3 Konoha shinobi. Each one was like a heavenly god. Every one of them was incomparably powerful. At this moment, the entire ninja world fell silent. 10 of them, the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, had her long slender legs crossed, but in the next moment she suddenly shot up from her chair. Behind her, Ao's lips trembled slightly as well. Mizukage-sama, the elderly body of the Tsuchikage, Inoki, trembled faintly. He had lived for more than 70 years and seen countless powerful people, but those 10 presences on the heavenly screen, every single one far surpassed any opponent he had ever seen in his life. He had only ever felt that kind of presence from one person. That person was Uchiha Madara. So these are visitors from beyond the heavens? Inoki's voice was dry. This kind of power. One alone would be enough to destroy Konoha, and now there are 10. It was a despair that felt all too real. Just one Otsutsuki had already turned Konoha into that state. Now with 9 more, what would happen? Across Akatsuki's various bases, the members all reacted differently. Kakuzu remained silent. He had lived for decades. Even Senju Hashirama was someone he dared to attack, yet now, for the first time, he had seen an existence that made him instinctively want to run. Uchiha Itachi looked at the heavenly screen, his expression heavy. Sasuke, are these the enemies you will have to face in the future? 10 of them. This was a power enough to drive everyone into despair. Every single one of them possessed strength beyond Kage level. When Hyuga Kei saw this scene, he only felt a chill shoot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. 10 Otsutsuki. 10 experts guaranteed to be at least Super Kage level. You're not joking, right? Just one Momoshiki in Boruto already forced Naruto and Sasuke to put in a lot of effort. And now 9 more people like that had shown up. How were they supposed to fight this? This plot had already gone completely off the rails. Just one golden Tenseigan definitely wouldn't be enough. Meanwhile, over at the Hyuga clan grounds, even more people felt their worldview getting hit again and again. Why did this group calling themselves the Otsutsuki clan also have Byakugan? The Byakugan is our clan's Kekei Genkai. But those people calling themselves Otsutsuki, how can their eyes be the same too? The Hyuga clan are descendants of the sage. The Byakugan is Konoha's oldest Kekei Genkai. What Otsutsuki, what Tenseigan, it's all fake. But the truth was right there. No matter how unwilling they were to believe it, the Hyuga clan was very likely the descendants this Otsutsuki had left behind in the ninja world. On the battlefield, Naruto brought his hands together, and the layer of golden chakra around him suddenly swelled. 9 chakra tails danced wildly behind him. Then, 6 truth-seeking balls actually appeared behind him, along with the Tomo of 6 Paths Sage Mode. In this time and space, he actually hadn't lost the 6 Paths Yang power. He had completely mastered the power of 6 Paths Sage Mode. Naruto placed one tail on Sasuke, sharing his massive tailed beast chakra with him. Uchiha Sasuke did the same. A powerful chakra burst out from his body, and those scarlet eternal Mangekyo Sharingan slowly began to turn. The purple skeletal frame of Susanoo rapidly formed behind him. In the blink of an eye, it became a towering armored giant that reached the heavens, radiating incomparably vast chakra. Takamikazuchi. At this moment, that Susanoo was as powerful as a demon god. This was actually a form beyond the complete body, one that in the original story had only appeared in the final battle at the Valley of the End. And now, Sasuke had actually used Naruto's chakra to unleash it once again. In the end, everyone's gaze couldn't help but fall on the figure in the center. Hyuga Kei. Golden light burst out from those eyes. In the next moment, a golden chakra cloak instantly wrapped around Hyuga Kei completely, and 9 golden truth-seeking balls appeared behind him. It was clearly Tenseigan chakra mode. Hyuga Kei's expression remained calm. Traitor? Otsutsuki? He raised his right hand, fingers spread. The 9 golden truth-seeking balls merged into one, forming a ball of golden chakra light in his palm. First, it was only the size of a ping-pong ball, then it began to expand. Boom! The light sphere suddenly swelled, turning into an energy mass several meters in diameter, with what looked like countless stars revolving inside. That light illuminated the entire ruin, illuminated Naruto's golden cloak, illuminated Sasuke's purple Susanoo, and also illuminated the faces of the 10 Otsutsuki in the sky. Hyuga Kei's voice remained calm. I have never thought of myself as some Otsutsuki. He raised his arm high, and that golden halo slowly rotated above him, drawing in the broken stones, ashes, and even the chakra in the air, all of it gathering toward it. I am nothing more than a ninja. The light in those golden eyes grew brighter and brighter, and what I protect has never changed. I drew you out today for one reason only, to bury every last one of you. This is the graveyard I prepared for you. A pie chart seemed to appear in Hyuga Kei's eyes. It showed 6 parts shock, 3 parts joy, and 1 part questioning life. What the fuck? You're not messing with me, right? 6 Paths 9 Tails mode. Ultimate Susanoo. In the original story, those had only appeared in the final battles at the Valley of the End and against Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya. That was also because the Sage of 6 Paths had temporarily boosted the 2 of them with 6 Paths Yang power and Yin power. That was what let their strength touch the 6 Paths level. But now, the 2 of them were using those powers as naturally as moving their own arms. And his future self was no simple matter either. That golden Tenseigan mode was nothing like the half-baked tonery from the original story. On top of that, there were the 9 truth-seeking balls merged into one. The golden Tenseigan in the original story possessed the power to pluck stars and seize the moon. The strongest Tenseigan formed from the fusion of countless Byakugan. 3 6 Paths level fighters. How could they possibly lose? It had to be known that not every Otsutsuki had become a 6 Paths level powerhouse by consuming a chakra fruit. Most of them had not even reached the pseudo-six paths level, only possessing battle power on the same level as Kinshiki in the original story. Most of them hadn't even eaten a god tree fruit. From the looks of it, only the few at the front had used a chakra fruit. Naruto stood on his left side and grinned, showing a bright smile. Well said, Kei. The golden chakra around him surged again, and the shadow of Kurama appeared behind him, throwing back its head with a roar. Sasuke, on his right side, gave a cold snort. Cut the crap. Overhead, the Otsutsuki man who had been the first to step out of the space rift made the first move. You're too arrogant. D. A pitch-black chakra sphere blasted from his palm. It wasn't large, only about the size of a human head, but wherever it passed, space shattered, revealing the void-like darkness behind it. That one strike was enough to flatten a mountain. Too slow. The blonde figure shifted sideways like lightning. At that instant, Naruto's speed was so fast that almost no one beyond the sky screen could catch it. With just one step, he crossed dozens of meters and appeared directly in front of the black chakra sphere's path. Sage art. Lava release Raisin Shuriken. He raised his right hand, and in an instant, a Raisin Shuriken formed in his palm, crimson like magma and radiating terrifying heat. He thrust it forward with one hand, and the Raisin Shuriken collided head-on with the black chakra sphere. Rumble! An explosion like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting apart. The shockwave crushed everything within 100 meters into powder. Rubble, scorched earth, shattered walls, all of it turned to ash. Through the smoke and dust, Naruto's figure shot out like a cannonball, charging straight into the sky. First one. With a loud shout, he had already rushed in front of one Otsutsuki clansman. A trace of shock flashed through that man's eyes. Too fast, so fast that even his Rinnegan hadn't fully caught it. Naruto grinned, the golden chakra cloak behind him snapping in the wind. Sage art. Super-tailed beast ball Raisin Shuriken. All 9 tails swung out at the same time, and at the tip of each tail, a Raisin Shuriken condensed. Each one contained the chakra of a different tailed beast. The 9 Raisin Shuriken merged into one before him, turning into a giant wheel of light 10 meters across, carrying 9 completely different chakra attributes, dazzling like a rainbow. Get the hell down there. Boom! That Otsutsuki clansman was hit head-on and smashed toward the ground, plowing a scorched trench hundreds of meters long across the earth. In the end, he exploded in the distance, and the erupting chakra instantly swallowed him whole. 1. Naruto stepped on a truth-seeking ball and hovered in midair. He glanced back at Sasuke on the ground and grinned. Sasuke, I won't wait for you. Sasuke did not respond. At some point, his figure had already vanished. What? Another Otsutsuki clansman suddenly turned his head, only to find Sasuke already right in front of him. Where are you looking? Sasuke raised his left arm. Behind him, the ultimate Susanu's enormous purple arm gripped a chakra longsword and brought it down in a direct slash. That man tried to flee. He knew very well that once the strike hit, even an Otsutsuki would end up either dead or crippled. But in the next moment, Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. Ameno Tajikura. That Otsutsuki clansman had clearly already teleported dozens of meters away. Yet to his horror, he discovered that he had actually swapped places with Sasuke. He quickly opened a space vortex behind himself, trying to escape, but the sword had already fallen. Ah! Amid the scream, the man was cut clean through at the waist, his body swallowed by the aftershock of the chakra. Sasuke landed back on the ground. His expression was blank. Too strong, so strong. Those were the only 2 words in everyone's mind across the ninja world. As expected of the ninja carrying the hope of the entire ninja world. Just moments ago, those 10 had been arrogant beyond measure, like gods above all. In the blink of an eye, only 8 were left. Was that Naruto? Irika's voice had completely changed pitch. That student who couldn't even pass the clone technique exam was now using his own power alone to blast a god straight into the earth. The 4th Raikage clenched his fists so hard his knuckles cracked. 9 kinds of chakra attributes, that was the power of the 9-tailed beasts. That brat. He could actually wield the power of all the tailed beasts at the same time. The 8 tails, Gyuki, and the 9 tails, Kurama, both recognized that power. At the same time, a small guess rose in their hearts. That was a power only the old man's 2 sons had possessed. Could these 2 really be the reincarnations of those 2? And at this moment, the same question rose in everyone's heart. If these 2 were already this strong, then just how strong was the final member of the trio? But in the next moment, the sky screen gave them the answer. Ground. Hyuga Kei had remained standing in place the whole time, not taking a single step. But in his palm, that Tenseigan chakra sphere had already expanded to a diameter of 10 meters. Golden light blazed like a small sun, making his figure look like a god. Above him, Momoshiki's face twisted completely. Stop him first. That's the power of the Tenseigan. We can't let him finish. He raised a hand, and the massive mountain behind him tore free from the ground, transforming into a rock giant that moved to block Sasuke. Behind him, 2 more split off to stop Sasuke and Naruto, while the remaining 6 Otsutsuki raised their hands at the same time. 6 dark red chakra spheres lit up in the sky, like 6 black suns. The earth and the heavens trembled. The attack came crashing down from above. Outside the sky screen, countless people closed their eyes. Too late. But Hyuga Kei only watched all of it in silence, as if he had expected it all along, and raised his left hand. A blue wall of light 30 meters wide unfolded out of thin air, like an inverted dome. The 6 attacks slammed into the light wall at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. The light of the explosion swallowed everything. The earth cracked, the sky collapsed, and everything within several hundred meters was flattened by the shockwave. But the light wall did not move in the slightest. Not only did it not shatter under the bombardment of the 6 attacks, it instead grew even more dazzling. Hyuga Kei stood at the center of the light wall. His broken bangs were lifted by the blast waves, revealing those star-like, brilliant eyes. Is that enough? His voice was not loud, but it pierced through the roar of the explosions and entered every Otsutsuki clansman's ears clearly. If that's enough. His right hand suddenly clenched. Then it's my turn. Yin-Yang Tensei explosion. This move was formed by the Tenseigan's control over ultimate Yin-Yang release, fused into one. It could instantly break down an enemy's flesh and soul. That Tenseigan chakra sphere, which had been gathering power the whole time and had already reached a diameter of 10 meters, suddenly shot out, blasting straight from the center of the light wall. It was not aimed at a single person. It was aimed at everyone. The instant the sphere shot out, it exploded into dozens of branches, like the roots of the god tree, covering the entire sky. Every beam carried enough power to destroy mountains. Golden light dyed half the sky into a dazzling galaxy. The Otsutsuki scattered to dodge. But the beams were too fast, so fast that even the Rinnegan's dynamic vision could only catch a faint afterimage. Aya! Damn it! In an instant, the beams pierced through several people's chests. This strike was fused with Yin-Yang release, making their proud bodies unable to recover. While still in the air, their bodies immediately lost all strength and fell. At this moment, they were like wild geese shot down by a drawn bow. 2 were annihilated on the spot in the beams, and 2 more were wounded and forced back. In the sky, the 10 figures were reduced to 6 in an instant, and among them, the 4 who were uninjured were exactly the 4 terrifying powerhouses, including Momoshiki, who had eaten the god tree fruit. What came next would be a bitter battle. Hyuga Kei lowered his left hand, and the light wall vanished. Beside him, Naruto landed back on the ground, the golden chakra cloak around him burning even more fiercely. Sasuke also landed beside him, the purple skeletal frame of Susanoo flickering behind him. 3 people, back to back, facing the 6 Otsutsuki in the sky. Hyuga Kei looked up at Momoshiki. At last, a trace of emotion appeared in those golden Tenseigan eyes. It was a smile. Come on, use whatever moves you've got. He spread both hands, and golden blue light gathered in his palms once more. Even if the 3 of us die here today, Naruto bared his teeth in a huge grin. We'll still. Sasuke expressionlessly flicked the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Bury you all. The voices of the 3 merged into one above the ruins. Completely. At that moment, the sky screen suddenly froze. The image solidified on the backs of the 3 of them. In the center, Hyuga Kei's golden eyes shone like stars. Both hands spread open as golden blue light gathered in his palms. On the left, Naruto's golden flames surged to the heavens, the 9 tails swaying behind him, grinning broadly. On the right, Sasuke was clad in purple armor, his blood-red eyes scarlet, his face expressionless. The 3 stood back to back, facing the 6 figures in the sky that looked like gods and demons. Above the ruins, the sunset was like blood, stretching their shadows longer and longer. Fragment playback ended. Estimated next playback time: 14 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. The rewards related to the exposed trio will be distributed later. The words on the light screen slowly faded, and the sky returned to its azure blue, as if that soul-shaking scene had never happened. But how could it not have happened? Silence. A suffocating silence blanketed the ninja world, blanketed every place that had witnessed this scene. Everyone still seemed immersed in the lingering echo of that final line. What kind of state of mind did the 3 have when they said those words? What kind of resolve was that? And aside from the 3 protagonists shown by the sky screen, many others remained unable to recover for a long time. That was power like that of gods. That phrase rose in many people's minds. The blonde kid was strong. Strong enough to blast an Otsutsuki clansman into the earth by himself. Strong enough to wrap himself in the 9 tails chakra cloak and fuse 9 raisin shuriken into one. That kind of might had already gone beyond the understanding of the vast majority present. The Uchiha orphan was strong. Strong enough to switch space where Susanoo, and kill one with a single horizontal slash of the sword by surprise. The oppressive force of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan combination was enough to make people shudder even through the sky screen. Either one of those two, if placed in the current ninja world, would be enough to change the entire structure of the battlefield. But even when they joined forces, they had only taken out two. And Hyuga Kei, he had stood there alone, without moving from his spot, without taking even a single step. One wall of light had blocked the combined bombardment of 6 Otsutsuki. One beam of light had burst into dozens of branches and pierced through the heavens. The 2 Otsutsuki were annihilated in that instant of golden blue light. 2 Otsutsuki were forced to retreat with injuries. 2 killed, 2 wounded. By his own strength alone, he had matched the battle results of Naruto and Sasuke fighting together. That record echoed over and over in the minds of every witness. All of them couldn't help but tremble. Inside the academy classroom, every student, including Naruto, who had been cheering wildly just moments ago, was now staring at him like he was some kind of alien. No one had expected that Hyuga Kei, who was always sprawled out in the back row and looked lazy even when training, was the same person as the one on the sky screen, the man called an Otsutsuki traitor, the one who possessed the eyes of a god. Hyuga Kei sat in the back row, his expression complicated. It wasn't surprise, pride, or hot-blooded excitement. It was the bewilderment of someone who'd just been stabbed in the back by fate. He quietly looked at the version of himself on the sky screen, as if wanting to say something. In the end, he only forced out a few words.
Damn, I'm handsome.
The mutter slipped out almost instinctively, but in the very next second, a chill shot from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. Handsome my ass. Was that the time to act cool? What the hell had his future self gone through to be forced into fighting monsters like that with his life on the line? This had to mean an all-out war with the Otsutsuki, right? That was a super clan that harvested countless planets. Even if he really did kill those 10 Otsutsuki in the future, that was probably just a drop in the ocean. Those 10 were most likely only the vanguard sent to hunt down him, the so-called traitor. Who was that person on the sky screen? No idea. What did he have to do with Hyuga Kei? He just wanted to be a young master of the main family, the kind who coasted through life eating and waiting to die. But reality gave him no chance to avoid it. Beside him, Hinata's little face was flushed bright red, and her Byakugan eyes were wide and round. Future Chikuin is amazing. Hinata looked like a full-on little fangirl right now. In her eyes, everything Hyuga Kei did was only natural. Chikuin was still just as dazzling as ever. Even though he'd become lazy these past few years, he was still brighter than any star. Holy crap! A world-shaking howl shattered the silence in the classroom. Naruto jumped straight off his desk, rushed in front of Hyuga Kei, then slapped both hands onto his desk with a smack, his whole body leaning so close he was practically in his face. Chi, why you actually turned out to be the one in the middle, even stronger than me? No, you're as strong as me. Wait, that's not right either. Naruto grabbed his hair, gave up on logical thinking and directly reached a conclusion. Anyway, you're insanely strong too. You wrecked so many of them in one go. His bright blue eyes were full of stars, and the way he looked at Hyuga Kei was like he was staring at a long-lost blood brother. We're partners in the future. We're gonna fight those pale-skinned guys together. On the other side, Sasuke didn't rush over like Naruto did. He was still standing by the window, his hands in his pockets, looking at Hyuga Kei and Naruto from the side. He had thought that as long as he became strong enough, as long as he gained power, everything could be solved. But now the sky screen was telling him that the enemies of the future were 10 aliens. At this moment, his sense of urgency grew even heavier. Still, the way he looked at Hyuga Kei and Naruto was a little strange. But Hyuga Kei could clearly see many things in those eyes. There was scrutiny in them, and also a trace of something even Sasuke himself probably couldn't explain. One look was enough to know. It was the gaze of someone destined to be a lifelong best friend. Hyuga Kei quickly turned his head away. Crap. I can't be bothered getting mixed up in whatever's going on between you and Naruto. I've got my own Hinata-chan, who wants to be all full of bromance with you guys. Sakura and Ino had already gone full love-struck the moment Sasuke appeared on the sky screen. But now, even their eyes couldn't help drifting toward Hyuga Kei. I never noticed before. Hyuga-kun is actually pretty handsome, Ino muttered softly. And he's so strong too. For once, Sakura and Ino reached an agreement. Shikamaru rested both hands behind his head, leaned against the back of his chair, and let out a long breath. This is troublesome. Choji stuffed potato chips into his mouth as he asked, What's troublesome? Everything in the ninja world. Shikamaru didn't even open his eyes. That guy deliberately controlled his scores even during exams. I thought he just didn't want to attract attention before. But now, he didn't finish the sentence. But everyone understood. A person with a golden Tenseigan, someone who could still counterkill after being besieged by 10 Otsutsuki, how could he possibly be just an ordinary Hyuga ninja? How could he possibly score only average on exams? How could he possibly spend every day lying on his desk sleeping? And at that point, The sky screen came to an end. Everyone in the ninja world remembered one name, Hyuga Kei, the person who would fight alongside those two ninjas in the future against invaders from beyond the heavens. One of the ninja world's final hopes. Inside the Hokage's office, there was dead silence. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stood in front of the window. The spark in his pipe had long since gone out, but he hadn't even noticed. Compared to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the lone Uchiha survivor, Hyuga Kei clearly had no real fame, so someone brought over Hyuga Kei's file and read it aloud. 11 years old. Adopted grandson of Hyuga Tianhua, the third elder of the Hyuga main family. Currently attending the Ninja Academy. Grades slightly below average. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to Konoha's resident brain. Shikaku, what do you think? Nara Shikaku put down the pen in his hand. His notes had already filled 3 scrolls. He picked up the file again and flipped through it page by page. Lord Hokage, what do you think of this child's grades? Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. What's the problem with them? Weren't they just read out? Slightly below average. They are slightly below average. Shikaku spread the file open and pointed at the numbers on it. Ninjutsu theory, 62, 65, 60. Taijutsu, 68, 70, 66. Genjutsu, 60, 61. Ninja tool throwing. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at those numbers for a few seconds, then suddenly realized something. Every subject is hovering around the passing line. Shikaku said, not just that. The variation in every subject never exceeds 5 points. His first-year grades were like this. His second-year grades were like this, and his third-year grades are still like this. 5 subjects. 3 years. Every fluctuation controlled within 5 points. A normal student will have ups and downs. If they're in good condition today, they score higher. If they're in bad condition tomorrow, they score lower. His grades aren't bad. He's deliberately controlling them. Hiruzen Sarutobi considered that for a moment. So he's been hiding his talent all this time? Nara Shikaku replied, not hiding his talent. Disguising himself as an ordinary student. Lord Hokage, think about it. A war orphan, adopted by a Hyuga elder. If he showed too much talent, what would happen? Hiruzen Sarutobi answered. He'd be watched. Nara Shikaku nodded. Exactly. So ever since he entered school at 6 years old, he had already been putting a layer of camouflage over himself. A 6-year-old child, and he was already able to think that far. And he kept it up for 3 full years without exposing a single flaw. But what really concerns me is those details revealed by the sky screen. The Otsutsuki from beyond the heavens called him a traitor, and there was also the Tenseigan mentioned by the sky screen. That may be an evolved form of the Byakugan, just like the Sharingan. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, accepting his judgment. No matter which possibility it is, these children are all critically important. The ninja world is so vast. Why did it just happen to be these 3 children appearing in the same scene? Why was it exactly the 3 of them who became the ninja world's final hope? Send people. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke. Bring all 3 of them to the Hokage's office. And also invite one of the Hyuga clan elders. Elder Tianhua, the one who adopted Hyuga Kei. Yes. Meanwhile, inside the classroom at the Ninja Academy, Hyuga Kei suddenly shivered. What's wrong, Chikuin? Hinata asked with concern. Nothing. Hyuga Kei rubbed his nose. For some reason, his scalp was tingling. It was like he had suddenly been targeted by something. Just then, the classroom door was pushed open. Irika walked in with a complicated look on his face, and behind him were 2 ANBU wearing animal masks. Hyuga Kei, Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Sasuke. Irika's voice sounded a little dry. The Hokage wants to see you. Naruto jumped up excitedly. Old man Hokage wants to see me? Awesome. Sasuke silently stood up, his gaze sweeping over Hyuga Kei before shifting away. Hyuga Kei let out a sigh and slowly got to his feet. What was coming would come eventually. 11 years. A full 11 years of keeping a low profile, and just like that, it was gone. Old man, just how much have you been hiding from me? Let us go. Let us go. No way to avoid it anyway, but it didn't matter. Once he got to the Hokage's office, he'd just say he was an ordinary Hyuga clansman. As for Otsutsuki, Tenseigan, all that stuff, he knew nothing. Right, that was it. After all, he really didn't know anything. Hyuga Kei followed the ANBU out of the classroom, but in everyone else's eyes, that only made him look calm and steady. As Hyuga Kei walked out with the ANBU, he glanced back once. Hinata was standing beside her seat, her small hands clenched tightly, looking at him with worry. He wanted to say something, but the ANBU were urging him on, so he could only nod at her and mouth the words, I'm fine. Hinata nodded hard. The walk from the classroom to the school gate was extremely difficult for Hyuga Kei, not because the road was hard to walk, but because there were too many people. They're out, they're out. Which one is Hyuga Kei? The one with white hair. Oh my god. He looks so ordinary. Can he really become like that in the heavenly screen? The hallway on both sides was packed with students, every one of them craning their necks to look over. Some had even climbed onto the windowsills. Feeling all those stares on him, Hyuga Kei felt deeply uncomfortable. His laid-back life was already far behind him. Naruto, however, was completely different. Head high, chest out, he strode forward in huge steps. I'm gonna be the future Hokage, the 7th. Everyone better support me. Naruto, can you calm down a little? Iruka pressed a hand to his forehead. Ha ha ha, Iruka-sensei, what's there to keep low-key about? If you're awesome, you're awesome. Once they left the school gates, the scene on the street was even more exaggerated. Look, it's those three. That blonde one is the duh. Someone got halfway through the sentence before the person next to them covered their mouth. But Naruto's steps still paused for a moment. Hyuga Kei noticed. He turned his head and looked at Naruto. The face that had just been full of pride now had a smile that looked a little stiff. Let us go. Don't mind them, Hyuga Kei said softly. Naruto didn't say anything, but he did speed up a little. However, the crowd only grew denser. There were ordinary villagers, genin, and even some chunin mixed in, pointing and whispering. That's the Nine-Tails demon fox? Sure, keep your voice down. He someone the Hokage wants to see now. What's there to be scared of? Did I say anything wrong? Back then, that thing got so many people killed. Who knows? Maybe Konoha really was destroyed by him. Those words entered their ears clearly, and it made all of them feel uncomfortable. Naruto was 11 this year. An 11-year-old child, cursed as a demon fox every day. Looked down on by everyone. With no parents, no friends, living alone, surviving on instant ramen. The heavenly screen said he was the future Hokage, the future hero. But right now, he was just a kid hated by everyone. And those people were the ones protected because Minato Namikaze had sealed the Nine-Tails into his own son as a Jinchuriki. Hyuga Kei raised his head and swept his gaze across the villagers, whispering all around him. A demon fox can become Hokage? Ha ha ha. I think that heavenly screen is fake too. A demon fox is still a demon fox. In the crowd, the voice of a middle-aged woman was especially harsh. A demon fox is still a demon fox. The heavenly screen has to be fake. How is something like that worthy of becoming Hokage? Beside her, a little girl of 4 or 5 looked up and asked in a childish voice, Mom, what is a demon fox? A monster that killed lots of people. The little girl nodded as if she half understood, then picked up a tiny pebble from the ground and copied the adults by throwing it at Naruto. The pebble was small. Getting hit by it didn't really hurt, but Naruto's steps suddenly froze. Hyuga Kei saw it clearly. Naruto's fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles had turned white, and his shoulders were trembling. But he said nothing. He only lowered his head even more. He didn't cry. He didn't shout. He didn't even defend himself with a single word, because he was already used to it. Hyuga Kei suddenly felt very irritated. He thought of his previous life, of the version of himself who had raged at Naruto's loneliness from behind a screen, and been moved by his growth. Back then, there was nothing he could do. At most, he could send a comment across the screen. But now, he was standing right here. He had thought he could stay detached. But Naruto wasn't some flat character on a page. He was a living person standing right beside him. Hyuga Kei suddenly felt very irritated. Irritated by these ignorant villagers. Hyuga Kei suddenly stopped walking and looked at the trash, still whispering among themselves. Hey, are you done talking? In his previous life, he had already had enough of these people. Konoha's civilians spent every day loafing around, always looking for someone to bully. Kushina, Tsukumo Hatake, Kakashi, Hinata, Naruto, Sakura, and plenty of others had all been victims. Even in this life, he himself had taken plenty of discrimination because of his white hair. But he knew how to fight back. If he could beat them, he beat them. If he couldn't, he got his grandpa to do it. After enough times, they started getting scared. Right now, he only felt that these people really needed to get hit. The surroundings fell quiet for a moment. No one had expected this 11-year-old kid to step out in front of so many people and stand up for his companion. A middle-aged man froze for a second, then frowned. Brat, what did you just say? I said. Hyuga Kei enunciated each word. Have you all talked enough yet? Naruto suddenly lifted his head. Chi? Hyuga Kei didn't look at him. He just took one step forward. Just one step, and it happened to block Naruto completely behind him. Then he raised a hand and pointed at the chunin in the crowd. You. The chunin was stunned. Me? Yes, you. Hyuga Kei's voice was very calm. You were the one saying things like what's there to be so cocky about, right? Come on, step out. Say all that again right in front of me. The chunin's expression changed, but with so many people around, he didn't want to lose face. He forced himself to step forward half a step. So what if I said it? You think showing your face on the heavenly screen is such a big deal? Who knows if it's even real, fake? Hyuga Kei cut him off and tilted his head. Then can you afford to bet on that? The chunin froze. What? Hyuga Kei's voice suddenly rose a level. Not a shout, but the kind of volume that made the entire street fall silent and listen. I said, can you afford to bet on that? If the heavenly screen is real, if one day in the future those people really do come to destroy Konoha. He raised his hand and pointed at the sky. At the place where the heavenly screen had disappeared earlier, Konoha turns into ruins. You, your family, your friends, everyone you know, all running for their lives. His finger slowly lowered, pointing at that Chunin. And when that time comes, who will stand in front of you? The Chunin opened his mouth. Hyuga Kei didn't give him a chance to speak. He turned slightly and yanked Naruto, who was behind him, right in front of himself. The movement was rough, his hand dropping onto Naruto's shoulder. Look carefully. Hyuga Kei's voice hit the ground word by word. Blonde hair, blue eyes, 3 whisker marks on his face. That demon fox you people keep talking about, in the future wearing the robes of the 7th Hokage, standing at the very front of the ruins, blocking 10 visitors from beyond the heavens. He paused. The entire street went silent, with only the sound of the wind left. The one you just saw in the sky curtain, covered in golden chakra, all 9 tails unleashed, the one who blasted a god into the ground by himself, was him. The one you people have cursed for 11 years is this child. Naruto's body suddenly froze. Hyuga Kei could feel Naruto trembling. He didn't lower his head to look. He was still staring at that Chunin, staring at everyone around them. So now I'm asking you, can you afford to gamble? Gamble that the sky curtain is fake. Gamble that he won't be a hero in the future. Gamble that Konoha won't become ruins. Gamble that those visitors from beyond the heavens won't come. Can you afford that gamble? The meaning behind those words was obvious. If one day what was shown in the sky curtain really happened, then all of them would have to rely on these 3 to protect them. If they offended the 3 of them now, what were they supposed to do in the future? But clearly, Hyuga Kei's attack wasn't over yet. How could he let this pack of trash off so easily? The Chunin's lips trembled, and he subconsciously took half a step back. I didn't even say anything. Didn't say anything? Hyuga Kei smiled. That smile was bright, so bright it made people's scalps crawl. Then let me ask you, while you were standing in the crowd just now, how exactly were you pointing fingers at an 11-year-old child? The Chunin's face flushed red. Hyuga Kei didn't stop. His gaze moved away from the Chunin and swept across the entire street. It swept over the people who had been whispering just now. The people who used the words demon fox as a weapon, the people hiding in the crowd, thinking that no one could punish them if everyone was doing it. And you people too. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was crystal clear. Every single one of you who spoke just now counts. You think you're safe, right? Hide in the crowd, open and close your mouths, throw out a few nasty words, and anyway you don't have to take responsibility. Anyway, the one being cursed isn't you. Anyway, the one being isolated isn't your child. Good. Then I'll make this clear today. Hyuga Kei raised a hand and pointed at himself, then at Naruto, and finally at Sasuke, who had been standing silently at the side the whole time. The 3 people in the sky curtain, 2 of them standing in front of you right now are my brothers. The 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. The pride of the Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha. And me. If the future in the sky curtain is real. If one day those Otsutsuki really come. If Konoha turns into ruins. And you're all running for your lives, screaming, kneeling on the ground and praying for someone to stand up. He paused. Then he revealed an extremely kind smile. When that time comes, I will very seriously, very carefully consider one question. On this street, which people are worth me standing in front of? And which people aren't worth it and need to die? Dead silence. Absolute, complete dead silence. That Chunin's face turned from red to white. Nearby, a middle-aged woman who had been cursing the loudest just now had trembling lips, and the vegetable basket in her hand fell to the ground with a smack. Someone quietly took 1 step back, then 2, then 3, wishing they could stuff themselves into a crack in the wall. No one dared make a sound, because when Hyuga Kei said all that, there had been a smile on his face the entire time. But in those pale eyes, there wasn't even the slightest trace of a smile. Naruto suddenly lifted his head. His eyes were red, his face covered in tears and snot. Kei. His voice was shaking, but this time it wasn't because of grievance. It was because he was moved. Only then did Hyuga Kei finally lower his head to look at him. Then he reached out and roughly rubbed that golden head. Why are you crying? His voice suddenly softened, so soft that only Naruto could hear it. You're going to become Hokage in the future. Show these people what the bearing of a Hokage looks like. Naruto sniffed hard and wiped his face wildly with his sleeve. Then he grinned. Yeah. He suddenly turned around to face the entire street, planted his hands on his hips, and puffed out his chest. Listen up, you bastards. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the future 7th Hokage. When the time comes, I'll protect this village. Everyone, including you bastards who talk trash about me, because that is my ninja way. His voice echoed through the whole street. Hyuga Kei froze for a moment, then laughed. This kid really was stupid, but yeah, this was exactly the kind of thing Naruto would do. He turned his head to the right. Sasuke was still standing there expressionlessly, arms crossed, looking like he had nothing to do with any of them. Hyuga Kei jerked his chin at him. Hey, Sasuke. Sasuke lifted his eyes. See that? That idiot says he's going to protect everyone. Sasuke said nothing. Hyuga Kei continued, including the people who were cursing him just now. Sasuke stayed silent for 2 seconds. Then he turned around and started walking forward. Idiot. Hyuga Kei smiled. Then he directly hooked an arm around Naruto's shoulders and started walking off into the distance. Naruto, did you hear that? He just called you an idiot. Naruto refused to back down. Bastard. You're the idiot. Sasuke shot him a sidelong glance and ignored him. The three of them walked side by side, passing through the crowd. Not a single person dared speak again. Not a single person dared lift their head and look at them directly. Even after they had walked far away, Naruto was still completely immersed in the emotions from just now. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Someone standing up for him. Someone loudly rebuking those people and protecting him. Hyuga Kei felt the hand resting on his shoulder suddenly clench tight. He turned his head and saw Naruto biting his lip hard, eyes wide as he stared at Hyuga Kei, tears and snot running all over his face. Kei! What? Did you just say I'm your brother? What? Not allowed. Hyuga Kei raised a brow. You don't want that? No. I do. Naruto shook his head wildly, then grabbed Hyuga Kei's arm in a hug. Kei, you're seriously the best. From today on, you're my best brother. The kind for life. Alright, let go. That's way too mushy. Hyuga Kei hooked an arm around Naruto's shoulder and glanced at Sasuke beside them. Sasuke was still standing there, his expression as cold as ever. Hey, Sasuke. Sasuke looked up at him. Hyuga Kei jerked his chin at him, then stretched out his other arm. Want in, future great Uchiha hero? Sasuke stared at that arm for 3 seconds. Then he looked away, his cheeks faintly reddening. Childish. The three of them walked forward side by side. Naruto had his arm hooked around Hyuga Kei's shoulders. Sasuke stayed on the right, keeping a 1 meter distance, but he never walked past Hyuga Kei's shoulder. Hyuga Kei was stuck in the middle, with a dumb puppy on his left and a tsundere cat on his right. He felt like an old father taking care of kids, but the corner of his mouth still couldn't help lifting. Forget it. He let out a sigh in his heart. Getting tangled up with these two didn't seem that bad, after all. Hokage's office. The third Hokage stood by the window, watching the 3 small figures walking side by side on the street below, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Starting today, assign people to protect them in secret 24 hours a day. Highest level. Not a single one of the 3 can be left out. Yes. The Umbu accepted the order and left. The third Hokage looked out the window again. The 3 small figures had already entered the building and disappeared from sight. The ninja world's last hope. The office door was pushed open. Hokage Grandpa, I'm here. Naruto charged in first, the leftover trace of his silly grin still hanging on his face. Sasuke followed behind him, still wearing that cool expression as always. Hyuga Kei came in last and casually closed the door behind him. The glow of the heavenly curtain had faded, but the shock shaking the ninja world had only just begun. Kimogakure, the Raikage's office. Hyuga Kei, Otsutsuki, Tenseigan, the 4th Raikage, kept roaring. First the 4th Hokage, then Uchiha Shursui, and now Konoha still has the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the last Uchiha's Sharingan, and an alien bloodline. Lord Raikage, please calm down. His secretary, Mabui, tried to persuade him. Calm down. How am I supposed to stay calm? A visitor from beyond the heavens. The ninja world's last hope. And out of the 3, Konoha has all 3. All 3. Raised 3 fingers and waved them in front of Mabui. What about Kimogakure? Where are our people? Killer Bee poked his head out from the corner and tried to calm him down with rap. Big bro, don't be mad. B will keep you glad. Oh yeah, a new age is near. Kimogakure's got geniuses here. Shut up. Slammed a hand onto his brother's face and manually muted him. That Hyuga Kei. How old is he now? Still in the ninja academy? That means he hasn't grown yet. He's still just a child. His steps suddenly stopped. Mabui's heart skipped a beat. Lord Raikage, you're not thinking of. He was judged by the heavenly curtain as the ninja world's last hope. If he's killed, the consequences for the ninja world would be unimaginable. What are you thinking? Shot her a sidelong glance. Send people to assassinate a child? I, the 4th Raikage, am not that low. Mabui let out a breath of relief. But we can't let Konoha have them all to itself. I'll personally go for a visit. I'll take them as my disciples. Sat back down in his chair. Mabui fell silent. This really was a method. Assassination would only bring hatred. But marriage alliances and taking disciples were perfectly legitimate ways to win them over. Make preparations. This time, C and Darui will accompany me. And if there's a chance, we can even take Hyuga Kei away while we're at it. Lightning flashed across A's hand. With the 4th Hokage gone, no one in Konoha can catch up to me. Yes, for Hyuga Kei's power, even starting the 4th Great Ninja War would be worth it. The power Hyuga Kei displayed in the heavenly curtain was simply too great. Unifying the ninja world was not impossible at all. At the same time, in Iwagakure, the Tsuchikige's office. Inoki of the two scales floated in midair with his hands behind his back, staring at the sky outside that had already returned to calm. Hyuga Kei, Tenseigan, Otsutsuki. He muttered to himself and let out a soft sigh. 3 legends. Back then, Konoha had the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, and they crushed the entire ninja world so hard it could barely breathe. And now there are another 3. These old bones of mine probably 1T lived to see that day. But Iwagakure can't just sit around waiting to die. Old man, what are you muttering about? Inoki's granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, the future leg shadow, stuck her head in through the doorway at that moment. She was the same age as Hyuga Kei, right in that lively stage of youth. Nothing. Inoki dropped back to the ground. Kuratsuchi walked in and plopped herself onto the sofa without a care. That heavenly curtain? I saw it too. That guy Hyuga Kei, his eyes are really pretty. Better looking than everyone's eyes in Iwagakure. Something stirred in Inoki's heart. Kuratsuchi, you're 11 this year, right? Kuratsuchi blinked. 11. Why? Inoki thought for a moment. 11, huh? The same age as that Hyuga Kei. Kuratsuchi froze for 2 seconds, then suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Old man, don't tell me you're thinking. A marriage alliance. Inoki cut her off, his expression so serious that he clearly wasn't joking. Kuratsuchi. But I'm only 11. At the side, Kitsuchi couldn't help asking as well. Is that really okay? It's not like I'm having you get married right now. Inoki waved his hand. We'll settle it first and talk about marriage after you grow up. Besides, in the ninja world, marriage alliances are common. Plenty get engaged at 10. Kuratsuchi opened her mouth, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. She thought of that boy from the heavenly curtain with those azure eyes, his delicate features, his upright posture. Her face suddenly felt a little hot. I don't want to, she said stubbornly. Inoki glanced at her, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Oh, then forget it. I'll go find another girl. There's no way no one in Iwagakure would be willing. Wait, Kuratsuchi stopped him, awkwardly turning her head away. That. I'm willing to do my part for Iwagakure, but that's the only reason. It's not like I really want to marry him. Inoki laughed. He laughed like an old fox. This trip will also let us see what these 3 are really made of. At this time in Sunigakure, the 4th Kazekage, Raza, looked at his daughter Temari, who was about the same age as Hyuga Kei, and the same thought rose in his mind. On the surface, it would be to follow up on the heavenly curtain incident, confirm the condition of the 3, and form an alliance. And if the chance appeared, he would not hesitate to start a war to abduct any one of the 3 Hyuga Kei, Naruto or Sasuke. 11-year-old children did not have mature enough minds. With just a few methods, they could be turned into shinobi of his village. If Hyuga Kei joined them, Sunigakure would definitely be able to reverse its decline. Kirigakure had just ended the bloody miss policy and was still in a state of isolation. Mei Terumi leaned lazily against her chair, her long legs crossed, her fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. Those eyes really are interesting. A smile curled onto her lips. Oh, tell me, what if I marry that child into Kirigakure? Ao's face darkened with black lines. Mizukichi-sama, he's only 11. Just joking. Mei Terumi waved her hand, her expression turning serious. But we really do need to make some kind of gesture. Draft a diplomatic letter. I will personally go to Konoha to strengthen the friendship between our 2 villages. It also happens to break our previous policy of isolation. And in another corner, a man wearing an orange spiral mask, Uchiha Obito, stood atop a rock, the single eye beneath his mask staring fixedly at the sky. The heavenly curtain had already vanished, but those words still echoed in his mind. The ninja world's last hope. 3 people standing against visitors from beyond the heavens. The future of the infinite Tsukuyomi had not appeared. Obito's fist slowly tightened. According to his plan, the infinite Tsukuyomi was supposed to be the only way to save this painful world. Everyone should have fallen into genjutsu. Everyone should have found happiness inside a dream. But now, the heavenly curtain had told him that in the future, 3 children would stand up, fight against visitors from beyond the heavens, and become the ninja world's hope. Then what about the infinite Tsukuyomi? What about his infinite Tsukuyomi? Obito muttered to himself, impossible. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi can bring true peace. Only that method. Everything he had given had turned into nothing. He wasn't a savior at all, but an executioner guilty of countless crimes. After a long while, he finally calmed down. He stared at the sky for a long time. Itachi, your little brother really is a headache. If that's the case, then don't blame me for breaking my promise. Then his figure was swallowed by a vortex and vanished. At the same time, in a dark corner, Black Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. Otsutsuki. He murmured to himself, his voice carrying barely suppressed excitement. Those people are clearly here to capture Mother. His thoughts spun rapidly. Hinata was called a traitor to the Otsutsuki. In other words, he was also a member of the Otsutsuki clan, or a descendant of Himura Otsutsuki from the moon. But he had chosen to stand on the side of the ninja world. A smile appeared on Black Zetsu's face. Interesting. Mother. Perhaps we can take another path. He slowly sank back into the ground. Hinata Chi, let me see the extent of your capacity. Hinata Chi stood in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi, with Naruto on his left and Sasuke on his right. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his chair with a gentle expression. Don't be nervous. I didn't call you here to criticize you. Just treat this like your own home. When Hinata Chi heard that, he didn't hold back at all and immediately said, then could you please put out your cigarette? It's bad for us kids' health. Hiruzen Sarutobi clearly hadn't expected Hinata Chi to be this blunt, but he didn't take it to heart. After an awkward chuckle, he immediately put out the cigarette. Hinata Chi, about the things the Sky Curtain mentioned, is there anything you want to say? Hinata Chi blinked. Lord Hokage, if I say I don't know anything at all, would you believe me? Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at him for 3 seconds. Then he smiled. I would. Hinata Chi let out a breath of relief. But whether others believe you, that's another matter. Hinata Chi's heart tightened again. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, the Sky Curtain said you are a traitor to the Otsutsuki. That also means Otsutsuki blood flows in your veins. I don't know, Hinata Chi answered honestly. My grandfather said I was a war orphan. My parents both died on the battlefield. Other than that, he never mentioned anything. That much was true. Before this, he had been kept in the dark too. Elder Tianhua, then. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. I've already sent someone to bring him here. Once he arrives, a lot of things should become clear. As he was speaking, there was a knock on the door. Komein. The door opened, and a white-haired old man walked in. Hinata Tianhua, the third elder of the Hinata main family, and also Hinata Chi's adoptive grandfather. After his son died unexpectedly and left no descendants, he later adopted Hinata Chi and treated him as his own. Lord Hokage. The old man bowed slightly, then his gaze fell on Hinata Chi, his eyes complicated. I didn't expect the secret I've kept for 11 years to be impossible to keep today. Grandpa. Hinata Chi called softly. Hinata Tianhua nodded, then turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Whatever Lord Hokage wishes to ask, please ask. I will answer truthfully. Hiruzen Sarutobi gestured for him to sit, then slowly said, Elder Tianhua, how much do you know about Hinata Chi's background? Hinata Tianhua slowly began to speak. His gaze landed on Hinata Chi, his eyes full of affection as he recalled the scene from that day. I found Chi shortly after the end of the Third Great Ninja War, right outside my house. Found him? Hiruzen Sarutobi raised a brow. It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but this was just too bizarre. An Otsutsuki child had actually been picked up like that. Was there any more luck like this? He wanted to pick up a whole class for Konoha. Hinata Tianhua nodded. To be precise, someone left him at my doorstep. That night, after I finished handling official business and returned home, I saw a swaddled infant on the steps outside. He paused, as if recalling that night. The child had only been born not long before, and even the fabric wrapped around him wasn't made from any material known in the ninja world. Hinata Chi froze. His grandfather had never told him any of this. Hinata Tianhua continued, at first, I thought he was an abandoned child, and I planned to send him to the orphanage. But when I picked him up, he opened his eyes. Those eyes were Byakugan purer than any Hinata clansman's. At that moment, I knew this child was no ordinary one. So you adopted him? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. Hinata Tianhua nodded. Yes. My son died young, and with eyes of that purity, if he had been left outside, it would have been an immeasurable loss to the Hinata clan. So I arranged for him to have the identity of a war orphan and adopted him into my family. He looked at Hinata Chi, and a rare kind smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The facts proved that I was right. Chi's chakra reserves far surpassed those of children his age, and the purity of his Byakugan has continued to increase year after year. It's just what? Hinata Tianhua sighed. It's just that his temperament is too steady. He doesn't seem like a child. I only wish he could be a little more carefree. Hinata Chi. Grandpa, I sent that's supposed to be an advantage? Do I have to be like those two problem youths next to me? Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at the restless Naruto at the side. Complementary personalities? No wonder they could become close friends. So you truly have no clues at all about his background? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. Hinata Tianhua shook his head. I investigated, but found nothing. I could only assume he was the descendant of some Hinata clansman who had been left outside and then sent back. It wasn't until the Sky Curtain appeared today that I understood Chi might really not be an ordinary war orphan. The person who placed him at the Hinata compound entrance that day may have been trying to protect him. Countless questions rose in Hinata Chi's heart. He had thought he was just an ordinary transmigrator, but now someone had already chosen a path for him the moment he was born. After 11 years in this world, for the first time he felt that he was not just the transmigrator Hinata Chi. He might also be someone else. leaving him at the Hinata compound entrance, and even deliberately choosing a time shortly after he was born. If he really did carry Otsutsuki blood, then who was the person who sent him here? His parents? But if so, why didn't they raise him themselves? Or had something happened to them? Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke beside him both looked completely stunned, their worldview heavily shaken. But at that moment, the office door was pushed open again. The instant the door opened, the atmosphere in the office changed. A man wrapped in bandages and leaning on a cane walked in. His right eye was completely covered by bandages, while his exposed left eye was cold and sinister. Behind him followed two root members wearing animal masks. Shimura Danzo. Hinata recognized at a glance this villain who appeared in countless fanfics. The darkness of the ninja world. Whenever this guy showed up, nothing good ever followed. Hinata instinctively took half a step back. He wasn't sure whether Danzo would use Uchiha Shurisui's Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye on him. If Danzo directly used Koto Amatsukami on him, would he even be able to resist it? Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice sank. Danzo, I didn't summon you. Danzo was completely unconcerned by the accusation. The matter of the sky curtain concerns the entire ninja world. Naturally, I must ask about it. The matter of the sky curtain concerns the safety of the ninja world. Since this child's identity is suspicious, he may as well be placed under Root's supervision. Root can take responsibility for his safety. Hyuga Kei's expression changed. How could he not know what Root was? Any child taken in there would inevitably be turned into an emotionless tool within 3 years. Protection? More like surveillance. Danzo sneered. Elder Tianhua, you took in a child with Otsutsuki blood and failed to report it for 11 years. If I wanted to pursue the matter, you'd already be in the interrogation room by now. Otsutsuki blood. The potential for the Tenseigan. Power like that is far too dangerous to leave unchecked. What he didn't say was the most important part. He wanted to turn Hyuga Kei into a tool for becoming Hokage. He had seen the future shown by the heavenly screen. Among the 7 faces on the Hokage rock, not one of them was his, Shimura Danzo's. The pursuit of his entire life had come to nothing, and now he was already half-crazed. He was actually trying to take someone by force inside the Hokage's office. Sasuke was the last survivor of the Uchiha, and outside there was still Itachi Uchiha watching like a tiger eyeing its prey. Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so handing him over to Root was even more impossible. That left only one target, Hyuga Kei. As long as the Hyuga clan gave in. Then with Hiruzen Sarutobi's weak personality, it might not be impossible to raise Hyuga Kei into a Root chess piece. His eyes stayed locked on Hyuga Kei. That gaze made Hyuga Kei's skin crawl. Hyuga Kei kept cursing in his heart. This old bastard had to be truly insane. Danzo opened a hand toward Hyuga Kei. Child, come with me. I'll make you stronger. Stronger than you can imagine. Naruto was the first to jump out. Hey, who are you supposed to be? You bandage freak? Kei's not going with you. Shut up. Danzo didn't even look at him. He just raised a hand slightly, and killing intent burst out. It was only the most basic kind of killing intent suppression, yet it was enough to make Naruto unable to speak as he fell to the floor. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. Danzo, this is the Hokage's office, not your Root headquarters. You've gone too far. Danzo lifted his hand slightly. That child carries the blood of the enemy. Who can guarantee he won't side with them in the future? Hyuga Tianhua shouted angrily. Kei is my grandson. He is a member of the Hyuga clan, not some Otsutsuki. Danzo finally looked at the old man. Can the Hyuga clan control him? The Hyuga themselves may all be descendants of the Otsutsuki. Starting today, the Hyuga clan will be placed under full Root surveillance to prevent the Hyuga from betraying the ninja world in the future. Hand him over to Root. This is the Hyuga clan's only chance to prove its loyalty, and the only choice that can protect Konoha's safety. Hyuga Tianhua stepped forward and blocked Hyuga Kei behind him. I will never let you take Kei away. Danzo said. I will raise him into a true savior. To prevent accidents, I'll place a cursed seal on him and completely keep that power under Konoha's control. Of course Hyuga Tianhua knew what a cursed seal meant. Bullshit. The old man was completely enraged. He stepped forward and took the opening stance of gentle fist. Kei is my grandson. If anyone dares touch him, they'll have to step over my corpse first. Elder Tianhua, calm down. Seeing things turn bad, Hiruzen Sarutobi tried to stop him. But it was already too late. Danzo didn't move. You dare attack the Hokage's advisor? Is your Hyuga clan trying to rebel? The 2 Root guards behind him had already shot out. The Root shinobi worked in perfect coordination. One engaged head-on while the other cut in from the side. Bang! With a muffled impact, Hyuga Tianhua staggered backward. Before he could steady himself, the other Root shinobi had already closed in and slammed a palm into his chest. The old man groaned, and his whole body flew backward, crashing hard into the wall before sliding down to the floor. Grandpa! Hyuga Kei's pupils shrank, and he instinctively rushed forward. But the moment he took one step, a large hand pressed down on his shoulder. Danzo. That bandage-wrapped hand was like an iron clamp, locking onto his shoulder blade. Still don't understand? Danzo lowered his head and stared at him from up close. I'm the one who is truly best for you. Weaklings will only raise you into uselessness, while I such terrifying killing intent. So this was the aura of a Kage-level powerhouse? Even if Danzo was only a gatekeeper among Kage-level fighters, he still wasn't someone Hyuga Kei could challenge right now. At this moment, Hyuga Kei's eyes were blood red. His grandfather had been badly injured, yet he could do nothing. How weak, how pathetic. Danzo let go. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice sank. It was not a negotiation. It was an order. But the current Danzo no longer cared about any of that. He wanted to take Hyuga Kei away. The air in the office suddenly froze. Danzo's hand was still gripping Hyuga Kei's shoulder. He did not let go. Right then, a furious roar exploded. Don't touch Kei. At the sight of this, Naruto completely erupted. Crimson chakra spilled out from his body. It was the Ninetales power. Under Naruto's furious desire to protect Hyuga Kei, the Ninetales chakra had actually started leaking out. No one had expected that Naruto would erupt over Hyuga Kei's safety. At the next moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke. That's enough. This time, Danzo had truly touched his bottom line. This was inside the Hokage's office. What did Danzo take him for? Don't worry, Naruto. Leave this to Grandpa Hokage. When Naruto saw Hiruzen Sarutobi making his move, he gradually calmed down. After all, he still trusted the third Hokage very much at this point. The Ninetales chakra was slowly drawn back into his body. At some point, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already taken off his Hokage hat, and his face was full of anger. Danzo had truly become more and more arrogant. This was a challenge to the authority of the Hokage, and it was also gambling with the safety of the ninja world. Danzo, injuring people in my office, are you trying to rebel? Danzo did not let go. Sarutobi, you are too soft. This child carries Otsutsuki blood and has the potential for the Tenseigan. How are you planning to raise him? Letting him continue wasting time at the Ninja Academy? Letting him play house with those two brats? That is not your concern. But just as the two were arguing, boom! A burst of azure light exploded from Hyuga Kei's body without warning. That light spread outward instantly with him at the center. Danzo's hand was the first to be blown away. The hand gripping Hyuga Kei's shoulder looked as if it had been struck by an invisible warhammer, and his entire arm was violently flung back. Neither he nor the two root members had ever imagined Hyuga Kei would suddenly strike back. The three of them had no guard up at all against a boy who hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy, and in an instant, they lost balance and were sent flying. Danzo took the impact head-on. His back smashed straight through the wooden door of the Hokage's office. Bang! Amid flying splinters, his momentum didn't stop as he slammed into the hallway wall. The office was instantly thrown into chaos, papers scattering everywhere. Just now, the entire Hokage building had shaken. Hiruzen Sarutobi braced himself against the desk and stared at Hyuga Kei with wide eyes. The child stood in the middle of the office, faint azure flames swirling around his body. His hair moved without wind, and his clothes fluttered loudly. Naruto dropped onto the floor with a thud, mouth wide open. Kei? Hyuga Kei only felt waves of emptiness coming from inside his body. His chakra had already been completely exhausted. His legs went weak, and just as he was about to collapse to the floor, Sasuke reacted quickly from the side and caught him. A pleasant mechanical voice rang out in Hyuga Kei's mind. Detected savior facing a life-threatening danger. Heavenly screen reward issued in advance. Reward, preliminary awakening of bloodline power, Tenseigan. Awakening progress, 3. Current abilities. Basic repulsive force control, increased Byakugan purity, increased chakra reserves. Hint. Complete awakening requires the host to cultivate on his own or rely on future reward catalysts. Detected that you are the future strongest in the ninja world. To help you better protect the ninja world, the Heavenly Screen System is binding to you. Heavenly Screen System binding successful. Partial permissions unlocked. An unexpected surprise. He really hadn't expected this thing could bind to an owner too. Since it wasn't some video made by a fellow Earth transmigrator, that was good. Hyuga Kei slowly opened his eyes. A faint blue glow flickered within his Byakugan. He lifted his head and looked toward the wall. Hyuga Tianhua was struggling to push himself up from the ground. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his face was full of worry. Grandpa Hyuga Kei quickly walked over and helped Hyuga Tianhua up. Hyuga Tianhua asked, "Chi, are you alright?" Even now, he was still worried about Hyuga Kei. His first words were still the same. "I'm fine." Seeing that his grandfather was alright, Hyuga Kei finally let out a sigh of relief. He stood up and turned his gaze toward Danzo. The man who had been so overbearing just a moment ago was now bracing himself against the wall, barely keeping his balance. His bandaged arm trembled slightly, clearly shaken badly by the impact. His eyes were filled with shock. An 11-year-old child had just awakened his bloodline and already possessed this kind of strength. Hyuga Kei stared at Danzo and said, "Old bastard, Since you made a move on me today and already know what I'll achieve in the future, that means you've already decided to make an enemy of me. I hope that one day in the future you'll still be as calm as you are now. Hyuga Kei believed in lying low. But all of that had one premise: his family had to be safe. Danzo's expression darkened. He knew his plan to pressure Hyuga Tianhua had already failed. He hadn't expected Hyuga Tianhua to cherish his adopted grandson this much. He turned around, leaned on his cane and walked out step by step. Hyuga Kei, you will change your mind. When you truly witness the darkness of this world, you'll understand that some things must be done by someone. Even if they're misunderstood, even if they're hated, for the greater good, someone always has to make sacrifices. After Danzo said that, his footsteps gradually faded away, finally disappearing at the end of the hallway. As for Hyuga Kei, he only felt his whole body go weak, his strength draining away. That full-force burst of repulsive force had completely emptied his chakra. If Sasuke hadn't been supporting him, he might have already collapsed to the floor. This repulsive force control really wasn't something a normal person could play with. If his chakra hadn't already far surpassed others his age, he might have passed out by now. No wonder Nagato had looked so drained at such a young age. Too weak. Still too weak. The heavenly screen had given him the golden Tenseigan. It had given him the confidence to face 10 Otsutsuki. But that was the future. Right now, he couldn't even break free from one of Danzo's hands. Today, others were the knife and he was the fish on the chopping block. The office returned to silence. But Hyuga Kei knew Danzo's methods well. Since he had failed this time, there would definitely be more dirty tricks from the shadows in the future. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long breath and sat back down in his chair. At some point, his pipe had fallen to the floor, but he didn't bother picking it up. Hyuga Tianhua wanted to say something, but Hyuga Kei held him steady. Grandpa, don't talk yet. You're injured. Only then did Naruto snap back to his senses. With a loud shout, he rushed over. Chi, you're amazing. You sent that bandage freak and his men flying in one hit. Hyuga Kei shook his head and looked toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage, I don't understand too many grand principles, but I only know one thing. My grandfather raised me for 11 years. He fed me, clothed me, taught me how to read, and guided my training. My ninja way is to protect the people around me. They are my world. Whoever touches my world, I'll touch them. He paused, then revealed a smile. As for being some kind of savior, that's something for the future. Right now, I just want to live well and protect the people around me. Those words made his stance clear. He had bonds in Konoha and would not join any other faction. As long as Hyuga Tianhua remained in Konoha, Hyuga Kei would not leave. That would also let Konoha's power protect his family. At the very least, before his strength had grown enough, defecting from Konoha was not a good option. And Hiruzen Sarutobi was clearly very satisfied with Hyuga Kei's answer. Hyuga Kei, you truly are the hope of the ninja world. Thank you for the praise, Lord Hokage. I'll have to trouble you to send more people to protect my family. I'll take my grandfather to the hospital now. Hyuga Kei helped Hyuga Tianhua outside. Naruto was the first to jump up and follow. Chi, wait for me. Sasuke also quietly followed the two figures ahead. But after this incident, both Naruto and Sasuke had developed a crack in their favorable impression of Konoha. They realized Konoha did not seem to be as glorious and righteous as the textbooks made it sound. At the very least, this Danzo deserved to die. The three of them walked out of the office. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window, watching the three figures below walk side by side toward the medical unit. From today onward, root members are forbidden from approaching those three, or Hyuga Kei's family, by even half a step. Anyone who disobeys will be treated as a rogue ninja. Danzo crossed the line this time. Meanwhile, outside the medical unit, Hyuga Kei handed his grandfather over to the medical staff, then leaned against the wall and let out a long breath. Naruto and Sasuke sat leaning together and fell asleep. Too much had happened that day, and the two of them could barely hold on anymore. Hyuga Kei really couldn't be as carefree as they were. He began thinking about what to do next. At this moment, Konoha was the center of attention in the entire ninja world. There were probably several people who wanted him dead, and every one of them was at least Kage level. Among them, Black Zetsu and Obito were the most likely. And now Danzo had his eyes on him too. This full-time villain of Naruto fanfics was the biggest headache of all. Hyuga Kei counted people off on his fingers. The more he counted, the more hopeless he felt. Wasn't I just trying to lie low until the plot ended so I could enjoy retirement and experience the corruption of feudalism? How did things end up like this? It feels like the entire ninja world wants to kill me. If he weren't still too weak, he would even want to defect from Konoha right now and take Grandpa and Hinata far away. Who the hell did I offend? When soldiers come, use generals to block them. When floodwaters rise, use earth to stop them. Hyuga Kei comforted himself silently. If it really came down to it, he still had these two protagonists. And in his mind, that so-called system was still quietly there. Heavenly screen charge, 0.83. Estimated time until next heavenly screen, 14 days, 21 hours. At that time, the host may actively choose the content to be played. Actively choose the content to be played. Hyuga Kei narrowed his eyes. Now this was interesting. The first broadcast from the heavenly screen had shoved him straight into the eye of the storm. Otsutsuki traitor, Tenseigan, the final hope of the ninja world. Any one of those labels alone was enough to get him killed without a complete corpse left behind. But if he could control the next content, then he could make the heavenly screen play things that were most beneficial to him. For example, he could expose all of Akatsuki's secrets in advance. Or expose Obito's identity ahead of time. I need to think this through carefully. Hyuga Kei muttered to himself. First of all, the most important point was the rewards. The people being exposed would all receive part of the rewards, so he had to control that carefully. He had to make sure more of the rewards landed on his own side, so the content had to lean toward himself. Second, he had to buy growth time for himself, Naruto and Sasuke. They were only 11 now. There were still several years before that future arrived. His two little bros absolutely had to grow stronger as fast as possible. His own safety was directly tied to that. The two of them were comrades who could firmly stand here with him. Naturally, the stronger they were, the better. Those few years of time difference were the biggest variable. But in one corner of the system interface, there was a mark he hadn't noticed before. First reveal reward pending distribution. Targets. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha. Please select reward content. How did I forget their rewards? Hinata Kei checked the options one by one, but he didn't see anything absurdly overpowered. In the end, his gaze stopped on two choices. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Sharingan Pupil Power Enhancement. 2 Tomo. This time, Mizuki from the original story hadn't appeared. The Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu was perfect for Naruto. The original story had already proven just how well this jutsu suited Naruto. As for Sasuke's 2 Tomo Sharingan, could push his strength up another level. After all, Sasuke was only half-baked right now. With no Uchiha clan to teach him, even his pair of 1 Tomo eyes were unstable and couldn't be properly used. Now this would perfectly make up for that flaw. Hinata Kei didn't hesitate for long. He confirmed the distribution. Confirmed. The reward will take effect after the target awakens. Hinata Kei let out a breath, leaned against the wall, and finally felt a trace of sleepiness. When those two woke up in a bit, they'd probably start yelling again. He closed his eyes. Brothers. Hurry up and get stronger. I can't handle that many people targeting me by myself. He didn't know how much time had passed when Naruto seemed to be jolted awake by the sudden flood of information in his head. He sprang up from the floor so fast that the back of his head almost slammed into Sasuke's chin. Ki? Ki. Hinata Kei leaned against the backrest without even lifting his eyelids. What now? There's an extra jutsu in my head. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. I suddenly know how to use it. Naruto was so excited he could barely speak straight. Look, he formed hand seals with both hands, and the flow of chakra was unbelievably smooth. A burst of white smoke exploded, and in an instant, more than a dozen Narutos appeared in the hallway, cramming it full. Every single one of them was grinning stupidly. Every single one of them was bouncing around. Every single one of them was shouting at a volume loud enough to blow the roof off. It worked. I did it. A nurse from the medical ward stuck her head out from inside. When she saw more than a dozen identical blonde brats, she nearly dropped her tray. The nurse shouted sternly, "No ninjutsu allowed inside the hospital." Hinata Kei slapped a hand over the lead Naruto's mouth and gave the nurse an obedient smile. Sorry. We'll leave right away. Then he turned and glared at all the Narutos. Dispel. All of you. White smoke exploded again, and the hallway returned to peace. Naruto was still just as hyped. Right, Sasuke, did you also? Halfway through speaking, he froze. At some point, Sasuke had already opened his eyes. He walked to the window and used the reflection in the glass to look at his own eyes. Scarlet. 2 Tomo. Sasuke's hand trembled slightly. 2 Tomo. Since when? Although he had awakened the Sharingan on the night of the clan massacre, with no one to teach him, his Sharingan at this point still worked one moment and failed the next. Sasuke raised his head. The 2 Tomo Sharingan slowly spun as his gaze swept across every corner of the hallway. The birds flying past outside the window, the spiderweb in the corner of the wall. Every detail was clear down to the finest thread. Hinata Kei played dumb while knowing full well what was going on. Not bad. This should be the reward the heavenly screen mentioned, same as the power I just awakened. The fact that he had bound himself to the heavenly screen absolutely couldn't be exposed, so of course he wouldn't tell them that he had personally chosen their rewards. Just then, a series of quick footsteps came from the end of the hallway. Hinata Kei turned his head and saw Hinata hurrying over. In her arms, Hinata carried a tightly wrapped box covered in cloth, her little face slightly red. Her gaze landed on Hinata Kei first. Only after confirming that he wasn't injured did she quietly let out a breath of relief. Then she looked at Naruto and Sasuke and politely nodded to them. Hinata came to stand in front of Hinata Kei. Kikuin, I heard what happened at the Hokage building. I was worried you hadn't eaten anything, so I made some rice balls and brought them for you. If you don't mind. How could I mind?
I am starving.
Before Hinata could finish, Hinata Kei snatched the box over. But just as he was about to open it, his gaze suddenly stopped. There were several bright red burns on Hinata's hands. Some places had already blistered slightly, standing out painfully against the pale skin on the back of her hands. Noticing his gaze, she instinctively tried to pull her hands back. Hinata Kei didn't let her. One hand supported the box, while the other directly grabbed her wrist. His movement was gentle, but it also kept her from pulling away. You got these making the rice balls? Even though this was far from the first time they had touched. Hinata's face still flushed red all the way from her neck to the tips of her ears. Maybe that kind of problem would only get better after they got married. It's okay. It's just a small injury. Hinata Kei said nothing. He looked at the box. The cloth wrapping still carried a faint warmth. From the incident at the Hokage building until now, it hadn't even been a full 3 hours. She had needed to hear the news, prepare the ingredients, cook the rice, shape the rice balls, wrap them up, and run all the way from the Hyuga compound to the hospital. For him to still be able to eat them warm, this girl had probably run here the whole way. The burns on her hands had come from rushing the rice out while steam was still pouring off it. The blisters in the web between her thumb and finger had come from shaping the hot rice balls by hand. Hinata Kei fell silent for a few seconds. Sometimes, when facing Hinata's meticulous and unconditional love, Hinata Kei always felt like he didn't deserve it. But what could he do? He couldn't exactly take all the benefits and still act coy about it. The only thing he could do was protect her with everything he had. In his previous life, he had fantasized about it countless times. Would there ever be someone like that? She didn't need to be especially beautiful. She didn't need to be especially smart. Even being a little clumsy was fine. But she would love you without holding anything back. That feeling of being firmly chosen without reason, it was something he had never truly had before. Until now, no matter what happened, this girl chose him every single time. Not because he was some savior. Not because the heavenly screen had exposed his future. He lowered his head and looked at the blisters on Hinata's hands, the ones she had gotten because of him. In this world, there probably would never be a second girl who would be foolish enough to burn herself like this just so he could have one bite of hot food. Hinata Kei felt like something was lodged in his throat. He untied the cloth and opened the lunchbox. Inside, 2 neat rows of rice balls were lined up perfectly. Every single one was packed tightly. The seaweed wrapped around them snugly. They were still giving off a faint warmth. Just looking at them made his appetite surge. He picked one up and took a bite. The flavors of pickled plum and minced beef spread through his mouth, and the rice was cooked to just the right softness. Hinata Kei couldn't help but praise her. Delicious. Naruto reached out a hand. I want one too. Smack. Hinata Kei slapped his hand away. What the heck? Naruto clutched his hand with a wronged expression. These are mine. But there are so many, they're all mine. Naruto's eyes went wide, his face full of disbelief. Whoa, Sasuke, say something to him. Sasuke turned his head away, but his shoulders were trembling slightly. Hinata also covered her mouth and quietly laughed. Seeing how much Hinata Kei liked the rice balls she made her extremely happy. When she smiled, her eyes curved into 2 little crescents, completely different from her usual nervous self. Hinata Kei swallowed the rice ball in his mouth, then stuffed the rest of them, box and all, into Naruto's arms. Hold this. If I catch you sneaking even one, I'll beat you to death. Naruto fumbled to catch it. Then Hinata Kei grabbed Hinata's wrist, turned around, and headed straight for the medical unit's duty room. Sikun. We're already here anyway. Hinata Kei didn't look back. His voice still sounded as lazy as usual, but the hand gripping her wrist never loosened. Let the medical ninja take a look. There's really no need. It's just a small injury. A small injury is still an injury. Inside the duty room, the nurse who had just been startled by Naruto's shadow clone was organizing equipment. When she saw Hinata Kei pulling a girl inside, she froze for a moment. Sorry to trouble you. She burned her hand. Hinata Kei gently lifted Hinata's hand for the nurse to see. The nurse leaned in for a closer look, then glanced at Hinata's bright red face. A knowing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She took out a box of burn ointment and a roll of bandages from the cabinet and handed them to Hinata Kei. It's not serious. Just apply this. Twice a day. Don't let it touch water, and it 1 T-scar. Hinata Kei took them. Thanks. The nurse looked at him, then at Hinata, and the anti-smile on her face grew even stronger. Hinata Kei unscrewed the cap on the ointment, dipped a little onto his fingertip, and pulled Hinata's hand over. His movements were very gentle. First, he dabbed the ointment around the blister at the base of her thumb with his fingertip. Then slowly, evenly, he spread it out. The ointment was cool. His fingertips were warm. The 2 temperatures landed on her skin at the same time, making Hinata's body tremble slightly. Hinata moved slowly, but Hinata kept her head lowered the whole time, not daring to look at him. The tips of her ears were so red they looked ready to drip blood. After treating Hinata's hand, the two of them returned to the hallway. Under Naruto's eager gaze, he took the lunchbox back and even checked it seriously. Hinata patted Naruto on the shoulder. Don't worry. In a bit, everyone's coming to my house for a meal. I'll treat you to a feast. Naruto's expression changed instantly. He was so excited it could be called explosive. Really? Why would I lie to you? Yes. He was this happy because, in his eyes, eating was a small matter, but being invited to someone else's house as a guest was a top-level event. From childhood until now, Naruto had never once been invited over as a guest. Not even by Hiruzen Sarutobi. On the contrary, he'd even treated that old man Sarutobi before. Since he was little, most people had avoided him like the plague, so why would anyone invite him? For him, this was a first in his life. How could he not be excited? How could he not be happy? After that, Hinata also invited Hinata and Sasuke. Alright, I'll go check on Grandpa first and let him know. Wait here for me. He pushed open the ward door and walked in. Hinata was lying on the bed. His complexion looked a little better than before, but he was still very pale. When he saw Hinata enter, his eyes moved slightly, and he pulled out a smile. Chi, you came. Hinata quickly walked over and sat down by the bed. Grandpa, don't move. The doctor said you need complete rest. Hinata said, I'm fine. What about you? That bastard Danzo didn't he hurt you, did he? Hinata shook his head. No. But you, at your age and you still rushed in to fight people. I'm bringing a few classmates home for dinner later. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. Hinata's eyes lit up. Good. Treat them well. There are ingredients in the kitchen, just cook whatever you see fit. You kids handle it yourselves. Go on. Stop standing around here. Don't make that girl wait too long. Annoying. Hinata smiled. He knew Grandpa just didn't want him to worry. Then I'm going. Get some proper rest. I'll come see you again tonight. Hinata gently closed the door and returned to the hallway. Let us go. Come over to my place. At that moment, Naruto suddenly said, Chi, I need to go home first. Hinata raised a brow. For what? To change clothes. Naruto lowered his head and tugged at the faded orange hoodie he was wearing. If I'm going to your house as a guest, I can't wear this. Hinata rolled his eyes. My house isn't some fancy place. It doesn't matter what you wear. But Naruto was extremely stubborn. No, where's your house? Give me the address. I'll be there right away. Hinata had no choice but to give him the address. Naruto bolted off immediately. The back of his blonde head flashed around the corner of the hallway and vanished. Hinata withdrew his gaze and said to Sasuke and Hinata, Let us go. Head to my house first and get things ready. The residence of the third elder of the Hyuga main family was located deeper inside the Hyuga clan grounds. It wasn't especially huge, but it was more than impressive enough. The dry landscape garden in the courtyard had everything it should. Hinata brought the two of them inside. Sit wherever you want. No need to be polite. Hinata, your hand is injured, so just sit and don't move. Sasuke, come to the kitchen and give me a hand. The two of them found ingredients in the kitchen. Hinata was the head cook, while Sasuke helped out. Though calling it helping out really just meant washing vegetables and cutting them. Hinata still wanted to help. Hinata wanted to send her away, but she insisted again and again. In the end, he couldn't win against her, so he let her stay and watch from the side. Still, Hinata strictly forbade her from touching anything. She was only allowed to watch. Sasuke's knife skills really were good. Under his hand, the pork belly was sliced into even, uniform pieces, laid out one by one across the cutting board with clear marbling. Hinata leaned over for a look, only to see that Uchiha Sasuke had already activated his Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is being used for this? Without even lifting his head, Sasuke said, Shut up. I'm serious. With knife skills like that, even without opening your eyes, you could work as head chef at an izakaya. Hinata stopped teasing him and turned back to deal with the pot on the stove. The scene was unexpectedly healing. In the kitchen, the only sounds left were the kitchen knife striking the cutting board, and now and then, from the courtyard outside the window, the crisp clack of the bamboo water spout hitting stone. About half an hour later, the courtyard gate was carefully pushed open. Chi? I'm here. Hinata wiped his hands and walked out of the kitchen. Then he froze. Naruto stood at the entryway, having changed into a clean set of clothes that looked like they had never been worn even once. But what really made Hinata stop was what Naruto was holding in his arms. A cardboard box, all four corners reinforced with clear tape. Naruto carefully walked into the living room, set the box on the tea table, then planted his hands on his hips. These are my treasures. Everything I own. He opened the box. Hinata, Sasuke, and Hinata all leaned in to look. Inside the box, rows and rows of cup ramen were stacked neatly. Different brands, different flavors, different packaging colors. This is the limited edition Ichiraku collab version. The whole of Konoha only got 500 boxes. I stood in line for 3 hours to buy it, and I've never been willing to eat it. The packaging even has all the previous Hokage on it. Sasuke looked at the box full of instant noodles. The corner of his mouth twitched. He wanted to say something, but when he saw the expression on Naruto's face, serious to the point of reverence, he swallowed the words back down. Because this might be the most valuable collection in 11-year-old Naruto Uzumaki's life. Hinata looked at the box of cup ramen and stayed silent for a long time. He thought of the original story from his previous life. Naruto had lived alone in that tiny apartment, rejected by the entire village. These limited edition cup ramen flavors were probably something he had scraped together bit by bit from his monthly food money. They were the most luxurious things he could possibly own. And now he had brought the whole box over. Hinata asked, "How long did you save up for this?" Naruto scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. "Starting from last year, every time a new flavor came out, I bought 1 cup. Some were limited editions, so you had to line up to get them. I went to queue up way ahead of time." When he said that, there was a faint trace of pride in his voice. In his lonely life, those were some of the very few moments that made him feel like he actually possessed something precious. Hyuga Kei picked up one of the boxes. It even had a big headshot of Minato Namikaze printed on it. Looking at it like this, it really did feel a little bittersweet. If Minato knew from the afterlife, would he regret the decision he made back then? He was a saint, yet he left everything for Naruto to bear. Hyuga Kei carefully put the cup noodles back, then lifted the whole cardboard box with both hands. "Alright, stop showing off. From now on, these cup noodles are mine. I'll take good care of them. When you become the 7th Hokage in the future, I'll take these out and auction them off at a sky-high price." Childhood limited edition cup noodles treasured by Lord Hokage. Starting bid, 10 million ryo. He patted the box and looked into the distance, as if he could already see that far-off future. "By then, I'll be the richest man in Konoha." The air went silent for 2 seconds. Naruto's eyes turned red. Not because he felt wronged, but because of that line. When you become the 7th Hokage in the future, and even because someone liked his gift. This was all something he was experiencing for the first time in his life. Naruto suddenly turned his head away, sniffed hard, then fiercely wiped his eyes with his sleeve. "Then you'd better keep them safe. My collection will definitely be worth way more than 10 million ryo in the future. I'll be waiting." Hyuga Kei carefully put the cardboard box away in the cabinet. Hinata watched Hyuga Kei holding the box like he was cradling some incredible treasure. Chikuin was always that gentle and dazzling. Hinata secretly glanced at Hyuga Kei's side profile. He always said he wanted to slack off, lie flat, and live as a main family young master who just coasted through life waiting for death. But every single thing he did was pulling the people around him into his world. 10 minutes later, the food was served. The braised pork was placed in a large white porcelain bowl, glossy and rich in color. Every piece coated in thick sauce, each one a perfect balance of fat and lean. The crispy fried small fish were arranged in a circle, their golden shells sprinkled with a few grains of salt. One bite and you could hear the crunch. These home-style dishes were some of Hyuga Kei's signature specialties from both his lives. Hyuga Kei sat down and served Hinata a bowl of rice. "What are you all staring at?" "I'm digging in." Naruto picked up a piece of braised pork, half fat and half lean, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then his eyes went wide. "So good." With meat still in his mouth, he shouted unclearly, then started shoveling rice down like crazy. "I don't want today's situation happening again. After this, that Danzo guy will probably make another move." Hyuga Kei spoke while eating. "For our safety, starting tomorrow, come to my house after school and train together. We need to get stronger fast." After everything that had happened today, Hyuga Kei's sense of urgency was getting heavier and heavier. In the future, the number of eyes watching him would only increase, not decrease. The training of these two also had to be put on the schedule. After what happened today, Hyuga Kei's dream had already changed. That was to work hard and become stronger, so that no one would ever be able to stop him from slacking off again. Naruto and Sasuke had no objections to that either. Both of them gave their support. Naruto was especially quick to take it all on himself. "Don't worry. Once I get stronger, I'll definitely protect everyone. When the time comes, if anyone dares touch Chi, I'll beat him up." The meal went by quickly, and by the end, there wasn't a single scrap of leftovers. By the time everyone had been seen off, it was already deep into the night. Hyuga Kei let out a long breath. After all the chaos today, it was finally quiet. The next morning, the shock left behind by yesterday's skyscreen still hadn't been fully digested. On the streets, pedestrians hurried along, and without exception, the topic of their hushed conversations was the names of those 3 children. Yet, at the center of the storm, Hyuga Tianhua's residence was unexpectedly peaceful. They had rarely been given a day off. In the courtyard, Hyuga Kei was leading Naruto and Sasuke through basic physical training. Calling it training was actually not quite accurate. It was more like Hyuga Kei drilling the two of them one-sidedly, while he himself stood to the side supervising with a cup of hot tea in hand. Hyuga Hinata quietly stayed by Hyuga Kei's side. Hyuga Kei took a sip of tea, his mind highly focused inside his head. Just a moment ago, the system had sent another prompt. Warning. Detected that the host has fallen into danger because of the sky screen content. Passive protection mechanism triggered. To stabilize the current world line and protect the host's safety, a special parallel world video will be played in advance. Extracting relevant parallel world footage. Extraction complete. Viewing content this time. Parallel World Special Chapter The Real Otsutsuki Kei. Note. This footage is real history that truly occurred in a parallel world. Host, please remain emotionally stable. Parallel world? Otsutsuki Kei? Hyuga Kei's face instantly turned even uglier than it had yesterday when he watched himself get live broadcast. Had he joined the Otsutsuki now? What exactly had happened in that parallel timeline for him to completely darken and become an Otsutsuki? He thought of scenes of Obito and the others falling into darkness. What kind of reason could have made him join the Otsutsuki clan? Before Hyuga Kei could analyze further, the sky screen in the heavens lit up again. The familiar words appeared once more. Detected that the savior of the world is under tremendous threat. This viewing content is a parallel world special chapter, meant to warn the people of the world. The real Otsutsuki Kei. Note, this video is from a parallel world. The sky screen lit up once more. This time, there was no stirring background music. Then, drop by drop, rain fell onto the camera lens. It was night, and rain poured down in torrents. The screen slowly brightened. The camera moved from a rain-blurred distant view and gradually pushed toward a wrecked ruin. There, a young boy lay on the ground. He was kneeling in the mud, tightly holding someone in his arms. His shattered silver hair was stuck to his cheeks with rainwater and blood, making his face impossible to see clearly. But everyone who saw this scene recognized him immediately. It was Hyuga Kei, much younger than the Hyuga Kei shown on the sky screen before, looking only about 15 or 16. And the one in his arms was a girl wearing Hyuga clan robes. The girl's head hung weakly to one side. Her shoulder-length hair, once soft and neat, was covered in mud. Those pure white eyes that had always gazed shyly at the boy had now completely lost their light. It was Hyuga Hinata. Or rather, it was Hyuga Hinata, already dead. As Hyuga Kei watched the scene displayed in the sky screen, even though he knew this was a parallel world, what is going on? As a transmigrator, Hyuga Kei had never had that strong a sense of belonging to this world to begin with. If there were two people in this ninja world that Hyuga Kei cared about most right now, they were his grandfather and Hinata. But at this moment, the sky screen was showing Hinata dead in his arms. If both of those two died, Hyuga Kei could not even imagine what he would do. At this moment, Hinata herself trembled all over, her face turning pale in an instant as she subconsciously grabbed Hyuga Kei's hand tightly. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly stood up. He suddenly recalled that intelligence report. Hyuga Kei and Hyuga Hinata were extremely close, suspected to be a couple. He finally seemed to understand why this special arc was called Otsutsuki Kei. Hurry and bring people to find Hyuga Kei. No matter what happens on the sky screen, you must keep Hyuga Kei's emotions stable. Tell him that it's a parallel world, not the future. No matter what happens, we will do everything we can to protect your family. Hiruzen Sarutobi was terrified. He had seen the Uchiha clan erupt because of love. Of course he knew what kind of power a powerful fighter could unleash once they went to extremes. If Hyuga Kei truly went to extremes, then without his strength, this ninja world would definitely be destroyed by those Otsutsuki clan members. It might even reach the point where no one in the entire ninja world could stop her from going mad. If yesterday a sky screen had told everyone that the ninja world needed Hyuga Kei, then today a sky screen was telling everyone that Hyuga Kei did not need the ninja world. On the sky screen, that young Kei used his trembling hand to stroke Hinata's cheek again and again. Hinata, wake up. We promised we'd go back together. The camera slowly moved, lighting up the surrounding scene. There were more than a dozen ninja wearing Kusagakure uniforms, all standing there blankly. Clearly, they neither dared to step forward nor dared to run. All of them held weapons and surrounded Hyuga Kei. The scene flashed back, rapidly explaining what had happened before. In order to seize the Tenseigan power that had awakened inside Hyuga Kei, Kusagakure carefully planned an ambush. They did not dare attack the powerful Hyuga Kei directly, so they locked onto his only weakness, Hyuga Hinata. During an outward mission, they used a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain trying to capture Hinata. When young Kei slaughtered his way through the encirclement and arrived covered in blood, what he saw was Hinata being held hostage by several elite grass ninja, who demanded that he surrender without resistance. In order to keep herself from becoming a bargaining chip to threaten the man she loved, and to keep the power he had spent his whole life building from falling into evil hands, she chose suicide. The image froze on the final look Hinata gave Kei. There was no fear, no regret, only endless attachment. That scene shattered countless people. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood before the window, staring fixedly at the sky screen. Pass down the order. Gather all ninja currently inside Konoha and make preparations. Contact the other 4 great hidden villages as well. Prepare to send troops to Kusagakure. And Anbu dropped to one knee. Yes. No matter what happened in the future, he had to eliminate this hidden danger. He could not let Hyuga Kei walk onto the opposite side of the ninja world. This was the consensus of the entire ninja world. That pack of idiots in Kusagakure really deserved to die. Amigakure, highest tower. Nagato silently watched the sky screen. He saw an innocent girl being killed, and he saw the person who loved her completely collapse. Konan stood beside him and muttered, Nagato. This is too similar. Nagato nodded. It really is too similar. Dying for the most important person. Destroying everything for the most important person. The hatred of the ninja world is always like this. Linked ring after ring. The grass ninja wanted power, so they kidnapped Hinata and forced her to death. What comes next is revenge. But do the innocent people in Kusagakure deserve to die too? Nagato raised his head. This cycle will never end, unless someone bears all the pain. Tears kept flowing from Uchiha Obito's one eye, but he was laughing. Ha 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 ha. How ridiculous. A boy who protected the ninja world, only to be betrayed by the ninja world in the end. Ha ha ha. Hyuga Kei, it seems that in another world, you're about to walk the same path as me. The image of that girl collapsing in a pool of blood overlapped with scene after scene in his memory. On countless nights, he had the same dream. Kakashi's lightning blade pierced Rin's chest. She turned back to look at him, and there was no fear in her eyes. Just like Hinata on the sky screen. This world would make everyone unhappy. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi. Only by entering a perfect dream, where no one dies and no one has to sacrifice. Hyuga Kei. In another world, you have already chosen destruction. I will help you activate the infinite Tsukuyomi and find your Hinata in the dream. The scene on the sky screen continued. Young Chi carefully laid Hinata's body flat and gently closed her eyes for her. His movements were extremely light and gentle, as if she were only asleep. Then he stood up. Those eyes that had remained lowered the whole time finally lifted. The sky screen gave a close-up of his face. Silver hair clung to his forehead in broken strands, and rain dripped from the tips. And those eyes of his, which should originally have had white pupils, were visibly changing from pure white into a brilliant blue, a color like a galaxy beneath the rain. There was not a single trace of emotion in the Tenseigan. Hinata is dead. I no longer have the heart to distinguish right from wrong. You, and the Kusagakure behind you, all need to be buried with her. At this time, Hyuga Tianhua had already reached the end of his lifespan, and after Hinata's death, his link to the world had been completely severed. A transmigrator already had little sense of belonging to this world to begin with, so at this moment, everything around him was nothing more than a game. The instant those words fell, a ripple spread out from beneath his feet. Where that ripple passed, the torrential rain suddenly froze. Tens of millions of raindrops stopped in midair, hanging there like hundreds of millions of transparent beads. With young Chi as the center, every raindrop within several hundred meters came to a complete halt. The dozen or so elite grass ninja charging in around him looked as if they had all been seized by an invisible giant hand at the same time. Their bodies suddenly stiffened in place, while terror, savagery, greed, and other expressions remained frozen on their faces. They could not move. They could not even blink. Young Chi stepped forward. The moment that step fell, the bodies of those dozen-plus elite grass ninja exploded at the exact same instant, turning into a skyful of blood mist, which was then frozen into scarlet clouds within the motionless curtain of rain. No technique. No hand seals. He merely released the repulsive and attractive force of the Tenseigan, and more than a dozen elites at the Chunin and Jonin level were crushed to pieces. Young Chi did not spare those clouds of blood a second glance. More than a dozen elites at the Chunin and Jonin level did not even have time to scream before they were crushed into blood mist. That was not power a teenage boy should possess, just because that girl died. Someone's voice was trembling. Terumi May covered her lips with one hand. At some point, her usual composure had already vanished. Just a moment ago, she had wanted to say that this was love. But now, only one thought remained in her mind. If someone from our village had killed Hinata, then the ones being crushed into blood mist right now would be Kirigakure's ninja. Then just what would Hyuga Kei's revenge look like next? Inoki's eyes widened. He had seen Uchiha Madara before. When he was still young, he had followed the second Utsutsuki, Lord Mu, to Konoha. Before that legendary Azura of the ninja world, he had learned for the first time what despair was. That sense of pressure. He had just seen it again in that young boy's eyes. Even Uchiha Madara's gaze was not this terrifying. Madara at least still had a goal. He still had desire. In the previous sky screen, Hyuga Kei had been the hero protecting the ninja world, so of course no one could feel how terrifying he truly was. But now, the protector of this ninja world had become a god of slaughter. At this moment, Hyuga Kei's eyes held nothing but killing intent, making everyone who saw him shiver in fear. Life meant nothing to him. The world was just a game. All of Hyuga Kei's ties to this world had been severed. To a transmigrator, this ninja world was just one massive game. Would you feel guilty for killing an NPC? Of course not. A bunch of NPCs had caused the death of the woman I loved most, so what should I do? Obviously, kill them all. Hyuga Kei rose into the air, his figure instantly vanishing into the horizon. Uzumaki, dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the watchtower at the village entrance. Several chunin on guard duty were yawning in boredom. One sentry rubbed his eyes and looked toward the distant skyline. What is that? A black dot, rapidly approaching. He never got to finish the second word. A truth-seeking ball descended from the sky and stopped directly above Uzumaki. The next second, a pale blue curtain of light spread out from the truth-seeking ball. Like an upside-down bowl, it covered the entire village. The wall of light dropped down, sealing off every escape route. In the center of the village, a jonin of Uzumaki rushed out of a house and slammed a fist into the light barrier. His punch landed on the wall of light without causing even the slightest ripple. What is this thing? A sealing jutsu? No, this isn't a sealing jutsu. Panic began to spread through the village, but no one knew what had happened, and no one knew why, until a figure slowly descended from the sky. Silver hair, blue eyes. He landed on a rooftop and looked down at the village beneath his feet. More than a dozen grass ninja were the first to react. They drew their kunai and charged at him. Who are you? Hyuga Kei did not answer. He raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, then clenched them. The 3 grass ninja at the very front exploded instantly like balloons, red and white matter splattering all over the ground. Before the cloud of blood mist had even dispersed, Hyuga Kei had already appeared on another rooftop. He landed and pressed his left hand downward. 7 or 8 civilians gathered on the street were crushed into meat paste together with the stone slabs beneath their feet. Before the screams could spread, he vanished again. He teleported into an alley. A woman was huddled in the corner with a child in her arms, trembling as she looked up. Hyuga Kei's footsteps stopped. He looked at the mother and child. The woman's eyes were full of terror. Her arms were wrapped tightly around the child in her embrace. The child was at most 3 or 4 years old and still didn't understand what was happening. Hyuga Kei paused for 2 seconds, closed his eyes, then raised his hand. He only raised his hand, then lowered it, and the crying stopped abruptly. He walked out of the alley, leaving behind nothing but silence. No one knew what had happened. In the center of the village, a Uzumaki elder finally managed to organize some real resistance. More than 30 ninja launched a simultaneous attack on Hyuga Kei from every direction. Kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, fire release, wind release. Hyuga Kei did not even lift a hand. Repulsive force field, fully unleashed. All attacks froze in midair. The kunai hung motionless. The explosive tags stopped burning, and the chakra within the ninjutsu was forcibly dispersed. Then all of it reversed direction. More than 30 ninja were pierced by their own attacks, severed limbs and broken bodies scattering everywhere. Before the elder could even react, a hand had already clamped down over his head. Hyuga Kei lifted the elder up and held him in the air. The elder struggled desperately and roared. Hyuga Kei, are you trying to make an enemy of the entire ninja world? Is this worth it? Just for one girl? Massacring an entire hidden village. There will be no place left for you in the ninja world. You beast. Hyuga Kei remained completely unmoved.
Hehehe. Well said.
My name is Otsutsuki Kei. His hand tightened slightly, and the elder's head exploded instantly. He threw the elder's corpse to the ground and turned toward the next district. The slaughter continued. There was no suspense, and no resistance. Some ninja tried to break out through the air, only to be bounced back by the barrier of light from the truth-seeking ball. Some civilians tried to escape through the sewers, only to be dragged out of the ground alive by gravitational force. Men, women, old people, children. Ninja, civilians, merchants, craftsmen. Hyuga Kei walked past them one by one, killing them one by one. There was never any expression on his face.
No anger, no pleasure.
No hesitation. They knelt and begged for mercy. They wailed and cursed. They clung to each other and wept. But Hyuga Kei showed no mercy. He simply carried out the killing mechanically without pause. By the time moonlight rose, Uzumaki had become completely silent. Hyuga Kei stood in the center of the village, his whole body bathed in blood. His silver hair no longer showed its original color. At his feet were piles of corpses stacked together. Behind him was a river of blood winding through the entire village. He raised his hand and recalled the truth-seeking ball. The curtain of light dispersed, and moonlight finally shone into this dead village. He started walking toward the village entrance, leaving one bloody footprint after another. Behind him, nothing living remained. The next day, outside Kusagakure, a merchant caravan noticed something was wrong. The watchtower at the entrance was still there, but no one was on guard. The whole village was unnaturally quiet. Not even a trace of cooking smoke rose into the air. The caravan leader frowned and pushed open the village gate. Then he dropped to his knees and vomited violently. Blood. Blood everywhere. A river of blood stretched from the stone road at the village entrance all the way to the deepest part of the village. Tens of thousands of corpses, men and women old and young, lay scattered across the streets, over doorsteps, beside wells, beneath eaves. Every single one of them had been mangled beyond recognition. Not a single person had managed to resist. In the entire village of Kusagakure, not one survivor remained. On the heavenly screen, that blood-soaked boy walked out of the village gate, leaving one bloody footprint after another. Beneath the heavenly screen, the entire ninja world was dead silent. Then someone threw up. Not just one person. Thousands upon thousands of people bent over at the exact same moment. Even the battle-hardened ninja were no exception. Their faces all turned ugly. That scene was no different from hell itself. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and every single body mangled beyond recognition. And yet, only one person looked at that scene with pure excitement. In some unknown corner of the ninja world, Haydn was shouting excitedly, "What a wonderful scene! This is the Holy Sun spoken of in our Jashin cult. He absolutely must join us." At this moment, he felt that Hyuga Kei was his true soulmate. Kusagakure had already fallen into hysteria. By now, the village was completely packed with people. They were not there to watch the excitement. They were there in panic. Because the scene on the heavenly screen was too real, so real that they could clearly make out the clothes on every corpse. Those were not clothes from another village. They were the clothes of Kusagakure. "That's my uncle's general store." Someone in the crowd suddenly screamed. No one answered him. More and more people shoved their way toward the center of the village, rushing toward the high tower where the upper ranks worked. Everything in the future was caused by the stupid decisions of Kusagakure's higher-ups. "Didn't you people say Kusagakure was safe?" A woman shrieked at the top of her lungs, clutching a child tightly in her arms. She had just seen it on the sky screen, herself in another world, perhaps holding her child the same way, only to be crushed into a pile of flesh by an invisible pressure. That was a parallel world, not ours. "It's all because of your stupid decisions. Everyone got killed." Someone shouted, "Commit suicide and apologize." "No. Drag them to Konoha and make them beg for forgiveness." One of Kusagakure's higher-ups stood on the tower and shouted downward, his voice trembling. The expressions of the elders beside him were even uglier. The situation was starting to spiral out of control. More and more people dropped to their knees beneath the sky screen and vomited. More and more people pounded their fists against the gates. They demanded an explanation, but Kusagakure's elders themselves needed an explanation too. They had done nothing. They had no idea what stupid thing their future selves had done. Which idiot came up with that plan? One elder cursed under his breath. Everyone fell silent, because they all knew that really did sound like something Kusagakure's hawkish faction would do. Those radicals who shouted all day about restoring Kusagakure's former glory. Those ambitious schemers who had always been eyeing Kekei Genkai with greed. Right now, they too were kneeling in the crowd, vomiting and trembling with everyone else. At this moment, Hyuga Tenka's courtyard was deathly silent. Naruto and Sasuke stood to the side, and neither of them spoke. After a long while, Hyuga Kei lowered his head and looked at the hand Hinata was gripping so tightly, refusing to let go. He gently patted the back of her hand, very lightly, exactly the same as yesterday. "I want to become like that." Hinata looked up at him. He smiled, still wearing that lazy expression as always. "Because you wouldn't do something that stupid, right?" Hinata's eyes turned red. She nodded hard, buried her face in his chest, and choked so badly she couldn't speak. Hyuga Kei stroked her hair, but his eyes looked toward the sky beyond the courtyard wall. He thought, the system had warned that the savior was under a massive threat, and the sky screen had shown a parallel world to warn everyone. Since the root of that parallel world's tragedy was Kusagakure's stupidity and greed. Then Kusagakure in this world. You'd better pray that the version of you in this world is smart enough. At this time, Inoki was already completely stunned. He had lived through the 3 great ninja wars. He had seen the heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. He had seen the calamity of the Night of the Nine Tails flattening Konoha. But one ninja village, tens of thousands of people, overnight, one person. This was Hyuga Kei's destructive power. If he wished, he could even slaughter the entire ninja world. But so what? With the Otsutsuki as foreign enemies lurking at their side? Who would dare move against Hyuga Kei? In the past, he would definitely have united everyone to eliminate a threat like this. There was no way he would have allowed Hyuga Kei to keep growing. But now, not only could he not touch Hyuga Kei, he had to treat him like an honored guest. In the future, they would still have to rely on Hyuga Kei to fight the Otsutsuki clan. Even his voice trembled slightly. In the parallel world, Hyuga Kei's Tenseigan had already fully awakened. If he wanted, he could recreate that massacre in any village. A person who has lost the one they love doesn't need comfort anymore. He only needs everyone who created that hatred to disappear. This matter must have an explanation. We must eliminate all danger while it's still in the bud. Perhaps this is also a good chance to show our sincerity. And we have justification on our side. We could also get Kuzugakure's resources more legitimately. Ninja World Border, an unnamed small town. People had not seen that silver-haired, blue-eyed boy for a long time. Wanted notices for him covered the bulletin boards of the 5 great nations. The bounty was high enough to overturn a small country, yet no one had ever dared to accept it. The ruins of Kuzugakure were still there. No one cleaned them up, and no one dared approach. That place had become forbidden ground, a bedtime horror story mothers used to scare their children. But Hyuga Kei no longer cared. He had already left the ninja world with the people he cared about. Several years later, an unknown planet. There were no plants, no rivers, only scorched black soil and sandstorms filling the sky. It had completely lost all life. Hyuga Kei stood atop a mountain peak, looking down at this dying planet. Behind him, a gigantic god tree bore a blood-red chakra fruit. By now, he no longer wore Konoha's ninja uniform. Instead, he wore a pure white high-collared robe, with the tomo patterns of the Otsutsuki clan embroidered on the cuffs and hem. His silver hair was combed back, revealing a pair of eyes completely different from before. Against a golden background, countless concentric rings spread layer upon layer. The Tenseigan and the Rinnegan had fused in his eyes into a bizarre new dojutsu. He was no longer a ninja. He was Otsutsuki Kei. And by his side was Hyuga Hinata, whom he had revived. They no longer cared about the affairs of the ninja world, leaving it to live or die on its own. And without Hyuga Kei, the ninja world had ultimately failed to withstand the Otsutsuki invasion, and in the end became a dead planet. The images on the sky screen gradually faded. The final scene froze on the green mountain of that unknown planet. The silver-haired boy and the black-haired girl sat side by side beneath the god tree. Sunlight passed through the branches and leaves, scattering mottled light and shadow across them. The image disappeared completely. Parallel world. The true Otsutsuki Kei arc, complete. This special arc contains no rewards. It serves only as a warning to the world. The entire ninja world fell silent for a full 10 breaths. It serves only as a warning to the world. Why did the sky screen say that? Why was that line there? Everyone knew the answer. Many people in the ninja world believed that Hyuga Kei had not fully grown yet, and they could still covet his power. But the future shown by the sky screen's parallel world was exactly the future without Hyuga Kei. And what did a future without Hyuga Kei look like? Lifeless silence. Naruto and Sasuke fighting alone, unable to hold the line, dying one after the other. This was telling everyone not to harbor ill intentions toward Hyuga Kei, unless they could replace the role he played in the ninja world. It was not that Hyuga Kei needed the ninja world. It was that this ninja world needed Hyuga Kei. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared in the direction where the sky screen had vanished, silent for a long time. Kuzugakure must be destroyed. Hyuga Kei needed to see the ninja world's attitude, to prove that the ninja world was worthy of his protection. And then, the war machine began to turn. Konohagakure. Noon that same day, the plaza in front of the Hokage office building was packed solid with ninja. Jonin in front, Chunin in the rear, A and Bu lined up on both flanks, over 1,000 in total. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood at the top of the stairs, wearing armor. It had been many years since he had personally donned battle armor. Kuzugakure attempted, in the parallel world, to murder Konoha ninja Hyuga Hinata in order to threaten Hyuga Kei, ultimately leading to irreversible consequences. That is not just a story from a parallel world. That is the true thinking inside the hearts of certain people in Kuzugakure. The fact that they have not acted yet does not mean they will not act. They just haven't had the chance yet. So before they make their move, we will make sure they never have the chance. At the same time, the fourth Reikage, A, stood by the window with his arms folded, staring at the sky that had already returned to calm. Mabui, yes, send the order. Gather every combat-capable ninja in Kumogakure. Prepare to march on Kuzugakure. Hyuga Kei is the core fighting force of the ninja world against the invaders from beyond the sky. If the Kuzugakure of this world does the same stupid thing, all of us will die. This isn't helping Konoha. This is helping ourselves. Then came Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and even far-off Kirigakure overseas. The military forces of the 5 great hidden villages began mobilizing almost at the same time. The 4 Kage had made the same decision as Konoha. They coveted Hyuga Kei's power, but that was under the condition that he did not die. They all wanted to bring Hyuga Kei back to their own village, but the premise of everything was that Hyuga Kei could not die. If the heavenly screen was real, then Hyuga Kei was absolutely vital to the ninja world. The price of being wrong was too great. No one dared gamble that the heavenly screen was fake. However, before the forces of the 5 great ninja villages could reach Kusagakure, that same evening, a group had already appeared in front of Konoha. More than a dozen people were tied up tightly with hemp ropes, strung together on one long rope. They had all already been beaten unconscious, and were being carried over on the backs of more than a dozen ninja. Izumo recognized their clothes as Kusa ninja attire. Every one of the people bound up had injuries all over their bodies. Not wounds left by battle, but marks from being brutally taught a lesson with fists, kicks, and clubs. And the ones escorting them were also Kusa ninja. The middle-aged man at the front had an ashen face. The moment he reached Konoha's main gate, he dropped to his knees on the spot. The direct guard unit of the daimyo of the Land of Grass requests an audience with Lord Hokage. The hawkish leader of Kusagakure and 17 elders have been disarmed and have voluntarily come to Konoha to plead guilty. 3 minutes later, Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, looking at the row of people kneeling before him. The leader of Kusagakure, the mastermind who, in the parallel world, had personally planned the kidnapping of Hinata and the scheme that drove her to death, was now kneeling in the very front. His forehead was pressed against the floor, his posture humble to the extreme. Lord Hokage, his voice was trembling. It was not an act. He was truly afraid. We have come to plead guilty. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at them and stayed silent for a moment. He knew they had not come here willingly to ask forgiveness. They had been tied up and sent here under escort on the orders of the daimyo of the Land of Grass. In the scenes shown by the heavenly screen, Kusagakure had been slaughtered almost to extinction because of their ambition. In that parallel world, after the incident, the daimyo of the Land of Grass had been torn apart alive by enraged civilians. After watching the heavenly screen, the first order given by the daimyo of the Land of Grass in this world had been to arrest all the hawkish higher-ups and send them to Konoha before the 5 great nations could deploy their troops. Fear could make people extraordinarily efficient. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly leaned back in his chair. He had already been preparing to send troops. The replies from Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure were still spread out on his desk, every single one agreeing to dispatch forces. The 5 great nations sending troops at the same time to destroy a country. This was an unprecedented spectacle in the ninja world. But now, before the war had even started, the enemy was already kneeling in front of him. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the Kusagakure leader prostrating himself on the floor. At least you're not stupid. In the end, this battle never broke out. He turned around. Take them away. They will await judgment after the 5 Kage summit. Yes. The Umbu dragged the 17 Kusagakure higher-ups out of the office. Their footsteps gradually faded, and the office became quiet once more. Shikaku asked in a low voice, "That's it?" Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly shook his head. These people were delivered to Konoha. But the land of Kusagakure and Kusagakure's resources won't be let off for free by the 5 great hidden villages. Inform the other 4 Kage. Konoha will convene a 5 Kage meeting to discuss the cultivation and protection of Hyuga Kei, as well as the handling of the Land of Grass. The daimyo of the Land of Grass had reacted faster than anyone expected. Hyuga Kei heard the news before dinner. An Umbu knocked on the courtyard gate, respectfully handed over a scroll, then dropped to one knee at the entrance. Hyuga Kei opened the scroll and swept his eyes over it. It said that the 17 hawkish higher-ups of Kusagakure had been escorted to Konoha. The document personally bore the signature of the daimyo of the Land of Grass, and the wording was extremely humble. He closed the scroll and handed it to Sasuke beside him. After reading it, Sasuke said nothing and passed it to Naruto. Naruto stayed silent for a long time after reading it. Then he set the scroll on the table, and for once did not start shouting. Sitting beneath the corridor, Hyuga Kei naturally knew why the Land of Grass had knelt so quickly. With all 5 great hidden villages sending troops at once, Kusagakure would not even last a single day. The daimyo of the Land of Grass had merely seized the chance before the country's destruction to hand over the true culprits in exchange for a path to survival. He could understand all of that clearly, but that was not what he was thinking about right now. He was thinking about himself in that parallel world. That version of him had done everything he could, killed everyone who deserved to die, and even revived the people he wanted to bring back. But Hyuga Kei looked at the old maple tree in the courtyard and suddenly felt very tired. Clearly, all he wanted was to slack off and live lazily, but this world refused to let him stop. Even with Kusagakure gone, the Otsutsuki would still arrive a few years later. If he was still this weak by then, the only thing waiting for him would be death. Naruto called out to him. "HM?" Naruto said seriously, "I'll always protect you. I won't let things become like that. You're my brother, and a brother won't let his brother end up like that." Sasuke did not speak, but he straightened up from the corridor pillar, walked over, and sat down beside Hyuga Kei. One on the left, one on the right, the 2 of them boxed Hyuga Kei in between them. Hyuga Kei looked to the left, then to the right. The corner of his mouth twitched. "You too." What, acting as my Dharma protectors here?
Yeah.
Naruto answered confidently, while Sasuke turned his head away. Hyuga Kei let out a sigh, then admitted something in his heart. Being sandwiched between these two idiots really did make him feel a lot less tired. After night had fully fallen, Hyuga Kei saw the two of them out. The house became quiet. He walked to the bedroom door and gently pushed it open. Hinata was lying on the bed, curled up beneath a thin blanket. She had cried for most of the afternoon, from silent tears to quiet sobs, and in the end she had cried herself completely exhausted and fallen asleep leaning against the corridor pillar. Hyuga Kei had carried her into the bedroom, taken off her shoes, tucked the blanket around her, and originally meant to just let her sleep properly like this. But every time he tried to pull his hand away and leave, the sleeping Hinata would suddenly tighten her grip around his fingers. Even in her sleep, she had never let go. Maybe it was because of her that he was willing to protect this rotten ninja world after all. No, that wasn't right. There was also Grandpa, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others. Seriously, you're already asleep, so why are you still this stubborn? He took off his coat and carefully lay down beside Hinata. The night passed without incident. The moment Hyuga Kei opened his eyes, he saw that Hinata was red all the way from her neck to the tips of her ears, and from the tips of her ears across the entire side of her face. At some point, she had already woken up, but she still stayed curled up in the same position, not daring to move at all. Hinata abruptly shut her eyes, but her act of pretending to sleep failed miserably, because her eyelashes were trembling frantically. Looking at her like this, Hyuga Kei found it a little funny. If you're awake, stop pretending. Hinata slowly opened her eyes. Her cheeks were so red they looked like they might start steaming, but the hand gripping Hyuga Kei's fingers still had not loosened. The first thing she said was, "Keikuin, I figured it out. I won't do that kind of foolish thing ever again." The corners of Hyuga Kei's lips lifted slightly. He knew what she was talking about. In the parallel world, Hinata had chosen the most decisive way to keep him from being used as leverage. I won't do that either, he thought to himself. The him from that parallel world hadn't protected the most important person to him, and that was why he had become the lonely Otsutsuki Kei. But he was different. He had Hinata by his side. He had Grandpa. He had Naruto and Sasuke. Every one of those bonds was an anchor, nailing him firmly to this world. He would never become like that. Right now, Hyuga Kei was like someone resisting Cthulhu's corruption. He needed those anchors to confirm his own existence. If the anchors disappeared, Hyuga Kei would fall completely into madness and become Cthulhu itself. After the two of them finished breakfast, Naruto and Sasuke were already waiting at the door to go to school with them. Even though, in the sky screen, they were destroying the world and resisting alien invasions. At this moment, they were still just ordinary students. Though even if they stopped going to school, no one would blame them. Still, Hyuga Kei quite liked this kind of peaceful life. If possible, he was willing to live like this forever. 10 minutes later, Hyuga Kei, Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke walked out of the Hyuga clan compound. The instant they turned the corner, all four of them stopped at once. They saw the street ahead packed with people. Not the kind of crowd you ran into by chance, but one that had been waiting here on purpose. Men, women, old people, children, everyone was there. Some were holding notebooks, some were holding pens, and some were waving banners they had no idea where they got from, with crooked words like Konoha's hope written on them. The crowd surged over like a tide. Hyuga Kei instinctively took half a step back, but Sasuke was behind him, and behind Sasuke was the wall. Student Hyuga Kei, Student Hinata, please give me an autograph. I'm a fan of your couple. Can you tell me about your love story?
Naruto-kun.
I'm sorry. Please forgive my ignorance. The three of them were instantly drowned in the crowd. Naruto's side was full of people who had bullied him before and were now here to apologize. That middle-aged woman who had shouted the loudest at him on the street yesterday was now desperately squeezing forward. In her left hand was a little flag with "Sorry, Naruto-kun" written on it, and in her right was a huge bag of snacks. Next to her, that Chunin Hyuga Kei had shut down so hard yesterday that he couldn't say a word was standing on the edge of the crowd too. He had a pen clutched in his hand and an awkward look on his face, wanting to come closer but not daring to. Naruto's steps paused for a moment. The middle-aged woman squeezed in front of him and stuffed the little flag and the bag of snacks into Naruto's hands. I'm really sorry for what happened yesterday. Please forgive me. Her voice got smaller and smaller until it was almost inaudible. Naruto felt like crying, but he still forced himself to fold up the little flag and tuck it into his pocket. He didn't accept the bag of snacks, though. Wah! I've actually never blamed everyone. After Hyuga Kei stood up for Naruto, and after Hyuga Kei displayed that destructive power, Naruto's reputation had improved a lot. Though many people still hated Naruto, a large portion were now willing to let go of their prejudice. After all, in the future, Naruto was the one protecting everyone, and their strength was far too terrifying. If they really decided to settle accounts in the future, then death without a burial place would be the only outcome. Sasuke's side, meanwhile, was completely different. He was surrounded by several young female ninja. His face was expressionless, but the tips of his ears were already completely red. Sasuke-kun is so cool. Can you give me an autograph? Write it to the most beautiful me. The people around Hyuga Kei and Hinata were the quietest of all. None of them dared act recklessly, because everything Hyuga Kei had done on the sky screen was still vivid in their minds. They all waited politely in the back, letting Hyuga Kei sign autographs and shake hands one by one. Hyuga Kei was more than happy to do it. After all, across 2 lifetimes, this was his first time experiencing what it felt like to be a celebrity. That also let many people see just how gentle Hyuga Kei was when he hadn't gone dark. Instead, it made their anger toward Uzumaki even stronger. It was all because of that bunch of lunatics. If not for them, then him in the parallel world wouldn't have died. Just then, all of you move aside. A chunin squeezed into the crowd, with several genin maintaining order behind him. Don't block the road and disrupt traffic. Break it up. Break it up. The crowd was forcibly split apart, and Hyuga Kei finally got a chance to breathe. He looked up at those chunin, just about to thank them. Then he realized the way those chunin were looking at him was off too. Student Hyuga Kei. The lead chunin cleared his throat and tried hard to put on an official expression. You should get going. We'll handle things here. Hyuga Kei. Great. Another fan. If we keep talking, he'll probably ask me for an autograph too. When they got to the Ninja Academy, Hyuga Kei still couldn't escape being watched. Through the entire day of classes, Hyuga Kei basically didn't sleep at all. Not because he didn't want to sleep, but because there was no way to ignore that many eyes. People were always sneaking glances at him. People were always coming up to talk to him. At long last, school ended. The 4 of them didn't go home. Instead, they went together to the training field in the Hyuga clan compound. Hyuga Tianhua was already waiting there. The old man had changed out of his hospital gown and was wearing a dark gray everyday kimono. His hands were behind his back as he stood in the middle of the training field. Grandpa, you got discharged today? Didn't the doctor say you should stay a few more days? Stay for what? If I lie around any longer, my bones will go soft. Hyuga Tianhua rolled his shoulders, his gaze moving past Hyuga Kei and landing on Naruto and Sasuke. You 2 brats. The 2 of them unconsciously snapped straight. Starting today, you'll train with Chi. I'll personally keep watch. Stay for dinner tonight too. Naruto's eyes widened. Really? Nice, that's awesome. What he was thinking was that he could eat at Chi's house. Sasuke's eyes also lit up. After the Uchiha clan massacre, he had always trained alone. His talent wasn't bad, but he lacked a teacher's guidance. Those classes at the Ninja Academy really couldn't teach much of anything. Even in the original story, Sasuke's period of explosive growth was when he trained under Kakashi or Orochimaru. Run a few laps first and get warmed up. Training field, 20 laps. A week passed quickly. The group spent it in daily sieges and pursuits, along with after-school training. Estimated next sky screen. 7 days. During that week, Hyuga Kei's life changed completely. Going to school every day felt like going into battle. People were surrounding and chasing after him everywhere. This kind of life probably wouldn't return to normal until a long time later. He had gotten to enjoy the kind of treatment celebrity idols from his previous life received. And over the past few days, there had also been more and more unfamiliar faces in Konoha. A storm was coming. That made Hyuga Kei's sense of urgency grow even heavier. That day, Hyuga Kei told Naruto and Sasuke about a decision he had been thinking over for a long time. I want to apply for early graduation. Naruto was the first to react. Early graduation? Does that mean we don't have to go to school anymore? It's not quitting school. It's graduating early from the Ninja Academy and becoming official genin. Hyuga Kei's expression was rarely this serious. Don't you think so too? Our improvement this week. Training at home helped us more than the entire half year we spent at school before combined. Hyuga Kei desperately wanted to grow stronger quickly. The way he used to coast through life at the Ninja Academy no longer suited him. Right now, early graduation was the best choice. Naruto scratched his head and only cared about one question. Then if we graduate early, can we be on the same team? Hyuga Kei said, don't worry. Think about what situation the 3 of us are in right now. The ninja world's final hope, the trio personally chosen by the sky screen. Do you think the Hokage will split the 3 of us up and assign us to different teams? Sasuke nodded too. His desire to grow stronger was no less than Hyuga Kei's. I don't mind. There's really nothing left to learn at the academy. Naruto didn't even think about it. Wherever you guys go, I'll go too. Let's go find Grandpa Hokage. The next day, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the 3 little ones in front of him, then at Hyuga Amaterasu standing behind them. His expression was hard to describe. He actually didn't want the 3 of them graduating this early. Once they graduated, they would likely face even more danger. This matter concerned the safety of the entire ninja world. Couldn't be handled carelessly. Graduate early? Naruto puffed out his chest. Grandpa Hokage, we want to graduate early. The corner of Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth twitched. Why? Hyuga Kei took out the explanation he had prepared in advance. Lord Hokage, it's like this. The three of us have recently been undergoing special training with my grandfather, and we've realized that the Academy's current curriculum really can't meet our needs anymore. And with the current situation, you know it too. So many people are watching us every day. There's no way for us to continue a normal school life. Instead of wasting time, it would be better to let us graduate early and focus on training. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent for a moment, then looked at Hyuga Amaterasu. Elder Amaterasu, what do you think? Hyuga Amaterasu leaned on his cane. Lord Hokage, I know exactly what kind of temperament my grandson has. He's not the type who likes showing off. If he's saying this, then it means he really can't stay there any longer. Besides, the progress of those three is visible to the naked eye. The Ninja Academy really isn't suitable for them anymore. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at them and thought for a long time, then suddenly nodded. You three really aren't ordinary children. Since the heavenly screen chose you, that means you have that potential. In that case, forcing you to stay in school would only hold you back. Naruto was the first to jump up. That's great. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi changed tone. But I have one condition. You can graduate early, but you must pass an exam. An exam? Naruto blinked. What exam? Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a puff of smoke, with a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. Hyuga Kei blinked and looked at that old fox's smile. For some reason, a bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Sure enough, his next sentence was, in a few days the 4th Reikage, the 3rd Tsuchikage, the 4th Kazekage, the 5th Mizukage, as well as the leaders of several small ninja villages, will all be arriving in Konoha one after another. The 5 Kage summit is about to begin. He paused, giving everyone enough time to digest the news. The reason they're coming is to discuss a future alliance to resist the Otsutsuki together. In reality, they're here because of you three. A thought flashed through Hyuga Kei's mind instantly. Isn't this basically the ninja world's version of the United Nations Conference? He asked tentatively, our exam. Don't tell me it's going to be held in front of them? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him and revealed a smile that clearly said, Kid, you really are smart. That's right. Hyuga Kei went silent. What? Naruto's eyes widened. Take the exam in front of all those people. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Didn't you want to graduate early? Then let the entire ninja world see what the future hope of this world looks like. And also, this is a form of protection for you. Hyuga Kei froze for a moment, then understood. Public exam. Public graduation. Publicly becoming ninja. That meant that from that moment on, the three of them would no longer be Konoha's hidden assets, but a publicly recognized new generation of power in the ninja world. Anyone who wanted to make a move in secret would first have to weigh the consequences of acting under everyone's watch. What is the exam content? Hyuga Kei asked. Hiruzen Sarutobi set a time. 5 days from now, Konoha Training Ground. The 5 Kage will observe, and representatives from every village will witness it. The exam content is temporarily set as follows. The three of you will form a team and fight against one special jonin.
Naruto stammered, Jijonin.
Hiruzen Sarutobi raised a hand to signal him to be quiet and continued. A special jonin. The rule is simple, hold out for 10 minutes without being defeated, and you pass. Also, considering that the boost from the heavenly screen's rewards to the three of you has not yet been accurately assessed, this exam will also serve as an evaluation of your current strength. In other words, as long as you can bring out the same momentum you showed on the heavenly screen and let the 5 Kage present see your potential, then it counts as a win. Sasuke finally spoke. What happens if we lose? Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent for a moment. You must pass this exam. Not for Konoha's pride, but so that you can use your strength in front of the 5 Kage to shut those people up. If you pass, then you will become publicly recognized as the new generation of power in the ninja world. Anyone who wants to touch you will have to think carefully about the consequences under everyone's eyes. If you fail, Konoha will still protect you. But your lives will become even harder than they are now. Hyuga Kei understood. What happened yesterday was the perfect example. Why had the 5 great nations sent troops at the same time? Wasn't it because the scenes shown by the heavenly screen had made Hyuga Kei far too important to the ninja world? This was making them prove with their strength that their talent was worth protecting, prove that the heavenly screen was real, and prove that they would be able to protect the ninja world in the future. If they lost, then even though Konoha would still protect them, those foreign village ninja watching them like tigers stalking prey might think they were nothing special after all, and then take even more aggressive action, like trying to seize them for research and so on. After all, the outside world's doubts about the heavenly screen had never stopped. If Hyuga Kei failed to display the potential he was supposed to have, then what awaited him would no longer be his current status, but even more ill-intentioned gazes. After understanding the matter of graduating early, Hyuga Kei was just about to leave with Naruto and Sasuke when Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice came from behind him. Kei, stay behind. I have a few words to say to you alone. Naruto scratched his head, looked at Hyuga Kei, then at the 3rd Hokage, and in the end was dragged out of the office by Sasuke grabbing the back of his collar. Only 2 people remained in the office. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave him a solemn assurance. What happened yesterday is over. What I want to tell you is this. That kind of thing will absolutely never happen in this timeline. They were wrong in that world. In this world, we will not give anyone the chance to make that mistake. Hyuga Kei was silent for a few seconds, then nodded slightly. Thank you, Lord Hokage. This was the first time Hyuga Kei had addressed Hiruzen Sarutobi with those words, Lord Hokage, without any perfunctory politeness or empty courtesy in them. Hiruzen Sarutobi had clearly sensed the difference as well. He sat back down in his chair. Some of the seriousness faded from his face, and he turned back into that kind-faced old man again. Alright, serious business is done. Let's talk about something else. Sit down. Hyuga Kei did as told and sat in the chair. Hiruzen Sarutobi lightly pushed over another scroll. These are the documents sent in advance by the other 4 hidden villages. Take a look. Hyuga Kei opened the scroll and scanned a few lines. Then his eyelid twitched. They're planning political marriages? Don't they know I already have Hinata? Hiruzen Sarutobi explained with a strange expression. There is no law in the ninja world that requires monogamy. We merely advocate it. The corner of Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth curled up slightly. No matter how Hyuga Kei looked at it, that smile seemed like he was enjoying the show. First, it was Iwagakure and Sunagakure. That old fox Inoki wants to marry his granddaughter Kuratsuchi over, and Raza also wants to marry his eldest daughter Temari over. The corner of Hyuga Kei's eye twitched. Then Kumogakure heard about it, and they added the two-tails Jinchuriki Yujito's name too. Wait, Hyuga Kei raised a hand to interrupt. Yujito is a Jinchuriki, right? Aren't Jinchuriki the most important strategic assets in a village? How could they possibly marry her out? Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at him. Who told you they were going to marry out? Then the marriage alliance, they want you to go to Kumogakure. Hinatachi's mouth hung open, and he forgot to close it. To marry into their family. The 4th Reikage's meaning is this. If you're willing to go to Kumogakure, Yujito will be your wife, and at the same time you'll be listed as a candidate for Reikage. He also means you can bring Hinata with you. And as for Mei Terumi, she directly said that Kirigakure is willing to form a marriage alliance with Konoha. She doesn't require you to go to Kirigakure, doesn't require you to leave Konoha, and doesn't mind you marrying others. As the Mizukage, she would marry you. There is only one condition. She said that if you two have a child in the future, that child must be raised as Kirigakure's next Mizukage. By the time Hiruzen Sarutobi got to this point, he had completely given up on managing his expression. I've lived to this age, and this is the first time I've seen the leader of an entire village so actively trying to marry herself off. But don't worry. Konoha will not make the decision for you on any of these marriage alliance requests. You and your grandfather can discuss it yourselves. Hinata no longer knew what to say either. He could only blame Mei Terumi and Reikage AI for being way too outrageous. Mei Terumi was really treating him like a breeding stud, thinking that Hinata's descendants would also have tremendous potential and could be trained as Mizukage. As for the Reikage, he was probably thinking that since he had a Jinchuriki teammate himself, he simply sent over his own Jinchuriki. What a bizarre train of thought. Not to mention, both Mei Terumi and Yujito were already over 20, while he was only 11. That was way too ridiculous. Didn't they know harassing children was illegal? This was way too criminal. In the end, Hinata could only force out one sentence. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand and put the pipe back in his mouth. Go on. Prepare well for the exam the day after tomorrow. The 4 Kage are all watching. Show them what you've got. When they walked out of the Hokage's office, Naruto was still dazed. We're fighting a special jonin? Hinata patted his shoulder. Scared? Naruto stiffened his neck. I'm gonna become Hokage. What does one special jonin even count for? Then why are your legs shaking? That's excitement. Sasuke snorted coldly from the side, but Hinata had sharp eyes and saw that Sasuke's hand had clenched slightly too. Yep, both of them were nervous. Actually, they should be nervous. After all, this was a jonin-level opponent. Back when he watched Naruto in his previous life, he felt like jonin were just SOSO, getting slaughtered in droves by people like Madara and Obito all the time. But now that he was in it himself, he finally understood what the concept of a jonin really meant. A special jonin might not be as strong as a full jonin, but they were still powerful experts who had reached jonin level in a certain field. Even though Hinata had been hiding his strength this whole time, at most he was only a taijutsu ninja close to chunin level. His strength was the same as Niji during the original chunin exams. If he faced a special jonin one-on-one, he would very likely be the one getting taken down within 3 minutes. Sasuke's voice interrupted his thoughts. Hinata looked up and found Sasuke staring at him. 5 days. 5 days. Is it enough? Hinata froze for a moment, then understood what he meant. 5 days. Was it enough for special training? He thought about it, then smiled. Enough or not, it has to be enough. We can't embarrass ourselves when the time comes, right? Then how do we train? Naruto leaned over. Hinata revealed a smile. Simple. Starting now, For the next 5 days we eat together, drink together, shit together, piss together, and sleep together. Sasuke frowned. What do you mean? Hinata hooked one arm around Naruto and placed the other on Sasuke's shoulder. It means you two are staying at my house for the next 5 days. The three left the Hokage's office and didn't waste any time. After asking Irika for leave, they returned to the Hyuga clan grounds and began their special training. Meanwhile, Hyuga Tianhua had changed into a dark gray short outfit and stood in the center of the training ground, leaning on the cane that never left his side. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata stood side by side in front of him, their backs ramrod straight. Hyuga Tianhua said, "From now on, there will be extra combat training every night. The three of you will be fighting me. I will not hold back. Understood? Understood." All three answered in unison. Then Naruto quietly added, "Grandpa Tianhua, you're not gonna beat us crippled, right?" Hyuga Tianhua chuckled. That smile made every hair on Naruto's back stand on end. "Don't worry. The Hyuga clan has its own medical ninja. With the Byakugan setting bones, it's even better than Konoha Hospital." Hinata clicked his tongue. Although Grandpa was old now, he had still been a powerful jonin back in his younger days. Sure, he got instantly taken down by those two root guards in the Hokage's office, but that was because both of them were jonin too. Not long after, the training ground was filled with the three boys' miserable screams. Holding to the principle of sweating more in training so you bleed less in battle, Hyuga Tianhua beat the hell out of the three of them. Even when facing his precious grandson, he did not hold back. The day's training passed in pain, and night grew deep. In the Hyuga family guest room, Naruto and Sasuke were already asleep. It was obvious the two of them had been exhausted by a full day of training. Meanwhile, Hinata lay down in his own room, his hands behind his head, staring at the moon outside the window. The moonlight was very bright, too bright. Ever since the heavenly curtain incident, he had always felt like the moon was just a tiny bit bigger than before. Was it just an illusion? Could it be that the Otsutsuki on the moon were watching me too? He stared at that overly bright moon and muttered something softly, almost like he was talking to himself. Of course they're watching. The voice suddenly came from behind him. Every hair on Hinata's body stood up. Someone had entered his room. He sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his body reacting faster than his brain. Turned, struck out with his palm, all in one smooth motion. Bah! The palm wind split the air, hitting nothing. The room was empty. Who is there? Hinata activated his Byakugan instantly. His 360-degree field of vision covered the entire room. The corridor behind the wall empty. In the courtyard, the stone basin beneath the bamboo water spout sat quietly under the moonlight. On the roof, the tiles were perfectly neat. There was nothing. His heartbeat began to speed up. It wasn't an illusion. That voice had really existed. "Don't be nervous, little brother." The voice rang out again, this time coming from directly in front of him. Hinata's pupils shrank violently. Within the sight of his Byakugan, a figure slowly appeared. That person appeared out of thin air and stepped out from the darkness. The newcomer wore a white robe, had pale skin, and a pair of short horns growing from his forehead. His long hair reflected a silver-gray sheen under the moonlight, and his face was lean and proper, with a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Those unmistakable features. Otsutsuki. Hinata's heart skipped several beats. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out across his back. Run? Call for help? No, there was no time for either. If he really was an Otsutsuki, then no one in Konoha right now could stand against him. But how was that possible? At this time, there were only two Otsutsuki in the ninja world. One was Kaguya Otsutsuki, and the other was Ishiki Otsutsuki. The former was still sealed away, while the latter was inside a monk named Jigen and currently unable to act, searching for a suitable vessel. Could it be that Ishiki had made his move ahead of time? Was he planning to use karma to seize my body? No, wait. What did he call me just now? Little brother. Could he be an Otsutsuki from the moon? Hinata's expression control almost fell apart on the spot, but a transmigrator's instincts forced him to suppress the shock on his face. Who are you? How did you get in here? What do you want? A smile appeared on that man's face, as if he was very satisfied with this reaction. Who I am isn't important. What matters is who I am to you. Great, a Riddler. Hinata slapped that label onto him in his heart. But on the surface, he only cast him a wary look and didn't respond. The man clearly hadn't expected an 11-year-old kid to be this uncooperative. After a slight pause, he simply skipped the mysterious act. My name is Otsutsuki Zetsu, your older brother. The moment Hinata heard that, he felt like his brain was about to short-circuit. Otsutsuki Zetsu? Was there even such a person in the original story? But that name also made Hinata think of another guy. Black Zetsu, the hidden mastermind behind the entire ninja world, the product of Kaguya's Inyang release. Wasn't it supposed to be a mass of black sludge seeping out of cracks in the ground? So why did the person in front of him look like a living, breathing Otsutsuki of flesh and blood? Some kind of transformation jutsu? Or a body shaped with yin-yang release? These thoughts flashed through Hinata-chi's mind. But he didn't expose him. Better to play along first and see what he actually wanted. Hinata-chi put on the reaction he was supposed to have. You're an Otsutsuki? But the man in front of him remained calm and unhurried. He only asked, you've been training lately, but your progress has been very slow, right? Even though your body holds limitless potential, you can't release it, right? Two straight questions made Hinata-chi's heart jolt. This thing had been watching him. It might even have been watching him for several days already. Luckily, he didn't have the habit of talking to himself. Otherwise, all his secrets would have had nowhere to hide under those eyes. He had appeared right when Hinata-chi needed power the most. This guy had definitely come with a purpose. Black Zetsu was very satisfied with Hinata-chi's reaction and continued. Do you know why? Because you're using the ninja world's methods to train. The Tenseigan is in existence on a higher level than the Byakugan. It is the supreme Kekei Genkai of the Otsutsuki clan. Using the Hyuga method to train Otsutsuki power is like trying to catch a waterfall with a tiny cup. Hinata-chi shook his head. That's impossible. My grandfather picked me up. How could I possibly have an older brother? A faint smile rose on Black Zetsu's face. There's hope. This child really knew nothing about his own origins. That made things much easier. Your grandfather didn't lie to you. Black Zetsu's voice became even gentler, carrying the patience of an older brother. You were indeed picked up at his doorstep. But Chi, have you ever thought about who was the one that left you there? I have a story for you. Once you hear it, you'll understand everything. A very, very long time ago, before this land was even called the ninja world, a goddess descended from beyond the heavens. Later, she gave birth to 2 children on this land. The ones you call the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. But those 2 unfilial sons betrayed their mother for the sake of power. They ambushed her, sealed her deep within the moon, stole her power, and tampered with her deeds. But she was not without preparation. Before the sealing was completed, she used the last of her strength to give birth through yin-yang release to 2 more children. One was me, the other was you. After hearing all that, Hinata-chi finally confirmed Black Zetsu's script. The 4th son. So this was the identity Black Zetsu had made up for him. Kagaya's secret posthumous child, born before she was sealed away. The Sage of Six Paths and his brother were mother-killing traitors. And he and Black Zetsu were the righteous sons born to avenge their mother. Hinata-chi listened to the story so fake it couldn't be any faker and confirmed his own guess. But there was one thing Black Zetsu said that was true. He really did need Otsutsuki training methods. And Black Zetsu, as a manifestation of Kagaya's will, had Kagaya's memories. That meant he very likely possessed Otsutsuki cultivation methods. As for whether he believed that older brother nonsense, send me 50 yuan as revival funds now, and when I return, I'll make you a great general. Hinata-chi showed the proper amount of wariness. You said just now that my training method is wrong. If you really are my older brother, then how will you prove it? Tell me the correct method. That had been Hinata-chi's goal all along in playing along with Black Zetsu's act. What he wanted was exactly the Otsutsuki inheritance Black Zetsu had mentioned. As Kagaya's creation, Black Zetsu carried all her memories. There was definitely something on him that Hinata-chi wanted. Black Zetsu looked into his eyes, and the smile on his face deepened. This was a smart person. But smart people were often easier to fool. Once a smart person trusted his own judgment, it became very hard to change his mind. Of course, Black Zetsu raised a hand, and a pale golden orb of light slowly condensed in his palm. The orb drifted toward Hinata-chi. Our power flows through our bloodline. It does not need to be refined. The Otsutsuki bloodline already has power sleeping within it. What you lack is only the correct method to awaken it. Hinata-chi looked at that orb, and the blood in his body seemed to boil. Could this be some kind of control method? Then he rejected that guess in his heart. At least not right now. Black Zetsu's goal was to use him, not destroy him. A controlled pawn would always be inferior. The reason he had staged this whole performance was so that Hinata-chi could be completely used by him. After thinking it through, Hinata-chi reached out his hand. The instant his fingertips touched that orb of light, his whole body shuddered violently. Countless streams of information poured into his mind like a legendary initiation. They were not words, not sounds, but knowledge directly carved into consciousness. How to awaken the sleeping power hidden deep within the blood. How to cultivate dojitsu. This was actually the inherited memory of the Otsutsuki clan. But mixed into it was also plenty of Black Zetsu's private agenda. For example, love for Otsutsuki Kagaya, hatred for the Sage of Six Paths and his brother, and trust toward Otsutsuki Zetsu. This was actually meant to subtly alter Hinata-chi's mind. This was obviously one of Black Zetsu's methods to control him. He had said all that to stir Hinata-chi's interest just so he would willingly absorb this knowledge. If Hinata-chi weren't a transmigrator with a mature mind, and if he didn't know the plot well enough to know the truth, He really might have been fooled by him. He had still underestimated Black Zetsu. If this thing were just a little stronger, it would basically be a mental brand. He just wondered what kind of expression Black Zetsu would have one day when he discovered that his dear little brother had never actually fallen for it. Black Zetsu had truly lost both wife and army. But on the surface, Hinata wore a look of righteous fury. Damn sage of six paths. A shameless fraud. He stole all of Mother S achievements for himself. Hinata closed his eyes and tried circulating the Otsutsuki clan's cultivation method. There was none of the usual exhaustion from refining chakra by squeezing out physical energy and spiritual energy from his cells. Instead, he only felt power surging up from within his body, flowing endlessly through his meridians, through every limb and every part of him. Only one word could describe it. Amazing. That feeling was a kind of smoothness he had never experienced before. Even the power of the Tenseigan seemed to be stirred. The 3% awakening progress had not increased. But Hinata could feel that the edge of that power seemed to have loosened just a little. He believed that as long as he kept training, sooner or later, he would be able to complete the evolution. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. In the room, Black Zetsu was still standing where he was, waiting. How does it feel? Hinata answered honestly, it feels very strange. So all my previous methods were wrong. Thank you for telling me this. The smile on Black Zetsu's face deepened. What you said. About our mother, about the story of this world. Hinata's voice paused, as if he were gathering the courage to say what came next. Is it true? Black Zetsu said. Every single word is true. Hinata was practically possessed by an actor's soul. The more he acted, the more natural it felt. Then what should I do? I mean, if we want to save Mother, what can I do? Black Zetsu revealed a smile, clearly very satisfied with Hinata's reaction. Now is not the time. Why? Because you are too weak. That was blunt to the point of being merciless. But Hinata had to admit it. Out of everything Black Zetsu had said tonight, this was the truest sentence. The power of the Tenseigan is indeed great, but right now you haven't even grasped the surface of it. Let alone fighting those enemies who sealed Mother away, you can't even protect yourself. When you become strong enough, I will come find you again, my brother. His figure began to fade and melt into the darkness. Train well. The next time we meet, I hope to see a stronger you. The room returned to silence. Hinata stood there, staring at the place where Black Zetsu had disappeared, motionless for a full minute. Then he slowly let out a breath. Zetsu, screw your uncle. He cursed in his heart and turned around, dropping onto the bed with a thump. If he said he had not been nervous, that would be a lie. That was Black Zetsu, the true mastermind behind the ninja world, an old monster who had lived for over 1,000 years, the ultimate schemer who had toyed with Madara Uchiha in the palm of his hand. But no matter what, he had passed this hurdle, and tricking something out of nothing had brought him huge gains. Hinata no longer dared to mutter to himself. These words could only stay in his heart. Who knew? That old bastard might be watching from somewhere nearby. But at this point, he had no intention of resting either. Hinata closed his eyes and began seriously going through the extra knowledge that had appeared in his mind. That cultivation method Black Zetsu had given him contained far more than he had imagined. Knowledge of how the Otsutsuki clan controlled dojutsu, how they used the power of their bloodline. It was all packed up as if compressed and sorted neatly inside his brain. Hinata repeatedly chewed over this cultivation method, and the more he studied it, the more shocked he became. The techniques of the ninja world, at their core, were about applying nature transformation and shape transformation to chakra, then releasing it through hand seals. But the Otsutsuki method was to directly use one's will to command chakra itself, like controlling one's own hands and feet. This also allowed Hinata to control repulsive force and attractive force far more freely. No wonder future me could become that strong. The Otsutsuki bloodline is my greatest cheat. If he could truly play around with attraction and repulsion, then using a small force to move a great one would come naturally, wouldn't it? A thought suddenly struck him. Wasn't this the final missing piece for the new taijutsu he wanted to develop? He had not been idle all these years since transmigrating. Naturally, he had also tried to rely on the knowledge from his previous life to create a new style of taijutsu. But he had gotten nowhere. Now, though, things were different. What was the core concept of Gentle Fist? It was to send chakra into the enemy's chakra pathway system and destroy the enemy's body from the inside. That required close combat. It required striking tenketsu points with extreme precision. It required perfect prediction of the enemy's movements. But Gentle Fist had a natural flaw. It was rigid. No matter how exquisite your technique was, in the end, you still had to use your palm, fingers, or elbow to strike the enemy's body. Against opponents weaker than you in taijutsu, Gentle Fist was a nightmare. But what if repulsion and attraction were fused into Gentle Fist? Use attraction to shift incoming attacks. Use repulsion to return the force. That back and forth was the difference between life and death. The more Hinata thought about it, the more excited he became. His drowsiness vanished completely. He pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard. Hinata stood in the center of the yard and took a deep breath. He slowly raised both hands and assumed the opening stance of Tai Chi from his previous life. He was going to use attraction and repulsion, together with the foundation of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, to create a Tai Chi style that belonged to him alone. His knees bent slightly, his center of gravity sank, and his hands rose level before pressing downward. Hinata activated his Byakugan, its vision enveloping the entire courtyard. Attraction pulled all things toward oneself. Repulsion pushed all things away from oneself. And the core of Tai Chi was yielding oneself to follow others, bending and stretching with the flow. Of the 24 forms of Tai Chi from his previous life, he still remembered most of them. Opening form, parting the wild horse's mane, white crane spreads its wings, brush knee and twist step. But the moves were only a shell. The true soul was the force currently circulating between his palms. Hinata performed each form one by one, trying to fuse the three together. He kept trying. Once did not work, so twice. Twice did not work, so 3 times. 3 times did not work, so 4 times. As he continued practicing over and over, he finally began to gain a faint sense of it. The fallen leaves scattered across the yard began to move. At first, it was only the few by his feet. They were gently lifted by attraction and began circling around his calves. Then the ones farther away started moving too. More and more leaves seemed to be picked up from the ground by invisible hands, tracing arcs through the air with the turning of his wrists. When his hand guided left, the leaves drifted left in unison. When his hand pushed right, the leaves scattered to the right. When both hands drew circles in front of his chest, the leaves slowly began to rotate around his body. Hinata was completely immersed in it. Using attraction and repulsion, these two forces just happened to form a perfect cycle. The frame of his fists began to speed up in his hands, yet within speed there was slowness, and within slowness there was speed. He suddenly shook, and repulsive force erupted, blasting away all the leaves circling him into the sky. Before the leaves could even hit the ground, both his hands drew circles again, and attraction spread once more. The scattered leaves all froze in midair at the same time, then were dragged back from every direction, gathering once more around him. After an unknown amount of time, Hinata slowly withdrew his stance. His hands pressed down from above his head to his lower abdomen, and he let out a long breath of turbid air. All the leaves around him lost the pull of force in the same instant and drifted down together. The fallen leaves spread out into an almost perfect circle, with the exact center being the spot where he stood. He lowered his head and looked at the ring of leaves beneath his feet. Then he raised a hand, turned his wrist and looked at his own palm. It worked. It was not a complete taijutsu yet, only a prototype, but the direction was right. As long as he kept refining it, it would absolutely develop into an entire school of taijutsu. Use attraction to absorb, redirect, and disrupt the opponent's attacks. Use repulsion to return, blast back, and deal multiplied damage. Since it was inspired by the Tai Chi of his previous life. I'll call you Reincarnation Tai Chi the next day. Time remaining until the exam. 4 days. Sky curtain charge time. 5 days, 13 hours. Urged awake by Naruto, Hinata sat up. What is with this guy? In the original story, wasn't this the time when he loved slacking off? Why has he awakened so fast now? He took a deep breath and threw off the blanket. I'm coming. Stop howling. If you keep yelling, the neighbors are going to call the police. At the training ground, the morning sunlight passed through the bamboo grove planted around the area, casting mottled patches of light and shadow on the ground. Yawning, Hinata walked into the training ground, only to find that his grandfather was nowhere in sight. He was still holding a teacup in his hand, steam curling up from it. A few stubborn strands of hair were sticking up, and his eyes were half open, half closed. Morning. He let out a weak yawn. In the yard, Naruto and Sasuke had already been sparring for a while. Both of them were drenched in sweat. Naruto was extremely unhappy with Hyuga Kei slacking off. Kei, why'd you only just get up? We've been training for almost an hour already. Hyuga Kei took a slow sip of tea without even raising his eyelids. I couldn't sleep last night. Why couldn't you sleep? What were you thinking about? Thinking about how to beat you up. Hyuga Kei set down his teacup and rolled his neck. His joints let out a series of crisp cracks. Perfect. He placed the teacup on the wooden floor of the corridor. Let's test it out. Naruto blinked. Test what out? Hyuga Kei didn't answer. He just walked to the center of the yard and crooked a finger at the two of them. Come on. Both of you together. The yard went quiet for 3 seconds. Naruto dug at his ear. What did you say? Hyuga Kei slowly repeated himself. I said, you two can spar with me together. I want to try out something new I worked out last night. Hyuga Kei didn't explain. He just crooked his finger again. You coming or not? Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance. The two looked at each other. Even though they were always bickering, once it came to battle, their coordination was surprisingly good. Naruto formed hand seals with both hands. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang! 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 More than a dozen Narutos instantly filled half the training ground, charging forward with loud howls. Sasuke did not rush to make a move. He stood at the outer edge, Sharingan activated, staring closely at Hyuga Kei's every movement. This was their usual teamwork pattern. Naruto charged head-on, using numbers to overwhelm the enemy, while Sasuke observed from the outside, searching for an opening to deliver a killing blow. The instant the white smoke burst open, more than a dozen Narutos rushed out of it, pouncing on Hyuga Kei from all directions. 3 from the front, 2 from each side, 4 from the back, and 2 jumping down from above. This idiot's tactics might have been rough, but sheer numbers made up for it. Against an ordinary person, this wave of human sea tactics really could drown them. In the original story, even Mizuki, a Chunin, got beaten flat by this move. But Hyuga Kei was not an ordinary person. He took a deep breath and slowly raised one hand. At that moment, Naruto's fist was already right behind the back of his head. And then Hyuga Kei moved. Rotation. Not the traditional rotation used by the Hyuga clan. The traditional rotation released chakra from the body's tenketsu to create a spinning chakra barrier, wrapping the user up like a top. Consumed a lot, had a fixed range, and required the user to keep their body stable while spinning. Hyuga Kei's improved version was different. In a single instant, he released tiny amounts of chakra from all the tenketsu across his body at the same time, then used the Tenseigan's repulsive force to push that chakra outward. The main point was speed and low consumption. Naruto's fist was only 10 centimeters away from Kei's back head. Got him. Naruto felt a surge of joy. Then he saw a ring of light. Then his fist stopped. Not because he stopped on purpose, but because the air had suddenly turned into a wall, and his fist smashed straight into it. Right after that, his whole body was shoved back by an invisible giant hand and sent flying out of control. A ring of pale blue-white light erupted from Hyuga Kei's body. Those dozen-plus shadow clones were blasted away at the same time like they'd been hit by a truck. Bang! 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 White smoke exploded one after another as all of the shadow clones dispersed in an instant. Naruto's real body was also knocked away. He rolled across the ground several times before finally stopping, covered in bamboo leaves. What the heck is that? The power's pretty good, Hyuga Kei praised inwardly, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Don't space out. A voice came from the side. Sasuke drew his wooden training sword and didn't waste a single word. He charged in fast and slashed down with one stroke. Hyuga Kei shifted to the side to avoid it, his right palm striking the side of the wooden sword. Palm wind collided with the blade, producing a crisp sound. Sasuke did not withdraw the sword. The instant it was knocked aside, the wooden blade borrowed the force and spun, changing from a horizontal slash into a straight thrust, the tip driving right for Hyuga Kei's chest. Hyuga Kei retreated half a step and supported the blade from below with his left hand, neutralizing the force. Not bad. Hyuga Kei shook his numb left hand. You're fast. Sasuke did not respond. He only adjusted his breathing, then closed in again. Uchiha swordsmanship made the wooden sword in his hand move like a living snake. Thrust, chop, sweep, lift. Every move was clean and sharp, without a trace of wasted motion. Hyuga Kei responded with taiji. Palm, fist, finger, elbow. Every strike landed precisely against the side of the wooden blade, dispersing its force and dissolving the attack. The two clashed back and forth across the field, their figures crossing, palm wind and blade light weaving together. Strings of footprints were left on the bluestone ground, while bamboo leaves were swept up by the shockwaves and danced in the air. Naruto squatted nearby, staring in dumbfounded shock. So awesome. They're both so awesome. He had originally thought his progress over the past few days was huge, and that he'd gotten really good at using shadow clones, but now that he saw these two fighting, he finally realized the gap between him and them. On the field, their exchange had already entered a white-hot stage. Wooden sword and palm collided again and again, producing dull thuds. And after they had exchanged more than 30 moves, Hyuga Kei gradually began to gain the upper hand. He was starting to adapt to Sasuke's rhythm. The terrifying thing about Taijiquin was not explosive power, but entanglement. Every contact carried a subtle skill. It was not hard head-on collision, but following Sasuke's force, then giving a light lead to drain all of its power away. Sasuke's rhythm started to break apart. His sword was growing heavier and more awkward in his hands. Every swing felt like chopping into cotton, his strength being neutralized completely. And just as his old force was spent and his new force had yet to rise, Hyuga Kei's chance came. Hyuga Kei closed the distance, feinted with his left hand, and drew Sasuke into raising his sword to block. At the same time, his right palm faced forward, 5 fingers slightly spread. Attraction control. Sasuke only felt an invisible force grab his collar, pulling his whole body forward against his will. Hyuga Kei's right palm struck toward Sasuke's chest. Sasuke could no longer break free. He could only hold the wooden sword horizontally in front of himself, trying to block. Hyuga Kei slapped out with one palm, and the wooden sword snapped on the spot. Sasuke was sent flying backward to disperse the force, his feet plowing 2 deep grooves into the ground. He only stopped after his back slammed into a bamboo stalk. The bamboo shook violently, and bamboo leaves rustled down. But Sasuke had not given up yet. While retreating, his hands had already rapidly completed a set of hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. 6 or 7 fireballs the size of washbasins shot from his mouth, spreading out in a fan as they covered Hyuga Kei. Hyuga Kei watched the fireballs rushing at him and did not dodge to either side. He merely stood there quietly, raising both hands slowly, drawing a circle and holding it before his chest. His left hand opened, palm outward, using repulsive force. His right hand opened, palm inward, using attractive force. Yin and yang as one. 6 phoenix flower fireballs shot from Sasuke's mouth, dragging long tails of flame as they closed in from a fan-shaped formation. A wave of heat crashed toward him. The bamboo leaves curled and scorched under the high temperature. Hyuga Kei did not dodge. He wanted to test his Tenseigan Taiji. With a push of his left hand, repulsive force knocked away the nearest 2 fireballs. With a pull of his right hand, attractive force dragged 2 of the other fireballs to his side. Then both hands crossed as he drew a circle. A current of air surged from his palms, sweeping up the bamboo leaves on the ground and carrying along the 4 controlled fireballs, drawing a circle in front of him. The remaining 2 fireballs slammed into the airflow vortex and were dragged in as well. All 6 Phoenix Sage fireballs had been caught by Hyuga Kei's attraction-repulsion field. Hundreds, even thousands, of bamboo leaves were swept up by the airflow, spinning and dancing through the air as they wrapped around the flames, crushed together into a single mass, forming a fire leaf vortex half a meter wide. Naruto stared blankly. Sasuke's eyes widened too. What kind of move was this? Hyuga Kei pushed both hands forward. Careful. The fire mass shot back along its original path, roaring toward Sasuke. Sasuke's pupils shrank sharply, and he instinctively twisted aside into a roll. The fire mass grazed past his shoulder and slammed into the bamboo grove behind him with a thunderous boom. The flames exploded outward. More than a dozen bamboo stalks were blown to pieces, and burning bamboo fragments scattered in every direction. Naruto stood there with his mouth open, unable to say a word for a long time. Sasuke dropped to one knee, looking at the bamboo grove that had been blasted into scorched earth, then back at Hyuga Kei. That last attack had already decided the match. If Hyuga Kei had not held back, that fireball would have struck his chest. Sasuke spoke, his voice a little dry. When did you learn this move? Hyuga Kei lowered his hands and let out a long breath. He only had about 20% of his chakra left. Using the Tenseigan continuously was still a bit too much for him. He could use that move at most 2 times. Any more than that and he would end up in the hospital. Last night. Naruto finally found his voice again. Last night. You figured it out last night. Yeah. In just one night. In just one night. Naruto's expression looked like someone had stuffed a whole mouthful of lemons into him. His face scrunched up from the sour feeling. Kei, are you even human? You came up with such a freakish move in one night? First blasting things away, then pulling them in, then sending fireballs back. Are you even letting other people live? Meanwhile, Sasuke stood frozen in place, his fists clenched tightly. His knuckles had turned white from the force, and his arms trembled faintly. Not because he was angry about losing. It was because of the urgency that had always been driving him forward. Hyuga Kei had used only one night to create an entirely new ninjutsu. Then what about Itachi? Uchiha Itachi, the man whose name as a genius resounded throughout the ninja world, who became an ANBU squad captain at 13, the wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The monster who slaughtered his entire clan in a single night. His talent was probably no less than Hyuga Kei's, right? What exactly am I doing? If this keeps going, when will I ever avenge my parents? At the side, Hyuga Kei picked up his teacup and took a sip of water. Seeing Sasuke like this, he had already guessed what Sasuke was thinking. That was just how Sasuke was. In the original story, the reason he defected from Konoha was also because Naruto had gone from dead last to someone who could fight him evenly, and that brought him tremendous pressure. And to keep his little bro from getting lured away by Orochimaru, Hyuga Kei felt he had to give Sasuke some psychological counseling as soon as possible. Hyuga Kei patted him on the shoulder, pulling him out of his emotions. What are you thinking about? Your face looks worse than if you just ate shit. Sasuke glanced at him and stubbornly replied, nothing. Hyuga Kei dropped down and sat beside him, casually picking up a broken bamboo branch from the ground and twirling it in his hand. Let me guess what you're thinking. I'm too weak. If this keeps going, how am I supposed to get revenge? Something like that, right? Sasuke's pupils contracted slightly. How did this guy guess that? Hyuga Kei shrugged. Don't look at me like that. Every little thought you have is written all over your face. Anyone can tell. Sasuke's eyes were full of fear. Fear that he wasn't strong enough. Fear that he would never catch up to that man. Fear that his clansmen would die without peace. Fear that his whole life was being wasted. Hyuga Kei looked into those eyes and suddenly smiled. Do you know why I was able to figure out this new move in one night? Sasuke said nothing. It's not because I'm smarter than you. Hyuga Kei put away his smile, his tone turning serious. It's because I found the path that belongs to me. The power of the Tenseigan, the foundation of the gentle fist, those things just happen to fit together like puzzle pieces. I just put them together, that's all. Hyuga Kei patted his shoulder. In the future shown by the heavenly screen, we're insanely strong. And with the rewards from the heavenly screen, we'll only become even stronger than in the original timeline. As he spoke, Hyuga Kei pulled a thin booklet from his clothes and casually tossed it into Sasuke's arms. Sasuke caught it on instinct and lowered his head to look. There were no words on the cover. When he flipped open the first page, it was filled with densely packed handwritten notes. The handwriting was not exactly beautiful, but every stroke was clear. This is I sorted it out last night. Hyuga Kei yawned. There are some techniques for training Ijutsu in there, from Otsutsuki bloodline memories. I picked them out and rewrote them. See if you can adapt them to the Sharingan. Hyuga Kei attributed all of this knowledge to his bloodline. After all, there was no second Otsutsuki in the entire ninja world who could jump out and prove he was lying. Sasuke's fingers tightened slightly. He flipped through a few pages. Every page was packed full, covering the circulation paths of chakra through the eye meridians, and how to train ocular power and spiritual energy. This was not something written carelessly. This was one person staying up all night, forcibly translating knowledge in his head that did not belong to the ninja world S-system into words Sasuke could understand, then writing it down stroke by stroke on paper. Kei, don't get touched too early. There'll be plenty of places in the future where I'll need your help. Sasuke lowered his head and carefully tucked the booklet into his clothes. Thank you, Kei. I will. Naruto leaned over, craning his neck to peek into Sasuke's arms. What is it? What is it? I want to see too. You don't have the Sharingan. Sasuke had already returned to his usual coldness. Then did Kei write anything for me? Naruto turned to look at Hyuga Kei, his eyes sparkling. Hyuga Kei felt his scalp go numb from that look. No. Why does only Sasuke get one? That's favoritism. Total favoritism. Hyuga Kei rolled his eyes and ignored this goofball. Cut the nonsense. Back to training. After that, the Trio's training continued in full swing. That afternoon, Hyuga Tenka finally returned, and he brought bad news for the three of them. The convoy of the 5 Kage is almost here. The rakeage is moving the fastest. He'll arrive in Konoha tomorrow morning. The others will arrive no later than the day after tomorrow. The three of them looked at each other. Also, the leaders of small ninja villages like Takigakure and Hashigakure, quite a few of them have already arrived in Konoha. They all want to meet you. Lord Hokage turned them all down, but he won't be able to hold them off for long. There's one more thing. The Hyuga clan has heard some rumors outside these past few days. Hyuga Tenka's expression was incomparably grave. Some people are saying the heavenly screen is an Otsutsuki clan conspiracy. They claim the scenes shown on it are all genjutsu, meant to throw the ninja world into chaos. They say the real Otsutsuki clan isn't nearly as strong as the heavenly screen makes them out to be, that it's all exaggerated. And in the end, the one who benefits most from the heavenly screen is Kei. These people are saying Kei is an Otsutsuki clansman hiding in the ninja world, and that the heavenly screen is all a show directed by himself. The goal is to win without fighting, using the name of a savior to gradually turn the entire ninja world into Otsutsuki puppets. Bullshit. Those idiots just open their mouths and spew nonsense. Naruto was the first to jump up, his face red with anger. Sasuke's fists tightened too, and he coldly asked, "Who's spreading it?" Hyuga Tenka shook his head. "We can't trace the source. The Hyuga clan has used all its power trying to suppress these rumors, but we can't hold them down. It's not just one faction spreading them. Many forces are adding fuel to the fire." The rumors were getting more and more outrageous. Some people had even started using things from a parallel world as proof. They said that, in that world, Chi had slaughtered Uzumaki, proving that deep down, he was a cold-blooded monster who didn't even spare women and children. They said it wasn't a parallel world at all, but something that was bound to happen sooner or later. Hyuga Chi still wore that same lazy, indifferent expression, as if the person in those rumors was someone else entirely, someone who had nothing to do with him. Chi. Hyuga Tianhua looked at him. "What do you think?" Hyuga Chi lifted his eyelids, glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, then at his grandfather, and smiled. Simple. These rumors only exist because they're afraid of me. At most, they just want to isolate me and use outside gossip to throw me into chaos. If we step out and respond, we'll just get dragged into their rhythm. We can just give it the cold treatment. Every lie will be smashed to pieces on exam day. Those people didn't dare openly make an enemy of Hyuga Chi, so they could only scheme in the shadows. Looking at Chi's mature demeanor, Hyuga Tianhua felt a deep ache in his heart. It's good that you can think that way. At this moment, Konoha truly felt like a storm was about to break. The last 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. These past few days, the three of them had lived incredibly full lives. Their training was divided into 3 parts. In the morning was individual cultivation, with each person focusing on improving their own strength. In the afternoon was coordination training, with the three of them sparring against Elder Tianhua. The results of the coordination training were surprisingly good. Naruto might be reckless, but his battle IQ was absolutely top tier, and he could always come up with strange new tricks. Sasuke had solid tactical sense, and his Sharingan could catch the briefest opening in an enemy's defense. As for Hyuga Kei, he handled the overall command in the center. The wide field of vision from his Byakugan, combined with the repulsion and attraction of the Tenseigan, let him yank his teammates out of danger at critical moments, or throw enemies straight onto his teammates' blades. After 4 days, the coordination between the three went from stiff and awkward to smooth and practiced. Hyuga Kei was still quite satisfied with that. After all, they had only had a few short days. As for the evenings, that was Hyuga Kei's teaching time. He repeatedly studied the Otsutsuki cultivation method Black Zetsu had given him and stripped out the universal parts. Techniques for more efficient chakra circulation, optimized pathways for the meridian system, methods to condense spiritual energy. He organized all of it into a simplified cultivation method and taught it to Naruto and Sasuke. The effect was immediate. Naruto's biggest problem was that the Nine-Tails chakra interfered with his ninjutsu. The method Hyuga Kei taught him could control that issue to a certain degree. It also let the two of them grasp skills like tree climbing and water walking ahead of time. As for Hyuga Kei himself, over these 3 days, he had been polishing that set of Tensei Taiji. Every day he was refining this fist art. He also didn't go around boasting about the new style he had developed, treating it only as a trump card. The only ones who knew were Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, and his grandfather. And when Hyuga Tianhua learned that this was a new fist art Hyuga Kei had created himself, even the way he looked at him changed. It was simply too monstrous. The 5-day special training finally came to an end. Time remaining until exam begins. 10 hours. Doing nothing but training for 5 straight days made Hyuga Kei feel like he was getting farther and farther away from lying flat. No matter what, let us not train tonight. Let us go out for a walk. Naruto's eyes lit up. Go out and have fun. Yeah, relax a little. Hyuga Kei rolled his neck. These 5 days have been suffocating. Let us get out and get some air. Awesome. 20 minutes later, Konoha South Commercial Street. 3 boys and 1 girl walk side by side down the street. Naturally, something this nice wouldn't leave out his Hinata-chan. She had also been called out by Hyuga Kei. His exact words had been, "Come out and walk around. Don't stay at home all the time. It's bad for your health." Hinata had agreed with a red face, and had even specially changed into a new outfit, a light pink kimono. Her shoulder-length hair had been neatly redone as well, and she even wore a small hairpin. When Hyuga Kei saw her, he paused for a moment. Hinata-chan looks really pretty. It had to be said, under Hyuga Kei's supervision, she had said goodbye early on to that ugly short haircut. That hairstyle had never matched her temperament anyway. She was growing more and more beautiful. Hinata's face instantly turned bright red, and her voice became as soft as a mosquito's. Thank you. It was April, and Konoha's streets were full of people coming and going. Compared to 5 days ago, there were quite a few more visitors from all over the ninja world, all here to see Hyuga Kei and the other two. The 3 of them had truly made an important contribution to the development of Konoha's tourism industry. At the moment, the 3 had made some simple disguises, and no one recognized them. The sunlight was warm, and the breeze carried the scent of flowers. As the 4 of them walked down the street, they were still discussing what to eat. Then a male voice suddenly rang out from the distance. "You're Hyuga Kei." The voice sounded very young and was filled with anger. Hyuga Kei hadn't expected that, even with a hat covering his hair color, someone would still recognize him. Somewhat puzzled, he turned his head. A boy stood by the roadside, around 11 years old, with dark skin, light-colored hair, and clothes in the style of Kimogakure. His face was flushed red, and his eyes were locked onto Hyuga Kei with so much fury they looked ready to spit fire. He actually started rushing toward Hyuga Kei. Whether he was fearless or just plain stupid, no one knew. At once, 2 ANBU wearing animal masks leaped down from the rooftops. One on the left and one on the right, they cleanly pinned the boy down. Right now, the protection around Hyuga Kei and the other 2 was 24 hours a day without interruption, even more intense than what the Hokage received. The boy struggled and shouted, "Let me go. I'm not an assassin. I'm here to find someone." "Find someone?" One ANBU said coldly. "Who?" "Him." The boy pointed at Hyuga Kei. The whole street went quiet. Every gaze turned in unison toward Hyuga Kei. Hyuga Kei pointed at himself, his head full of question marks. "Me? I don't know you, bro." The ANBU exchanged a glance, and one of them asked, "Why are you looking for Hyuga Kei?" The boy's face turned even redder as he struggled to get up from the ground, but the ANBU held him down tight. "I want to duel him." "What?" The boy shouted. "I said I want to duel him. He stole the girl I love. I'm going to fight him to the death." Hearing that thunderous nonsense, Hyuga Kei almost thought he had walked into the wrong genre. And after hearing that line, the entire street seemed to have caught a trigger word and instantly exploded. Countless people crowded in from all sides, surrounding them completely, yet somehow leaving an open space between Hyuga Kei and the boy. These people truly loved watching chaos unfold. So he's Hyuga Kei? He looks really young. What? Hyuga Kei stole someone's girlfriend? No way. He's only 11. What's wrong with 11? Kids these days mature early. TSK, who would V thought. Listening to all those discussions, Hyuga Kei's face shifted between green and white. He walked over to the boy and gestured for the two ANBU to loosen up a little. You know me? Hyuga Kei pointed at himself. The boy got even more worked up. Of course I know you. Who in the ninja world doesn't know you? The great hero on the heavenly screen, the ninja world's last hope, the owner of the Tenseigan. Hyuga Kei still showed some humility. You flatter me, you flatter me. The words sounded like praise, but the boy's tone was so gritted it practically dripped hatred. Furious, the boy stepped forward and took a starting stance. My name is Troy, a genin of Kumogakure. I'm going to defeat you right here. Hyuga Kei looked him up and down. A Kumogakure genin. His chakra reserves were pretty decent for someone his age. Hyuga Kei said, spreading rumors is against the law. Please explain in detail how exactly I stole your beloved girl. There was no way Hyuga Kei would admit to something he had never done. He was a pure love warrior. How could he possibly do something like that? Troy's face turned even redder, and in the next moment, he shouted, because of Yujito. The moment those 4 words came out, a huge question mark popped up in Hyuga Kei's head. Yujito? That two-tails Jinchuriki? Wait, what kind of development is this? Troy shouted. Yujito is Kumogakure's genius. She is the role model of all of us. She is so outstanding, so powerful, so beautiful. His voice grew more and more agitated. And what happened in the end? Lord Raikage actually wants to marry her off to you, a guy from Konoha. What is so great about you? You're not worthy of her at all. The street fell completely silent. Everyone's gaze focused on Hyuga Kei. Hyuga Kei. At that moment, Hyuga Kei finally understood. This was one of Yujito's admirers. The kid was probably around 12 years old, right in the peak stage of Chunibyo, thinking that if he defeated his love rival, he could win the beauty's heart. The corner of Hyuga Kei's mouth twitched. I'm only 11, and I already have to deal with this crap. He opened his mouth, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. If he counted the years right, Yujito should be about 10 years older than him this year, right? Raikage, are you serious? Don't tell me that just because I found myself a Jinchuriki teammate, you're trying to find me a Jinchuriki wife too. Hyuga Kei recalled what Yujito looked like, though honestly he didn't seem to be losing out either. But if you have a crush on Yujito, then have a crush on her. What does that have to do with me? I never agreed to anything. I haven't even met Yujito before. Hyuga Kei was still preparing to explain, since this was clearly a disaster that had fallen on him for no reason at all. But Troy didn't give him any chance. You coward. You don't even dare accept my challenge. All you know how to do is hide behind Konoha Sanbu. Come out and fight me. Let me see what qualifications you have. What qualifications you have to make Lady Yujito marry you. Hearing this guy slander his best friend like that, Naruto couldn't take it anymore. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward to teach this loudmouthed idiot a lesson. Hey, you bastard really are asking for a beating. You actually dare mess with the friend of the future 7th Hokage. But Hyuga Kei grabbed him in one motion. The surrounding crowd had already started whispering. Who is this kid? Why is he so aggressive? I think he is from Kumogakure. He said the Raikage wants to marry Yujito to Hyuga Kei? Is that for real? A lot of people stretched their necks out to watch the show. More and more pedestrians gathered on the street, and even a few ninja from other villages mixed into the crowd, pointing and talking. If he didn't accept this challenge, who knew what kind of trouble this guy would stir up next, as expected of traditional ninja world culture. And also, he looked at Hinata. Her little face was still pale, and her lips were pressed tightly together, as if Hyuga Kei was about to be taken away in the next second. This girl wasn't misunderstanding something. Was she? Hyuga Kei shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. Fine. How do you want to settle this? Troy took up a starting stance. One match decides the winner. The loser isn't allowed to go near Lady Yujito ever again. Hyuga Kei couldn't even be bothered arguing with him anymore. For this kind of brainless idiot, one beating would be enough. He lowered his head and looked at the chopsticks on the nearby table. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out a toothpick. That's right, a toothpick. A thin little bamboo stick used to pick teeth. Troy froze. Why are you holding a toothpick? To beat you. Troy's face went from red to purple, then from purple to black. You're looking down on me? No. Hyuga Kei spun the toothpick once between his fingertips. I just think using a kunai or senbon on you would be too wasteful. You! Troy flew into a rage. His hands formed seals, and crackling blue lightning burst from his right fist. His whole body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Lightning release. Lightning light fist. Electric arcs wrapped around his fist, and his speed really was astonishingly fast. Among 12-year-old genin, that already counted as a pretty good level. What a pity. To the current Hyuga Kei. He was still far too weak. But Hyuga Kei didn't even open his Byakugan. He didn't even move his feet. At the exact moment Troy rushed in front of him, he merely tilted his head slightly. The fist brushed past his ear, bringing with it a sharp, sizzling sound of electricity. Then Hyuga Kei raised his right hand. With 2 fingers holding that toothpick, he tapped it against Troy's wrist. Troy's entire right arm instantly went numb. His lightning release chakra lost control and crackled wildly, exploding back onto his own hand. Ah! He let out a miserable scream and staggered backward. Hyuga Kei didn't pursue him. Still want to continue? Troy gritted his teeth and shook his numb right hand. Of course I do. He charged up again. This time he changed tactics, feinting with his left fist while sweeping with his right leg. Hyuga Kei stepped back half a step to avoid the sweep, then stepped forward. That single step landed perfectly at the point where Troy's center of gravity was shifting, making him lose balance entirely and pitch forward. Hyuga Kei smoothly raised his hand and lightly pressed his palm against the back of Troy's head. The force was very light, like pressing down on a basketball, but the direction was downward. Bang! Troy's face had an intimate encounter with the ground. The surrounding crowd fell silent. Naruto covered his face. That looks painful just watching it. Sasuke kept a blank expression, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Troy lay sprawled on the ground, his whole mind blank. He struggled, trying to get back up, but his nose had slammed into the ground so hard that the pain made tears and snot pour out together. He had actually lost. Lost to a child 3 years younger than himself. I haven't lost, he said vaguely. Hyuga Kei crouched down and met his eyes. Hey, your name is Troy, right? Let me tell you something. First, about Lord Raikage wanting to marry Yujito to me, I had absolutely no idea. I only found out because you said it just now. Troy froze. Second, even if Lord Raikage really did make that suggestion, I wouldn't agree. Why? Troy blurted out. Lady Yujito is so outstanding, because I don't know her at all. Hyuga Kei said it like it was the most natural thing in the world. I've never met her, never spoken to her, and I don't understand what kind of person she is at all. You say she is outstanding, beautiful, and a genius. That is what you know, not what I know. For something like a political marriage, the 2 people involved should at least understand each other and like each other, right? Otherwise, how is that any different from doing business? Third, and most importantly, Hyuga Kei looked at Troy, who was still lying on the ground, his gaze serious. If you really like Yujito, then you should work hard to become stronger. Strong enough that she notices you, not run to another village and yell at someone you don't even know. The street was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at this 11-year-old boy lecturing someone about life. Troy lay on the ground, his face covered in tears and snot. He opened his mouth wanting to argue, but not a single word came out, because he had no way to refute a single thing Hyuga Kei had said. Troy lay there on the ground, tears and snot smeared all over his face. You, Lady Yujito. Hyuga Kei looked down at him. Originally, after saying all that, according to the normal script, this should have been the moment for him to generously extend a hand, pull this lost young man up, say something like go back and train properly, then leave in style to the applause of the crowd. Perfect image. Perfect ending. But Hyuga Kei had no intention of doing that, because he was annoyed. Very annoyed. You came onto my turf, pointed at my face and called me a coward, said I wasn't worthy, accused me of stealing your woman, and made me lose face in front of so many people. I tried to reason with you properly, and you still didn't appreciate it. Now that I've talked you into accepting it, you want to just pat your butt and walk away? How could there be such a cheap deal? Hyuga Kei crouched down and tilted his head as he looked at Troy. Do you think I should help you up right now, then tell you to keep it up? Troy froze for a moment. Relax. A headache is normal. He reached out and directly pressed down on the back of his head. Troy's eyes instantly widened. What are you try bang? Hyuga Kei slammed Troy's head against the ground. The strength was controlled just right. It wouldn't cause any real injury, but it was enough to knock him out. Troy rolled his eyes back and completely lost consciousness, lying face down on the ground without moving. Hyuga Kei stood up, patted the dust off his hands, and kept a blank expression. You kept yapping nonstop. So damn noisy. The onlookers. Naruto's mouth fell open. Chi? You knocked him out? Yeah. Weren't you supposed to reason with him? I did. Then why did you still? Just because I finished reasoning with him means I can't hit him. Hyuga Kei said righteously. Who made that rule? Naruto opened his mouth, feeling like something was off, but he couldn't quite say what. A faint smile appeared on Sasuke's face. He had found this guy annoying too, and that hit really was satisfying. Hinata covered her little mouth, her eyes wide and round, but if one looked closely, there wasn't any fear in those eyes. Instead, there was even a tiny bit of relief. Hyuga Kei lowered his head to glance at Troy lying on the ground, then looked toward the two ANBU. Sorry to trouble you, Go notify the people from Kumogakure and have them come pick up their kid. Next time, keep a better eye on him. Don't let him run around the street biting people. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from behind the crowd. No need to notify anyone. I'm here. The crowd automatically parted. A figure walked out from the back. Hyuga Kei looked up. Then he froze. The one who walked out was a young kunoichi, around 18 or 19 years old. She was tall, wearing a fitted black and gray combat suit that outlined a perfect figure. Her skin was the light wheat color commonly seen in Kumogakure. Her long golden hair was tied into a ponytail, revealing a slender fair neck. She had a beautiful face, with sharp and delicate features, and there was a heroic air between her brows. The two tails Jinchuriki, Ujito. That thought flashed through Hyuga Kei's mind instantly. Subconsciously, he gave this legendary two-tails Jinchuriki a quick once-over. Her figure was indeed explosive. Even the loose combat uniform couldn't hide it. She really was beautiful. Even better looking than in the anime from his previous life. Ujito's gaze shifted from Troy to Hyuga Kei and stayed on him for 2 seconds. Then she looked away and said to the two Kumogakure Chunin following behind her, "Take him back." One Kumogakure Chunin hurried forward, helped Troy up, and carried him away. Only then did Ujito look at Hyuga Kei again. "You're Hyuga Kei?" Hyuga Kei nodded. "That's me." Ujito's gaze lingered on him for a moment as she looked him up and down. "About what happened just now, sorry. That kid Troy isn't very bright. He caused you trouble." Her voice was lower and more forceful than Hyuga Kei had imagined. Hyuga Kei waved his hand. "It's fine. Kids don't know any better. A little lesson is enough." Just when Hyuga Kei thought the farce was finally about to end, another voice rang out. "Nice hit. That move just now was beautiful. Just as expected of someone I have my eye on." It was a girl's voice. A very youthful, energetic girl's voice. Hyuga Kei turned his head. A short-haired girl walked out of the crowd. She was about the same height as him, with fair and delicate features like a doll. She wore a neat, dark Iwagakure outfit, hands on her hips, a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Kuratsuchi, the granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage. Hyuga Kei recognized her at a glance. She was none other than Kuratsuchi, the future fourth Tsuchikage. "So you're Hyuga Kei? You look pretty handsome. Not much worse than on the sky curtain. My taste really is pretty good." Kuratsuchi lifted her chin, looking extremely proud. "Nice to meet you. I'm Kuratsuchi of Iwagakure." Hyuga Kei didn't even know what to say anymore, so he could only respond politely. "Not at all, not at all. Miss Kuratsuchi is also very beautiful today." Kuratsuchi's eyes immediately lit up. "You really think so? Do they all climb up the pole this easily?" But this was still far from over. It was one wave before the other had even settled. Before her words had even fully fallen, another figure lightly dropped down from a nearby rooftop. "So lively. Everyone's here." She was dressed in Sunigakure attire, with chestnut-colored hair tied into 4 ponytails that drifted slightly in the wind, and a huge folding fan strapped to her back. Her landing was clean and neat. She stood a few steps away with her arms crossed, wearing an expression like she was here to watch the show. Temari. Hyuga Kei's temples started throbbing. Why is there more? Things really weren't going to end well today. And why were they all supposed candidates for marriage alliance with him? Temari's gaze slid over Hyuga Kei, then slowly swept across Kuratsuchi and Ujito. "I heard there was a Kumogakure genin on the street challenging Hyuga Kei, so I hurried over to watch the fun. But by the time I got here it was already over. What a pity." Kuratsuchi raised a brow. "Why are you here too?" So the two of them already knew each other, and from that tone they clearly didn't get along. Hyuga Kei hadn't heard wrong. The two of them really had had a conflict over something a few days ago. Temari played with the end of her hair, her tone light and drifting. "If you can come, why can't I? We of Sunigakure don't need to report to Iwagakure when we do things, right?" Her face was full of disdain right now, carrying that bratty little girl look. "I just didn't expect Iwagakure to be this impatient. Didn't you first check whether someone was already by his side? I never said I was trying to steal him. If anything, isn't Sunigakure the same? You came running the moment you caught the scent." Kuratsuchi turned back to her without the slightest politeness. The two stared at each other, the smell of gunpowder thick in the air. Both of them were descendants of Kage, close in age, and both were kunoichi. Anyone could feel the competitive tension between them. It wasn't because of Hyuga Kei. It was just that competitive instinct women had. Naruto swallowed. "Sasuke, doesn't the atmosphere feel kind of off?" Sasuke folded his arms and moved to a position slightly behind Hyuga Kei's right side, clearly ready to enjoy the show. The two girls' gazes collided in midair, crackling with sparks. Ujito stood to the side, expressionless as she watched the scene. She showed no intention of leaving at all. Her arms were folded across her chest, and her presence didn't lose to either of them in the slightest. She had no interest in competing with two little brats over affection, but she was very interested in what was happening in front of her. She wanted to watch it to the end before leaving. Hyuga Kei swept a glance around with the corner of his eye. Naruto had already hidden behind Sasuke. Sasuke still had that poker face on, but his feet were quietly shifting back, clearly showing he had no intention of getting involved in this mess either. Traitors. Hyuga Kei cursed them in his heart, then felt someone behind him gently tugging on his sleeve. When he turned around, it was Hinata. She didn't say anything. Her head was lowered, and her small hand clutched the cuff of his sleeve without letting go. Their eyes met briefly, and not only did her fingers not loosen, they tightened even more. It looked a little like she was declaring her position as the rightful first wife. Clearly, Hinata was a little jealous. Hyuga Kei's brain went into overdrive. He was trying to figure out how to stabilize the situation. He had only ever seen a scene like this in novels from his previous life. This was the legendary Shiraba. He had just opened his mouth. Then a voice came from the very edge of the crowd. Mature, lazy, with a teasing lilt at the end. Oh my, all my little sisters are here. Everyone's eyes instantly turned toward the source of the voice. The crowd automatically parted, and a graceful female ninja walked forward with swaying steps. A blue dress outlined her perfect curves. The slit of the skirt was cut to a breathtaking height, revealing long, straight legs. Her whole body gave off a kind of lazy, beautiful, mature charm. The fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi. She didn't walk directly into that triangular encirclement. Instead, she stopped 4 or 5 steps away, one hand lightly resting at her waist. Her gaze slowly swept over Hinata, Kuratsuchi, Temari, and Yujito, before finally landing on Hyuga Kei. Her smiling eyes curved. Keikuin, you're so young, but you're really popular. By now, more and more people had gathered to watch. That's the Mizukage? She is so pretty. Female ninja from 5 villages are all surrounding Hyuga Kei. That kid's really lucky with women. Lucky with women? Looks more like a peach blossom tribulation to me. Mei Terumi's gaze passed over everyone and landed straight on Hyuga Kei. Then she showed an aggrieved expression. Keikuin, I've already been in Konoha for 2 days, and you still didn't come see me even once. I waited and waited until my heart turned cold. How could you be so heartless? That tone, that expression, those slightly pouting lips. It was exactly like a little wife neglected by her lover. If Hyuga Kei hadn't been absolutely certain this was their first meeting today, he might actually have thought he owed her some romantic debt. At that moment, the entire street went silent. Kuratsuchi's eyes went wide, and Temari's smile froze on her face. Hinata's little hand suddenly tightened, wrinkling Hyuga Kei's sleeve in her grip. Naruto's jaw almost hit the ground. Kei, just how many girls do you know? The moment he heard that, Hyuga Kei wanted nothing more than to beat him to death on the spot. Naruto right now was the very definition of adding fuel to the fire. If you've got no emotional intelligence and don't know what to say, then shut up. And this Mei Terumi really was a total drama queen. She was absolutely teasing me. Hyuga Kei took a deep breath. Lord Mizukage, I think this is our first meeting. Mei Terumi blinked and put on a wronged expression. How can a bond formed under the heavenly curtain count as a first meeting? You're the future hope of the ninja world. As the Mizukage, of course I should come build some rapport in advance. Yujito was the first to react. She gave a cold snort. She had no intention of letting Hyuga Kei get too close to the Mizukage. Lord Mizukage is really in a good mood. You came all the way to Konoha just to build rapport? Of course not. Mei Terumi looked at her with a smiling expression. But public business is public business. And private matters are private matters. It's rare to meet Keikuin in person, so naturally I have to take a few extra looks. Don't you agree? She looked toward Hinata, the smile at the corner of her lips growing deeper. This must be the little princess of the Hyuga clan, right? So cute. Hinata finally gathered her courage and showed a bit of main wife presence. She gave a slight bow and replied, Hello, Lord Mizukage. But when Yujito saw this scene, she became even more displeased. What was with a female ninja acting so coy and affected? As a Jinchuriki, she wasn't intimidated by the Mizukage's status at all, and she had no intention of indulging her. She gave her evaluation of Mei Terumi on the spot. So pretentious, dressed so revealingly. You don't look like a ninja at all. A Kage wearing a dress slit all the way up to the top of her thigh. Using that kind of tone to tease an 11-year-old child just to win Hyuga Kei over. Isn't that method a little too cheap? Hearing that, Mei Terumi didn't get upset at all. She turned around, her gaze slowly sliding from the neckline of Yujito's combat outfit down to the bandages on her calves, then back to her face. Do female ninja from Kumogakure all dress like that? It does look very warm. Yujito stepped forward. Ninja rely on strength. Not flashy nonsense like this.
Mei Terumi left.
Strength? She tilted her head. Then Miss Yujito, what do you think I relied on to become Mizukage? Yujito narrowed her eyes slightly. Want to step outside and test it? Kuratsuchi and Temari were already going at each other like needles against wheat. But these two were like fire and water. Yujito, who had just been quietly watching the show a moment ago, suddenly seemed to have matched with an opponent and kept pressing forward. Hyuga Kei only felt his scalp go numb. 3 women make a play. So what do you call 5? Standing in the middle of 5 women, Hyuga Kei finally understood what a true shuraba was. He looked to his left. Kuratsuchi had both hands on her hips, her youthful face full of refusal to lose. She wasn't very tall, but her limbs were long and well-proportioned. Her legs were straight and slender, and the ninja pouch strapped to her pale thigh made the soft flesh dip slightly, giving it a striking sense of fullness. Temari leaned against her massive fan. Her chestnut ponytail draped over her shoulder, and outside the mesh undershirt she wore a ninja outfit that exposed her pale shoulders, making her look sharp, confident, and efficient. Yujito's aura was especially cold and stern. She didn't speak, and she didn't smile. She simply stood there with her arms folded, her figure tall and strong, radiating a beauty that warned strangers to stay away. Mai Terumi smiled softly, her red lips carrying a faint smile. Her figure was the most mature among the 5. That blue dress outlined curves so stunning that none of the adult men present dared look directly at them. Yet she herself seemed completely unaware, and Hinata stood behind him, her fair, delicate face full of nervousness, like a little white rabbit that had wandered into a pack of wolves. 5 women, big sister type, Sundara schemer, ice queen, soft girl. What was this, some kind of full attribute collection catalog? If he were his future self with the golden Tenseigan fully awakened, then maybe he could wave a hand, offend no one, and maybe even the dangerous thought had just surfaced when he strangled it in the cradle. Wake up. You're only 11. Forget taking them all. Can you even beat Mai Terumi? He quickly assessed the situation on sight. Mai Terumi was talking flirtatiously. Kuratsuchi and Temari were clashing head-on. Yujito was watching the show while also joining in. Hinata was jealous. This situation was already beyond what an 11-year-old boy could handle. Forget him not being able to handle it. Even if some love saint came, it still wouldn't work. Even if the Sage of 6 Paths came, he'd still get slapped twice. Anyone who could stabilize this situation could probably go mediate the Russia-Ukraine war. Hyuga Kei took a deep breath and made a very mature, very rational decision, one that was perfectly in line with his philosophy of dealing with life. Run at full speed. He reached into his pocket and touched the 3 smoke bombs he had casually stuffed in there before leaving the house that morning. That's right. 3. As an unlucky guy whose dream was to slack off, but who had been forced into becoming a savior, he always kept all kinds of escape tools on him. Smoke bombs, flash bombs, explosive tags. As long as it was something that could create chaos and help him get away, he had plenty of it. He quietly slipped 3 smoke bombs between his fingers, then revealed a flawless smile with a hint of apology on his face. Everyone, I suddenly remembered I left the gas on at home. Before he even finished speaking, he suddenly smashed the smoke bombs onto the ground. Bang! 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 3 clouds of thick smoke exploded at the same time, and the entire street was instantly swallowed by choking white smoke. Cough! 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 What is this? Hyuga Kei, get back here. The smoke was filled with the girls' overlapping coughs and angry shouting. Hinata only felt herself being pulled into an embrace, followed by non-stop jumping. When the thick smoke cleared, no one was left at the scene. Only a few girls remained standing there, each wearing a different expression. Mai Terumi covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve. A trace of surprise flashed through her eyes, then she let out a light laugh. Oh my, he ran pretty fast. Little Kei, good luck on tomorrow's exam. Kuratsuchi waved away the smoke in front of her in one motion, grinding her teeth in anger. Is this guy part rabbit or something? Hyuga Kei, just wait until your exam ends tomorrow. I wasn't even done talking yet. Temari fanned away the smoke with her fan, her expression neither anxious nor angry. His reaction speed is pretty fast. As for the 2 who had not reacted in time, Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and said the same word at once. Run! Naruto shouted, Kei, that's not loyal at all. If you were gonna run, at least say something first. Meanwhile, when Troy of Kumogakure had just walked out and saw Hyuga Kei surrounded by 5 girls, he had only just regained consciousness before passing out again. He had just lost to that Hyuga Kei, yet Yujito-sama had personally come chasing after him, and there were 4 other girls chasing him too, girls whose looks and presence were no worse than Yujito's. And what about himself? Lying on the ground, not even getting a single proper glance from Yujito-sama. The gap was just too big. Hyuga Kei had one arm around Hinata's waist as he leapt across rooftops 7 or 8 times in a row. Only after confirming there were no pursuers behind them did he drop down into a quiet alley. He set Hinata down and leaned against the wall, catching his breath. Hinata stood beside him with her hands twisted together, her expression complicated. Happy, because Keikuin had not left her behind when he ran. Wronged, because so many beautiful girls had just been surrounding Keikuin. And she also felt that her own grievance was useless, because clearly Keikuin had not done anything. After evening out his breathing, Hyuga Kei saw that her eyelashes still held tears that had not yet dried, and the tip of her nose was red. He sighed, reached out, and gently wiped away the tear marks at the corner of her eye with his thumb. I have nothing to do with any of them. I don't know a single one. Today was the first time I met all of them. Hinata did not avoid his fingers. Lowering her head, she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I know. Then why are you crying? I don't know. Hyuga Kei withdrew his hand and leaned against the wall, looking up at the strip of sky above the alley, cut into a thin line by the eaves overhead. From outside the alley, Naruto's loud voice could vaguely be heard, seemingly asking where Kei had gone. The voice grew farther and farther away until it could no longer be heard. Hinata suddenly spoke, her voice even softer than before. Keikun, will you agree to a political marriage? No. Hyuga Kei answered so quickly that Hinata lifted her head, her eyes still misty. Looking into her eyes, Hyuga Kei added, I already told you, for something like a political marriage, both sides have to understand each other and like each other first. I don't understand them, and they don't understand me either. What they want to marry isn't Hyuga Kei. It's that guy on the heavenly screen who used the Tenseigan to fight aliens. He paused, then lowered his head to look at Hinata. There's only one exception. Hinata's eyelashes trembled. She stayed by my side all the way back when I wasn't some savior yet. Hyuga Kei smiled as he said, so don't worry that I'll leave. The truth is, I'm already at the point where I can't leave you anymore. So relax. He took a step forward, then waved his hand with his back facing Hinata. I'm a pretty lazy person. Once I get used to someone, it's hard for me to change. Come on, let us go home and eat. Time remaining until the exam. 8 hours. Night fell, and moonlight spilled across the courtyard of the Hyuga clan compound. Hyuga Kei sat cross-legged beneath the corridor with his eyes closed, feeling the steadily growing power inside his body. The Tenseigan awakening progress had already become 453. In 3 days, with the boost from the Otsutsuki cultivation method Black Zetsu had given him, it had increased by 153. It sounded like a lot. At 100%, it seemed like he could reach it in just a few months. But the truth was that the speed had already slowed down many times over. The initial explosive period had already passed, and now the growth rate had clearly dropped. Just then, the courtyard gate was lightly knocked on. Keikun. It was Hinata's voice. Hyuga Kei walked over and opened the door. Hinata stood outside, wearing a light blue set of sleepwear with a small outer jacket draped over it, holding a cloth bundle in her hands. What's wrong? You're still not asleep this late? Hinata lowered her head. I can't sleep. Seeing the way she looked, Hyuga Kei could not help but smile. Come in and sit. Hinata followed him into the courtyard and sat down under the corridor. She handed over the cloth bundle in her hands. This is for Keikun. Hyuga Kei took it and opened it. What came into view was a neatly folded set of battle clothes. Black and white. The upper garment was in the short robe style that was very popular within the Hyuga clan. Pure white served as the base with ink black trim. The left lapel was white, the right lapel black, and around the collar was embroidered a circle of extremely fine silver-gray cloud patterns. The inner layer used the cut-resistant fabric commonly used by ninja, but the tailoring was more fitted than the standard style. The hem was slightly drawn in, with the lower edge reaching just to the knees, leaving enough space for movement. The black and white belt also helped accentuate the figure. The lower garment was a pair of black long pants, with the pant legs tucked into shin wraps. There was also a pair of arm guards, black as the base with white edging, extending from the wrists all the way to the knuckles, with anti-slip treatment added to the palms. You made this? Hyuga Kei looked up. Hinata's face instantly turned red. Her fingers twisted together, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The arm guards. I stitched those myself. As for the clothes, I drew the design and asked one of the seamstress aunties in the clan to make them, because I'm not very good at cutting large pieces. When did you start making it? When Keikun was training. You said before that you wanted a set of clothes that would be easy to move in black and white, so I remembered it. That had been when he had just developed Tensei Taiji. He had casually chatted a few words with Hinata, who had come to watch him train, saying that if he had a black and white set of battle clothes, it would probably look pretty good in a fight. He himself had already forgotten about it. Hyuga Kei looked at the clothes in his hands, then at Hinata. It looks good. Hinata suddenly raised her head. It really does look good. Hyuga Kei folded the battle clothes back up and wrapped them again in the cloth, a smile in his voice. I'll wear this set tomorrow. Really? Why would I lie to you? Hyuga Kei smiled and gently rubbed her head. Thanks, Hinata. A blush spread across Hinata's cheeks. I'll be in the stands tomorrow too, watching Keikun the whole time. I'll keep cheering for Keikun, over and over. Then she actually ran off in a small flustered dash, like she was escaping. This girl. Time remaining until the exam. 10 minutes. Konoha Training Ground. The training ground had originally been a wide open field, with a few dirt slopes in the middle and a small patch of woods. Normally, it was where Konoha ninja conducted live combat exercises. But now, the place had completely changed. Around the central open area, tiered viewing stands had been built. A 3-story tall wooden spectator structure capable of holding thousands of people now surrounded the field, and at this moment, Every single seat was filled. At the very front and center sat Konoha's third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. To his left and right, in order, were the fourth Reikage, the third Tsuchikage Jinoki, the fourth Kazakage Raza, and Kirigakure's fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi. The 5 Kage had gathered together. This was a scene you could normally only see at a 5 Kage summit. But the scale today had already far surpassed a 5 Kage summit. Behind them sat the representatives of the daimyo from the 5 great nations, the leaders of the smaller hidden villages, the heads of the major ninja clans, and wealthy merchants and notable figures from all across the ninja world. Even the samurai of the Land of Iron, who usually never took the initiative to get involved in shinobi affairs, had come. Only the 5 Kage were acknowledged by the outside world as true Kage. The others were merely village leaders. Hyuga Kei even spotted the leader of Otogekure among the crowd. His whole body was hidden beneath a long robe. It was obviously Orochimaru in disguise, sneaking into Konoha, but Hyuga Kei had no intention of exposing him. If you startled the grass, you might get bitten by the snake. After all, Konoha's current situation was already chaotic enough. If Orochimaru showed himself again, the chaos he caused would be unimaginable. He was worried those Kage might start getting the wrong ideas, and then he himself would be in danger too. As for whatever plot Orochimaru had in mind, Hyuga Kei didn't believe he would dare make a move. With all 5 Kage present, even he had to weigh his own strength before acting. Further back was the ordinary audience area, Konoha villagers, tourists from all over the ninja world, peddlers, wandering samurai. The place was buzzing with noise. Fried noodles, hot fried noodles, ice water for sale. As for those who hadn't managed to buy tickets, the hillsides outside the training ground, the trees, and the rooftops were packed shoulder to shoulder with people. Hyuga Kei made a rough estimate. Inside and outside combined, there were at least 10,000 people. Hinata should be in the stands right now. Hyuga Kei swept the area with his Byakugan. Very quickly, he found the Hyuga clan's exclusive viewing platform. Hinata was sitting beside Hayashi Hyuga, dressed in a light purple little kimono, her hands tightly clutching the fabric over her knees as she looked this way. Hyuga Kei couldn't help smiling. Then he saw a few other figures as well. On the other side of the stands, Yujito was seated with Kumogakure's group, arms crossed over her chest, expression cold, her gaze also fixed on the contestant passage. Their eyes met across the entire training ground. Yujito expressionlessly looked away. Hyuga Kei, what's that supposed to mean? In Iwagakure's section, Kuratsuchi was leaning half her body out to look this way, trying to find where that hateful Hyuga Kei was, only to be shoved back down by Kitsuchi beside her. In Sunagakure's section, Temari sat upright beside Raza, but her eyes had been fixed on the passage the whole time. And then there was Mei Terumi of Kirigakure, smiling as she rested her chin on one hand, her gaze sweeping back and forth across the 3 of them before finally stopping on Hyuga Kei. She even blew him a kiss. That little minx, teasing me again. She really thinks I'm easy to bully just because I look like a kid. Hyuga Kei silently withdrew his gaze. Oh my god. Naruto stuck half his head out, then instantly pulled it back, his face pale. Why are there so many people? Sasuke said, aren't you going to become Hokage? The scenes a Hokage sees are way bigger than this. That's for the future. I'm not Hokage right now. At the very beginning, Hiruzen Sarutobi went up to give a speech. Thank you all for coming from afar to observe Konoha Ninja Academy's special graduation exam. After Hiruzen finished speaking, the exam officially began. Konoha's Tokubetsu Jonin, Genma Shiranui, stepped into the center of the field. A sanbon was held in his mouth. His expression was relaxed, and his voice rang clearly through the entire training ground over the broadcast system. He was the host in charge of this exam. Today's examinees are 3 students currently attending the Ninja Academy: Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Hyuga Kei. Please enter the field. The moment those 3 names were announced, a wave of commotion broke out across the audience. After the Heaven Curtain incident, those 3 names had already spread throughout the entire ninja world. But for most people, this was still the first time seeing them in person. More than 10,000 pairs of eyes instantly focused on the exit of the passage. Naruto's legs started shaking again. Sasuke clenched his fists. What filled his heart was the glory of the Uchiha. Don't worry, father, mother. I won't disgrace the Uchiha clan. Hyuga Kei adjusted his wrist guards, getting ready to welcome the darkest moment in Eastern ninja arts history. Naruto blinked. Huh? Hyuga Kei raised his right hand, palm facing upward, and slowly curled his 5 fingers inward. What comes next? Is China's Kung Fu. Naruto, what does that mean? Hyuga Kei smiled. It's better if you don't understand. Let us go. He took the first step and walked out of the passage. This was his first appearance before the entire ninja world. And today's battle would definitely spread across the ninja world. The sunlight was dazzling. At that instant, the entire training ground seemed to fall silent for a moment. The boy who stepped out from the shadows wore white robes with black trim, his white hair flowing loose. It wasn't some carefully styled haircut, but hair that naturally draped over his shoulders. When the sunlight fell on that white hair, it reflected a faint silver halo. His figure was tall and straight. At 12 years old, he already carried a bit of an adult outline. He looked every bit the heroic youth, striding forward with the bearing of a dragon and tiger. That black and white combat outfit was cut to fit him perfectly. The short robe swayed lightly in the breeze. His arm guards extended from his wrists to his knuckles, black with white edging. A belt of the same color scheme was tied around his waist, outlining his lean frame. Hyuga Kei lifted his head and looked around. That face was almost excessively delicate, a refined handsomeness that lay somewhere between a boy and a young man, with a faint scholarly air to it. Most eye-catching of all were those eyes. Byakugan, pure white pupils so clear they were nearly transparent, gleaming with the faintest trace of pale blue under the sunlight. Hyuga Kei stood at the center of the training ground, a few strands of white hair lifted by the wind. Hyuga Kei swept his gaze across the surroundings, looking down over the entire arena with pride. The stands held more than 10,000 people. The 5 Kage were all present. The eyes of the entire ninja world were focused on him. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Looking in Hinata's direction, he revealed the faintest smile, confident, bold, as if he had been born to be the protagonist. At this moment, there was only one word to describe Hyuga Kei: handsome. Then the stands erupted with thunderous cheers. Hyuga Kei, the owner of the Tenseigan. That outfit looks so good. Where can I buy it? His hair is so white. It's really not dyed. Cheers, screams, and discussion mixed together into a massive wave of sound that nearly overturned the entire training ground. Konoha's villagers shouted the loudest. After all, Hyuga Kei was Konoha's ninja. He was a child they had watched grow up. He was Konoha's pride. But the people from the other villages refused to be outdone either. Kuratsuchi's eyes were practically sparkling. How did this guy get more and more handsome? He didn't look like this the last time I saw him. She wasn't someone obsessed with looks, but the current Hyuga Kei was just too handsome. He was way better than the boys his age in Iwagakure. And in Konoha's viewing section, Hinata was so excited her whole body was tense.
Sikun.
He wore it. He really wore it. And it looked so good. 100 times better than every way I imagined it. Hayashi Hyuga sat beside her. He glanced at his daughter's expression, then at Hyuga Kei in the field, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. But he said nothing. This boy was so outstanding, what could he possibly say? He only silently shifted his gaze back to the training ground. After Hyuga Kei, Naruto and Sasuke also walked out from the passage. Naruto was wearing an orange tracksuit. He strode to Hyuga Kei's left, planted his hands on his hips, lifted his chin, and tried his best to put on an expression like nothing in the world could faze him. Sasuke was wearing a dark blue high-collared shirt and white shorts. Expressionless, he walked to Hyuga Kei's right. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the pressure was unbearable for any 11-year-old child. Even if that child was Sasuke Uchiha. The three stood shoulder to shoulder. The cheers from the stands grew even louder. All three of them came out. The blonde one is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the future 7th Hokage. The black-haired one is Sasuke Uchiha, the last survivor of the Uchiha. The three of them standing together really looks just like the scene on the sky screen. Did you notice? Hyuga Kei is still standing in the middle. The moment those words were spoken, the area around them suddenly went quiet for an instant. Then even more eyes fell on the three of them. Hyuga Kei was standing in the middle. It was not a position arranged on purpose, but one that had formed naturally. Naruto stood on his left, and Sasuke stood on his right. At this moment, the scene was like a perfect reenactment of what had appeared on the sky screen. And up in the stands, the 4 Kage were all carefully observing the three, trying to see what made them special. At the center of the training ground, Genma Shiranui had a senbon in his mouth as his gaze swept across the three of them. He cleared his throat, and his voice spread through the entire venue by amplifier. You should already know the rules of this exam in advance. Naruto and Sasuke nodded at the same time. Hyuga Kei still looked at him calmly. Seeing their reactions, the corners of Genma Shiranui's mouth curved slightly upward. However, there's been a small change. Hyuga Kei's brows lifted slightly. Genma Shiranui raised his hand and pointed toward the passage on the other side of the training ground. The examiner for this test has been temporarily changed. At the entrance of the passage, a figure walked out. It was a man around 30 years old, tall and lean, wearing the standard Konoha Jonin flak jacket. His dark blue hair was tied into a small ponytail behind his head, and there was a scar at the corner of his mouth. That distinctive appearance immediately made Hyuga Kei think of someone. Jonin Height Gecko. In the next moment, Genma Shiranui announced it. The whole crowd erupted. A Jonin? Not a special Jonin. I know that guy, Height Gecko, one of Konoha's elite Jonin. A master swordsman. My god. They're making 3 kids who haven't even graduated fight an elite Jonin. SNT that just bullying? Faced with this sudden change of opponent, Hyuga Kei instantly thought of one person. The kind who could pull something like this. His gaze swept toward the main stand. Danzo sat beside the third Hokage, his cane planted in front of him. Half his face was buried under bandages, revealing a cold and sinister smile. Hyuga Kei withdrew his gaze and sneered inwardly. Old bastard, using public power for private revenge, huh? Sooner or later I'll kill you. In the original story, Heiate Gecko had once wiped out an entire Iwagakure squad by himself. He specialized in swordsmanship and wind release. But he was not a root ninja, so there was no way he would actually try to kill him. Danzo was doing this just to disgust him and force out all of Hyuga Kei's strength. Even the 5 Kage in the front row showed varying degrees of surprise on their faces. Hiruzen Sarutobi still had his pipe in his mouth, his expression calm. He turned his eyes slightly and looked at the figure beside him. Shimura Danzo. Danzo, did you change the examiner? Danzo leaned on his cane. Hiruzen, if we're going to let the entire ninja world see their value, then they should show their real ability. What can a special jonin possibly force out of them? You don't worry. Heiate knows his limits. Danzo said, don't you also want to know that child's true strength now? Back in the office, he blasted both your men and mine away. Even if that was right after his awakening, that power. The third Hokage fell silent. Danzo was right. That time, when Hyuga Kei suddenly erupted in the Hokage's office and sent Danzo along with all of his root subordinates flying, that kind of power was absolutely not something an ordinary genin could possess. Even if it had only been a fresh awakening, it was still enough to prove his potential. During this period of time, he had always wanted to know Hyuga Kei's true strength. But that child was too good at hiding it. In school exams, he was always average. In training, he never showed anything outstanding. Since that was the case, then he might as well take this chance to get a good look. At the center of the training ground, the exam begins. The moment Genma Shiranui announced the start of the exam, he rapidly retreated and left the field to the 4 of them. For the exam, all you need to do is hold out for 10 minutes. Heiate Gecko gripped the long sword at his waist. But I need to remind you of one thing. As the best straight man, Naruto instinctively asked, what is it? I want to hold back. The instant those words fell, Heiate Gecko's figure vanished. Hyuga Kei's pupils contracted sharply. Spread out. The 3 of them almost jumped in 3 different directions at the same time. In the next moment, a blade of light came slashing down from above, striking the spot where they had just been standing. Broken stone flew everywhere, and dust billowed into the air. Heiate had already landed there, holding his sword in one hand, his expression completely calm. Not bad reactions. A wave of shocked cries burst out from the stands. What was that just now? I couldn't see it at all. So fast. Way too fast. On the training ground, Naruto's legs were trembling. Is this the speed of an elite jonin? Stop spacing out and follow the plan. Hyuga Kei's shout pulled the 2 of them back to reality. Without even thinking, Naruto formed hand seals with both hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, white smoke exploded across the center of the training ground. More than 100 shadow clones surged out. Like a tidal wave, the shadow clones rushed forward, and orange figures instantly filled half the training ground. The stands exploded with cries of shock. To well-informed shinobi, the shadow clone jutsu was nothing especially rare, but for an 11-year-old child to create over 100 clones in an instant, that amount of chakra was enough to shock everyone. That was a chakra reserve not even Kage-level shinobi necessarily possessed. Yet Heiate Gecko remained standing where he was, without the slightest movement. Dozens of Narutos charged at Heiate Gecko at the same time, attacking from every angle. Their moves were somewhat rough, but they had numbers on their side, and the attack angles were tricky, with dozens of them striking at once. But faced with such an assault, Heiate Gecko finally moved. His figure weaved through the dozens of shadow clones. Every movement avoided their attacks with perfect precision, and every strike landed exactly on a shadow clone's vital point. Bang! 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 Puffs of white smoke burst one after another as the shadow clones dispersed one by one. In less than 10 breaths, more than 100 shadow clones had already been cut down to half. At that moment, one Naruto clone stumbled out from the middle of the group and happened to fall 3 meters in front of Heiate Gecko. Heiate Gecko's gaze swept over. His blade shifted slightly, and he was about to break that clone with the back of his sword. That Naruto took half a step back in panic, tripped over his own foot and fell to the ground. Heiate Gecko's blade did not come down. His gaze stayed on that Naruto for less than half a second before suddenly turning to his side. Clang! A short blade stabbed in from behind him, only to be blocked with exact precision. Sparks flew. The real Sasuke appeared from a hidden shadow clone, his 2 Tomo Sharingan crimson as blood. Just now, he had actually used the transformation jutsu to hide inside a one-punch shadow clone. Hayama Shirakumo showed no surprise. Blade light clashed several times in an instant, sparks flying everywhere. Sasuke's Uchiha swordsmanship had only just begun. Against a jonin, it could only be called full of openings. Several slash marks instantly appeared on Sasuke's body. Though all of them had avoided vital points, that was only because Hayama Shirakumo was holding back. In a real life and death battle on the battlefield, Sasuke would already be dead. With a twist of his long blade, Sasuke was sent flying. His whole body was thrown over by the shockwave, and he tumbled twice in the air before barely landing. Not bad. A good feint. Hayama Shirakumo finally spoke, his voice so calm it was like he was grading a student's homework. But your killing intent wasn't hidden well enough, and your Sharingan is still too immature. Sasuke got up from the ground. He quickly retreated, using the transformation jutsu to blend back into the group of shadow clones, waiting for the next chance. At the same time, Hayama Shirakumo suddenly turned his head. That Naruto who had fallen to the ground, in his perception his aura had suddenly changed. Not a clone. It was Hyuga Kei. Hyuga Kei had also hidden himself among the clones, erupting at the exact moment Hayama Shirakumo relaxed the most. His figure shot up from the ground, white clothes fluttering sharply. Under the cover of the shadow clone group, he didn't open his Byakugan, and he didn't use the power of the Tenseigan. Instead, he closed in with pure taijutsu. The closer the distance, the more room Hyuga Kei's reincarnation taiji had to shine. Hayama Shirakumo raised his blade to block. Hyuga Kei's first punch struck the blade. The second punch cut in from the side, going straight for Hayama Shirakumo's sword wrist. Hayama Shirakumo flipped his wrist, reversing the blade, wanting to force Hyuga Kei back, but Hyuga Kei raised it with taiji and dispersed its force. Hayama Shirakumo kept swinging his blade, trying to force Hyuga Kei back, but for a moment, he had fallen into the same situation as Sasuke earlier. His force kept getting redirected. Every slash of the long blade felt like it was sinking into mud, dragged away and knocked off its path. He simply couldn't hit Hyuga Kei. Meanwhile, under Hyuga Kei's attacks, a few openings began to appear in his own defense. Hyuga Kei struck with precision, cutting at a meridian node on Hayama Shirakumo's forearm. Hayama Shirakumo only felt a slight numbness in his right arm, and the Nagakei's sword nearly slipped from his hand. Hyuga Kei's heart leaped with joy. Got it. Yet Hayama Shirakumo twisted his wrist, passed the long blade into his left hand, and slashed upward from below. Hyuga Kei understood immediately. The other side wasn't just a jonin. He was also a veteran who had gone through real life and death combat. At his current level, trying to restrict him with a single tenketsu strike was still far from enough. 3 streaks of blade light slashed at Hyuga Kei from 3 directions at once. He had actually used his left hand to slash 3 times in an instant, so fast that even the afterimages overlapped. In Hyuga Kei's pupils, that blade light drew closer and closer. His Byakugan saw it clearly, but Hyuga Kei didn't dodge. He spread his feet slightly and raised both hands, one in front and one behind, slowly drawing a half circle before him. Repulsion flowed outward from his palms. Attraction flowed inward into his palms. 2 completely opposite forces intertwined in the air, forming an invisible vortex. The instant the blade stabbed into that vortex, the sword body suddenly trembled. It was as if countless threads had wrapped around the long blade, making it unable to move forward even an inch, and unable to pull back either. The blade was stuck. Hyuga Kei shouted, "Move!" At Hyuga Kei's low shout, one Naruto in the group of shadow clones formed hand seals. Fire release. Phoenix Sage fire technique. This wasn't Naruto's jutsu. It was Sasuke mixed into the clone group releasing it. 6 fireballs burst from the mouths of different Narutos, drawing arcs through the air as they blasted toward Hayama Shirakumo from all directions. What Hyuga Kei needed wasn't to take away Hayama Shirakumo's blade. What he needed was only to make Hayama Shirakumo focus his attention on the blade. The Phoenix Sage fireballs dragged long tails of flame as they screamed in from behind Hayama Shirakumo. Sasuke's timing was exact. Hayama Shirakumo's blade was tangled by Hyuga Kei's attraction field, and his body weight was leaning forward. It was exactly the point where his old force had run out and his new force had yet to be born. Hayama Shirakumo's expression finally changed. In front, Hyuga Kei's taiji silk wrapping force had locked his blade. Behind, Sasuke's Phoenix Sage fire had sealed off his retreat. There was nowhere to dodge. Hayama Shirakumo's eyes widened in shock. These kids had actually laid out a trap like this in the middle of battle. First, the shadow clones consumed his attention. Then the feint forced out an opening. Finally, Sasuke's fire release finished it off. If it were a Chunin or even another Jonin facing this unbroken chain of attacks, they might already have been caught. But for him, it still wasn't enough. At the last moment, he let go of the hilt. The instant the Nagakei's sword left his hand, Hayama Shirakumo's figure turned into an afterimage and escaped from several fireballs by a hair's breadth. The Phoenix Sage fireballs brushed past his Jonin flak jacket, scorching the cloth at the shoulder. He landed 3 meters away, his right hand empty, his left hand pressed against the ground. He slid for a distance before finally steadying himself. The Nagakei's sword remained within Hyuga Kei's attraction field. Hyuga Kei held his hands in a loose embrace, and that ninja blade hovered between his palms, the sword body humming and trembling. But the real problem was those fireballs. Sasuke's Phoenix Sage Fire was already right in front of him. 6 fireballs came straight at his face in a fan shape, the heat wave scorching. He had just used the attraction field to lock Hayama Shirakumo's blade, and his chakra circulation was in its most tightly strained state. If he withdrew the technique now to defend himself, not only would the blade break free, he himself would also be hit head-on by the fireballs. But all of this was within Hyuga Kei's plan. Then I'll take them all in together. Hyuga Kei took a deep breath. Deep within his Byakugan, a cyan light suddenly lit up. His hands drew a circle before him, left palm turning outward, right palm hooking inward. Repulsion and attraction erupted at the same time. The long blade was dragged into the center of the vortex by attraction. The 6 Phoenix Sage fireballs were pulled by repulsion, diverted from their original flight paths, and gathered toward the center of the vortex. Blade, flames, shattered stone, dust. Everything was captured by that cyan force field. The Nagakei's sword lay across the center. 6 fireballs circled outside it, with shattered stone and dust filling the gaps between them. The entire training ground went silent. In the stands, the 5 Kage shot to their feet. Hyuga Kei gave them no time to think. He suddenly thrust both hands forward. Reincarnation Taiji. Seeming closed, yet not closed. Attraction vanished. Repulsion exploded. Everything before him shot out with a roar. The long blade led the way, 6 Phoenix Sage fireballs close behind, while shattered stone and dust dragged out a gray-white trail. The target was Hayama Shirakumo. Hayama Shirakumo's pupils shrank sharply. No matter what, he had never expected this. This scene had already gone beyond his predictions. But relying on his battle-hardened experience, he formed hand seals with both hands, then spat out a hurricane that condensed into a wall of wind before him. Wind release, wind formation wall. A cyan wind wall rose from the ground, half a foot thick like a transparent shield blocking in front of him. The long blade slammed into the wind wall. The tip pierced half an inch into the wind wall, then was jammed by the violent wind release chakra, producing an ear-piercing metallic screech. But what drove it wasn't muscle power. It was the Tenseigan's repulsive force. Not one burst, but an unending push, like ocean waves, one stacked on another. The wind wall began to cave inward. The long blade pierced through the wind wall inch by inch. Then the 6 Phoenix Sage fireballs arrived. They actually didn't slam directly into the wind wall. Under Hyuga Kei's control of repulsion and attraction, the 6 fireballs drew 6 completely different arcs through the air. Bypassing the front of the wind wall, they blasted toward Hyuga Kei at the same time from 6 directions. Above, below, left, right, and both flanks. Hyuga Kei only had time to do one thing. He dropped the wind wall and threw his whole body backward, sliding along the ground in an iron bridge posture. The long blade swept past the tip of his nose and nailed itself into the wall behind him, more than half the blade sinking into the earth, leaving only the hilt outside, trembling. The 6 fireballs exploded around him at the same time. Flames and shattered stone completely swallowed the spot where he had just been standing. The roar was deafening. When the smoke and dust cleared, Hyuga Kei was kneeling on one knee, his face blackened by smoke, with several fresh burn marks on his jonin flak jacket. His long wind blade was still stuck in the wall behind him, and the hilt was still trembling slightly. Across from him, Hyuga Kei still held the posture of both palms thrust forward. His white clothes fluttered fiercely, and his white hair was lifted by the heat wave, revealing those Byakugan eyes glowing with a faint azure sheen. The entire training ground, with over 10,000 spectators, fell completely silent. Hyuga Kei slowly stood up. He lowered his head and looked at the scorch marks on his vest, then at the long blade half buried in the wall behind him, and finally let his gaze settle on Hyuga Kei. Then he smiled. Interesting. What was the name of that taijutsu style you used just now? From their direct clash, he had already seen that Hyuga Kei's style was neither the Hyuga clan's gentle fist nor Konoha's strong fist. This was a new school. Hyuga Kei lowered his hands and straightened his body. Reincarnation Tai Chi. Reincarnation Tai Chi. Hyuga Kei repeated the name to himself, then nodded. Good name. Hyuga Kei did not ask any more questions. You really do deserve to be called the hope of the ninja world. After saying that, he turned around and walked toward the wall pierced by the long blade. He grabbed the hilt and pulled with force. Hyuga Kei sheathed the blade, then turned back around. The 10 minutes aren't up yet, but there's no need to keep fighting. The moment those words came out, the entire training ground went still. You pass. Shiranui Genma had a senbon in his mouth as he lowered his head and glanced at the timer. 6 minutes and 23 seconds. He raised his head, and his voice spread across the entire venue through the loudspeaker. The exam is passed. After a brief dead silence, the stands erupted with tsunami-like cheers. Wave after wave of sound crashed over the arena, almost like it was going to blow the surrounding walls apart. Some people were shouting Hyuga Kei's name. Some were shouting Naruto. Some were shouting Sasuke. The three different chants mixed together until it was impossible to tell who was cheering for whom. But Hyuga Kei could no longer hear any of it. His legs finally gave out. His knees went weak, and his whole body pitched forward. The edges of his vision began to darken, and the cheers in his ears grew more and more distant, like there was a thick layer of water between him and the world. A pair of hands reached out from the side and caught him. Naruto was on the left. Sasuke was on the right. Naruto's orange tracksuit was covered in dust. One side of his face was badly bruised, and the corner of his mouth was still swollen. Several cuts had been torn open across Sasuke's high-collared shirt. In the stands, people finally started snapping out of it. That Hyuga Kei guy disarmed a Jonin, and even sent all the fireballs back. Reincarnation Tai Chi? Does the Hyuga clan even have a move like that? Never heard of it. Reincarnation Tai Chi? Tenseigan. Could he have developed it himself? What? An 11-year-old developed an entire taijutsu style? You've got to be kidding me. You had to know that at this point, Konoha only had two taijutsu systems. One was Konoha's Strong Fist, which most Konoha shinobi learned. The other was the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist. There were no others. Across countless generations, so many genius predecessors in Konoha had failed to create a completely new taijutsu path. And now, an 11-year-old boy had actually done it. A shinobi capable of independently creating a taijutsu style was generally called a taijutsu grandmaster. And now, right before their eyes, was an 11-year-old taijutsu grandmaster. To achieve something like this at 11, how could anyone not be shocked? Gasps and discussions blended together into a storm of noise. On the Hyuga clan's exclusive viewing platform, several branch elders stood up at the same time. Hyuga Hayashi braced both hands against the armrests, his knuckles turning white from the force. He could tell too, that was not the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist. It was not rotation, not 8 trigrams palms, not any taijutsu he had ever seen. It was something completely new, something that entirely exceeded the Hyuga clan's inherited system. And the one using this fist style was the adopted son of the Hyuga clan. The Keikuin his daughter talked about every single day. Only Hyuga Tenka beside him remained as calm as ever, and he even still had the mood to hum a little tune. He had known about his grandson's move for a long time already. And beside him, Hinata had gone completely stiff in her seat. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she did not blink once as she stared at the figure of the white-clothed boy at the center of the training ground. She was sincerely happy for Hyuga Kei. Only she knew just how much effort Hyuga Kei had put in for today's exam. On the main viewing platform, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi's pipe had fallen out of his mouth at some unknown point and landed on his Hokage robes, burning a scorch mark into them. He had seen countless geniuses: Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, Itachi Uchiha. Konoha had never lacked for geniuses. But he had never seen an 11-year-old child use a self-created taijutsu style in a head-on battle to seize an elite Jonin-s weapon, then send back his teammate's fire release along with it. As for Hyuga Kei's current situation, only one sentence could explain it. I have seen many geniuses, but they all call me a genius. Beside him, the fourth Raikage, had already crushed cracks into his chair's armrest. The supreme leader of Kumogakure had his eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the white-haired boy in the field being supported by Naruto on one side and Sasuke on the other. From the moment Hyuga Kei used force field control to take Heiate Gekko's blade, to capturing every single Phoenix Sage fireball, to hurling all the attacks back in one burst, the entire process had taken only a few breaths. And Heiate Gekko was Konoha's elite Jonin, famous throughout the ninja world for his swordsmanship. Yet in front of Hyuga Kei, he could not even hold onto his sword. This was the Tenseigan. This was the power shown on the heavenly screen, the power that had killed 3 and wounded 4 by itself, and directly withstood a combined strike from 7 Otsutsuki. Even if what Hyuga Kei had now was only the barest surface of it, it was still enough to let an 11-year-old child cross the 3 levels of Chunin, Special Jonin, and fight head-on in close combat against someone of Heiate Gekko's level for several exchanges without losing. The 4 Kage all had different thoughts, but every one of them wanted Hyuga Kei to lean toward their own hidden village. And in a corner no one could see, the leader of the Sound Ninja disguised by Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. So this is a body with the potential of a god. It's 10 times better than Uchiha Sasuke's. I have to get him. The cheers on the training ground were still echoing. Naruto and Sasuke had only just steadied Hyuga Kei on his feet, and his vision was still darkening. Then a surge of wind pressure crashed down from above. It was not a metaphor. There really was a huge shadow, carrying the explosive sound of thunder tearing through the air, descending from the sky. The entire training ground shook. Hyuga Kei barely managed to raise his head. The first things that entered his vision were dark skin, an unbelievably massive body, and that bronze-colored face looking down at him from above. The fourth Raikage, he had landed stiff and straight just 3 steps in front of him. Hyuga Kei. A single thought flashed through Hyuga Kei's mind in an instant. Could this old bro be here to settle the score with me over that Troy thing? Naruto and Sasuke tensed up at the same time. Naruto stepped half a pace forward, instinctively wanting to shield Hinata behind him, while Sasuke's hand was already on his kunai pouch. With Danzo, that old bastard, as a precedent, they were extremely wary of the upper ranks of every major hidden village. But didn't he even look at the two of them? Kid, what was that move you used just now called? Hinata froze for a moment. Reincarnation Taiji. Reincarnation Taiji. Rolled the words around in his mouth once, then split his lips into a grin that no one could read at all. Good. Better than your Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Kid, come with me to Kumogakure. Whatever Konoha can give you, Kumogakure will give you double. The best training resources, the strongest lightning release ninjutsu, and Yujito, you've seen her before, right? I'll make the call myself. We'll settle the marriage today. He wanted to move first and recruit Hinata in advance. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't sit still in the stands anymore. He couldn't let Kumogakure poach one of Konoha's people, so he appeared at the side with the body flicker technique. He was afraid that if he came any later, Hinata would really get dragged away. Lord Raikage, Hinata is a ninja of Konoha. Bared his white teeth in a grin. He is now. That might not be true later. The sky screen said he's the hope of the ninja world. If he's the hope of the ninja world, why does he only get to stay in Konoha? SNT Kumogakure part of the ninja world too? Raikage looked reckless, but his words were watertight. He looked at Hinata again and stretched out a hand. Kid, say it yourself. Do you want to come to Kumogakure or not? Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly raised the stakes too. You're already an official ninja of Konoha. As a reward, you can choose ninjutsu from Konoha's sealing techniques, and one of the Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya, can also serve as your team leader. Before Hinata could answer, Inoki had also hurried down. Raikage, that's not very honorable of you. We agreed we'd make private contact after the 5 Kage summit, but instead you just jumped down directly. Raikage snorted without even turning his head. If I want to jump, I jump. What is it to you? Inoki wasn't annoyed. He slowly floated over to Hinata and sized him up from head to toe. I was just thinking if this child came to Iwagakure, he'd be able to stand on his own within 3 years. Inoki's voice suddenly rose. Inoki sneered. You can snatch people, but I can't? What does your Kumogakure even have? Lightning release taijutsu? This child and that brute force style of yours are completely incompatible. He turned to Hinata, piling a smile on his old face that could almost be called kind. Kid, come to Iwagakure. I'll teach you personally. Dust release, earth release, the lightweight and heavyweight rock techniques, whatever you want to learn, I'll teach you. And my granddaughter Kuratsuchi, you two are close in age. You can get to know each other first, and in the future, when Hinata heard the words dust release, he was genuinely interested. The only bloodline selection still being passed down in the ninja world, able to break matter down into dust, the offensive ninjutsu with the strongest destructive power in the entire ninja world. Lord Tsuchikage. A gentle female voice interrupted Inoki. Terumi May had come down at some point as well. She was wearing a blue off-shoulder dress. Are you recruiting him or playing matchmaker? Inoki's old face was as thick as a city wall. This is normal diplomatic conduct between hidden villages. Oh? Terumi May's gaze landed on Hinata-chi's face, and the smile in her eyes deepened a little more. Little Chi, ignore this old fox and come to Kirigakure. Big sister will take care of you personally. Kirigakure has the best inheritances and resources beyond your imagination. And she bent down slightly so she was eye level with Hinata. Big sister isn't married yet. You know. Hinata-chi's scalp went numb. At the side, Naruto and Sasuke had their mouths hanging open wide enough to stuff a fist inside. They were both stunned by how blunt that was.
Terumi May.
And Inoki practically roared at the same time. Just kidding. Terumi May straightened up, her smile unchanged. But the invitation is sincere. Kirigakure needs a genius like you. Name your terms. I can even teach you my Kekkei Genkai. Hinata-chi's mouth twitched. Name my terms? If I said I want to be the 5th Mizukage, would you be my secretary? Of course, he didn't dare say that out loud. That kind of thing could only stay in his head. How could wildflowers outside compare to the flowers in my own home? Lord Mizukage. Raza coldly interrupted her. Your age is inappropriate. Terumi May's smile stiffened for a moment, and the corner of her eye twitched. This woman hated it most when others brought up her age. Lord Kazekage, what did you say? Raza ignored her and walked straight up to Hinata. Gold dust spread beneath his feet into a golden path, glittering brilliantly under the sunlight. His gaze met Hinata-chi's, and his voice was calm. Sunagakure may not be as prosperous as Konoha, but our sincerity will not be lacking. I have a daughter, Temari. She's 1 or 2 years older than you. You two can get to know each other first. Sunagakure is withering for lack of talent. We need someone like you. As long as you join us, you'll be the future Kazekage. Many people both on and off the stage had their eyes wide open. The 4 Kage were actually lining up to fight over one person. For people standing at the peak of power in the ninja world were now surrounding an 11-year-old child, and each offer was more outrageous than the last. The scene was truly absurd, could be called unprecedented with no equal before or after. But after thinking about it carefully, it was also normal. The potential Hinata had shown was enough to make everyone fight over him. Whichever hidden village got Hinata was guaranteed to prosper in the future. He alone was enough. His potential was already obvious from this one match. To be honest, every offer was tempting. Konoha's sealing techniques, Kumogakure's lightning release inheritance, Iwagakure's dust release, Kirigakure's dual Kekii Genkai, Sunegakure's gold dust? But Hinata only ran through them once in his mind before crossing out every single option. Right now, Grandpa was in Konoha. Hinata was in Konoha. Those two idiots, Naruto and Sasuke, were in Konoha too. For the time being, Konoha still hadn't given him any reason that made him have to leave. Besides, becoming a missing nin wouldn't sound good for his reputation either. Many thanks for the kindness of the four of you. On the surface, Hinata still put on the appearance of being utterly loyal to Konoha. But I am a ninja of Konoha. My family is in Konoha, my companions are in Konoha, and the people I want to protect are also in Konoha. He raised his head, met the gaze of the four Kage, and revealed a polite smile. The sky screen said, I am the hope of the ninja world, and that the three of us are the hope of the ninja world. But the hope of the ninja world should not belong to any one village. What the ninja world needs are allies fighting side by side, not a weapon monopolized by one village. If I went to Kumogakure and that caused bad blood between Konoha and Kumogakure, if I went to Iwagakure and Sunegakure and Kirigakure felt it was unfair, then how could we still talk about resisting the invaders from beyond the heavens together? Before the Otsutsuki even attack, we'd already fall apart on our own. He paused, then finished the last sentence. So, I'm not going anywhere. I am a ninja of Konoha, but before that, I am a ninja of the ninja world. I appreciate the favor the four of you have shown me. What I want, I'll fight for myself. Hinata had spent a long time organizing those words. Now that he said them out loud, they sounded righteous and awe-inspiring. And when everyone heard Hinata's words, they were all stunned. Every one of them sighed inwardly. What a good child. So young, yet he already had such vision and could say something like that. As expected of the hope of the ninja world. Many people were astonished by Hinata's courage. With so many incredible offers in front of him, he actually refused every one of them without hesitation? He actually rejected terms like that? Applause broke out. It wasn't the kind of polite, ceremonial applause. Started from some corner, then spread like a wave. Some people were cheering, some were whistling, and some even stood up, raised their hands over their heads and clapped hard. Terumi Mei was the first to react. Her eyes curved into crescents. So young, and he already knows how to use righteousness to pressure people. If he grows up, he become even more incredible?
Rasa siget.
Why couldn't someone like this appear in Sunegakure? I patted his thigh, his voice booming like thunder. Fine. If you come to Kumogakure, this old man force you. But on one condition. That girl Yujito. If you ever change your mind, come to Kumogakure and propose any time. This old man will keep her for you. Lord Reikage. Yujito's voice came from the Kumogakure stands. Pretended not to hear it. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi walked over. His gaze swept across Hyuga Kei, and a smile hid in the wrinkles at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't hide the satisfaction in his heart. This child was smarter than he had imagined, and understood his own situation even better. It wasn't that he didn't appreciate the goodwill. It was that, after accepting that goodwill, he had rejected it in a way everyone could accept. Neither humble nor overbearing, with reason and logic behind every word. Konoha had found a treasure. The Hyuga clan had found a treasure. In his life, Hiruzen Sarutobi had misjudged quite a few people, but this child, he had not misjudged him. Those final words had raised him from Hyuga Kei of Konoha to Hyuga Kei of the ninja world. He hadn't offended any side, and at the same time had made his position crystal clear. This child was born with the makings of a Hokage. It was just a pity that his personality wasn't quite suitable. Otherwise, he really would have wanted to train Hyuga Kei into the 5th Hokage. Since Chi has already made his stance clear, then let us handle the rest according to the rules. The venue for the 5 Kage Summit is already prepared. If you have any thoughts, we can discuss them slowly at the meeting in a few days. The 4 of them each left, preparing to return to the stands. Just when everyone thought this farce of fighting over him had finally come to an end, a voice Hyuga Kei was all too familiar with and all too disgusted by came from the direction of the main stand. Hiruzen, I have something to say. Everyone's eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane and walked out from the shadows of the stands. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. Danzo, what are you here for? I have something I must remind everyone of. Danzo cut him off, walked into the middle of the field, and stood before the 4 Kage. You all came from afar because you value this child's potential and bloodline. But there is one thing this old man must remind you of. He turned around, his single eye staring straight at Hyuga Kei. This child carries Otsutsuki blood in his veins. And the Otsutsuki are the ones on the heavenly screen who seek to destroy the ninja world. The entire venue fell silent. Danzo's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly entered every person's ears. That man on the heavenly screen, Momoshiki, called him a traitor. But what does traitor mean? It means he was originally supposed to stand on the Otsutsuki's side. His bloodline, his eyes, his power, they all come from the Otsutsuki. And now, you want to bet the future of the ninja world on the descendant of an enemy? He paused, then slammed his cane heavily against the ground. This old man admits Hyuga Kei's talent. But the greater the talent, the greater the risk. Who can guarantee he won't turn to the Otsutsuki at a critical moment? In only 5 days, he went from a child who hadn't even graduated from the academy to someone who could seize a weapon head-on from an elite jonin. A growth rate like that, you couldn't find a second one in the entire history of the ninja world. He paused. But have you ever thought about why this kind of power would be given to you? Hyuga Kei said nothing. Danzo answered his own question. Because you are a descendant of the Otsutsuki. Because the power of visitors from beyond the heavens flows in your blood. Because you and that enemy called Otsutsuki Momoshiki share the same blood. Can you guarantee that one day you won't become a second Momoshiki? You are the greatest threat to the ninja world. The air in the training ground suddenly froze. Naruto was the first to explode. Hey, what the hell are you saying? You bandage freak. Chi's not that kind of person. Sasuke said nothing, but he stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Naruto, blocking Hyuga Kei behind them. Danzo didn't even glance at them. His gaze remained nailed to Hyuga Kei. Hyuga Kei looked back at Danzo, at that old face wrapped in bandages, at that hypocritical expression of "I'm doing this for Konoha." Whispers started rising from the stands. What he's saying kinda makes sense. That Otsutsuki blood. What if he's a sleeper? But on the heavenly screen, he was standing on the ninja world's side. The heavenly screen only shows fragments. Who knows what happens later? Quite a few people who had just been supporting Hyuga Kei were shaken by Danzo's words. Most importantly, many of them were plants arranged by Danzo in the first place. So those rumors from earlier really had been spread by Danzo. Guiding public opinion was obviously one of Danzo's specialties. Hyuga Kei listened quietly to everything, and then he smiled. Not a bitter smile, not a cold smile, but the helpless smile of someone thinking, why is this thing here again? Danzo narrowed his eye. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing because, old man, you really have no creativity at all. Hyuga Kei tilted his head at him. Last time in the Hokage's office, you said you wanted to train me into root savior. I refused you. Now you've changed tactics? You're starting to question whether I'm safe? The reason you question me isn't because I'm dangerous. It's because I'm disobedient. Because I didn't obediently kneel down and accept your bullshit philosophy of protecting Konoha from the darkness. He raised his head, and his voice suddenly rose, clear and ringing through the entire training ground. Hyuga Kei looked at Danzo's half-bandaged face, and his anger instantly surged up. This old bastard again. Last time, he had attacked and injured his grandfather in the Hokage's office, then been blasted away by his Tenseigan power. And now he still dared to jump out in front of the 4 Kage and tens of thousands of spectators. Did he really think Hyuga Kei was made of clay? Hyuga Kei didn't waste words. He turned his head and looked at the 4 Kage. My lords. His voice was very calm. So calm that everyone who knew him felt something was off. Just now, you said you wanted me to go to your villages, and that you were willing to give me the best resources and the best treatment, right? I said, kid, didn't you just reject us? Changed your mind? I did reject you. Hyuga Kei nodded. But now I have a proposal. He raised his hand and pointed at Danzo. This old thing has been trying to lock me in his root ever since the day the heavenly screen exposed me. The first time we met, he injured my grandfather. Right in front of the 3rd Hokage, he tried to place a cursed seal on me to control me. The whole crowd was in an uproar. Putting a cursed seal on Hyuga Kei wasn't that trying to turn Hyuga Kei into his personal tool? Forget Hyuga Kei not being able to endure it. Even the 4 Kage couldn't accept that. In their hearts, Hyuga Kei's character was already exceptionally good. You could practically call him a moral role model of the ninja world. As for the so-called darkness of the ninja world, with all the things Danzo had done, if someone like him got hold of power like Hyuga Kei's, that was something no one could tolerate. This was the effect of personal branding. In everyone's mind, Hyuga Kei was now linked with sunlight and justice. Hyuga Kei continued, and just now, he said I'm a pawn sent by the Otsutsuki, and that I should be locked up and controlled. Whichever one of you can help me beat the hell out of this trash, I'll offer up my taijutsu with both hands. Today, he was going to use the 4 Kage's hands to ruthlessly teach Danzo a lesson. Dead silence. What? The entire training ground exploded into an uproar. The 4 Kage all widened their eyes. His eyes lit up. Kid, are you serious? Hinata nodded. I am. The complete set of reincarnation taiji taijutsu. Although without the Tenseigan's power backing it, the power will be much weaker. But the core principles, using force to redirect force, moving 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces, should be highly valuable as a reference for taijutsu-type shinobi. Inoki narrowed his eyes. Including all the moves? Including all of them. Terumi Mei's smile turned bright again. Little Kei, big sister really likes this proposal of yours. The moment those words came out, every one of the 4 Kage was moved. This was a complete self-created taijutsu system that did not belong to any ninja clan or ninja village. What did that mean? It meant that whoever obtained it could incorporate it into their village's inheritance system and pass it down from generation to generation. Even Konoha, the number 1 ninja village, only had 2 such inheritances. The other one was in the Hyuga clan. A fist technique that could let an 11-year-old child fight above his level against an elite jonin. If it were spread throughout an entire ninja village, then even if others could not use it as well as Hinata Kei, it would still be an extremely rare foundational inheritance. Danzo's expression finally changed. Hinata Kei, how dare you? What do I have to not dare? Hinata Kei did not even turn his head. Didn't you say I'm dangerous? Then today, I'll show you just how dangerous I can be. Oh, and one more thing, my grandfather knows this fist art too. If Konoha wants to learn it, they can go find my grandfather. But you, Elder Danzo, and your root. He turned back and gave Danzo a smile so innocent it was almost pure. Don't even think about touching a single hair. All 4 Kage were eager to make a move. Beat up a Konoha elder in Konoha, and on top of that get a taijutsu inheritance. You could search the entire ninja world with a lantern and still never find a deal this good. Danzo took half a step back, his one eye sweeping across the 4 Kage. Have you all gone crazy? For one child's fist art, you're gonna make a move on me? Reacted the fastest. He only grinned, and then lightning exploded. No one saw his movement clearly. They only saw a streak of blue lightning vanish from where he stood. The next moment, Danzo's body looked like it had been hit head-on by a heavy truck, and he was blasted flying. Not a few meters. Like a cannonball, he was launched from the center of the training ground straight into the stands, smashing through the wooden railing, shattering the seats behind it, then crashing through a second railing before finally embedding himself into the wall of the 3rd row. Broken stones clattered down. Danzo's cane spun several times in the air before stabbing into the training ground floor with a clang, the shaft still buzzing and trembling. The whole place fell silent. Then, Inoki slowly floated over. Raikage, that was a bit too heavy-handed. Elder Danzo is already an old man. That was what he said. But at the same time, he pulled up several massive stones from the ground and shot them with perfect precision at the hole in the wall where Danzo was stuck. The moment Danzo opened his eyes and saw that scene, he hurriedly leaped out of the crater to dodge. But then Raza pressed down with one hand. Gold dust surged up from the ground and turned into a gigantic golden palm that slammed down from the sky. It smashed Danzo onto the training ground floor like a broken rag doll. A shallow crater formed in the ground, and dust flew everywhere. Terumi Mei was the last one to add a finishing blow. A water bullet descended from the sky, about to follow up with another hit. But it was blocked by several of Danzo's root guards who rushed over at that moment. Oh my! Terumi Mei covered her mouth and laughed softly. My hand slipped. Little K1T refused to give me the fist art later, right? Danzo lay face down on the ground, covered in dust, with a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He wanted to speak, but it felt like his throat had been stuffed with cotton. All he could produce was a hoarse wheezing sound. In all his life, he had never suffered such humiliation. He was being put up as a reward. The mighty leader of Konoha's root and the Hokage's advisor, was now being beaten in turns by the 4 Kage in front of tens of thousands of people, crawling on the ground like a wild dog. There was no need to think about it. After today, he would definitely become the biggest laughingstock in all of Konoha and the entire ninja world. Utter humiliation. Utter humiliation. He could not stop himself from roaring out loud. Ah! His rage struck his heart, and in the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It dyed the ground bright red, making the scene look miserable beyond words. And the one who caused all of this, that white-haired boy, was standing not far away with his arms folded, looking down at him from above, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his lips. There was no pride in that smile, no arrogance. It was as if Danzo was nothing more than a bug that could be crushed at any time. That expression only made Danzo even more furious. If Danzo were from the Uchiha clan, he might have awakened his eyes on the spot. Danzo's eyes were splitting with fury. He wanted to say, "You'll regret this." He wanted to say, "The root of Konoha will never let you go." But not a single word came out, because Hinata Kei had already turned away. It was not deliberate disregard. He genuinely felt there was no need to keep looking. Like seeing a pile of dog shit on the roadside, you just walk around it. There is no need to stop and study it. And Sarutobi Hiruzen had not spoken the entire time. He also knew there was anger in Hinata Kei's heart, so he had tacitly approved Hinata Kei's decision. After all, in the previous incident, Danzo had also offended his authority. And now, seeing that Hinata Kei had vented most of his anger, If this went on any longer, it would be Konoha's dignity that suffered. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. That's enough. The Hokage's voice was not loud, but the sudden burst of chakra behind it made everyone present stop moving. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stepped forward. His pipe was back between his lips, and his aged face was full of helplessness. Kei, take back the fist art. Hinata Kei blinked. There's no need to buy off the 4Kage. Danzo 1T trouble you again. I'm saying this. Danzo S1 I contracted violently. He had not expected Sarutobi Hiruzen to stand on Hinata Kei's side too. Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, I said, enough. Today's matter ends here. Danzo, starting today, you are not allowed to leave your root headquarters. This was clearly house arrest for Danzo, making it impossible for him to keep causing trouble for Hinata Kei. Danzo stood there without speaking. In the end, he only slowly got to his feet, putting on a fierce front despite his inner weakness. Leaning on his cane, and supported by the guards at his side, he limped forward like a stray dog that had lost its home. When he passed by Hinata Kei, he stopped. Hinata Kei. Hinata Kei met his gaze. You think you won today? Danzo put on a fierce front, his voice so low that only the two of them could hear it. You think humiliating me with the hands of the 4Kage can do anything to me? So what if it does? The 4Kage will leave sooner or later. You're too young. If I can't touch you, then what about the people around you? Sooner or later, I'll make you kneel in front of me and beg for my forgiveness. Hinata Kei looked at him. Then he smiled. Elder Danzo, there's something else you got wrong too. What? From beginning to end, I never treated you as an opponent. Hinata Kei's tone was filled with contempt. You're not worthy, Elder Danzo. I know the tricks people like you use. Today you lost face in front of the 4Kage, lost power in front of the Hokage, and lost all dignity in front of tens of thousands of spectators. No matter how you want to target me, I'll take it. Political struggles, schemes and plots, dirty tricks in the shadows, whatever moves you have, I'll play along. But there's one thing you'd better remember clearly. Danzo's brow twitched. If you can't touch me, then you'll go after the people around me. My grandfather, Hinata, Naruto, Sasuke. You think that as long as you control them, you can control me. Danzo said nothing, but the pupil in that one eye shrank slightly. Hinata Kei saw it. He took half a step forward, closing in on Danzo until Danzo could clearly see the faint layer of pale cyan light in his eyes. I don't care whether you're Konoha's root, or some so-called darkness of the ninja world. I don't care how many ninja you have, how many trump cards, or how many years of power you've built up. If you dare touch my family, he paused for a moment. Then I will unite the 4 great hidden villages, wipe out root, dig up your foundation, slaughter your clan, and leave your name cursed for all eternity. The grass village leader's fate will be your fate. Even if it starts a war, I won't hesitate. Hearing those words, the fingers gripping Danzo's cane turned white. He had threatened countless people in his life, and he had also been threatened by countless people. But never had anyone spoken such insane words in such a calm tone. And the most terrifying part was, he believed him. He believed this 11-year-old child could actually do it. Just like how he had used the 4Kage moments ago, he truly had that kind of ability and qualification. What he had just done had already proven that he could make the 4Kage move for him. You're insane. Are you trying to start a great ninja war? Hinata said with utter disdain, maybe. So Elder Danzo, don't give me a reason to go insane. In the end, Hinata decided he still had to give Danzo one last shock. He stepped forward until they were shoulder to shoulder, then raised a hand to cover his mouth, preventing anyone in the distance from reading his lips. Elder Danzo, there's a mass of green chakra in your right eye. I looked into it. That should be Shursui the body flicker S Sharingan. After all, his disappearance was the strangest. Am I right? Hinata asked the question while already holding the answer, directly exposing Danzo's secret. And the moment Danzo heard those words, his body stiffened violently. What S housed there should be the legendary strongest genjutsu. You never used it on me. Was it because you couldn't bear to waste it on an 11-year-old child? Or because you were afraid it wouldn't work even if you did? A drop of cold sweat seeped out on Danzo's forehead. It wasn't because Hinata knew his secret. It was because of the way Hinata said the words Koto Amitsukami. It had been far too casual, as if he had known all along. And the most terrifying thing was, how did he know? The more Danzo thought about it, the more horrifying it became. This guy had to be an Otsutsuki spy. Don't believe him. The heavenly curtain was a complete conspiracy. Everyone had been deceived by him. Hiruzen had been fooled by this child's disguise. The 5 Kage had been fooled by the bait he threw out. The entire ninja world had been fooled by the heavenly curtain, the biggest lie of all. This was all an Otsutsuki plot. They had sent their own descendants to infiltrate the ninja world and break down its defenses from within. This was not the hope of the ninja world at all. This was the most terrifying poison meant to destroy it. Danzo did not dare think any further. A chill unlike anything he had ever felt crawled up his spine. But he also knew that no matter what he said now, it was useless. No one would believe him at this moment. Anything he said would only be seen as the desperate barking of a cornered dog. His face was unbearably ugly. He no longer wanted to say another word to Hinata. He was afraid he would expose even more secrets. Then, without another moment's delay, he used the body flicker technique and left this place where he had become the laughingstock of the ninja world. Hinata thought that everything that had happened today would likely spread across the entire ninja world very soon. And in this story, Hinata would become the biggest focus of the ninja world, praised by countless people. As for Danzo, he would be the biggest clown in the story. He tried to frame someone and ended up getting beaten instead. Then he turned around, and that pure, harmless smile appeared on Hinata's face once more. In an instant, he changed from a hedgehog covered in spikes back into that warm, refreshing young man, seamlessly. My apologies, everyone. I've kept the four of you waiting. He took 4 scrolls from his robe, walked up to the 4 kage, and presented them one by one. He had actually prepared them in advance, as if he had already expected everything that would happen today. One set in 4 copies. Please have a look. The 4 kage each took one. Mei held hers with a smiling face, but instead of opening it, she stared at Hinata's face. Little Chi, Big Sis was a bit slow to make a move just now. You're not gonna dock my share because of that, are you? Hinata's mouth twitched. Mizuki-sama, you must be joking. The Raikage, took the scroll but did not open it right away. Instead, he looked Hinata up and down. Kid, what did you say to Danzo just now? Nothing much. Hinata smiled with complete harmless innocence. I just apologized to Elder Danzo. I said I'm young and ignorant, and asked him not to stoop to my level. I stared at him for 3 seconds. Then the 4th Raikage burst into loud laughter. Good one, young and ignorant. That exchange alone made him realize that Hinata was the same kind of person as him. One with a tiger in his heart, yet still able to smell the rose. Everything he did looked reckless on the surface, but in truth, it was all for greater profit. But the actual truth was that everything before this had already been within Hinata's calculations. Kid, if you were from Kumogakure, I'd make you a Raikage candidate right now. At the side, Anoki took the scroll, opened it, and after reading only 2 lines, his eyes widened in shock. He was stunned by Hinata's line of thinking. Borrow strength to strike with strength. Kid, if this fist art is mastered, then in close-range taijutsu combat, as long as the gap in strength isn't too great, it's practically unbeatable. Are you really just giving this to us? Hinata showed no reluctance at all. I am. The fist art is dead, but people are alive. How much of its power can be brought out depends on the user's comprehension. He had a plan in doing this. This fist art was only the key. What he wanted to pry open was the possibility of building initial trust between the 5 great hidden villages. This was the first step of the plan. His ultimate goal was to learn the secret techniques of the other ninja villages. Dust release, lightning release, chakra mode, and more were all targets of his. That was his ambition. Reincarnation Taiji was only the bait. What he wanted was to learn everything under heaven, to study the forbidden secrets of every village. I tucked the scroll into his robe. I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. Raza said nothing. He merely nodded at Hinata, which counted as agreeing with what the other 2 had said. Mei bent down and placed both hands on her knees, bringing herself level with Hinata's eyes. Of course, the height difference between them was still there. And from this angle, it was quite the feast for the eyes. Today, Mei was wearing a blue off-shoulder dress. The neckline was not especially low, but when she bent down, bracing herself on her knees and leaning in at a perfectly level angle, it still gave Hinata a bit of exclusive visual benefit. Hinata quickly forced his eyes away with great effort. Don't look at what you shouldn't. Don't look at what you shouldn't. Seeing his little movement, Mei only smiled even more smugly. Little Chi, Big Sis wants to ask you something. Please ask. Mizuki-sama, you gave this fist art to the 4 of us. Aren't you afraid we'll use it against Konoha? After all, the ninja villages have fought through 3 great ninja wars. A taijutsu art that can raise overall strength. Once it falls into someone else's hands, sooner or later it will be used against Konoha's ninja. The training ground fell silent. The eyes of the 4 kage all landed on Hinata, and even the whispers from the stands gradually died down. The question was far too sharp. So sharp that everyone wanted to hear the answer from this 11-year-old boy. After all, the hatred between the 5 great nations was not something formed in a day or 2. After 3 great ninja wars, their blood feud was as deep as the sea. Hinata did not answer right away. Those Byakugan, glowing faintly with pale cyan light, calmly met Mei-Terumi's gaze. Then he smiled. It was a very clean smile, carrying the frank openness unique to a young man. Mizuki-sama, that's a very good question. He spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard him clearly. To be honest, I'm afraid. If one day it gets used against my family, I'll definitely regret it and want to slap myself to death. Terumi Mae's brows lifted slightly. Clearly, she hadn't expected him to admit it so directly. Hinata changed the tone of the conversation. But I believe even more that it won't come to that. You four are smart people. The future crisis is a crisis for the entire ninja world. All four of you saw the images in the sky. 11 Otsutsuki. Every single one of them possesses power like gods. They aren't enemies of the 5 great nations. They aren't enemies of Konoha. They are enemies of the entire ninja world. The common enemy of every living person. He raised a hand and pointed at the sky. I don't know when they come. Maybe in 10 years. Maybe in 5 years. Maybe tomorrow. But I do know this. If they come, and the 5 great nations are still scheming against each other, guarding against each other, stabbing each other in the back, then all of us, every last one, will die. There was no politeness in those words. They came down like a bucket of ice water dumped over everyone's head. The whispers in the stands gradually died down. This 11-year-old child was talking about something no one dared to think about, or if they did think about it, they didn't dare say it out loud. It was the sword of Damocles hanging over the ninja world. The sky curtain had shown people the future. If the ninja world didn't change, everything would only repeat itself again. But in the 3 great ninja wars, the bloodshed between the 5 great nations had been greater than any natural disaster. Those hatreds couldn't just be wiped away because I say, come on, let us all make peace. I'm 11 this year, not an idiot. I'm not that naive. Every person who died had a name, had family, had children waiting for them to come home. Hinata did not casually preach righteousness. That would have been too stupid. The 5 Kage looked harmonious now, but that was only because they were here to see what Hinata would do. The blood-deep hatred between the 5 great nations was not something a single sentence could erase. Even Hinata, a transmigrator, had no good feelings toward Kumogakure for trying to kidnap Hinata, let alone everyone else. But the sky curtain named me the hope of the ninja world, so I keep wanting to do something worthy of that title. To do something. So I brought out Tai Chi not because I'm so amazing, but because this is the only thing I can currently offer. I hope this can be a beginning. The beginning of the 5 great nations sitting down and talking properly. The beginning of everyone temporarily putting aside their prejudice, even if it's only trying to trust each other once. Maybe one day, everyone in the ninja world can let go of hatred and face the crisis together. And I'm not doing this because I'm some saint. Honestly, I'd rather sell it for an astronomical price and become rich. It's just that my future enemies are too terrifying. So I have no choice but to prepare ahead of time. If I want to protect my family, then I have to do this. The wind in the training ground stopped. The stands holding tens of thousands of people had gone completely silent. Every gaze was gathered on the white-clothed boy standing at the center of the training ground. Without a doubt, Hinata had just dropped something huge on everyone present. An 11-year-old child had said the things no one else dared to say. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands were trembling slightly. He admitted that he had underestimated the boy before him. He had long known that Hinata's maturity carried the same kind of Hokage mindset as Uchiha Itachi. But what he had not expected was that, at such a young age, Hinata's vision was already no longer limited to a single village or a single nation. Your vision may have already surpassed this era. Surpassed the cycle of hatred in the ninja world. Hinata shook his head. You flatter me, Lord Hokage. I just don't want to die. And I don't want the people I care about to die either. That is all. Inoki floated in midair with his hands behind his back. His cloudy old eyes staring at Hinata for a long time. This old man, who had lived through the Warring States era and the 3 great ninja wars, who had lost countless comrades and subordinates, suddenly thought of someone. A man wearing the white Hokage robe, whose smile was like the sun. You really do resemble someone. The first Hokage. I met him before. Senju Hashirama said the same things back then. He said the ninja world didn't need war. He said the 5 great nations could sit down and talk. He said the chain of hatred would one day be cut off. At the time, I thought he was a naive fool. Then he died and the ninja world fought 3 more great wars. I thought that fool's ideas died with him. I didn't expect Konoha to produce another one. Thinking of him, then looking at Hinata in front of him, Inoki could not help but feel jealous. Was Konoha really that blessed with outstanding people? Why were geniuses always willing to be born in Konoha? Hinata looked at him. I've lived for over 70 years. I've seen countless geniuses, countless heroes, countless people shouting about dying for their village, for the ninja world, for peace. But someone who can truly step out of this cycle of hatred. I've only seen 1.5. The first Hokage counts as 1. You count as half. Hinata froze for a moment. Why am I half? Because you're still too young. There was a trace of amusement in Inoki's voice, one even he himself didn't seem to notice. When you live to be my age and still haven't changed, then you'll count as a whole 1. After saying that, Inoki floated back to Iwagakure's stands with his hands behind his back. He didn't even leave a polite closing remark. But it was obvious he was very satisfied with Hinata Chi. I reached out and gave Hinata Chi's shoulder 2 heavy pats. In 5 days, the 5 Kage Summit will be held. You come too. I'm looking forward to what you have to say. I originally came just to see what you were made of, but now I'm genuinely interested in future cooperation between the 5 great nations. Kid, you really do live up to the title of the ninja world's hope. Then he burst into laughter. With a flash of lightning, he had already returned to Kumogakura's stands, leaving Hinata Chi behind, baring his teeth as he rubbed his shoulder. Terumi May straightened up. The hem of her blue dress swayed lightly in the breeze as she walked over, clearly intending to hug Hinata Chi. Little Chi, you really surprised big sister today. Hinata Chi instinctively took half a step back. Mizukichi-sama, I'm 11 this year. I know. Terumi May ended up hugging empty air. She blinked. That's why big sister said I'm surprised. If you can say things like that at 11, then by the time you're 21, how many little girls are you going to charm to death? She raised a hand and lightly tapped Hinata Chi's forehead with her fingertip. See you the day after tomorrow. Get some proper rest. Your dark circles are already showing. If little kids don't sleep well, they won't grow tall. Hinata Chi instinctively touched around his eyes. Raza was the last one to leave. This 4th Kazekage had spoken very little from beginning to end, and his expression had changed the least. And among the 5 Kage, he was also the one Hinata Chi considered the coldest and the most skilled at weighing profit and loss. There was no other reason. His crimes were simply too many. He sold out Pakura in order to negotiate peace with Kirigakure, and when it came to his own biological son, Gaara, he had been even more outrageous, sending people to assassinate him. Top-tier trash. He only sighed. Perhaps this era belongs to you. Raza didn't wait for Hinata Chi to reply. He also used the body flicker technique and left. Hinata Chi stood where he was, watching the 4 Kage return to their own places, and only then felt lingering fear. He actually hadn't prepared that speech at all. It had all been improvised on the spot. From Danzo suddenly jumping out, to the 4 Kage surrounding him and offering conditions, to him bringing out Tai Chi, using one set of fist techniques to leverage the 4 Kage into joining hands to beat up Danzo. Fortunately, everything had reached the goal he wanted. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over to the 3 of them and reached out to rub Naruto's head. Then he turned to face the audience present. At the special graduation exam for this year's class at the Konoha Ninja Academy, the examinees Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Hyuga Kei, all 3 have passed. From this moment on, they are officially granted the rank of Konoha Genin, and will form Team 1 to carry out missions together. A brief silence. Then, a deafening eruption. They passed. All 3 of them passed. Genin personally tested by an elite Jonin. Konoha! 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 The wave of sound poured down from the stands. At this moment, all outside doubts toward Hyuga Kei completely vanished. His character and talent had won the recognition of everyone present. Everyone sincerely applauded Hyuga Kei. The 4 Kage also applauded the 3 of them. Naruto stood there with his mouth open in excitement, his azure eyes wide and round, tears welling in them. Genin. He was a Genin now. No longer the dead last who couldn't even pass the clone technique exam. No longer Naruto Uzumaki, the demon fox mocked by everyone. He was an official Konoha Genin. Together with Chi, together with Sasuke, in front of the 5 Kage, in front of tens of thousands of people, he had passed the exam fair and square as a Konoha Genin. He raised his arm and harshly wiped his eyes with his sleeve. I'm a man who's going to become Hokage. What's a mere Genin rank worth? Ugh. Sasuke said nothing. Sasuke Uchiha, Konoha Genin. He repeated those words once in his heart. Father, mother, I've taken the first step. One day I will avenge you. And on that road, I've also made 2 good friends. Don't worry. I'm doing well. You don't need to worry about me. Hyuga Kei, on the other hand, was not overly emotional. The greatest meaning of this exam was not becoming a Genin. It was showing his value to the ninja world, drawing more attention to himself, and making those with ill intentions think twice before acting. The 3rd Hokage took 3 Konoha forehead protectors from Shiranui Genma beside him and handed them to the 3 of them. They symbolized that the 3 had officially become Genin. After receiving the forehead protectors, Naruto and Sasuke both put theirs on their foreheads. But under the gaze of the entire arena, Hyuga Kei did not tie his protector on his forehead. He wrapped the cloth band around, adjusted it to the proper length, and then tied it around his upper left arm. He had no intention of getting his looks sealed off like Naruto. The thunderous cheers and applause rang out again, louder than any before. Everyone present had seen how outstanding these 3 were today. Just as the heavenly screen had said, they truly deserved the title of the ninja world's hope. Especially Hyuga Kei. Not only was he a once-in-10,000 years peerless genius, his temperament and character were comparable to the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. And Hyuga Kei's future achievements would only be higher, not lower, than Hashirama Senju's. At that moment, From the contestant passage of the training ground, a figure came running over at high speed. A light purple kimono, shoulder-length black hair. She was running so fast that she nearly fell several times. A chunin responsible for maintaining order instinctively wanted to stop her. But after seeing clearly that she was the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter, he hesitated for a moment. And in that single moment, Hinata had already run past him from the side. She ran into the training ground. The wind, the cheers, the discussions. Every sound around her became blurred. Hyuga Kei heard footsteps. He turned around. Then someone crashed straight into his arms. Hinata buried herself in his chest. Her forehead pressed against him, both hands tightly clutching the front of his combat uniform so hard that her knuckles turned white. Her shoulders were trembling, lightly and faintly. Hyuga Kei froze for a moment. Then he heard a muffled voice from his arms, thick with a sob. "Chikuin, that's wonderful. Really wonderful." Her voice came in broken fragments, mixed into the overwhelming cheers, so soft it was almost impossible to hear. "I was so scared. So scared Chikuin would get hurt. So scared something would happen to Chikuin." She couldn't continue. Hyuga Kei lowered his head. Hinata's forehead was still pressed to his chest, and her shoulders were trembling even harder. She wasn't crying out loud, but tears fell drop by drop onto his combat uniform, soaking out dark stains. Hyuga Kei was silent for a moment. Then he raised a hand and gently placed it on Hinata's back, lightly patting her. With his palm against her back, he could feel her faint trembling. "Let's go. We're going home." Hyuga Kei actually lifted Hinata up right there in public and planted a hard kiss on her cheek. Then, without even looking at the expressions of the people around them, he walked straight toward the passage exit. That made Hinata turn into a steam princess all over again. Hyuga Kei's actions were simply too bold. He had not only kissed her in public, he had even picked her up. Hinata could only bury her head in Hyuga Kei's clothes, not daring to look at anyone else's gaze. Along with the shyness, Hinata's heart was also filled to the brim with happiness. Just like Hyuga Kei had always shown, he had never once hidden his affection for her. The somewhat silly Hinata had never tried to actively possess Hyuga Kei. Her wish was very simple. She only wanted to stay by his side. Just as Hyuga Kei carried Hinata out of the contestant passage, a figure blocked the road ahead. Kuratsuchi stood there with her arms crossed over her chest and her legs planted apart, steady and firm, chin slightly raised. Behind her stood two Iwagakure Chunin guards. Both had expressions that said, "We saw absolutely nothing," while staring up at the sky. "Yo, running pretty fast, huh? Didn't have enough fun with that smoke bomb last time?" Hyuga Kei's steps paused. Good lord, she'd come to block the door. Hinata shifted in his arms and secretly peeked out with one eye from inside his clothes to look at the newcomer. Then her whole body stiffened, and the tips of her ears turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She wanted to struggle her way down, but Hyuga Kei didn't let go. Keeping a straight face, Hyuga Kei deliberately teased, "Miss Kuratsuchi, are you blocking the way because you want a hug too?" The tips of Kuratsuchi's ears reddened slightly, but her mouth was still just as tough. "Who wants a hug from you? I'm here to get an explanation." "What explanation?" Hyuga Kei asked with an innocent look, as if he had no idea what she was talking about. Kuratsuchi was so angry she stomped her foot, and broken stones under her shoe let out sharp cracking sounds. "Quit playing dumb. Last time you threw a smoke bomb and ran before I even finished talking. Do you know what Tamari said about me afterward? Do you know how embarrassing that was for me?" The corner of Hyuga Kei's mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, those two really were competing. "So today, you have to give me an answer." Kuratsuchi planted her hands on her hips, lifted her chin, and stared at him with burning eyes. "What exactly is your attitude toward this marriage alliance? Am I not outstanding enough? Not pretty enough? I'm the granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage, a genius of Iwagakure, the future Tsuchikage. Do you know how many people want to marry me, and I don't even spare them a glance?" Her words came out fast and urgent, as if they had been bottled up for a long time and had finally found an exit. But when she said that last sentence, her voice unconsciously softened, and the redness at the tips of her ears quietly spread down to her neck. No matter how you looked at it, this sounded like she was forcing Hyuga Kei to like her. Hyuga Kei looked at the short-haired girl in front of him. To be honest, Kuratsuchi really was pretty. Not the soft, sweet kind of cuteness Hinata had. Not the mature feminine charm of Mei Terumi. It was a youthful, clean, capable kind of beauty. Her eyes were bright and direct. When she spoke, those big eyes looked straight at you without avoiding your gaze. Using as calm a tone as possible, Hyuga Kei stated the facts. "Before the heavenly screen, I didn't know who you were. After the heavenly screen, you followed Lord Tsuchikage to Konoha. Even counting everything, we've known each other for less than 1 day. In 1 day, what exactly do you expect me to say? So what if it's half a day?" Kuratsuchi sounded completely justified. "My grandpa and grandma got engaged after knowing each other for 3 days. Half a day is already considered slow in the ninja world." Hyuga Kei choked. Good lord, there was no way to answer that. That really was a ninja world tradition. With ninjas having such a high death rate, very few of them had normal romances. Most people got together in a rush, then rushed right back onto the battlefield to carry out missions. He took a deep breath and changed his angle. Miss Kuratsuchi, think about it carefully. Is the one you really want to marry me? Or is it the savior of the ninja world from the sky screen, the one with the golden Tenseigan who fought 6 Otsutsuki by himself? Kuratsuchi opened her mouth. Hyuga Kei didn't give her time to organize her thoughts and continued. If it's the latter, then honestly even I don't know that person myself. That's the future me, not the current me. All those halos you saw, the Tenseigan, the savior title, those are all things that might happen in the future. They're not the current Hyuga Kei. The current Hyuga Kei is just an ordinary ninja who just got his genin forehead protector. Of course, I'm still very handsome. I won't deny that. Kuratsuchi's mouth twitched. You're way too humble, aren't you? She looked him up and down, her eyes full of, are you kidding me? An ordinary ninja? Can an ordinary ninja create a taijutsu style before graduating from the academy? Can an ordinary ninja get fought over by the 4 Kage? Can an ordinary ninja make Danzo cough up blood from anger? Hyuga Kei answered like it was only natural. That just proves I'm a relatively smart ordinary ninja. Kuratsuchi stared at him for a while, then curled her lips. Her lips moved twice. She wanted to say, of course I like you for who you are. But the words rolled around on the tip of her tongue and just wouldn't come out. Because even she wasn't sure anymore. The first time she noticed Hyuga Kei really was because of the sky screen. That white-haired, golden-eyed boy on it. The one who faced the combined strike of 6 Otsutsuki alone, had pierced straight through her heart in that instant. Later, when she blocked him on the street, she found that the real him was even more interesting than the one on the sky screen. He could fight with a toothpick. He could throw a smoke bomb and run. He was clearly very strong, yet always wore that lazy expression like all he wanted was to go home and sleep. Was this love? Or was it just curiosity? But Kuratsuchi still wanted to say something. Hyuga Kei had already started walking, carrying Hinata as he passed by her side. Sorry. Excuse me. My legs are still weak. I need to go back and rest. Kuratsuchi suddenly turned around and glared at his back. Hyuga Kei, you still haven't answered my question. What exactly is your attitude toward political marriage? Hyuga Kei paused, but didn't turn around. I already made my attitude very clear. It's not that you're bad. I just don't like being treated as a bargaining chip. And I don't like other people being stuffed onto me as bargaining chips either. Kuratsuchi stood there, watching the back of that white-robed boy grow farther and farther away until he disappeared at the end of the passage. You bastard, Hyuga Kei. The 2 Iwagakure guards exchanged a glance and silently stepped back 2 more paces. They had seen young lady Kuratsuchi throw tantrums far too many times. At times like this, the best strategy was to lower their presence as much as possible so they wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. He was obviously just brushing me off. Kuratsuchi's voice lowered, and the tip of her shoe ground a small pebble against the ground. That all sounded nice, but in the end it's still because of her. She lifted her head and looked toward the now empty corridor in the depths of the passage. Kuratsuchi curled her lips, then turned and strode out. Let us go. Miss, where to? Where to? Back to where we're staying. What? Was I supposed to go chase after him? Do I have no pride? The 4 of them returned to Hyuga Kei's house. As for why it was 4 people, Naruto and Sasuke had also been invited by Hyuga Kei to come along to the celebration feast. After working so hard for so many days, they had to reward themselves properly. I smell food. Grandpa Tenka, we're back. The courtyard gate was half open. Naruto pushed it open in one go, and a rich aroma of sauce mixed with the smoky scent of charcoal rushed straight at them. Hyuga Tenka stood in the middle of the courtyard. The old man had changed into a clean dark yukata with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and he was turning skewers of meat on the grill with a pair of long chopsticks. The charcoal burned bright red. Whenever fat dripped down, it let out a sizzling sound and sent tiny sparks flying. A low table had been set up in the courtyard with 4 floor cushions around it. The table was already covered with grilled fish, tempura, tamagoyaki, miso soup, and a huge platter of rice balls pinched into all kinds of shapes. Most outrageous of all, right in the center of the table sat an entire copper pot, bubbling away with sukiyaki. The beef rolled gently in the amber-colored broth. Naruto froze into stone at the doorway. Take this. Hyuga Tenka didn't even look up. What are you standing there for? Go wash your hands. Grandpa Tenka is the best. Naruto let out a howl and pounced over, only to get smacked on the forehead with chopsticks by the old man. Wash your hands first. Sasuke walked into the courtyard. His gaze swept over the full table of food, and his Adam's apple moved slightly. He said nothing and silently walked toward the wash basin. Hinata and Hyuga Kei were the last to enter, and she had been carried in on his back the whole way. Not long after, the 5 of them sat around the low table. The charcoal crackled, the copper pot bubbled, and the sweet fragrance of sauce mixed with the smoky scent of charcoal. Naruto's cheeks were stuffed full as he mumbled through today's battle. He currently had a piece of grilled fish, half a rice ball, and a bite of sukiyaki beef all crammed into his mouth at the same time. Sasuke expressionlessly moved his bowl a little farther away to avoid getting sprayed by his rice grains. I'm telling you, Kei looked ridiculously cool back then. He stood there all by himself, pushed and pulled with both hands, and that Jonin's sword flew right out of his grip. That one meal lasted from noon all the way into the evening, and the group ate, talked, and celebrated together. Late at night, Naruto was carried back by Sasuke. He had eaten so much that he collapsed on the cushion and couldn't move at all. With a disgusted look on his face, Sasuke hauled him up, gave Hyuga a slight nod, then dragged the human-shaped orange trash bag out through the courtyard gate. Hinata was the last to leave. She stood at the door with a small cloth bundle in both hands. Inside were pickles and rice balls that Hyuga had stuffed in for her, saying she should bring them back for the clan head to try. But Hyuga Kei knew perfectly well this was clearly the weasel paying New Year's respects to the chicken. He had no good intentions. In the past, even during holidays and festivals, Hyuga had never given the clan head any gifts. Sending something now obviously meant he thought Kei and Hinata would become one family. As for Hyuga Kei, the moment he got back to his room, he immediately changed into his sleepwear and threw himself into bed. He was too tired. Too many things had happened in a single day. From beginning to end, Hyuga Kei had genuinely been busy all day long. The day after tomorrow, there would also be the 5 Kage Summit. He planned to attend as well and see whether he could help promote cooperation among the 5 great nations and build a certain level of trust. That was very important to him. Could give him a stable rear base in the future, and it would also give him a chance to learn the secret techniques of the 5 great nations. After thinking through all that, Hyuga Kei closed his eyes. Then, a sinister voice suddenly sounded. Little brother. Hyuga Kei's eyes snapped open. Then he saw Otsutsuki Zetsu, disguised by Black Zetsu, appear by his bedside. Black Zetsu. Hyuga Kei nearly failed to catch his breath. No, seriously, big brother. Can't you pick a different time? I just lay down. Today I fought a hard battle. Turned down 4 Kage, roasted Danzo, comforted Hinata, stuffed myself full of sukiyaki, and now I'm sleepy as hell. Couldn't you come tomorrow instead? But he still put on a look of excited joy at seeing family. Hyuga Kei widened his eyes. Big bro, you're here. Black Zetsu didn't waste time on pleasantries. Little brother, something happened. Hinata quickly sat up, the drowsiness on his face vanishing in an instant. If Black Zetsu had come to find him in such a hurry, then this was definitely something big. Bro, what do you need me for? Black Zetsu lowered his voice, his tone carrying the concern of an elder brother. Uchiha Madara has his eyes on you. The room fell silent for a moment. Hinata's expression didn't change at all. But in his heart, a thought flashed by like lightning. Uchiha Madara? How was that possible? At this point in time, he couldn't still be alive. Then the one moving around outside under that name had to be Uchiha Obito. He's the one making a move on me. Hinata sorted out the whole line of logic in his mind. Black Zetsu and Obito were in a cooperative relationship right now. Obito thought Black Zetsu was Madara's will, while Black Zetsu was actually using Obito to revive Kagaya. And now, Black Zetsu had come running over to tell him that Uchiha Madara was going to deal with him. Now this was interesting. Black Zetsu was placing bets on both sides. On one hand, he was cooperating with Obito. On the other, he was running over here to leak the news to him. If Obito successfully got rid of him, Black Zetsu lost nothing. If he survived and grew stronger and stronger, then Black Zetsu still had this brother relationship with him. What an old schemer. He's treating me like some kind of raising game. But on the surface, he abruptly sat up, and the expression on his face switched from calm to shock. The change was flawless. Uchiha Madara? His voice carried the confusion a boy of 11 should have. Didn't Uchiha Madara die a long time ago? In the battle at the Valley of the End. The first Hokage killed him with his own hands. His corpse should have rotted away by now, right? Black Zetsu was very satisfied with his reaction. You think someone like Uchiha Madara would die that easily? Fear appeared on Hinata's face, pushing the expression of a child who had just learned the truth of the world to the extreme. But why would he want to deal with me? I never provoked him, because your existence threatens his plan. Black Zetsu wriggled half a step forward, his voice dropping even lower. Uchiha Madara has a plan. A plan he has been preparing for decades. He wants to bring peace to the ninja world. And you, little brother, were named by the Heavenly Curtain as the hope of the ninja world. You, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha, you three are the biggest variables in his plan. Especially the power of your Tenseigan. That lies outside his calculations. He will definitely remove you. For certain reasons, I can't act right now. You can only face this yourself. Then what should I do? Hinata looked at Black Zetsu, his eyes carrying a plea for help. Brother, you have a way, right? Black Zetsu had been waiting for exactly those words. Yes. His voice became even gentler, like an older brother who truly cared for his younger sibling. You must keep practicing the Otsutsuki cultivation method I taught you. Don't stop. The Tenseigan is your greatest trump card. The higher its awakening progress, the stronger your ability to protect yourself. Although Uchiha Madara is strong, he still can't act openly right now. He has to stay hidden in the shadows. His strength is also not what it used to be, and he doesn't want to expose his identity. Hinata nodded seriously. Also, what you did today was very smart. You gave that taijutsu set to the 4 Kage, making all 4 of them owe you a favor. That way, your value isn't just to Konoha anymore, but to the entire ninja world. If Uchiha Madara wants to make a move on you, then he'll have to risk exposing himself to the 5 great nations at the same time. Black Zetsu meant those words sincerely. He truly thought Hinata had done beautifully today. An 11-year-old child, in that kind of situation, not only hadn't been crushed by the pressure from the 4 Kage, but had instead used a single boxing style to tie the 4 Kage onto his own war chariot. The more Black Zetsu looked at him, the more satisfied he became. You must remember this, little brother. Before you can truly protect yourself, the higher profile you are, the safer you will be. Make the whole ninja world watch you. Let everyone know your value. That way, those who want to move against you will have to weigh the consequences. Hinata nodded thoughtfully. He lay back down on the bed and stared at the ceiling. Thank you, brother. His voice was soft, carrying a hint of sleepiness. I'll work hard. I'll work hard to grow stronger, and work hard not to let Uchiha Madara succeed. Black Zetsu looked at him. Good. I'm leaving. The next time I come, I hope to see your Tenseigan advance even further. As soon as he finished speaking, he sank into the ground and vanished without a sound. Moonlight spread across the room again. Hinata kept lying there without moving, his breathing steady, as if he had really fallen asleep, but his eyes were open. In his mind, he went over the conversation from beginning to end. Black Zetsu coming to leak the information meant Obito really had his eyes on him. That was within expectations. In the end, Obito couldn't sit still anymore. The heavenly curtain had exposed him, Naruto, and Sasuke as the final hope of the ninja world. If Obito had remained unmoved, that would have been the strange thing. But Black Zetsu hadn't told him Obito's true identity. What he said was Uchiha Madara. That meant Black Zetsu was still maintaining that lie, that he was Madara's will, and that he was carrying out Madara's plan for him. He couldn't tell Hinata that Madara was already dead, and that the one using Madara's name now was a young man called Obito, because that would make the whole chain of lies collapse. So Black Zetsu could only keep acting, and Hinata could only keep acting as well. 2 actors, in one room facing the same script, each playing his own role. Hinata smiled silently. System, check the heavenly curtain charging time. Heavenly curtain charge time remaining, 10 hours. Tomorrow he would be able to choose the next heavenly curtain broadcast. Perfect. He could use this chance to quickly increase his strength and prepare for the coming crisis. But for now, the most important thing was still getting a good night's sleep. The next morning he woke up. His body was no longer sore, and his chakra had also recovered to its peak. When it came to recovery, the Otsutsuki bloodline was truly unreasonable. He had been exhausted like that yesterday, but one night of sleep had brought him right back to full health. Hinata stretched lazily, and his joints crackled all around. Time since the last heavenly curtain broadcast, 14 days, 23 hours. Countdown until the next broadcast, 0 days, 1 hour. Hinata blinked. Wait. He threw off the blanket, stepped barefoot onto the floor, walked to the window, and pulled the curtains open. The day the heavenly curtain appeared was day 1. Then there had been 1 week at the Ninja Academy, 5 days of special training after coming back, the exam on day 14, then the celebration banquet, and Black Zetsu's night visit. Counting the days, it was time for the heavenly curtain to broadcast again. Last time, the heavenly curtain had exposed him, Naruto, and Sasuke as the final hope of the ninja world, directly turning him into the focus of the entire ninja world. Although the process had been dangerous, the result had been good. He had gained Tenseigan 3 awakening progress. Naruto had learned multiple shadow clone jutsu, and Sasuke had awakened the 2 Tomo Sharingan. The second broadcast had been about Otsutsuki Kei from a parallel world, and it had also helped Hinata from the side. Its main purpose had been to show just how important Hinata was to the ninja world. That made even more people not dare make direct moves against Hinata or his family. And on top of that, he had become the host of the Heavenly Curtain system and could actively choose the broadcast content. Now he had much more freedom. That was the biggest cheat of all. Hinata sat cross-legged on the bed again and closed his eyes. System, let me see what can be broadcast this time. Generating available content. Generation complete. Host. Please choose 1 clip from the following options as this Heavenly Curtain broadcast content. In Hyuga Kei's field of vision, a row of options appeared. He looked through them one by one. The first option. Please select the content for the Sky Curtain broadcast. Several options were lined up neatly on the light screen, each one marked with the characters to be exposed and the estimated reward type. Hyuga Kei's gaze swept downward from the first option. Option 1. The Akatsuki, the darkness before dawn. Characters exposed. All Akatsuki members. Hyuga Kei skipped past it without even thinking. No way. The Akatsuki were still in their dormant phase. Nagato hadn't started capturing the tailed beasts on a large scale yet, and Obito was still fooling around under the identity of Tobi. If the Akatsuki were exposed now, and Nagato and Obito got desperate enough to jump the gun and start their plan early, then with his current strength, he wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Option 2. The glory and burden of the 5 Kage. Characters exposed. The 5 Kage of all generations. Hyuga Kei thought for a moment, then skipped that one too. There was no direct benefit to him if the 5 Kage got stronger. What he needed right now was a reward that could immediately raise his own strength, not making wedding clothes for someone else. Option 3. Hyuga Kei versus Tonari Otsutsuki. The dark side of the moon. Characters exposed. Hyuga Kei, Tonari Otsutsuki. Hyuga Kei's eyes lit up. This one was good. He was the protagonist again, and the reward would land directly on him too. But after seeing Tonari's name, Hyuga Kei could only give it up. That Otsutsuki Tonari might very well be his cousin or something, but this guy was basically a terrorist who wanted to destroy the ninja world with the moon. He might even have a huge battle with him in the future. Choosing a reward for him would be helping the enemy. Better keep looking. If there was nothing better, then he could come back to this one. He couldn't help the enemy, so he kept scrolling. Then his finger stopped. At the very bottom of the light screen, one option lay there quietly, his title longer than all the others. Option 4. A review of Hyuga Kei's Confidence. Hyuga Kei stared at the title for a full 5 seconds. What the hell was this? His eyes moved down and landed on the characters exposed line. Characters exposed. Hyuga Kei, Hinata Hyuga, Yujito, Kuratsuchi, Temari, Mei Terumi. Available reward. Visible affection meter for Hyuga Kei. Note. This video has the smallest impact on the world and can be previewed by the host for free. Hyuga Kei's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. No wait, what was with that ellipsis at the end? It wasn't even over yet? What exactly was wrong with the him from that timeline? Was he some kind of stallion bulldozer? Hyuga Kei instinctively opened the preview video. 3 minutes later, Hyuga Kei shut off those blush-inducing preview scenes. What did they mean by fighting side by side during missions, feelings gradually growing? What did they mean by drawn in by his personal charm? What did they mean by from clashing at every turn to understanding and cherishing each other? What did they mean by with his own strength alone, producing 2 full soccer teams worth of Otsutsuki and reversing the balance of power in the ninja world? What the fuck, are you serious? Who told you to save the ninja world like that? What was this some many children many blessings system? He first clicked his tongue in disgust. Scumbag. Despicable. Then he couldn't help rubbing his chin and thinking, as expected of me. My charm really is just too high. Hyuga Kei suddenly felt a little scared. Not scared of those girls. He was scared of how Hinata would react after seeing the sky curtain. He had just soothed her yesterday. If the sky curtain spent all day broadcasting Hyuga Kei's confidence today, how badly would Hinata cry? And what would grandfather think of him? What would Hayashi Hyuga think of him? He had just coaxed her back yesterday. And today the sky curtain was going to show her a future where Keikuin was entangled with countless women. Even if he jumped into the Naka River and went swimming with Shursui, he still wouldn't wash that clean. Besides, what kind of proper reward could content like this even give? A harem halo? No thanks. Expressionless. Hyuga Kei drew a giant red X over that option in his mind. Pass. Last was the 5th option. Option 5. Ao and Shiro. A love that crosses life and death. Characters exposed. Hyuga Kei, Hinata Hyuga. He had been thinking the whole time about how to make the reward fall onto himself, maximize his own strength gain, and also keep the broadcast content from being too dangerous. The Sky Curtain's rule was that the people being exposed would receive the reward. This option itself was very safe. It wouldn't expose the Akatsuki, wouldn't alert Obito or Black Zetsu, and wouldn't cause turmoil across the ninja world. At most, it would let all the ninja in the world know that Hyuga Kei and Hinata Hyuga were a couple. What was wrong with that? He had never planned to hide it anyway. Yesterday, in front of tens of thousands of people, he had carried Hinata out of the training ground in his arms. Anyone who was supposed to see it had already seen it. Hayashi Hyuga had seen it, the 4 Kage had seen it, the 3rd Hokage had seen it, Konoha's villagers had seen it, and the envoys from the other hidden villages had seen it too. Since it was already public, he might as well make it completely public. Let the entire ninja world know. Hyuga Kei was taken. The more Hyuga Kei thought about it, the more perfect this option seemed. What was wrong with showing off his relationship? If he could show off and get rewards at the same time, then he'd show off every single day. Perfect. Hyuga Kei snapped his fingers and jumped up from the bed. No training today. No dealing with the 4 Kage today. Today, he only needed to do one thing. Buy some snacks and fruit, call everyone over, then find a comfortable position and watch Hyuga Kei show off his romance together with them. and then collect the reward. At the same time, in the Hokage building, inside the temporarily arranged preparatory hall for the 5 Kage summit. The 5 Kage were not sitting at the negotiating table. Today was not the official summit. That would be tomorrow. But they had still gathered together. The reason was simple. To watch the Sky Curtain. The last Sky Curtain broadcast had directly pushed Hyuga Kei, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha into the spotlight of the ninja world, completely changing the entire structure of the world. No one knew what would be broadcast this time, but everyone wanted to know. So the 5 Kage tacitly chose to sit together and watch it as one. 5 chairs were placed in the preparatory hall. Directly across from them was an entire glass wall with an excellent view, allowing them to look straight through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and see the sky. The 5 Kage sat in a circle, waiting for the Sky Curtain to descend once again. Behind each of them stood several guards. Konoha s Shikaku Nara, Kumogakure s Darui, Iwagakure s Kitsuchi, Sunagakure s Baki, and Kirigakure s Ao. The atmosphere in the entire preparatory hall was subtle. Everyone. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke. The Sky Curtain is about to open again. Before we watch it, there is one thing I want to say. The eyes of the other 4 Kage fell on him. No matter what content the Sky Curtain shows, please remember one thing. What the Sky Curtain shows is the future, not the present. And the future can be changed. The reason we are sitting here is precisely to change it. Snorted. Hokage, this line of reasoning of yours. Are you afraid the Sky Curtain is going to show something unfavorable to Konoha? Hiruzen Sarutobi did not deny it. He only said calmly, anything the Sky Curtain broadcasts may be unfavorable to any village. I am only reminding everyone not to make impulsive decisions because of fragments of the future. Inoki stroked his beard. I've lived for more than 70 years. I have at least that much self-control. Raza said nothing, only gave a slight nod. Mei Terumi took a sip of red tea, her smile unchanged. Don't worry, Lord Hokage. No matter what the Sky Curtain shows, my good impression of little K won't change. Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth twitched. This woman really couldn't go 3 sentences without bringing up Hyuga Kei. Meanwhile, Hyuga Kei had already bought the snacks and returned home. He called Hinata, Naruto and Sasuke over, and the 4 of them sat in a neat row along the hallway. At this moment, the 2 goofballs beside him were still bickering, arguing over what the sky screen would show this time. Hyuga Kei ignored the 2 idiots. He adjusted his posture, leaned back, and rested the back of his head, right on Hinata's lap. Hinata's hand froze. Kuchi-kun? HM? Why you like this? Doesn't it feel uncomfortable? It's not uncomfortable. It's. Her face was already red all the way to the tips of her ears. Hyuga Kei looked up at her from below. From this angle, he could see Hinata's slightly flushed cheeks and her faintly trembling eyelashes. Then let us keep it like this. Hinata's lips moved, but in the end, she said nothing. She only lowered her head slightly, letting the strands of hair falling down cover her burning red face. Then she carefully picked up a piece of fruit and brought it to Hyuga Kei's mouth. Hyuga Kei opened his mouth and bit down. Crunch. That made the 2 people who had been arguing nearby both open their mouths wide, looking deeply shocked. As for Hyuga Kei, he looked down on these 2 country bumpkins with disdain. Making a fuss over nothing. They really didn't know how to enjoy life. Hyuga Tianhua held a teacup and pretended to look at the sky. Why hasn't the sky screen started yet? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Hyuga Kei lay there without the slightest guilt, resting on Hinata's soft thighs while enjoying her feeding service. Warm sunlight spilled under the corridor, and the breeze carried the fresh scent of bamboo leaves from the courtyard. He narrowed his eyes, thoroughly enjoying himself. This was what life should be. If the sky screen hadn't been forcing him to move forward, then maybe he could spend every day like this. Right at that moment, a commotion came from outside. The sky screen had lit up. In every corner of the ninja world, everyone stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked up. That light screen, vast enough to cover the heavens and block out the sun, appeared in the sky once more. Naruto Multiverse Viewing System. The second broadcast is about to begin. Viewing content this time. A love between blue and white that transcends life and death. Exposed characters. Hyuga Kei, Hyuga Hinata. Rewards will be distributed based on the exposed characters after the viewing ends. This sky screen broadcast is located at the intersection of world lines. After it ends, there will be an additional parallel world sky screen. The Revolutionary Ninja World Federal Government. Revealing the path of the ninja world toward peace. The words on the light screen appeared clearly. Then, the entire ninja world went silent for a full 3 breaths. Blue and white. Blue was the color of Hyuga Kei's eyes. White was the Byakugan. The exposed characters were Hyuga Kei and Hinata. Could this be their love story? This time, the Parallel World Special is actually the Ninja World Federation? The Ninja World Federation? Does that mean the future ninja world was unified by someone? Who unified it? Could it still be Hyuga Kei from a parallel world? My god, could it be that Hyuga Kei really is the protagonist of this world? Hinata stared at those words for 3 full seconds. Then her face changed from white to pink, from pink to red, from red to dark red, until even her whole head and the tips of her ears were completely red. TTR transcends life and death love. The sky screen's image finally began. Not ruins, not a battlefield, not an apocalyptic scene filled with smoke and war. It was a shrine. An old shrine built on a hilltop, surrounded by cherry blossom trees. The cherry blossoms were in full bloom. Petals drifted down like snowflakes, covering the stone path leading to the shrine. Red and white shimenawa swayed gently in the wind, and the bronze bells gave off crisp, clear chimes. Countless people were chatting and laughing along the mountain path, all dressed extremely formally, smiles on their faces. Judging from their clothing, there were actually ninja from every village present, all from different countries and different hidden villages. A line of text appeared on the sky screen at just the right moment. May I win one heart and stay together till white hair and old age. This was clearly the wedding scene of a newlywed couple. At this moment, the entire ninja world fell silent, because the scene was too beautiful. So beautiful it didn't even feel real. The villagers of Konoha craned their necks upward, their eyes reflecting the endless cherry blossoms across the sky. What place is that? Someone asked softly. Isn't it that shrine behind Konoha? The one everyone goes to during the annual cherry blossom festival? No way. How could that shrine possibly be this beautiful? It's the future, idiot. The future shrine. No one spoke anymore. No one wanted to miss even a single frame. Hinata also stared blankly at the scene in the sky. Was this really the scene of her wedding with Chikuin? It was so beautiful. Even more beautiful than she had imagined. The sky screen camera slowly moved forward, passing through the torii gate, passing through the rain of cherry blossoms. White petals formed a path, stretching from the deepest part of the screen all the way to the very front. On both sides of the path were rows upon rows of neatly arranged seats, with light blue ribbons tied to the backs. The seats were full. The camera slowly swept across them. In the front row, Hyuga Kei wore a brand new dark gray Otsutsuki Kei hakama, sitting with his back perfectly straight. Beside him, Hayashi Hyuga sat in a composed and formal manner. Behind them were countless familiar faces from across the ninja world. Naruto wore a suit and waved excitedly. Beside him, Sasuke also had a faint smile on his face, one hand resting on the back of the chair. Jiraiya stood behind them with an arm around Naruto's shoulders, grinning from ear to ear. Tsunade stood beside Jiraiya with her arms folded, a faint smile at the corners of her lips, though there was a trace of tears in her eyes. Might Guy, Kakashi, the Konoha 12, and the others were also present. The Kage of the other hidden villages were there as well, such as the Reikage A, Kazekage Gara, Terumi Mei of Kirigakure, Inoki of Iwagakure, and many other famous ninja. Nearly everyone with a name and reputation in the ninja world had come. This also made many people watching the sky screen widen their eyes. The future Kazekage was actually Gara. The image slowly advanced, passing over the stone steps, past the cherry blossom trees, past the shrine's torii gate, and finally stopped in front of the main hall. There, 2 people stood facing each other. On the left, Hyuga Kei. He wore a pure white Otsutsuki Kei hakama. The sleeves and collar of the Heiori were embroidered with extremely fine blue cloud patterns. His clothes were crisp, and the sash at his waist was tied just right. His white hair was lightly brushed by the wind, naturally falling over his shoulders, looking exceptionally neat. Against the endless cherry blossoms, those golden Tenseigan eyes looked like stars fallen into the mortal world. On the right, Hyuga Hinata. She wore a pure white shiromaku. The white outer robe was embroidered all over with fine cloud patterns and cherry blossoms in silver-gray silk thread. On her head was a white wataboshi, the brim hanging slightly low, covering the brows and eyes that were usually lowered. Her makeup was very light. Her brows were gently outlined, and there was only a touch of pale cherry-colored lipstick on her lips. But it was precisely this light makeup that fully brought out the delicate beauty of her features. Her brows were like distant mountains, her eyes like autumn water. And those very eyes were looking at the man beside her with tears shining in them. There was a smile on her lips, and tears in her eyes. This scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Hyuga Kei watched her walk over, the corners of his lips slowly rising. He reached out his hand. Hinata placed her hand into his palm. Hyuga Kei, I swear, from today on, I will protect you and love you until the end of our lives. Hinata, I swear too. From today on, I will always stand by Keikuin's side. No matter what happens, I will never leave. Keikuin is my entire world. Hinata's voice was trembling. Hyuga Kei lowered his head and looked at Hinata. In those pale blue eyes of his, her reflection was mirrored. He raised a hand and gently lifted Hinata's chin. Hinata did not dodge. She slightly tilted her head up and closed her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled softly. Cherry blossoms drifted down from the sky. The entire ninja world was watching this moment. Hyuga Kei lowered his head. Their lips lightly touched. Time itself seemed to freeze in this instant. On Konoha's streets, countless people widened their eyes. Take this. This was a wedding? This was a wedding. That bride was the Hyuga clan's eldest young lady. So beautiful. No one knew who had said those two words first. But then everyone fell silent. Because she really was beautiful. Standing there, she was like the first flower blooming in spring. Like the first ray of sunlight after the rain. Like the embodiment of everything beautiful. So beautiful. Ino Yamanaka murmured. And at some point, her eyes had already filled with tears. None of them had ever imagined that the girl who had always hidden behind Hyuga Kei, the most inconspicuous girl of them all, would actually be such a hidden gem. And this was practically the wedding of every boy's and girl's dreams. At this moment, many people in the ninja academy had tears in their eyes, while many others were filled with envy. The scene they had dreamed of so much in their youth was now playing out right before their eyes. Konoha, Hyuga clan compound. Hyuga Hayashi watched the scene with both hands clenched tight. Father, father. At this moment, 6-year-old Hanabi came running from the other end of the corridor, her little feet thumping against the wooden floor. She grabbed Hyuga Hayashi's sleeve and shook it hard. That's big sister, that's big sister. She's so beautiful. Hanabi's eyes were full of little stars. Big sister looks so pretty in white clothes, and the cherry blossoms are so pretty too, and the shrine is so pretty, and big brother Kei is so handsome. Father, I want this too in the future. I want to wear white clothes too, and stand under the cherry blossoms too. And also, ahem. Hyuga Hayashi coughed twice. Hanabi was completely oblivious and kept gesturing excitedly. Then father has to sit in the very front too. Just like Grandpa Tianhui did. Hyuga Hayashi lifted his teacup, his hand trembling slightly. A scene suddenly appeared in his mind. Many, many years later, Hanabi would grow up too. She would also wear a white shiromuku and stand beneath the cherry blossom trees. And then she would be led away by some brat. Both his daughters. Both of them would be led away. That kind of thing absolutely could not be allowed. And at this moment, inside Konoha's meeting room, Mei Terumi looked at the sky screen, her eyes full of envy. Cherry blossoms, a shrine, a shiromuku. Being blessed by everyone, being loved wholeheartedly by one person. The fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi, the highest authority of Kirigakure, a woman who possessed 2 Kekiai Genkai, lava release and boil release, and stood at the peak of the ninja world in strength. At this moment, she was looking at the wedding scene of a girl on the sky screen with an expression of envy. Raza's gaze fell on that familiar yet unfamiliar face. Gaara. His youngest son, the tool of Sunagakure who had killed his wife. The Gaara on the sky screen was wearing the Kazekage robes. The violence and madness were gone from his brows and eyes. Sitting there, he looked like a true Kazekage. Raza remained silent for a long time. He had already grown up, and he himself did not appear in that future. So many people, more than the ones who came to this 5-Kage summit, right? Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Konoha's, Kumogakure's, Iwagakure's, Sunagakure's, Kirigakure's. This was not a gathering like the 5-Kage summit, where everyone had their own hidden motives, but a true gathering. The kind where friends came to attend a friend's wedding. He saw many ninjas from other villages, and even some young people whose names he did not know. They were all sitting there without barriers, without vigilance, without hatred. Crossed his arms and swept his gaze over the faces on the sky screen. He saw Darui, he saw Kumogakure's young ninjas. They were also sitting there, mixed in together with Konoha's ninjas, Iwagakure's ninjas, Sunagakure's ninjas, and Kirigakure's ninjas. The seats were not divided by village, nor were camps divided by national borders. The ninja world had truly united. Not unity spoken only with words, not unity written into some alliance treaty, but the kind of unity where you could entrust your back to the other side, attend each other's weddings, and celebrate together. The sky screen continued to play. A line of subtitles appeared on the sky screen. The beginning of the story was never earth-shattering. Instead, it was some ordinary afternoon, some casual glance back. The music changed. The solemnity and romance of the wedding were replaced by a light, youthful melody. The scene slowly brightened. Hyuga clan compound, indoor training hall. A small, frail girl stood in the center of the room. Short black hair, a white training outfit, and the scattered bangs on her forehead were soaked with sweat, sticking to her pale skin. Her hands were held in the opening stance of the gentle fist, but her whole body was trembling. Opposite her stood a middle-aged man. Hyuga Hizashi, also Hinata's uncle. Main family and branch family, elder brother and younger brother. 2 people who should have been blood relatives. Yet at this moment, an invisible chasm lay between them. At this moment, however, he was acting as Hinata's sparring partner. Again, Hizashi's voice was cold. Hinata bit down on her lip and charged forward again. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. Every strike was easily deflected by Hizashi, and every counterattack made her stagger back. But Hizashi did not hold back. Hinata's wrist was knocked aside, and she lost her balance, falling backward. Her knee slammed against the bluestone floor with a dull thud. She bit down hard and did not cry out, but tears were already welling in her eyes. Hisashi walked up to her and looked down at her from above. Get up. Hinata braced herself against the ground, her arms shaking badly. There was no warmth in Hisashi's voice. And what was in his eyes was not anger, not disgust, but jealousy. Looking at Hinata like this made him think of his own son. Why did his son Niji, with such heaven-defying talent, have to be branded with the caged bird seal? While Hinata, so weak, was the main family's eldest daughter, just because he had been born a little later. Again, Hisashi reached out, about to drag Hinata up from the ground. At that moment, a voice rang out. That's enough. Hinata and Hisashi both turned toward the source of the voice. A white-haired boy was lying on the window frame, a foxtail grass stem hanging from his mouth. It was the young Hyuga Kei. Hisashi narrowed his eyes. You're from Elder Tianhua's family. Hyuga Kei. The boy took the foxtail grass out of his mouth and pointed at Hisashi's hand with it. What's the point of training like this besides beating her until she's covered in bruises? Hisashi's expression darkened. It's not your place to comment on training when you're still not even a genin. To. Hyuga Kei nodded and slowly walked into the training ground. Then let me put it another way. He walked up to Hisashi, tilted his head up, and looked straight at the much taller man. You're a grown man, using a little girl to vent your anger. Have you no shame? At this time, Hyuga Kei had not fully recovered the memories of his previous life. Seeing a little girl being bullied like this, he naturally couldn't hold back from speaking up. The air in the training ground froze. Hinata and Hisashi both widened their eyes. Even Hyuga Hisashi had not expected Hyuga Kei to talk back to him so directly. Hinata stared blankly at the back standing in front of her. Hisashi's expression changed. What did you say? Hyuga Kei spoke one word at a time. I said, if you've got the guts, go hit those main family elders. Go hit the people who branded your son with the caged bird seal. What kind of ability is it to take your anger out on a little girl because of all that? He paused, then tilted his head. Oh right, I forgot. You don't dare. You! Hisashi raised his palm, chakra gathering in it. But Hyuga Kei did not move at all. Go on. His voice was calm, nothing like a 7- or 8-year-old child. If you hit me, then you're lashing out in humiliation. If you don't, then you're admitting I'm right. Which one do you choose? You think it's unfair. You think, why is Niji so talented, yet he has to be branded with the caged bird seal? Why can a main family child with average talent inherit everything? You have resentment in your heart, but if you dump all that resentment on a child, then what's the difference between you and the people who branded your son with the caged bird seal? The training ground was so quiet that only the sound of wind rustling through the leaves remained. Hisashi's hand dropped, as if all his strength had been drained away. You want to say this is fate, that the caged bird seal is the branch family's fate. But ask yourself this, have you ever truly resisted? Hyuga Kei took a step back, completely shielding Hinata behind him. If it were me, then even if I were branded with the caged bird seal, I'd still fly to the highest place and make everyone see me. I'd struggle with everything I had until I broke free of the shackles, instead of standing here, bullying a child even younger than your son. You might think it's hypocritical for someone like me, a beneficiary of the main family, to say all this. But if one day someone can change the main family branch family system, then that person will definitely be me. This one sentence made countless branch family members in reality fall silent. They had long since gotten used to silence, used to lowering their heads before the main family. Most of the time, the only sense of superiority they could find was by comparing themselves to the civilians of Konoha. But now, a boy from the main family was actually telling them to resist, to break free from the shackles of this fate. Even if they were caged birds, they still had to fly to the highest place. A branch family member could not help but ask, does he really carry the Hyuga name? He was from the main family. He was an elder's grandson. No one answered. Why was he saying these things? A child of the main family, someone who could have sat securely at the very top of privilege. Why would he speak for branch family members like them? Why would he confront Lord Hisashi? Why would he say to everyone, if it were me, I would break free from the shackles too? He clearly had no shackles. Someone reached up and touched the cursed seal on his forehead. He had just turned 10 this year, and it had only been 3 years since he was branded. In those 3 years, he had already learned to lower his head, learned to keep silent in front of the main family, learned to be a qualified shadow. But at this moment, as he looked at the white-haired boy on the sky screen, something was burning in his eyes. Fly to the highest place. Those words echoed over and over in his mind. But, he muttered, can we really fly that high? On the other side, at the Ninja Academy, Hyuga Niji's gaze remained fixed on his father's back. It was a figure he had already begun to forget. A figure that had ultimately died in place of Hyuga Hayashi under pressure from Kimogakure. That father of his, who in his memory had always stood tall, always endured, never showing even a trace of weakness in front of him, had been left speechless by a child of 7 or 8. His hand had dropped. He had turned around. His back had disappeared at the end of the training ground corridor. Why was Niji so talented yet still branded with the caged bird seal? He had resentment in his heart, but if he took that resentment out on a child, then what was the difference between him and the people who branded Niji with the caged bird seal? Hyuga Kei's voice echoed by his ears. Niji's nails dug into his palm. He wanted to refute it. He wanted to say that wasn't how it was. His father was not that kind of person. His father was the toughest, most patient, most worthy of respect person in the entire Hyuga branch family. His father taught him the gentle fist, taught him the way of the ninja, taught him that even with the caged bird seal he still had to live with his head held high. But for some reason, he could not say it. Maybe his father also had many emotions in his heart. He had just never shown them in front of him. Hyuga Kei's voice echoed in Niji's ears. If it were me, then even if I were branded with the caged bird seal, I'd still fly to the highest place. Let everyone see me. Struggle with everything I have until I break free from the shackles. Fly to the highest place. Then he gave a self-mocking smile. That guy could already see things more clearly than me back then. Inside Hyuga Tianhua's residence, Hyuga Kei was still lying with his head on Hinata's lap. Looking at the small version of himself on the sky screen reaching out a hand to the small version of her, Hyuga Kei suddenly felt a little embarrassed. At that time, the memories of his previous life had not fully awakened yet. He had just been unable to bear seeing a little girl bullied like that. He really had done all of this. But now, with so many people across the entire ninja world watching, even thick-skinned Hyuga Kei felt a little ashamed. The scene on the sky screen continued. This time, it was no longer one specific scene, but a rapid series of clips switching one after another, like flipping through an old photo album. The two of them stayed by each other's side through several springs, summers, autumns, and winters. At last, it stopped on a summer night. At the Hyuga clan training ground, two small figures sat side by side on the stone steps at the edge of the field. Hinata was 10. Hyuga Kei was 10. She hugged her knees, resting her chin on them as she looked up at the moon in the sky. Chikuin. Am I really useless? Father is very disappointed in me. Hanabi is 5 years younger than me, but her gentle fist is already better than mine. Everyone in the clan says I'm not worthy of being the heir of the main family. Her voice was very soft. So soft it was as if she was afraid of disturbing the moonlight. I know, I have no talent, and I'm timid. I get scared even during sparring. Uncle Hisashi was right that day. Someone like me. Doesn't he deserve to be a ninja at all? She lowered her head and buried her face in her knees. But I really have worked hard. Every day I practice until very late. But no matter how hard I work, I still can't catch up to others. Chikuin, what should I do? Hyuga Kei reached out and placed his hand on top of Hinata's head, gently rubbing it. Who says you're useless? Hyuga Kei revealed a smile. From where I stand, you're not useless. You're just too gentle. Hinata lifted her head from her knees and stared at him blankly. You don't dare to fight back not because you're timid, but because you're afraid of hurting other people. When you fall down and don't cry, it's not because it doesn't hurt, but because you don't want others to worry. You think you're not good enough. Not because you really aren't good enough, but because your standards for yourself are higher than anyone else's. He raised a finger and lightly flicked her forehead. You're gentler than anyone, kinder than anyone, and better than anyone at thinking of others. You're not weak. You're just gentle. And gentleness is the rarest thing in this world. Hinata's tears kept falling. This time, she cried loudly, and Hyuga Kei didn't say anything more. He just pulled her into his arms by the shoulder and quietly stayed with her. When her sobs gradually softened, Hyuga Kei reached out and gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Have you ever protected anyone? Hinata thought for a moment, then shook her head. Then from now on, you have. Hyuga Kei smiled, and under the moonlight, his smile looked especially clean. Don't worry. Until you become strong enough, I'll protect you. Hinata only nodded hard. Then what about after I become stronger? Hyuga Kei tilted his head, seeming to seriously think about the question. After that, huh? He looked up at the moon. Then you can protect me. Hinata burst into laughter through her tears. She reached out and hooked her pinky with Hyuga Kei's. It's a promise. Hyuga Kei froze for a moment, then smiled too. It's a promise. Yujito stood beneath the shade of a tree, arms crossed over her chest. Am I really that useless? The power of gentleness. Those words kept replaying in her mind. Yujito's fingers tightened slightly. She had never asked anyone that question, and she didn't need to. She was the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Kimogakure's Jinchuriki, someone who could wield Matatabi's power. From the day she was chosen, all anyone ever saw in her was that power. What Lord Raikage saw was a strategic weapon. What the other shinobi of her generation saw was awe and distance. From being hated at the very beginning, she had gradually earned the acknowledgement of Kimogakure's shinobi. But no one had ever asked her, "Does it hurt?" No one had ever asked her, "Are you afraid?" If there were someone you could lean on, then who would want to keep forcing themselves to hold everything up alone? Maybe the truly gentle one was never Hinata, but that guy. If she had someone like that when she was younger, maybe she wouldn't have been so tired either. Hyuga Tianhua's residence. Hinata lowered her head, tiny tear droplets still clinging to her eyelashes. Of course she remembered everything Hyuga Chi had said. She remembered every single word. That was the first time she had felt that someone needed her, that maybe she wasn't so useless after all. But unlike Hinata, who was moved to tears, Hyuga Chi was lying with his head on Hinata's lap and was mentally collapsing. What the hell was I even saying back then? Did I plant every death flag I could possibly plant in this lifetime all at once? SNT, that the standard kind of line you say right before dying in the next episode? Just how many melodramatic shows did I watch back then to blurt out something like that so naturally? He lowered his hand and stared at the sky with a dead look on his face. I'm like an old general standing on the opera stage, covered in flags. No wonder the sky screen arranged some across life and death romance for me. So this was all my own doing? The image on the sky screen suddenly shifted. The sound of explosions tore apart all the beauty. Konoha's streets were burning. The thunder of collapsing buildings mixed together with the shouts of shinobi. A gigantic three-headed snake slithered through the buildings. Every sweep of its tail flattened rows of houses. After the Chunin exams, the Konoha crush. A line of subtitles appeared on the sky screen. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened. That snake made him think of one person, Orochimaru. Konoha's S-rank missing nin, one of the legendary Sannin. And also his disciple. He had returned. This so-called Konoha crush was most likely the work of that disciple of his. Meanwhile, inside an inn on Konoha South Street, Orochimaru's hand froze midair while holding a teacup. The cup shattered soundlessly between his fingers, and tea along with porcelain fragments splashed all over the table. That damned sky screen. It exposed me just like that. His face twisted for a moment, but he instantly calmed down again. Hyuga Chi, Tenseigan, Otsutsuki bloodline. That was the vessel he truly wanted. More perfect than the Uchiha Sasuke he had carefully cultivated, and closer to the power of a god. But now that he was exposed, forget hastily carrying out the plan and planting a curse seal on Hyuga Chi. At this point, whether he could even leave heavily defended Konoha was still a question. He had to leave Konoha before teacher Hiruzen reacted. The scene moved through the burning streets. The camera sharply turned and locked onto an alley between piles of rubble. Hinata was running. Behind her, 5 figures were in hot pursuit, 5 sound shinobi. Don't let her get away. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga main family, those eyes are good stuff. Lord Orochimaru will be pleased. Laughter closed in from behind. The 5 sound shinobi spread out in a fan shape and surrounded her, sealing off every direction. The leader laughed loudly. Run then. Why did you stop? Hinata took the opening stance of gentle fist. Still got some backbone, huh? Too bad about those eyes. Don't damage the eyes. Anything else is fine. All 5 moved at the same time. Hinata gritted her teeth and struck out with one palm, barely blocking the first wave of attacks. But from the side, a shuriken sliced across her shoulder, and blood splashed out. The leading sound genin rushed in close, his kunai stabbing straight toward her abdomen. Hinata closed her eyes, and then, a hand reached in from the side and grabbed that man's wrist. Short white hair, a white combat uniform, a forehead protector tied to his upper left arm, and those pale Byakugan eyes glowing with blue light. It was Hyuga Chi. Hyuga Chi said gently, I'm late. Tears burst from Hinata's eyes. The man tried to pull back his kunai, but his hand felt like it was clamped in iron, unable to move at all. Who are you? Hyuga Chi only spat out a few calm words. The one here to kill you. Hyuga Chi didn't even use ninjutsu. He simply stepped forward. Repulsion. Invisible force exploded outward from his center, and all 5 sound shinobi were shaken back half a step at the same time. It didn't send them flying. It only made them lose their balance for a brief instant. Hyuga Chi's right hand struck out 8 trigrams air palm. Before the leading sound shinobi could even react, the palm force had already slammed into his chest. The impact burst out through his back, bringing with it a spray of blood mist, and his whole body went limp as he collapsed. First one. Using the recoil from that palm, Hyuga Chi twisted sideways and smashed his left elbow backward. It hit the second sound shinobi right in the temple. That man's kunai was still raised in midair, but his eyes had already gone unfocused. Hyuga Chi didn't even look at him. His left hand had already shot out at the same time as the elbow strike. His 5 fingers locked onto the third man's wrist. With a pull of attraction, he yanked the man toward himself. His right hand turned into a palm, rising from low to high. 8 trigrams crushing palm. The edge of his palm struck the opponent's throat with perfect precision, producing a crisp crack of cartilage shattering. The man didn't even manage to let out a scream. The remaining 2 finally reacted. They were no longer laughing. Only fear remained on their faces. A monster, the 4th man turned to run, while the 5th began frantically forming hand seals. Hyuga Kei gave them no chance. His right foot stepped forward. Tai Chi opening stance. Attraction forcefully dragged the fleeing man back, while repulsion slammed the one making hand seals against the wall. One pull, one push. The 2 forces converged at the exact same moment, directly crushing both of their hearts. 5 seconds. 5 chunin. Hyuga Kei lowered his hands. He turned and held Hinata by the shoulders. Speaking at top speed, Hinata, listen to me. Oto Geikure and Sunagekure have joined forces to attack Konoha. That Kazukage is Orochimaru, an S-rank missing nin. This is a real war. Leave here immediately and go find the clan head. PS at the command post in Area B. Follow the riverbank. Avoid the main roads. If you run into enemies, don't fight them head-on. Send a signal. But Chikuin, what about you? I'm gonna kill a dead man. Hyuga Kei cut her off. This battle is already beyond a level you can participate in. If you stay here, I'll only be distracted. Hinata parted her lips, wanting to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. She had always been the one being protected, but she wanted to protect Chikuin too. But Hyuga Kei was right. Staying here would only be a burden, so she could only turn around and leave at a quick pace. Inside the waiting hall of the Hokage office building, dead silence filled the air. 5 figures sat in their chairs, each with a different posture, each with a different expression. The atmosphere was extremely subtle, mainly because the 2 masterminds behind the Konoha crush revealed by the sky screen, one was currently in Konoha, and the other was right beside them. Everyone's eyes had already fallen on Raza. Raza sat there expressionlessly. He picked up his teacup and took a light sip. Lord Hokage said it himself. What the sky screen shows is the future, not the present. The future can be changed. The reason we are sitting here is precisely to change it. SNT that right? Everyone stay calm. Those are matters of the future. They haven't happened yet. Everyone found it very familiar. Wasn't this exactly what Hiruzen Sarutobi had said at the very beginning? Terumi Mei's lips curled slightly. What a move, using the other party's spear to attack the other party's shield. Using Hiruzen Sarutobi's own words to shut everyone up. Hiruzen Sarutobi ignored the teasing hidden in those words. Forgive me, everyone. This old man must temporarily excuse himself to handle some family business. He turned and strode quickly outside, with Nara Shikaku following close behind. The other 4 Kage all wore smiles. Seeing their opponent in such a frantic mess, how could they not be happy? That said, they had no intention of kicking someone while they were down. Helping a missing nin was something that went against the entire ninja world. The moment he stepped out the door, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression completely darkened. Pass the order to the Umbu. Mobilize the barrier team. We cannot let Orochimaru escape. Shikaku did not ask a single extra question. It's already being arranged. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his head. His eyes filled entirely with killing intent. His disciple, who had gone down the wrong path, had actually made a move against Konoha. This time, he had to eliminate this bitter fruit he had planted with his own hands. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped out of the waiting hall's main entrance, his footsteps stopped. Someone was crouching on the railing. Long white hair, a red outer robe, wooden sandals balanced on the edge of the railing. In his hand, he carried an unconscious sound ninja, then casually tossed him to the ground like a bag of trash. Yo, old man. Jiraiya grinned, flashing a mouthful of white teeth. You're doing a terrible job as Hokage. The enemy already reached your doorstep, and you still needed the sky screen to warn you. The killing intent on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face faded, replaced by surprise. When did you come back? Jiraiya dug at his ear. I've been in the village for almost 5 days already. I was just waiting to see who'd be the first to lose patience and make a move on my future disciple. He threw an arm around Hiruzen Sarutobi's shoulder, while his other hand pointed dramatically at the sky in an exaggerated pose. Old man, isn't that Hyuga Kei the child of prophecy I've been looking for? The legendary golden-eyed boy, the child destined to change the fate of the ninja world. Other than Lord Jiraiya, who else is worthy of being this kid's master? Hiruzen Sarutobi was shaken so hard his pipe nearly fell out. Jiraiya, go after Orochimaru first. Orochimaru isn't getting away. I already set up sealing barriers around the outer perimeter. Just leave it to me. Jiraiya burst into laughter. Orochimaru, your senior brother is here to catch you. Be a good boy, wash your neck clean, and wait for me. Dense forest outside Konoha. 2 figures moved rapidly through the woods, one in front and one behind. There was still blood at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, the backlash from biting the tip of his tongue and failing to use the reverse summoning jutsu just now. That bastard Jiraiya had actually set up barrier seals around the outer perimeter in advance. Orochimaru. Behind him, that voice he was sick of hearing was getting closer and closer. Stop running. You can't get away. Just come back with me obediently. I'll have the old man pick you a south-facing cell in Konoha prison. 3 meals a day, and even dessert after meals. Orochimaru did not answer. He only sped up. But Jiraiya's voice was like it had stuck to his back. No matter what, he couldn't shake it off. Do you remember? Back then, the 3 of us snuck off together to steal the old man's crystal ball. You ran faster than this now. What, getting old? Legs not working so well anymore? Orochimaru's mouth twitched. He spun around abruptly, hands forming seals. Hidden shadow snake hands. Dozens of venomous snakes shot out from his sleeves and lunged at Jiraiya. Jiraiya's figure paused in midair. Good timing. His white hair instantly hardened, turning into thousands of steel needles that exploded outward at once. Wild Lion's main technique. White hair and black snakes clashed in midair. The 2 who had once been close friends and comrades began another deadly battle in this dense forest after so many years apart. The sky screen switched scenes once again. This time, the image was actually in outer space, with countless burning fragments of stars filling the heavens. The camera passed through a floating asteroid belt. Then everyone saw that figure. Hyuga Kei. He stood in the void, with the moon beneath his feet and the galaxy above his head. His white combat suit was no longer recognizable in its original color. Half of one sleeve had been burned black, and blood continuously dripped from his arm. Standing opposite him was a man. White robes, pale skin, horns growing from his forehead, and 2 eyes. One was a black eye with a golden iris and black rice-shaped patterns within it. The other was a golden Rinnegan. Otsutsuki Kei, a powerhouse beyond 6 paths level. The sky screen displayed subtitles. The battle between the 2 was still ongoing. Otsutsuki Kei's figure disappeared, and Hyuga Kei crossed his arms. Otsutsuki Kei smashed a punch into Hyuga Kei's arms. A shockwave exploded from the 2 of them as the center, and space debris within a radius of 100 meters was shattered into powder. Hinata Kai was blasted flying by that punch, his body smashing through a small asteroid over 10 meters wide like a cannonball. In the next moment, from within the smoke and dust, an incomparably solid golden beam slashed through the haze. It was the strongest offensive technique of the Tenseigan Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Shincher had no time to dodge. The pillar of light hit him head-on. Flesh and blood exploded everywhere, and half of his body, along with his left arm, was vaporized on the spot. His ruined body tumbled twice through the starry sky, like a floating corpse. Hinata Kai did not stop. He merged his truth-seeking balls into one and prepared a second Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, aiming straight at Shinshi's remains. Then he froze. The flesh and blood that had been vaporized from Shinshi's body was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bones extended from the severed end, muscles covered them, and skin sealed everything together in the end. The whole process took less than a single breath. Shincher moved his newly regenerated left arm, his joints cracking loudly. Not bad power. Too bad. It's useless. Divine art. Great Mi Luo heaven. Shincher casually patted off dust that did not exist on his left arm. As long as you don't completely erase me in one strike, I can rewind myself back to the state before I was injured. Even if your Yin-Yang release can attack the soul, it's still useless. In the end, you're just a lowly native who got lucky and stole Otsutsuki bloodline power, then secretly learned how to use the Tenseigan. But you don't know divine arts. No one taught you. Without the nourishment of a chakra fruit, that Tenseigan of yours is nothing but an empty shell. He spread his arms wide. His white robe fluttered loudly in the void. Those 2 don't have time to come save you. This is your last chance. Hand over the Tenseigan, and I'll let you die quickly. Hinata Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then he smiled. You know something? Shincher narrowed his eyes. You Otsutsuki. Every single one of you, your lines all sound about the same, but they all died by my hand. Hinata Kai raised his right hand, fingers spread open. You said that with your great Mi Luo heaven, as long as you aren't killed in one hit you can instantly recover. Shincher raised a brow. So what? A smile appeared on Hinata Kai's face. Then what if I crush your whole body to pieces? Shincher was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Crush me? Crush me. Before he could fully laugh, Hinata Kai's Tenseigan began to boil in the next instant. Chakra exploded inside his body, and blood seeped out from all 7 orifices at the same time. Cracks actually appeared in the golden Tenseigan within his eyes. Hinata Kai was burning every last bit of ocular power in his eyes. He brought his hands together before his chest, gathering chakra as if needing something between them. Starlight lit up from his palms in the void, and the Tenseigan's power burned to the absolute limit at this moment. That was not ninjutsu, not a Kekkei Genkai. It was a higher level of power, a divine art. Fear appeared on Shinshi's face first. Divine art? How is that possible? How could you possibly have a divine art? No one taught you. You don't have a chakra fruit. Divine art. star-plucking hand.
Hinata Kei stand fingers su denlitz lenchet sud.
With his palm as the point of origin, space began to collapse. Rubble, dust, even light itself. Everything was dragged by an invisible force toward the same direction. It condensed into a vortex in the void, spinning faster and faster, denser and denser, until in the end, it compressed into an extremely pitch-black sphere in his palm. A black hole. A real, genuine black hole. Trying to run? Too late. The instant the black hole formed, Shinshi's body was locked by its gravitational field. His limbs twisted, his torso warped, and his whole body was dragged inch by inch toward that pitch-black sphere. Impossible. How could you have a divine art? No one taught you, and you've never consumed a chakra fruit. Did you steal the chakra of those guys? Hinata Kai's face was covered in blood, yet the corners of his mouth still curled into a grin. Correct. Too bad there's no prize. In the next moment, the black hole exploded outward and instantly expanded, devouring everything around it. Shinshi's body was swallowed by the black hole in an instant. He did not even manage to let out a scream before his entire body was dragged inside. The black hole gradually vanished, and Otsutsuki Shinsher was dead beyond death, with not even a corpse left behind. Even his soul had been banished. Hinata Kai was not doing much better either. He floated in the void, gasping for breath. The cracks in his Tenseigan spread from the pupils across the entire eyeballs, as if they could go dark at any moment. That move just now had drained every last bit of chakra in his body. Even the Tenseigan's ocular power had been burned out completely. Using his final bit of strength, he flew toward the direction ahead, closer and closer to the ninja world, and his vision grew darker and darker, just a little farther. Then he completely lost consciousness, and his body was no longer under his control, beginning to fall toward the ninja world. As he passed through the atmosphere, flames ignited around him. Like a meteor, trailing a long tail of fire, he tore across the sky. Outside the heavenly curtain, the entire ninja world was watching him. Outside the heavenly curtain, the entire ninja world was silent. That was outer space. That was a world beyond the ninja world. For most of them, they had never once left the land beneath their feet in their entire lives. They did not know what the starry sky above them looked like, much less that within that endless sky, someone was shedding his last drop of blood for their future. And Hinata Kai had stood there alone, facing an Otsutsuki powerhouse beyond the Six Paths level. Divine art, star-plucking hand. What had they just seen? A person had actually created a black hole with his bare hands. That arrogant Otsutsuki Shinsher, that so-called immortal existence who claimed to be beyond the Six Paths level, had died so completely that not even a body remained. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were still fighting, were distracted enough to look up at the sky, watching the divine art Hinata Kai unleashed at the very end. Both of them were completely dumbfounded. Orochimaru murmured, "Even a god is only this much. With this power, one hand would be enough to destroy the ninja world." Jiraiya swallowed hard as well. Why did he feel like the child of prophecy was this terrifying? He was powerful to an absurd degree. Yujito's hands were trembling. Looking at the falling meteor on the heavenly curtain, she remembered that white-haired boy. Back then, she had thought this child was interesting, gifted, clear-minded, worthy of Kumogakure's investment. But now, he stood alone in the void. Before him was an immortal god. Beneath him was the endless abyss. He did not run. He burned his own eyes and used a divine art that even the Otsutsuki found terrifying. He crushed the enemy. Was this the hope of the ninja world? He was only a child who thought about going home after a battle ended. He was more than just a genius. He was someone willing to burn himself out for this world. And at this moment, many people in the ninja world did not know why they wanted to cry. To cry for the curtain fall of a hero. As if, at this very moment, Hinata Kai had already died protecting them. They had completely forgotten that this was only an image in the heavenly curtain. Those who had once doubted Hinata Kai could not help but feel ashamed. How vile had they been to ever question someone like him? Konoha, Hinata Tianhua's residence. Hinata blankly tilted her head up, tears silently streaming from her eyes, one drop at a time falling into Hyuga Kei's hair. In her lap, Keikun was resting on her knees.
Keikun.
Her voice was trembling. Your eyes. Hyuga Kei comforted her. I'm fine. That was all in the future. Look, aren't my eyes perfectly fine right now? She looked at him like she was looking at the most precious thing in the world. Her eyes were full of heartache. It must have hurt a lot, right? Even Hyuga Kei hadn't expected that his future self in that timeline would make such a decision. Burning the Tenseigan to unleash a divine technique. Manually crushing out a miniature black hole. Erupting with a divine art that surpassed the Six Paths level. The heavenly screen lit up once more. This time, the scene was Konoha Hospital. The sound of gurney wheels rolled sharp and urgent. Move. Make way. His pulse is weak, his chakra reaction is almost zero. The crystalline structure of both eyeballs has completely shattered. It was Shizune's voice. Lady Tsunade! Lady Tsunade! The sound of a door being slammed open. Push him in. Get the transfusion team ready. The operating room doors slammed shut. The light turned on. A line of words appeared on the heavenly screen. 15 hours later. Tsunade walked out, her surgical gown soaked in blood. Her face was full of exhaustion. Hyuga Kei, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, Shizune. Everyone was in the hallway. No one spoke. No one dared to. Tsunade took off her mask. His life is saved. Everyone let out a breath of relief. But Tsunade wasn't finished. His eyes, the structure of his Byakugan, was completely burned away by himself. Even the optic nerves were severed. Right now, there is nothing left in his eye sockets. Hyuga Kei's body swayed, and Kakashi beside him quickly supported him. Is there any way? Naruto was the first to speak. Even my Yang release secret technique won't work? Tsunade was silent for a moment, then shook her head. Ordinary eyes can't withstand the residual ocular power left in his sockets. Theoretically, there is only one way. She raised her head. Transplant a new pair of Byakugan. And they must be Byakugan with extremely high bloodline purity. Ordinary Hyuga clan members won't do. The bloodline concentration must be high enough, or there will be rejection. When that happens, it will directly burn his optic nerves. And he won't even be able to use prosthetic eyes. Hyuga Kei stood up. Use my eyes. I'm his grandfather. The purity of my Byakugan isn't low. Tsunade shook her head. Your purity is enough, but how old are you this year? Your optic nerve vitality isn't enough. Even if they're transplanted into him, they won't last more than a few years. And if the transplant fails, you'll lose a pair of eyes for nothing, and he still won't be saved. Then we still have to try. We can't. Tsunade's voice was absolutely firm. Hyuga Kei, you're an elder of the main family. You should know better than anyone that a Byakugan transplant isn't as simple as replacing an eyeball. It requires bloodline matching, optic nerve compatibility. It requires... Hinata stood up. Her fingers slid out from Hyuga Kei's hair, and the tips still carried the lingering warmth of his body. Lady Tsunade, use my eyes. Hyuga Kei suddenly turned his head. Tsunade frowned as she looked at the girl standing up from the bench in the corner. She had seen countless shinobi willing to sacrifice themselves for their comrades. But she was not familiar with the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter in front of her. Your eyes? Yes. Hinata nodded very seriously. I am the direct heiress of the main family. The purity of my Byakugan, there won't be anyone in the entire ninja world with a higher one than mine. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, forced to admit that point. Do you know what that means? This isn't temporary blindness. It's permanent. I know. Hinata lowered her head and looked at Hyuga Kei on the hospital bed. She reached out and gently brushed aside the broken strands of hair over his forehead. Lady Tsunade. She raised her head. There were tears at the corner of her mouth's smile. He has always been the one protecting me. Ever since I was very little. Ever since I was still nothing. On the training ground, he was the only one willing to stay with me. When I was bullied, he was the only one who stood up for me. When I cried, he was the only one who told me that kindness wasn't weakness. He has shielded me too many times. This time, I want to protect him too. Tsunade looked at her. At those pure white Byakugan. Clean as snow. At that face still streaked with tears, yet incomparably resolute. After a long time. Are you sure? I'm sure. No regrets? Hinata smiled. If I can become his eyes. She lowered her head, her forehead lightly resting against the top of his hair. Then it will be the thing I regret least in this life. The heavenly screen darkened. Then a line of words lit up. May I win one person's heart, and stay together till our hair turns white. The end of blue and white's love across life and death. At this moment, the first segment of the heavenly screen had completely finished playing. In Hyuga Kei's mind, a voice that only he could hear also rang out. The current broadcast, Blue and White's Love Across Life and Death, has finished playing. Revealed characters. Hyuga Kei, Hyuga Hinata. Distributing basic rewards. Bond connection complete. When the two fight enemies together, the development efficiency of their Kekei Genkai will increase significantly. Detected. In the future timeline, the host, while not acting as a system host, burned ocular power through sheer personal will and used the divine technique star-plucking hand beyond his level, surpassing the 6 Paths class combat threshold. Hidden achievement triggered. Burned out. Special reward unlocked. Fragment of a chakra fruit. Hyuga Kei froze. A chakra fruit. The divine fruit formed only after the Otsutsuki clan crossed the Sea of Stars and harvested the life of a planet. By eating it, one could gain power far above all shinobi. That was the source of Kagaya Otsutsuki's power, the most fundamental ultimate treasure in the entire Naruto world. Fragment of a chakra fruit, formed from the power stripped and condensed within Otsutsuki Shiki's body after death. Fruit completeness. Approximately 30%. Its effect has greatly weakened, but part of the root power still remains. Consumption effect. Tenseigan awakening progress greatly increased. There is a certain probability of awakening the Rinnegan, Kokugan, and other Kekei Genkai. There is a small probability of awakening a divine technique. A passage of text appeared on the heavenly screen. The second special episode will be broadcast in 1 hour. Preview. Parallel World Ninja Federation Government. Notice. The second special episode will display the ninja world from another timeline. Some characters' identities, alignments, and strength will differ from the main world. Please do not immerse yourself too deeply. Hyuga Kei paid no attention to the prompt on the heavenly screen. He looked at the chakra fruit in the system space. A divine fruit born from the Otsutsuki clan crossing the sea of stars and harvesting the lives of countless planets. And the one in his hand was only 30% complete. A leftover fruit extracted from a single Otsutsuki's body. But that was enough. Enough for him to become a Kage-level powerhouse far beyond ordinary limits. At that point, he would fear no enemy in the ninja world. Parentheses, not including that alien Ishiki Otsutsuki. Ever since the day the heavenly curtain first appeared, ever since the day Danzo injured his grandpa, ever since the day Black Zetsu told him that Obito Uchiha had set his sights on him, he had been desperate to become stronger. But right then, the system in his mind gave him a prompt that was like dumping a bucket of cold water over his head. Recommendation. Consume in multiple doses. Host's physical strength is too low. Prevent body from exploding and dying. Just imagining himself exploding into fireworks made Hinata shiver. Makes sense. None of the people who consumed chakra fruit were weak. Kaguya was an Otsutsuki branch family member, and when she ate the fruit, she was at the very least beyond Kage level. He was just a genin. Better to be cautious. But he did not give up on eating the chakra fruit. He had to grow stronger fast. The pressure from the outside was getting heavier and heavier. There was no way anyone would give him the time to grow slowly. He finally climbed up from Hinata's lap, opened the system space, and grabbed that incomplete fruit. The cracks on the peel gave off a faint white glow. It felt warm in his hand, like he was holding a still beating heart. He bit down. The flesh melted the moment it entered his mouth. A surge of power exploded inside his body, like someone had detonated a bomb in his veins. Chakra burst out from his 7 orifices. His pores, every inch of his skin, lighting up the entire courtyard like broad daylight. Chi! Naruto's eyes widened. The 9 tails inside him suddenly perked up its ears, and Kurama let out a low growl from deep within the seal. Sikun! Hinata reached out, wanting to support him, but an invisible force gently pushed her away. The chakra overflowing from Hinata-chi's body formed a cocoon of light around him, wrapping him completely inside. The teacup in Hayashi Hyuga's hand shattered, and the old man's voice trembled. Everyone, get back! Hinata-chi clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He could feel the awakening progress of the Tenseigan skyrocketing. 10, 13, 19, 23. The speed was too fast. So fast that his body could not adapt in time. The system's warning had not been without reason. He finally understood why now. He had only eaten 1/3 of it and he was already like this. If he had swallowed the whole thing in one bite, he really would have turned into one giant firework. Right now, he had to find a place to vent this excess power. Otherwise, his chakra pathways would be torn apart from the strain. The golden cocoon of light expanded, shrank, then expanded again. Then it cracked open. Hinata-chi stood where he was. His white hair was a bit longer than before, and the ends carried an extremely faint golden sheen. He opened his eyes. Those eyes were no longer Byakugan. In those azure eyes, a galaxy seemed to flow. The Tenseigan had fully awakened. Tenseigan awakening progress. 27. At only 27 progress, he had already revealed the blue Tenseigan. At 100, it would be golden. Recommendation. Engage in battle to accelerate digestion of the chakra fruit inside the body. Hinata-chi clenched his fist. Chakra surged wildly inside him. Right now, he urgently needed an outlet. Then he smiled. With this kind of power, he wanted to beat his way across the ninja world in 1 hour. Sasuke. Sasuke had not yet recovered from Hinata-chi's transformation just now. What? Hinata-chi turned around and patted him on the shoulder. Wanna go get some revenge for you first? Sasuke froze. What do you mean? Just go collect some interest first. As soon as he finished speaking, Hinata-chi's hand landed on Sasuke's shoulder. The next moment, the ground exploded beneath them, and Hinata-chi took him flying high into the sky. Wait! Naruto's shout had not even fully come out before they had already vanished. Naruto looked left and right, then let out a howl and jumped up. Wait for me. I want to go too. That bastard Chi ditched me again. Sasuke only felt his vision blur as his body suddenly left the ground. A few seconds later, he appeared in an ordinary stretch of mountain forest at the edge of Konoha. Water flowed through cracks in the rocks. Birds chirped through the woods. It was no different from any other patch of forest around Konoha. But Hinata-chi knew what was here. His Tenseigan pierced through the soil, through the rock, through layer upon layer of ceiling barriers, and saw the fortress buried underground. Root headquarters. Shimura Danzo's lair. Back then, Danzo had attacked his grandpa in the Hokage's office. Later, he had publicly called him an Otsutsuki traitor in the exam arena. And after that, he had borrowed the hands of the 4 Kage to teach that old bastard a lesson. But that still was not enough. And part of the chakra from that chakra fruit was still running wild inside his body. If he did not vent it out and speed up the digestion, his chakra pathways would be damaged from the strain. Besides, he had said it before. If he did not die and instead became stronger, then Danzo was dead for sure. Today, he had come to make good on that promise. Perfect. 2 birds with 1 stone. What do you mean, 2 birds with 1 stone? Sasuke stood beside him, Sharingan still active, scanning the surroundings warily. Hinata rolled his shoulders, trying to adapt to the power inside him. I'll help you collect some interest for the Uchiha clan massacre. Just watch. You'll understand what I mean in a moment. He only took 1 step forward and raised his right hand. No hand seals. No charging up. He slammed 1 punch into the ground. Boom! The mountain forest shook violently. With his fist as the center, the earth exploded into a giant crater more than 10 meters wide. Broken stone, dirt, and snapped tree roots blasted in all directions. The shockwave ripped the surrounding trees out by the roots. Root headquarters was exposed under the sunlight. Dozens of root shinobi leaped out of the ruins and instantly locked onto the intruders. Enemy attack. Before the words had even fully fallen, Hinata stepped forward. After his Tenseigan awakening reached 37%, what he brought down with that step was pure spatial pressure. Of those dozens of root shinobi, not a single one could remain standing. The sound of knees smashing into the ground was so uniform it sounded rehearsed. Some tried to form hand seals, but before their fingers could even touch, they were crushed into the dirt. Because the person standing before them was not the same species as the talented brat Lord Danzo had described. Hinata walked through the middle of them. He did not even look at them. His Tenseigan pierced through layers of walls and locked onto that chakra deep underground that was rising upward. Danzo, I'm here. Deep underground. Danzo opened that single eye. The root of Konoha, Hokage advisor. The man who had ruled Konoha's dark side for decades sat in the deepest chamber. He came. Danzo slowly rose to his feet. His right hand gripped his cane, while his left hand unconsciously brushed over the bandages wrapped around his right arm. Too fast. How long had it even been since the heavenly curtain ended? From the first revelation of the heavenly curtain until now, at most it had only been half a month. Half a month ago, that child had only been a student who had not even graduated from the ninja academy. In the Hokage's office, Danzo had pinned him down with 1 hand, and he had needed a half-dead old man to stand in front of him. Half a month later, he was standing above his head, pressing dozens of his elite shinobi to the ground until they could not move. Otsutsuki, Tenseigan. A jealous light appeared in his eyes. With this kind of power, forget becoming Hokage, even unifying the ninja world would be within reach. Good. Since you delivered yourself to my door, that saves me the trouble of waiting longer. Leaning on his cane, he walked step by step toward the exit of the secret chamber. At the center of the ruins, Hinata stood in place, surrounded by dozens of root shinobi lying on the ground, unable to move. Sasuke stood behind him. There was not much change in his expression. He was only curious why Hinata had brought him to this place. And why did he say he was collecting the debt on his behalf? He had already gotten used to Hyuga Kei being stronger than him. Ever since that fight a few days ago he had accepted it. But this was no longer just stronger than me. This was a whole different dimension. He swallowed hard. He suddenly remembered how pleased with himself he had been over his Tutomo Sharingan just a few days ago. Now those eyes felt like toys. Danzo stepped out from the shadows. Still dressed the same way, bandages wrapped around his right eye, leaning on a cane, looking like a frail old man in the final years of his life. You just got your new power, and you're already this eager to come die? Come die? Hyuga Kei repeated the phrase. He tilted his head, then smiled. Danzo, did you misunderstand something? He raised his right hand and pointed a finger forward. A beam of Tenseigan chakra shot from his fingertip, grazing past Danzo's ear and blasting into the wall behind him. That wasn't a ninjutsu. It was pure Tenseigan chakra, an energy beam compressed to the extreme. A tunnel that ran straight through the entire root base appeared before everyone's eyes. Danzo subconsciously took a step back and turned to look at the tunnel behind him. Cold sweat was already breaking out across his back. Hyuga Kei lowered his hand, his voice flat and cold. Elder Danzo, I came today so my brother could take a look at your arm, learn the truth about the Uchiha clan massacre, and settle our grudge while we're at it. Danzo, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Undo the seal. Show that arm of yours. Then fight me. I said it before. You attacked me again and even went after my family, but you still couldn't kill me. Now that I've grown stronger, it's my turn to kill you. Danzo fell silent for a moment before speaking. So you're not planning to settle this peacefully today. He set his cane against a broken wall nearby. His right hand lifted, unwrapping the bandages and seals layer by layer. The bandages fell to the ground. On his arm, 10 Sharingan opened at the same time. Sasuke's eyes went wide, and his whole body trembled. So many Sharingan. What exactly did you do to the Uchiha clan? Danzo did not answer him. His gaze remained fixed on Hyuga Kei the entire time. You've seen it? Danzo's voice was calm. Then let's begin. He raised his right arm, and all 10 Sharingan spun at once. This is the Uchiha clan's legacy, Lord Hashirama's gift, the true power of Konoha's root. Otsutsuki spy, for the safety of the ninja world, you must die here today. Hyuga Kei looked at him. He looked at the 10 slowly spinning Sharingan on that arm, and at the certainty on Danzo's face. Then he laughed. He really found this kind of person ridiculous. Even his own ambition could be packaged as being for the sake of the ninja world. He never reflected on himself. It was always someone else's problem. For the safety of the ninja world? Danzo, even at death's door, you still refused to say one honest word. The moment his voice fell, his figure vanished. Danzo's lone eye shrank. So fast. He instinctively raised his right arm to block. Hyuga Kei's fist had already slammed into his chest. 8 trigrams breaking palm. Danzo was blasted backward, crashing through the wall behind him as broken stone and dust swallowed him up. Before he had even hit the ground, Hyuga Kei had already appeared behind him. Another palm strike. Danzo's body was smashed back through the air, then driven into the ground, leaving behind a shallow crater. In the dust, Danzo lay sprawled on the ground. One of the Sharingan on his right arm slowly closed. Then he stood back up. His wounds healed, his bones reset, as if nothing had happened. Hyuga Kei nodded in approval. 10 Sharingan, 10 lives. That'll do. I can vent some of this excess energy a little longer. He happened to need an outlet to digest the chakra fruit's power, and Danzo, with 10 lives, was a perfect target. Danzo did not reply. His hands formed seals, and wind-release chakra gathered in his mouth. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. Several wind blades tore through the air, slashing toward Hyuga Kei in a fan-shaped spread. At the same time, Danzo's figure circled around from the side to Hyuga Kei's back. Hyuga Kei didn't even turn around. A repulsive force barrier spread out. The wind blades slammed into an invisible wall and collapsed into chaotic currents. Danzo's sneak attack was caught by one hand. Hyuga Kei's 5 fingers clamped down on his wrist. Attraction. Danzo's body was dragged uncontrollably toward Hyuga Kei. What met him head-on was a knee strike. The knee hit his abdomen dead center. Danzo's stomach was instantly pierced through. His organs shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as his body curled up like a shrimp. The second Sharingan closed, but he reappeared again in the distance. Hyuga Kei immediately fired another Tenseigan chakra beam, piercing straight through his skull. The third Sharingan closed. Danzo altered reality once more. He rolled backward, widening the distance, and formed a seal with one hand. Summoning Jutsu, Baku. The massive Baku appeared atop the ruins, raising its long trunk as it was about to open its huge mouth. But Hyuga Kei merely glanced at it. A flash of golden light flickered in the Tenseigan. The Baku's trunk froze in midair. His huge body began to tremble. From trunk to limbs, from tusks to tail, it shook violently. Then it let out a mournful cry, cancelled the summoning on its own, and fled in a puff of white smoke. Danzo's lone eye went round. A beast is still a beast. Hyuga Kei walked toward him step by step. It knows what it can't afford to touch. Danzo knew that at this point, no matter how many times he used Izanagi, it would be useless. This was absolute overwhelming power. No matter how many times he revived, the ending would not change. There was only one trump card left. As unwilling as he was, he had to use it. He tore off the bandage over his right eye. He revealed Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan. The strongest genjutsu Kodoame Tsukumi. That eye slowly spun, the 3 tomo linking together into a shape like a shuriken. Then their eyes met. Danzo roared, "Submit to me." Hyuga Kei looked at him like that and only spat out 2 words. "Idiot." His voice was very calm. Danzo froze. Kodoame Tsukumi's genjutsu shone into Hyuga Kei's Tenseigan like light cast into the depths of the sea. It stirred not the slightest ripple. "Why you? How is that possible?" Shursue's eye is indeed very strong. Can silently invade a target's brain and alter their will. But you got one thing wrong. The Tenseigan is a higher existence than the Mangekyo Sharingan. Before, maybe I was just putting on an act, pretending not to be afraid. But now, how could I possibly be affected by this kind of genjutsu? The last time we met, you already lost your final chance. At this point, Danzo truly had no way to turn things around. Hyuga Kei's current strength, strictly speaking, was only at the level of a Kage-level powerhouse. But Danzo was completely countered by him. In terms of intel, Hyuga Kei knew every one of his trump cards, and those trump cards were useless against the Tenseigan. A savage expression appeared on Danzo's face. He had done everything. Everything was for Konoha, but his face was not on the heavenly screen. There were 7 Hokage rock faces, but no Shimura Danzo. He was going to die here. His Hokage dream, the thing he had pursued his entire life, would never come true. No, there was still one final path. Reverse 4 symbols sealing. He violently tore open the clothes on his chest, revealing the sealing formula that had long been carved there. Black blood sprayed from his chest. It was a death technique that would seal everything around it. Hyuga Kei. Come to hell with this old man. Black blood burst out from Danzo's chest. Reverse 4 symbols sealing. Hinata Kei recognized the jutsu. His reaction was faster than Danzo had expected. Or rather, he had been waiting for this moment all along, for Danzo to reveal his final trump card. His right hand reached into the void, and from nothing, he pulled out a pitch-black sphere the size of a fist. Truth-seeking ball. Black blood gushed out, and black curse marks spread. Then the black sphere shot out from Hinata Kei's palm. Wherever the truth-seeking ball passed, the curse marks collapsed, the seal broke apart, and a man-wide tear was ripped open in the black net. The truth-seeking ball could nullify all ninjutsu. In the next moment, the truth-seeking ball pierced through Danzo's chest. Danzo dropped to his knees. The curse marks of the reverse 4 symbol sealing had not even fully spread before they collapsed, and the black blood evaporated completely in midair. Danzo let out a muffled groan. On his right arm, another Sharingan closed forever. He revived once again, formed hand seals at high speed, and then slammed his right arm against the ground. Would release. Great tree root spear. The earth split open. Several thick tree roots burst out from underground. Every single one was thicker than an adult man's waist, their tips sharp as spears as they stabbed toward Hinata Kei. This was the Kekei Genkai of the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju, activated through the first Hokage cells, transplanted into Danzo's right arm. Hinata Kei did not dodge. He did not even raise a hand. The wooden spears all stopped 3 feet away from him, floating in midair. Hashirama's would release really is a good thing. It absorbs chakra, suppresses tailed beasts, and handles both offense and defense. But you got one thing wrong. You're not Hashirama. With a backhand wave, all the wooden spears shattered into debris on the ground. Danzo's would release did not even last a single breath in front of him. In the next instant, Danzo's chest was pierced through by Hinata Kei's Tenseigan chakra beam. The 4th Sharingan closed as well. Danzo stood up from the rubble once again, his legs a little weak. But in the very next moment, this man, Danzo Konoha's root, the one who had stood at the peak of Konoha's power and controlled the Umbu for decades, actually turned around and ran deeper into the base at the fastest speed he could manage. Hinata Kei looked in the direction he was fleeing and simply walked after him step by step. But with every step he took, his figure appeared dozens of meters farther ahead. He used repulsion to push himself forward 1 step at a time. Distance had lost all meaning before him. He looked like he was taking a leisurely walk with an old man through a park at dusk. His hands never even left his sides, and he simply followed quietly behind Danzo, like a cat toying with a mouse. Danzo fled frantically. He ran through underground passages, through the armory, through prison cells holding captives, through every corner he had operated for decades. But every time he looked back, Hinata Kei was 20 meters behind him, neither fast nor slow. What exactly do you want? Danzo roared. His voice echoed through the underground tunnel, trembling on the verge of collapse. Hinata Kei did not answer. Still the same distance. Still the same speed. Danzo passed through another steel door, then another hidden passage. He fled into the deepest secret room, the chamber where he stored his most classified documents, the core of Root. He turned around, his back against the wall, his heavy breathing echoing in the cramped space. Hinata Kei walked in through the doorway and silently looked at him. What exactly do you want? If you want to kill me, then do it. Danzo's one eye was bloodshot. He had lived for so many years, from the first great ninja war until now. He had seen Madara Uchiha, seen Hashirama Senju, seen countless powerful people, but never had anyone treated him like this. Hinata Kei shook his head with some regret. Wouldn't it be nice to let you live a little longer? Why not consider begging for mercy? Don't villains usually have that part? Danzo's eyes turned red. Beg for mercy. What had this brat just said? He had lowered his head to the 3rd Hokage. He had lowered his head to the daimyo. But those had only been temporary measures. In his entire life, he had never begged anyone for mercy. Impossible. He clenched his teeth and forced out those 3 words through the gaps. Danzo wanted to throw himself at him and die together with him. Whether it was the reverse 4 symbol sealing or detonating every explosive tag on his body, as long as he could drag this monster down with him. But he knew it was useless. The reverse 4 symbol sealing had been shattered by a single hit from the truth-seeking ball, and yet it had not even touched a single strand of this person's hair. Don't forget, this is Root's headquarters. Hiruzen. You'll regret not letting me take him away. Danzo's face twisted as he brought his hands together. He knew he had completely lost. He could not win and he could not escape. In that case, he would bury this monster together with the foundation he had built over decades. There are millions of explosive tags beneath root. The first muffled boom came from deep underground. Then the explosions linked together into one continuous chain. In a sealed space, the chain reaction was fiercer than any ninjutsu, and flames swallowed everything. Decades of work. The entire foundation of Konoha's root turned into fire in this moment. The roaring explosions tore through the earth and burst out into the mountain forest. At this moment, all of Konoha was shaking, as if a small earthquake had struck. The windows of the Hokage office building shook violently the instant the explosion reached them, and cracks instantly spread across the glass. The 5 Kage almost rose to their feet at the same time. That direction was the edge of Konoha. The explosions continued without pause, and the flames lit up half the forest like daytime. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked out the window. He was far too familiar with that direction, so familiar that he did not need a report from the sensory unit to pinpoint the location. Root base. Danzo had blown up the base. What exactly had happened for Danzo to directly detonate Root's headquarters? Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand trembled slightly. He had never imagined Danzo would end this way. That comrade who had gone through 2 great ninja wars with him, who had been by his side since they were young, was dead. The flames lit up half the sky, and the explosions continued for a full minute before gradually dying down. He could no longer care about the other Kage present. He leaped from the window and rushed toward the source of the explosion at the fastest speed of his life. He wanted to see who had killed Danzo. The smoke and dust from the explosion slowly dispersed, and the terrain at the center of the blast had been completely changed. The mountain forest was gone, replaced by a giant crater several hundred meters wide, with its edges still burning. On the scorched earth stood a young man, his white hair drifting lightly in the heat waves. Beside him stood another black-haired boy. Neither of them had suffered a single injury. Hyuga Kei withdrew the truth-seeking ball. The black barrier turned back into a small sphere and floated above his palm, slowly rotating. The truth-seeking ball, the ultimate defense that could block all ninjutsu. With Hyuga Kei's current chakra, he could only condense one, but it was more than enough against this kind of attack. Whether it was millions of explosive tags, the reverse 4-symbol ceiling, or every trump card Danzo had built up over decades, in front of this fist-sized black sphere, they were nothing but fireworks. It's over. Sasuke stood behind him. His Tomo Sharingan stared at the scorched giant crater in front of him, silent for a long time. He's dead? Dead. Hyuga Kei checked with his Tenseigan and confirmed that Danzo was completely dead after that continuous explosion. What a pity about Shirsue's Sharingan. After an intense explosion lasting a full minute, even Izanagi would be useless. Sasuke asked nothing more. Hyuga Kei placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, and the 2 figures vanished from the scorched earth. When Hiruzen Sarutobi landed at the edge of the scorched ground, the other 4 Kage, curious about what had happened, arrived almost at the same time. No one spoke. They stood at the edge of the massive crater. Beneath their feet was scorched earth still giving off smoke, and the air was filled with the sharp, choking smell left behind by burning explosive tags. Every building here had been destroyed. The ninja inside had all been blown to pieces. At a blast site like this, after such a chain of explosions, there was not even a single broken corpse or severed arm left behind. The 5 Kage stood in a row like 5 stone statues, their minds full of confusion. What exactly had happened here? Inoki opened his mouth. These were explosive tags? To blow the ground apart like this, it would take at least hundreds of thousands of explosive tags going off at the same time. Meitarumi asked, "What place is this?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was hoarse. Root S base. Shimura Danzo S root base. Silence fell again. The root base. Konoha S root. Shimura Danzo S lair. Run for decades. A steel fortress buried dozens of meters underground. And yet, it had actually been blasted so thoroughly that not even ashes remained. Across his arms, Danzo detonated the base himself. He was pushed to the point of dragging his enemy down with him. Who could have forced Danzo that far? That was the shared doubt in all 5 of their hearts. But then, the same guess rose in each of their minds. Could it be that an Otsutsuki had descended ahead of time? But if so, why was Root the first unlucky target? On the other side, Hyuga Kei and Sasuke had already returned to the rear courtyard of Hyuga Tianhua's residence. Naruto was squatting under the corridor, sulking. The moment he saw the 2 of them appear, he gave a shout and jumped up. "Where did you guys go?" There were loud booms going on outside the village for a long time just now. "Was it you guys?" "No." Hyuga Kei's expression did not change. "The 2 of us just sparred a bit at the village entrance." The commotion got a little big. Naruto looked him over suspiciously. Hyuga Kei was perfectly clean, not even a strand of hair out of place. Sasuke was the same. There was not even a wrinkle on his clothes. "Sparred?" Naruto grew even more suspicious. "Then why didn't you bring me?" "What for?" "Your shadow clones would explode all over the place. Cleaning up after that would be a pain." Naruto had just been about to argue when Hyuga Kei had already walked under the corridor and sat back down beside Hinata. Hinata looked at him carefully. She asked nothing, only shifted her knees a little closer to him. Hyuga Kei naturally lay back down, resting the back of his head on her lap, and closed his eyes.
Sikun.
Your hair got longer. Hyuga Kei opened one eye, raised a hand, and pinched a strand at the end of his hair to take a look. It really was a bit longer than before, and the ends carried an extremely faint golden tint. Side effect of the chakra fruit. It'll go away in a few days. Sasuke leaned against the courtyard wall. Looking at the two under the corridor, he suddenly asked a question. How long are you planning to hide it? Hide what? Your strength. People in the village only know that you pushed back Height Gecko during the exam. Right now, the outside world's estimate of your strength probably won't place you any higher than Special Jonin. How long do you plan to keep hiding it? The corners of Hyuga Kei's mouth curled up slightly, until someone can't hold back anymore. What do you mean? Hyuga Kei opened his eyes and looked up at the clear, azure sky overhead. Right now, the outside world's understanding of my strength is still somewhere between Chunin and Special Jonin. A lot of people will think they have a chance. They'll come to Konoha to capture me, or use the people around me to threaten me. But if they knew my real strength now, they wouldn't come. They'd hide deeper, plan more carefully, and only make a move when they had absolute confidence. Sasuke was silent for a moment. So you want to lure the snake out of its hole? Right? Hyuga Kei closed his eyes again. Let them come. However many come, I'll take however many. His strength would be exposed sooner or later, but there was no need to rush it. He wanted to use this temporary information gap to kill a few more enemies. Naruto scratched his head and looked from Hyuga Kei to Sasuke. He did not really understand all these twists and turns, but there was one thing he did understand. Someone wanted to kill Chi. He rolled up his sleeves. Whoever dares come, I'll punch them down one by one. Sasuke ignored him. What do you need us to do? Live normally. Train when it's time to train, take missions when it's time to take missions, argue when it's time to argue. Hyuga Kei yawned. Just act like nothing happened just now. You know nothing. You saw nothing. Sasuke nodded. Got it. That was Hyuga Kei's plan. Danzo was dead. Root had been wiped out too. Everyone who had been there at the time was dead. The third Hokage would definitely investigate the explosion, but there was no way it would lead back to him. Sasuke would not talk, and Hinata would not ask. The three of them were always together. Even with Naruto, that unstable factor, Sasuke would keep an eye on him. There were no witnesses at the scene, and as for physical evidence, not even ashes remained. As for how Danzo died, how Root was destroyed, let the people who wanted to deal with him guess for themselves. Most likely, in the end, it would all be left unresolved and pinned on the Otsutsuki, that enemy from beyond the heavens, giving Danzo a posthumous reputation in the process. No matter which guess they landed on, none of them would connect him to this matter. A genin wiping out Root, killing Danzo? Who would believe that? And next came the real harvest. Orochimaru was still being chased around outside the village by Jiraiya. Obito was still being kept in the dark by Black Zetsu. Most importantly, the current Otsutsuki Ishiki was very likely watching him as well. That Otsutsuki, the only one currently existing in the ninja world, wanted to find the best possible vessel for resurrection. There was no way he would let Hyuga Kei go, and this time, Hyuga Kei intended to use this chance to eliminate them all one by one. He had already thought of a way to trap Otsutsuki Ishiki to death. He would make him understand why intelligence mattered in ninja battles. As for intelligence, how was Hyuga Kei lacking in that? Besides, with my current strength, there's no need for me to stay in Konoha anymore. I should find a chance to leave this place. Different dimension, Kara stronghold. A wine cup landed on the tabletop with a soft, crisp clink. Jigen, or rather, Otsutsuki Ishiki, drained the sake in his cup in one gulp, his gaze resting on the floating screen of light before him. The heavenly screen was still playing. In the image, a white-haired boy stood in the void. Beneath his feet was the pitted surface of the moon, and above his head was the galaxy. Opposite him, Shinshiki's body was being torn apart inch by a black hole, unable to even let out a scream. Then that boy burned away completely, like a meteor, streaking across the sky as he crashed toward the ninja world. The light screen froze on that frame. Ishiki set down his wine cup. He sat in the chair in a relaxed posture, wearing a simple black kimono with the collar slightly open, revealing a black diamond-shaped mark below his chin. That was the divine art of the Otsutsuki clan, karma. With karma, even after death, they could be resurrected inside a suitable body. In the future, even Shinshiki died at that brat's hands. It seems Hyuga Kei's bloodline really is pure. 1,000 years ago, after being severely wounded by Otsutsuki Kagaya's betrayal, he had been forced to temporarily occupy the body of this monk, Jigen. Using that identity, he built up his own power, all to find a body that could successfully let him use karma to resurrect. And now, after confirming it again and again, that vessel had appeared right before his eyes. A vessel more perfect than anyone else. After waiting 1,000 years, he had finally seen the end point. Jigen gave an order to all his subordinates. All members of Kara, At any cost, go to Konoha and bring Hyuga Kei to me alive and whole. My promise remains unchanged. I will share the chakra fruit with you. I believe you now understand the power of the Otsutsuki. You two will become true friends of our Otsutsuki clan. At that moment, someone knocked on the courtyard gate. Naruto jumped up from the engawa. I'll get it. Sasuke's hand pressed down on his shoulder and shoved him back down. I'll go. Naruto froze for a second, and Sasuke had already walked past him. The door opened a crack. An ANBU was standing outside. Catface mask, gray flak jacket, and in his hand was a 3-tier lacquered wooden food box. Lord Hokage ordered me to bring some food for Hyuga Kei. Sasuke didn't move aside. Just give it to me. The ANBU fell silent for a moment. Lord Hokage ordered that it be handed to Hyuga Kei personally. Sasuke stared at the catface mask. Yes, resting. Then I'll wait. The two faced off through the crack in the door. Then Hyuga Kei's lazy voice drifted over from the engawa. Sasuke, let him in. Sasuke shifted to the side and made way. The ANBU stepped into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping across the engawa. Naruto was crouching off to one side. Hinata was sitting beside Hyuga Kei, and Hyuga Tianhua was resting with his eyes closed by a pillar. Then his eyes landed on Hyuga Kei. Hyuga Kei was lying with his head on Hinata's lap, white hair scattered across her skirt, eyes shut, looking like a cat sunning itself. A gift from Lord Hokage. The ANBU set the food box down on the engawa. Please thank Grandpa Third for me. Hyuga Kei yawned, then casually asked, by the way, did something happen in the village? I heard several muffled booms just now. The ANBU's fingers tightened slightly. No, that's good. Hyuga Kei closed his eyes again. Things haven't been peaceful lately. Tell Lord Hokage to take care of his health. And as for the forbidden jutsu from the scroll of seals that Lord Hokage promised me, I've already decided. I want the flying thunder god technique. Sorry to trouble you, but please pass that along too. The ANBU stood there for a moment. Understood. His gaze lingered on Hyuga Kei for a moment longer. After confirming this was neither a transformation jutsu nor a shadow clone, he turned and left. Sasuke leaned against the door and listened until the ANBU's footsteps disappeared at the end of the alley. He has gone. Hyuga Kei opened his eyes. They had already returned to the most ordinary Byakugan. He came to confirm I was still here. Mission complete. Naruto looked back and forth. What are you guys talking about? Wasn't he the ANBU just here to deliver food? The food was just a side job. Sasuke walked back to the engawa. What he really came for was to personally confirm whether Chi was in the courtyard or not. Why would an ANBU personally run an errand to deliver food? That's genin work. Only then did Naruto react. They suspect Chi. It'd be weird if they didn't. Hyuga Kei sat up from Hinata's lap, opened the food box, picked up a piece of tamagoyaki, and stuffed it into his mouth. Such a huge crater exploded out near the village border. Danzo and Root all vanished together, and I happened to be Danzo's mortal enemy. If I were Hokage, the first thing I'd do would be send someone to confirm whether I'd left the house. He chewed twice and his eyes lit up. Tastes pretty good. Hinata, try some. The sweetness on this is just right. Not long after, the hour finally ended, and the sky curtain lit up on schedule. On the light screen, lines of text slowly appeared stroke by stroke. Naruto Multiverse Viewing System. Special Feature Part 2, now playing. Content: Revolutionary Ninja World Federal Government. All across the ninja world, countless people raised their heads at the same time. In the waiting hall, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had just rushed back, took his seat again alongside the other four Kage. In the forest, Jiraiya clenched his teeth as he stared at the direction Orochimaru had already vanished from. At the top of the tallest tower in Amigakure, Pain stared fixedly at the sky. Every time the sky curtain opened, it became a program no one in the ninja world could afford to miss. And every time it opened, it meant massive changes were coming to the ninja world. The sky curtain lit up, showing only a white background with an emblem on it. Engraved on the emblem were 5 circles of different colors intertwined together. A man's voice rang out, warm and clear. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first discussion session of a brief history of the Ninja World Federation. The screen switched to the front of the commentary desk. A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses sat there in a sharp suit. On the screen behind him appeared a line of text. The birth of the Ninja World Federation. From Ninja Art Revolution to Trans-Space-Time Civilization. My name is Shiranui Shenqing, and I am the chief commentator of the Ninja World Federation Institute of Historical Studies. Today, I will be serving as the guest speaker for this first session. Before we officially begin, please allow me to correct a misunderstanding that has been passed around for a long time. He pushed up his glasses. Many people believe that the Ninja World Federation was a military alliance hastily formed by the 5 great nations on top of the ruins after the Otsutsuki invasion. That statement is wrong. An old photograph appeared on the screen. In the photograph, a young Hyuga Kei stood in the middle of a barren field. At his feet was cracked earth, and behind him stood a group of sallow-faced, emaciated farmers. This scene was obviously a staged shot recreated later with the transformation jutsu. The true starting point of the Ninja World Federation began here, the 64th year of Konoha, during the Great Drought in the Land of Fire. At the time, Hyuga Kei was only 14 years old. He had been sent to the disaster area on a reconnaissance mission, responsible for searching for underground water sources. He stayed in the disaster area for 7 days. During those 7 days, he saw certain things. Those things changed his entire life, and they also changed the entire ninja world. The commentator's voice paused slightly. He saw an old farmer walk 30 li of mountain roads, carrying back 2 buckets of water from the river, and pouring them onto the tiny plot of land in front of his home. And on that very same day, he personally witnessed a jonin use a single water release jutsu to create enough water out of thin air to fill an entire field. 2 photographs appeared side by side on the screen. On the left was the old farmer's back as he carried water, the shoulder pole bending his spine. On the right was a jonin demonstrating a water release jutsu to his companions. That jonin's jutsu was for practice, and that old farmer's water was for survival. The commentator set down the remote and folded his hands together on the desk. Hyuga Kei wrote a single sentence in his mission report. Ninjutsu is the greatest productive tool humanity has ever created, and yet we only treat it as a weapon. That sentence was later engraved as the first line of the preamble to the Constitution of the Ninja World Federation. Let ninjutsu serve the people. The sentence appeared on the screen, golden words carved into a stone monument. Ninjutsu is the greatest productive tool humanity has ever created, and yet we only treat it as a weapon. The screen slowly dimmed. When it lit up again, the background had changed into a city. It was a city of steel. Towers pierced the rain clouds, while many ninja dispersed the clouds above. In the distance, the river ran clear. On both banks were neat fields, and waves of wheat rolled in the wind, golden and endless. On the ridges between the fields, ninja were forming hand seals. Streams of water rose from the river's surface, arced through the air, and rained down evenly over the wheat fields. The camera pulled back. There was more than just one field like this. Hundreds, thousands of them, spreading across the entire plain. Water release, earth release, wind release. Ninja stood on the field ridges by the irrigation channels on the hillsides, looking like a group of ordinary farmers. But on their foreheads they wore shinobi headbands, marked with 5 interwoven rings, symbolizing the Federation's 5 major administrative regions. The commentary sped up. The Ninja World Federation, full name the United Production and Development Federation of the Ninja World, was established in the 70th year of the Ninja World calendar. Its headquarters are located at the former site of Amigakure in the center of the Ninja World. It governs 5 major administrative regions and 87 special production zones, with a total population of approximately 120 million. It is currently the only legitimate government in the Ninja World. The scene switched to a city. It was not a village like Konoha, built mostly with wooden structures, but a modern city. The streets were wide and level. On both sides stood neat 2-story buildings, and the storefronts facing the road hung all kinds of signs. Some people were buying groceries, some were delivering packages, and children were chasing each other around in the park at the center of the street. But by the green belt at the corner, the Two-Tails, Matatabi, was lying there basking in the sun. Several children had climbed onto its back, and it did not even lift its eyelids. The establishment of the Ninja World Federation marked the end of the 5 Great Nation system and the full-scale spread of ninjutsu for civilian use. From the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, proposing the concept of one country, one village, to Lord Hyuga Kei proposing the theory of ninjutsu production, the ninja world had walked this road for a full 70 years. The scene shifted to a large assembly hall. It was very plain, with rows of neat seats and a group of people standing on the stage. Hyuga Kei stood at the very front. Behind him were Naruto, Sasuke, Nagato, Konan, Gaara, Chojuro, Kuratsuchi, Shikakanara, and many young people whose names could not be called out. They were all dressed in formal wear, with nameplates pinned to their chests showing their respective positions. And written on Hyuga Kei's chest was exactly this: Chairman of the Ninja World Federation. The broadcaster's voice continued. At the beginning of the reform, the resistance was enormous. The 5 great nations did not trust one another. The major ninja clans clung stubbornly to the inheritance of their secret techniques. The ninja knew no skills other than fighting, and civilians still held deep-rooted fear toward ninja. Even more troublesome was the fact that at the time, nearly all of the high-ranking figures in the ninja world opposed the reform. The scene flashed. Inside a conference hall, both sides of a long table were packed with people. There were the 5 Kage, the daimyo of every nation, the heads of the major ninja clans, and those old men from the Council of Elders. Some were slamming the table, some were sneering, and some had their eyes closed in silent rest. A row of young reformists faced a room full of gray-haired old fossils. Hyuga Kei sat at one end of the long table. As he listened to those voices of opposition, he did not argue. He merely raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. A holographic projection appeared in his palm, a miniature model created with the gravitational field of the Tenseigan. Mountains, rivers, farmland, cities. A three-dimensional map of the entire ninja world floated above the conference table. Then he began to speak. No one could refute him, because what he spoke of was not just ideals but concrete plans. The scene switched to a stretch of barren mountains. Dozens of Earth-released ninja formed hand seals at the same time, and the mountain terrain began to change, layer after layer of terrace fields taking shape. At the foot of the mountain, water-release ninja were digging irrigation canals. The camera kept switching. A newly built reservoir dam. Rows of steel power poles stood upright, with balls of light condensed from lightning release chakra wrapped around their tops. A ninjutsu power plant. By using the chakra natures of lightning release, water release, and fire release ninja, it could provide lighting electricity for at least 10 towns. Completely clean, zero pollution. The image froze on a massive construction site, where several hundred Earth-release ninja were casting jutsu at the same time. A bridge crossing the sea was taking shape. Even now, the people of the old faction had no choice but to admit that the establishment of the Ninja World Federation was a miracle. Amigakure. Nagato looked at the images on the sky screen through the eyes of pain. That was Amigakure. His Amigakure. But it was not the one he knew. The Amigakure he knew had only endless rain, crying people, and corpses rotting at street corners. But now, the Amigakure on the sky screen was glowing. There were no skin and bones orphans wandering around, and no one draped in rags, trembling in the rain. The river water was clear, and on both banks were neat stretches of farmland. Some people were farming, some were delivering packages, and children were running around in the park at the center of the street. He also saw himself, standing among a row of young people, dressed in formal wear, with several words written on the nameplate on his chest. Minister of Anti-War Affairs, representative of the Amigakure Administrative District. Conan said in disbelief, that is the future ninja world. Yahiko's dream, that era where people could understand one another, a world without war, without hatred, without crying. It was right before his eyes. The dream he had chased his entire life. Then the sky screen told him that in another world, he had already achieved it. And the person who had led them to complete that dream was far away at this very moment. Conan asked from beside him, "Should we go meet him?" Nagato was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I have to go meet Hyuga Kei." Konoha. The two-tails, Matatabi, saw the images on the sky screen through Yujito's perspective. It stared at that cub on the screen lying on top of itself. That cub was tugging at the fur on its back, giggling as it climbed upward. It wanted to say, had these human cubs gone crazy? That was it. The two-tails, Matatabi. A tailed beast that could clash head-on with Hashirama Senju in ancient times. The incarnation of chakra disaster, a monster humans were supposed to flee from at the sight of it. Then the version of itself on the sky screen opened one eye and lazily glanced at the cub. It looked exactly like a big cat. Yujito was also looking at the version of herself on the sky screen, standing beside Matatabi, holding a pale golden-haired baby in her arms. In the baby's eyes were a pair of Byakugan. "I'm actually taking care of a child?" Her voice drifted a little. "In that world, there's no war? So I became a mother? That doesn't sound bad." In the preparatory hall of the Hokage office building, the 5 Kage had already returned to their seats. The sky screen was showing another parallel world, and the ninja world in that world had made even these people standing at the very top of the ninja world fall into silence. No 5 great nations. No 5 great hidden villages. No 5 Kage. Only one Ninja World Federation. 87 special production districts. A population of 120 million. A unified currency, unified laws, and a unified future. The silence in the 5 Kage preparatory hall lasted for a moment before A's laughter was the first to break it. "That kid is the first chairman of the Ninja World Federation?" As expected of him. Mei Terumi smiled, seeming not to care much about the future of Kirigakure, because she had seen familiar faces from her ninja village in it. "Hyuga Kei, you really are more promising than Big Sister imagined." Inoki stroked his beard. With just one casual change from Hyuga Kei, the ninja world gets one more parallel timeline. Is this brat the protagonist of the world? In the last timeline, he left the ninja world because his lover died, which led to the destruction of the ninja world. In this timeline, because he saw the suffering of the people, he established the Ninja World Federation. One thought to heaven, one thought to hell. On the sky screen, the narrator's voice was still continuing. Hyuga Kei had never believed he could persuade the 5 great hidden villages with words alone. But he still presented the complete blueprint of the theory of ninjutsu production at the 5 Kage Summit, from water conservancy projects to power grids, from increasing grain production to universal medical care. For a full 3 hours, he laid every piece of data, every blueprint, and every feasibility analysis before the 5 Kage. The scene cut to the summit venue. The Reikage answered, "Kid, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. But Kumogakure will not bet its future on a single blueprint." He turned and left. The other 4 Kage followed and left one after another. The image froze on that empty long table. The people seated behind that table would not willingly give up power. They had seen war, they had lost wars, and they had lost too much in war. They would not hand the future over to a young man. Hinata Kei was completely disappointed in these people. He wanted to build his own foundation and gather like-minded companions. The screen shifted. A row of photos of young people lit up one after another. Sasuke, Naruto, Nara Shikamaru, and Hyuga Kei from Konoha. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from Sunagakure. Yujito and Samui from Kumogakure. Chojuro Hozuki Suigetsu, and Zabuza from Kirigakure. Kuratsuchi from Iwagakure. Hinata Kei went and brought these people together. Not the 5 kage. Not the daimyo. Youths. Students. On the screen, in a not-so-large meeting room, dozens of young people were packed together. Hinata Kei stood at the very front. On the wall behind him, a huge map of the ninja world was pinned up with thumbtacks. There were no national borders on the map, none of the colors of the 5 great nations. Only mountains, rivers, and plains. He stood there and said one sentence to all of them. Do you want to personally build a world without war? And the result was easy to imagine. Later, they called themselves builders, revolutionaries, while the higher-ups of the 5 great nations called them rebels. On the heavenly screen, the narrator's tone turned emotional, every word revealing admiration for Lord Hinata Kei. Lord Hinata Kei was farsighted and deeply strategic. He understood that the passion of a group of young people alone was not enough to shake the foundations of the 5 great nations. They needed greater power, powerful figures to hold the line, and even more, a revolutionary base. So, he went alone to one place, Amigakure. The scene shifted. Gloomy skies, endless drizzle, and that sealed city standing in the rain, built from steel and pipelines. The camera passed through the curtain of rain and landed inside the highest tower. Nagato, thin as a skeleton, sat blankly atop a massive machine, black receivers covering his back. Konan stood at his side, paper spears floating around her, ready to strike at any moment. And facing them was an uninvited white-haired young man. Hinata Kei. The negotiation did not go smoothly at the start. The narrator said, Nagato had long since despaired of the 5 great nations. He believed that only absolute pain could bring temporary peace. On the screen, Nagato's voice was ice-cold. You want me to help you establish a new order? You're too naive. The chain of hatred between people, is that something some so-called federation can simply cut apart? Only when everyone has tasted the same pain will they stop war out of fear. Hinata Kei was not frightened back by that pressure. He only calmly asked in return. Then tell me, after you use fear to rule the world, what comes next? Will people become happy then? Nagato's Rinnegan shrank slightly, but quickly returned to calm. Temporary fear is still better than eternal war.
No.
Hinata Kei shook his head. Fear will only bury hatred deeper. If you suppress one generation with fear, then the next generation will return with hatred multiplied. What fear creates is not peace, but the fuse for the next war. Nagato fell silent. Hinata Kei continued. Your dream is peace. Mine is too. But the road you chose ends in ruins filled with crying. The road I chose ends in the world inside that photo behind you. He pointed toward a carefully preserved photograph in the corner of the tower. It was Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan in their youth, smiling brightly under the sunlight. Yahiko's dream was not to make the world feel pain. His dream was to make sure no one in this world would cry like you did ever again. Lend me your power. I want you to see with your own eyes a future where peace can be achieved without fear. After a long, deathly silence, Nagato raised those Rinnegan eyes and, for the first time, seriously examined the young man before him. After a while, he spoke. What makes you think you can do it? Hinata Kei smiled. In those Tenseigan eyes flashed a radiance brighter than the stars. Because behind me stands a group of people who, just like me, refuse to believe in fate. What do you need me to do? It's not that I need you. It's that I'm inviting you. Hinata Kei stood up and extended his hand to him. I invite you and the Akatsuki, the real Akatsuki, to join this revolution. Konoha, Hyuga Tenka's residence. Hinata tilted her head and stared at the righteous-looking, bright-eyed Hinata Kei on the heavenly screen. Then she lowered her head and looked at Keikuin, who was currently resting on her lap and still chewing on Tamagoyaki. Keikuin on the heavenly screen. His gaze was blazing, his voice loud and powerful, every word ringing with force. Keikuin on her lap. Choo choo choo. Keikuin on the heavenly screen. The hand he extended was firm and strong, the cloak behind him fluttering even without wind. Keikuin on her lap. Choo choo choo.
Keikun.
HM? The you on the heavenly screen doesn't seem quite the same as the current you. Hinata Kei swallowed the Tamagoyaki in his mouth and said as if it were only natural, that's not me at all. When have I ever been that ugly? That guy looked about 70% like him. A transformation jutsu could obviously have done better, yet they had deliberately twisted the remaining 30%. He had already guessed that this was probably something like those historical dramas from his previous life, full of romantic fantasy and personal worship of Hyuga Kei. Naruto leaned over. How is that not you? White hair, Tenseigan, looks exactly the same, even the way he talks sounds like you when you were preaching big principles on exam day. That's because you've never seen a real historical drama being filmed. Hyuga Kei yawned and pointed at the version of himself on the heavenly screen who was passionately lecturing Nagato. Look carefully at that guy's posture. When have I ever stood that straight? If I can lean, I never stand. If I can lie down, I never lean. And look at his expression control. Since when do I smile that righteously? When I smile, it's either because I want to mock someone or because I actually think something's funny. He gave his final conclusion. This is probably a TV drama filmed by later generations with an actor. Or, even more ridiculous, transformation jutsu plus filters. Then they glorified what I said by 100 times. When I negotiated with Nagato, what I probably said was, either join me, or keep squatting in this tower getting rained on while watching the new world arrive. Anyway, the 5 great nations are doomed sooner or later, so decide for yourself. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Then Naruto burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. That's what Kei would actually say. The one on the heavenly screen is way too fake. Ha 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 ha. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched. He forced himself not to laugh out loud, but his shoulders were obviously shaking. Hinata covered her mouth, her eyes bending into 2 crescent moons. But what Hyuga Kei did not know was that, in that parallel world, there really was a historical drama called The Legend of Hyuga Kei. And the actor who played him practiced that righteous gaze in front of the mirror every day for a full 3 months. He read through all the materials about Hyuga Kei again and again, all for the sake of perfectly recreating Hyuga Kei's bearing. What he did not realize was that those materials were fake too. But after the drama aired, its ratings directly shattered every record in the history of the ninja world. From 80-year-old grandmas to 3-year-old children, everyone was following it. And the real Hyuga Kei himself was sitting in his own courtyard at the time, holding a teacup and watching his on-screen self give a speech, with exactly the same expression as he had right now. Am I really that handsome? Yes. The one answering him was not anyone in the courtyard, but tens of thousands of viewer comments being fed back in real time through some kind of chakra network. At this moment, he was only resting on Hinata's lap, looking at that overly perfect version of himself on the sky screen, feeling that being treated like a god really wasn't he good at all. A cult of personality was a bad thing. For any regime, it was never a good sign. After that night, Amigakure secretly joined the ranks of the builders. Nagato and Konan became the firmest backing of the new federation. The screen cut back to the studio. The host at the side revealed a gossip-hungry expression. He said curiously, Commentator Shiranui, now that we've reached this point, I believe many viewers are actually especially curious about one thing. The commentator smiled and pushed up his glasses. I know what you want to ask. It's about the relationship between Lord Hyuga Kei and Lady Konan, right? In the studio, Shiranui Jensei pushed up his glasses, a subtle smile on his face that every man understood. The debate over which confidants were by Lord Hyuga Kei's side had already lasted for 100 years. To hook the audience, this commentator actually started talking about side gossip like some kind of lecture program. The host cut in with a grin. That's right. Some people say she was the speaker's confidant. Some say she was the one the speaker truly loved. And some even say that Lady Hinata Hyuga was only a political marriage, while Konan was the true love. The commentator burst out laughing and quickly waved his hands. Ahem, I never said that. Those are all unofficial histories. Unofficial histories. The commentator coughed lightly, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was impossible to suppress. This question is one of the most frequently asked by students in modern history classes at Federal University. All I can say is that, in the official records, their relationship was always that of extremely close comrades and companions. The screen immediately cooperated by showing a series of historical photos. The first one showed Hyuga Kei stepping down from the stage after a speech. Konan casually raised her hand and straightened the collar that had been blown messy by the wind. The second showed the two of them sitting across from each other in a late-night office, revising the same document. There was only 1 cup of coffee on the desk. The third showed the Federation anniversary celebration. Fireworks filled the sky, and at the moment when everyone else was looking up, Konan in the crowd tilted her head slightly, her gaze landing on Hyuga Kei not far away. The commentator's voiceover sounded at just the right time. Of course, some things still cannot be concluded with certainty. Perhaps this will become the gentlest unsolved case in the history of the Ninja Federation. Were they lifelong close friends, or a lifelong unresolved regret? Perhaps the answer isn't that important. What matters is that, in those difficult and glorious years of carving out a path from nothing, they stood side by side and never once turned away from each other. Slander. This was naked slander. Hyuga Kei shot up from Hinata's lap and pointed at the sky screen, the calm on his face gone. This commentator had thick brows and big eyes and looked so honest, so how was he this fired up when talking gossip? How could even unofficial history be brought out and talked about? Comrade Conan and I are completely innocent. This is defamation. I'm suing this commentator, suing this TV station. I'll sue them until they go bankrupt. Naruto was laughing so hard beside him that he couldn't straighten up. He was sprawled on the corridor floor, pounding the wooden boards again and again with his fist. Ha 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 ha. Kei, you have a day like this too. You're always acting calm. Always putting on that nothing matters to me look. Ha ha ha. Sasuke leaned against the wall, the curve of his mouth already impossible to suppress. In the end, he couldn't help laughing out loud too. Hyuga Kei turned around and pointed at the two idiots gloating over his misery. What are you two laughing at? That's all stuff from a parallel world. It has nothing to do with me, but the one on the sky screen is obviously you. Naruto wiped away tears from laughing. Bullshit. When did I ever revise documents alone with Conan late at night? Hyuga Kei turned and looked at Hinata. Hinata, you'll believe me, right? Hinata was lowering her head, both hands twisted together, her shoulders trembling slightly. She was laughing, her eyes curved into two crescents. Actually, she had already thought about these things long ago. Kei-kun, you're also outstanding. There will only be more and more girls around you. As long as I still have my place, that's enough. Forget rumors. Even if he really found her a sister, that wouldn't be impossible either. Hinata, you've gone bad. Hyuga Kei's voice carried the grief of betrayal. The old you would never have treated me like this. Hinata lowered her head with a red face. Because Kei-kun taught me well. On the other side, Kuratsuchi finally couldn't hold it together after seeing Conan appear. How had she been outdone again? Who is this woman? Kitsuchi looked at his daughter from the side. One of future Hyuga Kei's confidants. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking what kind of relationship she has with that idiot. The sky screen already said it. Unofficial history. Unofficial history is still history. Seeing his daughter all riled up, Kitsuchi suddenly found it very amusing. Didn't you say you had no interest in political marriage? I'm not interested. Kuratsuchi put both hands on her hips. But I'm even less interested in losing to some woman whose name I've never even heard before. Conan was a little flushed. Having her scandal seen by so many people across the ninja world was no different from being roasted over a fire. She also felt like she had been slandered. Secretly gritting her teeth, she thought this guy was really hateful, making up rumors just from looking at photos. Why hadn't the version of herself in that world arrested all of them? Meanwhile, Nagato didn't really care. Once life entered the right track, pursuing emotional fulfillment was perfectly normal. As a close friend, he would only offer his blessing. Konoha, preparatory hall of the Hokage office building. After watching the gossip segment on the sky screen, Meitarumi said, oh my, Kei really has so many confidants. I wonder if I'm among them. The competition pressure is so high. I won't be neglected, right? Meitarumi had completely placed herself into the ranks of Hyuga Kei's confidants. Then she turned her head and looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with a smiling expression. Lord Hokage, please, Lady Mizukage, does Konoha have any intelligence or something? About Kei. The more detailed, the better. I want to buy a few copies and take them back to study. I'll treat it as preparing in advance for future favor struggling. The pipe in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth almost fell out. Lady Mizukage, that's a parallel world. I know. Meitarumi blinked. But it never hurts to understand a little more, right? What if it comes in handy someday? Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag from his pipe and slowly exhaled. He began seriously considering one thing. Whether Hyuga Kei's file should be listed as Konoha's highest level classified secret. No, highest level classified might not even be enough. This had to be treated like a forbidden technique. On the sky screen, the commentator coughed lightly twice. Let us return to the main topic. This conversation was undoubtedly an important historical event in the course of the revolution. The new government had finally found its starting point, the land of rain. As the powerful figures who controlled core strength joined this transformation one after another, the old order of the 5 great nations began to feel fear. They could not tolerate a force that did not obey their commands growing stronger in the cracks between them. A full-scale suppression targeting the newborn regime began. In the 66th year of the Konoha calendar, led by the fire daimyo and Konoha's higher-ups, and joined by wind, earth, lightning, and water, a coalition army of 5 nations was formed. On the screen, an overwhelmingly dense ninja army spread across the horizon. The 4 head protectors bore the emblems of the 5 great ninja villages, stretching so far that no end could be seen at a glance. They had only one goal. The camera moved over the coalition army's heads and cast toward that land shrouded in gloom and rain. The land of rain, the cradle that had only just lit the flame of hope. Subtitles appeared. A total of 40,000 ninja from the allied forces of the 5 great nations moved to encircle the land of rain. The scene cut back to the border of the land of rain. Behind the crude defensive fortifications, dozens of young ninja gripped their kunai, their hands trembling. Someone asked in a low voice, "Can we hold them off?" At this moment, panic was spreading through every heart, yet no one answered. Then, Just like that, the sky split open. This was not a metaphor. The many ninja of the allied army looked up, then all froze. It was a meteor even larger than a mountain peak, falling down from beyond the atmosphere. Enemy attack. The shrill alarm had only sounded halfway before it got stuck in everyone's throat. Because the meteor stopped. It hovered directly above the military camp, the shadow it cast covering the entire encampment. The ninja stared upward, and the certainty on their faces slowly turned into fear beyond comprehension. On top of the meteor, there stood one person. Short white hair, azure eyes. His clothes did not move in the raging wind. Hyuga Kei quietly looked down over the tens of thousands of soldiers beneath him. Then, he raised a hand. Golden Tenseigan chakra ignited around him, turning into 9 truth-seeking balls that slowly revolved behind him. The next second, the 9 truth-seeking balls merged into one, condensing in his palm into a dazzling golden beam. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. He did not slash at any person. He slashed at the mountain on the left side of the allied camp. The beam fell. The rock was cut apart. Then the cut split straight to both sides, extending all the way from the summit to the foot of the mountain. The light of the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion faded. The mountain had been split in two. Hyuga Kei lowered his hand, and the 9 truth-seeking balls spread out behind him once more, like the halo of a god or Buddha. From beginning to end, he did not say a single word. Then he turned around and, together with that floating meteor, slowly drifted back toward the land of rain. The camera pushed toward the direction he left. On the battlefield behind him, tens of thousands of soldiers stood frozen in place, and the weapons in their hands slipped to the ground one after another. Some collapsed to the ground, some dropped to their knees. A total rout. Defeated without a fight. Across the sky curtain, the commentator's voice slowly rang out. Only at this moment did they finally understand that the reason Hyuga Kei and Nagato had not directly slaughtered the allied army was not mercy. It was because a change in regime required living people. With the utmost power, they sent a message to the entire ninja world. In front of the tide of a new era, the armies of the old era had already become meaningless. The commentator once again added an aside, and this also became one of the Federation's hottest tourist attractions. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the figure standing suspended in the sky curtain, looked at the mountain split in two, and slowly let out a puff of smoke. It was this again, peerless individual power, the kind of power that could end a chaotic age. Raza nodded in agreement. No matter how many times I see it, still feels shocking. Folded his arms across his chest. 40,000 allied troops, routed without a fight. Inoki floated in midair, his aged voice breaking the silence. In our world, they enter the academy at 6, become genin at 11, and maybe fight a Tokubetsu Jonin in an exam. In that world, at 14, he proposed the theory of ninjutsu production, and then in just a few years, he turned one land of rain into a force that could face the 5 great nations head-on. Mei Terumi said softly, "Are we discussing one person, or an era?" "Both." Nara Shikaku's voice came from the doorway. He had just rushed back from the root ruins, and the hem of his clothes was still stained with ash. "Lord Hokage, the preliminary investigation results from the root ruins are out." Shikaku opened the record book in his hand. The base was completely destroyed. The source of the explosion was in the deepest underground section. Preliminary judgment is that it was a chain reaction caused by internally detonated explosive tags. No traces of any outside intruders were found at the scene. "No traces?" Shikaku shook his head. If there were any, they were all buried in the explosion. The sky curtain released another documentary-like segment. The upper echelons of the 5 great nations were forced to sit down at the negotiating table with Hyuga Kei once again. This time, they no longer had the arrogance they once carried. Raza asked, "What gives you the right to guarantee our power? Who is to say we want to be purged, or that our people want to be humiliated?" Hyuga Kei answered indifferently, "I don't need to guarantee your power. I only need to ensure that your people no longer want war." The host sighed from the bottom of his heart. At the time, everyone thought what would come next was a cruel war of unification that would sweep across the entire ninja world. No one expected that the war never even started. In the late autumn of year 66 of the Konoha calendar, as the 5 great hidden villages and the daimyo of the various nations signed the Peaceful Merger Act one after another, the one country one village system that had lasted for nearly 100 years was officially declared at an end. On the screen, that altered map of the ninja world appeared once more. This time, every color representing the 5 great nations had vanished. In their place was a brand new map divided into 5 massive administrative regions. Above each region was a new name. First Administrative Region, formerly the Land of Fire. Second Administrative Region, formerly the Land of Wind. There was no massacre, no purge, and no humiliation of a defeated state forced into submission. Historians of later generations have always argued over why the rulers of the old era gave up the power in their hands so easily. Some say it was because of the world-destroying power of Hyuga Kei and Nagato. Some say it was because the productivity revolution of the new era had already made the old relations of production impossible to sustain. But I still believe the real reason was that the 5 Kage of the old era realized that the ninja villages they were so proud of, the nations they had fought to the death to protect, had never been perfect to begin with. And when true peace arrived, those things lost their meaning. On the sky curtain, the scene switched to rapidly edited news footage. The old border fortresses were demolished with controlled explosions, and a brand new cross-sea bridge connected 2 offshore islands that had originally belonged to the land of water and the land of fire. The iconic walls of the one village, one country system collapsed, and ninja and civilians from different villages began living together. And this was only the beginning. The commentator pushed up his glasses. Political unification only provided the skeleton for the enormous body known as the Ninja Federation. What truly gave it flesh and blood, and made it begin running forward at an unprecedented speed, was the concept Lord Hyuga Kei proposed and carried through from beginning to end: the industrialization of ninjutsu. In his report on the United Government, Lord Hyuga Kei sharply pointed out, the principal contradiction in society at that time was no longer the struggle between the 5 great nations over territory and resources, but the contradiction between the people's growing desire for a better life and uneven, inadequate ninjutsu productivity. Thus, at the first plenary meeting after the Federation was established, Chairman Hyuga Kei proposed a grand plan that shocked the entire ninja world, making 3 promises that at the time sounded like pure fantasy. Within 3 years, eliminate hunger and absolute poverty. Within 5 years, universalize basic medical care and literacy education. Within 10 years, develop technology, complete the full industrial transformation of ninjutsu, and allow every household to enjoy the convenience brought by chakra. This is the 30-50 plan we speak of, the plan to change the world. Hiruzen Sarutobi subconsciously reached for his pipe, only to realize it had fallen to the ground at some point. He slowly bent down and picked it up, but did not light it. His fingers were trembling slightly. The industrialization of ninjutsu. Every page of the Ninja Academy textbooks taught how to use ninjutsu in battle. Every mission report he had handled in his life was about killing or being killed. He had never imagined that ninjutsu could also be used as a tool of production. And yet, a 14-year-old boy had spent 7 days in a disaster zone and figured this out. And this was not empty talk. It had truly been put into practice. In front of him, even the will of fire had become empty words. Just how far into the future could his eyes see? For him to think of things like this? Endless rice fields replaced the scorched earth of war. Ninja from different hidden villages stood shoulder to shoulder, forming the hand seals for earth release and water release at the same time. Beside the power towers, lightning release ninja from Kumogakure filled enormous chakra storage units to the brim. Inside the factories, machines roared, and what came off the assembly lines were no longer kunai and explosive tags, but farm tools and bicycles. At the edge of the great desert in the land of wind, hundreds of wind release ninja cast jutsu together, blowing clouds toward designated areas. Meanwhile, earth release and water release units immediately stabilized the sand and transformed it into new green belts. The commentator's voice was full of pride. The dividends of peace were so immense that even former enemies began to fear returning to the past. No one had expected the ninja world to erupt with unprecedented potential. The 30-50 plan had been completed perfectly. On the screen, a street interview appeared. The reporter asked a passerby for her opinion of the Federation. "What do you think of the Federation?" An old woman grinned with her toothless mouth. "I don't understand all this Federation talk. I only know that my little grandson doesn't have to be dragged off to the battlefield anymore." A group of children crowded toward the camera and shouted over each other. "We've had enough to eat these past few years. So full, so full." The scene switched back to the studio. The host sighed in admiration. What an incredible era. The commentator's voice became incomparably solemn at that moment. People first, prosper the nation through jutsu. These 8 words are one of the most precious ideological legacies Lord Hyuga Kei left to the ninja world. And the completion of the 30-50 plan marked the ninja world's entrance into a new era of ninjutsu industrial civilization, centered on construction and the people's livelihood. Shiranui Jensei gently closed the folder in his hand. The debates surrounding Lord Hyuga Kei might continue for hundreds or even thousands of years. Some call him a saint of revolution, a cold-blooded politician. Others delight in talking about his confidence and his overwhelming power. But history remembers a person in the simplest way possible. By looking at what he did. He brought water into cracked farmland. He lit electric lamps in the most remote mountain villages. He gave every child, no matter which village or clan they came from, the equal right to walk into a classroom. With his own hands, he brought an end to the chaotic age that had lasted for thousands of years, and established a regime that continues to this day. This is the entire meaning of a brief history of the Ninja Federation. That's all for today's program. We'll continue next time. The image finally froze on an incomparably magnificent statue of pure white marble. The Hyuga Kei in the statue was not holding a sword, nor was he posed for battle. He was simply standing there, head slightly turned, gazing gently into the distance, a lazy smile on the corner of his lips. He extended one hand, as if inviting everyone before him to join in the construction of the Federation. On the base of the statue was carved a line he had written with his own hand. May this land never again have children who cry because of famine and war. We were never gods. We are only a group of mortals who no longer want to see others cry the way we once did. The Revolutionary Ninja Federation Government Arc. Complete. This parallel world segment contains no reward. It serves only to enlighten the ninja world. Estimated time until the next Heavenly Screen broadcast. 15 days. The Heavenly Screen ended, but many people said nothing, sinking into a long silence. It was not because they had nothing to say. It was because they had too much to say, and all of it was stuck in their throats. Not a single word could come out. What the Heavenly Screen had shown this time was even more shocking than the previous ones. It was not that Hyuga Kei's power was not shocking. It was not that the threat of the Otsutsuki was not terrifying. It was that the world shown this time was simply too desirable. In that world, ninjutsu was not a tool for killing. Water release irrigated farmland. Earth release built dams. Lightning release lit up the lights of countless homes. In that world, no one went hungry. No one lost family because of war. No one was called Demon Fox. No one was branded with the caged bird seal. That was a world they did not even dare dream of. And the Heavenly Screen told them that world was real. It was built by another version of themselves on a different timeline. Many people could not stop their bodies from trembling, overcome with the urge to break down and cry. Most of them had lived through war their entire lives. The first great ninja war, the second, the third. Fathers died on the battlefield. Sons died on the battlefield. Grandsons died on the battlefield too. They had thought that was fate. They had thought a ninja's destiny was to be born in slaughter and die in slaughter. They had thought peace was only that dream the first Hokage once had. A dream that could never be realized. But now, someone was saying that was not true. As long as everyone sat down together, turned ninjutsu from a weapon into a tool, and then worked together to eliminate poverty and hunger. The Ninja Federation government. The industrialization of ninjutsu. The three great promises. And all of these near-fantastical ideas had come from the hands of a single person. That person reached out from the Heavenly Screen and pointed out a road no one had ever walked before. That person said he was not a god. We are only a group of mortals who no longer want to see others cry the way we once did. And a world like that, and a leader like that, other than the nobles and daimyo of the various nations, who would not like it? Ninja would no longer have to live on the edge of a blade, with their heads tied to their belts as they carried out all kinds of missions. They would only need to use their ninjutsu every day to gain lofty status and rich rewards. Commoners would gain more prosperous lives, a more peaceful society, no war, and certainly no hunger. Thinking of this, even more people felt their blood boiling. They wished they could join the Revolutionary Army right now and become one of the people standing behind Hyuga Kei. In their eyes, Hyuga Kei was practically a figure on the same level as a succubus. It was like the ninja world version of Liu Bei inviting you to restore the Han dynasty. A Chunin suddenly spoke up and asked, "Do you think, in that world, ninja like us could do anything besides kill?" No one answered him. After a long while, someone replied, "Build bridges? My earth release is pretty strong. Or generate electricity," someone else added. Then they looked at each other and all laughed. A young genin girl who had once seen Hyuga Kei at the exam grounds suddenly gripped her companion's hand tightly. Her eyes read, "The world he talked about. Can we have that too?" Her companion nodded hard. At the outermost edge of the crowd, someone faced the sky and shouted out a sentence with all the strength in his body. "I want to live in a world like that." Everyone on the whole street heard it. "I want that too." Those three words were like the final torrent that broke through a dam. "Me too. Why can't we have days like that? We've had enough of war. Enough of hearing a knock in the middle of the night and thinking it's a death notice from the front line. I want my son to come back alive. My brother died on the border of the Land of Wind when he was only 14. 14. He knew fire release and used it to grill fish. The fish he made was especially delicious. In that new world, he definitely could become a great chef. For a moment, the whole scene dissolved into tears. Let us go to the Hyuga clan compound. Let us go find Lord Hyuga Chi and build a new world together. I'm going too. Count me in." Inside the classroom at the Ninja Academy, the students were even more worked up than the people in the streets. Konohamaru stood on top of a desk. His fists clenched so tightly they shook. "I'm gonna find Hyuga Chi too. We're gonna find Big Brother Chi right now. We're signing up right now. I want to join the Revolutionary Army. I want to build the Federation." Moegi said timidly, But we haven't even graduated yet." "So what?" Konohamaru jumped down from the desk, his face red with emotion. "My grandpa is the third Hokage. He couldn't do what Big Brother Chi did, but Big Brother Chi did it. So I'm following Big Brother Chi. Are you coming or not? If not, I'm going by myself." At the same time, deep in the forest outside Konoha, Orochimaru, who had just escaped Jiraiya's pursuit, had already forgotten all about running. While everyone else was staring at the pure white statue in the sky, Orochimaru's focus was elsewhere. He was looking at the power plants, the steel behemoths, and the street lights in the background. The steel behemoths raced along iron tracks. The wheels crushed over the rails with a rhythmic roar. The carriages were packed with people, with ninjas and civilians squeezed into the same row of seats. Some were reading newspapers. Some were dozing off. Children were pressed against the windows looking outside. What was that? He didn't care about the Federation, the Parliament, or the Three Great Promises. But that iron box was different. What had he seen? No ninja was pulling it from the front. There were no sealing formulas, no summoning contract, and yet it moved. This was the power of technology. This is. His brain spun at a speed far beyond ordinary people trying to work out the principle behind it. A chakra machine that could operate without needing a ninja. What did that mean? Ninjas were ninjas because they monopolized chakra. Civilians were civilians because they didn't have chakra. But if there was a machine that let civilians with no chakra use it anyway, then the barrier between civilians and ninjas, the barrier that had existed for 1,000 years, would no longer exist. Just what had Hyuga Kei done? And then there were the street lights. Balls of light condensed from lightning release chakra sat atop the poles. Through some kind of metal cable, energy was transmitted to every streetlight, every household. The whole city was glowing. It was a city that did not need ninjas standing by and continuously supplying chakra, yet it could keep shining on its own. Energy storage, output, distributed power supply. Just thinking about it made his hands tremble with excitement, because he had just seen the most beautiful thing in his entire life. Chakra was not something that could only function inside a ninja's body. Here it was like electricity. It could be stored, transmitted, converted into light, heat, and motive force. In that world, they had combined chakra with machinery. They used ninjutsu to drive industry, drive science, drive civilization. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth curled up. Hey! His shoulders began to shake. Ha 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 ha. He threw his head back, and his laughter echoed through the forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. Hearing that laughter from afar, Jiraiya frowned. Orochimaru went crazy? He quickened his pace. But Orochimaru was not crazy. He was clearer-headed than ever. What had he pursued all his life? Immortality. Learning every ninjutsu. Grasping every truth in the world. For that goal, he had betrayed Konoha, betrayed his teacher, and carried out every experiment despised by the world. But now, the heavenly screen had told him that one man had already walked ahead of him, ahead of the entire civilization of the ninja world. Hyuga Kei. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes burning with incomparable fanaticism. Just what are you? He gave up on running. He turned around and started walking toward Konoha. Jiraiya froze behind him. Orochimaru? Jiraiya. Orochimaru didn't even turn his head. Tell sensei. I surrender. What? Jiraiya nearly fell off the tree branch. Orochimaru is surrendering? I didn't hear that wrong, did I? What trick are you playing now? I'm not playing any tricks. Orochimaru stopped and turned his head slightly. His snake-like pupils gleamed faintly under the moonlight. I want to meet that child. Hyuga Kei? Correct. Orochimaru smiled. That smile made Jiraiya's back turn cold. It was way too sincere. On Orochimaru's face, it looked wrong no matter how you looked at it. I want to ask him a question. He turned back around and continued walking toward Konoha. Jiraiya stood there, watching the figure with long black hair disappear into the depths of the forest. Then he scratched his head, completely baffled. How am I supposed to explain this to the old man? The streets of Konoha were surging with people. Hundreds, thousands of people poured out from every alley and joined the main road. Every single person was heading in the exact same direction, toward the Hyuga clan compound. Everyone had put down whatever work they were doing. They just wanted to see Hyuga Kei, and no one thought there was anything strange about that. That man was someone worth following. The crowd was stopped in front of the gate to Hyuga Kei's home. Not by the Hyuga clan, by their own people. The first group of Chunin to arrive had spontaneously formed a crooked human wall in front of the gate. Everyone, calm down. Don't shove, don't shove. Lord Hyuga Kei is inside, but he needs rest too. Who the hell is shoving? I just want to see him. I just want to say a few words to him. Inside the courtyard, Hyuga Kei's Tenseigan saw the scene outside clearly through the wall. A sea of people. The line stretched from the main gate of the Hyuga compound all the way to 3 streets away, and more people were still flooding in from all directions. Some were holding up hastily drawn 5-ring flags. Some were carrying children. Some were pushing elderly people in wheelchairs. Most outrageous of all, several Chunin had voluntarily formed a team to maintain order, but their eyes kept sneaking glances into the courtyard too. Voices kept coming from outside the gate. Lord Hyuga Kei, please come out and say a few words. We want to build the Federation with you. We don't want war anymore. We want peace. We want a new world. Naruto and Sasuke were already standing by the gate, one flushed red with excitement, the other wearing a complicated expression. Gee, there are so many people outside. They all came to see you. Should we start the Revolutionary Army right now? I already came up with a slogan. What slogan? That Federation. Chi is the best. Hyuga Kei fell silent for a breath. Naruto, don't come up with slogans anymore. He walked to the courtyard gate and placed his hand on the door. Outside was a sea of people with hundreds, no thousands, of eyes fixed on this door. The moment he walked out, the moment he said a single word, today would become the founding day of the Ninja Federation. And then this whole crowd would excitedly follow him to the land of rain to found a nation. And this was only in Konoha. If these people were given time, who knew how many across the ninja world would come looking for Hyuga Kei in the next few days? But that kind of life was not what he wanted right now. He had finally managed to get some peace and quiet for a while. Headache. He really had a headache. He had just blasted Danzo into the sky, still hadn't fully digested the chakra fruit. And now the heavenly screen had to pull something like this on him too. The him from that parallel world had it great chairman of the Ninja Federation, statue standing in the plaza, revered by the masses. But that version of him didn't have to clean up the mess in front of him. Outside, seeing that Hyuga Kei still hadn't come out, the crowd was getting anxious. A middle-aged jonin with his upper body bare and scars all over him squeezed to the very front. He turned around and faced everyone. I'm from a small country. I've been fighting wars for 20 years. He patted the hideous scar across his chest, stretching all the way from his collarbone to his ribs. From the land of rivers to the land of snow, I thought this was how my whole life would be. Either killing people or being killed. Sooner or later, I'd die in some place nobody could even name. But now someone is telling me no. No, that's not how it has to be. I learned so many ninjutsu not to kill people, but to build a new world. He turned back around and faced the tightly shut door. His knees slammed heavily onto the ground, and his forehead pressed against the bluestone pavement. Lord Hyuga Kei, I'm not going anywhere. I'll follow you. If you tell me to build roads, I'll build roads. If you tell me to dig canals, I'll dig canals. If you want this life of mine, I'll give it to you too. As long as you don't let our children live the same kind of life we did anymore. No one laughed at him. Then suddenly someone shouted at the top of his lungs. Quiet. Hyuga Kei is here. Everyone fell silent. Hyuga Kei pushed the door open. The noise peaked the instant he appeared, then fell quiet again the moment everyone saw him clearly. He stood on the steps at the entrance to the courtyard. Both sides of the road were already packed with people. Hyuga Kei swept his gaze across them and spotted the chunin at the very front who had been shouting the loudest just now. The man's face was completely red now. His fists clenched tight. The way he looked at him was like he was looking at a savior. Well, he really was a savior. The heaven screen certified kind. Hyuga Kei first gave a polite nod. I know why you came. I saw that world shown on the heavenly screen too. Just like you. It was also my first time seeing the full picture. Someone wanted to shout something, but Hyuga Kei raised a hand and pressed it down. A world without war. Without hunger, where children don't have to go to the battlefield, and the elderly don't have to starve to death by the roadside. I want that too. But that world isn't something you can shout into existence with slogans. And it won't come from blocking the door to my house either. A few young people in the crowd blushed. Hyuga Kei brought out the speech he had already prepared. Tomorrow at the 5 Kage Summit, I will secure the land of grass as the first pilot zone. The moment those words came out, the people in the front row froze. The land of grass? That destroyed land of grass? Hadn't they said a lot of people had already fled? What was the point of taking it? Hyuga Kei waited for the discussion to settle on its own before continuing. It's precisely because no one's there that it's suitable as a pilot zone. The Federation won't be built overnight. The 30 to 50 plan also isn't something that can be pushed through on a whim. We need people to test it first. To step into the pitfalls first, to get the water and electricity running first, to grow the grain first, just like in the land of rain. Once the land of grass shows results, it will prove that our dream isn't empty talk. It's something that can be realized. And that, in turn, can push the reform of the 5 great nations. He didn't say trust me. He didn't say follow me. In a tone as casual as chatting about everyday life, he laid out what he was going to do tomorrow right in front of everyone. So tonight, go back first. Go back and think about what you can do. If you use water release, can you open canals? If you use earth release, can you lay foundations? If you don't know ninjutsu, can you read? Can you do accounts? Can you cook? What the new world needs isn't just warriors. It needs workers, farmers, teachers, doctors, and every single person willing to work for it. He looked around and showed a smile that wasn't exactly passionate or fiery. If anything, it was a little lazy. I don't need you to swear loyalty at my doorstep today. I just hope that when I need your strength, you'll still be there. Dead silence. Then someone started turning around. One after another, row after row. One young man who had been shouting the fiercest took 2 steps, then turned back. Lord Hyuga Kei, tomorrow, can we wait outside the venue for news from the meeting? Hyuga Kei thought for a moment. Bring a few rice balls. The meeting might take a long time. The young man responded with a loud okay, then turned and ran into the alley. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. The stone-paved road in front of the house returned to quiet once more. Only then did Hyuga Kei let out a breath of relief. He turned around and nearly bumped into someone. Hinata was standing behind the door, holding a cup of tea. No one knew how long she had been standing there. Keikuin. The land of grass. That's what you're going to discuss at tomorrow's meeting? Hyuga Kei took the teacup and drank a sip. It wasn't a last-minute idea. I'd already thought it through. After the grass-hidden village incident, the land of grass was basically left empty anyway. All 5 great nations are fighting over that piece of land. Rather than let them carve it up, I might as well take it and use it as a symbol of cooperation between the 5 great nations. What Hyuga Kei didn't say was that he also wanted to develop ninja world technology and create weapons capable of threatening the Otsutsuki. After all, in the original story, there had already been a chakra cannon capable of destroying the moon in a single shot. The corners of Hinata's lips curved up. She had known it, Keikuin was the best. Keikuin really did have a plan all along. Hyuga Kei carried the teacup and walked into the courtyard. You think I was spacing out while lying on your lap? I was thinking about the future of the ninja world. Let me lie there a little longer, then kiss me again afterward, and the ninja world will only get better. Hyuga Kei was just about to go back and rest. 2 people used the body flicker technique and appeared at the courtyard gate. One had spiky white hair, a red vest, and wooden sandals tapping against the bluestone pavement as he rubbed his hands together and grinned at him. The other also had long white hair, golden vertical pupils, and skin so pale he looked like a corpse. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Hyuga Kei's body tensed instantly, ready to use the Tenseigan and prepare for battle. But before he could speak, Jiraiya raised both hands first. Wait. Friendlies. Hyuga Kei glanced at Orochimaru, then finally looked at Jiraiya. You defected too? What do you mean too? Jiraiya nearly jumped. I caught Orochimaru, alive. He looks pretty free for someone who got caught. That's because, under the wise and mighty Lord Jiraiya's persuasion, he surrendered. Surrendered? Hyuga Kei's gaze swept over Orochimaru once, then returned to Jiraiya's face, his expression full of unconcealed suspicion. Orochimaru spoke, with a kind of excitement he couldn't suppress. Hyuga Keikuin, Jiraiya isn't lying. I really did surrender. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you about those iron vehicles on the heavenly screen, the power stations, the energy storage network, and the connection between chakra and machinery. Stop. Hyuga Kei raised a hand. Orochimaru stopped. Hyuga Kei rubbed his temples. He had already more or less guessed why Orochimaru had come. This really never ended. One wave had just left, and now another one had arrived. But that might not be a bad thing either. If he could bring one of the ninja world's few true scientific talents, Orochimaru, under his command, then his plan to develop technology would only go more smoothly. And when the time came to fight the Otsutsuki in the future, he would have a lot more confidence too. If Hyuga Kei had 10 planetary cannons, then what would he have to fear from the Otsutsuki? He'd let them witness the power of technology. He let out a sigh, but in the end, he still invited the 2 of them into the courtyard. Since you're here, you're guests. Komein. The 3 of them walked into the courtyard. Hinata looked at the 2 of them, her little face full of confusion. She recognized Orochimaru. Konoha's S-rank missing Nin. Just now, the projection in the sky had even been showing the Konoha crush plan he launched. But now, this man had taken off his shoes and was sitting in her family's corridor like some old neighbor uncle dropping by for a visit. Hinata, pour 2 more cups of tea. Hyuga Kei sat down under the corridor and patted the wooden floor beside him, signaling for the 2 to sit. Tell me why you've come. Orochimaru sat down very properly and, with the attitude of a diligent student, stated his purpose. Keikuin, I've already surrendered. Jiraiya can testify to that. I came because I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Those metal vehicles on the projection, they don't need chakra to drive them, and they don't need ninjas pulling them from the front. So how do they move? Where does their energy come from? What kind of structure does the energy storage device have? How is chakra converted into sustained power? And those streetlights, where is the chakra stored? What medium is used to transmit it? He finished all his questions in one breath, and the light in his slit pupils only grew brighter. Hyuga Kei took the teacup Hinata handed him and sipped from it. Why should I tell you? Of course Orochimaru understood that this was the bargaining stage. What do you want? Hyuga Kei set down the teacup. How about this? When the time comes, come with me to the land of grass and work for me. Orochimaru, the land of grass? That's right. That pilot zone I mentioned outside just now. I have a plan. I'll first build the things shown on the projection in the land of grass. Water, electricity, farmland, medical care, education. Not empty talk, actually build them. I need talent. Scientific talent. Orochimaru, you've lived this many years. You've done more experiments than everyone else in the ninja world put together. Your understanding of chakra and your research into life sciences, in the old system that was called heresy. but in a new system that makes you a scientific pioneer. Someone who can be recorded in history. I'll give you the best research conditions. Orochimaru said nothing. His fingertips lightly tapped against his knee. He was clearly tempted. If you come, then in those projects you'll be the chief engineer. The power you want, immortality, truth, there's no chance you'll ever get my body, so you might as well join us. Orochimaru fell silent. Jiraiya held his teacup awkwardly, neither drinking nor setting it down, his eyes shifting back and forth between the two. This scene was way too bizarre. In his entire life, he had never imagined that one day he would sit in the corridor of the Hyuga household and listen to his junior fellow disciple switch careers and become a scientist. After a long while, Orochimaru truly couldn't think of any reason to refuse. And for someone pursuing truth, these things were just too tempting, even though a lot of it was just a huge dream Hyuga Kei had painted for him. Deal. Hyuga Kei smiled too. Deal. Orochimaru's eyes were full of thirst for knowledge. The conditions are settled. Can you answer my questions now? Hyuga Kei nodded. Yes. But let me make this clear first. Everything I'm saying is just speculation, not truth. Speculation is enough. I'll find the truth myself. 10 minutes. Hyuga Kei sat under the corridor with a teacup in hand, going from the Industrial Revolution to electromagnetic induction, from the steam engine to the generator, from the nature transformation of chakra to its possible storage forms. He even dragged out sci-fi concepts like the three-body problem and classifications of civilization levels just to bluff people. What is the essence of chakra? It's the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. Since it's energy, then it follows conservation of energy. Water release can create water out of thin air, and lightning release can continuously discharge electricity. That means chakra can, under certain conditions, be converted into material energy. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils were shining like two lamps. No one knew where he pulled out a scroll from, but he was writing on it at incredible speed. Keep going. What did you mean earlier by industrialization? What is a civilization level? What level of civilization is the ninja world? Hyuga Kei smoothly continued, dumping out all the half-understood history of the Industrial Revolution, electrification, and even the civilization settings from sci-fi movies he had seen in his previous life, Dyson spheres, faster-than-light travel, all of it. He mashed everything together and poured it all out. As for how to actually achieve any of it, that wasn't his problem to think about. That was Orochimaru's problem. Orochimaru wrote faster and faster. Jiraiya grew more and more lost the more he listened. 10 minutes later, Hyuga Kei's mouth was dry. He picked up the teacup and drained it in one gulp. That's all. Figure out the rest yourself. Orochimaru carefully tucked the filled scroll into his clothes, stood up, and gave a deep bow. Kekuin, I'll wait for you in the land of grass. Without another word, he turned and left, practically eager to get out of there and verify all those theories Hyuga Kei had told him. Jiraiya opened his mouth. He's just leaving like that? What else? Stay for dinner? Hyuga Kei wasn't worried that Orochimaru would run either. After all, he had painted Orochimaru a huge dream. And to make that dream come true, Hyuga Kei was the only person who could help him. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head and muttered, "What the hell is all this?" Then he cleared his throat and struck what he thought was his most imposing pose. I, Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, one of the legendary Sannin, teacher of Minato Namikaze, hereby officially decide to take you as my disciple. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Hyuga Kei lifted his eyelids to look at him. No. Why? Jiraiya almost jumped up from the corridor. Do you know how many people beg me to take them as a disciple and I refuse? And now I'm offering myself and you still. Hyuga Kei raised a finger and pointed to Naruto on the other end of the corridor. Your disciple is over there. Naruto looked up and pointed at his own nose, utterly baffled. Me? Naruto, if you want to become stronger, then go find him. He didn't pay those two any more attention. The two of them were the same kind of people anyway. Even without Hyuga Kei pushing things along, they would still end up together. Hyuga Kei stretched lazily and ignored them, ready to get some proper rest. The next day at noon, Hokage office building. The temporarily arranged 5 Kage Summit Hall. A round table, 5 chairs, 5 flags. By the time Hyuga Kei pushed the door open and walked in, the 5 Kage were already all there. When Mei Terumi saw him, she smiled brightly and waved at him. Little Kei, come sit by big sister. Without changing expression, Hyuga Kei pulled out a chair in the middle. I'll sit here. Mei Terumi pressed her lips together in a smile and didn't tease him any further. Hyuga Kei sat down and swept his gaze around the room. The scene was much quieter than he had expected, so quiet that it felt a little abnormal. He had prepared a whole stomach full of arguments, from the strategic value of the land of grass to the feasibility analysis of the pilot zone, from joint investment by the 5 great nations to the distribution of benefits. He was just about to state his demands. Then Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke first. We can give you the land of grass. Hyuga Kei froze for a moment. What? The land of grass, starting today, will be designated as a special administrative region. Hiruzen Sarutobi set his pipe on the table. We agree to the pilot zone you proposed. Not just the land of grass. If there are other areas you want, those can be discussed too. Hyuga Kei was silent for a few seconds. He hadn't expected his goal to be achieved this easily. What are the conditions? AI slammed the table. The condition is that you don't start a revolution in the ninja world. For once, Inoki didn't argue with him. Do you know how many Iwagakure ninja submitted retirement applications this morning after that stunt you pulled on the sky screen? They want to form a group and go to Konoha to report to you. Raza also sighed. Sunagakure too. Last night, more than a dozen genin and chunin tried to climb over the walls and leave the village. After they were dragged back, every single one of them said the same thing. They wanted to defect to Lord Hyuga Kei and help build a new world. Mei Terumi rested her chin on her hand and added with a smiling stab, Kirigakure is doing a bit better. After all, we're on an island, so even if people want to run, they can't get very far. But a lot of people are discussing whether they should write you a joint petition. The corner of Hyuga Kei's mouth twitched. He suddenly understood why today's meeting had gone so smoothly. The 5 Kage hadn't come here to negotiate. They had come to send away a plague god. What they feared most now wasn't Hyuga Kei asking for this or that. It was Hyuga Kei asking for nothing, then shutting himself away somewhere and starting a revolution. That Hyuga Kei in the parallel world had started in the Land of Rain with a team made up entirely of young people, and in less than a year, he had completely overturned the old order of the 5 great nations. And in this world, Hyuga Kei's influence was even more outrageous than that version's. As long as he raised his arm and gave the call, the 5 great nations would immediately fall into internal chaos. All 4 Kage had the same attitude. Whatever you want, we'll give it to you. Just please focus on construction and stop trying to start a revolution. Hyuga Kei sorted out his thoughts. So your plan is, give me a piece of land, give me resources, let me do whatever I want there. As long as I'm not causing trouble at your doorstep? Ahem. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a light cough. That is not what this old man means. Inoki exposed it without mercy. That is exactly what we mean. At 14, you proposed the theory of ninjutsu production. In the parallel world, you turned the 5 great nations into 5 administrative districts. Hiruzen still cared a little about saving face. Inoki, on the other hand, didn't hide it at all. We're not idiots. Rather than waiting for the day you decide the old order is rotten to the core and personally make your move, it's better to hand over what you want as early as possible. AI leaned forward, both elbows pressing against the table. What you want to overthrow is the old world. We'll give you the soil for a new one. You made it work in the land of grass, which proves the theory of ninjutsu production can work. If you succeed, we'll follow your path. If you fail, then that proves your set of ideas only works in the parallel world. At the very least, the entire ninja world 1T have gambled everything on you. Kid, how about it? The meeting room fell silent. Hyuga Kei slowly leaned back in his chair and finally understood his own situation. He had prepared every bargaining chip he had. But in the end, he discovered the other side hadn't come to play a game. They had come to help him. It was just that their reason wasn't because they believed he could succeed. It was because they were afraid that if he succeeded, he might drag them into his revolution too. What kind of situation was this? Cooperation born from fear. He had always thought his threat came from the Tenseigan, from his combat strength. But now he realized the 5 Kage weren't truly afraid of his power. What they feared was that more than half the ninja and civilians in the entire ninja world wanted to follow Hyuga Kei. That kind of appeal, combined with the strength of his Tenseigan, was what truly had the 5 Kage sitting on pins and needles. I understand. Hyuga Kei finally spoke. I want the land of grass. At the same time, the 5 Kage all let out a breath of relief. But I have conditions. Everyone's nerves immediately tightened again. The land of grass is not a place of exile. I don't care what you people think. I genuinely intend to build something there. I need people, I need money, and I need supplies. He raised one finger. First, supplies. Food, construction materials, and medical goods. Everything will be provided according to the list I give you, and settled at market price. He raised another finger. Second, talent. If ninja from the 5 great nations volunteer to sign up, you are not allowed to stop them. Same for civilians. Anyone who wants to go to the land of grass must be allowed to leave. A third finger rose. Third, security guarantees. The land of grass will not maintain a conventional military force, but during the trial period, the 5 great nations must sign a joint security agreement. If any one side attacks the land of grass, the other 4 must attack that side together. Eyes noted. The third condition is fine. The second is fine too. How long is this supply list of yours? Hyuga Kei pulled a scroll from his robe and placed it on the table. Thunk. The scroll rolled open across the tabletop, then farther and farther from the table onto the floor all the way to the doorway. Raza lowered his head to look at the dense writing by his feet, and the corner of his eye twitched. There's this much? Even if we emptied out all of Sunagakure, it still wouldn't be enough. But fortunately, he didn't have to worry alone. The 5 great nations would share the burden. Hiruzen Sarutobi forced a smile. Kei, you really are planning to found a nation? Hyuga Kei nodded sincerely. So, are you willing to pay for it? The 5 Kage looked at the long list and silently calculated the cost in their hearts. It was still within an acceptable range. Mei Terumi covered her mouth as she laughed so hard her body shook. Little Kei, do you know who you look like right now? Who? The second Hokage. He sold off the tailed beasts to the other 4 great ninja villages. But compared to your list, the second Hokage might as well have given them away for free. Hyuga Kei put away the scroll and revealed a purely harmless smile. Thank you for the compliment, Mizukage-sama. The negotiations went unbelievably smoothly. Even when Hyuga Kei walked out of the Hokage's office building, he still felt a little dazed. The 5 Kage had agreed to every single demand he made. It left his eloquence with nowhere to go. But the moment Hyuga Kei stepped outside, countless people were already waiting in the plaza. They were hoping to hear the good news that Hyuga Kei had persuaded the 5 Kage. Hyuga Kei swept his gaze across them, then raised the scroll with the 5 signatures on it. The land of grass belongs to us now. Dead silence. Then the sound exploded like mountains roaring and seas crashing. Some people cried. Some laughed. Some tore off their forehead protectors and threw them into the sky. Some grabbed complete strangers beside them and jumped around in excitement. Hyuga Kei raised a hand and pressed downward. The uproar stopped as if someone had hit pause, cutting off in perfect unison. Don't celebrate too early. The land of grass is nothing but ruins right now. No houses, no roads, no water, no electricity. If you're this happy already, then you're happy way too soon. Once you get there, you'll have plenty of chances to cry. Laughter broke out from the crowd. So we leave tomorrow. Hyuga Kei raised one finger. The first group going with me is not going there to enjoy life. We're going there to open up the land. If you're willing to leave with me, then go back and pack your things. Tomorrow morning, gather at the village gate. The crowd scattered like a retreating tide. No one hesitated. No one asked a single extra question. They had waited all night just to hear these few sentences. Now that they had heard them, they all went to make preparations. When it came to building a new world, they were even more enthusiastic than Hyuga Kei himself. Hyuga Kei also returned home. At this moment, in the courtyard, Naruto was squatting under the veranda, stuffing instant noodles, kunai, and spare clothes into a backpack. Jiraiya stood beside him with his arms folded, his face full of helplessness. Hyuga Kei pushed the door open and walked in. Naruto looked up. Hey, I'm ready. What time are we leaving tomorrow? Hyuga Kei walked over to him, crouched down, and placed a hand on his shoulder. You're not coming with me. Naruto froze. What? You and Jiraiya are going to the land of rain. The land of rain? That's right. Hyuga Kei's voice was very calm. Go find Nagato. Find him and invite him to the land of grass. Naruto opened his mouth. But no buts. Hyuga Kei cut him off, then pulled a scroll from his robe and stuffed it into Naruto's hand. Keep this with you at all times. When the time comes, help me deliver it to Nagato. Naruto still wanted to say something, but Hyuga Kei patted him on the shoulder and stood up. I'm not sending you away. I need you to do something even more important. On Nagato's side, you're the most suitable one to go. Naruto froze for a moment. Why? Because he's the same as you. He's Jiraiya's student too. Jiraiya's smile faded a little as well. He smacked Naruto hard on the back. Come on, my good disciple. I'll explain it to you on the way. And use that jutsu to cover for me a few more times. Jiraiya dragged Naruto toward the door. When they reached the entrance, Naruto turned back again. Kei, wait for me to come back. We'll meet in the land of grass. Hyuga Kei waved his hand. See you in the land of grass. Sasuke stood by the courtyard wall with his arms crossed, watching Naruto and Jiraiya disappear at the end of the alley. You sent him away on purpose? Not sent away. Hyuga Kei walked under the corridor and sat down. He took the tea Hinata handed him and drank a sip. He really does need to go. A person like Nagato can't be persuaded with reason, and he won't submit to force either. Only someone like Naruto, with that kind of personality that won't turn back even after smashing into a wall, can truly move him. As for you, I found a teacher for you. Sasuke's brows drew together slightly. Who? Orochimaru. He is now the chief engineer of the land of grass. Go learn everything he has. Sasuke fell silent for a moment. The name Orochimaru was not unfamiliar to him. The man on the heavenly screen who launched the Konoha Crush plan, Konoha's S-rank missing Nin, the same gloomy man from yesterday. His strength had to be formidable. Sasuke nodded seriously. He didn't say thanks. There was no need for thanks between them. What about you? Are you coming with us? Hyuga Kei didn't answer directly. You all leave tomorrow morning with the main group. The supply convoy, the ninja who signed up for the pilot program, the engineering staff. Altogether there should be several hundred people. The 5 Kage all sent guards, so safety won't be an issue. This time, after leaving Konoha, no one knew when they would return. Hinata, Grandpa, and the people he cared about would naturally have to leave together. Otherwise, they could become hostages. And he didn't trust leaving them under someone else's protection either. I'm taking another route. Alone. Sasuke understood. Hinata understood too. Hinata was deeply uneasy. Keikuin, you're going to risk yourself alone again. Hyuga Kei reached out and gently rubbed her head. It's not taking a risk. It's luring the snake out of its hole. His voice was light, but the two people in the courtyard heard every word clearly. Danzo is dead. Root is destroyed. But there are still people watching me. There are still plenty of people who had their eyes on the heavenly screen, but I don't know where they're hiding. They don't want to attack me in public. But what if I'm alone on the road? An 11-year-old brat who just got his genin qualification, crossing the forests near the fire country border by himself. What a perfect chance. Sasuke frowned. You're deliberately exposing your whereabouts? No need to expose them. Hyuga Kei smiled. They find me on their own. White Zetsu's spore technique has already spread all over the ninja world. Obito's Kamui space can open a door anywhere. The Kara organization's intelligence network could even hide Ishiki Otsutsuki for 1,000 years. Finding one person isn't difficult. Is it? It's not a matter of whether I expose my whereabouts. It's a matter of when they dare to make a move. He had already prepared a great deal for them. The next morning at Konoha's gate, more than a dozen horse carts were lined up in a row, piled high with food, construction materials, and medical supplies. These were the resources Konoha had allocated overnight for Hyuga Kei. Beside the carts stood 300 to 400 people. Ninja, civilians, and volunteers who had rushed over from other hidden villages. Grandpa, Hinata, and Sasuke were all among them too. Hyuga Kei wasn't worried about their safety at all. If anything, he felt that staying with him would be the most dangerous option. Hyuga Kei waved at the main group. Move out. The convoy slowly rolled out through Konoha's gate. After arranging everything, Hyuga Kei watched that mighty procession disappear at the end of the road. Then he turned and walked down another path. At the border of the Land of Fire, in an unnamed stream valley, Hyuga Kei took off his shoes and soaked his feet in the stream, a foxtail grass stem hanging from his mouth. It had already been 2 days since he left Konoha. During these past few days, he had killed quite a few people, but most of them had been sent by the daimyos of various countries. Just a bunch of small fry. And 2 days was enough time for certain people to receive the news, and enough time for certain people to lose their patience. He had deliberately avoided the main roads, choosing only desolate mountain paths through the forest, stopping and going as he pleased, sightseeing along the way while studying the forbidden jutsu he had brought out of Konoha. This stream valley was far from all main roads. There were no villages within dozens of li around it. A perfect place for murder and robbery. He tossed another wild fruit into his mouth. At that moment, faint spatial distortions appeared in the surroundings. A vortex appeared out of thin air not far from Hyuga Kei. The air twisted like it was being wrung into a braid, spiraling outward from a central point and revealing the void behind it. A figure wearing an orange spiral mask stepped out of the vortex. His black robe fluttered sharply, and his single eye was crimson. Uchiha Obito, or rather, the man still using the name Uchiha Madara at this moment. Hyuga Kei took the foxtail grass out of his mouth. Finally, Obito looked down at the white-haired boy by the stream, only feeling that the atmosphere was far too abnormal. The boy in front of him was too calm. Calm to an unnatural degree, as if he had long expected him to appear here and had been waiting all along. An 11-year-old child, alone in the wilderness. Meeting someone like him, his first reaction wasn't to run, wasn't fear, but something more like anticipation. You knew I would come? I didn't. Hyuga Kei pulled his feet out of the stream and casually wiped them dry against the grass. But I knew someone would come eventually. Either you or Kara. Either way, somebody had to be the first to jump out. I guessed it would be you. He lifted his head. Those azure Tenseigan eyes were already open, meeting that crimson Sharingan head-on. Obito spoke, his voice low, deliberately forced into a different tone. Hyuga Kei, if you're willing to join my plan, I can let you see true peace. A world without death, without betrayal, without loss. Hyuga Kei nodded. Infinite Tsukuyami? Obito's pupils shrank violently. How do you know that? I also know who's under your mask. Hyuga Kei stood up, barefoot on the grass. He only reached Obito's chest in height, but the light in his eyes made Obito unconsciously take half a step back. Uchiha Obito, Minato Namikaze's student, Kakashi's teammate, Rin's admirer. Shut up. A spiral spatial rift opened behind Hyuga Kei. Obito appeared behind him, one hand clawed as he slashed toward Hyuga Kei. Hyuga Kei didn't turn around. A repulsive force field expanded instantly, and that hand was forcibly blasted away. What's the rush? Hyuga Kei still stood where he was. Was I wrong? Kamui can't hide your tears? Hyuga Kei was still doing everything he could to provoke Obito. Once Obito's disguise cracked, he was just an idiot with an IQ of 2. Obito withdrew his hand. Beneath the mask, his face had already become extremely complicated. Fury and shock tangled together. This child knew far too much. So much that it was unbelievable. The things he had done, the infinite Tsukuyomi, his identity beneath the mask, even Kamui. He had never told anyone about these things. Yet this child had said them out loud in a casual tone, as if he were chatting about everyday matters. Someone had definitely betrayed him. There was only one possibility. Zetsu. Damn it, could it be that Black Zetsu wanted to find another person to carry out the plan? Wasn't he supposed to have inherited Uchiha Madara's will? How could he set his sights on this Hyuga Kei? Who exactly are you? My name is Hyuga Kei, and you are Uchiha Obito, the man who killed his own teacher Minato Namikaze, got his teacher's wife Kushina Uzumaki killed, and made Naruto an orphan from the day he was born. Today I'm collecting that beating you owe Naruto with interest. The Tenseigan suddenly lit up. Saiyan chakra covered his entire body, and 3 truth-seeking balls spread out behind him. The grass leaves were pressed flat against the ground by the shockwave. After these past days of training, he could already condense 3 truth-seeking balls. And at the exact moment the two faced off, an arrogant voice descended from above. Otsutsuki Kei, please come with us. 3 figures landed on the ground. The man in front was tall and burly. There were 3 vertical markings on his face, corresponding to the Roman numeral 3. His pupils were purple, and a faint smile hung on his face. Behind him stood a man and a woman side by side. The man had long purple hair parted down the middle, with a clown-like smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. The Roman numeral 7 was marked on his face. Kara member, Deepa. The woman had eye-catching long curly yellow hair. Her purple eyes were covered with fence-like patterns, her expression ice-cold. On her forehead was a single vertical marking, corresponding to the Roman numeral 1, Kara's cyborg weapon, Delta. When Hyuga Kei saw them, a slight smile appeared on his face as well. At least his wait hadn't been for nothing. These Kara bastards had finally come. One of his goals was to first cut off Kara's wings, and then find a way to kill Ishiki Otsutsuki. The man in front spread his arms. Honorable Otsutsuki Kei, I am Burrow, leader of the Otsutsuki cult. One of your seniors wishes to meet you. As for this overconfident ant, he glanced at Obito. How about I help you dispose of him? Deepa's gaze circled over Obito's body, and he licked the corner of his mouth playfully. You really are an eyesore. Burrow, Otsutsuki Kei is yours. I'll kill this witness. Black carbon crystals covered his fist. This was his body modification ability, letting him filter carbon elements and use them for himself. What did you just say? Obito's voice turned cold in an instant. His eyes narrowed and killing intent spread. Deepa grinned, completely unaware that death was already upon him. I said you're an eyesore. Can't understand human language? Delta, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke. Her voice was as cold as if she were stating a fact. Stop wasting time. Other people are watching this place. Hyuga Kei sized up the newcomers. The current Kara was not yet as powerful as it would become in Boruto. In terms of pressure, these 3 were inferior to the members of the Akatsuki. But just as Hyuga Kei was analyzing the situation, speak of the devil. Another voice suddenly exploded from the forest. Hey, what kind of trash cult is that supposed to be? If the Savior's going to believe in anything, he should believe in our Jashin cult. He.s. the future holy son of our Jashin cult. The atmosphere was already tense like a drawn sword, and at this moment, everyone's senses picked up for more people rapidly approaching. All eyes lifted at the same time. On top of a pine tree stood a young man with gray slicked-back hair. He wore the black cloak with red clouds, carried an enormous 3-bladed scythe on his back, and his face was full of excitement. What kind of trash cult are you spreading? If the Savior's going to believe in anything, it should be my Jashin cult. Haiden jumped down from the top of the tree. Behind him, a masked man with green eyes slowly walked out from the shadows of the forest. It was Kakuzu, the other member of the Akatsuki's immortal duo. Kakuzu's green eyes swept across everyone present, pausing for a moment on Obito. After making that declaration toward Kara, Haiden turned around to face Hyuga Kei, then shouted, Holy Son, do you want to join our Jashin cult? Holy Son-sama? Hyuga Kei's face was full of question marks as he pointed at himself. What did you call me? Holy Son. Haiden's voice was trembling with excitement. I saw the sky screen. You slaughtered Kusagakure all by yourself. Men, women, old, young. Not even chickens or dogs were spared. You didn't even listen when they begged for mercy. You killed them all and left, leaving nothing but corpses across the whole village. Too elegant. This is the true will of Lord Jashin. You are Lord Jashin's incarnation in the human world. Holy Son. Hyuga Kei opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. It was absurd. It was real. The logic was somehow completely smooth. What his parallel world self had done had resonated with this lunatic. And now he wanted to drag him into the Jashin cult. Kakuzu stood expressionlessly behind Haiden. His gaze swept over the 3 Kara members, then finally landed on Obito. Haiden, our mission isn't to recruit followers. I know. We'll recruit him on the side after the mission. Holy Son-sama, Let me kill these blind idiots first. Then I'll come chat with you. Hyden pulled out the triple-bladed scythe from his back and pointed it at Burrow. Hey, Baldy, you made Holy Sun Sama unhappy. On the other side of the forest, 2 more figures walked out from the shadows. They wore the same black cloaks with red clouds. One of them carried a giant sword wrapped in bandages and had a face like a shark. The other had 2 tear troughs on his cheeks and the standard Uchiha deadpan expression on his face, with about 30% resemblance to Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi. Kisame Hashigaki. Itachi raised his head, and his gaze met Obito's through the air. His 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly turned. Hyuga Kei, we were ordered to protect you. Hyuga Kei finally more or less understood the current situation. Nagato had predicted in advance that someone might try to kill him, so he had sent subordinates to protect him. As expected of his Minister of Peace Department. You really do think a lot. I'll give you a raise later. With things like this, all he needed to do now was focus on dealing with Obito. Hyuga Kei analyzed the situation. On his side right now were Hyden, Kakuzu, and Uchiha Itachi. The 3 of them could be trusted for the time being. The immortal duo obeyed Nagato's orders, while Uchiha Itachi would protect him for Sasuke's sake and because of his relationship with Sasuke. As for Kisame Hashigaki, he stood on Uchiha Obito's side. Obito had brought him into the Akatsuki to monitor Uchiha Itachi, and he was also a supporter of the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Kara-S trio, Obito, Akatsuki's 4-man group, plus the white-haired boy standing in the very center. 3 factions. 9 experts standing at the very peak of the ninja world. Obito's lone eye slowly swept over Itachi and Kisame, then over Hyden and Kakuzu. These 4 people who should have been working for him were now standing against him. This is Pain's order? Kisame bared a mouthful of sharp teeth in a grin. It's Lord Nagato's order. Lord Nagato said Hyuga Kei is more important than the tailed beasts. But Hyuga Kei felt there was also a strong hint in those words aimed at Obito. But Hyden had already run out of patience. Swinging his triple-bladed scythe, he charged into the middle of Kara's 3-man group like he had been pumped full of adrenaline. Don't care who the hell you are. Anyone trying to steal the future holy son of my Jashin cult has to die. The scythe carved out an arc, heading straight for Burrow. The smile on Burrow's face vanished instantly, replaced by anger. The triple-bladed scythe brushed past the tip of his nose and nailed itself into the ground behind him, sending shattered stone flying. Madman. Ha 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 ha. Being offered up to Lord Jashin is your honor. Hyden kicked the shaft of the scythe with 1 foot. The triple-bladed scythe bounced back into his hand and slashed out again. Burrow stopped wasting words. He raised a hand, releasing poisonous mist from inside his body that swallowed Hyden whole. Hyden's coughing came from inside the black fog, followed by an even more excited laugh. Poison. Ha ha ha. Using poison against the immortal body of the Jashin cult. You giving me a sauna? The virus seeped into his lungs, into his blood vessels, into every single cell of his body. If it were an ordinary person, no. If it were anyone else, 1 breath of this should have been enough to make them collapse on the ground and lose all ability to resist. But Hyden was not ordinary. He was a successful test subject of the Jashin cult, an immortal body. A virus could kill the living, but it couldn't kill someone who would never die. My turn. Hyden charged out of the poisonous mist, his 3-bladed scythe sweeping across. Burrow didn't have time to pull back. The tip of the scythe sliced across his arm, drawing a string of blood droplets. Hyden licked the blood off the scythe. White skeletal markings appeared across his body, and right under Burrow's shocked gaze, he used the blood to draw a ritual circle on the ground, the symbol of the Jashin cult. Death-controlling possessed blood. The curse was activated. Enjoy it, you damned heretic. Feel the greatness of Jashin. Hyden pulled out an iron spike. Letting out a string of bizarre cries, he drove it into his own heart. A delighted scream tore from his throat, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. But across from him, Burrow suffered the exact same injury. He clutched his chest as blood seeped through his fingers. You! Burrow dropped to 1 knee, staring at his own chest in disbelief. But in the next second, the wound began to heal. Blood vessels reconnected. Muscles regenerated. Bones reset. Burrow straightened up. The wound on his chest had vanished without a trace. Only the blood on his clothes proved that the attack had really happened. He slowly let out a breath. You think you're the only one with an immortal body? This was one of his abilities, his regeneration core. As long as the core wasn't destroyed, he could keep repairing his body forever. Even if his head was destroyed, he could still recover. Hyden froze for a moment, then laughed even harder, fanatic light flaring in his eyes. Interesting. Too interesting. Again. The 2 of them tangled together once more. On the other side, Deepa had long since run out of patience. The fingers on both his hands carbonized, turning into 10 sharp long claws, while a clown-like twisted grin hung on his lips. Looks like they're having fun over there. I can't fall behind on my side either. Kakuzu stood in front of Deepa, his tone ice cold. Your opponent is me. Old bastard. You're courting death. Deepa slashed down with his claws. His carbonized claws crashed head-on against Kakuzu's hardened fist, sparks flying everywhere. Kakuzu's earth release. Earth spear had hardened his body to the limit, while Deepa's carbon-enhanced body was just as indestructible. Fists and claws collided again and again. Every impact sent crushed stone flying from the ground beneath their feet. But at that moment, the two masks behind Kakuzu tore through his black cloak with red clouds and extended their heads out. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, searing migraine. A fire tornado wrapped in wind pressure swept forward, blotting out the sky. Deepa was swallowed head-on by the fire tornado. His whole body flew backward, snapped two thick pine trees, and smashed into a pile of rubble. From within the dust came a low growl of rage. Deepa slowly rose to his feet. Violent changes were happening across the surface of his skin. Carbon elements rapidly restructured outside his body, and a dense, highly reflective black armor spread from his limbs all the way across his torso. Unlike his earlier partial reinforcement, this was a full-body carbon crystal battle armor. It's been a long time since I felt this excited. But very soon you'll learn what despair really means. The third battle line fully erupted right after that. Meanwhile, Kisame Hoshigaki pulled the bandage-wrapped greatsword from his back. The wrappings around Samahata automatically fell away, revealing a blade covered in barbs that writhed excitedly in the air. Samahata really wants to try your chakra. Kisame rested the greatsword on his shoulder, an amused grin spreading across his shark-like face. Says your chakra is very special. Delta stared at him expressionlessly, the grid patterns in her electronic eye scanning rapidly. Kisame Hoshigaki, member of the Akatsuki, rogue ninja from Kirigakure, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Chakra reserves comparable to a tailed beast. Before she finished speaking, Samahata in Kisame's hand had already swept out sideways. Delta leaned back to avoid the blade, her long hair whipping wildly in the gust from the slash. You can die now. She raised both hands, and the fingertips of all 10 fingers transformed into gun barrels. Chakra beams poured down like a rainstorm, covering the sky as they blasted toward Kisame. Kisame brought Samahata horizontally in front of him. The blade's barbs automatically spread open, blocking the beams while devouring a large amount of chakra. He split his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of shark-like teeth. Samahata says your chakra doesn't taste good. Delta hadn't expected this ugly shark man in front of her to mock her too. Instantly enraged, she snapped, "You're asking to die." The ground under her feet exploded apart. Her entire right leg shifted shape in mid-charge, and 3 miniature missiles popped out from the side of her calf, streaking toward Kisame with white smoke trails behind them. Kisame drove Samahata into the ground. Water release, water shark bullet technique. A massive amount of water burst from his mouth, condensing midair into a shark-shaped water projectile that swallowed all 3 missiles whole. Boom! 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 The explosions rumbled dully inside the water shark's belly, splashing water everywhere. But the water shark only shook a little before continuing its charge toward Delta. Watching this scene, Hyuga Kei couldn't help sighing in admiration. He had to admit it, when the Akatsuki were enemies they really were hard to deal with. But as teammates, their strength was extremely reliable. This time, it was the villain all-stars of Shippuden against the villain all-stars of Boruto. Having someone fight in his place really did save him a lot of trouble. In the clearing at the center of the forest, all 3 battlefields were fighting fiercely. Haiden and Burrow were trading blows with their immortal bodies. Kakuzu and Deepa were smashing fists and claws against each other, and Kisame and Delta were exchanging water bullets and missiles. Shockwaves came one after another, flattening rows upon rows of surrounding trees, while dirt and shattered stone rained down like droplets. Obito stood where he was, the single eye behind his mask slowly turning. His gaze passed over the chaotic battlefield and landed on Hyuga Kei. You think these people can stop me? Hyuga Kei was also looking at him. Hearing that, he let out a laugh. No, they're just helping me clear the field so you won't look too pathetic when you get jumped. He stepped forward. The cyan glow of the Tenseigan lit up in his pupils. 3 truth-seeking balls unfolded behind him and slowly revolved. Your opponent is me. Obito gave no response. In his eyes, Hyuga Kei was just bluffing. According to the intelligence, Hyuga Kei was nothing more than a genin with chunin-level strength. Where would he get the confidence to oppose him? Wasn't he just relying on Uchiha Itachi standing nearby? Obito didn't waste words. His hands formed seals. Fire release, wild blaze dance. Using the distortive power of the Kamui dimension, the flames twisted into a spiraling fire tornado that swallowed toward Hyuga Kei, covering the sky. Hyuga Kei didn't even raise a hand. A repulsive force barrier expanded. The flames automatically split apart 3 feet in front of him and slid past on both sides. In the next instant, the repulsive force erupted. A deep blue repulsion barrier burst out from Hyuga Kei's body and shoved toward Uchiha Obito. Obito phased again to avoid the repulsion attack. Your phasing really is troublesome. A smile appeared on Hyuga Kei's face. It automatically transfers the attacked part of your body into the Kamui dimension.
No consumption, no cooldown.
As long as your reaction is fast enough, no physical attack can touch you. Obito narrowed his eyes. No matter what, he hadn't expected Hyuga Kei to still be smiling in this situation. But it's not without weaknesses. Hyuga Kei rolled his wrist. You can only maintain continuous phasing for 5 minutes. Once those 5 minutes are up, you'll have to show yourself. And during those 5 minutes, he disappeared. Obito's Sharingan barely caught a residual afterimage, but his body couldn't react in time. A Saiyan chakra cloak blazed around Hyuga Kei's body. Repulsive force pushed him past the sound barrier, then in the very next second forcefully brought him to a dead stop. He appeared right in front of Obito. The distance between them had shrunk from dozens of meters to nose to nose. Can you stay intangible forever? Obito was so shocked by this sudden chain of events that his breathing skipped a beat. Why did the boy in front of him know so much? He had never revealed these weaknesses of his to anyone else. That only made him believe his guess even more. Black Zetsu had already betrayed him and chosen Hyuga Kei as the new executor of the Eye of the Moon plan. Hyuga Kei gave him no time to think and launched a relentless barrage of attacks, both palms striking out again and again. The two entered a chase. No, not a chase. A one-sided crushing. Obito kept phasing, dodging, and counterattacking, but every single one of his counters was blasted away by the repulsive force barrier. Every movement technique he used was predicted by Hyuga Kei. Every time he reached out trying to grab Hyuga Kei either used repulsive force to evade or forced him back into a phased state with a truth-seeking ball attack. No. How could he be this strong? That was impossible. He had personally seen Hyuga Kei's strength during the graduation exam. Back then, he had only been at Chunin level. But now, he was completely suppressing him. Could this be the reward from the heavenly screen last time? No wonder. No wonder he dared to come out alone so openly without bringing any guards. After figuring that out, Obito felt deeply that he had been played. This bastard's scheming had reached such a level. Obito's Sharingan spun madly, trying to capture the boy's movements. But what did he see? Hyuga Kei was fighting him in perfect sync. Every attack landed exactly at the instant his phasing ended. Every defense was placed exactly along the route of his counterattack. Is this kid a worm in my stomach or something? He can predict all my moves. Looks like you noticed. Hyuga Kei's voice came from above. Obito looked up. Hyuga Kei had spread his hand and was hovering directly over his head. I said I'd make you pay Naruto back with interest. I won't discount a single bit of it. He raised both hands into the opening stance of reincarnation taiji. Attraction in the left hand, repulsion in the right. Two completely opposite forces intertwined between his palms, forming an invisible vortex of force. Obito's Sharingan contracted violently. His instincts told him something was wrong, and he wanted to phase. But at the exact moment he activated phasing, two chains flew out of the void and precisely bound both his arms. He understood in an instant. I was affected by Genjutsu? It was Uchiha Itachi. How did I forget about him? Only he could cast this kind of Genjutsu without Obito noticing and interfere with him at the critical moment. Obito immediately broke free of the Genjutsu, but it was already too late. Obito's phasing required active activation to hide inside the Kamui space. And with the Genjutsu interfering, his chakra control was disrupted, making his phasing one beat slower. Just that one beat. Hyuga Kei's taiji palm had already landed on his back. All the power of repulsion and attraction was compressed beneath those 5 fingers, then released at the same time. The black robe on Obito's back instantly turned to ash. His flesh was crushed inward by a horrifying force, then shredded apart in the same instant by the reverse shock blasting outward. It was a wound so terrible it was almost enough to punch straight through his body, and the continuing pull and push of attraction and repulsion further churned up his internal organs. Obito staggered backward and hurriedly activated phasing to avoid the follow-up attacks. Hyuga Kei hovered not far away. In those azure Tenseigan eyes, there was no excitement, no pride. This palm strike was paid back for Naruto. Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, and in the next instant, his body was swallowed by a vortex. Kamui was activated with full power. This time, he wasn't launching an attack or trying to ambush anyone. Under the Tenseigan, his sneak attacks were useless. He was running. His information had already been completely grasped by Hyuga Kei. He activated Kamui and threw himself to another corner of the ninja world, 10,000 miles away. He dropped to his knees inside the Kamui space and coughed up mouthful after mouthful of blood. The hole in his chest was slowly being filled by Hashirama cells, but that palm strike had been far too heavy. His internal organs had suffered severe damage. There was no way it could recover in a short time. How did he know? How did he know Kamui's limit was 5 minutes? Obito clutched his chest and fell out of the Kamui space, crashing heavily into an underground base far from the land of fire, within the borders of the land of earth. He lay flat on the ground, gulping down breath after breath. This place was tens of thousands of miles from that forest just now. It was his preset emergency evacuation point. Other than himself, no one knew about this underground base. Not even Black Zetsu. Just when he thought he was completely safe, in a place he couldn't see, an Azure Kai seal had been carved onto his back. It had to be known that Hyuga Kei had always claimed to value caution above all else. Since he had planned an ambush to kill Uchiha Obito, how could he possibly have left Konoha this time without preparation? The Flying Thunder God technique was exactly the key to countering Uchiha Obito. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already promised during the early graduation exam that he could choose one jutsu from the Scroll of Seals, and this technique had also been on the list Hyuga Kei presented at the 5 Kage Summit. That let him obtain this jutsu with ease. With Hyuga Kei's talent and all the studying he had done along the way, although he still couldn't use it skillfully, using it as a locator was already more than enough. A Flying Thunder God mark would never disappear. Hyuga Kei lowered his palm, and his Azure Tenseigan swept over the 3 Kara members who were still fighting. Itachi. Uchiha Itachi looked toward Hyuga Kei. I'll leave these 3 to you, Hyuga Kei said calmly. Leave no survivors. The moment his words fell, repulsive force erupted. The ground beneath Hyuga Kei exploded apart. The shockwave crushed the surrounding rubble and broken trees into powder. His figure shot into the sky, his azure chakra cloak dragging a straight trail of light through the air, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Itachi stood where he was and watched that azure light disappear above the clouds. His Mangekyo Sharingan was filled with shock. He had originally thought Hyuga Kei was only a child with potential. Those scenes on the heavenly screen, the golden Tenseigan, fighting 6 Otsutsuki alone, the divine art that plucked stars from the sky, those were all the future possibilities beyond countless branching paths. As for the present Hyuga Kei, he should have still been weak. That was the judgment he had come with. Protecting Hyuga Kei was Nagato's order, and also his own choice. Sasuke's friend. The future hope of the ninja world, whether by emotion or reason, he should be protected. But now, that protection seemed so laughable. That palm strike just now had made Uchiha Madara cough up blood and flee. Those 3 truth-seeking balls, those Azure Tenseigan eyes, that repulsive force field that made even the air tremble. This was not a child with potential. This was a powerhouse who had already stepped beyond Kage level. In just a little over half a month, this boy had grown from a child who had not even graduated from the Ninja Academy into someone who no longer needed anyone's protection. Then he turned his head, his gaze falling on the 3 Kara members. Burrow was half kneeling on the ground, the wound on his chest still healing slowly. Deepa's carbon crystal armor was covered in cracks, and Kakuzu's 5-element ninjutsu had left dozens of scorched marks on his body. As for Delta, her entire right arm had been cut off by Samahata, with sparks crackling at the severed edge. But the 3 Akatsuki members facing them were not in much better shape either. Cough, cough. Burrow covered his chest and stood up, his purple pupils locked tightly on Uchiha Itachi. You think you can keep the 3 of us here by yourself? Itachi did not answer. His 3-tomo Sharingan slowly spun. Then it changed into another pattern. A shuriken shape. Mangekyo Sharingan. Burrow's voice got stuck in his throat. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited out of thin air. There was no beginning, no trajectory. It simply appeared on Burrow's right arm, silent and soundless, black as ink. Ah! Burrow let out a miserable scream. The black flames spread up his arm, devouring flesh, devouring bone, devouring every inch of newly formed tissue produced by the regeneration core. The regeneration core spun desperately. New flesh kept growing out from within the black flames, only to be burned away by those same black flames in the same instant. Life and death looped over and over on the same wound, stretching the pain into infinity. Haiden shrieked and charged forward. His triple-bladed scythe slashed across, cutting Burrow's head clean off. The head spun through the air. The regeneration core was still running wildly, and fresh buds of flesh burst out from the severed neck. But Amaterasu's black flames had already spread to his torso. His Mangekyo Sharingan turned toward Deepa and Delta. Tsukuyami. The 2 of them stiffened almost at the same time. Deepa's carbon crystal armor silently broke apart. His eyes turned hollow, his mouth hung wide open, and drool dripped from the corner of his lips. In the next moment, Kakuzu's earth grudge fear tendrils pierced through his heart along the gaps in the armor. Delta's electronic eye flashed violently. The grid patterns jumped wildly, then went completely dark. She dropped to her knees. Her mechanical limbs let out one final mournful whine, then shut down. Kisame slung Samahata onto his shoulder, a satisfied grin appearing on his shark-like face. Mr. Itachi, if you'd done this earlier, wouldn't this have been over already? Amaterasu's black flames burned on Burrow's body for a full 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, only a pile of ashes remained on the ground. The regeneration core failed to save him. Hyuga Kei's figure dragged a straight cyan trail of light through the clouds. Repulsive force kept exploding beneath his feet, each blast pushing him even faster. His speed had long since broken through the sound barrier, and the air around him formed a cone of white mist. Tens of thousands of li away, Obito lay on the cold floor of the underground base, gasping for breath. The Hashirama cells were slowly repairing the wound in his chest, but the pain of his internal organs being crushed by the repulsive force still lingered at the end of every nerve. Obito braced himself against the wall and stood up. The injury on his chest had already recovered by more than half. He had just turned around. Then he heard a muffled boom from overhead. After that came the constant sound of rocks cracking apart. Obito's Sharingan widened to the extreme. Could it be that Hyuga Kei had chased him here? That was impossible. He had teleported tens of thousands of li away, transferred 3 times, and not even Black Zetsu knew the location of this emergency shelter. No one could find him in such a short time. No one. But in the next moment all illusions were shattered. The dome of the entire underground base, a rock layer dozens of meters thick, was pierced through by a terrifying force. Then, a beam of white light tore through all the dust and smoke. The Saiyan Chakra cloak shone in the dim underground base like a sun that had fallen beneath the earth. 3 truth-seeking balls slowly revolved behind that figure. Hyuga Kei. His feet stepped onto the shattered rocks, his forehead protector tied to his upper left arm, his white battle uniform spotless. Obito's Sharingan contracted violently.
Impossible.
How did you know I was here? He roared the words out. His voice slammed back and forth through the empty underground base, turning into a chaotic echo. Even Black Zetsu doesn't know about this place. I never told anyone. No one knows I set up this evacuation point. How could you possibly? The Flying Thunder God mark doesn't disappear. You didn't know that? Hyuga Kei tilted his head. His tone was like he was explaining a very simple ninjutsu problem to a classmate with bad memory. Obito's pupils shrank abruptly. Flying Thunder God. That's right. Hyuga Kei generously gave him the answer. Remember that palm strike of mine? Obito subconsciously turned his head to look at the wound on his back that was slowly healing. At the edge of the wound, an extremely faint Saiyan mark was slowly fading away. You couldn't kill me, so from the start you never planned to kill me. Obito's face turned ugly. He had thought he had escaped with his life, but he never expected that from beginning to end. He had been inside this young man's calculations. I'm a Konoha ninja. Knowing Flying Thunder God isn't strange, right? Obito opened his mouth, suddenly feeling like cursing someone out. An 11-year-old child had heavily wounded him in a frontal battle with one palm strike, carved a Flying Thunder God mark onto the wound at the same time, then let him escape to a place 10,000 miles away, only to descend from the sky and block his path. Was that something not strange? This was insane. You knew from the start that I would run? You were waiting for this moment all along. You guessed right. Hyuga Kei gave him an approving smile. Actually, I wasn't completely sure either. Maybe if your brain glitched and you insisted on fighting me to the death, then I'd have had no choice but to let Itachi help me gang up on you. But you didn't. Obito's lips were trembling. Hyuga Kei continued, his tone casual like he was reviewing a game of chess. For the early graduation exam, the 3rd Hokage gave me the jutsu from the Scroll of Seals. What I chose was Flying Thunder God. He pointed at the forehead protector on his arm. Before leaving Konoha, I kept practicing it. Probably a few dozen times. Too bad I'm still not very skilled with it, so I can't teleport like the 4th Hokage. But using it as a locator is no problem. That sentence sounded extremely boastful. To grasp the embryonic form of the Flying Thunder God technique after only a few dozen tries was something no ninja would dare imagine. But in reality, his own talent was already quite good, and with the boost from the chakra fruit, mastering it really had been easy for him. No matter how much Obito calculated, he never imagined Hyuga Kei had hidden himself this deeply. Not only had he hidden the fact that his Tenseigan had already fully awakened, he had also learned the Flying Thunder God technique. If Obito had known any of this in advance, he would never have come to ambush Hyuga Kei even if it killed him. In this life, he had been defeated by Minato Namikaze and used by Madara Uchiha, but never had anyone seen through him so thoroughly, from head to toe. Every word, every movement, every step of the game had been under this young man's control. He was not fighting an 11-year-old child. He was playing chess against someone who could see the future, and only now did he finally see the board. What exactly do you want? Obito's voice was hoarse. Hyuga Kei lowered his eyes and looked at the blood-covered man in front of him. Goodbye, Obito. Today, you have to die here. He sounded like he was saying farewell to an old friend he had known for many years. Obito's Sharingan contracted violently. He did not want to die. He still had the infinite Tsukuyomi. He still wanted to create a world where Rin existed. He had done so much, killed so many people. If he died here, then all of it would have been for nothing. He wanted to use Kamui again and leave. Run. Anywhere was fine, as long as he could get away from this monster. But Hyuga Kei did not move. He only looked at Obito. In those Saiyan Tenseigan eyes, there was no mockery, no pity, only a kind of regret so gentle it could almost be called tenderness. Didn't you notice? Your intangibility has already reached its limit. Only then did Obito realize that he had already pushed Kamui to its limit. Hyuga Kei raised one finger and pointed to those eyes of his, swirling like the stars. The Tenseigan can see chakra flow clearly. The activity of the first Hokage cells in your body has been declining the whole time. Right now, you probably can't even fully transfer yourself into the Kamui dimension anymore. Can you? Otherwise, why do you think I bothered wasting so much breath talking to you? A low growl came from Obito's throat. With a hoarse roar, he gave up intangibility. His right arm erupted with the last of his chakra, bursting out a dense row of wood release that covered the sky as it stabbed toward Hyuga Kei. Hyuga Kei didn't dodge. 3 truth-seeking balls flew out from behind him and lined up in a straight line before him. The black spheres spun at high speed, shredding every wood release vine into scraps. Not even a single leaf managed to touch the corner of his clothes. This is repayment for the 4th Hokage. The next moment, the truth-seeking balls shot out one after another, piercing through Obito's chest and smashing his heart. Obito dropped to his knees. Blood gushed wildly from the hole in his chest. The light in his Sharingan began to fade, and the edges of his vision turned black. At some point, that orange spiral mask had cracked open, revealing beneath it a scar-covered face that belonged to Uchiha Obito. Rin, I'm coming. That was the last name he spoke. Then his body pitched forward, and his forehead slammed heavily against the cold ground. Hyuga Kei stood where he was, looking at the corpse in silence for a moment. Then he crouched down and turned Obito's body over. The pupil of that Sharingan had already lost its light, but the 3 tomo were still scarlet. Your eye. I'll make good use of it to protect the ninja world. Hyuga Kei muttered to himself as he took out a sealing scroll from his ninja pouch. This was an important method for dealing with Otsutsuki Ishiki. Everyone knew that if Ishiki revived using Jigen's current ordinary human body as a vessel, he would only have 3 days to live. When that time came, Hyuga Kei could use Kamui's power to take his family into the Kamui dimension and watch him die from there. He used chakra to seal the blood vessels around Obito's eye socket, then carefully removed that Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan and placed it into the sealing scroll. This I'll hold on to it for you for now. He closed the sealing scroll, tied it up tightly, and put it back into his clothes. Then he stood up and gave Obito's corpse one final look. Goodbye, you hateful, pitiful wretch. He raised his right hand, and repulsive force erupted. Broken stones from the underground base surged in from all directions, burying Obito's remains beneath them and piling up into a rough stone grave. Hyuga Kei stood before that stone grave and did not leave. He patted the dust off his hands, then turned around to face the rock wall behind him. The pale blue glow of the Tenseigan lit up slightly, piercing through layer after layer of rock, and seeing the dark shadow that had been hiding within nature all along. Back then, his Byakugan had been unable to detect Black Zetsu's traces. But now he could see it clearly. This base that Obito thought was so well hidden had actually been under Black Zetsu's watch the whole time. Come out. Hyuga Kei's voice was calm. I know you're watching. Within the shadow of the rock wall, that patch of darkness hesitated for a moment, repeatedly confirming that Hyuga Kei wasn't bluffing. Then a half-black, half-white figure rose up from the ground. And this was Black Zetsu's true appearance at this moment. That so-called Otsutsuki youth before had only been his disguise. Hyuga Kei looked at it, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. My dear big brother, so you really were here. And Black Zetsu's voice was no longer disguised with the gentleness he had used as Otsutsuki Zetsu. It turned cold and sly again. You found me with those Tenseigan eyes of yours, didn't you? When did you awaken them? And how much do you know about the truth? Everything I should know. I know. Leaning against the rock wall, both hands in the pockets of his combat uniform, Hyuga Kei spoke in a casual tone, as if he were chatting about everyday matters. Uchiha Madara was deceived by you. He believed you were born from his will. Obito was deceived by you too. He believed you were helping him carry out the infinite Tsukuyomi. But in reality, you're neither Madara's will nor Obito's ally. You are Otsutsuki Kagaya's 3rd son, created with Inyang release before she was sealed. Hyuga Kei exposed all of Black Zetsu's secrets without the slightest politeness. With his current strength, he had no need for any disguise. You knew from the very beginning? At this point, Black Zetsu sounded somewhat like he was grinding his teeth. Hyuga Kei nodded. That first night we met, you disguised yourself as Otsutsuki Zetsu, called me little brother, and gave me the Otsutsuki cultivation method. That was when I knew who you were. His tone was flat, as if he were recalling some trivial little matter, but every word was like a blade stabbing into Black Zetsu's heart. Hearing Hyuga Kei's words, Black Zetsu was so furious that even his voice trembled slightly. At this moment, he felt like a clown. So all that talk, calling me big brother, saying you wanted to save mother, saying you wanted revenge on the Sage of Six Paths. It was all an act? Hyuga Kei tilted his head, wearing that lazy smile Black Zetsu knew all too well. You acted, so I acted too. Fair. As Black Zetsu listened to Hyuga Kei's words, scenes from every interaction they had over these past days flashed through his mind. That night, it had disguised itself as Otsutsuki Zetsu and stepped out from the darkness. Hyuga Kei had jumped up from his bed in fright, his face full of vigilance. Then it told him Mother's story, told him about the Sage of Six Paths' betrayal, told him about the identity of the fourth son. Hyuga Kei's expression had shifted from vigilance to shock, from shock to anger, from anger to fanatic excitement. Every expression had been perfectly timed. Damn Sage of Six Paths, a thief of fame and a liar. That sentence seemed to still ring in his ears. But now that he thought back on it, every word felt like a slap, hitting his face again and again. He had even thought his plan was progressing smoothly. On Obito's side, the Eye of the Moon plan would continue moving forward. On Hyuga Kei's side, he would be nurtured as a backup piece. Betting on both sides, no matter what happened, he wouldn't lose. But now, Black Zetsu's mouth twitched. From the very beginning, you were using me. You deliberately made me think I had convinced you. Deliberately made me think the Otsutsuki cultivation method was subtly affecting your mind. Deliberately acted like you wanted to avenge Mother. When in reality, all you wanted was my cultivation method. Hyuga Kei snapped his fingers. Congratulations, you guessed right. If not for your cultivation method, I wouldn't have been able to grow this fast. But you don't need to be too angry. There's still room for cooperation between us. Isn't there? He leaned forward slightly. You saw the images in the sky too. In a parallel world, members of the Otsutsuki main family descended upon the ninja world. They want to reclaim all chakra left outside, including the one on the moon, our dear mother. When he said those 4 words, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. And just now, I got definite news that Otsutsuki Ishiki isn't dead yet. He's currently parasitizing a monk named Jigen, secretly building up Kara and searching all over the world for a suitable vessel for revival. If I die, then tell me, what do you think Otsutsuki Kagaya's ending will be? Sooner or later, Ishiki will come to seek revenge on her. And whether Kagaya alone can deal with Ishiki alone. I think you already know the answer in your heart. We have to cooperate now. He wants my body, and I want his life. Only I can help you properly protect Kagaya. Black Zetsu fell silent for a long time. He really wanted to reject the boy in front of him. Hyuga Kei had deceived him again, and had even killed one of his important pieces. And now he still wanted to cooperate with him. But the truth was, he had no reason at all to reject the boy before him. Hinata Kei was right. Black Zetsu knew his mother's strength better than anyone. If Otsutsuki Ishiki really managed to reincarnate through Hinata Kei's body, then his mother would definitely die. Present. He was indeed the only powerhouse who both had the ability and the reason to stand on his mother's side. The two of them had already been forced to the edge of a cliff. Without cooperation, there was only death. For the first time, this schemer who had lived for over 1,000 years felt like someone had him by the throat. What do you want? Black Zetsu stayed extremely cautious and didn't agree rashly. Hinata Kei spoke without any politeness and stated his demands directly. Information. Everything on Kara, including Ishiki's detailed information, his organization's hideouts, and the progress of his search for a vessel. I also want you to help me find someone. Uchiha Hikari of the Uchiha clan from several hundred years ago. Where is that Uchiha clan war weapon sealed right now? On the night of the massacre, Obito got a lot of the Uchiha clan's legacy. I believe you can find it. And Uchiha Hikari was precisely one part of Hinata Kei's plan. His Mangekyo had fused multiple dojutsu. Because of that, Hinata Kei had chosen him as the new owner of Kamui. Black Zetsu thought for a moment, then nodded. I want a promise from you. If you go against Ishiki in the future, you must prioritize Mother's safety first. And when you have the power, you must release Mother. Black Zetsu had to ensure his mother's safety. Fine. Black Zetsu didn't waste any more words. Alright, I'll look for information on Uchiha Hikari for you. As for Kara's movements, I'll have the White Zetsu keep watch. Hinata Kei revealed a smile that could practically be called sunny. Pleasant cooperation. He extended his right hand. Black Zetsu looked at that hand and didn't take it. No need. His voice returned to its usual gloominess. I'll get you the information you want as soon as possible. Hinata Kei withdrew his hand and didn't care. As for Uchiha Hikari's whereabouts, the transfer records of the Uchiha clan's legacy are all in Danzo's Root archives. Root has already been blown to nothing, but Obito should have a copy. Check Obito's database, my dear big brother. He bit down especially hard on the last 4 words, and the corner of Black Zetsu's mouth twitched. Don't call me that. Every time he heard that title, it felt like being dug up and whipped all over again. Alright, Zetsu Sr., I'll be waiting for your good news. Hinata Kei went along with it smoothly, then turned around. Repulsive force exploded beneath his feet, and the Saiyan Chakra cloak ignited once more. Next, he was going to the Land of Grass to find Orochimaru. There were still over 10,000 people there waiting for him to take charge. After leaving this place, Hinata Kei accelerated all the way and flew to the Land of Grass. Hinata Kei stood atop an abandoned watchtower at the border of the Land of Grass. His Tenseigan pierced through the morning mist and took in the entire land at a glance. The former site of Uzumaki was nothing but ruins now. In the parallel world, that was land he had personally plowed through. Ever since that sky curtain incident, the land of grass had completely fallen cold. After the episode showing parallel world Hyuga Kei slaughtering Uzumaki aired, the original higher-ups were bound up by the furious citizens themselves and sent to Konoha to plead guilty. What followed was that many people feared retaliation from the 5 great nations, so they fled the land of grass, leaving huge stretches of land and houses abandoned. Even the daimyo had fled to a neighboring country. Then came the episode about the Ninja Federation, and tens of thousands of people rushed toward Hyuga Kei, wanting to build a new world with him. And this ruined land of the land of grass became the pilot zone Hyuga Kei intended to secure at the 5 Kage summit. The problem was saying it was easy. Only after truly arriving here did he realize this place could only be described as ruins. What was even more troublesome was the people. After the Sky Curtain broadcast, the original residents had fled so thoroughly that 9 out of 10 homes were empty. The more than 10,000 people crowded here now were all builders who had gotten fired up watching the Sky Curtain and rushed over from all across the ninja world. There were wandering ninja full of passion but with no actual skills. There were farming households pushing one-wheeled carts with their whole families, thinking they would be assigned land the moment they arrived. There were neatly dressed merchants who wanted to become the first batch of investors in this new land. In his previous life, he had never been a county magistrate, much less managed hundreds of thousands of people. And right now, there was only one person he could use. Orochimaru. He had built Otogekure by himself. Here, only he was familiar with this kind of work. And when Hyuga Kei found Orochimaru, this Konoha S-rank missing nin was squatting in a temporary meeting room giving orders. Orochimaru had arrived several days earlier than Hyuga Kei and had already been fully entrusted by him with the construction work here. At the moment, he was checking supply lists, drawing drainage pipeline diagrams, and using snake clones to mediate 2 separate disputes at the same time. In between, he also had to answer questions about restoring and rebuilding Uzumaki. Hyuga Kei watched him running around non-stop for a full minute, then sincerely let out a sigh. Orochimaru, are you some kind of superhuman? Orochimaru finally raised his head. I'm just used to handling multi-threaded work at the same time. Back when I was in Konoha, I managed several research projects at once, an intelligence network, and also had to regularly write fake reports for Danzo. Hyuga Kei fell silent for a moment. Then a ridiculous thought popped into his head, but the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. I suddenly thought of something. What is it? I know why the 3rd didn't choose you when picking the 4th. You can do research and you can do management. One person is worth an entire advisory department. If you had become Hokage, what place would Danzo still have? What place would the Council of Elders still have? Konoha's political structure would have gone out of balance on the spot. Hiruzen Sarutobi's method of keeping his subordinates in mutual check would have completely fallen apart. That's why he didn't choose you. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a strange smile. An interesting angle. Orochimaru really was a complete all-rounder. Hyuga Kei had not wasted his breath pulling him over after all. Minato Namikaze's being able to use Flying Thunder God was true enough, but Orochimaru could fly, use thunder, and be a god. If the land of grass didn't have Orochimaru right now, this complete mess would explode on the spot. Over the next few days, Hyuga Kei was also forced to throw himself into this endless work. Not because he loved working, but because if he didn't, people really would starve to death. Supplies from the 5 great nations were still being delivered continuously and needed to be distributed properly. On top of that, all major decisions still required Hyuga Kei's personal approval. Every morning before dawn, Orochimaru's shadow clone would appear at the entrance of his tent with a newly written scroll of tasks in hand. Looking at those densely packed words, Hyuga Kei felt a complicated emotion toward Orochimaru for the first time. He both loved and hated it. He loved that Orochimaru really could get things done. He hated that Orochimaru really could grind this hard. But after dealing with an entire afternoon of this kind of administrative work, Hyuga Kei completely broke down. He picked up his brush and wrote a line on the scroll. Request the 5 great nations to send additional administrative personnel to support the pilot construction of the land of grass. Then he handed the scroll to the messenger beside him.
Urgent.
Deliver it tonight. The messenger accepted the scroll, glanced at the dark circles under Hyuga Kei's eyes, wanted to say something, but in the end only lowered his head in acknowledgement and ran out of the tent. Then for an entire week straight, before dawn every single day, he was dragged out of bed by Orochimaru's shadow clone. Endless documents to review, endless disputes to mediate, endless supply accounts to calculate. This kind of life only barely came to an end when the Sky Curtain's 15-day charge was finally completed again. Temporary residential district, land of grass. Hyuga Kei's new home. Calling it a new home was generous. It was really just the innermost room in a row of hastily built wooden houses. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, with a small yard. There was nothing in the yard, not even a tree. Only a few wildflowers Hinata had transplanted from the roadside into broken clay pots. Compared to the courtyard back in Konoha, it was far worse indeed. Some people had actually wanted Hyuga Kei to move into the palace left behind in the land of grass, but he turned them all down. It wasn't because he was afraid of being corrupted by feudalism. He just felt that a home should look like a home. When Hyuga Kei pushed the door open and walked in, Sasuke was sitting under the veranda, practicing with his sword. Naruto still hadn't come back. Nobody knew where he and Jiraiya had gone off to play, and no news had been sent back for a long time. He was also still waiting for Nagato's reply. As for Hyuga Tenka, he was still inside taking a nap. The old man had been helping Hyuga Kei non-stop these past few days, so today was finally a rare day off for him. And Hinata was in the kitchen cutting watermelon. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. When she saw that it was Hyuga Kei, a smile bloomed on her face.
Kei-kun.
Why are you back so EA? Before she could finish, Hyuga Kei had already gone limp against her, his whole body slumping into her arms, burying his face completely in her chest. Hyuga Kei took deep breaths of the faint fragrance coming from Hinata. I gave myself a day off. Right now, I urgently need Hinata energy support. His voice came out muffled, his face buried in her chest, his white hair spilling all over her. Today I'm doing nothing. Just watching the sky screen, eating watermelon and sleeping. Hinata froze for a moment. She was already somewhat used to Hyuga Kei's intimate behavior, and then she couldn't help laughing. She reached out and gently brushed aside the loose strands of hair over his forehead, revealing those eyes that had already returned to the Byakugan. The Byakugan was something he could switch to by his own control. The Tenseigan was too eye-catching. If he walked a lap around the camp with it, he could scare people into kneeling on the spot. You've worked hard, Kei-kun. Not hard. Bitter fate. Sasuke leaned his head over from the veranda, glanced at Hyuga Kei sprawled all over Hinata, and commented expressionlessly, if the people outside saw you like this, the statue of the Federation speaker would probably get torn down overnight and rebuilt. Let them tear it down. Hyuga Kei pulled Hinata down to sit, rested his head on her lap, then turned over so he was facing her stomach. His voice was still muffled. They'd better remake it in my lying down pose, with a line carved underneath. This man devoted his entire life to lying flat. Unfortunately, he failed and had no choice but to save the world. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched. He turned his head away and continued practicing with his sword. The sunlight in the courtyard was just right. Cicadas buzzed on and off. From the neighboring yard came the warm, smoky feeling of someone cooking. Hyuga Kei closed his eyes. Hinata fed a cut slice of watermelon to his mouth. He let out a long breath. Refreshing. This is what human life is supposed to be like. Hinata had chilled the watermelon with well water. One bite and it was crisp and sweet, the juice running down his chin. Hyuga Kei lay on the wooden floor under the veranda, his head on Hinata's lap, chewing watermelon, squinting at the sky screen above that still hadn't lit up yet. After finishing the second slice of watermelon, the sky screen lit up right on time. Hinata took out a handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth. Hyuga Kei adjusted his position to make himself rest more comfortably. Sasuke sheathed his sword and sat down beside the veranda pillar. At some point, Hyuga Tenka's snoring had stopped. The old man pushed the door open, yawned, and found a spot under the veranda to sit cross-legged. The sky screen lit up? It did. What is it showing this time?
No idea.
This time, the content of the sky screen had been personally selected by him. The theme was exposing every surviving Otsutsuki in the current ninja world. He himself could count as half an Otsutsuki too, but his identity had already been exposed long ago, so whether it was revealed again or not didn't matter anymore. The main targets were Otsutsuki Ashiki, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Otsutsuki Tonari. It was about time the ninja world learned who their enemies really were. It would also be a good way to make things harder for Otsutsuki Ashiki, and at the same time he could also take a look at his own true origins. As for the reward issue, he had already asked the system. Using his authority, he could avoid important rewards and just pick some minor ones to muddle through. The Naruto Multiverse Viewing System. The fourth broadcast is about to begin. Viewing content for this session. Enemies from beyond the heavens. The Otsutsuki still existing in the ninja world. Exposed figures. Hyuga Kei, Hyuga Reiji, Otsutsuki Ashiki, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Tonari. Rewards will be distributed according to the exposed figures after the viewing ends. After this sky screen ends, Parallel World Special. The Hyuga Clan Massacre. Parallel Hyuga Kei Great War. Hyuga Kei stared at that line on the sky screen. Even his chewing stopped. Hyuga Reiji. That name was extremely unfamiliar. It wasn't in the original manga. It wasn't in the anime fillers. It wasn't in the movies either. From Otsutsuki Kagaya to Kara in Boruto, from the Sage of Six Paths to Tonari on the Moon, there wasn't a single person named Hyuga Reiji. But he really did have the surname Hyuga, and he was even being counted together with Hyuga Kei as a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Masaka. A sudden guess appeared in Hyuga Kei's mind. He turned his head and looked at Hinata's still flat stomach. This Hyuga Reiji. Couldn't he be the child he and Hinata were going to have, right? The sky screen lit up. The opening was a battle montage with almost no flashing, countless fighting figures sweeping past one after another. The background music was Silhouette, a track Hyuga Kei was incredibly familiar with. It was also his favorite Naruto soundtrack. Ready and set, firmly stepping toward the finish line. We are still ignorant and unaware, crossing over that boundary line. And among those fleeting scenes, many of the people were familiar faces. Hyuga Kei, Naruto, and Sasuke appeared the most often, along with the Konoha 12, members of the Akatsuki, and others. There were even all kinds of scrolling comments constantly rolling across the screen. Grandpa, the streamer you follow finally updated. Perfect mealtime series. Just in time.
Ikink.
Posted 8 minutes ago. Still hot. On the streets of Konoha, the dango shop lady froze with a bamboo skewer suspended in midair. What is this tune? Why does it feel so? She thought for a long time before finally squeezing out a word. So good? Beside her, a genin eating dango had already started humming along, his toes unconsciously tapping to the beat. Kakashi leaned against the window, the only visible eye narrowing like he was smiling. He remembered how, when he was young, that guy Obito had also loved this kind of hot-blooded music. But why were there so many words floating across the video this time? It felt different from the previous programs. Jiraiya and Naruto sat under the eaves in Amigakure, his white hair blowing messily in the wind. After only listening for 2 lines, Jiraiya was already humming the tune in his throat, his wooden sandals clacking as he beat out the rhythm. Naruto also watched the sky screen seriously. Hyuga Kei and the others are watching too, right? Senior brother Nagato already agreed to join the Federation. Pervy Sage, when can we go find them? Jiraiya hummed softly along with the music. We have an important mission to finish. It's a major matter. Wait a little longer. This sounds way too good. Killer Bee excitedly pulled out a notebook to write things down. These lyrics would fit right into my new song. This tune's got enough punch. I need to write it down and study it properly. Hyuga Kei swallowed the watermelon in his mouth and looked at the battle scenes flashing rapidly across the sky screen. Paired with the blood-pumping music and those rolling comments on top, it made him feel like he had gone back to his previous life. This editing is pretty good. With this song and these scenes, who wouldn't he get fired up watching this? He paused, then suddenly realized something. Wait, this editing style. These scrolling comments. Hyuga Kei suddenly understood where the angle of the sky screen had come from. This was exactly the kind of hype battle mashup he used to binge on Bilibili late into the night in his previous life. Could this actually be a video made by some fellow transmigrator? And was what he made also a bootleg version of my Naruto Ninja World? And looking at this editing style and this BGM choice, this guy is probably a Bilibili uploader. Is he gonna ask for a like coin and favorite in a bit too? Hello viewers. In this episode of Ninja World Inventory, we'll go through all the currently living Otsutsuki in one go. A young man's voice rang out. If you think this uploader did a good job, please leave a triple support. High energy content ahead. Sit tight and hold on. We're starting now. Since we're talking about the currently living Otsutsuki, the first one we absolutely can't avoid is the man known as the Otsutsuki traitor Hinata. I know what you're all going to say. Streamer, we've practically memorized Hinata's story already. Isn't he just the savior of the ninja world? The possessor of the Tenseigan? Don't rush. Today we're not talking about those old, overused glorious achievements. Let's dig deep into his origins. The screen suddenly changed, and a pockmarked photo of the moon filled the entire display. The camera rapidly zoomed in, passing through the moon's barren and deathly surface, finally stopping inside an enormous city hidden within the moon. This is the dwelling place of the direct descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, the Otsutsuki clan of the moon. Otsutsuki Hamura. If that name sounds unfamiliar, let me put it another way, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The narrator's tone became somewhat emotional. Thousands of years ago, the brothers Hagoromo and Hamura joined forces to seal away their mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra. After the war, Hagoromo remained on the earth and founded Ninshu, which later became the prototype of the ninja world. Hamura, meanwhile, led part of his clan to the moon. Their duty was only one thing, to guard and seal their mother Kagaya's demonic statue of the outer path, that shell of the Ten Tails. And after 1,000 years passed, the moon's Otsutsuki split into 2 factions. The main family insisted on following their ancestors' teachings and continued protecting the ninja world. The branch family didn't want to do it anymore. The branch family's reasoning was that the humans of the ninja world abused chakra, created wars, slaughtered one another, and simply weren't worth protecting. The ninja world was a failed product, so they might as well destroy it and start over. The screen quickly switched to a diagram. On the left was a group of moon dwellers in white ceremonial robes, labeled Main Family, Order Faction. On the right was a group of moon dwellers in dark robes, labeled Branch Family, Radical Faction. Don't think they were just fantasizing. They possessed a gigantic golden Tenseigan formed from the fused Byakugan of descendants who had died over 1,000 years. The scene changed sharply. The golden Tenseigan suddenly lit up, and a beam shot from it, shattering a meteor that was about to crash into the ninja world. This is the giant golden Tenseigan. When they followed their mission, it was the sharp blade that protected the ninja world. Used another way, it became the butcher's knife that could destroy the ninja world. The Hokage building. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up at the sky screen. So it's not just visitors from beyond the heavens. Now even the moon has people living on it who want to destroy the ninja world. He paused, brought his pipe to his mouth, took a deep drag, then slowly exhaled. Is the ninja world really this cursed by fate? Why is everyone trying to go against it? Hyuga Kei. AI smashed his fist into the armrest, and it cracked on the spot. A bunch of old fossils. They hid on the moon and watched for thousands of years. And the conclusion they reached is that the ninja world isn't worth protecting? What right do they have to decide the fate of the ninja world? Have they ever seen how the people on this land crawled back up from the ruins again and again? They saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. They just watched for thousands of years. Then said, not worth it. AI turned around, lightning crackling over his fist before fading. I've decided. Starting today, Hyuga Kei will go all in on developing chakra technology. We'll use the power of the entire village, power plants, energy storage networks, chakra cannons. The fate of the ninja world must remain in the hands of the ninja world itself, with their ideals at odds. Of course, the Otsutsuki main family would never agree to something that violated their ancestors' beliefs, and so the two sides went to war. The battle itself was originally deadlocked, but the branch family fused together all the Byakugan of their clansmen and evolved them into a purple Tenseigan. The scene shifted to battle. At the branch family's leader's command, the purple Tenseigan fired a ray of light that tore through the main family's formation, and large numbers of main family members died in that single strike. The main family was no match for them, and was almost completely slaughtered. At this moment, the scene slowed. Inside the shrine on the moon used to worship Himura, before the giant golden Tenseigan, a young couple knelt before an altar. The man had short silver-gray hair, and the woman held a swaddled infant in her arms. At this moment of crisis, this couple had come here to seek a chance of survival for their child. They knew the grudges between the main family and branch family had built up for ages. The main family's defeat was like a mountain collapsing, and total annihilation was imminent. If the child stayed here, there was only one path left, death. They made a decision. On screen, the man actually tore out his own pair of Byakugan with his bare hands and injected their ocular power into the infant wrapped in swaddling cloth. The woman followed her husband's example and also injected the ocular power from her own Byakugan into the child. Blood tears flowed from both their eyes. Their bodies began turning transparent, and deep within the infant's Byakugan, an extremely faint sigh and light lit up. This couple had no time. They forcibly sealed their own power inside the child, hoping he could safely reach the ninja world. Then, risking everything, they used the golden Tenseigan to open a portal leading to the ninja world. Perhaps Otsutsuki Himura's spirit was watching over him. This child was not sent into the jaws of wild beasts, but instead teleported to the territory of their distant relatives, the Hyuga clan, where the passing Hyuga Tianhua just happened to bring him home and raise him. At this moment, the bullet comments exploded again, and countless netizens joined the discussion. Everyone in the ninja world should kowtow once to Hyuga Tianhua. If he hadn't been the first to form a bond with Hinata Chi, then with Hinata Chi's personality, he never would have cared whether the ninja world lived or died. That's right. Fake savior of the ninja world, Hinata Chi. Real savior of the ninja world, Hyuga Tianhua. If Hinata Chi had joined the branch family, I don't even dare imagine what the final outcome of the ninja world would have been. A chibi image appeared on the sky screen, showing Hyuga Tianhua stepping outside, spotting a child on the ground, and looking shocked. The caption read, "Went out and picked up a grandson." The uploader continued explaining. This old man, with his wholehearted love, built an indelible bond between this child who carried Otsutsuki blood and the ninja world. It can be said that without Hyuga Tianhua, there would have been no savior who later protected the ninja world. There might even have been an Otsutsuki Chi who completely walked into darkness. The uploader faced the camera and gave a salute. So, let us all rise and thank Grandpa Tianhua. The screen very cooperatively displayed a meme image. It showed Hyuga Tianhua holding a teacup and sunbathing, with the caption, "Strongest breeder in the ninja world." Hyuga Tianhua looked up at the photo of himself on the sky screen, holding a teacup and basking in the sun. He froze for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. Strongest breeder in the ninja world? I like that title. Still laughing, he slapped his knee and turned to look at Hinata Chi, who was lying on Hinata's lap, his face full of smug pride. "Chi, did you hear that? Even the sky screen says half your contribution to the ninja world belongs to this old man. If I hadn't picked you up at the gate back then, and raised you as both your grandfather and your master, where would this so-called savior even come from?" Hinata Chi lifted his head from her lap and rolled his eyes at the sky in indignation. Why exactly? I rack my brains over the ninja world every single day. My hair's practically about to turn white from worry. And in the end all the credit goes to you, old man? Hyuga Tianhua picked up his teacup and leisurely blew on the steam. Then tell me, doesn't that mean I indirectly saved the ninja world? Hyuga Chi realized he actually had no way to refute that. The logic loop was downright outrageous. Hinata covered her mouth and secretly laughed, her shoulders shaking. Lying on Hinata's lap, Hyuga Chi kept the back of his head facing everyone, his voice muffled. All right, old master gets the biggest credit. I'm just the one being raised. Hyuga Tianhua laughed even louder. But even though Hyuga Chi said that out loud, he knew very clearly in his heart. Without Grandpa, there would be no him today. That wasn't an exaggeration. A transmigrator, thrown into a world like the ninja world that devoured people alive, with no awakened memories, unable even to speak, unable even to crawl. Before the age of 6, his memories still hadn't recovered. Back then, he was just an ordinary child, and it was Grandpa who took care of his food, clothing, and daily life. Not to mention the years afterward, when some people in the main family questioned his bloodline. It was Grandpa who suppressed all those voices. The heavenly screen continued. But then the uploader suddenly changed the subject, and his tone turned mysterious again. The story of the Otsutsuki on the moon was far from over. The scene cut back to the moon. Everyone saw countless silhouettes of branch family Otsutsuki, more than 100 of them standing together. First, a young branch family member knelt on the ground. When he lifted his head, his eyes were already empty sockets, and his body rapidly withered. Then behind him, all the branch family members fell one after another. The branch family had won, but the price was devastating. In order to create that purple Tenseigan, every branch family member had sacrificed their Byakugan. These Otsutsuki who had lost their Byakugan saw their chakra rapidly decline, and in the end they died. The Otsutsuki branch family on the moon quickly went extinct as well, leaving behind only one person, a child the same age as Hyuga Chi. An equally young child had survived that catastrophe. The image froze on a blurry silhouette. A young boy knelt amid the ruins of the moon castle, his eyes tightly shut, his eye sockets sunken. This child's name was Otsutsuki Tonari. If what Hyuga Chi inherited was the main family's will to protect the ninja world, then what he inherited was the branch family's will, along with that bone-deep hatred, that loathing toward the surface humans for abusing chakra. The paths of the two were completely opposite. One was raised with love and chose protection. One survived in hatred and ruins, destined for destruction. When these two meet in the future, what kind of earth-shaking story will be born from their clash? And what kind of great battle will it be? Once this video gets over 20,000 coins, I'll update the next episode at top speed. At this moment, the barrage was full of viewers roasting the uploader. Guess we'll only get to see it in the next life. If you keep baiting us like this, uploader, your junk's gonna shrink. Hasn't the uploader always been Conan waifu? The images on the heavenly screen were still playing, and the barrage was still scrolling at high speed. But Hyuga Chi no longer had the mind to pay attention to any of that. So that was how it was. Hyuga Chi let out a soft breath in his heart. His earlier guess had been right. He really was the orphan survivor of the Otsutsuki main family on the moon. He had no memory of his biological parents. From the time he was born to when he was sent to the ninja world, he had probably spent less than a few days on the moon. He had even seen their faces for the first time only today on the heavenly screen. There wasn't really any deep emotion there, nor any longing, but they were still his biological parents in this life. They had died so he could live. That made his throat tighten, and sorrow kept rising uncontrollably. The images on the heavenly screen continued, and the barrage kept scrolling at high speed. The uploader cleared his throat. Alright, now that we're done talking about that revenge boy from the moon with all his misery and grudges, the next one we're going to talk about has a completely different vibe. The image on the heavenly screen shifted from the moon's ruins to a sunlit grassy field. If Otsutsuki Tonari was a thorn that grew out of ruins, then this one is the most beautiful flower in the entire ninja world. In the center of the screen, a girl sat beneath a cherry blossom tree. Her silver-white long hair fell to her waist, and the ends shimmered with a faint bluish glow under the sunlight. She wore a pure white dress and was barefoot. Around her ankle was a red cord, and hanging from it was a tiny silver bell. She raised her head. The barrage instantly exploded. Can looks like this really exist in real life? Uploader, be honest with us. Is this Hyuga Chi in women's clothes? She's here. She's here.
My goddesslinger.
Everyone rise. Welcome the little princess of the ninja world. The uploader revealed a smile that said, if you know, everyone, type wife in the public chat. In the next instant, the barrage was completely drowned by those two words. That's right. This is the third Otsutsuki we're covering today, Hyuga Linger. If Hyuga Chi's starting setup was Hell Mode Moon Orphan, drifting through the ninja world, then the next one is the heaven-blessed daughter of fate. Someone even being born with a golden spoon can't begin to describe. Hyuga Linger, the only daughter of the future savior of the ninja world, Hyuga Kei, and Hyuga Hinata. In the land of grass, Hyuga Kei's new home. Hyuga Kei sprayed out the watermelon juice in his mouth. Wait, what did that uploader just say? The only daughter of Hyuga Kei and Hyuga Hinata? His eyes fixed on the silver-haired girl sitting beneath the cherry blossom tree on the heavenly screen. That face really did resemble his by 7 parts. The other 3 parts resembled Hinata. Daughter. He wasn't even married yet, and he had already been completely arranged out in the open before the entire ninja world. He even had a daughter now. The barrage was still scrolling wildly. Wife. Linger, marry me. Hyuga Kei clenched his fists. These people, right in front of him, were calling his daughter their wife. He finally understood how Hayashi Hyuga felt. It wasn't that he had any opinion about his future father-in-law. This was just the instinctive reaction of every father in the world when someone started eyeing his daughter. He turned to look at Hinata. Hinata was holding her cheeks in both hands, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the silver-haired girl on the heavenly screen. Chikuin, our daughter is so pretty. Expressionless, Hyuga Kei raised his right hand. In his palm, a truth-seeking ball rapidly spun. Right now, he really wanted to smash the heavenly screen in one hit. Just a moment ago, he had thought this uploader's editing skills were pretty good. Now he wanted to send him to the afterlife with a single Inyang release. Samsara burst. I want to crawl through the internet cable and beat him up. Holding his teacup, Hyuga Tianhua looked at the girl on the heavenly screen, then at the 2 young people beside him. He smiled so hard that all the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes squeezed together. If this old man can hold a great-granddaughter in my lifetime, then this life will have been worth it. The camera zoomed in and gave the girl a close-up. As if she sensed something, the girl raised her head and smiled brilliantly at the camera. In that instant, all the flowers in the courtyard lost their color. This was the princess of the ninja world, in the literal sense. The screen switched to a family photo. Hyuga Kei stood in the middle. Hinata held his arm, and in her arms was a baby. The baby's hair was silver white. Her eyes hadn't opened yet, but faint cyan patterns could already be seen at the corners. The name Rei was chosen by Hinata, because on the day she was born, the Third Otsutsuki War was at its bloodiest stage. Hyuga Kei was slaughtering enemies on the front lines until the world seemed to darken, while Hinata labored through the entire night in the rear maternity ward. When she finally held her daughter in her arms, good news arrived from the front. Hyuga Kei had slain 3 enemy leaders and driven back the Otsutsuki vanguard. The host's voice slowed slightly. Rei meant ending, the moment the war came to an end. The scene shifted to a warm delivery room. Hyuga Kei pushed the door open and walked in. He still hadn't changed out of his white combat uniform. Half of one sleeve had been burned black. His right arm was wrapped in bandages, and there were still bloodstains on his face that hadn't been fully wiped clean. Hinata leaned against the bed, her face pale, her hair damp with sweat and stuck to her forehead. In her arms was a tiny swaddled baby. Keikuin. Hyuga Kei stood rooted to the spot, like he'd been hit with a paralysis jutsu. He stared at that swaddle for a full 3 seconds. Hinata gently turned the baby toward him. Your daughter. Hyuga Kei carefully reached out a hand, then pulled it back. He wiped the blood from his hand over and over on the bandages, making sure there wasn't even a speck of dirt left beneath his nails. Only then did he reach out and lightly touch the baby's cheek with his fingertip. And this princess's growth could be summed up in 4 words. Showered with boundless love. The scene changed again. At her full moon celebration, the future Sasuke crouched in front of the cradle and carefully poked the baby's cheek. The baby grabbed his finger and started giggling. Sasuke's eyes instantly curved into crescents. The barrage comments roasted him. Sasuke, wake up, this isn't your character setting. The camera switched to Rei's 3rd birthday. She sat in the middle of a pile of gifts, and the gifts were stacked into a small mountain. Gaara gave her a hand-shaped sand protection charm. He had poured an enormous amount of chakra into it, allowing it to automatically trigger an absolute defense if Rei was ever in danger. Mei Terumi gave her a bracelet strung with tiny coral beads. Every single piece of coral was a treasure that could only be collected by diving into the deep sea. Nagato gave her a frog pajama set, while Deidara tried to give her clay bombs and was stopped by everyone. In the end, he could only give her a little clay bird. Rei held that crooked little bird in both hands and gave it a kiss. Thank you, big brother Deidara. Deidara was instantly melted by the cuteness. She called Tsunade Big Sister Tsunade and Orochimaru Uncle Snakey. Orochimaru crouched down and pulled a white snake from his sleeve, handing it to her. Take it and play with it. It'll protect you at critical moments. As for the 9-tailed beasts, they had all shrunk down and were being held in her arms one after another like dolls. The barrage comments kept mocking non-stop. Uncle Snake, where's your villain dignity? Tailed beasts, where's your pride? Ninja World, I am the Ninja World's beloved darling. Excuse me, this isn't the female lead channel, right? Naruto sat beside Jiraiya, tilting his head up at the heavenly screen as tears kept falling from his eyes. I have family now. Godfather, I'm someone with family too. He couldn't help but swear to himself that once Rei was born, he would definitely protect her well. No, once he got back this time, he'd push Hyuga Kei to hurry up and have a child. Konoha, the Hyuga clan grounds. Hayashi Hyuga sat upright beneath the corridor, but there was a silly grin on his face. Hanabi lay across his knees, head tilted up, eyes wide and unblinking as she stared at the silver-haired little girl on the heavenly screen. Father. Hanabi tugged hard on his sleeve and shook it. That's my big sister's daughter, right? What should I call her? I'm her aunt, right? That means I'm an elder too. Only then did Hayashi put away the goofy smile on his face. He coughed twice, put his dignified posture back on, and gave a calm little hum. Hyuga Kei looked at the little girl on the heavenly screen, being used as a cradle by the nine-tailed beasts in turns and carried around by the 5 Kage one after another. My daughter is the ninja world's beloved darling the moment she's born? He thought about how much he had suffered ever since transmigrating here. Exposed by the heavenly screen, targeted by Danzo, ambushed by Obito, surrounded by Kara, nearly exploding after eating a chakra fruit, killing Obito, playing a fake alliance game with Black Zetsu, and being dragged by Orochimaru every day in the land of grass to do odd jobs. And then the moment his daughter was born, she had everything. This isn't fair. Hyuga Kei was heartbroken. Why do I suffer while she enjoys life? Because she's your daughter. Sasuke's voice came from beside him. If you don't finish suffering first, how's she supposed to enjoy life? Hinata lowered her head, her voice tiny. Keikuin. Will our daughter really be that happy in the future? Hyuga Kei froze for a moment. Then he looked at Hinata, reached out, tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and gently kissed her forehead. She will. I'll make this world into one that's worthy of her. The host burst into laughter. That's right, this is Hyuga Rei. From the day she was born, she was destined to be treasured in the palms of the entire ninja world. But don't think she's just some decorative flower raised on affection. You have to remember whose daughter she is. Her father is Hyuga Kei, possessor of the golden Tenseigan, and her mother also possesses pure Byakugan. Her cultivation talent could be called unmatched. At the age of 12, Rei awakened the Tenseigan and officially stepped into the Super Kage level. The scene switched to the Hyuga clan training ground. The silver-haired girl stood in the center of the field. Deep within her Byakugan, cyan light spread like a rising tide. At 14, she stepped into 6 paths level. In the image, 14-year-old Rei stood in the air with both hands loosely raised before her. Cyan chakra condensed around her into 6 truth-seeking balls. She had 3 fewer than Hyuga Kei's 9 truth-seeking balls, but every single one of hers had completed a shape transformation. She transformed her truth-seeking balls into weapons. The first stretched from a sphere into a cyan light needle. The second pulled into a shield as thin as a cicada's wing. The third danced at her fingertip as a cyan butterfly, and every flap of its wings twisted the surrounding space. She turned each truth-seeking ball into a weapon, and every weapon possessed powerful abilities. This was a path she had developed entirely on her own. The first was called Golden Needle, the second Cicada Wing, the third Azure Butterfly. The scene paused for a moment. The girl withdrew her technique and landed back on the ground, and her father walked over from the edge of the training field. Hyuga Kei smiled and rubbed her head. Rei tilted her head, her smiling eyes curving into 2 crescents. The barrage comments went silent for a full 3 seconds, then exploded. 6 paths level and she still gets a head pat. In front of Dad, she'll always be a child. At this moment, the host's voice turned serious. At the age of 16, Princess Rei welcomed the battle that made her name. The image sharply dropped from the warm Hyuga training ground into a land of scorched earth. It was somewhere along the border of the ninja world. The sky was torn open by a pitch-black rift, and purple alien energy poured down from it, instantly burning the forests within several miles into ash. At the time, all of the ninja world's top-tier combat power had been pinned down on another battlefield. The Otsutsuki main family had feinted toward the moon, luring Hyuga Kei and the Naruto Sasuke duo into a distant expedition. But the real killing move had fallen upon the ninja world's homeland. The camera slowly moved closer to the rift. What stepped out of the purple energy was not a member of the Otsutsuki clan, but another kind of creature. Their skin was a sickly gray-white, their limbs long and grotesquely disproportionate, with bony blades growing from their knuckles. 1, 2, 5, dense and endless, pouring out of the cracks like a locust swarm. Alien invaders from beyond the heavens, void spawn, a nomadic civilization that survived by devouring the core energy of planets. Driven to the edge of the ninja world by the main Otsutsuki family, now launching a surprise attack while the ninja world stood vulnerable. And just as this group of aliens was about to begin a massacre, a silver white-haired girl appeared on the battlefield. No calling for help, no waiting, no hesitation. The moment 16-year-old Hyuga Rei's Azure Tenseigan lit up, half the sky began to glow. A truth-seeking ball golden needle shot through the first void spawn to charge forward. That alien's bone blade hadn't even fallen yet before its skull had already been pierced through. And the golden needle didn't slow at all. It pierced through the second, the third, the fourth, carving a cyan trail of light across the scorched earth. Facing the barrage of beams fired back by the alien horde, she had already been prepared. The second truth-seeking ball unfolded into a cicada wing shield, deflecting the void spawn's purple beams into the sky. But the real killing move had yet to come. She raised both hands before her chest, forming a circle in the opening stance of Tenseigan Taiji. Her left hand's attractive force drew in every purple beam, filling the sky into her palm, while her right hand's repulsive force instantly reflected them back. The purple beams exploded amidst the alien horde, returning their own attack right back at them. Row after row of void spawn were blasted apart by their own energy. Severed limbs piled up on the scorched earth like mountains. The battle ended quickly, and the scene finally froze. 16-year-old Hyuga Kei sat beneath the corridor of the old Konoha residence, her silver-white hair draped over her shoulders, the bell on the red string around her ankle gently swaying in the wind. She turned her head to look at the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard, the corner of her lips carrying the same soft and gentle curve as Hinata's. Cherry blossom petals landed in her hair, and she did not brush them away. The bullet comments gradually recovered from the shock of the battle scene. Like father, like daughter. Back then, Hyuga Kei guarded the ninja world alone. At 16, his daughter slaughtered her way through an entire alien legion. The father was the guardian of the old era. The daughter is the dawn of the new century. Hyuga Kei lay with his head on Hinata's lap, watching those comments scroll past one by one. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Detected host emotional fluctuation threshold reached. Temporary crossplane reward function now unlocked. You may use your thoughts to edit reward content and make a one-time delivery to the creator of this heavenly screen video. And notice, reward items are limited to things the host currently possesses or can generate instantly, including skills and so on. Hyuga Kei froze for a moment. A reward? For this streamer? The scenes from just now that had made his blood pressure spike flashed through his mind in an instant. The streamer had grinned and said, "Type wife in the public chat." And then he smiled. Hehehe, so you're the one stirring things up. Huh. He opened the system panel with his mind. In the reward item list, everything he currently possessed and all his abilities were neatly displayed. Truth-seeking balls, Otsutsuki cultivation method, Tenseigan chakra crystals, several scrolls, some documents he still hadn't had time to approve, and half a chilled watermelon he had already been eating. Originally, I was thinking of rewarding you with something good. But now, I can only send you a real treasure. Hyuga Kei fully revealed his scheming side. He was going to let this uploader know exactly what kind of enormous opportunity he had just missed. Hinata asked softly, "Keikuin, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing." Hyuga Kei opened his eyes. The smile had already vanished completely, and he returned to that lazy, languid look again. "I was just thinking about how to thank this streamer." The video uploader was sprawled over his computer desk, staring at the rapidly jumping numbers on the back-end data panel. The coin count was soaring upward at a speed that made his scalp go numb, and the comment section was refreshing so fast the page had started lagging. The corners of his mouth stretched all the way to his ears as he frantically scrolled down with his mouse wheel. "Streamer, you're amazing. This episode's quality is insane. Wife Rhea is the best." The uploader smugly leaned back in his chair, clasped his hands behind his head, and crossed one leg over the other with a shake. Steady. This episode is definitely blowing up. The more he thought about it, the happier he got. He was already planning the topic for the next one. Next episode, I'll do Hyuga Kei versus Tonari Otsutsuki. The title will be Moon Brothers, Fight to the Death. Set the coin goal at 30,000, not too much, right? He stretched lazily and was just about to close the back end and go make himself a bowl of instant noodles as a reward. Then he heard a notification sound. It wasn't one he had set, nor was it the usual private message beep from the back end. Immediately after, a line of golden text appeared on the screen. "Congratulations! Your video has been selected by the system. You have received Hyuga Kei's approval and a reward from Hyuga Kei." The uploader froze stiff in his chair. His crossed leg dropped with a smack, and his mouth opened into a perfect O. Hyuga Kei. That Hyuga Kei. The real one. Did my computer get a virus? He lunged back toward the keyboard, fingers trembling as he clicked open the reward details. Could it be? Has my system finally arrived? This should be Hyuga Kei himself rewarding his video. What kind of concept was that? This was the savior of the ninja world. The holder of the Tenseigan, the actual ruler of the land of grass, the future speaker of the Ninja World Federation, a Super Six Paths expert, personally rewarding him. His brain had already begun wildly fantasizing. What would the reward be? The Tenseigan? The inherited jutsu of the Otsutsuki clan? Or a strand of chakra left behind from one of Hyuga Kei's battles? Enough to let him ascend directly from an ordinary uploader to a Kaga-level powerhouse? Any one of those would be enough to launch him to the peak of life. Even his voice was trembling as he muttered to himself, I'm rich. I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. The reward details finished loading, and there, unmistakably, was a single line. Half-eaten chilled watermelon ×1. The next moment, a chunk of watermelon dropped onto his desk. Watermelon juice even splashed onto his keyboard. The uploader stared at the watermelon rind for a full 5 seconds. Then he rubbed his eyes and stared for another 5. Not a special effect. It was exactly what it said it was. Half-eaten, chilled, watermelon. He let out a wail and slid straight off the chair, smashing face first into the floor. Bro, you're the savior of the world. Aren't you embarrassed to reward me with half a watermelon? No one answered him, but in the very next moment, he suddenly thought of something, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Just now, in front of the entire ninja world, with hundreds of thousands of viewers watching, he had called Hyuga Kei's daughter his wife. And Hyuga Kei, the holder of the Tenseigan, the man who had made Uchiha Madara cough blood and flee by his own power, slaughtered Uzumaki, created black holes with his bare hands, and been certified by the heavenly screen as the strongest combat force in the ninja world, had seen the comment where he called his daughter wife. And Hyuga Kei was also famously petty in the anime community. He had stirred things up in front of so many people and called his daughter wife. Wasn't this basically courting death? If I delete the video and run right now, is it still in time? Now that even cross-world rewards had appeared, he was genuinely afraid that Hyuga Kei might send over an about-to-explode truth-seeking ball next. If he died, there wouldn't even be anywhere to argue his case. No. Hyuga Kei was still somewhat lawful. He probably wouldn't do something like that. But a doting daughter-father could do anything. While the uploader was collapsing in despair, the ninja world was still playing his video. The scene on the heavenly screen gradually darkened from the warm image of Hyuga Rhea sitting beneath the corridor. Alright, after seeing the little princess of our ninja world, does it feel like everything is peaceful and the future is full of hope? But don't forget, the theme of this episode is counting down the Otsutsuki still existing in the ninja world. Hyuga Kei and Hyuga Reiji may have Otsutsuki blood flowing in them, but they are indeed on the ninja world's side. And the next two to appear. He paused. Are the true enemies, in the real sense of the word. The image on the screen suddenly changed. The warm cherry blossom tree and the sunlit training ground all disappeared. In their place was a deep, suffocating starry sky. The camera rapidly zoomed in, passing through unfamiliar nebula after unfamiliar nebula, before finally stopping on a dead, silent planet wrapped in enormous roots. To explain these two clearly, we have to pull the timeline back thousands of years. Back to the starting point of everything. A dynamic diagram appeared on the screen. On a towering giant tree grew a scarlet fruit, hanging high in the sky. The Otsutsuki, this powerful race of the universe, have followed a set of rules for who knows how many tens of thousands of years as they continued their lineage. They would choose a living planet, plant the tentails, and turn it into a god tree. The god tree's roots would pierce through the earth and absorb the life energy of every living thing on that planet. When the god tree drained the planet dry, it would bear a fruit, the chakra fruit. This was the source of all chakra, and also the root of the Otsutsuki clan's power. The fruit on the screen slowly rotated, giving off light. And the two people we're covering today are both from the Otsutsuki clan. The ancestor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and her direct superior Ishiki Otsutsuki. Thousands of years ago, they were the ones sent to Earth to harvest this fruit. The image switched to the silhouettes of two Otsutsuki clansmen. One was a tall man with a horn curving to the left from his head, arms crossed, posture arrogant. The other was a woman with long silver white hair, her face blurred, her head lowered. Their mission was simple. Plant the god tree on Earth, and then according to the rules, Kagaya would serve as the living sacrifice, be devoured by the god tree, and use that to ripen the chakra fruit. After that, she would revive through a vessel she found for herself. In the end, Ishiki would take this fruit, condensed from the life energy of an entire planet, back to report completion. At this moment, only a few bullet comments drifted by, their tone full of shock. Wait, did I hear that right? Kagaya was the sacrifice? I always thought Kagaya was the final boss. So back in her hometown, she was just a wage worker? Worse than that. Not even a wage worker, just a disposable consumable. The streamer nodded and slowed his speech. Under the Otsutsuki clan's rules, Kagaya was a consumable. But Kagaya did not want to become a sacrifice. The screen suddenly turned blood red. She betrayed Ishiki Otsutsuki. At that most critical moment, when the god tree began to grow, when Ishiki was completely unguarded and ready to welcome the harvest, Kagaya attacked from behind. The screen did not show the specific battle scene. There was only a blinding white light, and within that white light, a flash of Ishiki's face, twisted by shock and fury. Kagaya won. She pushed the heavily wounded Ishiki into the god tree. Then she devoured the chakra fruit all by herself. From that day on, Kagaya Otsutsuki was no longer anyone's tool. She became Earth's god. One could say she was a model of the New Age woman, refusing to submit to fate and successfully starting her own path. The bullet comments exploded again. Goito. Amazing. Ishiki. I brought you on a work trip, and you turned me into fertilizer. Inoki looked at the heavenly screen, his fingertips trembling slightly. What kind of enemies were they facing? A family that used planets as hunting targets. Just how powerful would that be? And how many families like that existed in the universe? The more he thought about it, the more he felt the ninja world was in grave danger. So this was the truth of chakra. He thought of how he had lived for more than 70 years, from the Warring States era to the 3 great ninja wars. Countless people had fought and died over chakra, over Kekei Genkai, over the tailed beasts, until corpses littered the ground. And in the end, all of it had just been crops planted by an alien race. At this moment, many people in the ninja world had the same question in their hearts. Then what about the Sage of Six Paths? In the legends, he had shared chakra with humanity. What kind of role had he played in this story? As for the truth, no one could answer that question. The heavenly screen did not show her face, only a blurry silhouette. And Black Zetsu stared at that silhouette without blinking. Mother, I will save you. Just wait a little longer. Just a little longer. Your child has never given up. I have new allies now. You will be fine. Meanwhile, Hyuga Kei was very satisfied with the effect of the heavenly screen. He wanted the entire ninja world to know the truth, to know exactly who the enemy he was about to face really was. Not the Akatsuki. Not the grudges between the 5 great nations. But an alien race from beyond the heavens. One that treated the entire earth as farmland. And not just 1 or 2 of them, but an incomparably powerful clan. That was exactly what he wanted everyone in the ninja world to understand. Only by knowing the threat from outside could everyone unite better. The images on the heavenly screen continued. The streamer explained, however, Ishiki did not die. Before dying, he used his unique shinjutsu, Sukuna Hikona. As for what shinjutsu is, you can think of it as ninjutsu strengthened countless times over. And ninjutsu is nothing more than a crude imitation of shinjutsu. On the screen, that blurry figure who had been pushed into the god tree gave up the lower half of his body that had been trapped, and his upper body suddenly shrank, becoming smaller than a speck of dust. Using that ability, he barely escaped from the god tree's mouth. But his body had already been completely destroyed and could not recover. He could only parasitize a monk who happened to pass by, named Jigen. Like a parasite, he hid inside his body and began a scheme that would last thousands of years. He waited to recover his strength, waited to find a perfect vessel, waited to take revenge on Kagaya, and reclaim everything that belonged to him. The bullet comments suddenly understood. So the Kara organization in the new storyline was built by Ishiki from the very beginning for his revival and to take back the fruit? One slept underground for 1,000 years, one was sealed in the moon for 1,000 years. Is everyone in this clan this good at lying low? The streamer paused for a moment and switched the scene. Meanwhile, after successfully monopolizing the chakra fruit, Kagaya began ruling this land. She had gained endless life and limitless chakra. But deep in her heart, she was filled with fear. Fear of what? Fear of the main Otsutsuki family. Fear that the clansmen who sent her to Earth would sooner or later discover that she had not died, and sooner or later send someone to audit the situation and reclaim the fruit that should have been handed over. Even more than that, she feared Ishiki Otsutsuki, the one she had personally pushed into the god tree. The abilities of the Otsutsuki meant they could seize other people's bodies and revive at any time. On the screen, Kagaya, dressed in a wide white robe, stood alone beneath a towering god tree. Her back looked incomparably lonely. To fight against these enemies that would descend sooner or later, she did 2 things. The scene cuts to a massive underground cavern, covered everywhere with white cocoon-like pods. First, using the power of the god tree and the infinite Tsukuyomi, she transformed some of the humans bound by the god tree into an immortal white Zetsu army. This was the origin of white Zetsu. They were not natural life forms, but biological weapons created by Kagaya to prepare for a future war. For that, she produced a white Zetsu force numbering in the millions. But compared to the power later displayed by the Otsutsuki, Kagaya was just making desperate moves in a panic. The second thing, the scene changes. Kagaya sits alone by a stream, still wearing that loose white robe, but her belly is slightly swollen. She needed helpers. Helpers who could assist her in ruling this planet, help share her power, and absolutely never betray her. For that, Kagaya gathered the wishes of the people of the ninja world and combined that power of belief with the god tree's chakra. Then, using her own flesh and blood as the medium, she gave birth to 2 children. The scene shifts. Inside a wooden house, the 2 newborn babies are placed in cradles. The cries of the infants echo through the room as several servants busily move around caring for them. These 2 children were named Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura. In other words, the Sage of Six Paths known to later generations, and his younger brother, Hinata Chi's ancestor. And from the moment they were born, they were endowed with chakra and power, as perfect tools to protect their mother and guard the god tree. The comments exploded again. So the Sage of Six Paths and his brother were being raised as a private army from the very beginning? Not the worst fate. At least they survived. Think about it. She was originally supposed to be offered to the god tree as fertilizer. The streamer continued explaining. She shared her chakra with them, passed on her power to them, and taught them how to control chakra and how to govern this land. In the long years that followed, Hagoromo and Himura really did carry out their duties. They helped their mother rule humanity and suppress resistance. So that's why I say Kaguya is still a charming married woman. Marry her and you get 2 Six Paths level sons. Save yourself 10,000 years of struggle. In the scene, the two brothers rapidly grow up and travel across the ninja world handling its affairs. Kaguya believed these two children would become her strongest support, her most reliable comrades in resisting the Otsutsuki main family. But the streamer's voice suddenly turned low. She forgot that her two children had ultimately grown up on this planet. Otsutsuki blood flowed through their veins, but what their eyes saw was human suffering. The scene cuts to a scorched wasteland. The roots of the god tree coil around the earth. Hundreds upon hundreds of humans are wrapped in white cocoons, their life force drained like insects. Hagoromo and Himura stand atop a mountain, looking down over this hellish scene. Guided by the great toad sage of Mount Mayaboku, Hagoromo and Himura discovered the truth under their mother's rule. A truth built on the sacrifice of countless lives. The god tree greedily devoured the life of this planet. The number of white Zetsu grew by the day. Humanity was nothing more than sacrificial livestock raised by Kaguya. The two brothers completely broke with their mother. The scene suddenly explodes. Hagoromo holds the sage's staff in his hand, while Himura stands behind him. Opposite them, Kaguya floats in midair. Her silver-white hair spills down like a waterfall, and the 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan opens on her forehead. On her body, the phantom image of the Ten-Tails lets out a savage roar. The comments scroll madly. Mother and sons killing each other. What kind of human tragedy is this Otsutsuki family? Kaguya might not have been a good person, but she was absolutely a tragic one. Treated like disposable material by her superior, treated like a villain by her sons. In this life, no one ever pitied her except Black Zetsu. The guy above, Black Zetsu, was made by her too, so the only one who cared about her was basically her own will. The scene freezes on a single instant. With the combined power of Hagoromo and Himura's yin-yang release, they unleashed the 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei, and the 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan on her forehead slowly closed amid a scream. Kaguya was sealed. Hagoromo extracted the Ten-Tails from her body and sealed her deep within the moon. That is how the moon came to be. As for the shell of the Ten-Tails, Hagoromo sealed it within his own body. He became the ninja world's first Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. In his later years, he used yin-yang release to divide the Ten-Tails chakra into 9 parts, creating the 9 great-tailed beasts. He also founded Ninshu and taught humanity how to use chakra. He was the rebellious son who sealed his own mother, and also the savior who saved this planet. From Kaguya's betrayal, to the lies of Hagoromo and Himura, to Ishiki's 1,000-year concealment, and finally to the rise of Hinata, the story of the Otsutsuki has never truly ended. It merely changed to a different stage, changed to a different cast, and continued the performance. The screen slowly darkened. In the land of grass, temporary residential district. Hinata lay with his head on Hinata's lap, watching the line of text on the sky screen gradually fade away. The story of the Otsutsuki has never truly ended. He reached out, picked up a slice of watermelon from the plate, and took a bite. Juice ran down his chin, and Hinata took out a handkerchief to wipe it for him. Chikuin, so that Ishiki is still alive. Hinata frowned, deeply worried about Hinata. I know. Hinata swallowed the watermelon, his tone light. We'll fight sooner or later, but not today. He sounded relaxed, but in his heart, he was already making calculations. He already had the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan. The intelligence on Kara from Black Zetsu's side was also about to arrive. Once he got the coordinates, it would be him going to block Ishiki's door, not Ishiki coming to block his. Hinata did not ask any more questions. She only brushed aside the loose hair on his forehead, then gently placed her fingers on his temple and began massaging it again and again. Hinata closed his eyes. Enjoy the present first. Even if the sky fell, they could talk about it after finishing the watermelon. In another dimension, Kara's stronghold. A wine glass smashed onto the floor, and shattered porcelain scattered everywhere. Otsutsuki Ishiki, or rather, that thing still parasitizing the monk Jigen's body at this moment, stood before the light screen with an ugly expression. The image on the sky screen was frozen on that line. The story of the Otsutsuki has never truly ended. Nonsense. That insect who had appeared from who knew where had used such a frivolous tone to tell his past to the entire ninja world as if it were some story. Ambushed by Kaguya. Shoved into the god tree. His lower body devoured. Shrinking down to microscopic size like an insect just to barely escape alive. Parasitizing Jigen's body for over 1,000 years. The greatest humiliation of his life had been turned into a video and paired with scrolling comments. He could even imagine the expressions on those insects' faces when they saw this scene. Shock, curiosity, schadenfreude. And he had still been waiting, wanting to wait for Hinata to grow a little more, wait for his Tenseigan to evolve one more time, wait for him to become the perfect vessel. And the result? The sky screen had torn away all his secrets. Now the entire ninja world knew that Ishiki was still alive, knew that Kara was his puppet organization, knew that he was searching for a vessel, that Hinata would be even less likely to remain unguarded. His plan, his 1,000 years of hiding, the Kara organization he had worked so hard to rebuild, all of it had been thrown into chaos by some video blogger who came out of nowhere. He could not wait any longer. Ishiki raised his head. The karma mark on his chin was glowing faintly. The power of karma was being forcibly manifested through this inferior vessel. Every time he used it, Jigen's body moved one step closer to collapse. He must become my vessel. All across the ninja world, everyone saw the sky screen with their own eyes, and panic began to spread. On the streets of Kusagakure, people were talking everywhere. Otsutsuki Ishiki, the leader of Kara, had parasitized the monk Jigen and lurked in the ninja world for over 1,000 years. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people were talking about the Otsutsuki clan, talking about Otsutsuki Ishiki. That Otsutsuki family is so powerful. Do we really have any hope of winning? Ha ha ha. We're all going to die. What can we even do against an enemy that powerful? Then someone stepped forward. It was that middle-aged jonin who had once knelt at Hyuga Kei's doorstep. He jumped onto a cargo wagon and shouted at the crowd at the top of his lungs. What are you afraid of? Everyone's eyes turned toward him. The sky screen already made it very clear. Ishiki doesn't have a perfect vessel right now, so his strength is limited. And what about us? He raised his arm and pointed in the direction of the land of grass. We have Hyuga Kei, the Tenseigan. Hyuga Kei who beat so many Otsutsuki enemies until they coughed blood and ran. Besides, didn't the sky screen already say it? In the future, there'll be geniuses like Princess Sama too. Don't be afraid, everyone. The future still has hope. The unrest in the crowd gradually died down. Then someone raised a fist. That's right. We have Hyuga Kei. What the hell is Ishiki supposed to be? If he dares come, Lord Kei will crush him one punch at a time. Similar scenes kept playing out all over the ninja world. In Kumogakure, A stood by the window of the Raikage's office, listening as the clamor outside slowly shifted from panic to fervor. That kid. Just his name alone is enough to steady people's hearts. As long as he's in the ninja world, hope won't die out. But the Otsutsuki are a whole clan, not just one or two enemies. No matter how strong he is, he's still only one person. Mabui set down the documents in her hands. She had already vaguely guessed what the Raikage wanted to say. I said seriously if he could leave behind a few more descendants. Not many, just as long as each one has even half of that linger's talent. Pick out a batch of the best female ninja from Kumogakure. Around his age, good personality, high talent. Send them over under the name of a construction support team for the land of grass. Have them work there, live there, and naturally come into contact with him. He'll be turning 12 soon. In another 2 or 3 years, it'll be about time. You're picking consorts for Hyuga Kei. Nonsense. I kept a straight face. This is strategic talent reserve planning for the future of the ninja world. After the sky screen went dark, the system's mechanical notification sounded in Hyuga Kei's mind. This broadcast, enemies from beyond the heavens. The existing Otsutsuki of the ninja world has ended. Revealed figures: Hyuga Kei, Hyuga Reiji, Otsutsuki Tonari, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Ishiki. Detected that host possesses the highest administrative authority over the sky screen system. Reward distribution interface has been opened. Dead and unborn figures will not receive rewards. Please choose a reward for each revealed figure from the following options. Hyuga Kei lay with his head on Hinata's lap, eyes closed, looking as if he had fallen asleep. But inside his mind, the system panel was flipping page after page. There were too many revealed figures, and the reward list was even longer. Hyuga Kei's gaze swept across option after option. First were his own reward choices. Truth-seeking ball weapon creation 0 style. From Hyuga Reiji's timeline technological inheritance. Allows precise morphological transformation of truth-seeking balls into 6 different weapons. Truth-seeking ball weapon creation. That set Reiji had used on the sky screen. Golden needle, cicada wing, azure butterfly, and 3 other forms that hadn't been shown. 6 truth-seeking balls, 6 weapons, and each one had its own independent ability. This ability could definitely be called powerful, and it could also expand Hyuga Kei's offensive methods. My daughter's invention. It's not too much for her old man to use it first, right? He chose that reward on the spot. Countless details regarding the morphological transformation of truth-seeking balls poured into his mind. That was all the experience Hyuga Reiji had spent several years exploring in another timeline. Next was Otsutsuki Tonari. Hyuga Kei's gaze landed on Tonari's portrait. That last descendant on the moon, that young man who inherited the branch family's will of destruction. The sky screen had said that in the future, he and Kei would have a fated showdown. He had always resisted the idea of giving rewards to enemies. Last time, when he had been choosing the broadcast content for the sky screen, it was because he didn't want Tonari to get a reward that he gave up the option of Hyuga Kei versus Otsutsuki Tonari. But this time, Tonari had been automatically included in the revealed list by the sky screen system, so there was no way around it. He thought for a moment, then opened the system authority panel. Host authority. Intermediate. The following operations may be performed on rewards for revealed figures not on the host side. 1. Distribute normally. 2. Delay distribution. Reasonable justification required. 3. Replace with an equivalent item. Host must provide the replacement item. The corner of Hyuga Kei's mouth curved up slightly. System delay distribution. As for the reason, he thought for a moment. Otsutsuki Tonari is currently in a disabled state. It is recommended to wait until he recovers before distributing the reward. Reviewing reason. Review passed. Otsutsuki Tonari's reward has been temporarily sealed and will be distributed after recovery. Hyuga Kei nodded in satisfaction. It's not that I'm not giving it. I'm just delaying it, stretching it out. The system never said it couldn't be delayed, right? As for how long, he'd wait until after he dealt with Ishiki, then personally go to the moon and have a proper talk with this cousin of his. If the talk went well, he'd give him the reward as a meeting gift. If it didn't, then it would stay sealed forever. Next, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hyuga Kei casually came up with another reason. Otsutsuki Kagaya is currently in a sealed state and cannot receive rewards. Forcibly distributing one may interfere with the stability of the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei seal. Reviewing reason. Review passed. Otsutsuki Kagaya's reward has been sealed. Next, Otsutsuki Ishiki. Delay distribution. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in his voice. Otsutsuki Ishiki is currently in a parasitic state. His current existence does not meet the definition of an independent individual. Reward distribution may cause the host body to fail under the strain and collapse, violating the system's protection principles. Reviewing reason. Review passed. Otsutsuki Ishiki's reward has been sealed. Hyuga Kei let out a cold laugh in his heart. You want a reward? Dream on. Me not giving you a debuff already counts as mercy. After finishing all that, Hyuga Kei was in an extremely good mood. Just a moment ago, he had still been worried about the reward distribution, but he hadn't expected the problem to be solved so easily. It was just a pity that he couldn't use his authority to intercept all the rewards for himself. He also had no idea how to raise his authority level. Just after Hyuga Kei finished dealing with all that, the sky screen began playing again right on schedule. Parallel World Special Chapter. Reversed Timeline Hyuga Clan Extermination. Parallel Hyuga Kei's Great Battle. Note: this footage is real history that took place in a parallel world. In this world line, due to the absence of a key bonded figure, the course of history underwent a fundamental deviation. The screen lights up. It is not Konoha. It is not the Hyuga clan grounds. It is the border of the Land of Fire, a village so small it does not even have a name. Late autumn, dusk. A circle of people surrounds the dried-up well at the village entrance. Men, women, old people leaning on hoes, gripping woodcutting blades. In the middle of the crowd was a swaddled infant. The cloth wrapping the baby was very unusual. It wasn't hemp, and it wasn't cotton. It was some kind of faintly glowing silk fabric. The baby inside the swaddle wasn't crying. His eyes were open. Byakugan. All the evidence showed that this was Hyuga Chi from a parallel world. It's a monster. This morning, I went to the river to wash clothes, and I saw this thing sitting on the edge of the well. What normal family child has completely white eyes? Could it be some ninja lordess? Would a ninja lord throw a child away in a place like ours? An old woman cut him off. Trembling, she raised a dry, bony finger and pointed at the eyes in the swaddle. Look, look, pure white eyes, pure white hair. SNT this a white demon? Someone asked the old woman. Then should we kill him? Killing him might bring trouble down on our village. Better go find Ninja-sama Kimura. The screen gradually darkened. Subtitles appeared. 3 days later, Kanahagakure Hyuga clan compound. The main family council hall of the Hyuga clan. The swaddle was placed on the cold stone floor. More than a dozen Hyuga elders sat in a semicircle, all white-haired and grave-faced. Hyuga Tianhua was not among them. In this world, Hyuga Tianhua had died in the Second Great Ninja War. An old man lifted the edge of the swaddle, looked at those white eyes, then closed it again. The purity of these Byakugan is extremely high, higher than any direct heir of the main family I've ever seen. Unknown origin. Another elder spoke, his voice utterly cold. A village on the border of the Land of Fire, hundreds of miles from Konoha. No one knows who left him there. Silence. Hayashi Hyuga sat in the main seat, a little younger than in the main world, his brows tightly furrowed. He stared at the swaddle on the floor for a long time before finally speaking. Keep him for now. Clan head Sama? Hi, she said. With Byakugan purity this high, if he ends up outside, he'll be a threat to the Hyuga clan. Treat him as branch family. Branch family? Mark him with the caged bird seal. The scene shifted to a dim Japanese-style room. The paper doors were shut tight, and candlelight flickered. A 3-year-old child was kneeling on the tatami. His silvery white hair had already grown out, hanging to his shoulders. It was different from the black hair of every other Hyuga child. Standing in front of him was a middle-aged man, holding a talisman in his hand. The man's voice held no emotion at all. From today onward, you are a member of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Kei. The talisman fell. The caged bird seal was branded onto the forehead of a 3-year-old child. He didn't cry. The scene switched rapidly, like flipping through an old photo album, every page stained with dust. 5-year-old Hyuga Kei was cornered by a group of children his age at the edge of the training ground. The boy in the lead pointed at the freshly branded seal on his forehead. Take that him. He hit me at the clan training ground. A branch family piece of trash actually dared to lay a hand on me. Bastard child. Beat him to death, someone shouted. The group closed in on Hyuga Kei. He turned and tried to run, but they surrounded him and beat and kicked him. Hyuga Kei struggled, trying to fight back, but the group pinned him down. Only after they got tired of hitting him did they look like they were about to leave. Hyuga Kei braced himself against the ground, trying to climb up from the mud. His white hair was covered in grass scraps and dirt, and the blood at his temple still hadn't dried. Did I say you could get up? When the boy saw Hyuga Kei trying to stand, he actually turned back and kicked him in the chest. Hyuga Kei was knocked backward, his back slamming heavily against the bluestone floor of the training ground, sending up a ring of dust. The children around them burst into laughter. Some picked up pebbles. Some spat at him. A bastard child should stay crawling on the ground. The leading boy stepped on Hyuga Kei's wrist and ground down hard. Who do you think you are? So what if your Byakugan purity is high? Let me tell you, the higher the purity, the more the caged bird seal hurts. Wanna try it? His fingers formed a hand seal. Hyuga Kei's body suddenly arched, and the seal on his forehead lit up like a red-hot branding iron. He didn't scream. He bit through his lip, and blood ran from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't scream. Those white eyes stared fixedly at the foot crushing his wrist. A pale blue light reflected in his pupils. Just then, a small figure rushed out from behind the crowd. Short black hair, white pupils, arms spread wide like a sparrow protecting its young. Don't hit him. We're all members of the Hyuga clan. What are you trying to do? All the children froze. Lady Hinata? The leading boy took half a step back, panic appearing on his face. Lady Hinata, this bastard child, he's not a bastard child. Hinata's voice was trembling, but she didn't move aside. He's also a member of the Hyuga clan. The children looked at each other. The one in front moved his lips, wanting to say something, but after seeing Hinata, he finally just spat near Hyuga Kei's feet. You got lucky this time. Don't let us run into you again. The crowd dispersed. Only 2 people remained on the training ground. Hinata turned around and held out her hand to him. Hyuga Kei raised his head. Mud dripped from the tips of his silvery white hair, mixed with blood, covering half his face. He stared at that hand for a long time. I can get up by myself. He climbed up from the ground. His knee wobbled once. Then he steadied himself. Then he turned and limped toward the outside of the training ground. The image in the sky continued. On the training ground, the white-haired boy limped farther and farther away. His back was small and thin, but his spine was ramrod straight. Hinata stood where she was, her outstretched hand still hanging in midair. Then the heavenly screen gave her a close-up. She bit her lower lip, tears spinning in her eyes, but none of them fell. She looked at the hand that had not been taken, then slowly drew it back and clenched it against her chest. For some reason, her heart ached for him. Just as Hyuga Kei from the main world had once said, she possessed the power of gentleness. The images on the heavenly screen were still continuing, but all across the ninja world, an uproar had already broken out. Who was Hyuga Kei? The savior of the ninja world, the first speaker of the Federation. And yet, in another parallel world, he had been treated like this. After all, there had once also been a parallel world where Hinata Hyuga died, and what Hyuga Kei did then, along with the final ending of the ninja world, was still vivid in everyone's memory. It was hard for anyone to imagine what kind of path Hyuga Kei of this parallel world would walk. Hinata buried her face in Hyuga Kei's chest, her shoulders trembling. Chikuin. Her voice was muffled, thick with a nasal tone. It must have hurt a lot back then. Hyuga Kei raised a hand, placed it on the back of her head, and gently rubbed it. It's all in the past, he said. Hinata shook her head and hugged him even tighter. She wasn't sad for herself. She was sad for him in that world. And Hyuga Kei was also very curious what he would do in this parallel world. What exactly had happened that made him want to destroy the Hyuga clan? With Hinata there, for her sake, at most he would only punish them a little. Elder Tianhua stood under the corridor, holding a teacup in his hand. He stared at the silver-haired child on the heavenly screen. Seeing him limp his way out of the training ground, with that small, thin back and hair matted with mud and blood. That brat Hayashi, this is how he acts as clan head? This is how he manages the Hyuga clan. A bunch of idiots. He slammed the teacup down hard on the wooden floor of the corridor. Tea splashed out and wet his sleeve. When he was young, he had also been an elder of the main family. He had lived through 2 great ninja wars and seen countless dead. But never, not once, had he been as furious as he was now. That child. That unwanted child. Abandoned in a foreign land. He should have been his grandson. But in that world, he had died too early. So early that he had not even gotten the chance to see that child once. At this moment, the atmosphere in the main hall of the Hyuga clan grounds was deathly silent. This question was about the destruction of the Hyuga clan. They had already been facing it like a great enemy. In this parallel world, the Hyuga clan had been destroyed because of the Otsutsuki, yet no one had expected that they might also be destroyed because of their own people. And now, in front of countless people across the ninja world, they had made utter fools of themselves. The conflict between the main family and the branch family had been dragged onto the stage. Hyuga Hayashi stood beneath the corridor, his fingers clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Veins bulged one after another around his Byakugan. A child of the main family, leading 7 or 8 children his age, cornered a branch family child against a wall and beat him with punches and kicks. Complete disgrace. The caged bird. The division between main and branch family. Worship of bloodline purity. Bullying an orphan of their own clan. They had planted it for hundreds of years, watered and nurtured it for hundreds of years, and finally, in Hyuga Chi's generation, it had borne fruit. Someone. 2 Hyuga guards flashed out from under the corridor and dropped to one knee. Clan head. Go investigate. Find out whose children those ones on the heavenly screen belong to. Go now. Hyuga Hayashi stared at those figures on the heavenly screen who were still laughing and jeering. Bring every one of them to the council hall. Immediately. Today. I will enforce the clan law properly. The guards accepted the order and left. In less than a quarter of an hour, 5 children were brought to the council hall of the Hyuga clan grounds. They were all children around Hyuga Chi's age, and they all knew what had happened. The heavenly screen was for everyone to see. Naturally, they had also seen themselves. The boy in the lead kept his head lowered, not daring to meet Hyuga Hayashi's eyes. His father stood to the side, his face livid. Kneel. Hyuga Hayashi's voice was ice-cold. The 5 children did not dare disobey and dropped to their knees in unison. Clan head, the matter shown on the heavenly screen. After all, it happened in a parallel world. A parallel world? Hyuga Hayashi turned around and looked at the man who had spoken. His gaze was very calm. So calm that everyone present felt a chill run down their backs. So what you're saying is, in the parallel world, your son stomped and broke a clansman's wrist, but in this world, he wouldn't. In the parallel world, he activated the caged bird curse seal to torture a clansman. But in this world, he wouldn't dare? In the parallel world, he led a group to gang up on a 5-year-old orphan. But in this world, he's a good child? The man's lips moved, but no words came out. Your son bullied Hyuga Chi because Hyuga Chi was an orphan. No parents. No protection. Then what about when he bullied other people? Which of you knows? Dead silence. I told you to answer. Hyuga Hayashi's voice suddenly rose sharply. Which of you knows what your sons have done outside? Which of you knows how many branch family children they have beaten? Which of you knows how many times they have activated the caged bird? Speak. No one dared make a sound. The fathers of those children all lowered their heads, cold sweat seeping out on their foreheads. You don't know. Hyuga Hayashi answered for them. You only know how to have children, not how to teach them. This is the Hyuga main family. This is the next generation we have raised. He turned and swept his gaze across the 5 children kneeling on the floor. Today I will enforce the clan law properly. Someone, hang them all up at the entrance of the clan grounds and give them 20 lashes. From today on, the 5 of you are confined for 1 year. For 1 full year, you are not allowed to step out of your homes even half a step. Every day, you will kneel in your own courtyards and recite the Hyuga clan rules, and copy them 100 times. Miss even 1 copy and you don't eat. The 5 children were trembling like cicadas in winter, but they did not dare say a word in protest. Hyuga Hayashi was not finished. As for your fathers, for failing to teach your sons properly, each of you will be demoted by 1 rank. If anyone objects, you may speak now. No one objected. No one dared object. After all, this concerned Hyuga Chi's friendship. What they feared most was whether, after this, Hyuga Chi would come to resent the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi looked at them. What the heavenly screen showed today was a parallel world. But none of us dares say how far that world is from ours. In this world, Hyuga Chi was adopted by Elder Tianhua and raised properly. That is why he became the savior of the ninja world. In that world, no one adopted him. What did he become? You all saw it just now. No one answered. But everyone knew the answer. We planted this seed for hundreds of years. The caged bird. The main branch family system. Hyuga Hayashi's voice sank lower. I don't care what you think. But from today onward, starting with me, the Hyuga clan will change. If we do not change, then one day, the night of extermination from that parallel world will become ours. Hayashi had truly made up his mind today. The story on the heavenly screen revealed without exception how outdated the main branch family system was. The civil war of the moon's Otsutsuki. The betrayal of the alien Otsutsuki, Kagaya. The main branch family system only created more enemies within. The heavenly screen continued. That night, in the most remote corner of the branch family's residential district, inside a small room without even a window, a soft knock sounded at the door. Hyuga Kei did not respond. The door was pushed open a crack, and a hand reached in and placed a wooden tray on the floor. On the tray were several bottles of medicine for wounds, along with a roll of clean bandages. Hyuga Kei stared at the tray on the ground for a long time. Then he picked up the basin of cold water by the door, the one he had collected during the day, and raised it over his head. The cold water poured down over him, washing the mud and blood from his body onto the floor. The well water stung his wounds in waves, and he smeared the medicine over his body. He closed his eyes, and the scenes from the day surfaced in his mind. Bastard. Monster. Caged bird. He opened his eyes. The flickering candlelight was reflected in those white eyes. I want to become stronger. By any means necessary. Everyone then saw Hyuga Kei begin a training regimen so brutal it was almost self-destructive. He wanted to push the development of his body to the absolute limit. But after that day, one more person appeared in the corner of Hyuga Kei's training ground. Whenever Hinata had time, she would come to the stone steps at the edge of the training ground. She did not speak, and she did not go near him. She just sat there. Sometimes she brought a book, sometimes a box of snacks, sometimes she brought nothing at all, and just sat there watching him practice gentle fist in the field. That made those who wanted to cause trouble for Hyuga Kei hesitate and back off. Hyuga Kei did not drive her away, nor did he speak to her. He practiced his fist. She read her book. The two of them were separated by half a training ground, like two stars each moving in their own orbit. That group of main family children never came looking for trouble again. Not because they had changed their ways, but because every time they approached the training ground, they would see the young lady sitting on the stone steps. The young lady never looked at them. She only looked at the white-haired branch family boy in the middle of the training field. They couldn't figure out what that meant, so they didn't dare act rashly. One day, after Hyuga Kei finished his final round of gentle fist and withdrew his stance, he noticed an extra cloth bundle on the stone steps. He opened it. Inside were rice balls with pickled plum filling, still warm. You skip lunch every day. Hinata's voice came from the other side of the steps. She didn't look at him. Her head was lowered, and her fingers were twisting together. He was silent for a while, then picked up a rice ball and took a bite. The corner of Hinata's lips curved slightly, but it quickly faded. After that, every few days, a cloth bundle would appear on the stone steps. Sometimes it was rice balls, sometimes a few steamed buns, sometimes a small box of pickles. Hyuga Kei would always softly say thank you. He knew he was lacking nutrition, so every time he ate everything cleanly. One day, the sunset was especially beautiful, dyeing the blue stone tiles of the training ground gold and red. After finishing his training, Hyuga Kei walked to the stone steps and found that Hinata wasn't reading today. Instead, she was staring blankly at the evening clouds on the horizon. What are you looking at? He asked, taking the initiative for once. I was thinking, it would be nice if every day could be like this forever, Hinata said softly. I watch Chikuin practice, and when Chikuin finishes, Chikuin comes to eat the rice balls I brought. Hyuga Kei didn't respond. He sat on the other side of the steps, looking at the same evening clouds. After a long time, so long that Hinata thought he wouldn't answer, he finally spoke. Thank you. That was the calmest dusk of the month, and also the most short-lived. The two of them were like the sun and the moon. Even in parallel worlds, they still reflected each other's light and saved each other. But after that day, she never came again. Hyuga Kei waited in the training field all morning. He wasn't waiting for her rice balls. He was waiting for her. He told himself over and over that he was just used to practicing at this time. Whether she came or not had nothing to do with him. But by the third round of his forms, he realized that the corner of his eye kept drifting toward the stone steps. The steps were empty. Only a few fallen leaves spun in the wind. The second day, she still didn't come. Hyuga Kei didn't ask around. He was from the branch family. She was the young lady of the main family. He had no reason and no right to ask why Lady Hinata hadn't come to the training ground today. He simply kept practicing as usual, standing in the center of the field as usual, and after every closing stance, sweeping a glance at the stone steps from the corner of his eye as usual. There was no cloth bundle on the steps. On the evening of the third day, he overheard two maids whispering in the corridor. Too tragic. Only 5 years old. Those beasts from Kumogakure actually laid hands on a child. He stood where he was and listened to everything. The delegation from Kumogakure had arrived in Konoha 3 days earlier. On the surface, they had come to sign a peace treaty. In reality, they had set their sights on the Byakugan of the Hyuga main family. Last night, a Kumogakure ninja infiltrated the Hyuga compound. The target was Hyuga Hinata. They wanted to abduct her under cover of night and take her back to Kumogakure. From then on, the Byakugan would belong to Kumogakure. Hayashi Hyuga arrived in time and killed the leader from Kumogakure on the spot. But during the chaos, that Kumogakure ninja accidentally killed Hinata. The Hyuga clan's medical ninja did everything they could to save her for an entire day and night. This morning, she stopped breathing. The maids were still saying something, but Hyuga Chi could no longer hear them. He turned around and walked back, step by step, to that little windowless room. He entered the room, closed the door and stood in the darkness. Then he slowly crouched down. He buried his face in his knees. His shoulders were trembling, but no sound came out. When the curse mark was carved onto him at the age of 3, he didn't cry. When he was beaten by a group at the age of 5, he didn't cry. When blood from his forehead ran into his eyes, he didn't cry. And now, in this room without even moonlight, he buried his face in his knees, and a choking sob escaped from his throat.
No.
His voice was very soft, so soft it sounded like he was talking to himself, but something in that voice had changed. A pale blue light glowed in his Byakugan. The sky screen perspective shifted into Hyuga Chi's first-person view. Everyone saw countless scenes flash past. She wasn't supposed to die. At the instant Hinata died, it was as if something had forcibly shattered his consciousness, and countless scenes appeared before his eyes. He saw another world, another Konoha, another Hyuga Chi. He saw that Hyuga Chi being adopted by Hyuga Tianhua, growing up under the protection of the main family, having a brother named Naruto Uzumaki, a rival named Sasuke Uchiha, and a girl named Hyuga Hinata. He saw Hyuga Hinata grown up, standing beneath the cherry blossom trees in a white shiromaku. He made her his wife, and the mother of a girl named Rei. But not one of those chances happened in this world. Hyuga Tianhua died early. Hizashi didn't stop that Kumogakure ninja either. He looked at those scenes, those memories that shouldn't belong to him, those stories that should have happened but never would. He saw another possibility for himself, and another ending for her. Then those scenes shattered. Hyuga Chi calmed down and stood in the darkness, silver white hair hanging over his forehead and covering half his face. This world has no meaning. I will search for the real world. Hyuga Chi looked at the sky screen. In that world, after Hinata died, that version of him saw images of a parallel world. That wasn't right. But that world's Hyuga Chi was just a branch family orphan who had never even entered the ninja academy. So how could he, in the instant of emotional collapse, unconsciously glimpse another world? Unless that wasn't an accident. He suddenly remembered what the system had mentioned when he ate the fragment of the chakra fruit. There was a small chance of awakening a divine technique. And that version of him had no system, no fruit, but he had the same Otsutsuki bloodline and the same potential for the Tenseigan. Could it be a hidden ability within the Tenseigan? In that world, the trigger had been Hinata's death. And that ability was the power to observe parallel worlds. If it were him, what would he do? That final thought made his scalp go numb. He would very likely go to another world. A world where Hinata was still alive. A world with grandpa, with companions, with that future where she stood beneath the cherry blossom trees in a white shiromaku. At that thought, Hyuga Chi suddenly felt a chill run down his back. If that version of himself really had the ability to travel between parallel worlds, then one day, would he appear in this world? Would he appear in front of his own Hinata? He glanced at Hinata beside him. She was looking up at the sky screen, her eyes red with tear marks still hanging at the corners. Hyuga Chi reached out and pulled her a little closer to his side. Hinata didn't speak. She just gently rested her head on his shoulder. Konoha Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a sigh. This was a parallel world. This was Hyuga Kei. One change, and everything would fall into eternal ruin. One thought and countless people would die. I only hope our current world won't become one of them. In the span of a few breaths, the fate of an entire world hung on those few breaths. At this point, no one was surprised anymore, because this was Hyuga Kei. The scenes on the heavenly screen sped past rapidly, as if an invisible hand had hit fast forward. Spring passed, autumn came. The bluestone slabs on the training ground were washed by rain again and again. That white-haired boy, in a corner no one noticed, grew taller little by little, stronger little by little. His gentle fist had long since surpassed everything the branch family instructors could teach. He even secretly listened in on the main family heir's lessons late at night, carving every move into his muscle memory. No one taught him, so he taught himself. At age 12, he passed the Chunin exams with excellent results and joined Konoha's Umbu. He began carrying out missions, never once complaining of hardship or exhaustion. His team leader's evaluation of him had only 4 words: silent and efficient. At age 13, the Umbu archives were robbed. Using his position, Hyuga Kei stole from under the guards' noses and took the research materials on the Chimera technique. That night, not a single alarm sounded. No one noticed anything. It was a mad technique, created by Konoha missing Nin Hiriko. After his forbidden research was discovered, he fled Konoha. And the function of this technique was to fuse the Kekei Genkai of others into one's own body. But after Hyuga Kei finished reading the last page, he closed the scroll. The idea behind this technique is correct. What it lacks isn't theory, but someone truly capable of controlling it. Hyuga Kei was going to perfect this jutsu. 2 months later, in the spring of Konoha year 63, at the edge of the Hyuga clan grounds, in an abandoned old house, a branch family genin became isolated while patrolling, and never returned. Hyuga Kei stood before the already withered corpse and withdrew his right hand. The first time he used the Chimera technique, the ocular power of his clansman's Byakugan surged into his body through his chakra pathways. The caged bird seal on his forehead heated up slightly, then fell silent again. Not enough. This little bit of ocular power was far from enough. He began hunting. Not just branch family members, main family jonin, Umbu elites, chunin who ended up alone during missions. In half a year, 27 Hyuga clansmen, 12 pairs of Byakugan, and countless stolen reserves of chakra. And his strength grew at a terrifying speed. The power hidden within his body was constantly being drawn out. The caged bird seal on Hyuga Kei's forehead was overwhelmed by the powerful ocular force of the Byakugan. It shattered apart with a crash and disappeared. A line of text appeared on the heavenly screen. The year after Hyuga Kei obtained the Chimera technique, on the night of the full moon. The heavenly screen went dark for a full 10 breaths. Then, blood red spread across it. It was the Hyuga clan grounds under the night sky. Blood seeped from the cracks in the bluestone, splashed across the paper doors of the Japanese-style rooms, and soaked into the sand of the training grounds. The camera moved forward slowly. Passing through the corridor, he walked alone every day after finishing his fist training. The corridor pillars were covered in dark red handprints. Some were big, some were small, and some were still dripping downward. There were no screams, no pleas for mercy. Only dead silence, and from time to time, the brief sound of a blade entering flesh. A figure walked from the end of the corridor. His white clothes had already been drenched in blood. His silver-white long hair hung down to his waist, the tips soaked in blood. Every step left behind a vivid red footprint on the bluestone. He held a long blade in his hand. The edge was chipped, and blood stained its surface. It was Hyuga Kei, 14-year-old Hyuga Kei. The Byakugan was gone. Those eyes had turned azure, glowing faintly, like 2 clusters of cold flames burning in the dark. He walked past corpse after corpse sprawled on the ground. The camera swept over the faces of those corpses. There was the main family boy who had stepped on his wrist back then. He had grown up, but his face was still frozen in unbelievable fear. There was the middle-aged man who had carved the curse seal onto him, his throat slit open. There were the elders who had never once looked at him properly, lying in heaps on the steps of the council hall. Without exception, they were all shriveled corpses, their eyes hollow and empty. I will eventually reach the real world. In a hidden underground base somewhere in the ninja world, Hiriko's hands trembled slightly with excitement. His eyes were locked onto that blood-soaked boy in white on the heavenly screen, locked onto him walking through that corridor of corpses and blood. It worked. It worked. He really succeeded. He absorbed so many people, and there wasn't any rejection at all. Those azure eyes. He suddenly stopped, threw back his head, and let out a nearly insane burst of laughter. The Tenseigan. He used my technique to evolve the Tenseigan. You all mocked me. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, all of you mocked me. You said my technique was heretical. You said fusing Kekei Genkai was impossible. You said I was crazy. But now, do you see it now? That child, using my technique, slaughtered the entire Hyuga clan. He did it. He proved my theory was correct. Konoha, the Hyuga clan grounds. Inside the main family council hall, the elders all looked ashen. Someone's teacup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. That scene had been too close. It hadn't happened on the moon. It hadn't happened in some other village. It had happened right there on the bluestone paths of the Hyuga clan grounds, right in the corridors they walked every day. Among the corpses lying on the ground, some of the faces were even people they knew well. The impact was overwhelming. All dead. Dead by the hand of one of their own. Dead by the hand of a bastard they themselves had forced into existence. Hyuga Hayashi sat in the main seat, sensing that the time had come. From today onward, the Hyuga clan's main N-branch family system is abolished immediately. Several elders jerked their heads up. One opened his mouth to speak, but Hyuga Hayashi raised a hand and shut him down. The caged bird seal will, from this day forward, be sealed away permanently. It will only be used as a final punishment for traitors guilty of the gravest crimes. It will no longer be used on branch family children. If anyone has objections, speak now. Do you want to raise a second child like that? Or do you want the Hyuga clan to truly continue on? Seeing this, Hyuga Kei was also left speechless. His otherworld self had actually done something almost the same as Itachi Uchiha. One person slaughtering an entire clan. It really was a great revenge story. Hyuga Kei wasn't shocked that he himself could do something like this. He had never been some moral role model. Acting however he pleased had always been his motto. But what he was even more curious about was how his future self was going to break through the barrier of the world. Then, the heavenly screen shifted to the moon. That enormous golden Tenseigan was deep within the Himura temple, its light illuminating the entire hall. Hyuga Kei stood there, looking at that giant golden Tenseigan, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. To open the path to the real world, more fuel is needed. He extended his hand. The golden light of the Tenseigan began to gather toward his palm. First it was a tiny stream, then it became a waterfall, and finally it became an entire ocean pouring into a bottomless pit. The giant Tenseigan that had existed for 1,000 years, condensing the ocular power of countless generations of the moon's Otsutsuki clan, was cracking apart at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cracks spread outward from the core of the Tenseigan. Then it exploded with a thunderous bang. Countless Byakugan floated in the void. Hyuga Kei stood at the center, and the blue light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He raised both arms and spread his fingers. Those Byakugan were drawn toward him and fused into his body. When the last fragment disappeared, his eyes had completely turned golden. At this moment, his Tenseigan had fully awakened. The scene in the sky shifted once again. This time it was a battlefield. A towering giant tree was growing. Its roots pierced through the earth, stabbed into rivers, mountains, cities, and villages. It absorbed the chakra of every living thing on this land, drained the vitality of the plants, drained the flow of the rivers, drained the breath of the wind. Hyuga Kei stood on the highest branch of the god tree, looking down at the dying land beneath his feet. Those once arrogant powerhouses, 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi, 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, 4th Reikage, and countless ninja wearing forehead protectors from different villages. At this moment, no one could stop Hyuga Kei. Their chakra was being drained away by the god tree. Their bodies were withering, skin clinging to bone, eye sockets sunken deep. The scene finally froze on the chakra fruit at the top of the tree. It hung at the highest point of the god tree. That was the result of gathering the life of an entire world. Dark Hyuga Kei reached out, plucked the fruit, and without the slightest hesitation, swallowed it in one bite. The entire sky curtain shook. Golden light erupted from his body, forming a pillar of light that shot into the heavens. In front of him, space was shattering. It wasn't just a single crack opening. The entire space was like a mirror smashed by a giant hammer, fragments scattering everywhere. Inside every fragment was the reflection of a different world. In some worlds, he saw Hyuga Tianhua sitting under a corridor with a teacup in hand. In some worlds, he saw himself wearing the Hokage robe while reviewing documents. In some worlds, he saw Sasuke teaching a little girl swordsmanship. But at the center of every world, there was one person, Hyuga Kei. Some had golden eyes, some had blue eyes, some had Byakugan, and some were already blind. They stood on different battlefields, facing different enemies, protecting different worlds. But their faces were exactly the same as his. The scene froze on that shattered mirror of space. Every fragment contained a parallel world. Dark Hyuga Kei stood in the void, his golden Tenseigan coldly sweeping across those fragments. He was searching for a world where she was alive. A world where Grandpa was alive. A world where that girl who sat on the stone steps, hugging a cloth bundle and secretly watching him practice gentle fist, was alive. He found it. In that fragment, the sunlight was just right. On Konoha's streets, people came and went. At the training ground of the Hyuga clan compound, a white-haired boy was surrounded by a group of children. That white-haired boy was teaching those kids a lesson. His fists and kicks were clean and sharp, and in just a few moves he stomped the leader to the ground. On the stone steps beside the training ground, a black-haired little girl hugged a cloth bundle and smiled in secret. Dark Hyuga Kei looked at that fragment for a long time. Then he reached out his hand. The light of the golden Tenseigan gathered in his palm, growing brighter and brighter, more and more dazzling, as he blasted a palm strike toward that fragment. Divine art, world crossing. His palm slammed into the spatial fragment, and a crack spread outward from the point where his palm landed. It split wider and wider, deeper and deeper, and finally formed a space gate as tall as a man. Without hesitation, he stepped straight in. In the main world, the land of grass. Hyuga Kei sprang up from Hinata's lap. Holy shit, he actually succeeded. That dark version of himself had really broken through the barrier between parallel worlds. Right now, he was standing above another world, looking down at another version of himself in that world who still knew nothing. If he could find that world, then could he also find this world? Inside the temporary laboratory, Orochimaru's vertical pupils suddenly shrank. World crossing. He really crossed over. In all his life, Orochimaru had seen countless forms of power. He had seen teacher Hiruzen's 5 nature transformations, seen Tsunade's monstrous strength, seen Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo. He had once thought he had already touched the ceiling of this world, and that immortality was the only way forward. But now someone had smashed the ceiling apart. Not as a metaphor, that dark version of Hyuga Kei had torn open the barrier between parallel worlds with a single palm strike. That was not a change in chakra nature, nor an evolution of a Kekei Genkai. That was a divine art, a true divine domain that stood above all ninjutsu. This was even more shocking than divine art. Star-picking hand. This time, the divine art had torn apart the barrier of the world itself. What did that mean? As a scientist of the ninja world, he naturally understood. Parallel worlds represented endless possibilities. He found a world where she was alive, and then he planned to kill the Hyuga Kei of that world and take his place. And among countless parallel worlds, in some, I completed my experiments. In some, I became Hokage. Among them, there would always be one version of me that had touched immortality. In the sky curtain, dark Hyuga Kei stood above that world's Konoha, looking down at the streets below. He did not rush to make a move. He only watched quietly. He saw Hyuga Tianhua. That old man who had already died in battle during the Second Great Ninja War in his own world was now sitting under the corridor with a teacup in hand, a blanket over his legs, squinting as he basked in the sun. He saw Hyuga Hinata, around 12 or 13 years old, dressed in a light purple kimono, with shoulder-length black hair. She was hugging a cloth bundle as she ran lightly through the corridor. She ran toward the training ground on the other side of the Hyuga clan compound, her feet tapping softly on the wooden floor with thump, thump, thump. Dark Hyuga Kei watched the girl run past beneath the corridor, her figure reflected in his golden Tenseigan. His lips moved, his voice so soft it was almost a whisper to himself. This is the place. Then he raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. Golden light gathered in his palm. He was going to kill this world's Hyuga Kei, then replace him, and then everything would begin again. He would have everything he never had. Dark Hyuga Kei stood above the clouds, just about to strike and take the place of this world's Hyuga Kei. There was no killing intent in his golden Tenseigan, no pleasure, only an almost hollow calm. Then his pupils suddenly contracted. A fist came blasting in from the side. As Dark Hyuga Kei twisted aside to dodge, the beam of light veered off course and grazed the edge of the training ground before blasting into the distant forest, shaving off half a mountainside. He did not look at the mountain. He stared at the direction where that fist had withdrawn. A spatial crack was slowly closing, and on the other side of the crack stood a person. White hair, blue eyes, combat uniform, forehead protector tied to the upper part of his left arm. That person shook out his hand. His face was ice cold as he looked down at Hyuga Kei from above. Junk, you failed to protect it yourself, and now you want to destroy other people's happiness. With your power, if you really wanted to, you could have found a way to restart the ninja world, right? It was Hyuga Kei, but not the young Hyuga Kei of this world. This Hyuga Kei was wearing the Federation's uniform. Behind him floated 9 truth-seeking balls, and his aura was so powerful that even the clouds were rolling backward. It was none other than Federation Speaker Hyuga Kei. Darkened Hyuga Kei narrowed his eyes. It's you. Federation Speaker Hyuga Kei stepped fully out of the spatial rift and stood opposite darkened Hyuga Kei. The two of them looked at each other across a sea of clouds. I've been waiting for you. You knew I would come? Federation Speaker Hyuga Kei did not answer. He only raised a hand slightly. The 9 truth-seeking balls lined up behind him, each one humming. At the same time, more spatial rifts tore open in the sky. Not one, but many. It was as if this battle had long been predicted, long been arranged, only waiting for the moment darkened Hyuga Kei stepped into this world. From another rift stepped out a Hyuga Kei wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robe. His white hair was combed perfectly, and the cuffs of his sleeves were embroidered with flame patterns. Hokage Hyuga Kei. He seemed to have arrived late, with a face so dead inside it looked like paperwork had tortured all life out of him. I came over in the middle of a meeting. Do you know how many meetings I pushed back? Hurry up and finish this fight so I can get back. I still have a budget proposal to review tonight. Then another rift tore open, and a Hyuga Kei in a white research coat floated out with his arms folded. Researcher Hyuga Kei pushed up the glasses that didn't exist on his nose bridge. I told you my dimensional detector wasn't broken. You all kept saying I was too sensitive. More and more rifts appeared. In the end, there were 10 rifts in total. Together with Federation Speaker Hyuga Kei, who had already been standing on the rooftop opposite, a full 11 Hyuga Keis completely surrounded darkened Hyuga Kei. 10 Hyuga Keis from 10 different parallel worlds. But they had one thing in common. Every single one of them stood at the very peak of his own world. Every single one had received a cross-dimensional message from Federation speaker Hyuga Kei. Every single one had put down what he was doing and rushed over. Darkened Hyuga Kei's golden Tenseigan swept across every version of himself present. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he smiled. Not mockery, not rage. It was an emotion even he himself couldn't describe. All of you are going to stop me? None of the 11 Hyuga Keis answered him. But the positions they stood in had already sealed off every possible escape route. They were here to execute this aberration among Hyuga Keis. In the end, the heavenly screen dimmed, and it did not show the battle that followed. The next heavenly screen is expected in 15 days. Hyuga Kei stared at the heavenly screen with wide eyes. 11 Hyuga Keis, from 11 different parallel worlds. The Federation speaker, the Hokage, the researcher, every one of them stood at the peak of his own world. And the one who had gathered them all was that Federation speaker Hyuga Kei. He had predicted that darkened Hyuga Kei would invade that world, and he had organized an encirclement that spanned parallel universes. Perhaps only the legendary Otsutsuki god, a being said to have already transcended worlds, could do something like that. And the heavenly screen system had been able to do it from the very beginning. At that moment, Hyuga Kei thought of many possibilities. A parallel world Otsutsuki Kei, a parallel world Ninja Federation, even darkened Hyuga Kei invading another parallel world. It always released the most crucial content at the most crucial moment. This didn't feel like a system. He had once thought the system was nothing more than the cheat he got from transmigrating, or maybe something created by the world's will. But now he had another guess. System, what exactly are you? In his mind, the system panel appeared within his consciousness. Host authority. Intermediate. Current query range. Heavenly screen broadcasts. Reward distribution, and related functions. To query deeper system parameters, please increase your authority level. Hyuga Kei narrowed his eyes. Not getting the answer he wanted didn't make him give up. Instead, he changed the question. Who created the heavenly screen system? The system fell silent for a moment, longer than any response it had ever given before. This question exceeds the current authority's query range. Host is advised to obtain the answer through independent investigation. As expected, Hyuga Kei smiled soundlessly, because he already had a vague guess. His parallel world selves could cross between parallel worlds. And the heavenly screen system just happened to possess the same kind of ability. Capturing scenes from parallel worlds, broadcasting across dimensions, even distributing rewards across dimensions. The technological logic behind the two was too similar. Very likely, a parallel world version of himself had created a system capable of crossing dimensions to assist another version of himself, then sent it back into the past, to the most critical turning point. So I'm helping me, and I'm helping myself. There was no evidence for this guess. But the more Hyuga Kei thought about it, the more it felt like the only reasonable explanation. Why had the system never forced him to do anything, and only guided him with rewards? Because no one understood better than he did that forcing himself was useless. It would only make him resist. Why did the system always release the most appropriate content at the most appropriate time? Because he had gone through all of this before, and knew exactly what was needed at every step. Standing in the courtyard, Hyuga Kei suddenly felt like laughing, and at the same time like sighing. What exactly had he gone through to come up with sending a system back across the timeline? Could it really be just to achieve a perfect clear? Thinking more wouldn't get him any answers. Hyuga Kei decided not to think about it for now. Getting stronger was what mattered most. He needed to absorb the rewards from these two heavenly screens, the remaining chakra fruit from last time, and this time's truth-seeking ball form transformation. Hyuga Kei patted away the watermelon juice on his clothes. Hinata, MHM, help me prepare some bathwater. Hinata looked at Hyuga Kei, her eyes full of reluctance. She knew exactly how much pain he had suffered last time. Keikuin, you're going to eat the rest of the fruit, right? Hyuga Kei fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Right. Hinata stood up, walked in front of him, rose on her tiptoes, and gently kissed his forehead. Then I'll go prepare the bathwater for you. Hyuga Kei froze for a second, then smiled. Why aren't you trying to stop me? Because I can't stop you. Hinata lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. And on the heavenly screen, that Kei only broke through the world's barrier after absorbing the divine tree fruit of an entire planet. If he's also targeting our world. Targeting our Reo. She didn't finish the sentence. Hyuga Kei reached out and rubbed her hair. Don't worry, that lunatic won't affect us. But you're right, I need to get stronger first. Strong enough that whether it's Dark Kei or Otsutsuki Ishiki, no matter who comes, I won't be afraid. He turned and walked into the house, taking out the remaining chakra fruit from the system space. 20%. Last time, after eating 1/3 of it, he had jumped from Genin all the way to Kage level. His Tenseigan awakening progress had surged to 27, and he had condensed 3 truth-seeking balls. This time, if he ate all of it, he estimated his awakening progress would reach around 50. That was enough. Soon, Hyuga Hinata finished heating the bathwater. Hyuga Kei sat cross-legged in the bathing tub and stuffed the remaining fruit fragments into his mouth. The flesh melted the instant it entered, like a mass of fire burning from his throat to his stomach, then exploding from his stomach into every limb and bone. Pain. Far more painful than last time. Last time was 1/3. This time was everything that remained. At this moment, he only felt like every single cell in his body was being torn apart and reassembled. His azure Tenseigan shone like 2 searchlights, lighting up the entire room. Azure chakra surged out from his 7 orifices. His pores, every inch of his skin, forming a cocoon of light around him. Hyuga Kei clenched his teeth. Veins bulged on his forehead, and even the blood seeping from his skin was instantly steamed into a faint red mist. Then a pair of arms wrapped around him from behind. Right after that, warmth pressed against his back, the touch of warm, soft skin. At some point, Hinata had already taken off her outer robe and was hugging him tightly from behind. Her chest was pressed to his back, her arms wrapped around his waist, her chin resting against the slightly protruding bone between his shoulder blades. Hinata, go outside first. Hyuga Kei's voice was forced out through clenched teeth. I can't control this power. I might hurt you. She didn't let go. I'm not leaving. You're in so much pain right now. I want to stay with you, Keikuin. Hinata buried her face into the back of his neck. Warm liquid dripped onto his skin. It was impossible to tell whether it was sweat or tears. Every time you bear it all by yourself, hurt by yourself, and never tell me anything. I'm not as strong as you, Keikuin, and I'm not as smart as you, but I can stay with you. If it hurts, then I'll hurt with you. Tenseigan awakening progress, 34.3945%. The system notifications kept ringing in his head non-stop, but he had no mind to look. He focused all his attention on guiding that nearly bursting power through his body, circulating it again and again along the paths of the Otsutsuki cultivation method. Truth-seeking balls began to form behind him from nothing, one after another. 3, 4, 5. When he finally brought the last trace of Berserk Chakra under control, there were exactly 6 truth-seeking balls lined up neatly behind him. Tenseigan awakening progress, 51%, 51% Tenseigan awakening progress, plus 6 truth-seeking balls, plus Taiji Palm. With this panel, fighting Ishiki should be enough, but only if Ishiki still hadn't found a perfect vessel. He opened his eyes. Those eyes had completely changed. Within the azure pupils, a golden radiance slowly flowed. The 6 truth-seeking balls rotated slowly behind him. He lowered his head and looked at his hand, spreading his 5 fingers, then clenching them again. Power surged through his veins. Then he felt the warmth behind him. Hinata was still hugging him. Her arms were wrapped around his waist. Her fingers interlocked in front of his abdomen, holding on tightly, like she was clutching something that might disappear at any moment. Her face was buried against the back of his neck. Her breathing was light, and each warm breath brushed against his skin. Hinata. Her voice was muffled, coming from behind his neck. You can let go now. Iemme fine. Her arms didn't loosen. Instead, they tightened a little. Hyuga Kei could feel her shaking her head, the movement very slight. The patch of skin at the back of his neck where she was pressed against him changed from warm to a little hot. Just let me hold you a little longer. Keikuin, the way you were just now. I was really scared. Hyuga Kei fell silent for a moment. In the middle of that intense pain just now, he hadn't noticed it, but now that the pain had faded, all his senses had returned to normal. Feeling the touch coming from his back, Hyuga Kei wanted to turn around. Hinata had already crossed both hands over her chest. Her face was red all the way from her neck to the tips of her ears, like steam might burst from the top of her head at any second. Don't turn around. Hyuga Kei obediently didn't turn around. He heard splashing water behind him. She was probably trying her best to shrink herself deeper into the water. But the bathing tub was only this big. No matter how much she shrank, there wasn't really anywhere to go. Then why weren't you shy when you rushed over to hug me just now? That was different. At that time, Keikuin was in pain, so I didn't think about anything and just, so you hugged me on your own initiative. Keikun. Hyuga Kei laughed softly, his shoulders shaking a little. We're basically an old married couple already. What's there that I can't look at? There was silence behind him for a moment. No. You go out first. This is my bathing tub. Now it's mine. You go out first. I'll get dressed. Then you can come back in. Hyuga Kei could only stand up from the tub. Water streamed down from his shoulders, tracing all the way along the lines of the muscles on his back. The 6 truth-seeking balls silently gathered behind him, lined up in a row like 6 dark beads floating in midair. He stepped out of the tub, barefoot on the wooden floor, and walked toward the door without looking back. Fine. I'll wait outside. Don't soak too long. If the water gets cold, you'll catch a cold. With a pull of attraction, his clothes automatically flew onto his body. He pushed open the door, stepped outside, and pulled it shut behind him. He stood in the corridor for a moment. The 6 truth-seeking balls slowly revolved behind him, each one as tamed as his own fingers. 51% awakening progress. 6 truth-seeking balls, plus the newly fused truth-seeking ball weapon creation. He rolled his wrist once. Right now, he really wanted to test his current strength. Too bad no one could satisfy that request. He raised his right hand and spread his fingers. The 6 truth-seeking balls flew over from behind him and formed a ring above his palm, rotating slowly. Then the first truth-seeking ball began to deform, extending from a sphere into a short sword. Then came the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, all 6 truth-seeking balls had turned into 6 short swords. This was a fragment of memory from another timeline piecing itself together in his mind. That was all the experience Hyuga Kei had spent years figuring out, and now he had inherited it in full. Hyuga Kei hadn't designed any special abilities for them. Their greatest use was simply sharpness and absolute indestructibility. Hyuga Kei closed his fingers, and the 6 truth-seeking balls turned back into black spheres before disappearing. The door creaked open. Hinata peeked half her head out from inside, the blush on her face not fully faded yet. She had changed into a clean light blue yukata. She was clutching the wet clothes she had taken off in her hand and didn't dare look at him. Nothing happened for the rest of the day. Hyuga Kei took a rare break and stayed close with Hinata. Early the next morning, Black Zetsu rose out of the shadow in the corner of the wall. Hyuga Kei was squatting under the corridor roof, eating a rice ball. Seeing that his dear big brother had arrived, he stuffed the last bite into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. Got news? Black Zetsu didn't waste words. He took out a scroll. The location of Uchiha Hikari's seal is in the eastern border of the Land of Fire, near the former clan grounds of the Uchiha clan from the Warring States period. Hyuga Kei took the scroll Black Zetsu handed over, opened it, and gave it a glance. The marked location on the map was very remote. It was still over half a day from the nearest village, and all around it were deep mountains and old forests. He closed the scroll and tucked it into his clothes. Remember your promise. What he meant was to protect Kagaya. After saying that, Black Zetsu didn't stay any longer and vanished from where he stood. Meanwhile, Hyuga Kei had already gone through Uchiha Hikari's file from beginning to end in his mind. A war weapon of the Uchiha clan from the Warring States period. A possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and wielder of the Dojutsu Yachihoko. Yachihoko, an ability with both mental control and chakra absorption. On the battlefield, it was an unsolvable existence, comparable to an enhanced version of Tsukuyami. If she were even given enough time to use Yachihoko on everyone, she could absorb the chakra of every person in the ninja world. To put it bluntly, it was theft. To put it nicely, wasn't it just gathering the power of the people? That was way too Federation. It was practically made for Hyuga Kei. As for her appearance, she looked like a female version of Uchiha Madara. Then she had been pushed onto the battlefield by her clansmen as a weapon of war, stripped of her name, and renamed Mume. Later, they feared her power and sealed her away. Counting the time, she had probably only been in her early teens when she was sealed. Hyuga Kei suddenly felt like his own darkened parallel world counterpart didn't seem all that miserable anymore. At least that guy had slaughtered his own clan himself, instead of being used up by his whole clan as a tool and then thrown into a seal, and then left in the darkness for hundreds of years. According to the original plotline, she would be awakened by the Zero organization a little over 10 years later, then manipulated into wanting revenge against the ninja world. And what Hyuga Kei wanted was to release her ahead of time and use her for himself. But that was also the biggest problem. How was he supposed to persuade this beautiful, strong, tragic girl? For people like Orochimaru, you could convince them with benefits. But Uchiha Hikari only wanted revenge on the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Itachi had already completed that goal for her. So what was he supposed to do? Ask if she wanted to wipe them out again? Thinking that, Hyuga Kei sighed. Looks like I can only use my kingly aura. My personal charm. Hyuga Kei stuffed the scroll into his robe and patted the rice grains stuck to his hand. Hinata, I'm heading out for a bit. Hinata was folding clothes under the corridor. Hearing him, she looked up, stood, and helped straighten his collar. Be careful on the road. Hyuga Kei lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead, then turned and pushed open the courtyard gate. 6 truth-seeking balls silently formed behind him. A Saiyan chakra cloak covered his whole body. Repulsive force exploded beneath his feet, and his entire body turned into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Eastern border of the Land of Fire. It had taken a few minutes to fly over from Kusagakure. Hyuga Kei hovered in midair, using the Tenseigan to see through layers of dense forest and lock onto the location of the seal. It was an unremarkable low mountain. Vines and moss crawled all over its surface, and it looked no different from the surrounding woodland. But in the Tenseigan's vision, inside the mountain was a mass of stagnant chakra, like a flame sealed in amber. Hyuga Kei raised his right hand. One truth-seeking ball flew out from behind him and turned into a small sword in his palm. He casually pointed, and the little sword shot from his hand, cutting into the mountain. The rock split apart like tofu, the cut smooth as a mirror. The entire low mountain cracked in half down the middle and slowly slid apart to both sides, revealing inside the mountain an ancient sealing jutsu wrapped layer upon layer in talismans. The patterns of the seal had already dimmed, but at its core, a faint light was still flickering. Hyuga Kei landed at the edge of the split and looked down. At the center of the sealing jutsu, a young girl was curled up, like a butterfly frozen in amber. She looked only 12 or 13 years old. Her long black hair fell over her shoulders, her face pale and delicate, her eyes tightly shut, her lips without the slightest trace of color. She wore shinobi clothes from the Warring States era, with the Uchiha clan's fan crest embroidered on the cuffs and collar. Hyuga Kei looked down at her from above and ran through all the lines he had prepared in his head from beginning to end. He had prepared several different sets of lines on the way here. The first was reason. Starting from the Uchiha clan massacre and moving to the current state of the ninja world, he would appeal to both logic and emotion, persuading her to join the Federation and fight the Otsutsuki together. The second was emotion. He would start from the point that he too was an outcast toyed with by fate, build emotional resonance, and let her feel long-lost warmth. The third was force. If the first two failed, then he'd defight her first and talk reason after beating her into submission. He had even simulated over a dozen branches of conversation in his mind, each one with her possible reactions and his replies prepared in advance. Hyuga Kei dispelled the repulsive force field around himself and dropped into the center of the sealing array. He crouched down, stretched out a finger, and tapped the seal. The seal began to tremble violently. Cracks spread from the point where his fingertip landed, racing in every direction. Then, with a thunderous crash, it shattered. The girl's eyelids trembled. Hyuga Kei stood up and stepped back half a pace, giving her enough space. He adjusted his expression, making sure he looked gentle. The girl opened her eyes. They were a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Against the crimson backdrop, intricate patterns slowly rotated. She looked at him. He looked at her. Hyuga Kei opened his mouth, ready to say his first line. Then the girl moved. She sprang up from the ground and actually threw herself at Hyuga Kei. Hyuga Kei was just about to use repulsive force to knock her away, but in the next instant, he didn't sense any killing intent at all. That moment of hesitation was enough for Uchiha Hikari to reach him. Before Hyuga Kei could react, a soft, fragrant body fell into his arms, and then warm lips pressed against his. He got forcefully kissed. The savior of the ninja world, a 6 paths level powerhouse, the actual controller of Kusugakure, the possessor of the Tenseigan at this moment completely crashed. He got forcefully kissed. MMPH. Instinctively, he tried to lean back, but the girl's arms were wrapped around him so tightly, like a drowning person clutching the last piece of driftwood. Her lips were cold, yet at the same time intensely passionate and active. Only 2 thoughts flashed through Hyuga Kei's mind in time. The first thought, female hooligan. The second thought, Hinata.
I am sorry.
Your husband's first kiss got stolen today. Were Uchiha women all this fierce? What happened to beautiful, strong, and tragic? What happened to a weapon of war? What happened to being sealed for hundreds of years? The moment you come out, you just start biting someone on the mouth? What kind of move is that? Are we even that close? Hyuga Kei's Tenseigan widened into perfect circles as he stared at the beautiful girl in front of him. Her black hair hung messily over her shoulders. Her eyes were tightly shut, and tears spilled from the corners of them, running down her cheeks and slipping into the gap between their overlapping lips. Salty. Hyuga Kei's strongest brain started working at full speed. He already had a rough guess. The other party clearly knew him, and their relationship was obviously very deep. Hyuga Kei reached out and gently patted her back, signaling for her to let go first. His lips were starting to hurt from being bitten. What happened to the Uchiha's cold pride? Why was she this passionate when kissing? Was there really that much contrast? Let go first. The girl didn't let go. Instead, she buried her face into the crook of his neck. Her long hair brushed all over his neck, making goosebumps rise all over his body. You came. You finally came. Her tone was filled with extreme grievance, like a wronged little wife, as if she were accusing Hyuga Kei of pulling up his pants and refusing to acknowledge her afterward. Hyuga Kei froze for a moment. You know me? The girl lifted her face. She stared at his for a long time, then nodded hard. You said you would come find me, so I kept waiting for you, until you finally came. Hyuga Kei said nothing. Uchiha Hikari looked at his face, then buried hers back into the crook of his neck and tightened her arms around him even more. Damn, just how big of an emotional debt had his future self racked up? Hyuga Kei already had the answer. Very clearly, the two had known each other long ago, and it had been back in the Warring States era. A future Hyuga Kei had traveled back to the Warring States era, saved Uchiha Hikari, and told her that he would come find her in the future. And so Uchiha Hikari had waited here all this time, waiting for Hyuga Kei to appear and take her away from this place. In the original game from his previous life, There had already been a scene where Boruto traveled back and saved Uchiha Hikari. Clearly, his future self had done the same thing too. If there's anything to say, let's talk after we get back. Hinata Kei gave up struggling. He pulled out a spare coat from a ceiling scroll and draped it over her shoulders. Let's head back first. Can you walk? Or should I carry you? Uchiha Hikari finally moved. She didn't look up. She only moved her face away from his chest and lowered her head to look at her bare feet. She had just stepped barefoot on broken stones, leaving behind faint bloodstains. Hinata Kei saw it too. He didn't say anything. He just turned around and crouched down, offering her his back. Get on. After 2 seconds of silence, a pair of arms wrapped around his neck from behind. Hinata Kei carried her onto his back. Repulsive force exploded beneath his feet. A Saiyan chakra cloak surged up, and the two of them shot into the sky. No matter what, whether it was emotional debt or anything else, at the very least, the result was good. As long as the goal had been achieved, everything else could be discussed later. Hinata Kei landed in the courtyard with Uchiha Hikari on his back, and the Saiyan chakra cloak withdrew into his body. He stepped onto the wooden floor beneath the corridor, bent his knees slightly, and gently lowered the person on his back. The moment Uchiha Hikari's feet touched the ground, Hinata pushed open the door and came out from inside. She was wearing that light blue pajama set, with a thin coat draped over it. Clearly, she hadn't slept at all. She had been waiting for him to come back. Then she saw the girl standing behind Hinata Kei. Long black hair, pale face, wearing Hinata Kei's coat, barefoot and also looking at her. The two looked at each other. Then Uchiha Hikari let go of Hinata Kei, rushed forward in 2 quick steps, spread her arms, and pulled Hinata into a full embrace. Sister Hinata, long time no see. I missed you so much. Even though Uchiha Hikari was older than Hinata by who knew how many hundreds of years, she still kept the habit of calling her sister Hinata. Hinata's whole body froze. Her chin rested on top of Uchiha Hikari's head. Her eyes were wide as she looked at Hinata Kei, confusion written all over her face. It was like she was asking him what exactly was going on right now. Hinata Kei covered his face, just as expected. He knew this would happen. Hikari, let go first. Hinata's about to stop breathing. Uchiha Hikari obediently released her and stepped back half a step, but her hand still rested on Hinata's shoulders. She tilted her head up and looked at Hinata. Sister Hinata, you're a little shorter than the last time we met. Hinata opened and closed her mouth. Have we met before? We have. Uchiha Hikari nodded, her tone certain. But that was in the future. Right now, you still don't know me. The amount of information in that sentence completely crashed Hinata's brain. Hinata Kei let out a sigh, stepped forward, and pushed both of them toward the room, one hand on each. Let's talk inside, let's talk inside. Hikari, sit down first. Hinata, don't panic. I'll explain. The three of them went inside. Hinata and Uchiha Hikari sat side by side on one side of the low table, while Hinata Kei sat opposite them. Uchiha Hikari very naturally wrapped herself around Hinata's arm and leaned her head against her shoulder. Hinata's whole body was stiff. Clearly, she wasn't used to this. Hinata Kei poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one to each of them. Then, using the shortest words possible, he explained Uchiha Hikari's origins. A Uchiha war weapon from the Warring States period. Her name had been taken away by her clansmen, and she was renamed No Name. She possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. With the Dojutsu Yachihoko, because her power was too great, her clansmen feared her. After using her, they sealed her away deep in the mountains, where she remained for hundreds of years. The us from the future traveled back there and probably did something that made her keep waiting until now. After Hinata Kei finished speaking, he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Hinata stayed silent for a long time. She lowered her head and looked at Uchiha Hikari leaning against her shoulder, her eyes full of heartache. Such a good girl. Yet she had suffered so much because of war. Hinata raised her other hand and gently covered the back of Uchiha Hikari's hand. From now on, you'll live here. I'll go find you a change of clothes. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Uchiha Hikari sweetly called out. Thank you, Sister Hinata. Watching this scene, Hinata Kei gave his wife a thumbs up in his heart. What was called the composure of the main wife. This was what the composure of the main wife looked like. Then Hinata Kei tactfully withdrew from the room and pulled the door shut behind him, handing over the task of taking care of Uchiha Hikari to Hinata-chan. The two of them went to the bathroom and very quickly the room filled with warm steam. Hinata tested the temperature of the water in the wooden tub, then added another ladle of hot water and stirred it back and forth with her wrist. Only after confirming it wasn't too hot did she pull her hand back. She turned around to get a bath towel only to find that at some point, the girl had already taken off her clothes and was standing half a step behind her, head tilted as she watched her. Sister Hinata, can I wash now? Why yes, but wait a moment first. I'll go get you a change of clothes. Hinata took out a set of light sai and yukata she had never worn before from the cabinet, folded it neatly, and placed it on the low stool beside the bath. She arranged everything one by one, and just as she turned to leave, Uchiha Hikari had already risen halfway out of the tub. Her wet black hair clung to her shoulders, and one hand reached out to tug on Hinata's sleeve. Sister Hinata, won't you wash with me? And no, I'll wait outside. If you need anything, just call me. She practically walked out with both arms and legs moving in sync, then pulled the door shut behind her. She stood there with her back against the door for 2 seconds, then squatted down and buried her face in her knees. Where exactly did Keikuin bring this girl back from? She's way too affectionate. And she keeps calling me sister. From inside the room came the sound of splashing water, along with Uchiha Hikari softly humming an unknown tune. Hinata lifted her face from her knees, took a deep breath, stood up and patted her cheeks. Hinata, you can do this. You're the main wife. You have to show the composure of the main wife. Don't panic, don't panic. She walked over and gently pulled the door open. Uchiha Hikari was lying against the edge of the wooden tub, her black hair floating on the water like a dark cloud of ink. Hearing the door, she turned her head and smiled at Hinata. Hinata picked up a wooden comb, walked behind her, gathered up her wet long hair, and started combing upward little by little from the ends. Hikari, you said we'd know each other in the future. What was I like back then? She slightly turned her head and rubbed her cheek against the back of Hinata's hand, then simply started talking about those past events. At dusk, Hinata Kei was lying on the ground, his consciousness in a half-awake, half-asleep state. When he was poked awake by a finger, he opened his eyes. Hinata was standing in front of him, the setting sun shining from behind her and casting her shadow over him. She lowered her head, both hands behind her back, making it impossible to see her expression. It's Hinata. Keikuin, is there something you want to tell me? Within 0.3 seconds, Hinata Kei's brain understood the situation. That tone, that phrasing, this wasn't a question. It was a fatal trap. Clearly, Hinata had found out about him being forcibly kissed. He slowly sat up straight and placed both hands properly on his knees. Was your first kiss stolen? Her voice was muffled, giving away neither anger nor joy. I know it wasn't your fault, but I'm still really angry. Her eyes turned even redder, and her voice trembled. Obviously, I came first. I understand there are other girls around you, Keikuin, but I was clearly the first one to know you. She raised her hand and wiped the corner of her eye, her voice getting softer and softer. Why wasn't even your first kiss mine? Hinata Kei swallowed. After a storm of thoughts, he chose to reach out and gently pull her into his arms. Hinata didn't struggle. She buried her face in his chest. Hinata, MHM. He lowered his head and looked into Hinata's eyes. Actually, whenever you want to kiss me, you can. Even right now. Hinata froze for a moment. Then her face went from light pink to deep red, and from deep red to a rich crimson. She raised both hands at the same time. One finger, then 2 fingers, pressed against Hyuga Kei's lips. Then her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she stood on tiptoe. Her fingers moved away, and her lips pressed against his. Her kiss was much gentler than Uchiha Hikari's. Warm, careful, and cautious. Then it was as if she remembered something, and her movements suddenly became forceful. She lightly nibbled Hyuga Kei twice. She stepped back half a pace. A trace of moisture still lingered on her lips. The redness around her eyes had mostly faded, replaced by the satisfaction of a small animal successfully defending its territory. All right, that way Keikuin's first kiss is still mine. Hyuga Kei stood there in a daze for a long while. He suddenly felt like something about that logic was off, but he couldn't figure out what. This girl was really easy to satisfy. He lowered his head to look at Hinata and reached out to tuck a loose strand of hair by her ear behind it. You don't need to compare over something like this. You'll always be the most special one in my heart. Hinata had completely lost the anger from just now. She nodded happily. Hikari is waiting for you in the bathroom. She has some things to tell you. I'm going to prepare dinner. Be good to her, just like you are to me. In order to wait for you, she willingly let herself be sealed and endured 100 years of darkness. After hearing Uchiha Hikari's story, this girl had already acknowledged Uchiha Hikari's place in her heart. And in her heart, wanting to monopolize Hyuga Kei was selfish. After saying that, she turned around and ran back into the house in a flash, her steps thumping loudly against the floorboards. Hyuga Kei stood in the hallway and watched her flee back to her room. He raised a hand and touched his lower lip. It was a little swollen. He had been bitten twice in one day. He let out a sigh, then turned and walked toward the bathroom. The steam in the bathroom still hadn't fully dispersed. He walked to the doorframe and knocked. Hikari, can I come in? Come in. Uchiha Hikari's voice came from inside. Hyuga Kei pushed the door open. Steam filled the bathroom, and the air still carried the faint scent of soapberry. Uchiha Hikari sat on a low stool. She had already changed into a clean set of clothes, and Hinata's light blue yukata fit her just right. Hearing his footsteps, she looked up. Hyuga Kei sat down on a wooden stool across from her, the two of them separated by an arm's length. Uchiha Hikari's gaze remained fixed on his face the whole time. In that look were trust and dependence. Hyuga Kei asked. You already know about the future, right? Uchiha Hikari nodded. Hyuga Kei was silent for a moment before speaking the rest of it aloud. The Otsutsuki clan wants to destroy the ninja world. I need enough power to stop them, so I want to ask for your help. Uchiha Hikari looked at Hyuga Kei seriously, without the slightest hesitation. I am willing to help you. He still never played by the usual rules. All the words Hyuga Kei had prepared were shoved right back down his throat. I thought you'd at least ask what I wanted you to do. Uchiha Hikari's eyelashes trembled slightly. She lifted her head and smiled at him. If it hadn't been for you back then, I might have already gone mad. So it doesn't matter what the ninja world is, and it doesn't matter what the Otsutsuki are. You just said you need me, so I'll go do it. Hyuga Kei looked at her, wanting to say some words of thanks, but he felt that any thanks would be too light in front of her. What had he ever done to deserve two girls being this devoted to him? He took out a small sealing scroll from his robe and undid the seal. A glass jar appeared, and inside it, a Sharingan floated up and down. After Obito died, he had personally removed and preserved this Mangekyo Sharingan. The dojutsu of this Mangekyo is called Kamui. It can transfer oneself or objects into a different space, and it can also make the body intangible, rendering physical attacks ineffective. More importantly, the Kamui dimension exists independently of this world. No matter what methods the enemy uses, they won't be able to detect what's inside the Kamui space. His voice paused slightly. I want you to replicate the dojutsu inside it. When the time comes, I'll need you to hide people in the Kamui space in advance. This is the most important part of the plan. Uchiha Hikari looked at the slowly rotating Mangekyo Sharingan in the glass jar and didn't hesitate for even a second. Alright, Hyuga Kei asked, you're not going to ask anything else? You said you need me. Uchiha Hikari's tone was so matter-of-fact that it was like she was saying the sun rises in the east. Hyuga Kei fell silent for a breath, then smiled. There was no point trying to explain grand principles to this girl. The transplant process will hurt a lot. You have to endure it. The more Uchiha Hikari was like this, the more guilty Hyuga Kei felt. He had just brought her out of the seal, only to make her suffer this kind of pain, and she had willingly accepted that seal in the first place. Also, she could wait for Hyuga Kei to come find her. What Hyuga Kei didn't know was that, back then, he had once been the only light in Uchiha Hikari's life. Uchiha Hikari nodded, her expression unchanged. I know. Before, they had replicated Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi into my eyes. Hyuga Kei smiled bitterly, only then realizing that what he had said was pointless. The Uchiha clan had treated Uchiha Hikari as a weapon of war. They had replicated dojutsu such as Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi into her eyes. Hyuga Kei said nothing. He placed the glass jar on the low table, then reached out and gently pressed his hand on top of Uchiha Hikari's head, rubbing her half-dry black hair. This time is different. This time, you can hold on to me. If it hurts, bite me. Uchiha Hikari's eyelashes trembled lightly. Then she opened both arms and buried her whole body into his embrace. Her face pressed against his chest. Her arms wrapped around his waist, and her 10 fingers clasped together behind his back. You said it. MHM. I said it. Hyuga Kei opened the glass jar and used gravitational force to lift the Kamui Sharingan, making it hover above his palm. Then he raised his other hand, his fingertip touching the edge of Uchiha Hikari's left eye socket. I'm starting now. He guided the power of Kamui and injected it little by little into the pathways of Uchiha Hikari's Sharingan. There was no knife, no operating table. With chakra control precision at the Tenseigan level, he could complete this process in the gentlest way possible. But no matter how gentle it was, couldn't change the fact that this ocular power was clashing inside her eyeball. Uchiha Hikari's body suddenly went taut. Her fingers clenched the clothes on his back, her knuckles turning white. Hyuga Kei's movements did not stop. He knew that stopping now would only make her suffer through the pain one more time. The only thing he could do was be fast. The Mangekyo Sharingan rotated within Uchiha Hikari's eye, and then Kamui's dojutsu was engraved into her eye little by little. The entire process only lasted 10 minutes. Uchiha Hikari's arms were still tightly locked around his waist. She didn't make a single sound. Only her breathing had become a little more hurried. It's done. Hyuga Kei withdrew his finger, and the light of the Tenseigan dimmed. Uchiha Hikari didn't let go, and he didn't urge her to. After a few breaths, she lifted her face from his chest. Hyuga Kei asked, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Uchiha Hikari blinked, as if testing the new dojutsu. Then she raised her right hand and spread her 5 fingers. The air in her palm twisted for an instant, then returned to normal. No, Kamui's different space is very large. Hinata nodded. Just as he had expected, the Kamui engraved into her eyes was now completely different from Obito's Kamui. It was no longer connected to the Kamui dimension of Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan. He stood up and reached a hand out to her. You worked hard. Come on. It's time for dinner. Uchiha Hikari took his hand. She didn't stand right away. Instead, she used his arm to pull herself up, then naturally wrapped herself around his arm. her whole body hanging off it. Hinata lowered his head and glanced at her. She looked up at him with an innocent expression. Why aren't you walking? I'm tired. Carry me. The morning after the heavenly curtain ended. The expected peace did not last long. Hinata, and Uchiha Hikari were still sitting around the table eating breakfast. As for Sasuke and Hinata Tianhua, they did not live together with Hinata. They had already gone out early in the morning to deal with Federation affairs. Hinata was peeling an egg for him at the side. Across the low table, Uchiha Hikari was lying there, poking at the pickled radish in the dish with her chopsticks. She poked it once, watched the radish spin around in the soy sauce, then poked it again. If you're not eating it, don't play with it, Hinata said vaguely with a rice ball in his mouth. I'm waiting for it to soak in the flavor. It's already been soaking in soy sauce all night. Then I'm waiting for it to soak in even more flavor. Hinata was too lazy to argue with her. But the next moment, his movements stopped, his chopsticks hanging in midair. His golden Tenseigan suddenly lit up. The space outside the courtyard gate was torn open, and a pitch-black crack appeared. He's here. He had been waiting for this moment for half a month. He had been waiting since the day he killed Obito, since the day he ate the fragment of the chakra fruit, since the day he brought Uchiha Hikari home. He had laid out so many backup plans and hidden so many trump cards just to wait for this person to deliver himself to the door. And now, he had come. The portal fully opened. A man stepped out from inside. A black kimono, the collar slightly open, and a diamond-shaped black mark on his chin. Jigen's shell, Otsutsuki Ishiki's soul. At this moment, he stood in the courtyard with an easy posture, like a neighbor dropping by for a visit. Hinata's hand stopped. Uchiha Hikari put down her chopsticks. Looking at the visitor, Hinata swallowed the omelet in his mouth and asked, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Ishiki raised a brow slightly. "If not, sit down and eat with us." Hinata pointed at the porridge on the table with his chopsticks. This plain porridge was simmered for a long time. "Give it a try." Ishiki looked at him. Those eyes looked down on Hinata as they sized him up. This was the pride of the Otsutsuki clan. He simply did not fear any scheme Hinata might have. In his eyes, Hinata was merely pretending to be calm. Then he smiled. "Sure." He sat down across the table directly facing Hinata. Hinata instinctively went on guard, but Hinata gently pressed the back of her hand under the table. Uchiha Hikari did not react much. She only pulled the dish of pickled radish a little closer to herself. This girl was actually pretty protective of her food. Hinata tilted his chin toward the kitchen. "Hinata, go get him a bowl and chopsticks." Hinata was a little nervous, but she got up and went to the kitchen. Ishiki's gaze remained fixed on Hinata the entire time. "You're calmer than I imagined." Hinata smiled. "You're more ordinary than I imagined. I thought the Otsutsuki clan would have more presence. At least bring a few subordinates. They're all dead." Ishiki's tone was calm. "Thanks to you." "You're welcome." Hinata came back carrying a bowl and chopsticks, placed them in front of Ishiki, then sat back down beside Hinata. Ishiki picked up the chopsticks and put a piece of omelet into his mouth. He ate very elegantly. Not fake elegance, but the kind of arrogance carved into his bones. "Tastes good. Thanks." With only a low table between them, the two looked like newly acquainted neighbors exchanging pleasantries. "Aren't you afraid I'll attack directly?" Ishiki looked at Hinata. His calmness did not seem fake. Hinata sized Ishiki up from head to toe. This was the first Otsutsuki he had seen in person. He had prepared against the Otsutsuki as imaginary enemies for so long, but the first one he had truly met was still Ishiki. Hinata said, "You didn't attack directly either. That means you're not here to fight. At least not right now." Ishiki looked at Hinata, the appreciation on his face growing stronger. "You're very smart, and I have always appreciated smart people. Appreciate me enough to want me as your vessel?" "Yes." Ishiki said it openly, without the slightest attempt to hide it. "Your Tenseigan has already fully awakened. Your physical condition and compatibility are the most perfect on this planet. 10,000 times better than this broken body I have now. So you want to persuade me? I want to give you a choice." Ishiki leaned back where he sat, very relaxed. "Hinata, you're very special. Even among the Otsutsuki main family, your talent would rank high. Those fools don't know how to value what they have. But I do. I not only know how strong you are now, I also know how high your limit is." He lifted a finger and tapped the kama on his chin. Kama, the Otsutsuki clan's reincarnation secret technique. It compresses one's will and abilities into a kama and engraves it into the vessel's genes. Once the vessel withstands the erosion of the kama, perfect reincarnation can be completed after death. "I can teach you kama. You can find your own vessel. After that, I can revive using your body. No one has to die and there is no need to fight." He picked up the bowl of porridge and took another sip. "After leaving here, I can introduce you to the Otsutsuki main family. With your talent and with how rare the Tenseigan is, your status in the Otsutsuki main family would not be low. You can also mark the ninja world as your territory. The Otsutsuki main family sends people to recover the fruit because this planet falls under their jurisdiction. But if a member of the main family formally declares sovereignty over this planet, then it becomes legitimate territory. You and your ninja world can remain safe and sound. The morning light crossed over the courtyard wall and shone down on the low table. Hinata put down his chopsticks. Done talking? I have a few questions too. I'm done. Hinata wiped his mouth, then smiled as well. If I'm going to join the Otsutsuki, I need to know how strong the Otsutsuki clan really is. So in this universe, how powerful are the Otsutsuki, and how many forces stand on the same level as them? Hinata still wanted to extract more information. He needed to know exactly what enemies he would be facing in the future. Hinata knew the dark forest theory from his previous life, and the information revealed by the heavenly curtain had been far too little. It had only let him know that there were other forces besides the Otsutsuki clan. He was making plans for the future. Now that someone who knew some intelligence had finally shown up, Hinata naturally had no intention of letting him go. A faint smile appeared on Ishiki's face. This topic touched on the thing the Otsutsuki were proudest of. In this infinite universe, the Otsutsuki are not the only supreme force. There are many powers on the same level, and countless forms of strength you cannot even imagine. You hide on this planet like an ant guarding an anthill, guarding this little chakra fruit and fighting over a tiny, insignificant bit of profit. And I can take you to a higher place. The Star Alliance Council governs 17 superclusters. The Otsutsuki are only one branch among them, but even so, the Otsutsuki are one of the top civilizations within it. Hinata nodded. So you're not the strongest. We're not. Ishiki did not deny it. But we are strong enough. And more importantly, we are the best path of evolution. Using the body to bear divinity, and using the chakra fruit to drive evolution. Some civilizations abandoned the flesh. Some abandoned emotion. Some abandoned self-awareness. But the Otsutsuki kept all of it.
Hinata nodded.
So that's why you want me to join you. Ishiki smiled. That smile carried pure arrogance. You're standing too low. Only by joining us can you truly display your talent. Ishiki extended a finger and drew a circle on the low table. This is the ninja world. A civilization that hasn't even stepped out of its own star system. You think the Otsutsuki are invaders, but on the scale of the universe, the Otsutsuki are only harvesting the crops they planted themselves. This planet belongs to the Otsutsuki clan. The chakra fruit is also mine. I came back to take what belongs to me. That is perfectly reasonable. And this price is also perfectly reasonable. Hand your body over to me, and I'll give this planet and the karma to you. That is fair. Hinata did not answer. He set his chopsticks on the rim of the bowl, producing a light tapping sound. One more question. Ask, what makes you think I'll agree? Ishiki was utterly confident. Because you have no choice. Hinata rose to his feet. Whether I do or not, we'll know after we fight. The wooden table between them exploded into dust in the next instant. The collision of their two forces directly crushed the low table apart. Wood chips and the porridge bowl froze in midair for a fraction of a second before the shockwave blasted them over the courtyard wall. Hinata and Uchiha Hikari had already retreated beneath the corridor. The Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Hikari's left eye turned slightly as she pulled Hinata into the Kamui dimension. She still had her own task to complete. Ishiki stepped back and stood in the center of the courtyard. The hem of his black kimono was pressed flat against the ground by the rushing air, then flipped upward. Hinata stood opposite him, entering Tenseigan chakra mode. Saiyan chakra burst across his entire body, and 6 truth-seeking balls spread out behind him. 6 truth-seeking balls. Twice the 3 from the intelligence. Looking at Hinata in his current state, Ishiki gave his evaluation. Repulsive force exploded beneath Hinata feet, and he had already shot into the sky. Ishiki also rose into the air, his kimono snapping loudly in the fierce wind. In the air, the 6 truth-seeking balls behind Hinata trembled all at once. 2 of them suddenly stretched and transformed into 2 short swords that shot forward. The blades tore through the clouds, carving out 2 straight trails. Ishiki turned sideways. The first blade brushed past the tip of his nose. The second was already at his throat. He raised his right hand. A black rod condensed out of thin air in his palm, then swept across. The short sword was knocked away, spinning as it stabbed into a distant mountainside. With a thunderous boom, half the mountain peak collapsed. Is that all? Before Ishiki had even finished speaking, Hinata had already appeared above his head. Both palms held in a loose embrace, he opened with reincarnation taiji. Attraction. Ishiki's body involuntarily tipped forward. In that half-inch of movement, Hinata knee had already slammed into his chest. Crack. The sound of ribs breaking rang out clearly. Ishiki was blasted backward by that knee strike. He flipped twice in midair before finally steadying himself. He looked down at the caved-in outline on his chest, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Interesting. He raised a hand, all 5 fingers spread. Dozens of black rods shot out of the void. Every single one was minuscule, shrunk by his dojutsu Sukuna Hikona to a limit the naked eye could barely catch. But Hinata Kai's Tenseigan saw them clearly. A repulsive barrier spread out. The toothpick-sized black rods slammed into the invisible wall, their speed sharply dropping. But at the instant they touched the barrier, all of the rods returned to their original size at the same time, turning into pitch-black spears as thick as arms, their momentum completely unchanged. One of the black rods actually pierced through the repulsive field and nailed itself into Hinata Kai's left shoulder. Blood burst out. Hinata Kai let out a muffled grunt. He grabbed the black rod with his right hand and yanked it out, sending blood spraying everywhere in the next instant. But his body was already unbelievably powerful. The wound had fully healed by the very next moment. Ishiki gave him no chance to catch his breath. His figure vanished, then appeared behind Hinata Kai in the next instant. Another black rod condensed in his palm and stabbed straight for Hinata Kai's heart from behind. Hinata Kai once again transformed a truth-seeking ball into a small shield and blocked it in front of the black rod. Clang. The sound of metal crashing against metal rang out. The black rod struck the truth-seeking ball shield and shattered inch by inch. Hinata Kai seized the opening and turned around. His right hand formed a palm strike. 8 trigrams crashing palm. The edge of his palm cut into Ishiki's neck, and repulsive force erupted at the instant of contact. Ishiki's neck twisted to the side. Not because he dodged it, but because the blow had bent it sideways. His whole body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. He smashed through the clouds, smashed through a flock of birds, and crashed into the ground. The shockwave uprooted every tree within a 100-meter radius. Dirt and shattered stone shot into the sky like a fountain. Hinata Kai hovered in midair, looking down at the giant crater that was still smoking. He watched blood run down from his left shoulder along his sleeve. That last hit had definitely not been light. Ishiki's dojutsu really was difficult to deal with, but Hinata Kai had discovered that his ability could not shrink truth-seeking balls. That was his advantage. At the bottom of the crater, Ishiki stood back up. His neck was still bent, twisted at an angle no living person should have been able to survive. Then he raised his hand, grabbed his own jaw, and snapped it back. After a horrifying crack that made the scalp go numb, his neck returned to normal. "You're stronger than I expected." He raised his head and looked at Hinata Kai in the sky, a smile still hanging at the corner of his mouth. "But if this is all you've got, then you should still hand your body over to me." The ground beneath his feet exploded, and his whole body shot upward. The two clashed again within the clouds, exchanging several moves in an instant. Every blow landed solidly on the other's body, leaving fresh wounds. Then they both retreated at the same time. Hinata Kai lowered his head and glanced at the 7 or 8 bloody holes in his body. Then looked up at Ishiki opposite him, who was just as tattered. Suddenly he smiled. This had been Hinata Kai's plan all along. Abandon the flashy abilities, return to the most primitive method, and play to his own advantage. His body was his own original one, backed by Otsutsuki bloodline and reforged by the chakra fruit. When bones shattered, they healed instantly. When muscles tore apart, they regenerated in the blink of an eye. But Ishiki could not do that. The body he was parasitizing, Jigen's body, was only a low-grade vessel. Every injury, every bit of chakra spent on repairing himself wore that body down further. In the original story, he had even run out of chakra from fighting Naruto and Sasuke together. You had to understand, in the late stage of this world where everyone practically had infinite chakra, for a 6 paths level powerhouse to actually run out of chakra was simply absurd. And the battle was still continuing. Above the clouds, the two blood-soaked figures collided once more. Hinata Kai's left shoulder blade had only just healed. Ishiki's ribs had only just reconnected. Yet, as if they had agreed beforehand, the two of them gave up defense at the same time. The truth-seeking balls turned into 6 short swords and stabbed toward Ishiki from 6 different directions at once. Ishiki did not dodge. He lifted a hand, and dozens of black rods shot out of the void, meeting the truth-seeking balls with even greater numbers. Sword and rod collided in midair. Before the clashing metal had even stopped ringing, the two had already slammed into each other. This time it was pure hand-to-hand combat. Ishiki's knife hand thrust toward Hinata Kai's lower abdomen. Hinata Kai did not retreat. He endured the knife hand stabbing into his stomach and stepped forward half a pace. His forehead smashed hard into Ishiki's nose bridge, and blood sprayed everywhere. Ishiki let out a muffled groan and drove his knee toward Hinata Kai's ribs. Hinata Kai did not block. He answered with a knee strike of his own, knee against knee. The sound of bones cracking rang out from both of them at the same time. It was as if they were competing to see whose body would give out first. Damn it, how does this bastard know my weakness? Ishiki felt his vessel growing weaker and weaker, and he realized what Hyuga Kei was planning. Without hesitation, he gave up the close fight and retreated. A massive black cube suddenly appeared in the air and crashed down toward Hyuga Kei. Hyuga Kei looked up, recalled his truth-seeking balls, and spread them above his head into a massive shield, producing a harsh grinding sound. Then the shield shattered. Not because it was broken, but because Hyuga Kei dispelled it himself. He shot out from beneath the shield, all 6 truth-seeking balls merging in his hand and transforming into a giant sword that stabbed straight for Ishiki's heart. Ishiki twisted to the side. The blade scraped past his chest, tearing open a wound so deep the bone could be seen. He kicked the giant sword away with a backhand motion, and a black rod shot out from his palm, driving straight into Hyuga Kei's right shoulder. But Hyuga Kei ignored the injury and gave him no chance to breathe, charging at Ishiki again. The two fought from the clouds to the ground, then from the ground to the mountain ridge. The ridge was smashed through. Before the shattered rocks could even hit the ground, the two had already moved onto the lake surface. The lake water was blasted into the sky by the shockwaves, forming a torrential rain that lasted for dozens of breaths. But in the non-stop taijutsu clash, Hyuga Kei gradually began to fall into the disadvantage. Hyuga Kei forcefully took one of Ishiki's black rod strikes, borrowing the impact to send himself flying backward. A bloody hole had opened in his chest. He lowered his head and glanced at the wound, then looked up at Ishiki's current state and decided it was about enough. Let's call a truce for today. We'll fight again tomorrow. Then he turned around and ran. The azure chakra cloak dragged out a straight trail of light as he flew at full speed toward the border of the land of grass. Ishiki stood in place and froze for a moment. He ran. The man who had just been trading blow for blow, trading injuries for injuries, looking like he was ready to die together with him, ran, just bluffing. A burst of air exploded beneath Ishiki's feet as he chased after that streak of blue light. The two shot forward one after the other. Hyuga Kei flew in front, deliberately diving into places with complicated terrain. Canyons, dense forests. He took every winding route he could. Ishiki chased behind him, firing black rods forward like they cost nothing. But every time he missed by just a little. Is that all you've got? Ishiki's voice came from behind, trying to provoke Hyuga Kei into stopping. Weren't you fighting pretty well just now? Now all you know how to do is run. Without even turning his head, Hyuga Kei said, "It's a tactical retreat." You wouldn't understand? A tactical retreat? Ishiki sneered. Looks to me like you've run out of tricks. In his mind, he believed he had already seen through all of Hyuga Kei's trump cards. 6 truth-seeking balls. Reincarnation Taiji Palm. They were troublesome, sure, but that was all. The Tenseigan's awakening level still wasn't high enough. The number of truth-seeking balls still wasn't enough. His taijutsu was strange, but not to the point of being unsolvable. That reckless injury-for-injury exchange just now had only been forced out by sheer momentum. Now that he couldn't keep it up anymore, he wanted to run? You can't escape. Ishiki's speed suddenly surged, and in an instant he was already right behind Hyuga Kei. The black rod stabbed toward the center of his back. Hyuga Kei turned to the side and avoided it. The black rod scraped across his ribs, leaving another bloody groove. Using that momentum, he accelerated again and rushed into a wide-open plain. At the center of the plain was a massive ring-shaped valley. The valley floor was lush and green, with a lake inside. This was a completely extinct dead volcano, and it was also the grave Hyuga Kei had chosen for him. Hyuga Kei dove straight into the valley and landed in the center of the valley floor. Then he stopped. Hyuga Kei turned around and faced the pursuing Ishiki, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. You're here. Ishiki landed 30 steps in front of him and swept his Byakugan over the surroundings. This was a ring-shaped valley. A good number of ninja were hidden all around it, several hundred of them, but they were all pathetically weak. They posed no threat to him at all. How stupid. In his eyes, no matter how many ants there were, ants were still ants. Why'd you stop running? Hyuga Kei patted the dust off his combat suit and rolled his shoulder. Not running anymore. He raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. The 6 truth-seeking balls lined up behind him in a ring. I thought about it just now. Competing with you in physical stats really is a bad deal. That divine technique of yours, Sukuna Hikona, can shrink black rods down to the point they're invisible to the naked eye. It's impossible to guard against. Ishiki listened to his analysis, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You only figured that out now? Too late already. So I decided to change my approach. Hyuga Kei's voice suddenly grew light. Since I can't beat you one-on-one, then I'll just gang up on you. Ishiki frowned slightly. Hyuga Kei revealed a friendly smile and snapped his fingers. From the forests around the crater, countless figures rose to their feet at the same time. These people formed a circle, hand in hand, sealing off the volcano crater. Every one of them wore an Iwagakure forehead protector. Among them, the two shouting the loudest were the leaders. Jiraiya's white hair was blowing wildly, and on his shoulder sat a toad the size of a fist. The toad sage of Mount Myaboku, Lord Jiraiya, has arrived. Beside him, Naruto jumped out from a crack in the rocks, covered in dust from head to toe, but still wearing that trademark goofy grin on his face. And me, Naruto Uzumaki, the future 7th Hokage. Jiraiya smacked him on the back of the head. Don't steal my line. Hyuga Kei looked at the master and disciple jumping down from the rock wall, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Before killing Obito, he had already instructed the two of them to contact all sides in advance and set this up. This was the important mission he had entrusted to Jiraiya. Clearly, Jiraiya had not disappointed him. Naruto shouted excitedly, "Kurama, let's do this." At last, he could finally help Hyuga Kei. The nine tails inside Naruto snorted coldly. "This situation is special. Only this once will I allow you to borrow my power." The Otsutsuki wanted to reclaim the chakra of the ninja world, which meant it wanted to kill it as well. At this moment, even the nine tails had no choice but to stand on the same side as Naruto. Naruto clapped his hands together, and a golden nine tails chakra cloak blazed over his body. He reached out and passed Kurama's chakra through everyone's joined hands. At the same time, he also extended a chakra arm, stretched it out, and placed it against Hyuga Kei's back. More than 300 Iwagakure Earth Release Ninja were present. Hyuga Kei, Jiraiya, everyone present, tailed beast chakra cloaks rose around all of them at the same time. Jiraiya gave Hyuga Kei at the bottom of the valley a thumbs up. "Kid, the 300 Earth Release Ninja you asked for. Not a single one missing." Inoki floated above the crowd. His old back held ramrod straight. "I've lived more than 70 years, and this is the first time I've ever had a chance to scheme against an outsider for the sake of the ninja world." This was where the value of Hyuga Kei maintaining friendly relations with the 5 great hidden villages showed itself. Inoki had agreed to Hyuga Kei's request with little hesitation. After all, those 300 Earth Release Ninja were all elites. If Hyuga Kei's plan failed, Iwagakure would suffer a devastating blow. Hyuga Kei shouted, "Sorry for the trouble, everyone. Make your move." At that moment, all 300 people formed hand seals at the same time, and 300 pairs of hands slammed onto the ground at once. Earth Release, Earth Flow Divide. In the next moment, the ground beneath Hyuga Kei and Ishiki split open. The entire valley floor was torn up from the center. A massive fissure ripped outward from the middle of the valley floor to both sides, splitting the entire ring-shaped valley in two. From deep within the crack, orange-red magma shot into the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. The temperature in the air soared to an unbearable level in that instant, and the surrounding rocks began to melt. The surging magma instantly swallowed both Hyuga Kei and Ishiki whole. Hyuga Kei raised his right hand, and a repulsive force field spread out, pushing the magma away from him. The magma could not hurt him in the slightest, but the scorching heat roasting his body caused all his clothes to ignite on their own. Ishiki's pupils contracted sharply. He opened his hand, trying to use karma to absorb the magma. How could it have failed? No, this wasn't the power of chakra. This was natural magma. The underground fire and magma that had lain silent deep beneath this land for countless years had been forcibly triggered by human hands and erupted once more. The answer he got was a bright, hearty laugh. "This is the flame of nature. Feel the ninja world's counterattack. Ha ha ha." From the outside, this place looked like an ordinary valley, but a trap had been hidden underground. As long as 300 people acted together to trigger it, they could send the earth fire soaring into the sky and awaken this dormant volcano. But at this moment, the one in danger wasn't just Ishiki Otsutsuki. The 300 ninjas around him were also in crisis. A volcanic eruption dealt indiscriminate damage. Hyuga Kei had naturally prepared for this long ago. He formed a hand seal with one hand. Flying Thunder God technique. He wanted to recreate Minato's move from the original, using the Nine Tails chakra as a link to send all 300 people away with Flying Thunder God. "Everyone, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." The moment his words fell, Flying Thunder God activated. In the next instant, he vanished together with all 300 people from the forest surrounding the ring-shaped valley. At the same time, in the safe zone 100 li away from the crater, Hyuga Kei appeared out of thin air with those 300 people. Some dropped to the ground on their butts. Some leaned against trees and gasped for air. Some still hadn't reacted and remained frozen in their hand-seal posture. Jiraiya steadied himself and stared at Hyuga Kei with wide eyes. He had actually learned Flying Thunder God in such a short time and could already use it this skillfully. This brat really pulled it off. Inoki sighed. "Your talent should be even greater than Minato Namake's." Naruto, meanwhile, just collapsed on the ground. He didn't even have the strength to talk. That one move just now had exhausted him badly. But Hyuga Kei had no time to say anything. In the next moment, he returned to the battlefield through the truth-seeking ball he had left behind, appearing beside the erupting magma with a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Sending away 300 people at once was indeed a heavy burden, but he had no time to wipe it away. Hyuga Kei raised both hands, and repulsive force and attractive force began to move again. The magma shooting into the sky suddenly stopped in midair, then was drawn by gravity to slowly rotate around Ishiki, forming a magma tornado. Reincarnation Taiji. Ishiki stood in the center of the fire tornado. His robes had long since burned away, and half his body was submerged in magma. Sukune Hikono was shrinking the surging magma with all his might, but the speed of shrinking couldn't keep up with the speed of the flow. That was because he realized his chakra was dropping at an irreversible rate. This body had always been a low-grade vessel. He had to maintain the battle, repair his wounds, and continuously activate Sukuna Hikona to shrink the surrounding magma. Every time the divine art activated, Jigen's body slid one more step toward collapse. And that bastard on the other side still had the hole in his chest that Ishiki had pierced through. Smoke was still rising from it. It looked like the flesh was nearly cooked through. Yet there wasn't the slightest trace of fatigue in those golden Tenseigan eyes. Hyuga Kei stood outside the fire tornado, half his face flickering in and out of the glow. He tilted his head, his tone carrying a trace of sincere confusion. What's wrong? The divine arts of the Otsutsuki clan only have this much presence? For the first time in his 1,000+ years of life, Ishiki had been mocked like this. Hyuga Kei! He roared, and dozens of shrunken black rods shot silently toward Hyuga Kei, hidden within the scorching light of the magma. Hyuga Kei's Tenseigan saw them clearly. He didn't dodge. 3 of the 6 truth-seeking balls transformed at the same time, turning into 3 palm-sized shields that formed a triangular array in front of him. The instant the shrunken black rods struck the truth-seeking ball shields, they were knocked away, spinning as they plunged into the magma pool beside him without even causing a splash. The same move 1T worked twice on a Saint Seiya. Hyuga Kei raised one finger and shook it. Haven't you heard that famous line? The corner of Ishiki's eye twitched. He didn't know what a Saint Seiya was, but he could hear the mockery in those words. At this point, Ishiki was already thinking of retreating. Not only was his chakra on the verge of running out, this body was also close to its limit. He could revive through this body, but that would be far too dangerous. He would only have 2 days of life, and if he failed to seize Hyuga Kei's body, then he would truly die. If he left now, he could recover quickly. Then he could come back later to capture Hyuga Kei. There was no need to rush, but Hyuga Kei had prepared for so long and gathered so much intelligence. How could he possibly give him that chance? Ishiki raised a hand and tore at the space beside him with all 5 fingers. A black rift had only just opened a crack when Ishiki looked over. On the other side of the rift was the Kara base. But several people were already waiting there in the darkness, and a Rinnegan slowly opened. Purple. Layer after layer of ripples slowly emerged from the darkness. Then came the second pair, the third pair, the fourth, fifth, and sixth pairs of Rinnegan opened at the same time on the other side of the rift. The 6 paths of pain had arrived. 6 pairs of Rinnegan, 6 lines of sight, all of them locked onto him at once. What? If it had been before, he wouldn't have cared about the 6 paths of pain at all. But now they became the final straw that crushed him. Before Ishiki could finish speaking, Devapath Pain raised a hand. Universal pull. A force of attraction surged from the other side of the rift, catching Ishiki by the collar and dragging him toward the darkness. You insects! He hurled dozens of black rods trying to force Pain back. The black rods pierced into the darkness without even producing an echo. Then Azura Path's missiles were already blasting toward him head-on. Boom 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 boom. The fire of the explosions swallowed the rift. Ishiki was blasted flying back out, and his back slammed heavily into the rock wall of the crater, smashing out a human-shaped dent. He had only just pulled himself out of the crater wall when 6 more black rods dropped from above, piercing through his limbs and shoulders and pinning him to the rock face. In the next moment, the rift closed due to his lack of chakra. His last hope of escape was shattered. Hyuga Kei watched this scene as if he had expected it all along. This was where Black Zetsu's intelligence advantage came into play. He could have Black Zetsu mobilize White Zetsu to search for Kara's base, and he could also contact Nagato to have the 6 paths of pain deployed in advance inside the root base. Just like in the Boruto original, where Jiraiya had waited by the tree stump for the exhausted Ishiki Otsutsuki. Hyuga Kei tilted his head, his tone carrying that lazy smile that made Ishiki's blood pressure spike. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. These are the ministers of my peace department. They work very hard, so I'll have to raise their year-end bonus. Ishiki did not answer. He lowered his head and looked at the monk's body he had parasitized for more than 1,000 years. His chakra was completely empty now. Sukuna Hikona could no longer activate. Black rods could no longer form. The body was already on the verge of shattering. Looks like this vessel of yours isn't going to make it. Hyuga Kei walked out of the fire tornado, and his repulsive force dispersed the magma, automatically parting a path for him. Want to reconsider my proposal? Our federation just happens to be short an extraterrestrial affairs consultant. Excellent treatment with food and lodging included. Ishiki raised his head, and at this moment, he instead regained his calm elegance. You think you've won? Jigen's body began to break apart from the top of his head. The skin peeled away piece by piece. The shell of that monk, parasitized for over 1,000 years, had finally reached its end. The power of the karma spread across his entire body. White light swallowed the entire crater. Hyuga Kei narrowed his eyes. His golden Tenseigan pierced through the white light and saw clearly what was inside. At this moment, Jigen's body had completely vanished. In its place stood a complete Otsutsuki. White robes, pale skin, a single horn on his forehead curving to the left. This was Otsutsuki Ishiki's true form. He wasn't some parasite living inside someone else's body. He was the complete, true Ishiki from before Kagaya's sneak attack 1,000 years ago, the core fighting force of the Otsutsuki clan, standing at the peak of Six Paths level. He opened his eyes. His left eye was a Byakugan. His right eye was a golden black eye with a cross pattern. Then he raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. Hyuga Kei's repulsion barrier expanded instantly, and the truth-seeking balls moved in front of him. But that hand wasn't aimed at him. It was aimed at the entire volcano. Sukuna Hikona, the pillar of lava shooting into the sky, froze in midair. It wasn't being restrained by gravity. It had been shrunk. Hundreds of thousands of tons of lava, rubble, and volcanic ash were compressed in an instant into a single red magmasphere, floating above Ishiki's palm. He casually tossed it. The magmasphere brushed past Hyuga Kei's ear, flew into a mountain range dozens of miles behind him, and then returned to its original size. Boom! On the horizon, a mushroom cloud slowly rose. The shockwave crossed dozens of miles and sent Hyuga Kei's white hair whipping wildly. Having fun just now? Ishiki spoke. His voice was different from before now. Calm, magnetic, terrifyingly steady. He took one step forward. Just one step, and Hyuga Kei felt alarm bells explode in his head. Fast. Too fast. So fast that even the visual power of the golden Tenseigan could only catch a faint afterimage. Ishiki had already appeared in front of him, less than 5 meters away. Those eyes were staring straight at him. Continue. Black rods shot out of the void. Hundreds of them blotted out the sky, sealing off every possible escape route above, below, left, and right. Hyuga Kei brought his hands together in front of him, and his tensei taiji spun at full force. Repulsion and attraction wove together around him into a vortex force field. The instant the black rods slammed into the field, they were forcibly deflected, grazing past his clothes and stabbing into the rock wall behind him. Every single one sank in more than halfway, with only the ends left outside, trembling. Then a foot slammed into his chest. The immense force spread through his entire body in an instant, and his breastbone creaked under the strain. Hyuga Kei was blasted backward. His back smashed through the crater wall, then through the outer body of the volcano, and he shot out of the mountain like a cannon shell, crashing into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Trees snapped apart in rows, and dirt and broken stone were plowed up behind him into a trench dozens of meters long. He had just stabilized himself when Ishiki's next attack dropped from the sky. A heel smashed down toward the top of his head. Hyuga Kei rolled to the side to dodge, and when that kick landed on the ground, the shockwave uprooted every tree within a 100-meter radius. Not bad reflexes, but still not enough. Ishiki gave him no chance to breathe. His figure vanished again, then appeared again. Hyuga Kei's Tenseigan caught the trajectory, but his body couldn't keep up. A punch crashed into his ribs, and the sound of cracking bones rang out. A kick swept into the back of his knee, forcing him down to one knee. Ishiki's knife hand chopped toward the back of his neck. Hyuga Kei threw himself forward, and the strike brushed past his scalp, slicing off several strands of white hair. Too slow. Ishiki's voice came from directly above him. Hyuga Kei planted both hands on the ground, and repulsion erupted from every chakra point in his body at the same time. It wasn't an attack. He was blasting himself away like a cannonball, flying backward along the ground and smashing through 7 or 8 large trees before finally stopping. But the moment he stood up, Ishiki was already standing in front of him again. You think you can beat me in a battle of attrition? You think if you drag this out until Jigen's body collapses, I'll die? Ishiki reached out and grabbed his throat. Hyuga Kei's repulsion barrier hadn't even had time to expand before that hand tightened. His neck bones gave off an overwhelmed creak. I admit your schemes were good. Intelligence, tactics, support, you were one step ahead of me at every turn. Ishiki lifted Hyuga Kei off the ground, leaving his feet dangling in the air. But you got one thing wrong. Intelligence has limits. Schemes have limits. Power does not. The karma markings spread up from Hyuga Kei's palm like black roots. At this moment, Hyuga Kei was completely suppressed by karma. He couldn't even control the truth-seeking balls anymore. Hyuga Kei clenched his teeth. Veins bulged across his forehead, and the karma markings had already crawled over half his face. Ishiki stared at him and smiled. When you wake up, your body will be mine. But in the next instant, the spread of the karma markings stopped. Not because Ishiki had let up, because Hyuga Kei smiled. His throat was being crushed. The karma seal had reached halfway, half his face was covered in black markings, and he actually smiled. You think? His voice was hoarse. You think I didn't know you could revive through Jigen? Ishiki's pupil shrank slightly. The corner of Hyuga Kei's mouth curled even wider. Then you fell for it. Just now, you said you admitted my schemes were good. Hyuga Kei forced out a difficult breath. Then guess how far ahead I planned? Ishiki lowered his head. He saw that on the back of his right hand, at some unknown time, a blue flying thunder god mark had been imprinted there. At the exact moment he grabbed Hyuga Kei's throat, Hyuga Kei had used the last bit of his remaining chakra to leave that mark on the back of his hand. A flying thunder god mark never disappears, Hyuga Kei said. The fourth Hokage's ultimate truth. Ishiki tried to let go, but it was too late. Hyuga Kei's body suddenly exploded into a cloud of white smoke in his hand. Shadow clone. He had been choking him for all that time, carving karma into him for all that time, and all of it had landed on a shadow clone. And back when he had been blasted away, Hyuga Kei had already switched places with his hidden shadow clone. Ishiki spun around abruptly. There was nothing behind him. Then a pair of hands reached out from his back. Those arms looped around from behind, and 10 fingers locked tightly across Ishiki's chest, restraining him completely. The real Hyuga Kei had used the flying thunder god to appear behind him. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. You think I was fighting you in a battle of attrition? Hyuga Kei's voice came from behind Ishiki's head. I was afraid you'd run. Ishiki drove an elbow backward and smashed it into Hyuga Kei's ribs. His ribs broke. Ishiki's black rods shot out from behind and pierced through Hyuga Kei's body, but he still didn't let go. Meanwhile, Hyuga Kei drove a small truth-seeking ball sword from his palm into Ishiki's chest, pinning the two of them together. Ishiki lowered his head and looked at the short black sword sticking out of his chest. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. God had bled once again. So what? You can't kill me. You're already at the end of the road. Who said I was trying to kill you? Hyuga Kei's voice was right by his ear. I'm just sending you away. Ishiki froze. Then his single eye widened round. He saw it. Right in front of him, space was being torn apart. Not the kind of small rift he created. The entire space was being sliced open like cloth cut apart by scissors, peeling back to both sides. On the other side of the crack was the Kamui dimension, filled with endless stone pillars. At this moment, Uchiha Hikari stood 10 steps away. Her right hand covered her right eye. Blood streamed down from her left eye, but she never cut off the flow of her ocular power. You! For the first time, real fear appeared on Ishiki's face. He struggled frantically. Sukuna Hikona activated at full power, and black rods blasted out from every corner of his body. The black rods pierced through Hyuga Kei's shoulder, pierced through his abdomen, pierced through his thigh, pierced through his arm. Hyuga Kei's body was covered all over with black rods, but his arms still locked Ishiki down without moving an inch. You think I'm hugging an ugly bastard like you because I want to get intimate? He suddenly exerted force, grabbed Ishiki, and the two of them fell together into that rift. The wind, the explosions, Ishiki's furious roar, all sound was cut off at the entrance to the rift. The rift began to close. At the very last moment, Ishiki tried to grab the edge of the rift. His 10 fingers dug into the crack in space, his knuckles cracking loudly. Half his body was already hanging outside the rift, and the fear on his face turned into furious rage. Hyuga Kei, you've gone crazy. You'll be trapped in there too. He didn't get to finish. A punch smashed into his face. Uchiha Hikaru looked down at him from above, that eye of hers that was still bleeding slowly turning. He left a flying thunder god mark. Then she kicked down hard. Ishiki's body completely vanished into the rift, and along with that unwilling roar, he was swallowed whole by the Kamui dimension. In the instant before the rift fully closed, Hyuga Kei activated his final flying thunder god and escaped the Kamui vortex.
Permanent exil.
Otsutsuki Ishiki. This was the final link in Hyuga Kei's plan. For the next 2 days, Ishiki would remain in the Kamui dimension, until the very end of his life. Hyuga Kei watched as the rift completely closed. It was over. He had killed Danzo, killed Obito, and now he had locked Ishiki inside the Kamui dimension. The greatest threats in the ninja world had fallen before him one after another. Suspended in midair, he lowered his head and looked at the dozens of bloody holes on his body that were slowly healing. Then he tilted backward, and his whole body fell from the sky. A moment later, he landed in someone's arms. Uchiha Hikaru used the body flicker technique to appear beneath him and opened her arms to catch him. She caught the falling Hyuga Kei in a princess carry. Covered in blood, Hyuga Kei lay in Uchiha Hikaru's arms. Hikaru. Next time, don't use a princess carry. It's too embarrassing. Uchiha Hikaru ignored him. Lying in Uchiha Hikaru's arms, Hyuga Kei looked like a broken doll that had been smashed apart by some brat. His face was smeared with blood. 3 ribs were broken, and his left leg was fractured. The dozens of holes all over his body that had been pierced through by black rods were slowly healing. But the healing speed was clearly worse than before. His chakra was already nearly exhausted. He tried moving his fingers. They didn't budge at all. Then he tried moving his toes. Still nothing. Hyuga Kei said pitifully, trying to win sympathy. I'm crippled. Looks like from now on, I'll have to rely on you all to take care of me. But Uchiha Hikaru didn't fall for it in the slightest. She lowered her head and looked at him. Better if you are. Then I'll take you away and keep you with me forever. Hearing that, Hyuga Kei felt a chill run down his spine. Why was this girl still a Yandere? That sounded like a joke. But was it really not her true feelings slipping out while she had the chance? Were female ninja from the Warring States period all this wild? So my current state is at your mercy. Uchiha Hikaru finished for him. Hyuga Kei blinked. In his current state, his whole body was limp and paralyzed. His mind was clear, and he could still move his mouth. Then he saw Uchiha Hikaru licking her lips. Blood was still running down from her left eye. That Mangekyo Sharingan, which had just fused with Kamui, had gone temporarily blind from overusing its ocular power. But she didn't care. She was just crouching there, looking down at him, a tiny curve lifting the corner of her lips. That gave Hyuga Kei a bad feeling. Hikaru. What are you thinking about? You. Uchiha Hikaru's answer was still brief. But this time, those two words carried a trace of amusement. Hyuga Kei swallowed. His throat felt a little dry. Be more specific. Uchiha Hikaru tilted her head, and her black hair slipped off her shoulder. You're like this right now, so I need to clean your wounds. Hyuga Kei let out a breath of relief. Uchiha Hikaru gently set Hyuga Kei down on the ground, then took out bandages and medicine from her ninja pouch. She drew a kunai and began cutting Hyuga Kei's clothes. Wait. What? Why do you need to cut off my clothes just to clean my wounds? If I don't take them off, how am I supposed to clean them? At this moment, Uchiha Hikaru fully displayed the style of a female ninja from the Warring States period. There wasn't the slightest trace of shyness. She knew that with Hyuga Kei's recovery ability, these wounds would completely heal in a day or two. But right now, she felt that the powerless Hyuga Kei belonged to her alone. At this moment, she was the only person Hyuga Kei could rely on, so she planned to fully enjoy this opportunity. What Uchiha Hikaru said sounded perfectly natural, and her hands never stopped moving. The tip of the kunai slid along the cloth, cutting away the battle uniform that had already been reduced to rags, piece by piece. Hyuga Kei wanted to say something to stop this process, but right now, he couldn't even move his neck. He could only lie there on his back, looking up at the scattered light filtering through the leaves, feeling the pieces of cloth leave his body one by one, the breeze brushing across his exposed skin. He only felt chilly all over, and thankfully, because of the battle, the nearby crowd had already been evacuated, so no one could see what he looked like right now. Otherwise, his lifelong reputation would be completely ruined. Hikaru, let us talk this over. Can you at least let me know? I haven't even said what it is yet. No matter what you say, I can't. Hyuga Kei suddenly felt that this world was absurd. Just moments ago, he had grabbed Otsutsuki Kei by the neck and dragged him into the Kamui dimension. Even with his internal organs pierced into a sieve by black rods, he hadn't made a sound. And now he was lying on the ground while a girl who had been out of her seal for less than 2 days was using a kunai to cut off his clothes. TCH. Uchiha Hikaru let out a soft sound with an unclear meaning. It was impossible to tell whether she was admiring him or disdaining him as her fingertips lightly traced across his abs. To be fair, after the Chakra Fruit S2 transformations and all his years of diligent training, Hyuga Kei's physique was very good. Hyuga Kei's voice trembled slightly. Hikaru, calm down. At this moment, Uchiha Hikaru's fair face was flushed, and she looked extremely excited. I am calm. The one who is not calm is you. Look, you've got goosebumps. No shit. Anyone would get goosebumps being touched like that. In despair, Hyuga Kei realized that his abs were tightening, instinctively tensing up on reflex. Uchiha Hikaru's eyes lit up. You moved on your own. I didn't make you move. That was a muscle spasm. A spasm is still voluntary. What kind of twisted logic is that? Hyuga Kei opened his mouth, only to discover that he actually had no way to refute her. I'll clean your wounds first. Then she lowered her head and moved close to the wound near his chest. Not with a cotton swab. Not with gauze. With her tongue. Hyuga Kei's eyes widened, and his brain nearly crashed. At this moment, it felt as though all 5 of his senses had been amplified 10,000 times over. Soft, slick, wet, warm, those sensations overlapped at the wound. The complexity of that feeling even made him let out a soft grunt, his toes curling. By the time his brain finished rebooting, Uchiha Hikaru had already finished licking the first wound. She raised her head, and there was a trace of blood on her lips. You! Saliva can disinfect. Uchiha Hikaru answered before he could speak. I saw people in the Warring States period handle wounds like this. Is this the Warring States period now? For me, that was just a few days ago. Hyuga Kei only felt like he had no idea what exactly had happened in his story with Uchiha Hikaru for her character to turn into a Yandere like this. Or had waiting for hundreds of years with only one thought, to meet him, made her become like this long ago? Faced with Uchiha Hikaru's absurd sophistry, Hyuga Kei had nothing to say. Uchiha Hikaru lowered her head and began treating the second wound. This time, it was the one on his stomach, the hole left there by Hyuga Kei's truth-seeking ball short sword. Her movements were even more practiced than before. She first used the tip of her tongue to test the edge of the wound, checking its depth, then pressed her lips over it and sipped away the blood seeping out. Her touch was absurdly gentle, like a cat licking its kitten with a barbed tongue. With this strange sensation, Hinata only felt like he was floating in the clouds. Uchiha Hikari said, "Your blood is really sweet." Hinata felt that line was more horrifying than every battle he had gone through today. Time really could turn people into perverts. Seeing Hinata's expression, Uchiha Hikari comforted him. "I won't kill you. I'm just having a tiny taste." Her gaze shifted downward and landed on his pants. His combat pants had already been torn open in several places from the explosion just now. The left pant leg was almost completely blown away, exposing his entire leg. There were wounds on his leg too. "That's the pants, not me. If the pants are torn, that means there's a wound inside." "There isn't. Let me see." When Uchiha Hikari said that, her hand was already resting on his belt. Hinata wanted to resist, but his current state was complete paralysis, clear consciousness, and chakra drained dry. And standing in front of him was a Superkaga-level Warring States-era female ninja, who had just fused with Kamui Mangekyo and was currently at the peak of her combat power. The gap in strength had never been this huge before. While Hinata was still in shock, Uchiha Hikari had already undone his belt. She even folded the belt neatly and set it to the side, like a qualified nurse. Hinata lay in the bed of fallen leaves, staring up at the canopy above, feeling the deepest helplessness of his life. He had just dragged Ishiki Otsutsuki into the Kamui dimension. Even with a black rod piercing through his internal organs, he hadn't made a sound. But now he was being pinned to the ground by a girl licking his wounds, and he didn't even have the strength to resist. Then she lowered her head again and found the wound. This wound was on the inside of his thigh, close to the groin. Uchiha Hikari's pupils widened slightly, not from fear, from excitement. "This wound is really deep." "It's not deep. It's just a scrape." "If I say it's deep, then it's deep." Hinata finally found a bit of strength again. "Not chakra. Pure adrenaline." He raised his right hand and slapped it onto Uchiha Hikari's forehead, pushing her back. "That's enough." Uchiha Hikari's lips were hanging less than half an inch above his wound. With his hand pressing on her forehead, she looked like a cat with its head being held down. She didn't struggle. She only lifted her eyes and looked up at him from below. "You've got strength again? You scared it out of me. Then that means my method worked." Uchiha Hikari made her conclusion, then pushed forward again. Hinata's palm was forced back inch by her forehead. His arm trembled, and that tiny bit of strength he had just recovered was vanishing at a visible speed. Plop! His arm fell back to the ground, completely powerless. Uchiha Hikari revealed a satisfied smile. Then she continued what she hadn't finished just now. "Hikari, you weren't like this before." "What was I like before?" "Very well behaved. Very obedient." Uchiha Hikari finally raised her head. Fresh blood was smeared on her lips. She licked that bit of blood clean, tilted her head, and thought for a moment. "That was for Sister Hinata, not for you." "What am I then? Don't you know?" From the moment she opened her eyes inside the ceiling array, she had never planned to act obedient in front of him. She made no attempt to hide her love for Hinata. If Hinata weren't badly injured right now, he probably would have already been XXO'd by now. Thinking about it, that was actually a little regretful. Not that I was regretting anything. So everything before, in front of Hinata, was an act? Not all of it. Uchiha Hikari lowered her head again, found the wound on his thigh, and stuck out the tip of her tongue. "My feelings for Sister Hinata are real. And for you." She paused, and the tip of her tongue touched the wound. "That's real too." Hinata's toes curled again. The skin on his thigh was far more sensitive than his upper body. Her black hair draped down over him, making him feel unbearably ticklish. He could even clearly feel the temperature of her tongue, its moisture, and every tiny movement. "Next is your back." "My back isn't injured." "It is. It's not. If I say it is, then it is." Uchiha Hikari flipped him over, like turning a fish on a cutting board. Hinata lay face down on the ground. His face pressed into the fallen leaves, and closed his eyes in resignation. He heard Uchiha Hikari softly suck in a breath behind him. "There are several marks on your back too. Those are old injuries. Old injuries need treatment too." Her palm pressed against his back. Starting from his shoulder blade, she pushed downward along the groove of his spine, past his lower back, past the dimples above his waist, stopping at his tailbone. Then her fingers traced back along the same path and stopped between his shoulder blades. "There's one here." There was no wound there, but she still bent down and pressed her lips against it. The muscles in Hinata's back tensed instantly. Her lips were warm, and her breath brushed over the hollows on both sides of his spine, bringing a fine, tingling numbness. Then she bit him once. Not the kind that broke skin. She lightly caught a small patch of skin with the tips of her teeth, held it with the tip of her tongue, then slowly let go. "Hikari, aren't you treating wounds?" "This." Uchiha Hikari said righteously. In the Warring States era, there was a kind of therapy called guasha. That's guasha? Since when do you scrape with teeth? What else would you use? Hinata Chi decided not to discuss Warring States medicine with her anymore. If this went on any longer, he would be irritated back to life. Uchiha Hikari continued her guasha on his back. From his shoulder blades to the back of his neck. From the back of his neck to his earlobe. When the tips of her teeth caught his earlobe, Hinata Chi let out a soft grunt. It wasn't from pain. It was because while biting his earlobe, the tip of her tongue lightly swept across it too. Uchiha Hikari released her teeth, her lips brushing against the edge of his ear. Chi. Yeah. When are you going to marry me and Hinata? Hinata Chi's head was buzzing right now. You only came out of the seal 2 days ago. Isn't 2 days enough? Normal people date for at least a few months first. A few months? Uchiha Hikari's voice suddenly turned cold. Do you know how many years I've been waiting? Hinata Chi shut his mouth. Then let's date first. How long? 2 years. Hinata Chi calculated that in 2 years he'd be 14, which was about right, though in the Warring States era that was already marriage age. Too long. 1 year. 1 month. Half a year. 3 months. Deal. The moment Hinata Chi said that word, he suddenly felt like he had signed some treaty he really shouldn't have signed. Uchiha Hikari climbed off his back. She walked around to his front and crouched down, then reached out a finger and poked his cheek. Sign and seal. I can't move. Blink 3 times. Hinata Chi blinked 3 times. Uchiha Hikari nodded in satisfaction, then leaned down and kissed his forehead. That's the official seal. Hinata Chi lay on the ground and began seriously thinking about one question. How exactly had he gone from savior of the ninja world, 6 paths level powerhouse, and actual controller of the land of grass, to ending up like this? At that moment, footsteps came from the forest. After the fighting here had died down, Naruto and Jiraiya's group had come searching this way. Lord Chi, Hinata Chi. Naruto was shouting anxiously too. Uchiha Hikari raised her head, her blood-stained lips pressed together slightly. She retied Hyuga Kei's belt, her movements quick, then took out a spare set of battle clothes from a ceiling scroll and changed him into them. Footsteps were getting closer and closer. Naruto's loud voice rang out. Kei, where are you? Then an orange figure shot out from the bushes, followed by Jiraiya, Inoki, and then many Iwagakure shinobi. Naruto saw Hyuga Kei on the ground at a glance. His whole body froze on the spot. Hyuga Kei was resting on the lap of a black-haired girl. He was wearing a clean combat uniform, but the exposed skin on his neck was covered in dried blood and healing wounds. And there was still blood at the corner of that black-haired girl's mouth. Kei. Naruto pounced over, his knees sliding half a meter across the ground as he grabbed Hyuga Kei by the shoulders and started shaking him like crazy. Kei, are you okay? Why are you covered in blood? Where's the Otsutsuki? Did he run away? Say something, Kei! Hyuga Kei got so dizzy from the shaking that his head spun. If you keep shaking me, then I really will have a problem. Naruto immediately let go. Jiraiya walked over, crouched down to inspect Hyuga Kei's injuries, then looked at the black-haired girl beside him with blood at the corner of her mouth. Thoughtfully, he stroked his chin. Kid, did the enemy do this to you? Or did one of your own people take a bite out of you? Hyuga Kei closed his eyes. Senior Jiraiya, you talk too much. Uchiha Hikari stood up and respectfully gave Jiraiya a proper bow. Hello, Teacher Jiraiya. My name is Uchiha Hikari. I'm Kei's fiancé. Jiraiya opened his mouth. Naruto opened his mouth. The group of shinobi who had just walked out of the forest all collectively opened their mouths. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Hikari, then lowered his voice and said to Hyuga Kei, Kid, where exactly did this one come from? Wasn't he that Ray from the sky screen supposed to be your and Hinata's daughter last time? So why did another fiancé suddenly pop out? Picked her up from a seal. What seal? A Warring States era seal. Jiraiya fell silent. He looked at Uchiha Hikari's face, which looked only 12 or 13, then thought about the words Warring States era, and decided not to ask about the details anymore. Inoki floated over. He glanced at Hyuga Kei, then at Uchiha Hikari, and didn't he ask a single question about the fiancé. None of that was the point. The point was whether Otsutsuki Ishiki was dead or not. If he wasn't dead, then with the kind of destructive power they had just seen from afar, there was no one in the ninja world who could stop him. Where is Otsutsuki Ishiki? Hyuga Kei said tiredly, he's dead. Inoki's brow twitched upward, but not completely dead yet. Inoki's brow dropped back down. What do you mean, dead but not completely dead? Hyuga Kei let out a sigh and gestured toward Uchiha Hikari with his chin. He's locked inside her Kamui space. Ishiki revived using Jigen's body, but he only has 2 or 3 days left to live. If he can't find a new vessel within 2 days, he'll completely disappear. Naruto was already pacing anxiously at the side. Then what do we do now? Could that Otsutsuki escape from that whatever space? Should we send people to guard it? No need, Hyuga Kei said. Kamui space exists independently outside this world. Unless someone opens a rift from the outside, He can never come out. Then is it possible for someone to open it from the outside? The remnants of Kara might have that kind of power, Hyuga Kei said. In the original story, Kara still has a motto, that super scientist. No telling if he might pull out some mysterious technology from some random corner and rescue him. Hyuga Kei's voice had already started to grow sleepy. His body's self-repair was consuming huge amounts of his energy. I'll leave it to you. There are so many shinobi in the ninja world. Surely you can catch a few remnants, right? If you run into someone named Amato, try to capture him alive. His voice was weak and drifting, as if he might fall asleep at any moment. If you can't catch him, then do your best to kill him. Jiraiya stood up and brushed the grass off his knees. Alright, I'll coordinate this. I'll be the one to notify the 5 Kage. He lowered his head and looked at Hyuga Kei. As for you, kid, you should hurry up and heal. Naruto still wanted to say something, but Jiraiya grabbed him by the back of the collar and dragged him away. Inoki gave Hyuga Kei one last look. He was silent for a moment, then made a move that no one present had expected. He dropped back to the ground, clasped his hands behind his back, and gave Hyuga Kei a slight bow. Lord Sasuke? Don't speak, Inoki said without even lifting his head. I admire you. For the sake of the ninja world, you took such a risk. And in the end, you killed Otsutsuki Kei. We will forever remember your achievement. If there is ever anything you need from Iwagakure, you may speak. This was the respect of an old man who had lived through 3 great ninja wars. At this moment, he truly admired Hyuga Kei from the bottom of his heart. The Hyuga Kei displayed by the sky screen had simply been too perfect. So perfect that people had doubted whether it was real. But Hyuga Kei had achieved unity of word and action. He really had done all of it. Developing taijutsu, establishing the federation, killing an Otsutsuki, every one of those achievements was world-shaking. The facts proved that Hyuga Kei was a saint who had surpassed the sage of 6 paths. But at this moment, Hyuga Kei felt no pride at all. He would honestly rather be a slacker. He wanted me dead, so I could only kill him first. The crowd gradually dispersed. Hyuga Kei weakly said to Hikari, "Can you take me back to the land of grass? I want to lie down on my own bed." Okay. Uchiha Hikari picked him up. Still a princess carry. Hyuga Kei rested against Uchiha Hikari's shoulder, his consciousness starting to blur. The last thing he heard was her softly humming an unknown little tune, a song from the Warring States era. When Uchiha Hikari carried Hyuga Kei back to the land of grass, Hinata was already standing at the courtyard gate waiting. When she saw Uchiha Hikari carrying Hyuga Kei, whose whole body was wrapped in bandages, her eyes instantly turned red. She quickly stepped forward and reached out to touch Hyuga Kei's cheek, confirming that his temperature and breathing were still there. Only then did she let out a soft breath of relief. "I'll go heat some water." She turned and walked toward the house, but after taking 2 steps, she looked back again. "Hikari, thank you." She truly liked this girl very much. Compared to how she could only watch Hyuga Kei fight from afar, Hikari was someone who could really help Keikuin. With Hikari by Keikuin's side, she felt very reassured. Uchiha Hikari tilted her head. "You're welcome, Sister Hinata. Once his injuries heal, let us get married together." He agreed. Hearing that, Hinata stumbled. By the time Hyuga Kei opened his eyes again, it was already the 3rd day. That familiar ceiling, his own room, his own bed. He checked the condition of his body. It still felt like he had completely fallen apart. His chakra had not fully recovered yet, but all the holes in his body had already healed, leaving behind only a few faint reddish marks of fresh flesh. He braced himself against the bed and sat up, the blanket sliding down to his waist. On the left side of the bed, Hinata had fallen asleep leaning against the bedside. Her hand was still clutching the corner of his blanket, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. On the right side of the bed, Uchiha Hikari was curled up on a low stool. The chair back had been pulled to the foot of the bed, and her whole body was curled into a tiny little ball. She was draped in Hinata's coat. Her black hair spilled over her shoulders, and her sleeping face was so peaceful that she seemed like a completely different person from yesterday. Hyuga Kei looked to the left, then to the right. For a moment, he suddenly felt like some kind of life winner with beauties on both sides. Then he remembered what Uchiha Hikari had done yesterday. The illusion of being a life winner shattered all over the floor in an instant. In truth, he felt more like the kidnapped bandit chief's wife. There was no day or night inside Kamui space. When Hyuga Chi had Uchiha Hikaru bring him here again, he saw Ishiki sitting cross-legged atop a stone pillar. His white robe was still spotless, and his posture was still elegant. If his body hadn't already started to break down, the scene would have looked almost solemn. "You're here." Ishiki opened his eyes, his tone so calm it was like he was waiting for a late guest. "I'm here." Hyuga Chi sat down across from him, took out 2 cups from his robe, set them on the ground, then pulled out a bottle of sake and filled them. Ishiki looked at the cup in front of him, with no intention of making a move. He knew he had already lost completely. If he attacked again now, he would only lose the last bit of dignity he had left. "You came in here just to invite me to a drink?" Hyuga Chi made a gesture of invitation. A last meal. Even if you're not getting beheaded, it's about the same. A sense of ceremony is important. He had come here to get more information out of him. Ishiki took the cup, but didn't drink. He only held it in his palm and examined it for a moment. The edges of his body were slowly turning into tiny particles of light, like funeral paper burned to ashes. You're really impressive. Ishiki spoke, his voice carrying none of the trembling of a dying man, nor the resentment of a defeated general. From the moment you left Konoha, you were already plotting against me. It was all to force me into this coffin. To die by your hand. I can accept that wholeheartedly. In his eyes, Hyuga Kei was his clansman, and had pushed him to this point through his own schemes and strength. That made him worthy of respect. Hyuga Kei sipped lightly from his cup and did not deny it. The terms you offered me actually weren't bad, Hyuga Kei said. Inheritance of the karma. A recommendation from the main family territory in the ninja world. If it were someone else negotiating, they might have agreed. But you wouldn't. I wouldn't. Hyuga Kei leaned back against the broken stone behind him. I'm not someone with grand ambitions. Becoming chairman of the Ninja Federation was something I got pushed into. Fighting aliens was also because I had no choice. My real dream is to lie in the yard and bask in the sun, with a beauty by my side. The corner of Ishiki's mouth curved slightly. It was hard to tell whether it was mockery or a bitter smile. You have the Tenseigan and carry Otsutsuki blood, yet your head is full of the ordinary little days of lower lifeforms. Can't help it. I was raised too well. Hyuga Kei swallowed the last mouthful of sake, then stood up. My grandfather taught me this. A person should know when to be satisfied. Ishiki did not respond. The lower half of his body had already completely turned into light dust. He drained the cup in one gulp. Hyuga Kei, as payment for this drink. Once I die completely, the main family will receive the news immediately. The main family will not let this planet go. My death is enough for them to mark this planet as their highest priority recovery target. They will arrive very soon. Hyuga Kei showed no expression. Then I'll wait for them in the yard. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill both. After that, I'll keep sunbathing. Ishiki laughed. You really are nothing like an Otsutsuki. In his eyes, this Otsutsuki raised by humans was a complete anomaly among the Otsutsuki. Thanks for the compliment. Hyuga Kei turned around. Uchiha Hikaru opened Kamui space and brought Hyuga Kei out. Behind him, Otsutsuki Ishiki turned into a cloud of light dust and merged into the dead silence of Kamui space. And just as Hyuga Kei stepped out of Kamui space, the gate to his courtyard opened. Naruto rushed in first with Jiraiya behind him, and behind them were two people Hyuga Kei found both familiar and unfamiliar. A woman with blue-purple hair, with a paper flower tucked in her hair. A gaunt red-haired man, sitting in a strangely shaped wheelchair, with several black receivers embedded in his back. It was Konan and Nagato. Chi, we're back. Nagato, Konan. Hyuga Kei stepped forward to greet the four of them. Nagato's wheelchair stopped in the middle of the courtyard. He raised his head, those purple Rinnegan eyes examining Hyuga Kei. This was also his first formal meeting with the founder of the Federation, the uncrowned king, and his future boss. That must have been a hard trip. Hyuga Kei spoke first. Have you had breakfast yet? Naruto answered first. Yeah, we ate. Pervy Sage treated us to ramen. The ramen in Amigakure is pretty good too, but it's still a little worse than Ichiraku. Jiraiya smacked Naruto on the head, then nodded at Hyuga Kei. I brought them to you. Mission complete. Hyuga Kei stood up and walked over to Nagato. The two looked at each other from an arm's length away for a few moments. Then Hyuga Kei revealed a sincere smile and extended his hand. Welcome to the Federation. You won't be disappointed here. Nagato did not take it immediately. He looked at that hand in silence for several seconds. Then he raised his own hand, so thin it was almost nothing but bone, and clasped it. Yahiko's dream. I'm entrusting it to you. Hyuga Kei held his hand and smiled. My Minister of Peace, that body of yours won't do. Later, have Orochimaru remove those black receivers from your back, and treat your legs too. We can't have you being pushed into every meeting in a wheelchair. Nagato froze for a moment. I can still be treated? The side effects of your Rinnegan are too strong. My guess is that they aren't originally yours. You can try sealing one of them away. You don't need to fight anymore now. Hyuga Kei let go of his hand and sat back down under the corridor. Orochimaru can even make clones. Fixing a few nerves is nothing. Have him give you a full body checkup. Whatever you're missing, he'll make up for it. Whatever's damaged, he'll replace it. Within 3 months, I guarantee you'll be able to stand again. Conan's eyes widened, looking extremely excited. If Nagato could recover, that really would be wonderful. Those injuries had been left behind from saving him. Nagato stayed silent for a long time. Thank you. No need to thank me. Get better soon. The Federation has plenty of work to do. I'm about to go crazy handling documents by myself. With you joining, I can finally relax a little. If there are no objections, then the Land of Rain will merge into the Federation. As for the former Akatsuki, if they want to stay, they can join the Federation. If they don't, they can go their separate ways. But if any of them do something unforgivable, I'll personally execute them. Hyuga Kei really didn't have an easy way to handle the Akatsuki members. Some of them, like Haiden, had committed monstrous evil, yet had also helped him before. Hyuga Kei was not some moral role model. He had no interest in avenging the people Haiden had killed in the past. Maybe in some other parallel world there was a supremely kind Hyuga Kei, but this Hyuga Kei was not that person. If Haiden harmed the Federation's people in the future, Hyuga Kei would naturally kill him himself. When Hyuga Kei said all this, his expression was extremely sincere. It was the kind of heartfelt joy that came from finally being able to dump work onto someone else. Nagato's lips curved slightly. Hyuga Kei had someone arrange lodging for Nagato's group. And Hyuga Kei, Naruto and Sasuke, the three little ones, gathered together again. The happiest one, though, was Hyuga Tianhua. In his eyes, after those days together, Sasuke and Naruto already felt like juniors of his two. And Hyuga Hinata was his granddaughter-in-law. They had long since been one family. When family reunited, of course there had to be good food. Now that the children were home this time, Elder Tianhua made an even bigger table full of dishes. Sasuke's mood, however, stayed low the whole time, because he had heard about Hyuga Kei's battle. Even Naruto had managed to help Hyuga Kei, but he himself had stayed here and done nothing. Hyuga Kei didn't really have any good solution for that either. All he could do was support Sasuke in training and getting stronger. Over the next several days, Amigakure officially merged into the Federation. Nagato was pushed into the medical room by Orochimaru, while Konan watched from the side the entire time. Orochimaru didn't mind at all. His snake-like eyes were filled only with the excitement of research. Before, he never had the chance to study the Rinnegan. Now, he finally could take a good look at it. As for possessing Orochimaru, he had already lost interest in Nagato's broken, ruined body. He had a higher goal now. At this time, the new urban district of the Land of Grass had already begun to take shape. It was not the kind of futuristic city full of towering skyscrapers shown on the Ninja World Federation's heavenly screen, but a clean town brimming with everyday life. The stone roads had just been laid. Shops on both sides had only recently hung up their signs. Some sold dango, some sold ninja tools, some sold flowers and plants. Hawking cries rose and fell one after another. A few children chased a yellow dog from one end of the street to the other. Heavenly screen charging complete. Please select this round's playback content. Hyuga Kei sat beneath the corridor, looking at the system panel in his mind, his finger tracing circles around the rim of his teacup. The options were lined up one after another, and he skimmed through them quickly. He directly swiped away the first few, then finally stopped on one. The 5 greatest regrets of the ninja world. This heavenly screen session involves Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki, Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, Haku, Zabuza, Hikari Uchiha. Obito Uchiha. Hyuga Kei paused on that option, sweeping his gaze over those names. He could more or less guess what most of them referred to based on the original story. The only exception was Hikari Uchiha, who had just been pulled out from a Warring States era seal. Hyuga Kei also very much wanted to see content related to Hikari. If there really was some danger in the future, then it had to be avoided. If Hyuga Kei had countless parallel timelines, then what he wanted was the perfect timeline. And besides, it was also time to tell Naruto and Sasuke the truth. In just 2 short months, they had already grown a lot. He confirmed the final option in his heart. Option confirmed. The 5 greatest regrets of the ninja world. Detected host has killed Ishiki Otsutsuki. Main threat of the ninja world has been removed in stages. Authority increased. Audience interaction function unlocked. This heavenly screen session will activate a real-time Damaku channel. Viewers may send Damaku through thought, and Damaku content will scroll across the heavenly screen in real time. Hyuga Kei raised a brow. Audience interaction? Damaku? He suddenly remembered that video uploader who had been cried into tears after getting hit by half a watermelon. Hyuga Kei froze for a moment, then saw a translucent toggle icon pop up in the upper right corner of his vision, with thoughtful operating instructions labeled beneath it. This system was getting more and more like a video website. Still, the audience of the ninja world could finally experience the joy of sending Damaku to. System. Is there any moderation for Damaku? Basic banned word filter has been activated. That works. He picked up his teacup and adjusted into a comfortable posture. The heavenly screen lit up. Naruto Multiverse Viewing System. The 5th playback is about to begin. This viewing content, the 5 greatest regrets of the ninja world. After this playback ends, the bonus content will be a grand review of Hyuga Kei across parallel worlds. Audience interaction function has been activated. To send Damaku, silently recite the content in your mind. Damaku test. Please send what you most want to say at this moment. The heavenly screen fell silent for an instant. Then, overwhelming text surged up like a tsunami. No way. I can talk on the heavenly screen now. The third construction corps of the Ninja World Federation sends congratulations. Front row, front row, front row. I'm transplanting rice in the fields. I looked up and saw the heavenly screen, and my hoe dropped. Kirigakure sends congratulations. Iwagakure sends congratulations. Sunagakure sends congratulations. Wait, what's playing today? I was too excited just now and didn't see the title clearly. The 5 greatest regrets of the ninja world. The Reikage stroked his chin. Interesting. I'll try it too. In his heart, he silently recited, Danmaku, Kumogakure ninja, assemble. He lifted his eyes and looked. Sure enough, his sentence appeared on the heavenly screen among all the other Danmaku. Compared to the others, his text was a distinctly bright golden color. It had even been duplicated and stacked multiple times together, as if the heavenly screen was afraid people wouldn't notice it. The very next moment, a huge number of Danmaku followed after it, instantly flooding the screen. Kumogakure Ninja Fukumachi Junichi reporting in. Kumogakure Ninja Akatsuki Atsushi reporting in. Kumogakure Ninja, ha 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 ha. Good, interesting. Now that's the bearing of my Kumogakure. Watching Kumogakure occupy the heavenly screen, the Reikage, nodded in satisfaction. But in the next moment, the Kage of the other ninja villages also started speaking one after another. All of them were in bright golden stacked text. Konoha Ninja, assemble. Sunagakure, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, for a time. The heavenly screen bloomed in full color. Hyuga Kei watched countless Danmaku drift past. Kind of interesting. Hinata's voice came from inside the house. Kekuin, who are you talking to? To the heavenly screen. Hinata poked half her head out through the crack in the door, and above her shoulder, Hikari Uchiha's head also popped out. Both of them looked at him. Danmaku? So we can talk on the heavenly screen too? Want to try? Hinata blinked, then silently recited something. A new Danmaku floated across the heavenly screen. Hello everyone. I'm Hinata Hyuga. This is my first time sending Danmaku. Please take care of me. Hikari Uchiha was unwilling to fall behind. Another Danmaku floated out right after it. I'm Hikari Uchiha, Kei's fiancé. Perhaps because of their status and strength, both of their Danmaku were also in bright golden text, making them especially eye-catching. Anyone could spot them at once. In the next moment, all the Danmaku that had been deliberately spamming the screen came to a halt. Oh. Fiancé. Isn't Lord Kei's fiancé supposed to be Lady Hinata? Front row eating melon. How many fiancés does Lord Hyuga Kei actually have? You don't know. Huh? Besides Lady Hinata, Lord Kei also has rumored girlfriends like Terumi Mei and Yujito. Fine then, Hyuga Kei, you wouldn't marry me in a political marriage, yet you found someone else instead? What's wrong with me? Kuratsuchi. The fact that you posted that sentence is what's wrong. Those last 2 bright golden lines were obviously from important figures of the ninja world as well. Seeing the everyday gossip about his private life, Hyuga Kei spat out a mouthful of tea. He didn't even need to guess who those last 2 were. Naturally, they were Kuratsuchi and Temari. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke also hurried over from outside. They had already gotten used to gathering together whenever the heavenly screen began. Last time, because of Hyuga Kei's arrangements, they hadn't been there, and Naruto had been deeply upset about it. The heavenly screen began to dim. Danmaku test ended. The 5 greatest regrets of the ninja world. The heavenly screen lit up. Subtitles slowly emerged. Those who harbored kindness were forced to commit evil. Those who longed for companionship spent their whole lives alone. Those who broke free from fate fell before dawn. Those who wanted to protect everything were the first to lose it all. Even though everyone was chasing love and peace, they still had to keep losing their beloved ones, their friends and family, and their original hearts. The first regret. There was no such thing as the reincarnation of a demon fox. He was only a child who inherited his father's will. The scene appeared. It was the streets of Konoha, and that familiar orange figure. A small figure with his head lowered walked through the street. The adults around him glanced at him from the corners of their eyes, their gazes filled with disgust, fear, and loathing. Those people whispered in the darkness, constantly discussing something. The auntie selling vegetables pulled her stall back by half a foot, as if afraid he would touch her produce. A middle-aged man walked past him while holding his child's hand, then lowered his head and told the child not to look at him. He was the demon fox. The orange figure's footsteps paused for a moment, then he kept walking forward. He didn't cry, didn't shout, and didn't defend himself with even a single word. The comments started scrolling. This is Naruto when he was little. I know, but I've never seen it with my own eyes before. People of Konoha, doesn't your conscience hurt? Many people from other countries began condemning Konoha as civilians. Sensing Naruto's emotions at this moment, Hyuga Kei patted Naruto on the shoulder. Naruto raised his head. His azure eyes were a little wet, but his trademark dumb smile was still hanging at the corner of his mouth. I'm fine, Chi, really. When he said that, His voice trembled a little, but his tone was unexpectedly calm. It really was hard before, but things are different now. I have you now and Sasuke and Irika-sensei, and Pervy Sage and also Hinata and Sister Guang. Hiruzen Sarutobi revealed a look of shame. He looked at the sky outside the window.
I'm sorry, Minato.
I didn't take good care of Naruto. When he asked himself honestly, it was true that because he had been busy with official duties, he had given Naruto too little care. Although he had ordered all discussion forbidden, he still couldn't stop the endless talk of Konoha as civilians. A new scene lit up. Konoha, the Hokage Rock. The stone statue of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had just been completed. The camera panned down from Hokage Rock, passed through the streets, passed through the crowd, and stopped in front of an ordinary apartment. There was a handwritten wooden sign hanging on the door, Minato Kushina. Next to it was a crooked little sun and a strand of red hair. Comments floated past. This should be the fourth Hokage's home, right? That sun and red hair. What a clumsy drawing style. The yellow flash, huh? The fourth Hokage was an opponent worthy of respect. The door opened, and a red-haired woman with a large pregnant belly walked out carrying a basin of freshly washed clothes. She stood on tiptoe and hung the clothes one by one on the line. Then a hand stretched out from the doorframe holding a steaming cup of tea. Minato Namikaze was wearing a casual kimono. His blonde hair wasn't tidied up, and a few strands were sticking up on top of his head. Wooden clogs dragged at his feet. He didn't look like the fourth Hokage at all. More like an ordinary husband who had just gotten home from work. Kushina, the tea's ready. Just leave it there. I'm wringing this one out. I'll help you. Minato set the teacup down under the corridor, rolled up his sleeves and walked over. The two stood side by side in front of the clothesline, one wringing clothes out, the other taking them, shaking them open, and hanging them up. Their movements were so in sync they didn't need any words at all. The scene cut to a small room. Kushina, her big belly raised, was leaning against the sofa. Minato was crouching beside her, his ear pressed against her stomach, a silly grin on his face. He kicked. He kicked again. Well, obviously. How could your son not kick? Kushina smacked him on the head. Have you thought of a name yet? Minato sat up straight, his expression suddenly turning serious. Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Kushina froze for a moment. The protagonist from Jiraiya-sensei's novel? Yeah. Minato scratched the back of his head, smiling a little awkwardly. I think that protagonist is amazing. He never gives up and keeps charging forward. I hope our son can become that kind of person too. Kushina lowered her head and looked at her stomach, her palm gently covering it. The corner of her mouth curved upward, but her eyes turned red. Naruto. Good name. The comments went quiet for a moment, then exploded. Wait. Naruto's father is the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash? So Naruto isn't the demon fox. He is the Hokage's son. People of Konoha, you called the Hokage's son a demon fox for more than 10 years? If I were the fourth Hokage, I'd be so mad I'd come back to life. The fourth Hokage used his life to seal the Nine Tails and protect the village. And this is how you treated his son? We didn't know. We were kept in the dark too. Danzo must have done this. Seeing this scene, Naruto finally learned everything. He knelt under the corridor, and large tears smashed down onto the bluestone floor. 12 years. He had finally learned the truth. Everyone said he was the demon fox, but at this moment, the sky curtain had told him the truth. He was not the demon fox. He was the son of the fourth Hokage. His parents had used their lives to protect the village and protect him. So I have parents. My dad is the Hokage. My mom is... Hyuga Kei set the teacup on the ground, stood up, walked in front of Naruto, and crouched down, reaching out to pat him on the shoulder. Cry it out, Hyuga Kei said. You've held it in for more than 10 years. Naruto finally burst into loud sobs. Seeing this, Hyuga Tianhua's heart ached as well. He patted Naruto's back to help him catch his breath. Feeling everyone's concern, Naruto cried even harder. Big brother Chi. Grandpa Tianhua. Everyone. Wah. At this moment, Kakashi was also in a daze as he looked at the sky curtain. His teacher's face felt as if it had only been yesterday, leaving him somewhat absent-minded.
I'm sorry, sensei.
I didn't take good care of Naruto. He actually had thought about taking care of Naruto too, but he hadn't been able to protect anyone at all. So what right did he have to take care of anyone else? I'm really useless. Jiraiya held his sake flask and kept drinking cup after cup of clear sake. This most outstanding disciple of his was also one of the regrets in his heart. If he had still been in Konoha back then, maybe the ending would have been different. Maybe the couple would not have died, and Naruto would not have lost his parents. The scene in the sky curtain changed again. Under the night sky, the Nine Tails blocked out the moon, and Konoha's streets were reduced to ruins beneath its feet. Screams, explosions, and the shouts of shinobi mixed together into an apocalyptic symphony. The camera crossed over the fleeing crowd, crossed over the collapsed houses, and stopped inside a room. Minato Namikaze stood to one side, looking at his wife and child on the bed, both hands clenched into fists. Kushina lay on the delivery bed, and beside her was the child who had just been born. Her face still carried the pale weakness of childbirth, and her lips were colorless. "I'll be right back." Minato opened the wardrobe, took out the Hokage cloak, and snapped it hard. The cloak was thrown onto his body. "I'll be right back." In the next moment, Minato vanished from the room with Flying Thunder God. The scene switched rapidly, and the pace suddenly sped up. On the battlefield, in a critical instant, Minato used Flying Thunder God to teleport away the tailed beast bomb. Then he fought the masked man outside Konoha. The golden flash of Flying Thunder God. Second step tore through the night sky, and a Rasengan heavily wounded the masked man. The Ninetales was freed from the Genjutsu control, and the masked man fled. Then Minato teleported the Ninetales outside the village. After that, he returned to the village, carried Kushina and Naruto back to the battlefield, and prepared to seal the Ninetales again. Using the last of her strength, Kushina bound the Ninetales inside the barrier with the adamantine sealing chains. Then, the scene slowed down, so slow it felt like it had been glued in place. Minato wanted to use the dead demon consuming seal to seal it again, while the Ninetales stretched out its claws with all its strength and fiercely stabbed toward Naruto. But in the next moment, the Ninetales' claw froze in midair. Minato and Kushina, this pair of great parents, stood in front of Naruto, one before and one behind. The Ninetales' sharp claw pierced through their bodies from behind, and blood splattered onto the baby's swaddling cloth. The bullet comments froze for a full 3 seconds, then exploded. "No! Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I can't watch this. Even though I already know the ending, why does it still hurt this much?" Although the relations between the 5 great nations had eased a little recently because of the Otsutsuki, at this moment, the Reikage felt it wasn't worth it for an opponent like Minato, and spoke through the sky screen. "Hehehe, at the very least in our Kimogakure, we don't have the habit of failing the children of heroes. That's enough to make people's hearts go cold. A man like Minato Namikaze, and yet his descendant was treated like this." Watching this scene, Naruto was already crying so hard that his face was twisted, tears and snot smeared together. His eyes were blurred by tears, but he still kept desperately wiping them away, wanting to see every single image of his parents clearly. This might be the last chance in his life for him to ever see footage of his parents. "Dad. Mom." The narrator's voice sounded. The fastest man in the ninja world was a legend who made enemy villages give the order that if they encountered the yellow flash, they could abandon the mission. But the fastest time in his life still wasn't fast enough to outrun death. Minato knelt in front of her, his hands forming seals. The Shinigami invoked by the dead demon consuming seal sealed half of the chakra into his own body, and the other half into his child. It was unfair to make a child bear such a responsibility the moment he was born, but Minato still did it. He believed in his child. After doing all this, the husband and wife had little time left, yet they were still making their final farewell to Naruto. Kushina looked at Naruto, tears sliding from the corners of her eyes. "Naruto, don't be picky with food. Eat a lot and grow up fast. Remember to bathe every day and keep your body warm. And don't stay up late. Make sure to get enough sleep." Her voice began to break apart as she tried to tell Naruto everything she wanted to say. "Make friends. You don't need a lot of them. Just a few you can truly trust is enough. Also, even though your mom isn't very good at it, you need to study ninjutsu properly. But everyone has things they're bad at, so even if you don't learn well, don't lose heart. And also, the 3 ninja taboos. When it comes to money, save it properly. Don't casually lend money to others. You can't drink alcohol until you're 20, and drinking too much is bad for your body, so do it in moderation. And also, women, one of the 3 taboos. Mom is a woman, so I don't really understand, but anyway, in this world there are only men and women, and sooner or later you'll become interested in girls. But be careful of strange women. Someone like mom isn't something you need to worry about. And also, really, there's still so much I want to tell you. I want to live together with you. Mom loves you." Her voice grew softer and softer, while the couple's blood mixed together and dripped onto the baby. "Sorry, Minato. I said so much." Minato smiled, and his voice sounded. "Naruto, what Dad wants to say is the same as your nagging mother's." He smiled. Blood was still running down from the corner of his mouth, but he smiled. 8 trigram seal. The scene ended. The bullet comments started frantically scrolling again. "Naruto isn't a demon fox. He's the son of heroes. People of Konoha, did you hear that? The village the 4th Hokage and his wife protected with their lives, and this is how you treated their child. 3rd Hokage, come out and take the beating. Is this how you looked after a hero's child? Even I, someone from Kimogakure, can't stand watching this. We from Sunagakure can't stand it either. We from Kirigakure can't stand it either. Iwagakure requests to join the condemnation." The bullet comments on the sky screen were still flying by at high speed, but in the courtyard, everyone's eyes fell on Naruto. Naruto cried his heart out and shouted, "I'm not a demon fox." Naruto was crying so hard he looked miserable, but he still forcefully wiped his face and shouted toward the sky, "Mom, I've been eating properly, I bathe every day, and I don't kick off the blanket when I sleep. I made friends. Not just a few. I have a lot. Chi, Sasuke, Hinata, Iruka-sensei, Pervy Sage." Seeing this, Hyuga Kei also felt a little heartache. But he didn't say don't cry, and he didn't say that they were watching from heaven. He only reached out and rubbed the back of Naruto's head when Naruto was crying so hard he was almost out of breath. "Naruto, do you think your parents were strong?" Naruto froze for a moment, then said with a sob, "Strong. My dad was the Hokage, and my mom was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Then do you think I'm strong? Strong. Then tell me, if someone stronger than them and stronger than you exists, do you think that person has a way to bring them back?" Naruto's sobbing stopped. His azure pupils, soaked in tears, shone brightly. "Why you? What did you say?" "I said, your parents' souls still exist." He let go of the back of Naruto's head and raised one finger. "The me on the sky screen once revived Hinata. Once I become strong enough, naturally there'll be a chance to revive them too." Naruto's mouth hung open. Snot had run down to his lips and he didn't even notice. "Oh really? Why would I lie to you?" The first heartbreaking story slowly came to an end in the sea of tears flooding the bullet comments. The sky screen darkened, then lit up again. Words appeared on the screen. The second heartbreaking regret. His life was a vessel woven from lies, yet it held the only truth. A gentle executioner whose sins could never be forgiven. Before the image even lit up, the bullet comments had already started flooding the screen. Guessing who it was talking about. Who is this talking about? A gentle executioner. Who could deserve a name like that? The image lit up. In a Konoha afternoon, sunlight passed through the leaves and scattered across the bluestone road of the Uchiha clan district. A black-haired boy of 5 or 6 was squatting beside the training ground, his eyes red-rimmed. A large patch of skin had been scraped off his knee, and drops of blood were running down his calf. He was waiting for the person who always showed up on time. Footsteps came from the other end of the alley. The boy looked up. Tears were still spinning in his eyes, but the corners of his mouth were already rising uncontrollably. "Big brother." Uchiha Itachi walked out from the alley entrance, still carrying a bag like he had just returned from a mission. When he saw the injury on Sasuke's knee, his footsteps paused for a moment. Then he crouched down, said nothing, and took out a bandage from his ninja tool pouch, wrapping it around his little brother's knee one circle after another. "Fell again. The rock tripped me first." Itachi didn't expose the obvious lie. He only tucked in the end of the bandage, then turned around and crouched with his back facing Sasuke. "Get on." Sasuke climbed onto his back, his arms wrapping around his neck. Itachi's back wasn't broad, but it was steady. When he walked, there wasn't even any bumping. And Sasuke buried his face in his back. Bullet comments drifted by. 5-year-old Sasuke. So cute. Big brother carrying little brother home. This is way too warm. Wait. Sasuke's brother is that Uchiha Itachi? The one who wiped out the whole clan? How does this image match up with a clan-killing murderer? Could there be some hidden truth? The scene switched. Inside the Uchiha clan compound, Uchiha Itachi, who had already joined the Umbu, was sorting out his gear. A hand reached out from behind and grabbed his wrist. "Nisan, you promised you'd teach me how to throw shuriken." The corner of Itachi's lips curved slightly. He raised a finger and gently tapped his forehead. "Forgive me, Sasuke. Next time." Sasuke covered his forehead and pouted. "You poked my forehead again." The people of the ninja world grew even more confused. These two were way too close, weren't they? Why would Itachi wipe out his clan? Don't rush it. If you ask me, there has to be some inside story behind the Uchiha clan massacre. Konoha's higher-ups definitely can't be cleared of involvement. The one before is right. If they could even treat the hero's son like that, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they did something like this. I don't think so. Maybe Itachi was just a complete psychopath himself. Sasuke sat under the eaves, staring at the little version of himself asleep on his brother's back on the sky screen, his fingernails digging deep into his palm. At this moment, the scar in his heart he least wanted to touch had been exposed in front of everyone. He remembered these scenes. He remembered all of it. He clenched his teeth and forced a few words out through the gaps. "Can't let it go? Heh. How is he even worthy of that? This was all just an act." His voice was very soft, but everyone in the courtyard heard it. This was all his disguise. He acted like a good brother, acted like a good son, acted like a good shinobi. Then afterward, he killed them all. It was all to make me hate him, make me awaken the Mangekyo, and then take my eyes. Sitting under the eaves with a teacup in hand, Hyuga Kei didn't take that seriously at all when he heard it. He silently set the teacup back onto the saucer and inwardly muttered, "Remember what you look like right now. Don't cry too miserably later." Still, he spoke up to comfort him. Since the sky screen is saying this, there really might be some hidden truth. No rush. Let's keep watching first. But in his view, everything Uchiha Itachi had done was unforgivable even if he died. Whether he chose the village or the clan, his reputation wouldn't have turned out this rotten. But in the end, he had chosen the worst possible middle ground option. He wanted to avoid a coup while also preserving the Uchiha's reputation. And Itachi, who was still in Amigakure, revealed the same pained expression at this moment.
I'm sorry, Sasuke.
Everything I did, I had no choice. In his eyes, everything had been a helpless choice made while trapped between the village and the clan. As for himself, only death could atone for his sins. After showing the bond between the two, the sky screen suddenly sped up and began displaying Uchiha Itachi's life. 5-year-old Itachi stood at the doorway, holding a Ninja Academy admission notice in his hand. Starting today, you are a student of the Ninja Academy. Fugaka's voice revealed neither joy nor anger. The scene flashed by at high speed. At the shuriken range, 5-year-old Itachi threw a kunai for the first time, and every single one hit the bullseye. The chunin watching looked at each other. One jonin said in a low voice, "Is this kid a monster?" In the Ninja Academy classroom, the teacher was explaining the three basic jutsu, but Itachi was attending class with a shadow clone. Graduated at 7, awakened the Sharingan at 8, passed the chunin exams at 10, joined the Umbu at 11. The barrage comments immediately became dense. Is that resume even real? How could someone this talented slaughter his own entire clan? Was he really a psychopath? I think that's exactly it. He probably became like this from chasing power. After all this was shown, the screen darkened frame by frame. A line of subtitles appeared, showing the timeline. After the Ninetales attack, the scene shifted to Naka Shrine inside the Uchiha clan compound. Late at night, candlelight flickered. More than a dozen pairs of Sharingan glowed in the dimness. All of the Uchiha clan's elite shinobi had gathered here. Itachi stood in the corner, his face hidden in shadow, with only those eyes shining. The village is suppressing us, Uchiha. After the Ninetales incident, not only was our clan compound moved to the edge of the village, our authority has also been cut down step by step. We fought and bled for Konoha, and this is what we got in return. Clan head, let's launch a coup and take back everything that belongs to us. At this moment, the entire Uchiha clan was fired up with rage. The scene changed again to the Hokage's office in Konoha. Danzo looked out the window while Hiruzen Sarutobi smoked nearby. They were discussing the Uchiha clan. It turned out Konoha's higher-ups had long been wary of the Uchiha, because on the night of the Ninetales incident that Sharingan pattern made everyone fearful. The Uchiha clan was driven to the outskirts of Konoha and placed under Umbu surveillance. Shursui knelt below and stated his idea. He wanted to use Koto Amatsukami to change everything, so the Uchiha clan would no longer launch a coup. But not only did Danzo agree with his idea, he instead saw it as a threat. Before Shursui could act, Danzo ambushed him and took one of his eyes. Shursui ultimately escaped the ambush, handed his other eye to Itachi, warned him to protect both Konoha and the clan, and then jumped off a cliff to his death. As long as he died, the Uchiha would delay their coup, buying more time. In the darkness, Uchiha Itachi stood alone by the river where Shursui had leapt to his death. The three tomo in his eyes spun madly and formed a shuriken-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan. As if in celebration, a flood of barrage comments drifted across at that moment. Konoha's higher-ups again? Wasn't all of this their own fault? Shursui's Koto Amatsukami could have changed the opposition between the Uchiha and Konoha, right? And Danzo forced him to death just like that? Were Konoha's higher-ups afraid of the Uchiha, or afraid of the Uchiha slipping out of their control? Those eyes look pretty similar to what Sasuke showed. So that's the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? No wonder he could massacre the whole clan by himself. Anoki looked at the sky screen and sneered. I said it long ago. Konoha loves infighting the most. If it weren't for the fact that geniuses keep coming out of that place, Konoha would have been destroyed long ago. You're really lucky, Hiruzen Sarutobi. If geniuses like Hyuga Kei and Uchiha Itachi had been born in Iwagakure, then as long as he trained them properly, why would they need any Ninja World Federation? They could just call it the Land of Earth Federation. Sasuke's emotions eased a little at this moment. This was the first time he had learned these stories. So there had really been this much hidden truth behind the destruction of the Uchiha clan. But it still couldn't explain why Uchiha Itachi had ultimately turned his hand against his own people. Itachi still betrayed the clan in the end, slaughtering his own clansmen. Wasn't that Konoha's fault too? If Shursui had been allowed to use Koto Amatsukami, then none of this would have happened. Sasuke felt even more furious inside. Konoha's higher-ups and Uchiha Itachi, not a single one of them was any good. Especially Danzo. No wonder Hyuga Kei had wanted to take him along to kill Danzo. Meanwhile, Uchiha Guangxuan, who was leaning beside Hyuga Kei, was treating this like a revenge wish-fulfillment drama. After all, every bit of pain in her life had come from the Uchiha clan. Although she wouldn't direct that hatred toward a little brat like Sasuke, she was still watching with great enjoyment as the Uchiha clan was being oppressed. She muttered under her breath there, that's right, the Uchiha clan is evil by nature. The scene shifted to the entrance of the ninja academy. The sun was setting. Students came out of the school gate in 2s and 3s, chatting and laughing as they headed home. Itachi stood atop the tower across the street, his gaze passing over the stream of students leaving school and landing on that tiny figure at the gate with a school bag on his back. Sasuke walked down the road, completely unaware that someone was watching him. Itachi simply watched his little brother. The narrator said, at this moment, Uchiha Itachi looked at his younger brother and made his final choice. The scene shifted again to Danzo's office. Itachi stood in the shadows. Danzo leaned back in his chair. The Uchiha clan is already preparing to launch a coup. Once civil war breaks out, Konoha will be severely weakened, and the other 4 great nations will definitely take advantage of it. At that point, the ones who die won't just be the Uchiha. It will be all of Konoha, all of the land of fire. Itachi's voice didn't carry even a trace of emotion. What do you want me to do? Danzo's one eye revealed a dark, sinister glint. You will do it yourself. As an Uchiha, you will personally bring the Uchiha to an end. In exchange, your little brother, Uchiha Sasuke, can live. The entire ninja world felt like its worldview was about to be overturned, completely shocked by how bottomless Konoha's upper brass could be. So the clan massacre wasn't something Itachi wanted to do himself, but something he was half forced into? This was an order from Konoha's leadership. Danzo, are you even human? You made a 13-year-old child slaughter his entire clan with his own hands. Sasuke suddenly stood up, the anger on his face freezing in midair. He stared at the boy standing in the shadows of Danzo's office on the screen above, his lips trembling. The night of the massacre had been an order from Konoha's upper brass. Itachi had accepted that mission so he could live. It wasn't that Itachi wanted to kill the entire clan. It was that the Uchiha clan was preparing to launch a coup. And the person he had wanted to kill all this time had actually been protecting him. His entire worldview was on the verge of collapse. He staggered back step by step until his back slammed into a corridor pillar. Then he suddenly turned his head and stared fixedly at Hyuga Kei. He remembered the day Hyuga Kei had taken him to Root Space. He remembered that sentence Hyuga Kei had said, I'll take you there to collect a little interest first, and he remembered the 10 Sharingan on Danzo's arm. You took me to kill Danzo because of this. Hyuga Kei set down his teacup. He neither denied it nor explained further, only replied, I just thought you should see that old bastard die with your own eyes. Sasuke's lips moved, like he wanted to say something, but the scene on the screen made him swallow every word back down. An order from Konoha's upper brass. So Uchiha Itachi was just the blade? I don't accept that. No matter what the order was, slaughtering your whole clan is still slaughtering your whole clan. The guy before was right. He could have chosen not to do it. But if he didn't, the entire Uchiha clan would die, Sasuke would die too, and the war would spread across the whole country. That still isn't a reason for him to wipe out his whole clan. The barrage split fiercely into 2 sides, but the screen didn't wait for them to finish arguing. Hyuga Kei had long since gotten used to this kind of rhythm. In his previous life, weren't the arguments about Uchiha Itachi always because of exactly this? He had already gotten used to it. If he had been in Uchiha Itachi's position, he definitely wouldn't have cared about the Uchiha clan's vague and empty so-called honor. At worst, he would have just taken the whole clan and run far away. Wasn't that how fanfics in his previous life always did it? In the scene, Itachi stood in the woods outside Naka Shrine. The space in front of him twisted, and a man wearing an orange spiral mask stepped out from the vortex. Itachi said, Uchiha Madara, I agree to your terms. The masked man tilted his head, and a trace of amusement flashed through the Sharingan visible through the mask. I thought you'd need a few more days to think. No need. The masked man nodded and said, I'll spare your little brother's life. After all, I have no use for a child who hasn't awakened the Sharingan. Itachi turned his head away and stopped looking at him. So I can rest easy. Then, the masked man gave no answer, which was as good as admitting it. If you have nowhere to go, you can consider joining my organization, Akatsuki. Itachi didn't answer. He turned around and walked toward the clan compound. Naruto's eyes widened. That mask. That figure. He had just seen him. Right there on the screen earlier. That man had used the Sharingan to control the Ninetales, had gotten his parents killed, had destroyed Konoha, and had made him get called Demon Fox ever since he was little. It was him. It was him. Naruto's trembling finger pointed at the man in the orange spiral mask on the screen above. The bastard from the Ninetales night, the one who controlled the Ninetales and killed Dad and Mom. That's him. Ninetales chakra began leaking out of him uncontrollably, and his whole body was shaking. He had a hand in the Uchiha massacre too? Just who the hell was he? Why did he do all this to Konoha? Sasuke's reaction was almost exactly the same. His face the picture of a worldview falling apart. All that anger had nowhere to go. He only wanted to kill Danzo, then find Itachi and confront him face to face. Under Hyuga Kei's influence, he no longer believed reputation mattered more than family. Uchiha Hikaru, however, tilted her head slightly, her brows faintly knitting together. Why does that dojutsu look exactly the same as the kamui engraved into my eye? She turned to Hyuga Kei and tilted her head. The eye you gave me. Was it his? Hyuga Kei felt there was no need to hide it, so he explained, yeah. His name was Uchiha Obito. Naruto and Sasuke both turned to look at Hyuga Kei at the same time. He was behind the Ninetales night. And the night of the massacre too. But he's already dead. I killed him with my own hands. Naruto opened his mouth, and the Ninetales chakra around him gradually settled down. He wanted to ask, why didn't you tell me? But the words reached his lips and were swallowed back down. I know what you're thinking. Hyuga Kei picked up his teacup again, his gaze sweeping across Naruto and Sasuke. Their anger was obvious, but they had nowhere to vent it. They had just found their enemies, only to suddenly discover that those enemies were already dead. But Hyuga Kei felt he couldn't let them lose their drive. So he quickly threw out another target. You want revenge. You want to kill them with your own hands. You want to make them kneel before your parents' graves and kowtow in confession. But they're already dead. But I left that possibility in the future. Work hard and become stronger. Strong enough that even the rules have to make way for you. When that time comes, you can revive whoever you want to revive. You can see whoever you want to see. Same as always. As long as you're strong enough, then even if the god of death stands in your way, there's nothing to fear. The barrage continued discussing non-stop. Wait, that masked guy is the one who murdered the 4th Hokage's family, right? Uchiha Madara? Madara should have died a long time ago. No, if he's Uchiha Madara, then how old would he even be now? He's from the 1st Hokage's generation. If he's still alive now, he'd have to be over 100 years old, right? But why would Madara release the Ninetales? Why would he help Itachi wipe out the Uchiha? Because he's crazy, obviously. Some old monster who survived from the Warring States era being mentally unstable is perfectly normal. Inoki stared at the screen. That name brought back bad memories. Back then, he had still been just a boy following the second Tsukige, Mu, to Konoha to sign an alliance agreement. That man had stood right in front of him with his arms crossed. His Sharingan devoid of the slightest ripple, like he was looking at a bunch of ants. Those eyes, that pressure, that fear so overwhelming it made people forget how to breathe. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. How could Uchiha Madara possibly still be alive? The screen said he was part of Akatsuki. The mastermind behind Akatsuki was Uchiha Madara, not Nagato? But hadn't he already joined the Federation now? Slammed his fist onto the table, lightning crackling and exploding around it. Uchiha Madara? The same Uchiha Madara who died in the battle at the Valley of the End. The 1st Hokage has been dead for how many years now? And his opponent is still alive? If that guy really survived until now, then what kind of strength would he even have? Everyone in the ninja world couldn't help but fall into deep confusion. But they had no idea that this man claiming to be Uchiha Madara had long since died. The scene switches to the Uchiha clan district. Late at night, the streets are empty. Itachi stands at the entrance to the clan district, a ninja blade gripped in his hand. The slaughter begins. There are no screams, no alarms, only the dull sound of steel sinking into flesh, and the sound of bodies hitting the floor. 1 household, 2 households, 5 households, 10 households. Itachi's face never shows any expression, until he arrives at his own home and pushes open the familiar door. Fugaku and Mikoto sit kneeling in the center of the tatami room with their backs to him. Itachi. Fugaku's voice is calm. Have you finished dealing with everything outside? Yes. Is that so? Fugaku closes his eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. You've worked hard. Father, mother, I. Fugaku opens his eyes. Sasuke is in your hands. Itachi's hand holding the blade trembles, and the next moment, tears pour down like snapped strings. The blade flashes. The bullet comments fall completely silent. Then they explode. His parents knew. They knew he was coming to kill them. Making your own son kill you. What the hell is wrong with the Uchiha? I can't take this anymore. Was this really his final choice? The scene changes. At this moment, Sasuke runs home and pushes open the door, just like usual. Then he sees it. In the center of the tatami room, his parents lie in a pool of blood. The older brother he had admired since childhood stands beside their bodies, blood still dripping from the blade in his hand. Sasuke freezes in place. His feet move back uncontrollably, his back pressing against the wall, his whole body trembling. Brother. Dad. Mom. Why? Itachi stands at the doorway, his Mangekyo Sharingan lighting up in the darkness. Tsukuyomi is activated. Sasuke is dragged into the Genjutsu and watches the scene of his parents being killed repeat over and over with his own eyes. He drops to his knees and vomits. Sasuke tries to run, but Itachi appears in front of him like a ghost. My foolish little brother. Itachi's voice comes from above his head. Right now, you don't even have the value to be killed. If you want to kill me, then hate me, resent me, and live on in ugliness. Run with everything you have. Struggle to survive at all costs. And one day, when you have eyes like mine, come find me. Sasuke collapses on the ground, his pupils unfocused. The last thing he sees is his brother turning away and glancing at him from the side. Then he passes out. The second heartbreaking regret is over. This was a human tragedy where no one had any real choice, and the people of the ninja world once again launched a wave of condemnation against Konoha. The true culprit behind this tragedy was Danzo, one of Konoha's higher-ups. If not for his relentless pressure, things would never have come to this. So this is the truth? This is the face of Konoha's leadership? One Hokage failed the children of heroes. One Danzo forced a man to slaughter his own clan. With higher-ups like that, how could Konoha possibly end well? Third Hokage, come out and say something. Aren't you the professor of ninjutsu? Aren't you the strongest Hokage? Where were you on the night of the Nine Tails? And where were you during the Uchiha clan massacre? So from beginning to end, Uchiha Itachi was being forced. 13 years old. He was forced to kill his entire clan just to protect his little brother. And Konoha's higher-ups sat in their offices without even dirtying their hands. Don't just curse Danzo. Is the third Hokage clean? He's the Hokage. Could Danzo have done all that without him knowing? Silent approval makes him an accomplice. At this moment, countless Konoha ninja could only remain silent, not daring to speak in defense. These two matters really were things Konoha had handled shamefully. Konoha Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk. His pipe had long since gone out, and he didn't relight it. One bullet comment after another scrolled across the sky curtain, and he saw every single one of them. Failed the children of heroes. Silent approval makes him an accomplice. The will of fire burns hottest when it's used against your own people. He offered no defense, because he knew the sky curtain was telling the truth. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki protected the village with their lives, and he left their son in a low-rent apartment, giving him a monthly living allowance. Uchiha Shursui wanted to use Koto Emitsukami to stop the coup, but Danzo stole his eye, and he threw himself into the river. The Uchiha clan was forced to the edge of the cliff. Danzo bypassed him and directly gave Itachi the order to exterminate the clan, and he silently approved it. He knew about every single one of these things. He stopped none of them, all because of his weakness. Without his silent approval, Danzo could have done nothing. Danzo was his shadow, and for everything the shadow did, the original body could not escape responsibility. Kumogakure, Raikage's office. Crossed his arms over his chest and let out a heavy snort through his nose. The third Hokage? The strongest Hokage? He couldn't even protect the geniuses of his own village. He couldn't even control what his own subordinates were doing. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He smashed a fist into the armrest. And this guy is supposed to be the strongest Hokage? Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju's coffin lids are about to pop open. Behind him, Darui unusually didn't yawn. He only said in a low voice, Konoha's internal attrition really is serious. If they didn't have so many geniuses, and if they hadn't changed generations so quickly with this level of internal waste, they would have collapsed a long time ago. What good are a lot of geniuses? Sneered. The more geniuses they have, the more die. Tsukumo, Shursui, Itachi, Minato. Which one of them wasn't a genius? Every one of them met a worse end than the last. Hyuga Kei is only alive because his life is tough enough. Otherwise, they would have ruined him too. Sasuke's mind had already become a complete mess. The images on the sky curtain were still flashing. The bullet comments were still arguing. But he could no longer hear any of it. Why? Sasuke's lips trembled. He remembered what Hyuga Kei had said, when he smashed Danzo's chest apart with one palm in root space. Even his own ambition could be twisted into being for Konoha. At the time, he had thought Kei was right. But now the sky curtain was telling him that the man who slaughtered the entire clan had also done it so he could stay alive. But that was wrong. That was wrong. He could have taken me with him. Sasuke suddenly shot to his feet. A teacup in the corridor was knocked over by his movement, and tea splashed all over the floor, but no one went to wipe it up. He was that strong. Mangekyo Sharingan. At 13, he could kill the whole clan. He could have taken our whole family and left Konoha, to Amigakure, to the land of grass, to anywhere Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't reach. Why didn't he take us with him? His Sharingan lit up uncontrollably. The two Tomo spun wildly in his eyes, and then one more appeared. Under the violent impact of his emotions, it evolved into a 3-Tomo Sharingan. Naruto instinctively reached out to grab him, but Sasuke shook him off in one motion. He chose Konoha. He chose those old bastards who drove Shursui to death. He didn't choose our parents. He didn't choose the clan. Sasuke's voice went from hoarse to a low roar. I'm going to find him. He turned and charged toward the courtyard gate. His footsteps pounded against the bluestone path, and his shoulder blades were drawn tight like two fully pulled bows. Then a hand reached out from behind and grabbed the back of his collar. Hyuga Kei held a teacup in one hand, while the other yanked Sasuke back as easily as if he were grabbing a kitten. The tea only swayed slightly and didn't spill. Let go of me. Calm down. Wait until we finish watching the sky curtain, and I'll go with you. If you're going by yourself right now, it'd be better for me to just carry you there by flying. Sasuke took a deep breath and only then barely calmed his emotions. The bullet comments are still arguing. I don't accept it. No reason can excuse slaughter. He could have chosen not to kill. He could have chosen to take his little brother and leave. He chose the most cowardly option. What they said earlier was right. He was a genius, graduated at 7, awakened his Sharingan at 8. He clearly could have led the whole clan out of Konoha, so why did he choose the dumbest path? Because he was Itachi Uchiha, not Chi Uchiha. There's a gap even between geniuses. Intelligence is intelligence, character is character. Chi Hyuga was a genius ahead of his time, so of course he wouldn't be trapped by that. The comments split into two factions, but the heavenly screen didn't wait for them to finish arguing. Chi Hyuga watched those comments with great interest. It gave him the feeling of going back to his previous life and watching people argue online. But for some reason, no matter what, it always ended up involving him in the end. The heavenly screen continued. Subtitles appeared. The third greatest regret. His beloved was killed. He fell into hell, all to create a new world, yet it was nothing more than a lie he told himself. The narrator's voice sounded. This story begins with a dead last. The scene shifted to a classroom at the Konoha Ninja Academy. A black-haired boy was asleep on his desk, drool spreading all over the table. His deskmate poked him in the ribs and whispered, "Obito Uchiha. The teacheress here." Obito shot upright, smacking his forehead against the edge of the desk. He bared his teeth and clutched his head in pain. The whole class burst into laughter. Comments floated past. Obito? Uchiha Obito? Never heard of him. There was someone like that in the Uchiha clan? I thought after the massacre, only Sasuke and Itachi were left. With the surname Uchiha, and he was still dead last? Just how bad was he? The screen quickly flashed through Obito's youth. On the training field, he was kicked flying by Guy. In theory class, he copied Kakashi's test paper and got punished by being made to stand. He helped an old granny carry her things and ended up late, so the teacher made him run laps. And deep in his heart, he secretly had a crush on his classmate Rin Noera. Every mission, he was half a beat too slow. Every evaluation, he ranked last. But he was always optimistic. Obito was the least Uchiha-like genius in history. No, even less like someone from a clan family. He had none of that typical Uchiha arrogance. On the way to school, he would help old people carry water. If he saw a stray cat by the roadside going hungry, he would split his lunch with it. The scene changed. The Third Great Ninja War arrived. He also graduated from the academy. On the day Team Minato was formed, Minato Namikaze stood before the three of them, his blonde hair dazzling in the sunlight. From today on, you are officially members of Team Minato. Kakashi nodded expressionlessly, while Obito clenched his fists and shouted so loudly the whole training ground could hear him. And Rin stood between the two of them, looking at Kakashi on her left, then Obito on her right, simply smiling. Their daily missions flashed by quickly. Kakashi was always the first to charge ahead. Obito was always half a beat too slow. Rin was always the one smoothing things over between them. Obito was always at odds with Kakashi, and Rin was always taking care of Obito, almost like she was looking after a little brother. Someone in the comments said, Team Minato was Konoha's golden generation, right? The fourth Hokage as the teacher plus one Uchiha, one genius, and one medical ninja. Too bad in the end. Kakashi was the only one left. So what's the regret this time? So far, this all looks like a perfect script. At that moment, Kakashi leaned against the window and looked up at the heavenly screen. On it, a group photo of the 4 members of Team Minato froze in the center of the screen. The blonde teacher was smiling. Rin was smiling. Obito was smiling too. Only he himself, back then, had been wearing that stiff sour face, acting like the whole world owed him serious respect. Idiot, he muttered. Those days he had once thought were so ordinary they weren't even worth mentioning turned out to be the best days of his life. At the time, he had only thought them ordinary. Chi Hyuga was enjoying Hinata and Uchiha Hikaru waiting on him. He lay in Hinata Hyuga's lap, while beside him, Uchiha Hikaru was still feeding him fruit. Watching the heavenly screen left even him sighing with emotion. Honestly, before he went dark, Obito had practically been a model young man. A person like that would have been a moral role model in any ninja village, yet he just had to be targeted by Madara Uchiha. How many people were even in the Uchiha clan in total? The heavenly screen had listed 5 greatest regrets, and 3 of them were Uchiha. He turned to look at Uchiha Hikaru. Hikaru was sitting nearby peeling an orange. Sensing his gaze, she looked up. Am I one of the regrets too? What do you think? Your clansmen used you as a weapon of war, then sealed you away after they were done. You slept for hundreds of years, and when you came out, you found the Uchiha had already been wiped out. You couldn't even find anyone left to take revenge on. You can take revenge on Itachi, Sasuke coldly cut in from the side. Your brother is working in Amigakure for the Federation now. Hyuga took a sip of tea. If Hikaru went after him, it'd be hard to explain things to Nagato. And strictly speaking, Itachi already avenged Hikaru. He slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. In a certain sense, he vented her anger for her. Sasuke choked. That logic was way too twisted, but he couldn't figure out exactly where it was wrong. Uchiha Hikaru tilted her head, seeming to seriously consider whether she should go thank Itachi. After thinking for a moment, she stuffed a slice of orange into Hyuga's mouth. The Uchiha clan really is something else. Itachi slaughtered his whole clan for Konoha. Obito wants to destroy the world for Rin. They can keep that kind of talent. The Byakugan is much less trouble. At worst, you just go nearsighted. The heavenly screen continued. The 4 members of Team Minato sat together, and Minato Namikaze spread out a map, his finger pointing at the border between the land of fire and the land of earth. Canopy Bridge, the supply line hub of Iwagakure. The mission is to destroy it. I'll go alone from the front as a feint to draw their fire. The 3 of you will circle around and blow up the bridge from behind. Minato looked at the 3 of them. For this mission, Kakashi will serve as captain. Yes, the Jonin among you. Obito was unhappy he didn't get to show off in front of Rin, and he gave a snort. What is so great about being a Jonin? After finishing the mission briefing, the 4 split up. Kakashi turned to face Obito and Rin, his tone as cold as ever. With Minato-sensei gone, I'm in command. The mission comes first. Under no circumstances are you to act on your own. Obito rolled his eyes. Yeah, got it. You're a Jonin now, right? The 3 advanced toward their target, only to run into an ambush from Iwagakure. Firelight and Boulder, 2 names not among the most famous on Iwagakure's Jonin roster, attacked the team. With one earth release, Firelight blasted the 3 of them apart and broke their formation. Boulder cut in from the flank. After a brief clash between both sides, Rin had already been slung over Boulder's shoulder. With a smoke bomb thrown out, the 2 vanished without a trace. Rin. Obito's voice cracked from screaming. He turned and was about to charge after them, only for Kakashi to grab his arm. Calm down. We carry out the mission first. Obito turned back and stared at Kakashi in disbelief. Do you even know what you're saying? Kakashi's expression didn't change in the slightest. Even if comrades must be sacrificed, a ninja prioritizes completing the mission first. That's the rule. You're really going to abandon a comrade who has fought through life and death with you for the sake of that rule? Obito couldn't believe it. He suddenly threw a punch straight into Kakashi's face. Kakashi was knocked to the ground. Obito turned again and started walking toward the direction the 2 had retreated. Obito glanced sideways at Kakashi and spoke his famous line. That's right. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum. But those who don't cherish their comrades are worse than scum. If I'm scum either way, then I'll break the rules. And in my eyes, Tsukumo-senpai was a true hero. Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly, but he didn't say anything. The 2 went their separate ways. After Obito said that famous line, the barrage exploded. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who don't cherish their comrades are even worse than trash. Tsukumo Hatake was a true hero. Someone finally cleared White Fang's name, but voices of opposition surged up almost at the same time. That's not wrong, but this is war. If the mission fails, even more people will die. If Canopy Bridge hadn't been destroyed, and Iwagakure's supply line stayed intact, how many more Konoha shinobi would have died on the front lines? To save one person, you might cause the whole battle to fail. Is that really heroism? As soon as that comment appeared, the sky screen fell silent for half a second. Then the 2 sides instantly started fighting in the comments. You people are cold-blooded. If it were you getting captured, wouldn't you want someone to come save you? This isn't cold-blooded. This is war. What? Do you think this is some kind of game? While the argument was reaching a boiling point, one comment floated past. Actually, neither side is wrong. Obito wasn't wrong. He wanted to save his comrade. Kakashi wasn't wrong. He wanted to complete the mission. What's wrong is the war itself. The kind of war that sends a bunch of 12 and 13-year-old kids onto the battlefield. That comment was copied and pasted over and over until it flooded the entire screen. What's wrong is the war itself. What's wrong is the war itself. Those words were the true feelings of countless people in the ninja world. They were already sick of hatred, which was exactly why they were so drawn to the Federation described by the sky screen. As Kakashi heard Obito's familiar voice once more, he only felt like crying. Those who don't cherish their comrades are even worse than trash. White Fang was a true hero. Kakashi closed his eyes. He remembered that day at Canopy Bridge, when Obito had been pinned under a massive rock, half his body crushed to pieces, yet still entrusted his eye to him. And he hadn't even been able to protect Rin. You were right.
Trash.
I always have been. Land of grass. Naruto jumped up on the spot and pointed at the lone figure charging into the dense forest on the sky screen. That's it. That's exactly what I've always been thinking. His eyes were still red, but the expression on his face was no longer sorrow. It was the kind of resonance that came from finally finding someone who understood him. What's a mission worth? What are rules worth? If your comrades are gone, then what's the point of becoming Hokage? He clenched his fists. That Obito guy. I'd definitely get along with him. Definitely. Hinata Kei sighed with emotion. The two really had been very similar in the beginning, and no wonder Naruto in the original story after seeing Obito would think of himself. But hopefully, when Naruto found out that Obito was his parents' killer later, he'd still have that same expression. Obito charged into the forest alone and arrived outside a rocky cave. He slapped his own face, forcing himself to stay alert. He took a deep breath and was just about to sneak inside when the sound of wind suddenly rose behind him. The air behind him rippled like the surface of water, and a figure cast off its disguise. It was the camouflage concealment technique of Iwagakure Jonin Taiseki. His kunai was already raised over his head, the tip aimed at the back of Obito's neck. It was too close, so close that when Obito turned around, all he saw was the cold gleam of metal. There was no time to dodge. Then a figure cut in from the side. The white fang short blade slashed down from above, but before Taiseki's kunai left his hand, it traced an arc through the air, the tip slicing into Kakashi's left eyelid. Blood instantly smeared across half his face. Kakashi let out a muffled grunt, covered his left eye, and dropped to one knee. The blood seeping through his fingers soaked his glove. Kakashi! Obito roared. Taiseki clutched the wound on his shoulder and staggered back, once again entering a concealed state as he came at them. But in Obito's eyes, the two Tomo were spinning wildly, two Tomo Sharingan. His newly awakened Sharingan successfully saw through the disguise. The kunai in Obito's hand thrust out and pierced straight through Taiseki's heart. There's one more inside. Kakashi stood up with his left eye covered, blood running down through his fingers. He's in the cave. Rin is there too. Obito nodded. I'll take the lead. Kakashi also said, don't hold me back. After the two rushed into the cave, their teamwork was so seamless it was like they had become different people. Their attacks flowed like water, and they smoothly defeated the last Iwagakure ninja. Rin! Obito rushed to Rin's side and cut the ropes around her wrists. It's okay now. We came to save you. Obito dispelled Rin's genjutsu and briefly explained the situation. Then the three of them ran toward the cave exit. But the IWA ninja they had thought was already dead stood back up at that moment and unleashed a jutsu, planning to take them down with him. The whole cave began to collapse. Before dying, he had used his jutsu to turn this place into his grave and bury them with him. Broken rocks from the ceiling kept falling, and the ground split into countless fragments. The three of them sprinted for the exit, but the collapse was faster than they were. The exit was 10 steps away, but the layer of rock above them was already crashing down all at once. Kakashi's left eye was still bleeding, leaving a blind spot in his vision, and he failed to notice the falling rock above him. And Obito didn't hesitate. He turned around and charged back, slamming a palm into Kakashi's chest and sending him flying out. Kakashi was shoved out of the cave entrance and hit the ground, rolling twice. And then he saw the final scene. A huge boulder crashed down from the cave ceiling and pinned Obito's right side beneath it, from shoulder to pelvis. His entire right half was crushed. Kakashi's eyes widened, and he rushed forward, trying to move the boulder. At a time like this, Obito's voice was unbelievably calm. Cough, cough, cough. Kakashi, don't bother. I'm done for already. My right half is gone. My body's been crushed apart. Rin was completely at a loss, tears streaming from her eyes. How could this happen? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Kakashi kept pounding the ground as if venting his rage. If I had gone with you from the start, maybe this never would have happened. What Jonin? What captain? Without any emotion in his voice, Obito said, oh right, I almost forgot. I'm the only one who still hasn't given you a gift for becoming a Jonin. I thought about it for a long time, and I finally know what to give you. Don't worry, it's not something useless. I'm giving you my Sharingan. No matter what the people in the village say, you're an amazing Jonin. This is from me. Take it. Rin, use your medical ninjutsu and transplant my Sharingan into Kakashi's left eye. I'm going to die, but I'll become your eye. I'll help you see clearly from now on and protect Rin. The operation was completed very quickly, and the second collapse soon buried him completely. In his heart, Obito said goodbye to himself. I finally managed to get along with Kakashi, but in the end, I still never got to confess to Rin I really wanted to stay with everyone a little longer. The barrage started flooding the screen. If Obito hadn't died, he definitely would become an incredible ninja. Two Tomo Sharingan, 12 years old, willing to die to protect his comrades. How could someone like that possibly be ordinary? If he had survived, he might even have become the 5th Hokage. Minato Namikaze's disciple, Kakashi's teammate, Rin's cough. Anyway, if he had lived, he would had a place in Konoha's golden generation. Land of Iron Samurai Camp. Mifune stood with his sword as support, silently watching the sky screen. He had seen countless samurai die, and he had also seen countless shinobi die. But for a 12-year-old child to entrust the only thing he had left to his comrade in that kind of situation, and then calmly say that he was about to die. Even Bushido was only this much. Mifune slowly drew his sword and held it horizontally in front of himself. The blade reflected his face. He was already very old. Respect. Konoha Genin, Obito Uchiha. Inside the small courtyard of the Hyuga residence, Hinata stood beneath the corridor, both hands twisted together in front of her. The little girl cried easily and couldn't bear scenes of parting between life and death like this. And at this moment, she deeply empathized with Obito. It was just like how, at the most important point in her life, she had never gotten the chance to tell Kei Hyuga that she liked him. Her tears fell, one drop after another, pattering against the wooden floorboards. She remembered how, in the parallel world, she had also given her eyes to Keikuin. Lady Tsunade had asked her if she knew what that meant. Permanent blindness. Never seeing Keikuin's face again. Never seeing the cherry blossoms again. Never seeing her little sister and father again. But she had thought about all of that too. If she could become Keikuin's eyes, then it would be the thing she would regret least in this life. Obito had thought the same way. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death. That was why he had left behind his eye, letting Kakashi see this world in his place. Kei Hyuga, standing beside her, looked at her and suddenly got the feeling of being back on Earth, accompanying his girlfriend while watching a soap opera. He didn't say anything either. He just gently patted Hinata's back. Hinata wiped her face with her sleeve.
Keikun.
He's so pitiful. He didn't even get the chance to confess, right? Kei Hyuga carefully thought about the relationship between Obito as a person and the matter of confession, and suddenly felt that this kid's whole life really had been miserable when it came to romance. But there was no good way to respond to that, so he could only honestly say, right? But now he's already reunited with Rin in the Pure Land. He's probably having so much fun he doesn't want to leave. And just when everyone thought the sky screen was about to end and move on to the next heartbreaking story, the narrator's voice rang out again. Obito did not die at Canopy Bridge. He woke up from the darkness and discovered that he was lying on a bed in an underground secret chamber, with half of his body rebuilt by the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. A dying old man sat in the shadows. His name was Madara Uchiha. The scene cuts back to the underground chamber. Obito sat up from the bed and looked in horror at the decrepit old man before him. In the old man's eyes were still 3 Tomo Sharingan, and beside his seat was a sickle. "You aren't the god of death, are you?" Obito said in some fear. "A messenger who guides the dead to heaven or hell, or the Shinigami that guides the Uchiha." But the old man calmly said, "I am the ghost of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha." Madara Uchiha? Obito's eyes widened, and his voice jumped half a pitch. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Madara Uchiha died a long time ago." The old man did not argue. He raised his withered right hand and formed a seal. Behind him, a massive demonic statue emerged from the shadows, its 9 eyes tightly shut. The demonic statue of the outer path. Madara's voice remained calm. "The shell of the Ten-Tails. It has been keeping me barely alive. Otherwise, this old man really should have been buried decades ago." The bullet comments instantly exploded. Wait. So Madara really lived all the way into this era? So that guy from before who called himself Madara was real?
No.
Maybe not the real person. More likely just some kind of agent. Do you think he can still fight looking like this? Holy crap. Everything connects now. Madara is the mastermind behind the scenes, and Obito is just a chess piece. At this moment, Nagato stared at the enormous demonic statue behind the old man.
No wonder.
I was nothing more than one of Obito's chess pieces. The demonic statue of the outer path. He was far too familiar with it. Every time he used the Rinnegan, a portion of his life force would be drained away. He had always thought that was a side effect of the Rinnegan. Now he knew. That was because his Rinnegan was not power that belonged to him. Those were Madara Uchiha's eyes. The Rinnegan Madara Uchiha had left inside his body, and they were draining his life. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel incredibly fortunate. Fortunately, Kei Hyuga had pulled him out of his original path. Otherwise, he really would have been schemed against until not even his bones were left. Land of Grass. Naruto froze in place like he'd been struck by lightning. Just a moment ago, he had been crying his eyes out over Obito's death. Just a moment ago, he had been saying that he and Obito would definitely get along. And then the sky screen told him that Obito hadn't died. That Obito had been saved by Madara. That Obito had most likely ended up becoming the enemy who murdered his parents. That guy who called himself Madara. Naruto's voice trembled. That was Obito. Hinata. standing beside Kei Hyuga, also covered her mouth and looked at the sky screen, not knowing what to say. She had just been moved to tears. How could she have expected things to develop like this? Seeing this, Kei Hyuga still comforted them. By that time, Obito wasn't Obito anymore. He was just a madman. You don't need to be too sad. Compared to Itachi Uchiha, he could actually empathize with Obito a bit more, even if killing his teacher was really indefensible. At the very least, he had a set of self-deceiving beliefs. Even though those beliefs were fake too, infinite Tsukuyomi would only turn people into white Zetsu. Neither of those two were good people. Dying as atonement was the best ending for both of them. Obito began training day and night. Only half of his body was original. The other half belonged to white Zetsu. Those prosthetic limbs stitched together from Hashirama cells needed constant training and adaptation before they could move properly. If he wanted to go find Kakashi sooner, then the only way was to keep training so he could recover faster. He tried to stand up by himself and fell off the bed. The first time he stood up, his prosthetic leg hadn't adapted to his center of gravity yet, and his whole body slammed face first into the ground. Blood from his nose smeared across half his face. White Zetsu tilted its head at him from the side and had no intention of helping him up. He didn't call for help either. He pushed himself up off the ground on his own, stood for less than 3 seconds and fell again. When he fell, he got back up again. After that, he would ask the white Zetsu that returned from outside, "How are Kakashi and Rin?" White Zetsu's answer was always the same. "Still alive." Until this day, White Zetsu emerged from a crack in the wall. Its voice still had that strange tone that sounded neither male nor female. "Obito, that Kakashi and that Rin you mentioned seem to have run into trouble." Obito was doing one-handed push-ups and instantly crashed to the floor. "What?" "White Zetsu, Kirigakure and Bu are chasing them. A lot of them. Kakashi is injured. Rin was captured." Obito's breathing stopped for a moment. "Sorry about this, old man Madara. I'm leaving first to save that idiot Kakashi." He didn't ask any more questions. He turned and slammed his fist hard against the wall. The wall didn't break. Instead, his new right arm exploded. White tissue snapped apart at the shoulder, and fragments scattered all over the ground. There was no blood at the break, only white fibrous matter slowly wriggling, trying to reform itself. Obito lowered his head and looked at his severed right arm, then looked at the dent on the wall that didn't even have a crack around it. White Zetsu came over. "Wow, that shattered pretty completely. Can't put it back together anymore." Obito said nothing. He turned around, ready to try again with his left arm. White Zetsu at the side said, "Where me?" Obito's fist stopped in midair. "What?" Without hesitating too much, White Zetsu covered his body. Starting from his ankles, it tightly wrapped around his legs, torso, and arms like a second layer of skin. Obito clenched his fist and felt power surge through him. He raised his right arm and smashed it toward the huge rock again. This time, the rock wall shattered. Rubble paved a path beneath his feet. He stood at the mouth of the cave, and outside was a torrential downpour. Obito pulled some clothes off the wall. "Old man Madara, lend me your clothes. I'll come back and repay you later." Madara did not open his eyes. He only said, "You will come back to find me." Obito rushed into the curtain of rain. Guided by White Zetsu, Obito quickly drew close to the battlefield. Before setting out, he had still been excited, wondering what kind of expression Kakashi would have when he saw him. But the closer he got, the more bad images kept flashing through his mind. As he ran past a huge tree, he heard the shrill cry of Raikiri ahead, along with Kakashi's voice. He stopped. The shadow of the canopy fell across his face. He saw Kakashi's Raikiri pierce through Rin's chest, and Rin fell just like that. The pupils of Obito and Kakashi changed at the same time. The three tomo twisted and spun together, forming the pattern of the Mangekyo. "Ah!" Obito let out an incomparably shrill roar of fury. Branches of wood release exploded from his body, and White Zetsu wrapped around him and covered him, leaving only one eye exposed and moving. Alone, he charged into the encirclement of the Kirigakure forces. Screams, blood, and the sound of bones shattering mixed together into one. The battle was like a massacre. Intangibility and would release alternated, and the power he unleashed easily slaughtered all the Kirigakure Umbu present. Stepping over one corpse after another with no expression on his face, he blankly picked up Rin, who was no longer breathing. "Rin, once again, I will create a world with you in it." In the scene, Obito held Rin's corpse and stood in the middle of a pool of blood. The rain had stopped, and so had his tears. Those newly awakened Mangekyo Sharingan slowly turned in their sockets, reflecting the pale face of the girl in his arms. Then the image froze. The narrator's voice rang out again, calm as if reading from a file. Uchiha Obito thought all of this was war, fate, an unavoidable tragedy of the ninja world. He was wrong. The scene changed. The dying Uchiha Madara leaned against a stone chair. Behind him was the demonic statue of the outer path, and standing before him was a Kirigakure Umbu. Madara's voice was hoarse. Seal the three tails inside Rin. Yes. The Kirigakure Umbu disappeared. The scene shifted again, still within the same secret chamber. Madara kept his eyes closed and said to the white Zetsu in front of him, "You must calculate the timing precisely and make sure he arrives at just the right moment." White Zetsu tilted its head. Arrive at just the right moment. And then what? Madara said, "Then he will see what I want him to see." Obito is the Uchiha who understands love the most, and a person like that only gains greater power after loss. At that time he will become my best pawn. No one in the ninja world was not shaken. Wait. So Rin getting captured was arranged by Madara? Just so Obito would happen to witness the scene of Kakashi killing Rin? Damn, it was a script from beginning to end. Obito's life was a tragic script written by Uchiha Madara. He thought he was avenging Rin, but every step he took was inside Madara's script. Obito killed so many people and committed so many sins, yet all of his hatred had been meticulously designed by someone else. The scene continued flashing back. Rin's capture was carried out by Madara's people. Kakashi being lured away was a setup by Madara. White Zetsu's appearance was timing Madara had already calculated. The narrator. The girl who died in Obito's arms was never a casualty of war. She was a tool used to destroy a kind-hearted boy. And that kind-hearted boy, after being destroyed, personally killed his own teacher, caused his teacher's wife to die, turned a baby into an orphan, helped massacre his own clan, and launched a war that nearly destroyed the entire ninja world. He became the person he hated most. And that person had already been waiting for him on the rainy night he stepped out of that cave. Naruto looked like his soul had been ripped out of him. His emotions had twisted back and forth. Just now, he had started to hate Obito, but in the end, the sky curtain told him that Obito was also a pitiful person. He had done all this because Madara had arranged for him to personally watch Rin die at Kakashi's hands. So was it because he had lost the person most important to him that he became like that? Sasuke stood beside the corridor pillar without speaking. He thought of Itachi. Itachi had also massacred the entire clan to protect him. Obito wanted to destroy the world for Rin. This Uchiha clan, every last one of them was fucking insane. Including himself. I don't forgive him. Naruto suddenly spoke and clenched his fists. He caused my mom and dad to die. He made me get called Demon Fox ever since I was little. No matter what reasons he had, I don't forgive him. Mei Terumi looked at the sky curtain, her expression so cold it could freeze ice. No wonder Yagura had been suppressed by Genjutsu so early, and the bloody mist had caused the deaths of countless ninja. As early as the Third Great Ninja War, Kirigakure had already been making one blunder after another. So Yagura had already been under Uchiha Madara's control back then, and later fell into Obito's hands as well. Uchiha Madara was really that terrifying? Even old and withered, he could still control an entire hidden village? It wasn't he only Rin I killed. Kakashi's voice squeezed out from between clenched teeth. I also killed Obito. On the day Rin died, Obito died too. The one who lived on after that was Madara's puppet on strings. Just because of Uchiha Madara's plan, Minato-sensei died, Kushina died, and so many people in Konoha died. But if he had been able to save Rin that day, then maybe none of those things would have happened. If he had just held on until Obito arrived, would they have been able to use the Sharingan to deal with the Three Tails problem? Was there some parallel world where Obito had become Hokage too? But in the end, all of that could only remain speculation. The scene changed again. It was still inside a stone chamber, but the situation was completely different. Obito leaned against the stone wall. The hole in his chest was slowly being filled by Hashirama's cells. He raised his head. A white-haired young man stood before him, white combat clothes, azure chakra wrapped around him. Behind him, 3 truth-seeking balls slowly revolved. Hyuga Kei. This was clearly the scene of Hyuga Kei killing Obito. This time, the sky curtain was actually using material from this timeline. The rhythm of the comments suddenly changed. It's Lord Kei. It's Hyuga Kei. When did this happen? When did Lord Kei fight Obito? So Lord Kei had already fought Obito long ago. In the scene, Obito clutched his chest. Impossible. How did you know I was here? Hyuga Kei tilted his head. The flying thunder god mark doesn't disappear. You didn't know that? Obito's Sharingan widened to the limit. Hyuga Kei explained it to him, his tone like he was teaching a classmate with bad memory. Remember that palm strike from me? Flying thunder god mark. I'm a Konoha ninja. Knowing flying thunder god isn't strange, right? Like a prisoner at the end of the road. Obito asked, what exactly are you trying to do? Hyuga Kei said, goodbye. You must die here today. A low growl came from Obito's throat. He gave up intangibility, and with the last of his chakra, his right arm erupted with would release, surging toward Hyuga Kei like an overwhelming tide. Hyuga Kei did not dodge. The 3 truth-seeking balls lined up in front of him and shredded all the wood release into fragments. This is repayment for the 4th Hokage. The truth-seeking balls pierced through Obito's chest and shattered his heart. Obito dropped to his knees. His mask cracked apart, revealing a face covered in scars. Lin, I've come to find you. The scene froze at the exact moment Obito fell. Hyuga Kei stood in front of him and fell silent for a moment. Then he crouched down, turned Obito's corpse over, and removed that Sharingan. He placed it into a sealing scroll, tied it tight, and put it back into his clothes. He stood up and gave Obito's body one last look. He said, "Goodbye, you hateful and pitiful wretch." Hyuga Kei destroyed the stone chamber here and turned it into his grave, just like at the very beginning. The real Obito had long since been buried beneath the giant rocks. The sky curtain slowly dimmed. The third regret, complete. After a brief silence, the scrolling comments slowly began to move again. Lord Kei did all this without saying a word. When did he do all this? How come none of us knew? Because he did it and never told anyone. Hyuga Kei is the guardian deity of the ninja world. This is Hyuga Kei. You think he is out there sunbathing, but in reality, he has already killed off everything that could threaten the ninja world. Hyuga Kei lay on Hinata's lap, never expecting this would somehow drag him into it too. But when he saw that side profile of himself on the sky curtain, lit by blue chakra, he nodded in satisfaction. He had to admit that angle really was handsome. Naruto still hadn't fully pulled himself out of the emotions from the sky curtain. His eyes were still red. When he heard that, he forcibly sucked back the snot bubble that was about to come out. He turned his head and looked at his best friend, the one who had ground his father's killer to dust, with an extremely complicated expression. HM? So when you said you already helped me get revenge, this is what you meant? What else? Hyuga Kei didn't even lift his eyelids. Was I supposed to go down to the Pure Land, drag the guy back for you and let you stab him twice yourself? As long as the service was in place, don't be so picky. Sasuke let out a very faint snort from the side. He felt like Hyuga Kei was seriously outrageous. When other people took revenge, it was all bitterness and hatred, enduring humiliation, sharpening the sword for 10 years. But Hyuga Kei just casually went and killed the enemy. Like Danzo, in Hyuga Kei's world, there was no such thing as holding a grudge overnight. If there was a grudge, it had to be settled on the spot. The scrolling comments were still flooding the sky, all of them praising Hyuga Kei, guardian deity of the ninja world, brushing off his sleeves and leaving after the deed while hiding his merit and fame. This is what a true Kage should be. Hyuga Kei watched with great interest and even gave a few comments from time to time. This one, Lord Kei is my god, has good taste. And this one, I want to have babies for Lord Kei, who sent that? Hikari, stop posting random comments. Uchiha Hikari expressionlessly shifted her gaze away and pretended to look at the scenery. Hinata lowered her head and looked at Hyuga Kei, who was resting on her lap, then suddenly laughed softly. She felt that she was luckier than Obito. Her Keikuin had not died on the battlefield, had not been used as someone else's pawn, and had not become another person. I think Keikuin did the right thing. Even though he killed him, he still left him a stone tomb. That also symbolizes that he had actually died a long time ago, right? Hyuga Kei raised a hand and pinched her cheek. This girl really thought too much. In truth, he buried the body only because he didn't want anyone to find it. Don't suddenly get all emotional. I'm enjoying the praise from the comments right now, and you're ruining the mood. Uchiha Hikari sat to the side with her knees hugged to her chest and suddenly said something no one expected. The Uchiha clan produces romantics and lunatics in abundance. He had both, and then everyone present nodded in complete agreement. After the sky curtain went completely dark, the scrolling comments became even denser than during the playback. The best ending. Obito finally doesn't have to be anyone's pawn anymore. He should be able to meet Rin in the Pure Land now, right? And what else he's supposed to say when he sees her? I killed my teacher, harmed his wife, slaughtered the clan, and almost destroyed the world. But I did it for you? The comments went silent for a moment. Then a line of golden text slowly drifted across. It was Kakashi's. Thank you, Kei. This is already the best ending he could have had. The comments followed one after another. Thank you, Lord Kei, for avenging the fourth Hokage. Thank you, Lord Kei, for removing the scourge from the ninja world. Although some people felt regret, even more felt that death was his best ending. The sky curtain lit up again, and subtitles appeared. The fourth regret. I want to become a real ninja, not a tool. He said I was a tool he picked up, but tools don't cry for tools. The screen lit up. On the border of the land of water, in a small village with light snow drifting down. The camera slid over frozen rice paddies and stopped in front of a wooden house. A group of villagers surrounded the house. Leading them was a thin, middle-aged man with a dark expression, gripping a firewood axe in his hand. That monster is inside. The middle-aged man pushed open the wooden door. The room was very dark. In the corner was a small figure curled up there, a boy of 7 or 8, with long black hair and skin that was unnaturally pale. Dad. The middle-aged man did not respond. The knuckles of the hand gripping the axe turned white. He He stood motionless in the doorway. The boy got up from the corner and took 2 steps toward the door. The people behind him were holding hoes, carrying poles, and wood-cutting knives. Their faces were twisted with fear and disgust. "Dad!" The middle-aged man raised the axe and hacked down. The boy dodged to the side, and the blade lodged into the wooden wall behind him. Wood chips flew everywhere, leaving a bloody cut on his cheek. "Kill him!" The man roared as he yanked the axe back out and shouted to the people behind him. "He is not my son. He is a monster." The villagers surged in. Hoes, carrying poles, and wood-cutting knives came crashing down on him. The comments were discussing it too. His own dad wants to kill him. Why? What kind of father is this beast? I know. Is it because of a Kekkei Genkai? Didn't T. Kirigakure carry out purges against ninja with bloodline limits? The boy did not fight back. He crouched in the corner with his head in his arms. A hoe slammed into his back, and a carrying pole cracked across his shoulder. But in the next moment, the boy let out a terrified scream. Ice spikes condensed out of the air. In an instant, the villagers' movements froze, and their bodies were pierced through by countless ice spikes. The boy crawled out from among the corpses, covered in blood, then turned and ran into the wind and snow. The scene cut to another place, the graduation exam grounds of the Kirigakure Ninja Academy. A boy stood in the middle of a pool of blood, gripping 2 chipped kunai in his hands. Around him lay more than a dozen bodies sprawled in all directions. They were all examinees from the same class, wearing the same training uniforms as him. All examinees of the same class are dead. Zabuza passes. The examiner's voice held not the slightest ripple. Zabuza raised his head. His face was splattered with other people's blood. He was 12 years old this year. The ninja world reacted fiercely. Zabuza. Yeah, Momochi Zabuza. Demon of the hidden mist. That Zabuza? The one who slaughtered every examinee in his class during the graduation exam. Kirigakure's graduation exam used to make students of the same class kill each other. I thought Bloody Mist Village was an exaggeration. Turns out it was documentary realism. After that, the scene also showed how Zabuza could not stand Kirigakure's policies, attempted to assassinate the Mizukage, failed, and fled Kirigakure in disgrace. Konoha Ninja Academy, graduation classroom. A group of newly minted genin, still holding their forehead protectors, crowded by the window and stared up at the sky curtain. On the sky curtain, the boy called Zabuza stood in the middle of a pool of blood. The classroom stayed silent for a long time. Then someone threw up. A boy sitting by the window bent over, and his breakfast poured out of his mouth, splattering all over the floor. No one laughed at him because compared to Konoha's 3 basic jutsu graduation exam, this was on a completely different level of difficulty. And Hinata and the other 2 fighting an elite jonin was a hell-level difficulty. Even though they had already seen Hinata massacre in Kusugakure on the sky screen before, this scene still deeply shocked this group of inexperienced students. Sakura had already opened her mouth and was vomiting non-stop. She didn't dare imagine that ninja from other villages could actually be this kind of people. He killed everyone, then walked out alive. Shikamaru's eyes were wide too. So this was the bloody mist from the textbooks. Inuzuka Kiba said while vomiting, but those were his classmates. Classmates who trained with him, ate with him, and attended class with him. After telling the stories of the 2 of them, a line of text appeared on the sky screen. These 2 unfamiliar souls saved each other. The sky screen lit up again. Before the picture appeared, the sound of wind and snow came first. In the howling snowstorm, the rogue ninja Zabuza, who had defected from his village, met the wandering Haku. Zabuza reached out and patted Haku on the head, pulling him to his side. "From now on, you'll follow me. Big brother, what's your name?" "Zabuza. Starting today, you are my tool." The boy raised his head. His face was frozen bluish-purple, but his eyes lit up, as if he had found the only light in the storm. "Yes, Zabuza-san." The bullet comments were stunned. Wait, he just went with him like that? Is this kid stupid? He already said tool and he's still smiling? The scene quickly flashed through several fragments. Haku followed Zabuza. Zabuza taught him how to use a kunai, taught him taijutsu, taught him how to kill. Haku learned very quickly. But Zabuza never praised him. Too slow. "I'm sorry, Zabuza-san. I already told you. You don't need emotions. You are my tool." "Yes." The bullet comments started feeling uncomfortable. What kind of attitude is that? Someone serving you like an ox and a horse, and this is how you treat him? Tool. Do you only know that one word? Haku is so cute. How could that possibly be a boy? He must be cross-dressing. You don't get it, huh? The Yuki clan boys all look like that. At this moment, a bunch of shameless perverts in the bullet comments stared at the increasingly feminine-looking Haku as he grew up and started posting creepy simp comments. Another scene. Zabuza brought Haku to accept a commission. The 2 sat on stones by a river to rest. Zabuza was sharpening his blade, and Haku sat beside him, looking at his profile. "Zabuza-san. What is your dream?" To kill my way back into Kirigakure. Then my dream is to make Zabuza-san's dream come true. Zabuza's sharpening paused for a moment, then continued. Tools don't need dreams. Then my dream is to become a good tool. Zabuza didn't say anything more.
Haku secretly smiled.
Kirigakure, Mizuki's office. Mei Terumi sat behind her desk. Her long legs crossed. The bloody mist. How many years had she spent removing that name from Kirigakure's head? But the corpses strewn across that graduation exam field on the sky screen. That child being hacked by his own father with an axe. Those would cause immeasurable negative impact to Kirigakure. Ow, here. Contact Hinata. Think of a way to have him step forward and help clear things up. Otherwise, Kirigakure's number of commissions will drop sharply. One had to know that a ninja village's funding came from nothing more than state allocation and mission payments. Without mission payments, how were they supposed to support their ninja? She paused. Kirigakure is revoking all wanted notices on Momochi Zabuza. If Haku is willing, he can be granted registration under the Yuki clan. Eo opened his mouth.
Mizukage-sama.
The Yuki clan has already, isn't he male? Then it can be rebuilt. Mei Terumi cut him off. The debt Kirigakure owes, I'll repay it. Kyuzugakure, temporary camp. Zabuza sat cross-legged on a tatami mat, the kubikiribocho laid across his knees. Haku knelt half a step behind him, holding freshly brewed tea in his hands. After seeing Hinata's federation, Zabuza had come here to look for opportunities. As a rogue ninja from Kirigakure, he had still disguised himself. On top of that, this place was full of all kinds of people, so no one paid attention to the two of them. TCH. Zabuza stared at the sky screen. The people on that screen call this regret that lingers? They call our story regret that lingers? Haku tilted his head up to watch the sky screen, watching very seriously. He saw the scene where Zabuza touched his head, and it let him relive the old days he had spent with Lord Zabuza. Zabuza-san, we're protagonists too now. Humph. Zabuza also revealed a smile. One had to know not just anyone could appear on that sky screen. No matter what content was shown, it was an enormous honor for a person. Maybe he could even use this to join the Federation, find a chance to rise, and kill his way back into Kirigakure. The scene switched. The land of waves. On mist-covered waters, a small boat broke through the fog. Narration: Land of Waves mission. Team Kakashi escorts the master bridge builder to the Land of Waves. 5 people stood at the bow. The white-haired man in the lead wore a mask. He was one of the protagonists who had just appeared on the sky screen, Kakashi. He was holding a little orange book and reading it. Behind him, a white-haired boy with his forehead protector tied to his upper left arm was crouching by the side of the boat, using his fingers to play with the seawater. Behind him, a blond boy was sprawled over the railing, vomiting so badly he looked half dead, while a black-haired boy stood nearby with his arms crossed, his face full of disgust. They were Hinata, Sasuke, and Naruto. In the middle, an old man was being protected by the 4 of them. Naruto, are you done throwing up yet? Hinata didn't even turn his head. Naruto raised a deathly pale face. I am a man who'll become Hokage. I definitely won't blue. Sasuke shifted half a step to the side to keep the vomit from splashing onto his shoes. The tone of the bullet comments suddenly changed. It's Lord Chi. Naruto gets seasick. Ha ha ha. This is a parallel world, right? Tazuna scratched his head and looked at these 3 half-grown kids plus 1 kidney-deficient jonin. Are you really ninja here to protect me? None of you even look like adults. Hinata finally pulled his fingers out of the seawater, shook off the droplets, turned back, and smiled at Tazuna. Don't worry, we're professionals. The moment he finished speaking, the sea surface suddenly exploded. A water tornado shot up from beneath the boat. The small boat was nearly flipped vertical. Naruto was almost thrown off, but Sasuke grabbed the back of his collar in time. Hinata slapped one palm onto the bow and forcibly pressed the boat back onto the water surface. He raised his head. In the dense mist, 2 figures came walking over the water. Bandages wrapped the lower half of one man's face, and slung diagonally across his back was a kubikiribocho as wide as a door panel. Rogue ninja of Kirigakure, Momochi Zabuza. Half a step behind him stood a masked youth with a slender build, long black hair tied behind his head, and pale skin. In the scene, the 2 sides were confronting each other. Zabuza stood on the water. Opposite him was Kakashi. Haku stood behind Zabuza, while opposite him were Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke. Zabuza raised the large blade in his hand. Kakashi, hand over the old man behind you. Kakashi put away Ika Paradise. Sorry, I'm not interested in giving up the mission yet. He turned back to the 3 little ones and said, Leave Zabuza to me. That one is yours. The battle quickly began. Zabuza used the hidden mist jutsu and got locked in combat with Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke were forced back step by the water clone. Meanwhile, Haku was in a one-on-one fight with Hyuga Kei. Haku's real body hid within the demonic mirroring ice crystals, continuously firing ice senbon. Water release chakra from Zabuza's water clone condensed in his palm into a long water blade, and the edge went straight for Naruto's neck. It was too fast. So fast that Sasuke's Sharingan could only catch a blur, so fast that Naruto's shadow clone hadn't even had time to form hand seals. In the end, it was Hyuga Kei who broke away and burst out with an attractive force, yanking Naruto by the back of his collar and flinging him backward. Naruto's whole body flew out, landing on his butt and sliding several meters. Zabuza's blade missed. Sasuke hurriedly moved in front of Zabuza's clone. Your opponent is me. Kakashi was tied down by Zabuza. The Sharingan clashed against the hidden mist jutsu, and every exchange sent up huge splashes. The barrage comments started getting tense. This Zabuza is so strong. Way stronger than I imagined. It's not that Zabuza is strong. It's that Kakashi's Sharingan is being suppressed by the hidden mist jutsu. Naruto's trapped. Sasuke's hurt too. Lord Chi had only just graduated at this point, right? Then Zabuza seized the chance and appeared out of the mist, swinging the executioner's blade at Kakashi. Kakashi twisted aside to dodge, and lightning blade gathered in his palm. But at that very instant, Zabuza shot out his left hand and, together with his water clone, grabbed Naruto before he could evade.
Brat.
Naruto was lifted by the back of his collar, and the executioner's blade was pressed against his neck. Zabuza's voice came from the mist. Kakashi and that Byakugan brat too, put down your weapons. Otherwise, this kid's neck is about to part ways with his body. Kakashi's hand froze in midair. The electricity of lightning blade crackled in his palm, but he didn't dare move forward even an inch. Sasuke climbed up from the ground, his fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. Zabuza's eyes emerged from the mist, and there was laughter in his voice. Looks like your companion is pretty valuable. At that moment, a voice sounded out. Oh, is that so? Hyuga Kei walked out of the mist. His right hand was gripping the back of Haku's neck. His 5 fingers tightened slightly, and Haku kept making dry heaving sounds. The repulsive force Hyuga Kei had unleashed in that instant earlier had been too fast. Haku had no time to dodge before the ice crystal barrier was already crushed into powder. And just like that, Haku had been captured by Hyuga Kei. Kakashi-sensei. Hyuga Kei's voice was very calm. Caught one. Let us exchange hostages. Zabuza's gaze fell on Haku. His expression under the bandages couldn't be seen. Then he laughed, and the sound came from beneath the bandages. You're threatening me with him? The executioner's blade pressed another half-inch closer to Naruto's neck. Naruto let out a muffled groan from his throat, but he gritted his teeth and didn't cry out. That brat is just a tool I picked up. Zabuza's voice carried undisguised mockery. If one breaks, I'll just find another. Do you really think I'd give up a brat already in my hands for the sake of a mere tool? Obviously, yes, very important to you. You bastard. Naruto had just opened his mouth when the flat of the blade pressed against his throat. Shut up, brat. Hyuga Kei tilted his head. A tool? A tool. The kind you throw away after using. What else? Zabuza gave a scornful laugh. Ninja are tools to begin with. I'm Gado's tool. Haku is my tool. If a tool breaks, you replace it. That's only natural. But at this moment, the barrage comments were furious. He's saying it like it's the most natural thing in the world. Haku. Did you hear that? He said you're a tool. What the hell? Miss Haku is so pretty. Hyuga Kei lowered his head and looked at Haku. This boy had just been publicly declared by his own master to be a disposable tool, yet there wasn't the slightest change in his expression. Any last words? Hyuga Kei asked. Haku was stunned for a moment. What? He said you're a tool, so I don't plan to trade you for Naruto anymore. Since you have no value, all I can do is kill you. Hyuga Kei's tone was flat. If you have any last words, say them now. Haku was silent for a moment. Thank you. Thank you for what? Thank you for letting me meet Zabuza-san. Haku's voice was very soft. If not for him, I would be frozen to death long ago in that snowy village. He gave me my life. If he wants it, he can take it back any time. The hand Zabuza was holding his blade with trembled slightly. Hyuga Kei let out a sigh. You're the hardest kind of person to deal with. You're not afraid of death. You don't beg for mercy. And even your last words are thanks. He raised his other hand and began gathering chakra. Then I'll give you a quick death. He was confident he could give the boy before him a quick end, but in truth, he was waiting for Zabuza to speak. His palm came down. The target of that strike was Haku's back. Stop! Hyuga Kei's palm stopped. The wind from the strike lifted the tips of Haku's hair. What's wrong? Hyuga Kei turned his head slightly. If a tool breaks, can't you just replace it? Zabuza's eyes contracted. The bandages covered his face, but the surging emotions in those eyes were plain for anyone to see. He said nothing, and Hyuga Kei wasn't in a hurry either. He simply kept holding Haku by the back of the neck. Zabuza-san. Haku spoke with difficulty while being gripped by the neck. Don't worry about me. I'm your tool. A tool shouldn't make things hard for its master. Shut up. Zabuza's voice was squeezed out through clenched teeth. Haku didn't shut up. My life was given by Zabuza-san. Being able to follow you all these years. I said shut up. The executioner's blade moved away from Naruto's neck and slammed onto the water with a clang. Trade. Hyuga Kei smiled. Deal. The two of them didn't waste words. He forcefully tossed Haku forward, and Zabuza forcefully threw Naruto out. The two figures crossed past each other. Haku staggered 2 steps and was caught by Zabuza in one grab. The two sides switched positions, and Naruto was yanked back into his group by Sasuke. Everyone in the ninja world could tell that Zabuza's mouth was stubborn, but his body was honest. I knew it. Zabuza, didn't you just say he was a tool? Then why are you panicking over a tool? A textbook example of tsundere stubbornness. Haku, look. He can't bear to lose you. Zabuza didn't look at the barrage comments in the sky, but his ears were a little red. The image he had always maintained had been exposed by his own actions. Don't misunderstand. He forced his voice back into its usual cold hardness. You still haven't paid back what you owe me. Yes, Zabuza-san. Beside him, Haku's voice carried a smile. The battle should have ended here. Then applause came from the mist. The one clapping walked out of the mist. Short and fat, sunglasses, a gold chain, and behind him followed dozens of samurai and rogue ninja holding swords and blades. Gato, the man who controlled Wave Country's foreign trade, and also Zabuza's employer. Truly moving. Gato clapped his hands, an oily smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. Zabuza, I hired you to kill Tazuna, and instead you're over here putting on some tragic drama with Konoha's ninja? Zabuza narrowed his eyes. Contract S off. Gato spat on the ground. You ninja are all trash. A waste of my money. He waved his hand. The thugs behind him all drew their blades in unison. Kill them all. Ninja or old man, leave no one alive. Kato's gaze swept over Haku, and he suddenly showed a disgusting smile. Leave that pretty boy who looks like a girl alive. I like that type. Zabuza's grip on his sword tightened by an inch. The comments exploded. Oh. What the hell kind of animal is this bastard? Who is Kato? I've memorized that name. If he touches Haku even once, I'm risking my life against him. Far away in the land of waves, Kato only felt his whole body trembling. He had insulted ninja as trash in front of the entire ninja world. Wasn't that just courting death? You had to know Hinata wouldn't even need to make a move. If any big shot from the 5 great nations disliked him, they could wipe him out on the spot. Quick, quick, quick. Someone come help me pack up the money. Kato scrambled to gather up his gold, silver, and valuables. Go, go, go. We can't stay here anymore. Run. But at this moment, countless people already had their eyes on him. Could truly be said that even with wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. More than 100 people behind Kato revealed their weapons at the same time. Zabuza, you've really disappointed me. I paid a huge price to hire you, and in the end you couldn't even handle a few brats. So I thought about it. Instead of counting on you, I might as well have my own men do it. Kill all of you, then take that old man's bridge. The land of waves will still be mine. Hinata Kei let out a sigh at this moment. For someone to say things like this in front of 2 jonin, they really had no idea what death was. They had never seen the power of ninja. Tool or not, you've already figured it out yourself. Hinata Kei turned around, putting his back to Zabuza. What comes next is your own business. Zabuza lowered his head and looked at the great sword in his hand. Haku. Zabuza-san. Stay here. Holding the executioner's blade, Zabuza walked alone into the crowd. The first slash cut into the neck of the thug in front. Blood sprayed across half his face. The second stab pierced through a rogue ninja's stomach. The third slash, the fourth, the fifth, he carved a bloody path through the crowd. Kato's thugs went from arrogant to panicked, from panicked to terrified, from terrified to routed. Zabuza cut through the crowd and drove one blade straight through Kato's chest. He was covered in blood, his own and everyone else's mixed together. The bandages had come loose, revealing the face underneath, equally drenched in blood. When Kato fell, he was still making unbelievable gurgling noises. Out of more than 100 men, some died and some fled. In one afternoon, the greatest underworld force in the land of waves was uprooted completely. Zabuza straightened up from Kato's corpse, turned around, and walked back to Haku. The broken half of the blade in his hand hit the ground with a clang, and then his whole body pitched forward. Haku caught him. Zabuza-san. Zabuza coughed twice. Iemme fine. Still alive. Hinata Kei walked over and looked down at the blood-soaked Zabuza. Now that no one's paying your salary anymore, interested in changing bosses? What do you mean? Before this, you were working for trash like Kato. Hinata Kei crouched down and met his eyes. Now Kato is dead. You're unemployed. Zabuza stared at him. You want me to join Konoha? Not Konoha. Hinata Kei shook his head. Join us. Zabuza was silent for a moment. Who are you people? A group that doesn't want this world to become even worse. On the Great Bridge, ocean waves crashed against the pillars. In the distance, smoke from cooking fires rose slowly from the land of waves. Zabuza lowered his head and looked at Haku, who was healing his wounds. Haku looked up and smiled at him. What kind of terms do you have to offer? I don't have many advantages, but I can guarantee that your blade will only be swung for your own sake. And with the influence of this mission, I can help you take control of this small country. What do you think? At those words, excitement appeared in Zabuza's eyes. Deal. Hinata Kei stood up and beckoned to Naruto and Sasuke. We're done here. Behind him, Haku helped Zabuza to his feet. The morning light pierced through the thick mist and shone over the islands of the land of waves. On the sky screen, the comments slowly drifted by. Kato's dead. That feels good. Zabuza and Haku joined the Federation. This ending to the story is pretty good. It doesn't feel regretful. Heh. That's because this story was already changed by Lord Hinata Kei. Try it without Lord Kei. Zabuza is still at Sundara, Kirigakure, Mizuki's office. Terumi May looked at the teasing comments on the sky screen and couldn't help laughing. Ow, yes. Kirigakure is to revoke all wanted notices for Momochi Zabuza. Eo opened his mouth. Mizuki-sama, back then Zabuza was a traitor, his failed assassination was his failure. The bloody mist was Kirigakure's mistake. Terumi May cut him off, her tone unusually serious. You heard what was said on the sky screen too. In the land of waves, he was working as muscle for a gangster boss named Kato. The demon of the hidden mist, reduced to selling his life for trash like that. If Zabuza wants to come back, give him a Jonin slot. Haku as well. As for the Yuki clan registry, I can personally authorize its restoration. Ao was silent for a moment, then lowered his head and responded, yes. But in truth, it wasn't very realistic. It was more about showing Kirigakure's attitude. The two of them would most likely join Hinata Kei's federation. This was just a gesture of goodwill toward Hinata Kei. Kimogakure, Reikige's office. I looked at the scene on the sky screen of Kato being cut down by Zabuza and let out a cold snort. That Kato is the textbook definition of scum. He thought hiring a few rogue ninja meant he could do whatever he wanted, and in the end, the blade he hired chopped off his own head. Wasn't he rich? This time he has stirred up public anger, so if we make a move now, no one will say anything. Send some people to kill him and gather up the money to bring back. Perfect timing, we're short on research funds. Zabuza looked at the image on the sky screen, still frozen on that land of waves bridge bathed in morning light. After a long time, he raised his hand and rubbed Haku's hair, exactly the same way he had back then in the snow. When this sky screen ends, we'll go find Hinata Kei. Land of grass, Hinata Kei's small courtyard. The comments on the sky screen were still drifting by, all of them praising Hinata Kei. Lord Kei picks people up wherever he goes. That's how the Federation keeps growing. Lord Kei, I see you have extraordinary bones. Why not come work for me? Just tell me, who could resist the temptation of joining the Federation? This is Lord Hinata Kei's personal charm. Hinata Kei lay with his head on Hinata's lap. Looking at those comments, he gave a satisfied hum, then turned his head and rubbed against her thigh. By now, Hinata had gradually become more and more used to this level of physical contact, and no longer blushed at every little thing. Hinata lowered her head and looked at him. Keikuin, in that parallel world, you recruited Zabuza and Haku. What about the Zabuza and Haku in our world? They haven't come yet. How do you know they come? Hinata Kei buried his face against the side of Hinata's thigh and took a deep breath. The faint body fragrance on her almost made him dizzy, because the sky screen aired it. Now the entire ninja world knows that in another world, they joined the Federation. If Zabuza has even a little brain, he'll know where he should go. Uchiha Hikaru was peeling an orange nearby. After peeling it, she handed over a segment, and Hinata Kei opened his mouth to take it. What if he doesn't come? If he doesn't come, then he doesn't come. Hyuga Kei chewed on an orange and spoke vaguely through it. I'm not some human trafficker. It's not like I'm gonna chase people all over the ninja world asking, do you want to join the Federation? Naruto was doing push-ups in the corridor, counting while he did them. Halfway through, he suddenly looked up. Kei, is that Haku really a guy? I stared at him for ages and still think he looks like a girl. A guy? Really? Really? Then he's way too good-looking. Sasuke coldly cut in from the side. Save that line for after he joins the Federation. Naruto froze for a second. Then his face instantly turned red. That's not what I meant. I just stop explaining. Sasuke closed his eyes. Naruto broke out in a sweat from panic and turned to Hyuga Tenka for help. Grandpa Tenka, say something for me. Seeing how flustered he was, everyone burst into laughter. The sky screen dimmed, then lit up again. Subtitles appeared. The fifth regret. I wait for your return in the long river of time, only to see you one more time. Before the image even appeared, the comments had already started discussing it. This is the fifth one. This should be the last one, right? Long river of time? Who waited for hundreds of years? Who can even live that long?
An Otsutsuki?
Or who? The image lit up. It was inside a very small bedroom. A young woman leaned against the bedding, holding a baby in her arms. The man beside her knelt on the tatami and carefully reached out a finger to touch the baby's cheek. Have you decided on a name? The woman asked. The man was silent for a moment. Hikari. Hikari? Yeah. The man lowered his head and looked at the wrinkled little thing that hadn't even opened her eyes yet. No matter how dark this world is, she'll be able to find the light. I hope all the days ahead of her will be bright. Hikari. He softly repeated the name. Uchiha Hikari. But in the next moment, the scene changed. It was still that same Japanese-style room, but the sunset had turned into firelight. The paper door was kicked open, and several ninja in enemy clan uniforms charged in. The woman stuffed Hikari into a hidden compartment beneath the floor, then raised a finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. Through the crack in the floorboards, Hikari saw her parents die protecting her. Her father's body, resisting to the bitter end, collapsed in a pool of blood. Her mother, unwilling to be humiliated, took her own life and followed him. Hidden in the crack, Hikari covered her mouth with both hands. Tears kept pouring from her eyes, while a pair of Sharingan spun rapidly and gradually formed a pattern. It was the sign of awakening the Mangekyo, and that enormous mental shock, even if it lasted only a moment, made her pass out on the spot. Sasuke stared at the sky screen so hard his eyes were practically about to pop out. How old? Mangekyo? If the sky screen's footage and the person herself weren't both right in front of him, he would never have believed any of this even if beaten to death. At that same age, he had only had a one-tomo Sharingan, while Uchiha Hikari had already awakened the Mangekyo. The gap between people was as big as the gap between a person and a dog. Sasuke took a deep breath and decided to calm down. Ever since meeting Hyuga Kei, his worldview had already shattered too many times. One more time didn't matter. Right now, all he wanted was to find Itachi and get the truth out of him. Hinata's hand stopped in Hyuga Kei's hair, forgetting to keep brushing it. Looking at the little girl on the sky screen who had watched her parents die horribly through a crack in the floor, her eyes reddened again. So young and yet. Uchiha Hikari sat beside the two of them, watching herself on the sky screen. The little girl curled up in the hidden compartment with her mouth covered looked very calm, like she was watching someone else's story. The scene on the sky screen continued. Because of those eyes, Uchiha Hikari was taken back to the Uchiha clan compound and treated as a weapon. From then on, in the pitch-black underground chamber, there was one more little girl curled up in the corner. Sealing talismans were bound around her wrists and ankles. Several Uchiha clan members stood around her. Some held scrolls to record data, while others drove chakra probes into her pathways to test her limits. At that moment, the door opened. Two Uchiha clan members walked in. One pressed down on her head, while the other pried open her eyelids. He held a Mangekyo Sharingan and began engraving a new dojutsu into her eyes. The pain made Hikari cry out again, and blood tears continuously flowed from her eyes. Amaterasu implantation complete. The man let go and made a note on the scroll. Before the next mission. Engraved Tsukuyomi into her as well. The door closed. The candlelight went out. She stared at the ceiling expressionlessly, those eyes empty and hollow. The sky screen was filled with comments roasting the Uchiha. I hereby declare that the Uchiha clan has won the Ninja World's Best Self-Destruction Award. The Sharingan is powerful, sure, but is this clan's mental state really okay? No wonder the Uchiha produce so many rogue ninja. In an environment like this, not betraying the clan would be the real miracle. Hyuga Kei lay on Hinata's lap and looked at those comments, speaking lazily. To sum it up, the Uchiha clan put all their stat points into their eyes and none into their brains. Hikari lowered her head to look at him. Including me? You're the exception. Hyuga Kei raised 3 fingers. You're a victim, not one of the people involved. The scene changed. The battlefield was littered with corpses. Uchiha Hikari stood in the center of the battlefield, covered in blood, with 7 or 8 enemy ninja corpses lying at her feet. There was no expression on her face. Those Mangekyo Sharingan slowly turned within the blood mist. She had been stripped of the right to be human and was only a war weapon called Mume. The Uchiha pushed her onto the battlefield, and when the fighting ended, they dragged her back into the ceiling array. On that battlefield, she had just used Yachihoko to control an enemy Jonin, winning a crucial battle for the Uchiha. After returning to the clan compound, several elders watched her from a distance. There was no praise in their eyes, only fear. She is too strong. The power of Yachihoko exceeded expectations. The seal cannot be loosened. Under no circumstances can she be allowed to move freely. Many people felt sick at the Uchiha clan's shameless actions. Animals. 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 How old is she? 10? 12? The Uchiha massacre really wasn't undeserved. This is just them bringing it on themselves. Last time I said Itachi slaughtering the clan went too far. Now I think he was too merciful. But after that kind of life continued for a long time, an explosion sounded outside the chamber. The stone wall was blasted open with one punch. Hikari raised her head. Blinding sunlight poured in through the crack, and she reflexively shut her eyes. Then a voice familiar to the entire ninja world came from beside her ear. Hinata. She's over here. Hikari opened her eyes a sliver. Two figures stood against the light. One was a white-haired man, lowering his head to inspect the ceiling chains on her feet. The other was a black-haired woman, crouching down and reaching out a hand to her. This was clearly the older Hyuga Kei and Hyuga Hinata. Don't be afraid. The girl's voice was very gentle. We're here to save you. Hikari stared at that hand. Why are you here to save me? Because we saw it. The white-haired boy crouched down and glanced at the seal on her ankle. If we saw you locked up here, we couldn't just pretend we didn't. With one finger he shattered the iron chain. The sound of the seal breaking echoed through the chamber. Hikari lowered her head and looked at her now empty ankle. The iron chain had been shackled to her foot for 4 years. This was the first time it had been removed. Hinata took a bandage out of her ninja pouch and wrapped it around her bloody, mangled ankle, one layer at a time. Her movements were very gentle, afraid of hurting her. Hikari stared at Hinata's side profile, still unable to make sense of the situation. She could only blankly look at the two of them. Why did you save me? Hyuga Kei stood up and patted the dust off his hands. Just couldn't stand looking at those people. That's all. Why does there need to be some big reason? Let us go. This crappy place is bad luck if we stay even one more second. The bullet comments were filled with unsurprised reactions. So satisfying, so satisfying. I knew Lord Kei would show up. Wait, isn't this the Warring States era? Why is Lord Kei in the Warring States era? The scene cut to a small wooden house. Sunlight streamed in through the window, warm and cozy. Hinata sat under the eaves teaching Hikari how to comb her hair. Hikari's hair was badly tangled, so Hinata started from the ends and slowly worked her way up with a wooden comb. Where the comb wouldn't pass through, she patiently untangled it with her fingers. Hikari sat there obediently without moving at all. Meanwhile, Hyuga Kei kept drawing runes in the distance, carving them out only to erase them again. Looks like we won't be going back for the time being. Otsutsuki techniques aren't that easy to crack. In the end, that was the conclusion he reached. Hinata gave a soft laugh, not worried in the slightest about being unable to return. It's fine. We'll just stay here a few more days and treat it like a vacation. Hikari sat beside Hinata watching this scene. She had been living here for quite a few days now. Every day was like this. Hyuga Kei drew the jutsu formulas in the yard that he never seemed able to finish, while Hinata did housework, taught her to read, combed her hair, and showed her how to identify medicinal herbs. At night, the three of them ate around a small table. Hyuga Kei and Hinata took turns cooking, and Hikari watched them bicker. The young couple had obviously already gotten married in this timeline. Sometimes the two of them would bicker over little things too, but it was always harmless teasing. Hikari held her bowl with her head lowered, her shoulders trembling, not because she was sad, but because she had never had days like this before. So this was what it felt like to be treated like a person. At this moment, a bullet comment slowly drifted by. Locked up for 4 years, and every day was nothing but chains and dojutsu experiments. Please, I'm begging you, don't let her go back. I want Lord Kei to rescue me too. The moment Uchiha Hikari saw that bullet comment, she immediately got possessive. Right away, a golden bullet comment flashed across. What nonsense are you dreaming about? Kei belongs to me and Hinata. Even at this moment, Hikari still didn't forget to include Hinata. Their sisterly bond was obvious. The scenes kept shifting through warm moments from the three of their lives together. It was incredibly healing. But then the turning point appeared on a peaceful afternoon. Hinata sat in front of the stove brewing tea, the kettle bubbling and steaming white. Hyuga Kei wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, his chin resting in the hollow of her shoulder. Hinata was cooking soup at the stove, while Hyuga Kei wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, his chin resting in the hollow of her shoulder. Hikari had gone out to gather herbs. She would be gone for at least one shurchen. The tips of Hinata's ears turned red all at once, and the ladle nearly slipped from her hand. Keikuin in broad daylight. It's almost dark, Hyuga Kei corrected. Hinata didn't push him away either. She only lowered her eyes, her lashes trembling slightly. Hyuga Kei turned her around and lowered his head to kiss her. But the next moment the door opened. Hikari stood in the doorway, holding a bottle of soy sauce in her hand. Both of them froze at the same time. Hinata looked like her pressure points had been sealed. One hand was still resting on Hyuga Kei's shoulder, and she didn't know whether she should push him away or not. Hyuga Kei silently let go, moved 2 steps to the side, and pretended to study the wood grain on the wall. Hikari. Why are you back? Oh, I forgot to bring the basket, so I came back for it. The bullet comments had already completely lost it. Manufacturing little ray in progress. Do not disturb. Ha 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 ha, you got caught red-handed. Lord Kei, so you have a day like this too. Hikari, did I come back at the wrong time? No, you came back at exactly the right time. In the scene, after Hikari took the basket and walked away, Hinata buried her face in Hyuga Kei's chest. Her voice was muffled and on the verge of tears. How am I supposed to face Hikari from now on? Hyuga Kei patted her back. His tone sincere. It's fine. She'll have to learn sooner or later. Learn what? To knock. Hinata punched him once. That night, the three of them sat around the low table for dinner. The atmosphere was subtle. Hyuga Kei kept his head down and shoveled rice into his mouth. Hinata barely moved her chopsticks, and only Hikari acted as if nothing had happened. Picking food, drinking soup, getting more rice, and eating with great appetite. After dinner, while Hinata was washing the dishes, Hikari quietly walked up behind her. Big sister Hinata. Hinata's hand trembled, and the bowl nearly slipped into the sink. What is it? Hikari looked at her with a serious expression. What were you two doing earlier? Hinata opened her mouth. Hikari clearly had no intention of letting her off. Tilting her head, she asked again. Why did you stick out your tongues? Hinata squatted down and buried her face in her knees, letting out a sound somewhere between a wail and a groan. Hikari crouched beside her and patted her shoulder, like she was comforting a wounded little animal. It's okay. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to. It's not that I don't want to say it. Hinata's muffled voice came from between her knees. It's that I don't know how to explain it. Then use a demonstration. Hinata shot her head up, the expression on her face like she'd been struck by lightning. And no, absolutely not. Hikari tilted her head. Why? Because that's something only 2 people can do. Then what about 3 people? Hinata's brain completely crashed. The bullet comments scrolled like crazy. Big sister Hinata is being forced to open a biology and sex ed class. Hikari's attitude toward learning is seriously great. She can infer one thing from another and apply what she learned broadly. Golden text. 3 people isn't impossible either. Whoever sent that last bullet comment. Calm down. I suspect that bullet comment was sent by the Mizukage. Everyone in the ninja world could see the Hyuga Uchiha sister pair huddled together whispering, but no one could hear what they were saying. Hinata was obviously giving Hikari some educational explanations. Hikari listened very seriously, nodding from time to time and occasionally asking questions. After finishing the last sentence, Hinata looked like all the strength had been drained from her body as she fell backward onto the tatami. That's basically it. Hikari nodded, her expression solemn and serious. I understand now. So Kei and big sister Hinata were. Don't say it out loud. Hinata slapped a hand over her mouth. The ninja world's bullet comments became even more full of laughter. Uchiha Hikari is taking a biology and sex ed class. Golden text. That's more like it. The ninja world needs this kind of knowledge to spread, just like my Ika paradise. The lecturer for this class is Lady Hinata, the teaching assistant is Lord Kei, and the student is Hikari. Golden text. What's there to be embarrassed about? Every ninja village has this kind of biological knowledge education. Whoever sent the last bullet comment, report your ninja ID number. I can testify it was the Mizukage. I just saw her taking notes with a pen. Golden text. I did not. Don't make things up. Beneath the sky screen, Hinata buried her whole face in Hyuga Kei's chest, the tips of her ears so red, they looked ready to drip blood. Hyuga Kei patted her back with one hand while looking at the comments floating across the sky screen, his expression turning a little strange. Hinata, Seeing how adorable she looked, Hyuga Kei deliberately teased. You're the most famous lecturer in the entire ninja world now. He had finally figured out why Uchiha Hikaru knew all that stuff so clearly at that moment. Future Hinata had been the one to teach her. Who knew how much the two of them had talked about in private? The sisters knew everything so clearly, and it made him look like the outsider instead. Hinata glared at him and lightly punched him once. Uchiha Hikaru sat nearby. She looked at the scene of herself listening seriously on the sky screen, then looked at Hinata buried in Hyuga Kei's arms, and gently reached out to pat Hinata's back. It's okay, Hinata-nichan. You explained it really well back then. I understood all of it. Hinata let out an even deeper whimper. Please stop trying to comfort me. She was already thin-skinned to begin with. Now the entire ninja world had seen her kissing Hyuga Kei, and on top of that, she had looked like some experienced veteran while explaining that kind of knowledge to a teenage Hikaru. She felt like she had already died a social death. And just a few days later, in the little courtyard, Hinata was taking in the clothes hanging out to dry, while Hyuga Kei sat beneath the corridor drinking tea. Uchiha Hikaru suddenly walked up to Hyuga Kei. Kei. I like you. I want to live forever with you and Hinata-nichan. I know you want to leave this place, but I want to stay with you forever. Hearing that, Hyuga Kei was struck so hard he was charred inside and out. A mouthful of tea sprayed out as he coughed heavily several times. At this time, Hyuga Kei was already close to 20 years old, while Uchiha Hikaru was only 12. If you really went by federal law, Hyuga Kei could already be sentenced to death. She looked innocently toward Hinata, silently indicating that this was not her doing. Hinata's hands stopped folding clothes too, and she turned around in shock. I know you and Hinata Nichin are husband and wife. Hikaru's voice was calm. I can be with Hinata Nichin too. I want to stay with you forever. The air fell silent. Hyuga Kei set the teacup aside and coughed once. He felt that he absolutely had to educate Uchiha Hikaru a little. Hikaru, listen to me. The feelings you're having toward me right now are very likely a kind of post-trauma transference reaction. Because you were locked away for so long, and I was the first person to pull you out of that seal, so instinctively you... Hikaru tilted her head. Then what is love? Hyuga Kei thought for a moment. Love is when you're willing to die for her, but even more willing to live for her. Hikaru fell silent for a moment. I'm willing to die for both of you, she said, and willing to live for both of you too. Hyuga Kei opened his mouth. That's not love. Hyuga Kei rubbed his temple. You're only 12. You can't even tell the difference between liking someone and being grateful. I like Hinata Nichin because Hinata Nichin was the first person to comb my hair. I like you because you were the first person to break the seal that trapped me. She tilted her head. That's not gratitude. Gratitude wouldn't make me want to kiss you. I really want to kiss you, just like Hinata Nichin does. Hyuga Kei was so startled he jolted. Hikaru asked, then what do you think your feelings for me are? Hyuga Kei paused. Family. Just like Hinata. You're my family. Hikaru's eyelashes trembled once, and then she smiled. That's enough. Family can stay together forever too. Hyuga Kei rubbed his temple and looked up at the evening glow. Forget it. Trying to reason with an Uchiha was simply unrealistic. Hyuga Kei stood up. When you're a few years older, after you've met more people and gone through more things, you'll understand what real love is. 1 month later, deep into the night, the oil lamp in the wooden house was still lit. Hinata gently placed the last folded piece of clothing into the bundle, moving as lightly as possible, as if afraid of waking Hikaru, who was already asleep next door. Hyuga Kei spread out a blank sheet of paper on the low table and wrote a few lines on it. Hinata glanced at those 2 lines. The corners of her lips curved up a little, but her eyes reddened. Let's go. Hyuga Kei stood up and slung the bundle onto his back. Hinata stood by the door and turned back to look at Hikaru's tightly shut room. Then she turned around, buried her face in Hyuga Kei's chest, and her shoulders began to tremble. Can we really not take her with us? Hyuga Kei raised a hand and covered the back of her head, letting her muffle her sobs in his chest. She belongs to this era. If we take her away, the historical timeline of the next several hundred years will be thrown completely into chaos. She might disappear. The people on our side waiting for us to go back might disappear too. Hinata's fingers tightened even more around his clothes. But if she's left here alone, won't she go back to living that kind of life again? No. Hyuga Kei lowered his head, his lips touching her forehead. I left her something more valuable than courage. She'll become the brightest star of the Warring States era. Hinata lifted her head from his chest and looked at him through tear-blurred eyes. Hyuga Kei reached out and wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, revealing a smile that wasn't especially dazzling, but was enough to set people at ease. Not money. Something worth more than money when it comes to survival. He gave that tightly shut door one last look, then took Hinata's hand, pushed open the wooden door, and stepped into the night with her. In the courtyard, the faint glow of the teleportation formula that had long been drawn there flashed and vanished. The sound of footsteps disappeared. After a long time, Hikaru pushed open the door and walked out. The courtyard was empty. Only that neatly folded sheet of paper on the low table shone under the moonlight. She walked over and unfolded it. The handwriting was messy, Hyuga Kei's usual style. Hikaru, I hope to see your deeds in the future, the legendary Uchiha Hikaru of the Warring States era. On the line below, the handwriting became much neater. It was Hinata's. Hikaru, remember to comb your hair every morning. Your hair is very beautiful. Don't let it get tangled again. Hikaru pressed the letter to her chest, crouched down, and buried her face in her knees as tears kept falling. She burst into loud sobs, venting all her grievance. She cried while crouching on the ground, forehead pressed to her knees, her back shaking over and over. She hadn't cried like this since growing used to pain. But now she cried like a 12-year-old child, because that was exactly what she was. You said I was family. She spoke to the empty house. No one answered her. She said it again, the words squeezed out of her throat, thick with sobs and the grievance of being left behind. You said we'd stay together. She stood up and fiercely wiped her face with her sleeve. Her sleeve was soaked through, and a red mark was rubbed onto her face. Then she raised her head, and those Mangekyo Sharingan lit up in the dim house. If you won't let me follow you, Then I'll wait for you. The image on the sky screen froze there. The comments stopped for a moment, then exploded. Wasn't this supposed to be bittersweet? Why is it all knives? It's all knives. Hikaru, don't cry. Lord Kei, you bastard. You left her behind. But if he doesn't go, what about the future of the ninja world? What about the Federation? What about Hikari? In the land of grass, inside the small courtyard of Hyuga Kei's home, Hinata had already cried herself into a mess. She buried her face in Hyuga Kei's chest, her shoulders trembling, her tears soaking a large patch of the fabric over his chest. Hyuga Kei patted her back with one hand, while his other hand was being tightly held by Hikari. Hikari herself wasn't crying. She sat beneath the veranda, her legs dangling and swinging back and forth, looking up at the version of herself on the sky screen, the one crouching on the ground and bawling her eyes out. Her expression was calm. I really was sad back then, she said, but it doesn't hurt anymore now. Hyuga Kei lowered his head and looked at her. Hikari lifted her head and smiled at him. Because I waited for you. That afternoon, an unexpected guest arrived at the Uzumaki clan's territory. A 12-year-old girl stood at the village entrance, her black hair in disarray, a kunai clenched in her hand. I want to see your clan head. Before the guards could even speak, she had already taken a step forward. Yasugami no Ko activated soundlessly. The guards' eyes lost focus and they turned around, leading her inside. Along the way, more than a dozen Uzumaki clansmen tried to stop her, but every single one of them was controlled without exception. This wasn't a battle. She was simply walking a straight line through someone else's clan territory. By the time the Uzumaki clan head was dragged out of the meeting hall, Yasugami no Ko had already taken control of dozens of elite ninja from top to bottom. Why you? Who are you? Uchiha Hikari, she said. Your Uzumaki clan specializes in sealing techniques. I want you to seal me away. The clan head thought he had misheard her. Seal you? That's right. Seal me until the time I specify. I don't want to grow old. I don't want to grow up. I don't want to stay alive through these hundreds of years. She drove the kunai into the low table in front of her, the blade sinking 3 inches into the wood. When the time comes, release the seal. I only want to live at that time. Take that's impossible. You can do it. Hikari's voice did not ripple in the slightest. If you can't, then I'll try it myself. I'll keep trying until your village is gone. The clan head looked at her Mangekyo Sharingan, still bleeding, then looked toward the village entrance, where those dozen clan members stood with lifeless eyes, being used by her like puppets on strings. He swallowed hard. There is one sealing technique that can freeze time. But it's a forbidden technique. It requires both the caster and the one being sealed to, then use it. Your body will. During the sealing, I don't care. The clan head's lips trembled. He wanted to say that once this technique was activated, the sealed person would retain full consciousness within the void. No dreams, no sleep, just staying awake in darkness year after year, decade after decade, century after century. But when he saw Hikari's eyes, he swallowed those words back down. The sealing array was drawn that very night. The Uzumaki clan sent out 7 elders. Hikari stood at the center of the array. Before the seal was activated, the clan head asked her one last time. Are you certain you want to wait until that point in time? If that person named Hyuga Kei doesn't appear at that time. Hikari lowered her head and looked at the letter in her hand. He'll come. How do you know? She did not answer. The light of the seal swallowed her figure. Hundreds of years of nothingness. No light, no sound, no warmth, no sense of touch. She could not even feel her own body, nor sense the passage of time. The only thing that remained was her consciousness. Within that void, she replayed the story of Hyuga Kei and Hinata over and over again, day after day, year after year. Who knew how much time had passed before the seal finally began to loosen? Hikari felt her heartbeat start again. The stone wall was blown open with a single punch. Sunlight poured in, and the seal around her was undone by that person. A voice sounded by her ear. Uchiha Hikari. She opened her eyes. Standing against the light was a white-haired boy, white combat clothes. His forehead protector tied around his upper left arm. Those eyes lowered as he looked at her. Exactly the same as in her memories. Exactly the same as the face she had thought about for hundreds of years in the darkness. She sprang up from the seal and threw herself into his arms. With both hands cradling his face, she pressed her lips onto his. Imitating Hinata, she kissed Hyuga Kei deeply, constantly nibbling at him. Hyuga Kei hadn't even had time to react before the back of his head slammed into the rubble behind him, while warm, soft pressure spread across his lips. Tears spilled from the corners of Hikari's tightly shut eyes, trailing down her cheeks and into the gap between their overlapping lips. He reached out, wanting to push her away, but Hikari's arms were locked around him tightly, like a drowning person clutching the last piece of driftwood. The loneliness of hundreds of years had finally seen the first light of dawn at this moment. The fifth regret, complete. May all waiting find its destination. The 5 great regrets of the ninja world have all finished playing. The rewards will be distributed shortly to all revealed individuals. The ninja world's reaction in the barrage was extremely intense. It's a happy ending. 100 years of loneliness finally received an answer. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Lord Kei got force-kissed. Spread it around. Lord Kei is scared of Uchiha women. Spread it around. Lord Kei got pinned down and kissed by an Uchiha woman. Spread it around. Lord Kei got domestically abused by the Uchiha. Spread it around. Lord Kei is the bottom. Damn. The logic loop is complete. Future Hyuga Kei went back to the past and changed Hikari. And now Hikari appeared from the new parallel timeline where she was saved. Lady Hinata, I'm sorry, but I'm shipping this CP first out of respect. Waiting 100 years just to see you. So sweet. I'm on Team Keihina. Hikari fans, draw your blades. A golden barrage comment slowly floated past. It was Terumi May-s. Little K. Big sis doesn't mind having one more little sister, you know. Another golden barrage floated out right after it. It was Kuratsuchi-s. Hey, that's enough from you. Then another one. It was Tamari-s. What are you all arguing for? The actual fiancé hasn't even spoken yet. The last golden barrage was from Hinata-s. Welcome home, Hikari. Across his arms and looked at the scene on the sky screen where Hyuga Kei was being kissed so hard the back of his head hit the wall, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. So that brat has a day like this too. During the last exam he was so silver-tongued. And now a little girl-s got him pinned against the wall and is kissing him. Ha ha ha. Killer B summarized it beside him in a rap rhythm. Tenseigan meets Mangekyo. Trash talk master turns mute. Oh yeah. Terumi May rested her chin on one hand. Her smiling eyes curved as she watched the white-haired boy's dazed expression on the sky screen, then let out a meaningful sigh. When little K gets kissed, the tips of his ears turn red. I kinda wanna kiss him too. Ao coughed lightly behind her as a reminder. Mizukage-sama, that barrage comment you posted has already caused a diplomatic dispute. Terumi May blinked, and her smile only grew brighter. Then I'll send another one. A few seconds later, another golden barrage slowly floated across the sky screen. Little K. Big sis doesn't mind having one more little sister. Of course, one more big sister works too. Iwagakure. Kuratsuchi saw that golden comment on the sky screen and nearly ground her teeth to pieces. That woman. Did she have even a shred of Mizukage dignity? Beside her, Kitsuchi seemed like he wanted to say something. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. He felt it was better not to get involved. Itachi Uchiha stood beneath the sky screen, his expression complicated. He had just been wondering where he had heard the name Uchiha Hikaru before. Then he saw her spring up from the seal and forcefully kiss Hyuga Kei. The corner of Itachi's mouth twitched. Kisame sat down nearby with Samahata over his shoulder. Mr. Itachi, are all the women of your Uchiha clan this aggressive? I don't know. Aren't you an Uchiha? I've never been forcefully kissed. After saying that, Itachi rarely added, and I've never forcefully kissed anyone else either. For some reason, Kisame felt a little regretful. In the small courtyard of Hyuga Kei's home, the image on the sky screen froze on the scene of Hyuga Kei and Hikaru deep in a kiss. At some point, Uchiha Hikaru herself had already appeared on his left side. What's wrong? I want to kiss you. Before Hyuga Kei could speak, Hikaru had already leaned in and planted a kiss on his left cheek. Stamped, she said. Hyuga Kei touched his cheek and was just about to say something when Hinata, on his right, also leaned closer. Hinata looked at Hyuga Kei's still empty right cheek, then lowered her head, the tips of her ears turning red. She bent down and pressed her lips heavily against Hyuga Kei's right cheek as well. Hyuga Kei only felt dizzy. He had never expected that at this moment. He would actually enjoy the blessing of being embraced by beauties on both sides. 2 beautiful girls hugging him from left and right and kissing him. This feeling was simply amazing. The sky screen went dark, then lit up again. Subtitles appeared, Parallel World Special. A ranking of Parallel Hyuga Kei. The narrator's voice rang out, sounding very cheerful. Dear viewers, the regretful segment ends here. Next is bonus time. The sky screen system will select several of the most representative Hyuga Kei from countless parallel worlds and show you how the same starting point with different choices can lead to completely different lives. The ninja world had always been most interested in Hyuga Kei's story. After all, who wouldn't want to know how another version of themselves was doing in a parallel world? It's here. Parallel worlds. The segment I've been looking forward to the most. Lord Kei is the central figure no matter which world he is in. Hurry up and start. I want to see Lord Kei from other worlds. First scene, the representative of the Dark Route Tyrant Hyuga Kei. Note, in this world line, Hyuga Kei's Tenseigan awakened early under extreme suppression, resulting in a collapse of his personality. He views the ninja world as a rotten mess and decides to reshape everything. Please do not overly associate him with Hyuga Kei from the main world. Before the image even appeared, the comments had already started discussing it. Oh? Tyrant? Lord Kei? Am I seeing things? Is this talking about the Lord Hyuga Kei we know? The one who keeps shouting about everyone being equal? The sky screen went dark. When it lit up again, the style of the scene changed abruptly. The camera slowly swept over a burning city from above. Bodies lay collapsed all over the streets. Their forehead protectors came from different ninja villages. Hidden cloud, hidden stone, hidden sand, and even Konoha. Then, a figure descended from the sky. White battle armor, golden pupils, and 9 truth-seeking balls hovering behind him in a ring. He raised his head and looked around. That face was exactly the same as Hyuga Kei's, but his expression and demeanor were completely different. He was confident. He was insane. He looked down on all living beings as if they were ants. With lowered eyes, he looked at the fallen corpses, the burning buildings, and the survivors kneeling on the ground, trembling. Hyuga Kei's face was full of incomprehension. What kind of beasts are you to do something like this? To resist my great empire? To resist the rule of God? So what are you afraid of? His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. I gave you peace. I gave you order. I gave you a world without war. And then you tell me you don't want it anymore? He tilted his head, the corner of his mouth curving upward. It was not a smile, but the heartfelt confusion of someone watching insects try to resist. If you don't want it, should I give you what you want? A truth-seeking ball shot from his hand, piercing through the chest of a jonin kneeling at the very front and nailing him to the ground. You are not worthy of choosing. You are only worthy of accepting. His voice was filled with the anger of someone who felt betrayed. Everything I did was for you. I swept away the 5 great nations, killed every opponent, established a unified regime, and made it so you no longer had to worry about whether you would die on the battlefield tomorrow. And now, you actually dare to hate me? He took a deep breath and waved his hand. It's fine. It doesn't matter if lowly creatures like you hate me. I am still your savior. You can only belong to me. This land belongs to me. Your lives belong to me. Your pain, fear, and despair all belong to me. Because he spread his arms as if embracing the entire sky. I am Hyuga Kei. I am the only god of this world. The comments exploded. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. This is Lord Kei? That smile already scared me to tears. So this is Lord Kei after completely turning dark? Help, this is scarier than the Otsutsuki. Someone go shake main world Lord Kei over here to deal with this monster. The narrator said. First, he is a tyrant, an emperor, and a self-proclaimed god. He unified the ninja world with an iron fist and trampled the 5 great nations beneath his feet. He has a famous saying, a pitch-black palace. It was not Konoha's architectural style, nor the style of any known ninja village. Black stone pillars towered into the clouds, each one carved with intricate patterns. The camera slowly pushed deeper into the palace. Upon a black steel throne, Hyuga Kei's long white hair fell loosely over his shoulders. He wore a pure black open front robe that exposed his abs, with golden tomo patterns embroidered along the cuffs and lapels. Below the throne knelt a dense mass of people. There were robes belonging to the 5 Kage, clan crests of the major shinobi clans, and the crowns of daimyo. Everyone's forehead touched the ground. No one dared to look up. The comments went insane. This is Hyuga Kei. Holy crap. What is with this aura? What is he doing? Are those kneeling people the 5 Kage? The 5 Kage are kneeling to him? Kirigakure. Mei Terumi rested her chin on her hand, watching the tyrant Hyuga Kei on the sky screen, dressed in a black robe with his aura fully unleashed. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the curve of her lips grew wider and wider. A long black robe exposed abs. Sitting on a throne and looking down on all living beings, she reached out a finger and lightly tapped her lower lip. The style of little K big sister likes it too. Behind her, Ao wore an expression of despair. He had already given up trying to advise her. Slammed his fist onto the table. The solid wooden table finally could not bear the weight anymore and shattered with a crash. The 5 Kage kneeling to him? Fucking bullshit. Even if I die, there's no way I kneel to some self-proclaimed god. He panted heavily, pointing a finger at the tyrant on the sky screen. This madman is even more outrageous than Uchiha Madara. Unify the ninja world? With corpses. For once, Killer B didn't answer with rap. He just tilted his head up and looked at the sky screen. Big bro, but he really did it. In that world, even we knelt. Hyuga Kei looked at the sky screen, his expression extremely complicated. That's me too? What the hell, are you some kind of homelander or something? Naruto was also staring wide-eyed at the Hyuga Kei sitting on the black throne in the sky screen. His mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. In the end, he only managed to squeeze out 2 words. So cool. Sasuke glanced at him expressionlessly. his eyes practically saying that you're beyond saving. In the scene, Hyuga Kei slightly raised his chin. His voice rang clearly throughout the entire palace. This world is too rotten, and you should be grateful for my rule. Without me, you would still be crawling and struggling in the mud of war. Without me, you would still be living under constant danger. He swept his gaze around, the corners of his lips curling up. Oh, isn't it only natural for you to submit to me? It is not that I need you. Hyuga Kei leaned forward slightly. It is that you need my rule, and my peace is not for you to enjoy. It is for you to obey. His gaze swept over the figures prostrated below. Of course you can hate me. You can curse me in your hearts, secretly plot to overthrow me, and do all the foolish things you think can change your fate. But the result will not change, because I am stronger than all of you, more outstanding, stronger, smarter. Only I can save this world of yours. I am the one and only savior. Hearing these mad, arrogant words, the ninja world felt dizzy. What the hell is this villain speech? But he is so handsome. Wake up, person above. He is a tyrant, not an idol. But he really is so handsome. It's over. The ninja world is beyond saving. The image on the sky screen froze on Tyrant Hyuga Kei's handsome face. So perfect it was almost inhuman. The narrator's voice rang out again, this time with a teasing tone. Of course, our dear tyrant not only pursued absolute control in power. In his view, since he was the most perfect evolved individual on this planet, then his bloodline naturally had the duty of being spread far and wide. After all, how could saving the world possibly be done by him alone? Of course he had to have more children so his superior genes could spread across the ninja world. The bullet comments went quiet for a moment, then exploded again. What kind of bizarre logic is this? I want to join Lord Kei's harem too. Oh no, why do I actually think he makes sense? Wait, then wouldn't his harem be? The scene changed. A massive courtyard blooming with flowers. All kinds of flowers were in full bloom regardless of season. Rock gardens, flowing water, pavilions, towers, luxury everywhere. The camera swept past one exquisite palace after another like a butterfly flitting through flowers. In front of every palace stood one or several beautiful women, each with a different temperament. Some were cold as frost, some passionate as fire, some delicate and adorable. In the position of the main wife sat a black-haired woman. In her arms was a silver-haired baby. It was none other than Hinata Hyuga. She lowered her head, teasing the child, her face full of gentle smiles. Uchiha Hikari was helping at the side, her face also glowing with maternal warmth. Not far away, Kuratsuchi, Temari, Samui, and other kunoichi were all holding children, exchanging childcare experience with each other. And on the grass at the center of the courtyard, several silver-haired children were chasing and playing. Looking carefully, every child had silver hair just like Hyuga Kei's, along with either azure blue or pure white eyes. Several of the children had even already begun to show the radiance of the Tenseigan. A little boy who looked only 7 or 8 years old was actually controlling several miniature truth-seeking balls, directing them to crash into each other like marbles. Beside him, 2 little girls had opened their blue Tenseigan and were practicing taiji moves personally taught by Hyuga Kei. The bullet comments completely boiled over. I've already lost count of how many consorts there are. The point is, he actually gave birth to an entire army. Those kids all start with Tenseigan as the minimum? Other people spend money raising kids. His family just mass-produces troops by having kids. Mei Terumi. Why am I not there? This is not scientific. A huge golden bullet comment slowly floated by.
It was sent by my Trima herself.
This isn't fair. Little Kei. Why didn't the you in that parallel world include Big Sister me? Are my genes not excellent enough? Right after that, golden bullet comments from Kuratsuchi and Temari followed. You bastard Hyuga Kei. You actually made me give birth to that many. Kuratsuchi. Who is supposed to take care of that many kids? Temari. In the main world, inside the small courtyard, Hyuga Kei looked at the tyrant version of himself on the sky screen, surrounded by his own daughter, Yujito, Samui, and even several kunoichi he didn't recognize. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Had that guy turned the entire ninja world into his personal breeding base? He could feel 2 gazes landing on him from beside him. Hinata lowered her head, her hands twisting together. Keikuin. In that parallel world I had 3 children. Uchiha Hikari stared expressionlessly at the sky screen, tilted her head, and asked a fatal question. Kei, why is the you in the parallel world able to accept so many people? Are Sister Hinata and I not enough? A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out across Hyuga Kei's back. Laughing awkwardly, he explained, That is a parallel world, ha ha ha. It has nothing to do with me. Naruto, watching the drama with great interest, was eating while mumbling unclearly, Kei, actually, I think Tyrant Bro isn't wrong. You're so strong. Having more kids really would protect the ninja world bet. Ow. A half-eaten watermelon rind smacked perfectly into the back of his head. Jiraiya looked up at the sky screen, and the wine cup in his mouth dropped to the ground with a slap. Tyrant brat, you really did it. He stared at those kunoichi holding children, and 2 lines of old tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Not from being moved, but from pure envy, jealousy, and hatred. This was the ultimate dream of a man. Unify the ninja world, open a harem, have a bunch of genius kids, and even righteously declare that it was all for saving the world. He suddenly stood up from the hot spring and waved his fist at the sky. So why doesn't the me from that parallel world even get a single shot? I want screen time too. I want to be surrounded by beauties too. Fukasaku Sage popped out from who knew where. Little Jiraiya, your Ika paradise has already caused enough harm to the ninja world. If you were given Tyrant Kei's power, the ninja world would turn into a chain kingdom of brothels in less than 3 days. Jiraiya dropped right back down into the hot spring. Even so, I'm really so jealous. Yujito stood by the window with her arms crossed over her chest, her face flushed. I became his concubine. On the sky screen, the version of herself holding a silver-haired baby was smiling gently and contentedly. What happened to me? Even if I got married, I shouldn't be like this, right? Was I put under genjutsu or something? In another world, she hadn't been treated like a weapon. Instead, she had been accepted and protected by someone strong enough, someone even willing to create life together with her. Just thinking about it gave her a strange feeling. Uchiha Hikari pulled her gaze back from the sky screen and found Hinata still standing off to the side in a daze. Hikari grabbed Hinata by the wrist and pulled her straight toward the corner of the courtyard without another word. Hikari, where are we going? To discuss something. After dragging Hinata under the corner wall, Hikari let go of her hand, turned around, and put on a seriousness unlike ever before. Sister Hinata, did you see those women on the sky screen just now? Blushing, Hinata nodded. Mei Terumi, Kuratsuchi, and that Samui Yujito. And a bunch of women you don't even know. Hikari stepped forward. Sister Hinata, do you think chi in our world can hold them off? Hinata looked up, adorably confused by what Hikari meant. Chikuin said having us is enough. That's what chi said. Hikari cut her off, her small hands clenching into fists. But those women out there won't think that way. They'll only think that as long as Hyuga Kei isn't married, they still have a chance. Today they'll confess through the barrage, tomorrow they'll block the door and bring him food, and the day after that they'll just move straight into the land of grass. Sister Hinata, do you think you can stop them? Hinata opened her mouth, then closed it again. She had already imagined that scene. Hikari clenched her fists hard. So, we can't wait anymore. Tonight we're doing a night raid and cooking the rice. At that moment, the air froze. Hinata's whole face went from pink to red, from red to dark red, and in the end even the tips of her ears were completely crimson. Steam practically looked like it was about to rise from her head. And night. Night raid? Night raid. Hikari repeated it. Before those women realize what's happening, we lock down the status first. But. No buts. Hikari reached out with both hands and held Hinata's. Sister Hinata, think about it. What status does Chi have now? Chairman of the Ninja World Federation, the savior certified by the sky screen, and in that tyrant parallel world he built a harem and had more than 20 children. Do you think those women would give up on him? Hikari lowered her voice even more. Cook the rice. Tonight. Hinata felt like her whole body was steaming. She wanted to say this wasn't good. Wanted to say Chikuin wasn't ready yet. Wanted to say they weren't married yet. But when the words reached her lips, they all turned into a single word. Okay. Hikari nodded in satisfaction. I'll draft the battle plan. Hinata's eyes widened. Step 1. After dinner we split up. Sister Hinata, you'll be responsible for stalling Chi and keeping him in the study a little longer. I'll go prepare the supplies. Supplies? Hikari's face didn't change at all. Clean bedding, incense, lubricant. Anyway, leave it to me. Hinata couldn't say a word anymore and could only nod hard. Sister Hinata, are you ready? She thought that if she backed down again, maybe one day Chi really would be stolen away. I am ready. Hikari held out her hand. For our rightful status. Hinata placed her hand on top. So Chikuin won't be stolen away. And so the eldest son of the Hyuga family of the Land of Grass will be our child. Hikari! Hinata was so embarrassed she was almost about to faint. But she still didn't pull her hand back. Hyuga Kei, who had been lying there waiting for the sky screen to play new content, suddenly sneezed and felt a chill down his back. Strange. Can the Tenseigan catch a cold too? The image of Tyrant Hyuga Kei on the sky screen gradually faded. The narrator's voice rang out again, this time with a mechanical tone. After watching the tyrant obsessed with spreading his bloodline, let's now take a look at a firm believer in the idea that science and technology are the primary productive force. Second, the representative of the research route, Hyuga Kei, father of truth. In this world line, Hyuga Kei believed that flesh was weak, but science was eternal. He did not focus on personal cultivation, but instead put more energy into scientific research and industrial production. He had a famous saying that influenced the entire world. Before the sky screen had fully lit up, a recording with a faint electronic static played. The essence of ninjutsu is the directed release of higher dimensional energy in lower dimensional space. If the human meridian system can do it, then why can't machines? The scene suddenly lit up. This was an incomparably massive underground laboratory. All kinds of giant machines no one could name flashed with faint blue light. Hyuga Kei, wearing a white lab coat and goggles, stood before an enormous blueprint, passionately explaining something to a group of researchers. What ninja? What Otsutsuki? They're all too low level. If I can turn chakra into a reactor, that would be true respect for power. What I want isn't one powerful ninja. What I want is an interstellar fleet that can pilot mecha and trample the Otsutsuki flat. The barrage was instantly flooded by question marks. Oh? What is he talking about? I recognize every word, but when they're put together I can't understand any of it. Reactor? Interstellar fleet? Are we even the same species? One golden barrage from Orochimaru drifted by quietly. I really want to switch worlds and work in this timeline. The footage began cutting rapidly, displaying the astonishing tech tree of this world. The golden Tenseigan on the moon had been transformed into an energy core, providing endless clean energy for the entire Ninja World Federation. The cities had become science fiction metropolises filled with towering skyscrapers, with maglev trains traveling through them. In the fields, giant chakra mecha sowed seeds and harvested crops. And on the far side of the moon, a fleet composed of thousands of humanoid mecha and interstellar warships was fully assembled and ready, protecting the ninja world. On the sky screen, the image froze on that fleet. The narrator's voice sounded again, this time carrying a hint of amusement. Seeing this, some viewers may have doubts. This father of truth Hyuga Kei does not seem to possess the world-destroying personal combat power of tyrant Hyuga Kei. He is obsessed with science and technology. Wouldn't someone like him be too fragile? When truly facing the main Otsutsuki family, beings who can destroy stars with a wave of the hand, can these so-called mecha and fleets really protect him? Then what comes next will be the display of true divine punishment. As soon as the narrator's words fell, the sky screen switched to a gigantic assembly workshop. At the center of the workshop stood a colossal humanoid mecha hundreds of meters tall under the spotlight. Countless Federation workers moved up and down across it, maintaining the giant beast like worker ants in an anthill. Beneath its sharp-edged, technology-heavy design, the mecha's outer armor was matte black. Its joints glowed with chakra halos, and the propulsion wings on its back had not yet unfolded, but its sheer size already gave off overwhelming pressure. Hyuga Kei stood on the lift platform at the mecha's feet and spread his arms. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to proudly introduce the Stellar-class mecha, Godslayer Unit 1. It carries a miniature Tenseigan array personally improved by me as its main control core and radar. Combined with a tailed beast chakra reactor extracted from sealed space, its output is millions of times that of an ordinary jonin. And within the Tenseigan's field of vision, no enemy can hide. He patted the mecha's massive armor. See this armor? It isn't ordinary chakra metal. It's a new material I synthesized by simulating the material structure of truth-seeking balls, and it's further protected by a repulsion field. The main weapon is the two-yang release chakra starkiller cannons mounted on its shoulders. One instant shot and even the moon can be blasted apart. The secondary weapons are the collapsers in both palms. They can instantly create a miniature black hole and crush the enemy, body and soul together. The barrage was completely dumbfounded. Even though I can't understand a single word, I'm deeply shocked. Holy crap, I hereby declare ninjutsu is just fancy tricks. Technology is the true path. Truth-seeking balls as armor? Black holes as secondary weapons? Did Lord Chi just turn on cheats? Lord Orochimaru, what do you think? Orochimaru's golden barrage drifted past. I'm now seriously starting to wonder if all those forbidden jutsu I researched back then were actually embarrassing to the word science. At this moment, Hyuga Kei stared fixedly at that black mech several hundred meters tall. This thing was way too cool. From head to toe, Hyuga Kei scanned every single detail of the Godslayer. The matte black composite armor, the streamlined body, the chakra glow around the joints, the propulsion wings. He subconsciously swallowed. Starkiller cannons. Gravitational collapse generator. Tailed beast chakra reactor. His tone grew more and more sour. Just how was my brain built in that world? Are these things really something a human can make? The gap. This was the real meaning of gap. He was grinding himself half to death training in this world, while his other self in that world was already piloting a mech. I want to pilot one too. This was a desire rising from the depths of Hyuga Kei's soul. Other me from that world. Couldn't you at least leave me a blueprint? Even an instruction manual would do. Let Orochimaru study it and copy it. Maybe one day we can rub one together too. That was a mech. The romance of all men. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pipe fell from his mouth. This was actually something technology could achieve. Could it be that the path Orochimaru was walking really was the correct one? Was ninjutsu the wrong path? Was technology the real way forward? Shikaku, tell me. The land of grass wouldn't he happen to build something like this one day too, right? Nara Shikaku answered without hesitation. Hokage-sama, with Hyuga Kei's rate of growth, I can't rule out that possibility. In the screen, researcher Hyuga Kei still seemed unsatisfied with the demonstration. He adjusted his goggles and gave the camera a smile that practically said, I knew you wouldn't believe it. He snapped his fingers, and the heavenly screen instantly switched to a barren starfield, with a dead, lifeless planet in the distance. Talking without action is meaningless. Dear audience, next, please enjoy the first live combat test of Godslayer Unit 1. The test field is set at a former branch family Otsutsuki colonial outpost. The targets are my modified experimental units codenamed White Zetsu. Quantity, 1 million. As soon as his words fell, countless cracks suddenly split open across the dead planet's surface. An endless mass of improved White Zetsu poured out from underground like locusts, flying toward the mech in the sky. The barrage grew tense. 1 million. That number is way too insane. Even ants can bite an elephant to death. The mech won't be able to hold on. But Hyuga Kei only gave a short command into the communicator. Crush them. The next second, Godslayer moved. But it only simply raised its right arm, spread its 5 fingers, and aimed at that vast swarm of White Zetsu blotting out the sky. Collapser. 1% power. Activate. Buzz. An invisible wave instantly spread out from the mech's palm. The originally dense army of 1 million White Zetsu froze at the exact same instant. Then, under the shocked gaze of countless viewers, that section of space began to collapse. The mech reported 20% power. As if an invisible giant hand were kneading a ball of waste paper, countless White Zetsu bodies, together with the planet behind them, were crushed into a paper ball. Everything on that planet vanished completely, leaving behind only a miniature black hole floating in the mech's palm. The mech's 5 fingers closed lightly, and the miniature black hole shattered. The starfield returned to silence, as if nothing had ever happened. The barrage fell into dead silence for a moment, then exploded completely. Instantly killed. My god, truth-seeking ball armor? There's no need for it at all. A golden barrage drifted past. It was Orochimaru. The ultimate form of science is miracle. Hyuga Kei, in this field, I am willing to call you the strongest. The images displayed on the heavenly screen did not end. The flames of war raged on. In the screen was a planet being swallowed by war, its land split apart. Across the mountains and plains were countless bizarre enemies. There were Otsutsuki clansmen in white robes, and giant beasts modified beyond recognition. Like a tidal wave, they surged toward the center of the battlefield. And at the very center of the battlefield, there was only one person. He wore that signature white lab coat, now stained with some dust, making him look somewhat bedraggled. It was none other than researcher Hyuga Kei. The escort mechs around him had all been destroyed, lying to the side while trailing black smoke. He stood alone on the mountaintop, facing the enemies rushing at him from all directions. The barrage instantly turned nervous. What's going on? Why is Lord Chi there all by himself? Where's his mech? It's over. A researcher should never have gone to the front lines. Hand over all your technology, and we may consider letting you die a quicker death, said a leading Otsutsuki clansman. Hyuga Kei did not answer. He didn't even look at the man. He only lowered his head and looked at the watch in his hand. He frowned and muttered to himself. Late on the very first real battle? You're courting death. The man flew into a rage. Countless figures launched their attacks at the same time, sealing off every escape route. In the barrage, some timid viewers had already closed their eyes. At this moment, the sky split open. Not as a figure of speech. The sky was truly torn open by a massive crack. A gigantic mechanical hand that covered the heavens stretched out from the rift and steadily blocked above Hyuga Kei's head. All attacks landed on that hand, yet failed to leave even the slightest scratch. Then, the entire battlefield darkened. An incomparably massive shadow covered everyone. Godslayer Unit 1 hovered in midair, its propulsion wings fully spread behind it, blotting out the sky as it looked down upon all living beings. Hyuga Kei pushed up his glasses and revealed a brilliant smile. Even though I'm late, at least the entrance still has enough style. A tractor beam shot out from the mech's chest and enveloped him. The next second, his figure vanished from the spot and appeared inside Godslayer's cockpit. Inside the cockpit, there were no complicated control sticks or instrument panels. Only a miniature Tenseigan floated in the center. Hyuga Kei took off his white lab coat and casually tossed it aside, revealing the fitted black combat uniform underneath. He walked to the main control position and naturally placed both hands on the 2 control spheres. Neural link, synchronization rate, 100%. A mechanical voice sounded. Consciousness connection complete. Chakra reactor output stable. All weapon systems fully unlocked. Hyuga Kei raised his head and looked at the battlefield scene appearing on the holographic screen, revealing a smile full of confidence. His voice boomed across the entire battlefield through the mech speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for letting you see the side of me that this scientist is worst at. The eyes of Godslayer Unit 1 suddenly lit up, and the roar of its engines resounded through the heavens. He violently shoved both hands forward. The next act is this: before absolute scientific power, all old gods are nothing but firewood. The chat exploded completely. Ah! Too cool. This mech design is totally unfair. I was wrong. Scientists are the strongest after all. Everyone get back. He's about to clear the field. In the main world, inside the small courtyard, Hyuga Kei suddenly slapped his thigh, extremely excited. This is it. This is exactly what I wanted. Piloting a mech to fight aliens. This is way too awesome. Naruto beside him also had stars in his eyes. For some reason, he just felt that this mech was way too cool. Meanwhile, Hinata and Hikari beside them were completely confused. How was this getting all these boys so excited? In Sunigakure, Kankuro had his mouth wide open, drool constantly dripping down. So this was the endpoint of a puppet master. A mech. Wasn't that just a gigantic puppet? Could he one day build a puppet like this too? It didn't need to be as powerful as the Godslayer. As long as it had even a fraction of that strength, he'd be satisfied. Temari, standing nearby, really couldn't bear to watch anymore, so she kicked him hard in the butt. Hey, your drool's dripping down. Kankuro turned his head around. Sis, how about talking to my brother-in-law for me? I want to join the Federation too. I want to pilot a mech too. Temari blushed at that title and kicked him again. What nonsense are you saying? He's not that yet. The shoulder armor of Godslayer Unit 1 unfolded outward layer by layer, revealing a dense mass of honeycomb-like launch ports. Every launch port lit up, blazing white with yang release chakra. Full payload loaded. Saturation bombardment. Flames erupted from both shoulders of the mech at the same time. More than 1,000 chakra beams poured out from its shoulders in the same instant, dragging long trails of fire as they streaked across the battlefield sky. Then the trajectories split apart in midair, like an upside-down firework. The yang release chakra missiles devoured everything around their impact points the instant they landed. The overlapping explosions were no longer just explosions. They had become non-stop roaring thunder. The Otsutsuki army fled in madness under the attack. Of course they were running. But what was the point of running? Those beams were so dense that not even a mosquito could slip through, let alone a person. Many didn't even have time to scream before their entire bodies were vaporized. The chat went insane. This is divine punishment. This is way too righteous. My house is shaking. Isn't this just the sky screen? How is it shaking reality too? Mom, I want to become a scientist too. I want to pilot a mech too. However, before the dust and smoke had even cleared, dozens of figures burst out from within. They were those powerful Otsutsuki clansmen. Their bodies were wrapped in a layer of distorted halo-like light, allowing them to tank the first wave of bombardment head-on. Ignorant monkeys. A toy like this can't hurt us. A one-eyed Otsutsuki with a savage face flashed through the air repeatedly, dodging the follow-up missiles as he charged straight toward the Godslayer's head. Inside the cockpit, Hyuga Kei didn't even raise an eyelid. Activate close-in defense system. The mech's waist, legs, and arms instantly split open with countless small firing ports. In the next second, overwhelming blue beams burst out from them, firing needle-like energy shots as thin as steel pins and as fast as a torrential storm. That Otsutsuki who had still been shouting just a moment ago had his body pierced through by hundreds of light needles in an instant. The savage grin on his face hadn't even had time to fade before his whole body was blasted into a sieve, exploding into a cloud of blood mist in midair. The remaining Otsutsuki clansmen finally changed expressions. They stopped charging and prepared to release divine arts. Hyuga Kei pushed up his glasses. Want to charge up your big moves? Did you even ask me first? He suddenly yanked back with his right hand on the control sphere. Godslayer's arms shook, its 10 fingers spread open, and the 2 gravitational collapse generators in its palms simultaneously entered high-speed preheating mode. Even the light around the mech began to distort. Gravitational field. Deploy. An invisible wave instantly spread outward from the mech as the center. The movements of those few Otsutsuki suddenly froze. Their bodies looked as if they were being gripped by countless invisible hands, unable to move even the slightest bit. What's going on? My body won't move. Hyuga Kei's voice entered their ears through the speakers. Don't rush. The main event is still coming. Centered on the mech's 2 palms, black holes appeared once again. Scientist Hyuga Kei recalled an anime he had watched in his previous life. This move is called Dragon Emperor Different Dimension. That terrifying suction force dragged everything around it inward. Those Otsutsuki clansmen struggled madly, unleashing the greatest power of their lives. Yet they still could not break free from gravity's restraint. Their bodies were dragged toward the black holes inch by inch, their faces filled with disbelief and terror. Impossible! How could a mere tool of lower lifeforms control this kind of power? Before they could finish speaking, the black holes suddenly collapsed. At that moment, only 2 hemispherical craters with diameters of several hundred meters remained on the battlefield. The chat was flooded with awesome, but Hyuga Kei's battle still wasn't over. He raised his head, his gaze landing on the reinforcements in the distance. Getting beaten passively the whole time isn't my style. Godslayer melee mode. The pair of propulsion wings behind the mech, large enough to blot out the sky, fully spread open and suddenly erupted with dazzling light. It crashed into the enemy ranks. It didn't need any weapons at all. Just the turbulent currents kicked up by the propulsion wings alone shredded swath after swath of enemies into pieces. It smashed down with one punch, shattering the ground beneath its feet, and the shockwave blasted every enemy within several hundred meters into the air. With a single turn, the wing blades on its back swept across, cutting a whole row of giant beasts in half at the waist, the cuts smooth as mirrors. In less than a moment, the final enemy, a war beast covered from head to toe in heavy armor, was lifted into the air by Godslayer with one hand gripping its throat. What exactly are you, monster? The giant beast spoke in human language, its voice trembling. Sitting in the cockpit, Hyuga Kei picked up a cup of coffee that had somehow been brewed at some unknown time and was still steaming hot, then gently blew on it. Me? He took a sip of coffee, looked at the huge twisted face of terror on the screen, and revealed a gentle smile. Just a passing scientist. No need to remember me. He set down the coffee cup and lightly rotated his fingers on the control sphere. Godslayer's 5 fingers tightened. Repulsive force collapse. That war beast didn't even have time to scream before it was compressed into a fist-sized lump and silently vanished into the air. On the battlefield, not a single living thing remained. After a long stretch of shock, the chat erupted once more. Just a passing scientist? Who are you trying to fool? Where did the coffee even come from? The cockpit has that function too? I've realized it. No matter which world it is, Lord Chi's coolness is always maxed out. Hyuga Chi's eyes were full of envy. That kind of mech was seriously cool. Really, who wouldn't want to pilot a mech and sweep through hordes of enemies? The gap was a little too big, wasn't it? Why could that version of him pilot Unit 1, while he didn't even have a chakra motorcycle for transportation? If they were really talking about strength, then by the time the various parallel world Hyuga Chis reached the end of their growth, the gap between them probably wouldn't be that big. Your mech can create black holes? My divine arts can do that too. You have a Yang release planet-killing cannon? I also have a Yin-Yang reincarnation blast. Hyuga Chi was only 12 years old right now, but when everyone finished developing, who would really be weak? But being handsome was a matter for life. Beside him, Naruto was gesturing at the sky screen while making pew-pew-pew sound effects with his mouth, probably imitating the mech firing missiles. Inside the laboratory, Orochimaru stared at the Godslayer Unit 1 on the sky screen without even blinking. He did his best to memorize every single detail. In the end, the sky screen froze on Hyuga Chi's smile as he raised his coffee cup. Orochimaru finally spoke. Chikuin, in that world you reached this step. Then in this world. Can I witness that process with my own eyes? He suddenly felt that the Otsutsuki clan's body wasn't all that attractive anymore. If science advanced to the very end, it might not be weak at all. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pipe had already been lying on the ground for quite a while. Passing scientist. He repeated the term, then slowly turned his head to look at Nara Shikaku beside him, who was just as dumbfounded. Shikaku, tell me, if we send a few young people to the land of grass for further study right now, is it still in time? That depends on whether we have tuition worthy of the offer. Hiruzen Sarutobi, then tell me this, if we package up the entire scroll of seals and send it over, could we trade it for one Godslayer? Hearing that, Shikaku kinda wanted to roll his eyes. That was a bit too much of a fantasy. Realizing that himself, Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed twice to ease the awkwardness a little. The sky screen about Tech Hyuga Chi had just ended. The screen dimmed, then lit up again. Before the image even appeared, a distant bell rang out, as if piercing through endless ages. The narrator's voice was extremely solemn. Next, we will see the most special Hyuga Chi among countless parallel timelines. He did not destroy the world, did not establish a federation, and did not indulge in science or bloodline propagation. In another world, he walked a completely different path. What he chose was immortality. The third one, Immortal Emperor Hyuga Chi. In this timeline, Hyuga Chi opened up a different path. He no longer pursued chakra or technology, but instead comprehended heaven and earth and refined nature itself. He became a sage who surpassed the 3 great sage regions, and even refined the ninja world for his own use. His every move resonated with heaven and earth. The comments went silent for a moment, then were drowned in question marks. Ascended to immortality? Is it the kind of immortal I'm thinking of? Meditating, refining pills, crossing heavenly tribulations? Wasn't this supposed to be about ninja? How did you become an immortal? The image finally lit up. Within a bamboo forest, a figure sat cross-legged on a blue stone. His eyes were closed. His hands rested on his knees, and his long white hair draped casually over his shoulders, with a few strands lifted by the wind. He wore a plain white robe with no patterns at all. White hair, white clothes, like an immortal banished from the heavens. Natural energy surged in from all directions like tides, condensing into a visible halo around him. The comments exploded again. A golden comment floated by in a tone like a Mount Myaboku toad. Gua, is he directly absorbing natural energy? And he's not being devoured by backlash? Jiraiya's golden comment. Holy crap, isn't he afraid of natural energy backlash? This is cheating, isn't it? There's energy in the air too. Nobody ever said that. Hyuga Kei on the blue stone slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were no longer Tenseigan, but a pair of double pupils. The outer pupils were pure white like snow, while the inner pupils flowed with pale golden halos, like two miniature suns. The bell rang again. This time, it was no longer background music from the sky screen, but something coming from within his body. The narrator's voice sounded once more, and this time there was an almost admiring sigh in its tone. This world was never suited for refining natural energy, but he defied the heavens. When every other version of him across the parallel worlds was pursuing power, pursuing technology, pursuing an age of unity, only this one chose the oldest path. And the hardest one. He stepped onto a road no one had walked before, walking alone through eternal ages. He dispersed all the chakra in his body, using a mortal body to comprehend heaven and earth, using flesh and blood to withstand the baptism of natural energy and transform himself. On the sky screen, the white-haired immortal sitting on the blue stone slowly rose to his feet. And the instant he fully straightened, the image changed. The bamboo forest vanished. The blue stone vanished. He stood above the clouds. Beneath him an endless sea of clouds. Above him a vast river of stars. That was not the body flicker technique. It was not a space-time ninjutsu. There was no chakra fluctuation, no technique being activated. Just a single thought, and heaven and earth made way for him. The comments went insane. What just happened? How did he get up there? There was no spatial fluctuation. Was that true teleportation? No. This completely goes against ninja logic. Lord Orochimaru, come out and explain this already. Orochimaru's golden comment slowly floated by. There were only 4 words, impossible to analyze. Mount Myaboku, the great toad sage nearly fell off his stone seat. His old eyes were wide and round, and even his voice was trembling. That's not sage mode. This is not sage mode. He completely refined natural energy. How is that possible? How could natural energy possibly be refined? That isn't chakra. That is the will of heaven and earth. That is the very essence of all things. No one has ever done that. Never. The current sage mode is about mixing natural energy into chakra, not refining natural energy itself like he did. With so many people in the ninja world, how could no one have ever thought of absorbing natural energy into the body to replace chakra? But just like the sky screen said, he alone walked through eternal ages. That isn't sage mode. He completely refined natural energy. How is that possible? Jiraiya's mouth hung open and never closed again. When the sky screen had shown Tyrant Hyuga Kei, he could still laugh and envy the guy's huge harem. When it showed researcher Hyuga Kei last time, he could still scratch his head and say he didn't understand it, but still felt deeply shocked. This time, he couldn't laugh anymore. His voice was a little dry. You're saying he refined natural energy? Fukasaku Sage's tone was extremely grave. He may no longer be a ninja. He may not even be human anymore. He is another kind of existence. Jiraiya lowered his head and looked at that white figure above the clouds on the sky screen. Sage mode. That was the trump card he took pride in. Mount Myaboku had passed it down for over 1,000 years, and only a very few had been able to master it. You had to remain completely still to absorb natural energy. You had to risk turning into a stone toad in order to balance the 3 types of energy. Every time he entered sage mode, toad-like traits would appear on his face. He had thought that was the limit of natural energy. But what was that Hyuga Kei on the sky screen doing? He was breathing. He wasn't deliberately absorbing natural energy, nor was he carefully maintaining balance. Natural energy flowed into his body on its own, like streams pouring into the sea. He himself was already the endpoint of sage mode. Great Toad Sage Fukasaku stood beside him, and the old Toad's face was also full of shock. He had lived for 800 years, taught countless contractors, and seen countless geniuses. Not a single one had ever reached this step. How much willpower would it take to directly refine natural energy into one's own power? Above the clouds, the white-haired immortal S double pupils reflected the galaxy. He raised a hand, spread his 5 fingers, and slightly lifted his palm upward. Then, day broke. The eastern horizon suddenly burst with tens of thousands of golden rays, and a red sun broke through the sea of clouds. Right after that, a bright moon rose in the west at the same time, echoing the sun from afar. Sun and moon shining together. Just because he casually lifted one hand, the comments were no longer just flooding the screen, they were kneeling while flooding it. Sun and moon shining together. He just raised his hand, just once, and the sun and moon came out at the same time. What the hell kind of immortal is this? This is the creator, isn't it? I was wrong. I said before that Mecha Chi was a god. But I take that back. This is the real true god. Scientist Chi. I build planet-destroying cannons. Immortal Chi. I make the sun come out for a bit. The difference is obvious. Then he lowered his fingers and lightly tapped the void. The sea of clouds churned, and a ladder extended down from the clouds, landing right beneath his feet. It was a staircase formed entirely from pure natural energy. He stepped onto it and walked upward one step at a time. With every step, a lotus bloomed beneath his feet. With every step, the surrounding clouds retreated a little more. By the time he finished the final step and stood at the summit of the world, flowers had already blossomed behind him that should never have bloomed in this season. The comments had no idea what to say anymore. A lotus blooms with every step. This isn't ninjutsu. This is absolutely not ninjutsu. This is simply a miracle. The white snake sage of Ryuchi Cave coiled around a stone pillar, its vertical pupils shrinking. What he cultivated was not the sage mode of the 3 great sage regions at all. It was not using the body to contain natural energy, but making natural energy willingly acknowledge him as its master. He was commanding this world itself. He had already gone beyond anything sage mode could explain. Perhaps he was the will of this world itself. From a bird's eye view high in the sky, the screen showed continuous mountain ranges, winding rivers, and vast plains. And at the very center of this land stood a white-haired figure. On the heavenly screen, the comments were still going insane over the lotus blooms with every step and the sun and moon shining together. Immortal Emperor Hyuga Kei stood atop the clouds, his white robe gently fluttering in the wind. The narrator's voice was incomparably solemn. However, merely becoming an immortal himself was not the end of this path. In his eyes, the entire ninja world, this planet that had nurtured countless lives, was still weeping. Chakra was nourishment for the god tree, while natural energy was the blood of this planet itself. For 1,000 years, ninjas refined chakra, and the 3 great sage regions monopolized natural energy. This planet had always been taken from, never truly treated well. So, he made a decision unprecedented before and impossible to come after. He would refine this planet into his own inner world. For this planet, and for all living beings upon it, he would reopen the heavens. The comments instantly froze with tension. Refine the planet? What's an inner world? It sounds insanely powerful. Wait, he just raised his hand and made the sun and moon shine together. This time, don't tell me he's going to. Hyuga Kei felt his teeth ache a little. He really had no idea where his own upper limit even was anymore. He looked at that version of himself on the heavenly screen. Every movement carried heaven and earth phenomena. It was just like those mighty cultivators from the Shensha novels of his previous life after they had achieved great success. But this was a Japanese anime world. Fine. He accepted the mecha version. He accepted the tyrant version too. The scientist version went without saying. Ridiculous was ridiculous, but at least they were still spinning around within this world's framework. At most, they counted as mutated side branches. But how was there a version of himself cultivating immortality in a world built on chakra, ninjutsu, and Otsutsuki aliens? And what now? You're even going to reforge the world and rewrite the rules? Could this get any more absurd? Naruto leaned over, his eyes bright as light bulbs. Chi, can you become like that too? I don't even know sage mode yet. Then hurry up and learn it. Learn it from who? Jiraiya? Hyuga Kei rolled his eyes. You think that toad-face mode of his is worthy of my looks? Naruto opened his mouth, looked at the immortal Chi on the heavenly screen with lotuses blooming beneath every step, then thought about his own master's half-toad face back in the land of rain. You're right. Above the clouds, the white-robed immortal lowered his head. His lips parted slightly, and his voice rang across the entire ninja world. From today onward, I will rebuild the rules of this world. The moment those words were spoken, countless people across the ninja world looked up at the sky. But in the next moment, all of them knew whose voice it was, and they involuntarily dropped to their knees. As soon as his words fell, he lifted his right foot and gently stomped down. Yong! It was like the heartbeat of the entire planet. Across the whole ninja world, everyone, no matter what they were doing, felt as if an invisible hand had lightly clenched their heart. In the next second, the earth trembled. The scene suddenly shifted downward. In the land of wind, deep within the endless desert. The ancient city of Lulon, buried for 1,000 years, suddenly erupted with golden light shooting into the sky from the center of its ruined remains. That light was so blazing that it pierced straight into the clouds. That was the Dragon Vein, the largest hidden collection of energy within this planet. And not just Lulon. In the land of demons, the shrine ceiling Morio collapsed with a thunderous crash, and what poured out was dark light. In the land of fire, the ground shook violently, and countless streams of different natural energies shot out from the earth. In the land of lightning, thunder and lightning had never been this dense. A pillar of purple lightning split open the clouds, connecting heaven and earth. Abnormal changes broke out continuously across the ninja world. The world's natural energy was being constantly drawn out, yet these phenomena seemed to deliberately avoid all living people. Not a single person was killed or injured. Then the natural energies of the 5 basic attributes, wind, water, earth, lightning, and fire, erupted from all across the ninja world at the same time and gathered into 5 giant pillars rising into the sky. The 5 pillars of light, together with Lulon's golden dragon vein light and Morio's black light, echoed one another from afar, dyeing the entire sky into a brilliantly multicolored painting. They represented the world origin that formed the ninja world. They represented wind, water, earth, lightning, fire, yin, and yang. At this moment, the comments of the ninja world could no longer express their shock with words. "Oh my God. He's mobilizing the energy of the entire planet. This isn't ninjutsu. This is creation mythology." Golden comments drifted across from Fukasaku of Mount Miyaboku, containing only 4 trembling words. Lord of the world, Orochimaru stared at the heavenly screen, still clutching the scroll where he had just been recording mecha data. Just a few minutes ago, he had still felt that he had seen truth through the heavenly screen. That was science. That was truth that could be understood and replicated. And then the style of the heavenly screen suddenly changed. Above the clouds, the white-haired immortal raised a hand, and the sun and moon shone together. With another stomp, the dragon veins of the ninja world all resonated. Orochimaru opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. His worldview was starting to collapse a little. Was this still the ninja world? This was a power he simply couldn't understand at all. He had studied Yugo's curse mark before, but where was there anything this powerful? If this kind of natural energy could be cultivated, then wouldn't Yugo be a 1 in 10,000 innate holy body for cultivation? I just accepted the fact that science could lead to godhood, and now you're telling me he can also cultivate immortality? Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand was trembling slightly. He had seen Hyuga Kei's terrifying strength on the sky screen so many times already, that unmatched power. But now, that white-haired immortal on the screen had merely stomped his foot once, and the heartbeat of the entire planet resonated with him. 5 pillars of light rose from different parts of the ninja world at the same time, as if the planet itself were bowing to him. Lord of the world. Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured those 4 words, then slowly sat back down in his chair. Shikaku, add 1 more clause to the cooperation agreement with the Land of Grass. Konoha is willing to provide any resources necessary in exchange for priority rights to learn this immortal cultivation method. Nara Shikaku fell silent for 3 seconds. Hokage-sama, that's a parallel world. I know. Hiruzen Sarutobi's fingers were still trembling faintly. But what if? What if one day Kai suddenly gets the urge and wants to try cultivating immortality too? It's never wrong to prepare for a rainy day. And at this moment, those old monsters from the 3 great sage regions who called themselves sages were all ashamed of themselves. What kind of sages were they? In front of this kind of true immortal, they were nothing more than demons and monsters. The White Snake Sage had lived for over 1,000 years. As the master of Ryuchi Cave, one of the 3 great sage regions, she was one of the oldest beings in the ninja world. She had thought she already understood the essence of natural energy, thought sage mode was the peak of this world. But that white-haired youth on the sky screen had pushed open a door she had never seen before. Natural energy could acknowledge a master, and it could even refine the entire planet into an inner realm. The White Snake Sage's voice was very soft. What exactly have I been researching for these past 1,000 years? Thinking of that, she shouted to her subordinates below, "Hurry! Send someone to contact Orochimaru. I want to meet the true immortal living in this world." The origin of the world had just been brought out. Obviously, it wasn't over yet. In the scene, Immortal Emperor Hyuga Kei raised his hand once again. This time, he was not raising it to summon the sun and moon. His 5 fingers curled in the air, and those 7 heaven-piercing pillars of light were pulled like 7 giant dragons by an invisible hand, crossing thousands of mountains and rivers as they gathered toward that white figure above the clouds. Each of these contained enough power to destroy the world. Yet at this moment, they were as docile as streams, gathering in his palm into a constantly spinning ball of light. Immortal Emperor Kai lowered his head, his gaze landing on the earth beneath his feet. Since my descent into this world, I have seen all living beings trapped by shackles, bound by bloodlines, struggling to cross a sea of suffering. Ninjas steal the leftover power of the god tree, while sages borrow the remnants of heaven and earth. All are heretical paths, and none can attain transcendence. He lifted that seven-colored orb, and it slowly rose into the air, hanging between heaven and earth. Today I establish the Tao here. Hyuga Kei pointed to the sky. I abolish the old method of chakra refinement and sever the foundation of the bloodline ninja path. Then he pointed to the earth. From this day forth, only one path shall remain. My human immortal Tao. He pressed one hand downward. That ball of light was forcefully slammed by him into the planet beneath his feet. The entire world lit up. Those 7 pillars of light shot back to the ground at even greater speed, merging into the mountains, into the rivers, into this world itself. Anyone in any corner of the ninja world could see the 7 auroras spreading across the horizon. The bullet comments completely exploded. He gave all that energy back to the world, not back to the land. He's transforming this world. Withered plants sprouted again, and dried up streams once more poured out with clear spring water. A light rose from the edge of the world. It was a pure white light of law. From this day forward, natural energy would no longer be the exclusive property of the 3 great sage regions, no longer the privilege of a select few. Instead, it would become an equal gift bestowed by this planet upon every living being. And all the ninjas discovered in horror that the chakra inside their bodies was flowing out uncontrollably, dissipating into the air. Meanwhile, the natural energy that ninjas had always ignored gradually became gentle, no longer as violent as before, and much easier for people to absorb. Immortal Emperor Kai stretched out his hand again, his 5 fingers lightly clenching in the void. Those 7 heaven-piercing pillars of light shattered with a thunderous crash, turning into countless specks of light that fell like sweet rain upon every corner of the ninja world. Today I redefine earth, fire, wind, water, and lightning, and refine yin and yang and the 5 elements anew, not for my own transcendence, but to open a path to immortality for all living beings under heaven. The bullet comments had completely gone insane. Abolish chakra? He's destroying the very foundation of the entire ninja world. No, not destroying it, he's changing the heavens. He rewrote the underlying laws of the ninja world. That world can't even be called the ninja world anymore, right? It should be called the immortal world. But what are those specks of light? Golden bullet comment. Gamamaru of Mount Mayaboku greets the immortal emperor. Golden bullet comment. White Snake Princess of Ryuchi Cave greets the immortal. Golden bullet comment. Katsuyu of Shikatsu Forest greets the immortal. At this moment, the 3 great sage regions didn't dare call themselves immortals at all anymore. They lowered themselves completely. Those specks of light entered every person's body. Everyone in the ninja world felt that something was taking root in the center of their chest, deep within their spine. It ran from the Baihui at the top of the head straight through to the Yongquan at the soles of the feet, passing through the Dantian and completely replacing the original chakra network. That was the spiritual root Hyuga Kei had created for everyone, a bridge that connected them to the world. From this day forward, everyone could rely on this spiritual root to absorb natural energy and refine it into spiritual energy. Immortal Emperor Kai stood above the 9th heaven, his white hair whipping wildly, his robes fluttering fiercely. He formed a hand seal with both hands, and endless rays of light burst from around him. Behind him were phantom images of sun and moon shining together, outlines of mountains and rivers, and countless visions of ordinary people bowing in worship. Immortal Emperor Kai's voice carried the majesty of a god. You no longer need to worship the 3 great sage regions. Today, I use my body as the cauldron and heaven and earth as the furnace to refine this world and plant spiritual roots for all of you. From this day on, all people shall be born with spirit and all may sense chi and cultivate. From this day on, the immortal path shall never decline, and all beings under the frosty heavens shall compete in freedom. This is my Tao and also the Tao of all living beings. Everyone can cultivate my great human immortal Tao. The reactions of everyone else in the ninja world were still within the range of shock, but they could at least barely explain it away with the sky screen. But the one most shaken here was Hyuga Kei himself. After all, he was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he had read xianxia and fantasy cultivation novels. And now he was seeing that his parallel world self had not only cultivated immortality, but had even transformed the world into a cultivation world and given every single person a spiritual root. The shock of it was no less than seeing spiritual energy revival in his previous life. In the worldview of a Japanese anime world, he was cultivating immortality, refining a planet, redefining the 5 elements, creating spiritual roots, and spreading the immortal path. Did this guy run over from a neighboring primordial world setting or something? Hinata blinked, not quite understanding why Hyuga Kei had suddenly gotten so worked up. Kai, what is immortal cultivation? That's... Hyuga Kei opened his mouth, then realized he couldn't explain it. How was he supposed to explain it? Say that this was a cultivation system from a neighboring Eastern fantasy setting. completely unrelated to the ninja skill tree? Say that if you cultivate it to the end, you could ascend to the immortal world and live forever? And that version of himself in that world had not only cultivated all the way to the peak himself, but had even forcefully rewritten the underlying laws of the entire ninja world from chakra into a symbiotic spiritual energy system, giving all humanity spirit roots? This was no longer just min-maxing power levels within the ninja system. This was changing the game genre from an RPG into creative mode and playing however he wanted. Meanwhile, what Uchiha Hikari was more worried about was whether the version of herself in that world was still by Hyuga Kei's side. She was just afraid that immortal Emperor Hyuga Kei might be the type who wanted nothing to do with women. At this moment, she bit her finger and looked up at the sky screen with a worried face. The sky screen dimmed, then lit up again. The narrator's voice rang out once more. He reset earth, fire, wind, and water, and opened the path of immortality for all living beings. But even after reaching this step, immortal Emperor Hyuga Kei's Tao had not ended. Establishing rules was only the beginning. What truly allowed the fire of civilization to be passed down was inheritance. So, on the third day after changing the heavens, he established a Tao palace in the very center of the ninja world. He would preach the Tao for 1 month and spread the path of human immortality across the world. In the scene, immortal Emperor Kei stood above the clouds, lowering his head to overlook the land below that was being reborn. In the eyes of the masses, there was still confusion. They had sensed that brand new channel within their bodies, but they did not know how to push open that door. 3 days from now, I will open an altar in the center of the ninja world and preach the Tao. All those with faith may come and listen. The center he was talking about was Amigakure, the village at the heart of the 5 great nations. And the impact this had on the ninja world was undoubtedly massive. A brand new cultivation system with no chakra had appeared. Whoever stepped onto this road first would be the future Kage. Tao Palace? What kind of place is that? He said all those with fate can come. Does that mean I can go too? Pack your things now. If we leave now, we can still make it in time. Even if my legs break from running, I'm still going. That's the immortal emperor personally passing down the Tao. The scene on the sky screen changed. Immortal Emperor Kei landed on a barren mountain. He looked around. Bare rocks. Not even a single blade of grass. He frowned slightly and merely had a thought. Waves of green ripples spread out. Wherever the ripples passed, moss grew over the rocks, dead trees sprouted fresh buds, and spring water poured out from cracks in the stones, gathering into streams. In the span of a breath, the barren mountain turned into a lush, immortal, blessed land. Then a grand and majestic Tao palace crashed down onto the earth. The bullet comments no longer knew what to say. Is this the power of an immortal? In an instant, chakra suddenly feels way too weak. With one thought, he changes the heavens. With one thought, he moves the earth. This is the power of an immortal. He's redefining the rules of this world. I want to cultivate immortality too. Lord Kei, can you make our world move closer to that one? The scene changed again, quickly arriving at the day of the sermon. Hyuga Kei sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. He was still wearing that plain white robe. His white hair was casually tied up with a jade hairpin, with a few loose strands hanging by his cheeks. At his side stood Hyuga Hinata and Uchiha Hikari. His eyes were closed, like a jade statue. At this moment, the Tao Palace Plaza was packed with people as far as the eye could see. There were former ninja, commoners, old people, children, and seekers of the Tao from every corner of the 5 great nations. There were also many animals mixed among the crowd. Toads, snakes, and slugs from the 3 great sage regions, as well as wild beasts that had awakened intelligence after Hyuga Kei reforged heaven and earth. They too sat cross-legged carefully, their expressions both devout and nervous, afraid they would be driven out. All the seekers looked up and waited, until Hyuga Kei slowly opened his eyes. Those double pupils swept over the countless living beings below, and then he spoke. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. As those 6 words fell, golden rain of light drifted across the sky. That was natural energy made tangible, a resonance with heaven and earth triggered by the preaching of the Tao. The bullet comments instantly fell silent. What is he talking about? I can't understand it. But my body feels light, like something is flowing inside me? Me too. I'm obviously just watching the sky screen, so why does it feel like my chakra is moving? Not chakra, it's natural energy. He's actually preaching through the sky screen too. Jiraiya's golden bullet comment floated by, his tone trembling. Don't talk. Nobody talk. Listen carefully. In the sky screen's image on the Tao Palace Plaza, hundreds and thousands of people sat cross-legged. Some were crying tears of joy, some were entranced, and some unconsciously formed the posture of 5 hearts facing heaven, beginning to madly absorb that rain of light. The bullet comments completely exploded. They're really starting. Lord Immortal Emperor Kei, please say a few more lines. I feel like I've touched some kind of threshold. I could hear it for a while just now, so why can't I hear anything anymore? At this moment, countless people across the ninja world were copying the people on the sky screen and trying to cultivate, but most gained nothing. In the end, the sky screen video only carried a small portion of Immortal Emperor Kei's true charm while preaching the Tao. But at this moment, the Hyuga Kei of the main world was listening to his parallel world self-preach. At some unknown point, his Tenseigan had already activated on its own. The remnant power left behind by that chakra fruit within his body was automatically flowing through his meridians, shaping a brand new meridian. It was a spirit root. His body was actually taking the initiative to form a spirit root. Kei? Hinata sharply noticed something strange about him and wanted to reach out to support him, but Uchiha Hikari beside her gently stopped her. Hikari shook her head and lowered her voice. Don't disturb him. Kei is cultivating too. Hinata quickly covered her mouth and nodded. Hyuga Kei sat down cross-legged properly and closed his eyes. The Tao sounds from the sky screen were still continuing, and the chakra within his body seemed to have been ignited, burning intensely. The awakening progress of his Tenseigan began to skyrocket. The progress rose all the way up, finally stopping at a number that left him stunned. 53%. Hyuga Kei suddenly opened his eyes and looked down at his hands. He could feel that not only had the spirit root mentioned on the sky screen appeared within him as well, he had actually also mastered one of the cultivation techniques that his sky screen self had taught. He could now cultivate by absorbing the natural energy in the air and trying to convert it into spiritual energy. What was this supposed to be? Listening to himself preach the Tao and leveling himself up? The narrator's voice sounded at just the right moment, answering everyone's doubts. The immortal emperor preached the Tao at the Tao Palace for 1 month. During that time, golden flowers fell from the heavens, spiritual springs surged from the earth, all things revived, and all beasts bowed their heads. However, the sound of the great Tao was not something everyone could hear in full. Those of lesser talent could only hear the Tao for 1 day. They still could not step onto the path of cultivation, but all old injuries in their bodies were healed, and they became immune to illness. Those of average talent could hear the Tao for 3 to 7 days and comprehend low-grade cultivation techniques from it, stepping straight into the Qi refining realm. Those with extraordinary talent, after hearing the Tao for more than 15 days, could not only comprehend top-grade cultivation techniques, but also reshape their spirit roots and directly step through the immortal gate into foundation establishment. As for those unable to enter meditation, Immortal Emperor Kei also left behind a technique for everyone, the human immortal guiding art. No comprehension of the Tao was needed, no talent was required. As long as one practiced diligently every day, it could still strengthen the body and prolong life. The month-long preaching of the Tao came to an end. On the Tao Palace Plaza, that sea of people was no longer there. In its place were thousands of cultivators sitting cross-legged, faint spiritual light radiating from their bodies. Some succeeded in refining spiritual energy and stepped onto the path of immortality. Others were still sitting in meditation, cultivating bitterly as they tried to break through. And even more people had already left. They brought the human immortal guidance art back to their hometowns, spreading the immortal Emperor's Tao to every corner of the ninja world. Some built schools dedicated to teaching children the guidance art. Others founded sects and more. All of them were changing this world. The whole world was changing. The barrage was filled with emotion and regret. So we only got to hear the beginning? Couldn't the sky screen play a little longer? Give it up. Even if you understood it, this world hasn't been transformed, so it's not suitable for cultivation. The ninjas of that world all became immortal cultivators? Chakra was really abolished? Even ninjutsu isn't used anymore. It's not that no one uses it, it's that there's no need. If you have immortal arts, who would still use ninjutsu? The image on the sky screen froze directly above the Tao Palace. Hyuga Kei swept his gaze across the surroundings. In his double pupils was reflected this world he had personally transformed. He nodded, as if he was finally satisfied. He spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it spread across the entire ninja world. The sermon is complete. The Tao Palace shall endure forever. Any who are fated may come here to comprehend the Tao. After saying that, he turned around and walked deeper into the Tao Palace with the 2 women beside him. The figures of the 3 disappeared. The narrator's voice rang out. After Immortal Emperor Qi reset the 5 elements and planted spirit roots in all living beings, the ninja world, no. It should now be called the immortal world, entered a golden age that lasted for thousands of years. The scene switched rapidly. At the former site of the Land of Fire, a towering immortal city rose from the ground. There was not the slightest trace of chakra in the city, yet countless cultivators flew on swords, coming and going through the skies. On both sides of the streets, there were no longer ninja tool shops or Ichiraku ramen, but immortal stores selling spirit pills, magical artifacts, and talismans. When people met, they no longer formed the seal of opposition. Instead, they cupped their hands in greeting and addressed each other as Taoist friend. The narrator's voice carried a trace of emotion. 3,000 years after the human immortal Tao was established, This planet had already been completely reborn. All mortals with spirit roots could cultivate immortality. The ninja clans that once ruled through Kekei Genkai had long been surpassed by countless commoner geniuses, becoming dust in history. The 5 great nations? Ninja villages? Those terms could only be found in scattered fragments within the oldest ancient texts. That truly was a glorious age. The narrator's voice sounded again. 100 years after the great human immortal Tao was founded, the number of nascent soul cultivators had already exceeded 100, while golden core cultivators were too many to count. But with a turn of the scene, shadows quietly emerged beneath that flourishing prosperity. On the sky screen, a young disciple asked his teacher, "Master, why is it that after 10 years of secluded cultivation, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seems to have grown thinner again? Everyone could become immortal, but the immortal world ultimately had its limits." The narrator's voice sounded at the right moment. As the number of cultivators continued to grow, the carrying capacity of this newly born immortal star finally reached the brink of collapse. Spiritual energy dried up. Spiritual resources vanished. In order to fight over a meager spirit vein, the great immortal sects began reenacting the conflicts of the old ninja world. Bloody storms once again shrouded the land. The barrage began to grow worried. No, don't do this. I was getting fired up watching this. So in the end, they still couldn't escape fighting over resources? This is basically a copy of the ninja world's cycle. Lord Immortal Emperor will make a move. It's over. The turning point is here. Just as the barrage argued endlessly, a cold voice suppressed all the noise in the world. Enough. Beyond the 9th heaven, within that supreme celestial palace of the Tao Court, Immortal Emperor Qi, who had been in seclusion for 100 years, opened his eyes once more. He was still the same white-haired banished immortal as before. He did not descend divine punishment, nor did he rebuke the sects that were fighting. The path of cultivation was always one of defying the heavens. If it isn't enough, then seek outward. His voice spread throughout the immortal world. Then just pull over the other planets with life on them and merge them into the immortal world. Wouldn't that solve it? The barrage froze for a full 3 seconds, then was drowned beneath an overwhelming flood of question marks. What did he just say? Go outside and take it? Pull other planets over? My God. I was wrong. I thought Tyrant Qi was the biggest villain, and Researcher Qi was the craziest scientist. I forgot that you're the true final boss who remakes the world whenever he disagrees with something. This is what they call. If there are no conditions, then create the conditions. Native planets, run. Otsutsuki Kei is coming. Immortal Emperor Qi did exactly what he said. He took 1 step forward, and his figure had already appeared in the starry sky. Behind him was the azure immortal star he had personally transformed. He spread open his palm. His double pupils locked onto the nearest living planet. His 5 fingers curled slightly, and he gave a light grasp. Come here. That living planet, several times larger than the moon, was like it had been seized by an invisible giant hand. It broke free from its orbit and began moving toward the immortal star. Black Zetsu was also watching this scene. That planet was even larger than the few living planets Mother Kaguya had seen in his memories, and that man had only lifted 1 hand. No way. This can't be fake, right? Black Zetsu's voice was trembling. This kind of power. This kind of power. Even in the Otsutsuki main family, only the most core ancestors could do something like this. He remembered. He remembered those vague legends from the main family in his mother's memories. Those Otsutsuki ancestors who truly stood at the peak of the universe, who fed on stars and treated entire star systems as pastures. And now, a descendant with Otsutsuki blood, one who had grown up in the ninja world, had actually reached this step on his own without relying on the god tree, without relying on karma, without relying on any external force. Was he still even human? Black Zetsu suddenly felt ridiculous. Scheming for 1,000 years. Plotting for 1,000 years. All to rescue Mother from the moon. But even if he rescued her, what could Mother do in the face of an existence like this? In front of Immortal Qi, Kaguya was probably nothing more than a slightly larger bug. Mother. It seems like my plan was wrong from the very beginning. If I had known it would be like this, I should just latched onto Hyuga Kei's thigh earlier. Mother would been out long ago. In the main world, inside the small courtyard. Hyuga Kei looked at the version of himself on the sky screen, standing with his hands behind his back and casually grabbing planets at the slightest disagreement, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. No, seriously? I'm the big villain again this time? On the sky screen, the barrage was flying by at full speed. Native planets. Run. Otsutsuki Kei is coming. So this is the legendary while my neighbor stockpiles grain, I stockpile guns. And my neighbor is my granary? Hyuga Kei pointed at the sky screen, indignant. Why the hell is this on me too? This cultivation version grabbing a planet somehow still counts as my fault? I'm clearly a very kind person. Okay. He turned to look at Hinata and Uchiha Hikaru beside him, trying to find some agreement. Do I look like the kind of person who casually grab a planet? Hinata thought for a moment, then lowered her head and blushed. Uchiha Hikaru looked at him expressionlessly, then slowly nodded. Hikaru, what are you nodding for? Uchiha Hikaru said seriously, if one day the ninja world's resources aren't enough, would you also go grab a planet and bring it back? Hyuga Kei opened his mouth, only to realize that he actually couldn't refute it. He could, in fact, understand Immortal Emperor Chi's way of doing things. Wasn't cultivation always like this? Better for me to wrong the world than let the world wrong me. Hyuga Kei could only stubbornly argue, that was a parallel world. The me in that parallel world did it. It has nothing to do with me. Naruto was eating snacks at the side and mumbled through a mouthful, Kei, I think big bro Immortal Emperor is right. If there are no resources, then go get them from outside. We can't just let our own people starve to death. Hyuga Kei was a little stunned. He only felt that something was seriously off with this Naruto. Wasn't he supposed to be the righteous male lead? Why was his moral bottom line this flexible now? How had he been influenced by him into turning out like this? The barrage has already begun worshipping as a group. Plucking stars with one hand. The Otsutsuki clan. It feels like something strange has mixed in among us. I'm dying of laughter. The Otsutsuki still have to plant a god tree to harvest planets, but Immortal Emperor Kei just drags them over by hand. His efficiency completely crushes theirs. Mei Terumi's golden barrage floated by, putting everything else aside. Little Kei looks so handsome in the starry sky that Big Sis's legs are going weak. At this moment, the many cultivators on Immortal Star also felt that world-ending gravitational change. Countless people rose into the air and looked toward the horizon, ready to fight. But when they saw that white-haired, white-robed figure in the starry sky, they all silently fell back to the ground. Immortal Emperor Kei paid them no attention. He brought two fingers together like a sword and slashed through the air at that planet that had been dragged into low orbit. Open. There was no earth-shaking explosion. That planet was like a fruit being peeled open. The land split apart, and the purest world origin inside was extracted all at once and poured into Immortal Star. The continental plates of Immortal Star began to slowly expand at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the oceans became even broader. The spirit veins that had originally been close to exhaustion once again erupted with dense spiritual energy. Immortal Emperor Kei raised his other hand and lightly slashed toward Immortal Star. An uninhabited sea region suddenly split apart to both sides. From the seafloor rose a ring-shaped mountain range, just enough to contain the land from the new star that was about to arrive. With a flick of his finger, the largest landmass on that new star broke away from its mother body and flew toward Immortal Star, carrying countless races with it. With a thunderous boom, that landmass was precisely embedded into the center of the ring-shaped mountain range. The plates compressed, magma surged out from the seams, and with a casual wave from Immortal Emperor Kei, it solidified into new land. As for the ruined remains of that planet, he casually tossed them away, turning them into a second, smaller moon above Immortal Star. The barrage was completely numb by now. Planet. I traveled all this way, and I'm not even allowed to keep a complete corpse? Natives. What happened? Immortal Emperor. Nothing much, just moved your house. If there were people on that planet, did they just experience a free relocation? More than relocation, even their household registration got changed. From now on, they're residents of the immortal world. In an instant, Hyuga Kei seized that life-bearing planet and forcibly merged it into the immortal world. Because of this, the natural energy of the immortal world surged, and its territory expanded once again. But the cultivators of Immortal Star could no longer stay calm. The heavenly screen switched to the surface of Immortal Star. Sect masters, elders, and true disciples of the major immortal sects all flew into the sky together and stared at that unfamiliar continent that had appeared overnight, collectively falling silent. Just a few days ago, they had still been fighting to the death over a single spirit vein. Today, Immortal Emperor used his actions to teach them a lesson. The little things you're fighting over don't even count as scraps. A sect master at the Golden Core stage swallowed hard. The spirit veins born on that planet alone are at least 100 times thicker than the one we were fighting over. The elder beside him stared blankly, not fighting over it. It just hasn't been developed yet. Someone muttered, Immortal Emperor's meaning is. Everyone's eyes lit up at the same time. It's not about fighting internally. It's about exploring outward. Immortal Emperor did not scold them, nor did he send down divine punishment. But with a single planet, he told them, if what you're fighting over isn't enough, then go take it from outside. And weren't all those planets just resources? The many cultivators of Immortal Star reached enlightenment. I get it now. It's not that Immortal Emperor doesn't want us to fight. He's telling us who to fight. Why fight over spirit veins? The planets outside are all ownerless spirit veins. This is true sustainable development, continuous outward expansion. I used to think Immortal Emperor didn't care about anything. Turns out he just thought we were too childish and couldn't be bothered to interfere. The narrator's voice sounded. They suddenly discovered a truth. They had seemed to be trapped on a mortal star all this time, while forgetting the vast world outside. At this moment, the grand expedition of the immortals began with great force. This was destined to become a major event recorded in the history of that world. These immortals began their path of plundering the heavens and seizing the earth. They might not be able to pluck stars with one hand and plunder worlds like Immortal Emperor, but they could still seize the resources on those planets first. Then send the news back to Immortal Star and let the true mighty experts take action. Even if you only had foundation establishment cultivation, you would still be an expert over there. You could plunder a wave of resources, then return and sell the information. Pure profit. This is the real great opportunity. To them, the universe was gold everywhere. As for those natives, shut up. We're going there to spread the Tao. If they join Immortal Star, they should be thanking us. The scene switched again. Several months had already passed. The major immortal sects of Immortal Star had spontaneously formed expedition teams. Everyone had figured it out. Instead of fighting over those scraps in your own backyard, it was better to follow Immortal Emperor and take from the outside. The profit from internal struggle was zero, while the profit from exploring outward was infinitely great. Even a random small planet held countless resources. Even those rogue cultivators had spontaneously formed teams. They would dare charge into the sea of stars just by renting a spirit boat. Too much. There was no way to fight over it all. Mount Mayaboku. Gamamaru sat cross-legged on a stone seat, his old eyelids drooping as he stayed silent for a long time. They treat planets like or to be mined. Great Toad Sage Shima stood at the side, opened her mouth, then closed it again. She had lived for 800 years, taught Jiraiya Sage Mode, and had always considered herself experienced and knowledgeable. But what were those cultivators on the heavenly screen doing? They were dragging planets. Dragging planets like they were hauling a cart full of potatoes. How many days would the natural energy of Mount Mayaboku even last if they came to mine it? Gamamaru did not answer. After a long while, he slowly said, maybe not even one day. Those are countless cultivators. Ryuchi Cave. The white snake sage coiled around a stone pillar, her golden vertical pupils fixed motionlessly on the heavenly screen. In the scene, a gray life-bearing planet was being jointly dragged by tens of thousands of cultivators, slowly moving toward Immortal Star. She thought back to the first time in her long life that she had sensed natural energy, and the ecstasy she had felt then. At that time, she had thought she had touched the peak of the world. Now it seemed that her peak was merely someone else's starting point. I have to personally go and seek an audience with Lord Immortal Emperor. I must get ahead of the other immortal lands, even if I have to become a pet beast. Reason told her that she absolutely had to seize this chance. In front of Hyuga Kei before, she could still remain indifferent, but now, she had to seize this only chance to transform into a dragon. And just from listening to Immortal Emperor Tao lecture for that short while, she had already felt that she had gained greatly. The scene on the heavenly screen switched once more. In the deep reaches of the universe, a gray life-bearing planet lay across the void. Tens of thousands of streaks of light flew out from the void and landed on that planet. The camera zoomed in. It was tens of thousands of cultivators in robes of every color, their expressions solemn as they sat cross-legged on the surface of the planet. Request the Immortal Emperor's Dharma Seal. In the scene, tens of thousands of cultivators sat in the void, their robes fluttering as spiritual light intertwined. They invited the Immortal Emperor's Dharma Seal to open a spatial tunnel for them, and at the same time formed hand seals together, causing a guiding formation large enough to cover the entire planet to slowly light up. The gray planet began to move under the combined pull of tens of thousands of cultivators. The camera pulled back. In the pitch-black depths of space, tens of thousands of streaks of light dragged an entire planet along, like a swarm of ants working together to carry food countless times larger than themselves. The comments exploded. Holy shit, they're really dragging a planet by hand. 10,000 cultivators pulling a planet. This scene is way too shocking. The scene switched again. A white jade immortal palace floated above the Immortal Star. Immortal Emperor Chi was seated on a meditation cushion, but this time he no longer had that lofty, untouchable bearing. He was lying on his side in Hinata's lap, enjoying his leisure time. In front of him, several people stood with their hands lowered, not daring to raise their eyes to look at the person before them. Reporting to the Immortal Emperor, an expedition team has captured a Class B life planet and is dragging it into the Immortal Star's orbit. Immortal Emperor Chi merely nodded. Understood. Just 3 words, spoken as lightly as if it were nothing, but to the people of the ninja world, they were anything but calm. The comments couldn't hold back either. Understood? Your subordinates dragged an entire planet back for you, and all you say is understood? Immortal Emperor Chi. A planet? Just a toy I casually grabbed. My subordinates dragged one back and still had to report it to me, so of course all I can say is understood. True. For someone who can grab planets with a raise of his hand, his subordinates dragging one back really isn't worth being surprised over. Fair point. After all, this is a ruthless monster who plucks stars with a casual move. A moment later, that gray planet was steadily dragged into the immortal star's orbit. Tens of thousands of cultivators knelt in unison before the white jade immortal palace, and at the front, a nascent soul elder reported loudly. Reporting to the immortal emperor, we discovered this star in the eastern domain star C. It has a native civilization upon it, and we have now brought it into the immortal star's orbit. Please give your command, immortal emperor. Shall this star be kept as a resource star, or directly refined and fused into the immortal star? As his words fell, tens of thousands of cultivators all lowered their heads. Within the white jade immortal palace, immortal Emperor Chi's projection slowly opened its eyes. Those double pupils swept over the gray planet, over the native inhabitants kneeling on the ground, and over the tens of thousands of cultivators with fanatic expressions. Fuse it into the immortal star, and since you are the first team to bring back a life planet, he paused, those double pupils slowly sweeping over the tens of thousands of cultivators below the hall. Reward them. The moment his words fell, he raised his right hand and lightly clenched his 5 fingers in the void. In an instant, the planet's world origin was also fused into the immortal star and became part of it. As usual, Hyuga Kei also dug out a piece of land to preserve the spark of life from that world. As for the lives that had not come to the immortal star, Hyuga Kei could only say this: the Lord does not care. After doing all this, immortal Emperor Chi still sat upon the meditation cushion, as if refining an entire planet just now had been no more than brushing dust off his sleeve. Before him, those tens of thousands of cultivators pressed their foreheads to the ground, not daring to raise their heads in the slightest. Not because of fear, but because of reverence. The third expedition team, first to capture a Class B life planet, each member is credited with 1 great merit. Those below nascent soul shall be granted 100 high-grade spirit stones and 3 foundation establishment pills. He slightly raised his hand and tapped a finger in the void. A streak of cyan spiritual light descended from the sky and landed on the leading nascent soul elder. For the nascent soul elder, grant 9 revolutions spirit root tempering. That nascent soul elder suddenly lifted his head, his aged face filled with disbelief. 9 revolutions spirit root tempering, that was a blessing only possible through the personal action of Lord Immortal Emperor. It could completely transform an ordinary spirit root and elevate it straight into the ranks of heavenly spirit roots. It could even give him a chance to break through to divine transformation and become a true great cultivator. Thank you for the Immortal Emperor's reward. Watching the sky curtain, Jiraiya's hand suddenly trembled. As long as you brought 1 back, there would be a reward. A scene appeared before his eyes. He stood upon a freshly captured planet, surrounded by beauties of every race, with 1 in each arm, while behind him stretched a vast and mighty expedition fleet. Drool slipped from the corner of his mouth as he hugged the fairy maidens in the air. Fairies. Hee. At some point, Fukasaku Sanin had appeared behind him and said in a gloomy voice, "Little Jiraiya, you'd better stop dreaming. Master, people need dreams. That of yours isn't a dream. It's a delusion." Orochimaru sat there with 2 notebooks spread out in front of him. On the left was a scientific research notebook. On the right was a cultivation notebook. His left eye seemed to read science, his right eye cultivation, and both eyes were glowing. Mecha. Or cultivation. Mecha cultivation. Or cultivation. I want to learn all of it so badly. Which one is closer to the truth, exactly? At the doorway, Kabuto pushed the door open, saw the scene, then silently backed out again. As time passed, more and more life planets were fused into the immortal realm. The immortal star expanded wildly, its area growing dozens of times larger than in the beginning, while surging spiritual energy once again filled heaven and earth. The narrator's voice rang out once more. With abundant resources came the birth of more cultivators. The immortal star was expanding, spirit veins were extending, and the number of cultivators was increasing at a geometric rate. Yet among this enormous population of cultivators, quality was mixed. If this expansion were allowed to continue, then one day the immortal star would once again face the predicament of spiritual energy depletion. Thus, Immortal Emperor Chi established another rule, one with far-reaching consequences. On the sky curtain, Immortal Emperor Chi silently looked down upon all of this. He saw vigorous vitality, but he also saw the shadows hidden beneath those generous rewards. Right now, cultivator resources are coming too easily. Their mindset and strength cannot keep up. The immortal Tao values life, but it also requires order. If things continue to spread like this, it will never be a long-term strategy. As his words fell, natural energy in the sky began to gather at high speed, gradually condensing into a massive tribulation cloud that covered the entire main continent of the immortal realm. Lightning roared within the clouds, radiating a terrifying pressure so great that even divine transformation cultivators would have their souls scattered. Countless people on the immortal star looked up in horror, not understanding what the immortal emperor was about to do. Many fell to their knees in panic. Immortal Emperor Qi then set down the white jade teacup in his hand, and his voice spread across the immortal star. Where there is reward, there must also be punishment. Reward establishes the foundation. Punishment corrects the path. At that moment, the whole world fell silent. Today, I establish heavenly punishment. Any who break through must undergo tempering through heavenly lightning tribulation. If they pass, longevity may be within reach. If they fail, he paused, his tone indifferent. Their souls will scatter, and all their cultivation will become nourishment for heaven and earth, returning to all things and completing cause and effect. After a moment of silence, the comments exploded once more. So this is heavenly tribulation? Now this is good. No more competing over resources or background. Now it's real ability and a tough enough life. This macro-level balancing move from the Tao ancestor. I'm convinced. I was just envying how great the immortal realm's benefits were. Now I just want to be a commoner. But the truly smart ones, after a brief moment of shock, fell into deep thought. Heavenly tribulation. It is punishment, but it is also opportunity. If you withstand it, your Tao foundation is reforged and you are reborn. The immortal emperor used this brutal method to screen cultivators. Those fake powerhouses who relied on pills to force their way up would all be eliminated at this stage, becoming nourishment fed back into heaven and earth. And the ones left behind were the true elites. Immortal Emperor Qi was selecting his real followers. The narrator's voice became incomparably distant at this moment. A true Tao ancestor never obsesses over the gains and losses of a single city or land. When the world could no longer bear his ambition, he went to conquer the sea of stars. When power lost control, he personally put shackles on it. He dragged a cultivation civilization on the verge of collapse back onto the right track with his own hands, then pushed it into the broader and boundless era of the great universe. The scene shifted. On top of a mountain, a young cultivator sat cross-legged, spiritual energy surging around him. He had clearly reached the point of breakthrough. And right at that moment, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened. Heavy storm clouds appeared out of nowhere, rolling and crushing together. Lightning flashed within them, and thunder even took the shape of dragons circling overhead. The young cultivator opened his eyes. A trace of gravity flashed through them, but there was not the slightest fear. He stood up, looked up at the sky, and said in a clear voice, Yi Chun, 68th generation disciple of the human immortal Tao, is undergoing tribulation today. Immortal Emperor, please witness it. As soon as his words fell, a purple divine lightning bolt as thick as a bucket came crashing down. The young cultivator sent out his flying sword to meet it head-on. The divine lightning collided with the flying sword, exploding into sparks that filled the sky. The first bolt, the second bolt, the third bolt. The bullet comments watched in terror. Undergoing tribulation? So this is the trial set by the immortal emperor? Holy crap. One strike from that lightning is worth who knows how many S-rank lightning release jutsu. No wonder those cultivators are all so strong. Anyone who can survive this kind of lightning tribulation would have to be strong, and the weak probably just get turned to ash. Cultivation has risks. Be careful when undergoing tribulation. In the scene, after 9 heavenly lightning bolts, the dark clouds dispersed, and a ray of golden sunlight shone down, covering the young cultivator whose entire body was charred black and whose aura was hanging by a thread. The next moment, his wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his aura rose step by step, undergoing a qualitative leap. The narrator's voice carried reverence. This is the ultimate trial Immortal Emperor Qi set for all cultivators. Lightning tribulation. Pass it and you are reborn. Fail it and both body and Tao perish. This is the cycle of heavenly Tao. And the Immortal Emperor seated within the white jade immortal palace is the one and only heavenly Tao of this new world. The style of the bullet comments had already gone completely off the rails. 68th generation disciple? So just how long has Immortal Emperor Qi lived? So his daily life is basically lying in Hinata's arms, occasionally raising a hand to grab a planet, occasionally setting up a heavenly tribulation, occasionally giving a lecture on the Tao, and then going right back to lying down. Is this what retirement life looks like for a long-lived species? I'm jealous. Honestly, longevity is the least remarkable ability of the human immortal Tao. Right on time, May's golden bullet comment floated by Shao Qi. Big sister wants to retire with you too. Kuratsuchi followed right after 1. Tamari, 1. Yujito was silent for a moment, then sent 1-2-1. Naruto saw this in the yard and, as always, spoke with his usual low emotional intelligence. Chi, they're lining up. Hyuga Kei didn't even raise his head. Shut your mouth. But there are already 4 of them. Say one more word, and you don't get dinner tonight. Naruto immediately shut up. The narrator's voice rang out once more. The rapid growth of Immortal Star far exceeded the expectations of the outside world, and this sea of stars did not contain only the civilization of Immortal Star. The explosive expansion of a mortal star, and the terrifying potential of the human immortal Tao, finally drew the attention of those ancient civilizations hidden in the depths of this sea of stars. In the scene, deep in the starry sky outside a mortal star, space began to distort. Dozens of massive wormholes opened at the same time. Fleets streamed out like a swarm of locusts, surrounding a mortal star from every direction until it was completely sealed off. The narrator's voice slowly rang out, carrying a trace of mockery. The visitors called themselves the Star Alliance, a union made up of several hundred interstellar civilizations. They claimed to be the law enforcers of the Sea of Stars, the maintainers of order. With the Otsutsuki clan taking the lead, they viewed the rise of a mortal star as a challenge to the entire Star Alliance system. From the largest flagship, a giant holographic image was projected. It was a humanoid being wearing a magnificent robe, with 2 horns on its head and pale blue skin. Its voice was translated into the common language of a mortal star and spread throughout the outer region of the planet. Lower civilization below, listen well. Your actions of carrying out interstellar colonization without Star Alliance approval and plundering planetary resources have seriously violated the Interstellar Peace Convention. You are hereby ordered to immediately cease all external activity and accept the full stationing of a Star Alliance inspection group. If you resist, the Star Alliance will exercise its right of forced enforcement. It paused, then announced in a tone that allowed no doubt, you will also hand over the illegal human body modification technology known as spiritual roots, as well as the core cultivation methods of the human immortal Tao, and accept the Star Alliance's complete supervision and civilization reform. Otherwise, it will be regarded as a declaration of war against the entire interstellar order. The bullet comments exploded instantly. What the hell is this? Do they even have any shame saying that? Star Alliance. Space cops. Violation of interstellar law? Who made that law in the first place? Wasn't it these guys? What do they mean by accepting supervision? They just want to steal our spiritual roots and cultivation arts. Hypocrites. The truth was, before Immortal Emperor Qi could even respond, the native cultivators of Immortal Star had already exploded in anger. The sect masters and elders left behind in the major immortal sects, and even those old monsters in the deity transformation stage who normally only showed their heads but never their tails, all flew out from their places of seclusion and hovered above the planet, glaring furiously at the fleet that covered the sky. One great deity transformation cultivator stepped forward. This is the domain of our immortal star. You came uninvited, came with weapons drawn, and still dare to spout such nonsense. Do you really think Immortal Star has no one? Today, we'll use you so-called dogs of the Star Alliance as sacrifices for Immortal Star's war banner. Those ancestor-level figures from the top immortal sects of Immortal Star all stared with blazing fury. Every single one of them was at the deity transformation stage, and among them, several had already reached the peak of deity transformation, only one step away from the void refinement realm. Fellow Taoists, the Immortal Emperor granted us spiritual roots and taught us immortal arts. Today, with foreign enemies invading, this is the time for us to repay the Immortal Emperor's grace. Kill. There was no extra nonsense. More than a dozen deity transformation ancestors were the first to act. They formed hand seals and cast techniques, and giant Dharma bodies towering 10,000 zhang tall appeared in the void. Heaven-covering palm seals and all kinds of divine abilities rained down on the densely packed fleet as if they cost nothing. The Star Alliance clearly had not expected this low-level civilization to not only refuse surrender, but even dare to counterattack first. That figure let out a cold snort, overestimating yourselves. At the same time, figures radiating powerful auras flew out of the flagship to meet Immortal Star's deity transformation cultivators. Those figures came in all kinds of forms. Some had horns, some spread wings from their backs, and some were simply writhing masses of shadow. But without exception, all of them gave off a presence comparable to deity transformation. They had clearly made full preparations for this and had invited their own powerhouses to act. The great battle erupted in an instant. But in the very next second, behind the Star Alliance fleet, space was torn open by an invisible giant hand. From within the crack, countless sword lights surged out. Tens of thousands of sword lights joined together to form a sword formation. Their masters came from the major immortal sects of Immortal Star, their cultivation ranging from foundation establishment to nascent soul. Those flying swords turned into a raging torrent of blades that swept across the sea of stars. The barrage instantly exploded. It's the Expedition Force. The Expedition Force is back. When the Star Alliance fleet was blockading the entrance, the Expedition Force was still out there fighting. And now they flanked them from the rear. This coordination, this tactic. Since when were the cultivators of Xian Star this synchronized? The Star Alliance commander's face turned livid, but he still didn't panic. Counterattack. All units, counterattack. Hundreds of warships turned their cannons at the same time, unleashing a storm of firepower at the sky-covering torrent of flying swords. Boom! The first exchange of fire completely ignited the stretch of starry sky. The screen switched rapidly, showing the brutal battles raging across every battlefield. On one battlefield, tens of thousands of flying swords formed a sword array and tangled with dozens of warships. On another battlefield, a divine bird personally enlightened by immortal Emperor Chi was clashing head-on with an asteroid fortress. Across countless battlefields, large and small, the cultivators of the human immortal path were slaughtering the enemy. The barrage was boiling with excitement. Kill them. Let them know what cultivation really means. These hypocritical white-skinned dogs, when they rob others, they don't say it's illegal, but the moment their own interests get touched, they start preaching law. Where's that Otsutsuki clan guy? Where's he hiding? Get out here and take your beating. But the Star Alliance was, after all, a colossal power that had ruled this starfield for tens of thousands of years. Their technological foundation far surpassed Sien Star, a newborn civilization. After the first Vanguard fleet was suppressed, more wormholes opened in deep space. On the flagship, the commander coldly gave the second order: activate the War Colossi. From the depths of the wormholes, 3 giant stone statues over 10,000 meters tall slowly emerged. Each one radiated terrifying pressure. The barrage instantly went tense. 10,000 meters? That's several times bigger than Godslayer Unit 1. Is that thing here to wage war or destroy planets? Call Immortal Emperor now. This level isn't something the nascent soul stage can handle anymore. The Star Alliance commander's voice rang out again, carrying a trace of impatience. Final warning. Hand over the spirit root technology. Then these war colossi will only destroy half your population. Otherwise, your civilization will be annihilated. But the moment his words fell, a cold, clear voice came from the direction of Sien Star. A dozen or so at the deity transformation stage, plus a few little ones who just barely touched the threshold, trying to stop you all. That really is a bit of a stretch. All the cultivators lifted their heads at once. Above the sea of clouds in the direction of the White Jade Immortal Palace, a figure in white had appeared at some unknown point. The king descended from the heavens. He was still wearing that plain white robe, his white hair casually tied with a jade hairpin, a few loose strands hanging by his cheeks, and those double pupils were as intimidating as ever. Immortal Emperor Chi, a young cultivator, drenched in blood, still gritted his teeth and dropped to one knee. Immortal Emperor, we can still fight. Immortal Emperor Chi lowered his head, looked at him and revealed a faint smile. Stand down. What comes next is no longer at a level you can interfere with. The next second, his figure vanished from above the sea of clouds. When he appeared again, he was already in the sea of stars. He stood with his hands behind his back, the endless galaxy beneath his feet and the azure Sien Star behind him. Those double pupils slowly lifted, sweeping over the sky-covering Star Alliance fleet before him, then over the 3 10,000-meter war colossi. You just said you wanted to investigate me? His voice was calm, but for some reason, a cold sweat seeped out across the Star Alliance commander's back. The commander forcibly steadied himself and shouted with bluster hiding inner fear. So you're the leader of this primitive civilization? Your civilization has violated interstellar law. Immediately, what does a law I never signed have to do with me? Immortal Emperor Chi cut him off. I forgot the first part, forgot the middle part. But anyway, as long as the stars fall and the galaxy burns, that's enough. Hyuga Amaterasu sat beneath the corridor with a teacup in hand, watching the heavenly screen and bursting into loud laughter. That's exactly Chi's personality. I knew it would be like this. No rules could ever bind him. He has been like that since he was little. Beside him, Hinata couldn't help covering her smile with her lips. Chikuin has always been like that, ever since he was little. Hinata's laughter made Hyuga Chi's ears heat up. Embarrassed and annoyed, he leaned over and gently bit her lip. What are you laughing at? Hinata's face instantly went from slightly red to completely crimson. Her whole body froze like she'd been hit with a paralysis point, and she looked like steam was about to rise from her head. At that moment, Uchiha Hikari expressionlessly leaned over, tilted her head, and pointed at her own lips. I want one too. Hyuga Chi had no choice but to give her an equally fair light bite on the lips as well. Kumoga Cure. The Reikage slapped his thigh so hard that even the teacup on the table jumped. Ha 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 ha, just as expected of him. He laughed so hard tears were nearly coming out, then pointed at Immortal Emperor Chi standing with his hands behind his back on the heavenly screen and said to Darui beside him. See that? That's exactly why I took a liking to him at first sight back then. Darui lazily responded, yeah. Back then, in the exam arena, that brat baited me with a whole set of taijutsu. I knew right then he wasn't someone to be underestimated. The more I spoke, the more excited he became. What is this? This is presence. This is vision. He truly felt that Hyuga Chi was a lot like himself, equally overbearing and domineering. Hearing Chi's words, the Star Alliance commander's face turned the color of pig liver. He stopped wasting words and directly issued the highest level order. Entire fleet, saturating strike. At the same time, the war colossi began charging their attacks, and every gun port across the fleet opened fire at once. And in the face of the terrifying firepower sweeping down from all directions, Immortal Emperor Chi's expression finally changed slightly. He looked almost disappointed, as if he found it dull and uninteresting. That's it? He didn't even raise a hand. He merely took one step forward. Across the entire battlefield, every Star Alliance warship and every Star Alliance soldier froze in place. Even their thoughts stopped moving. The only one still able to move was Immortal Emperor Chi himself. 9 golden points of light formed a ring behind him, slowly rotating. He flicked a finger, and one of the points of light left the ring, transforming into a golden longsword that fell into his hand. The next second, he moved. With nothing more than a simple slash, a streak of golden sword light swept horizontally across the entire battlefield. Starting from the first warship, the sword light pierced through the second, then the third, advancing as if nothing existed to stop it, piercing everything in its path. Any steel armor, any defensive capability, was sliced apart like paper. Within the frozen time, that massive fleet and the 3 war colossi were like rows of silent targets, all cut in half at the waist by that thin golden line. Immortal Emperor Chi withdrew the golden sword and snapped his fingers. Snap. Time began to flow again. Then the light of explosions illuminated the entire starfield. Tens of thousands of warships of all sizes exploded into fireballs in the same instant. The fear frozen on the Star Alliance commander's face didn't even have time to turn into despair before he and his flagship were reduced to cosmic dust. After a long stretch of dead silence, the barrage went completely insane. What the hell just happened? Time stop? He cut down the entire fleet with one sword? Then why were those 3 war colossi still left standing? Because those are spoils of war. Idiot. On the battlefield, the immortal star cultivators whose time had been frozen finally regained the ability to move. They looked at the steel galaxy before them, formed from the wreckage of warships, and collectively fell silent. The young cultivator covered in blood opened his mouth, only to find that he couldn't say a word. The fellow disciple behind him dropped onto his flying sword with a thud, and even forgot to pick up the magic artifact that had fallen from his hand into deep space. In the end, he could only squeeze out 3 words: Tao Ancestor Invincible. As for Immortal Emperor Chi himself, he had already put away that golden longsword and stood in the void with his hands behind his back. A few strands of white hair still danced in the stellar wind, and there wasn't even a single crease on his plain white robe. The narrator's voice sounded at just the right moment. The Star Alliance's expeditionary fleet was wiped out by a single sword strike, and the 3 war colossi were reduced to spoils of war, yet Immortal Emperor Chi did not turn and leave. He was waiting for the true mastermind behind this war. Immortal Emperor Chi's double pupils reflected the endless sea of stars as he suddenly spoke. Do I have to invite you out, or will you get the hell out here yourself? In the depths of the universe, that phantom finally fully revealed itself. It wasn't one person but 5 figures. Every single one of them radiated pressure far beyond the war colossi, and every one of them was enough to make a nascent soul cultivator's soul tremble. They were the Star Alliance's true trump cards, the 5 oldest overlords of this starfield. Immortal Emperor Chi's double pupils swept across those 5 figures, his expression still indifferent. Good. Saves me the trouble of finding you one by one. The leader of the 5 overlords spoke, his voice booming. Hyuga Kei, your immortal star has expanded too quickly. The Star Alliance cannot tolerate a second ruler. Immortal Emperor Chi tilted his head. Cannot tolerate it? Then what are you planning to do? Hand over control of the immortal star, or what? Or we'll come take it ourselves. The 5 overlords attacked at the same time. 4 overlords revealed their true forms and charged straight at Hyuga Kei. Meanwhile, the one on the far left suddenly swelled in size, muscles tearing through his robe and revealing a true body even larger than a war colossus. It was a starry sky beast with 6 horns and dark gold scales covering its entire body. It opened its giant maw, and the boiling beam erupting from its throat was aimed directly at the immortal star behind Immortal Emperor Chi. The barrage instantly exploded. Despicable. Can't beat the Immortal Emperor, so you're sneaking an attack on the immortal star. It's over. It's over. The Immortal Emperor is tied down. What about the immortal star? That pressure is making me suffocate even through the heavenly screen. That breath attack was about to reach the immortal star's atmosphere. If the strike landed, the immortal star would be torn apart instantly. But Hyuga Kei showed no sign of panic. He didn't even turn around. His left hand remained behind his back, while his right hand flipped over and pressed downward. Then, the entire immortal star moved. This super immortal star, dozens of times larger than the original ninja world, vanished in an instant together with the cultivators on the battlefield. In the next moment, a mass of cyan light lit up in the void in Immortal Emperor Chi's hand. Within that cyan light, the sun, moon, and stars revolved, mountains and rivers surged. Shockingly, it was the entire immortal star, now held above his palm. And that long-charged breath attack hit nothing but empty space. The barrage fell deathly silent for a moment. He moved the planet away? Where's the planet? Where did such a huge planet go? I was wrong. I thought piloting a mech was every man's ultimate dream. But no. Holding a whole planet while fighting is the real one. The sense of security is off the charts, guys. At this moment, the sneers on the faces of those 5 cosmic overlords completely froze. They hadn't expected the surprise attack by all 5 overlords together to fail. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. That was an immortal star, a gigantic planet. Even they didn't dare claim they could do something like this, shrinking it down and instantly holding it in their hand to protect it. And as immortal Emperor Chi steadily held the Saiyan sphere in his left hand, undisguised killing intent shone in his double pupils. Originally, I could have played with you a little longer, but now all I can say is goodbye. The Saiyan light sphere in his hand began continuously supplying spiritual energy to the immortal Emperor. In his grasp, the immortal star became the strongest weapon. Facing Hyuga Chi's ever-rising aura, the 5 overlords now felt an unprecedented threat. Yet one of them still shouted, "He's distracted protecting his home planet, so his strength must be greatly reduced. Attack together, kill him, and the immortal star will still be ours." Gravity became black spears that tore through everything. Space twisted into blades that could sever dimensions. 5 different ultimate powers came from 5 directions, sealing off every possible path of retreat for immortal Emperor Chi. They wanted to force him to take it head-on. They wanted to leave him overwhelmed on all sides. But immortal Emperor Chi still did not move. In those double pupils, the phantoms of the sun and moon lit up at the same time. All the light in the entire starfield gathered toward his right palm, compressed again, and finally condensed into a sphere of light only the size of a fist. For this move, he thought about it for a moment. Forget it, no need to name it. You're about to die anyway. He flicked his finger, and the sphere of light flew out. In the next moment, a light of destruction powerful enough to annihilate everything exploded, sending tremors through all the surrounding starfields. Impossible! The voices of the 5 overlords overlapped, carrying the trembling of impending death. How could a being like you exist in this starfield? Immortal Emperor Chi withdrew his hand, and after the attack dispersed, he placed the immortal star back where it belonged. When he returned to the Dao Palace and pushed open the door again, Hinata rubbed her eyes and asked sleepily, "Chikun, was it thundering outside?" What had happened outside had not affected the peace here in the slightest. A smile appeared on Hyuga Chi's face. "No, I just set off some fireworks." Hikari poked her head out from the inner room. "Fireworks? What kind of fireworks?" "The kind where stars explode." "Oh." Hikari pulled her head back in. "Then call me next time." The barrage completely lost its mind. Fireworks that can blow up the universe? What kind of godly mentality does this whole family have? Mei Terumi's golden barrage floated past. "Little Chi, Big Sis wants to watch fireworks too." Kuratsuchi followed right behind. 1. Tamari, 1. The heavenly screen dimmed, and a line of words slowly appeared. Immortal Emperor Hyuga Chi arc, complete. This was only the tip of the iceberg of his strength. Even with one hand supporting the immortal star, he was still invincible under heaven. He was not a tyrant, not a scientist, not a revolutionary. He was the Tao ancestor of the human immortal path. He was an immortal and the only Lord of the immortal realm. The heavenly screen dimmed. The narrator's voice sounded one last time very calm. Across the myriad worlds, there were countless Hyuga Chis, countless choices, and countless endings. Some became gods, some became demons, some carried stars and chased the sun, some grew old in solitude. But every story had one common beginning. That boy who was always lazy, always talking about slacking off, yet would always step forward when the people important to him were in danger. This parallel world review has officially ended. May every Hyuga Kei find the happiness that belongs to him on the path he chooses. The heavenly screen dispersed. Across the ninja world, countless people still had their heads raised, staring at the patch of sky that had already returned to its clear blue, silent for a long time. The bullet comment area stayed quiet for a long while before a single golden comment slowly drifted by. Terumi May. "That's it? I haven't seen enough yet. When is the heavenly screen going to stream again?" Kuratsuchi. Same question. Tamari. Same question. A huge wave of same question floated past. In the main world, in a small courtyard in the land of grass, Hyuga Kei withdrew his gaze from the heavenly screen and let out a long breath. It was over. He carefully checked his gains. Inside his body, the newly born spirit root was slowly revolving, bit by bit converting the thin natural energy in the air into spiritual energy. The Tao taught by immortal Emperor Kei from the parallel world could also be used in this world. Although the world hadn't been transformed, and spiritual energy was pitifully thin, making cultivation much slower. The path was now open. He stood up and rolled his somewhat stiff shoulders. In his mind, the system interface automatically popped up. It was time for the familiar reward selection segment again. Reward distribution for the top 5 regrets of the Ninja World inventory. Targets: Naruto, Sasuke. But this time, an unexpected prompt appeared. The inventory of the myriad heavens and worlds has ended. Host may choose one special reward for the exposed protagonist. A conversation with one person in the Pure Land. Time limit: 10 minutes. The Pure Land, the resting place of the dead in the ninja world. Those who had already left. Those words that had never been spoken. Those regrets that could never be made up for. This was a great chance to help Naruto and Sasuke make up for their regrets. System: confirm this reward. Naruto first. The system had to hand out the rewards one by one according to order. Confirmed. Reward will be distributed shortly. Reminder: because this reward involves excessive emotional resonance energy, the heavenly screen will selectively livestream by default. Hyuga Kei froze for a moment, then sighed. This system really never missed a single chance to stream. If it streamed, then it streamed. Anyway, letting the whole ninja world see those two cry wasn't exactly a bad thing. At this moment, Naruto was still squatting under the corridor, immersed in the afterglow of watching Hyuga Kei slaughter his way through everything. A mechanical voice that he hadn't heard in a long time rang out in his mind. Special reward detected. You are about to enter the Pure Land space opened by the system. Time limit: 10 minutes. You may meet the person you most wish to see here. In the next instant, Naruto vanished on the spot. Whereas Naruto. Seeing Naruto disappear beside him, Sasuke abruptly stood up. The next moment, the heavenly screen that had just gone dark lit up again, and Naruto appeared on it. Countless people looked up at the same time, thinking the inventory's bonus segment wasn't over yet. Naruto was standing on a boundless expanse of water, with rippling white halos of light beneath his feet. The bullet comments began to scroll. Huh? This isn't the inventory segment? Why is it Naruto? Isn't he the one from the Land of Grass? Pure Land space? What kind of place is that? What is this going to show? Several lines of text appeared on the heavenly screen. Special reward of the heavenly screen. Meet the person you most wish to see in the Pure Land space opened by the system. Naruto stood on the water, still looking a little dazed. He scratched the back of his head and looked around. Then he heard a woman's voice come from behind him. That voice was very soft, carrying a slight trembling sob. Naruto. Naruto silently turned around, then froze in place. Countless people across the ninja world widened their eyes when they saw the two of them. That's the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina. The heavenly screen's reward is this generous. It can actually pull people out of the Pure Land. Those two figures stood a few steps away, looking at him. They didn't walk closer, didn't speak. They just looked at him. Minato's lips moved. He wanted to say something, but it got stuck in his throat. Kushina was already crying. Tear after tear fell onto the water beneath her feet, splashing into tiny points of light. Naruto's mind was completely blank at this moment. He had imagined meeting his parents countless times. But when they really stood in front of him, he realized he couldn't say anything at all. You've grown so big. Kushina spoke first. Your hair is like his, your face is like mine. You've grown so big. I don't even know how tall you are now. I don't know what you like to eat. I don't know if you've been eating properly. She couldn't continue. Large tears kept falling from Naruto's eyes. He clenched his teeth, forcing down that sour ache again and again, then put on a smile. I've been eating really well. His voice was loud, desperately suppressing the sob in it. Kei cooks every day, and the braised pork he makes is super delicious. I have friends now. Kei says we're brothers, and even though Sasuke keeps a straight face all day, he's really reliable too. And Grandpa Tianhua takes great care of us too. And there's also a pervy sage named Jiraiya who became my master. He wiped at the tears in the corners of his eyes and bared a smile uglier than crying. So you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. I've been living really well. I'm really doing great. After saying all that, Naruto couldn't hold on anymore. He lunged forward and threw himself into Kushina's arms, pressing his forehead against her shoulder, his shoulders shaking violently. Mom! Mom! He called out again and again, as if trying to make up for all the years he had owed over these 11 years. Kushina held him tightly, one hand pressed against the back of his head, pushing that messy blonde hair into the hollow of her shoulder. I'm here. Mom's here. Minato crouched down and reached out a hand, but didn't know where to put it. In the end, that hand gently fell on Naruto's back. Through that orange tracksuit he could feel his son trembling. The family of 3 embraced each other. No one posted any bullet comments on the heavenly screen. The entire ninja world fell silent. Seeing this scene, many people were moved to tears. Not for any other reason, but simply because this scene was truly touching. Only after a long time did Naruto lift his head from Kushina's arms. He sniffled, wiped his face messily with his sleeve, then began talking about everything that had happened over the years. He said he had lived alone in that little apartment since he was young, with the fridge stuffed full of expired milk, and that every time he went to the supermarket he would be chased out. He said he met classmates like Shikamaru at the Ninja Academy, and later he met Kei, that white-haired guy who was always sleeping on his desk. When everyone called him a demon fox, Kei was the one who stepped forward and stood in front of him, saying, "What did you just say? Say it again to my face. Kei is my first brother." When Naruto said this, his eyes lit up. Yes, super awesome. Once he opened the Tenseigan, that bandaged old freak Danzo got blasted away on the spot. Later, he even killed the masked man who killed you too, Dad. Minato's hand paused slightly. Kushina raised her head, her eyes still red, but she couldn't help asking, "What heavenly screen? What masked man?" Naruto scratched his head. "That's a long story. I'd have to start from the beginning." And so, he started from the beginning. Talk about the day the heavenly curtain first lit up. When everyone in the ninja world saw the future, the three of them standing back-to-back against 10 Otsutsuki. Talk about how Hyuga Kei stood his ground under the siege of the entire ninja world, how he went from Konoha to the land of grass, how he established the Federation, and how the heavenly curtain later revealed countless parallel world versions of him. One of them was a tyrant. He unified the ninja world and still wanted to have more kids, saying he would spread Otsutsuki genes throughout the entire ninja world. Minato and Kushina exchanged a glance. The same thought was written in both their eyes. Is this kid really talking about the ninja world? Why does it sound like another world entirely? What exactly happened while we were dead? Naruto didn't notice the subtle looks on his parents' faces and kept talking non-stop. In his heart, having a brother achieve something like that was also a source of pride for him. And then there was another one, a sage, not the half-baked kind like pervy sage, a real sage. With one raise of his hand, the sun and moon shone together. One stomp and the whole planet shook. In the end, he even turned the entire ninja world into a cultivation world and gave everyone spirit roots. He paused, scratched his head, and said, "I don't know what spirit roots are either. Anyway, Chi said they're used for cultivation. Pervy Sage has already started training with them and says he wants to become the first golden core cultivator." Minato was already starting to feel like his brain wasn't enough anymore. What the heck was cultivation? He finally couldn't hold it in anymore. "Naruto, this Chi you're talking about, is he Hyuga Kei? The same person, the speaker of the Ninja World Federation from the Heavenly Curtain?" "Yeah, that's him." Naruto nodded hard. "He's the first brother I mentioned. And there's Sasuke too. Sasuke is Sasuke Uchiha." Naruto seemed to remember something else and hurriedly added, "Oh right, the masked guy who killed Dad and Mom is called Obito Uchiha." Minato's pupils shrank sharply, shock flashing across his face. Naruto continued, "He was your student, Dad. During the Third Great Ninja War, he got crushed under a rock, was saved by Madara Uchiha, and then Madara filled his head with a bunch of stuff. Basically, he brainwashed him. He thought you failed to save Rin, so he came to hate the entire ninja world. On the night of the Ninetales attack, he was the one who unleashed the Ninetales, and he was also the one who killed you and Mom." Naruto spoke very calmly, like he was just repeating a story that had already been told countless times. He had long since passed the stage where this would make him angry. But he is already dead. Naruto raised his head. Chi fought him and punched a hole through his chest, then later chased him down to his hideout. Naruto paused. Anyway, he won T appear again. Chi avenged me. After listening to Naruto's story, Minato and Kushina stayed silent for a long time. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak. They just didn't even know where to begin. Every single thing this child had just said was enough to leave them digesting it for a long time. Worldview currently being rebuilt. The heavenly curtain descended. Aliens invaded, the Ninja World Federation, parallel world tyrants and sages, and Obito Uchiha, the student who killed Minato. Minato was the first to break the silence. "Naruto, that Hyuga Kei you mentioned. How old is he this year?" "Same age as me, 12. Naruto thought for a moment, then added, "But the way he talks and does things is nothing like a kid." Minato clicked his tongue inwardly. A 12-year-old child had killed Kage-level Obito Uchiha, proposed the concept of the Ninja World Federation in front of the 5 great nations, led thousands of people to pioneer the land of grass, and through layers upon layers of planning, counter-killed the alien Otsutsuki. Then the heavenly curtain had ranked him as the core figure of countless parallel worlds. He had thought he understood the word genius well enough. He had seen Tsukumo Hatake, the Sannin, Kakashi. But now he felt like that understanding might not be enough. "I've only been dead for 12 years. Did this much really happen out there?" The comments were already laughing so hard they couldn't stop. "Did you guys see the 4th Hokage's expression? Ha 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 ha. Minato, my son just told me his brother killed a Super Kage at 12. When this couple died, The ninja world was still in the era of the 5 great nations fighting for dominance. But now it's the Ninja World Federation. The Otsutsuki have already been dealt with, someone can shape black holes with their bare hands, and someone started cultivating immortality. If it were me, I'd be dumbfounded too. Minato. So what exactly happened in the decade plus after we died? Naruto, hard to explain. Anyway, Chi handled it all. Hyuga Kei. I'm not targeting anyone in particular. I'm just saying everyone here got carried by me. Jiraiya leaned against the wall, tilted his head up at Minato's face on the heavenly curtain, the face that practically screamed, "What in the world is my son even talking about?" and laughed until tears came out. Minato, oh Minato, so you finally got your turn too. He wiped the corner of his eye. Back when you were learning the Flying Thunder God technique, I had the exact same expression. Now it's your son's turn to refresh your entire worldview. This is karma. Ha 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 ha. Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato. Do you hate me? Hiruzen lowered his eyes, his hands trembling slightly. He had handed Naruto over to the village's rumors, to that tiny apartment with nothing but expired milk, to a monthly allowance that was barely enough. He thought he was protecting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but forgot that the child's name was Naruto Uzumaki. The son Minato and Kushina traded their lives to protect. I threw your child into the crowd and made him grow up alone. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt utterly ashamed. What kind of person is he, exactly? Kushina couldn't help asking. Mom's only heard about the things he has done. I haven't heard what kind of person he is yet. Naruto scratched his head. The question was a little abstract for him, so he needed a moment to organize his words. He is someone who is really afraid of trouble. If he can lie down, he'll never sit. If he can sit, he'll never stand. His biggest dream is to do absolutely nothing and just bask in the sun every day. Minato froze for a moment. This was way too far from the image he had imagined of that iron-fisted speaker. Naruto wasn't finished yet. But Naruto raised one finger. As long as someone touches the people he cares about, he turns into a completely different person and smashes everything in his way. Kushina covered her mouth, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The more Naruto talked, the more excited he got. He is an amazing cook too, especially his braised pork. Too bad he is lazy, so he hardly makes it for me anymore. Minato and Kushina exchanged another glance. Surprise filled both their eyes as they barely managed to piece together an image of him in their minds. That Hyuga Kei wasn't just a leader. He wasn't just strong. He had truly treated Naruto as family, not out of pity, not out of convenience or use, but as family who cooked for him, trained with him, sincerely protected him, and cared for him in every little way. Mom thinks we should send this kid a whole box of instant noodles as a thank you gift. Kushina rubbed her eyes. But instant noodles feel a little too light. How about we just send Naruto to him instead? Naruto eats a lot anyway. Mom! Naruto's face turned bright red. Minato laughed, but after laughing he fell silent. He thought of Obito, thought of that student of his who was always smiling, thought of the road that eventually led him into darkness. If Obito had also had someone like Hyuga Kei by his side, would the outcome have been different? There was no answer to that question. But he knew one thing, Naruto would never walk Obito's old path, because by this child's side, someone was already there to block the darkness he should never have had to carry alone. Time was almost up. Before leaving, Minato crouched down so he was eye level with Naruto. Dark golden chakra rose from his hand. This is the other half of the Nine-Tails. I took it away back then because if I had left too much to you, you wouldn't have been able to bear it. But now, you already have enough power. Naruto stared at that mass of golden light and remembered what Chi had told him. Minato leaving you half of the Nine-Tails wasn't because he didn't trust you. It was because he trusted that one day you'd be able to master it. At the time, he had thought Chi was just comforting him. Now he understood. Chi never said anything without reason. I'll take it. Naruto reached out, his palm facing that golden light. This is the birthday gift Dad left for me. The golden light merged into Naruto's chest. At this moment, the yin and yang halves of the Nine-Tails became one again. Deep within Naruto's seal, Kurama suddenly opened his eyes, then slowly closed them again, snorting through his nose. That fourth Hokage. At least he still had some conscience. Time was almost up. Minato stood up. Kushina had already wiped away her tears, but her eyes were still red. She crouched down and cupped Naruto's face with both hands, her thumbs brushing over the 3 whisker-like marks on his cheeks. Naruto, Mom loves you. You are also the pride of your father's life. Having received his family's acknowledgement, Naruto sniffed hard, forcing his tears back down, then grinned. But this time, it was a smile that truly came from the bottom of his heart. I know. I always knew. Right before leaving, Naruto shouted loudly, I'm gonna bring you both back to life. Minato froze. Chi said he has a way. Even if he says he can't do it right now, I'll keep bothering him until he finds one. If one day isn't enough, then 1 year. If 1 year isn't enough, then 10 years. Naruto's voice was utterly firm. No matter what, I'll definitely do it. Because that's my ninja way. I never go back on my word. The white halo grew brighter and brighter. Kushina still wanted to say something, but her voice had already started to become blurry. Naruto could only see her lips moving, only see her smiling through a face full of tears, only see Kushina placing her hand on top of his head, her lips moving slightly. Naruto, grow up well. Then the light swallowed everything. On the heavenly screen, Naruto's figure reappeared in the courtyard in the land of grass. He stood there with his head lowered, his shoulders still trembling slightly. Then he suddenly buried his face in his arm and cried out loud. He finally knew that he was not an abandoned monster, but a child deeply loved. Hyuga Kei leaned against the corridor pillar. Watching Naruto cry like that, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Then he opened the system interface in his mind. Please select the next reward recipient. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi. Confirm. Prepared in advance, Sasuke stood up. In the next moment he also disappeared. That boundless water surface appeared on the heavenly screen once more. This time, the one standing on the water was Sasuke. The comments slowly floated by, still not having reacted yet. There's more? This time it's Sasuke. He is not gonna cry too, right? I already cried myself dry from Naruto's part just now. Sasuke stood on the water. Beneath his feet was a white halo shimmering with ripples, and his expression remained extremely tense. Not far away were two familiar figures. His father stood a few steps away, still wearing that dark clan outfit, still with that stern face. His mother stood by his side, the pattern on her apron exactly the same as in his memories. She was looking at him, one hand covering her mouth, tears continuously streaming from her eyes. Uchiha Itachi stood 2 steps behind their parents, still wearing that black robe with red clouds. He was also looking at Sasuke, his gaze extremely complicated. He hadn't expected to meet his little brother so soon, and under these circumstances at that. Sasuke did not look at Itachi. He first turned his gaze to his father and mother, then started walking. He did not react the way he had in the original story upon seeing Itachi. Instead, he walked up to Fugaku and Makoto. Father, mother. With his lips tightly pressed together, his voice tense, he forced himself to stay calm as he spoke about how he had lived these past years. I took the exam and became a genin. Even though the graduation exam was a 3-man team fighting 1 jonin, I didn't disgrace the Uchiha. I'm living in the land of grass now. I'm the captain of the Federation's Special Operations Team, in charge of 12 chunin under me. Orochimaru is teaching me. He may not be much as a person, but he really does teach well. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto stood a few steps away. Fugaku still had that stern expression, his arms crossed over his chest, looking like he wanted to speak but couldn't. He truly didn't know how to express his feelings. Makoto had already covered her mouth, tears silently running down her face. Her other hand reached toward him, wanting to touch the boy before her. Sasuke opened his mouth. He also wanted to cry a little, but in front of Fugaku, he still kept himself tense, maintaining a strong posture. He did not want to disappoint his father, mother. And then Makoto cried out. She stepped forward and cupped Sasuke's face with both hands. Sasuke, you've grown so tall. You've gotten thinner. Have you been eating properly? Sasuke did not avoid her. He felt the warmth in his mother's palms. Fugaku finally spoke, his voice as low and deep as in his memories. Sasuke, you've grown up. Sasuke took several deep breaths, then said the words he had wanted to say for the longest time. He had wanted to say this ever since seeing that heavenly screen. Father, mother, I do not accept your decision. Makoto's hand froze in midair. Fugaku stayed silent and did not interrupt him. For the sake of the village, you chose to let Itachi slaughter the clan just to struggle on at death's door, and you thought that was protecting me? For the sake of so-called peace, you made Itachi bear everything. You thought this was the right way? But what crime did the dead Uchiha clansman commit? Sasuke's voice began to tremble. The confusion and anger he had suppressed for far too long were erupting at this moment. For the sake of that hollow Uchiha glory, don't you realize that glory only exists if people are alive? Where couldn't our family have gone? With 2 pairs of Mangekyo, where in the ninja world could we not have gone? Since Konoha could not tolerate the Uchiha, then we could have gone to Kumogakure or Iwagakure. They would have protected us for the sake of a Kekkei Genkai. Now I've also left Konoha and established a force of our own together with my friends. He raised his head. In those 3 Tomo Sharingan eyes was reflected Fugaku's silent face. I cannot understand what you did. If you really loved me, then shouldn't our whole family have left together instead of leaving me behind alone? Is the Uchiha's glory really that important? Sasuke loudly questioned the 3 people before him. Makoto's pupils shrank. Fugaku's brows also drew tightly together. Pain showed in both of their eyes. And Itachi also closed his eyes, beginning to doubt the choice he had always been so firm in. Everyone involved in this matter has to pay the price for it. Danzo already died right in front of me, and I will also make Itachi atone for everything he has done. Sasuke said word by word. After killing that many people, he must atone. He can't just hide behind the excuse of doing it for Konoha and wait to die. And I will also restore the Uchiha, and show you what true glory really is, instead of a legend of destruction left behind after barely clinging to life. After a brief, deathly silence, the comments filled with praise. Well said. Only by staying alive can there be glory. No one has ever made that clearer. Sasuke is more clear-headed than any Uchiha back then, and he is only 12 years old. Fugaku, did you hear that? Your son is teaching you what real glory actually means. Iwagakure, Inoki floated in midair and shook his head with some regret. If Fugaku had been half as open-minded as this child, the Uchiha would never have ended up like that. If the Uchiha had truly been willing to leave Konoha, not a single village would have refused them. That was a Kekei Genkai clan. Some villages would even have been willing to start a war for them. As the head of the clan, he had been blinded by the so-called glory of the clan and failed to see that the living were the true foundation of everything. And in the end, it was the child whose clan had been wiped out who turned around and taught him what real glory meant. Inoki closed his eyes and shook his head. Fugaku, oh Fugaku, you gave birth to a good son. Too bad you didn't live long enough to hear him say these words. Kumogakure, the fourth Raikage, slammed a hand onto the table and punched a huge hole through it. Well said. This brat said it damn well. Since Konoha couldn't tolerate the Uchiha, why didn't they come to the cloud? This kid understands things 100 times better than those stubborn old fossils from the Uchiha back then. Darui yawned. Lord Raikage, you're worked up again. How can I not be worked up? Slammed his hand down again. If the Uchiha had really had that kind of guts back then and moved their whole clan to Kumogakure, I would personally marked out a clan territory for them. Sharingan plus lightning release. Just how strong would that have been? Would they have needed to be forced by Konoha all the way to clan extermination? The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He shot to his feet, feeling as if Konoha owed him an entire Uchiha clan. Then he remembered the sky screen could send comments. A moment later, a golden comment carrying the Raikage's trademark dominance slowly drifted across the screen. Fourth Raikage, well said. Brat Sasuke. Kumogakure welcomes all geniuses rejected by their village. Doesn't matter if you're Uchiha, Hyuga, or any other Kekei Genkai user. As long as you're talented, the gates of Kumogakure will always be open. I'll personally assign clan land for you. Third Tsuchikage. Any genius Konoha can't protect is welcome in Iwagakure. Even if we merged into a federation, you could still be one of the top officials in our administrative district. The comments were also full of teasing. Lord Raikage is openly poaching. I'm dying. The Raikage is still bitter about not snatching Hinata chi. Kumogakure, the greatest talent recruitment agency in the ninja world. Konoha. Excuse you? Faced with Sasuke's loud questioning, what came back was a brief silence. Then Fugaku smiled, a deeply gratified smile. At this moment, he truly felt that his youngest son had grown up. Is that so? Then the road you want to walk will be even harder than mine. Mikoto reached out her hand again. This time she didn't touch Sasuke's cheek. She only gently held his hand, wrapping his slightly cool fingertips in her warm palm. Sasuke, her voice trembled. Whether you acknowledge us or not, no matter what kind of road you choose to walk, Mom will always love you. Sasuke did not pull his hand away. He lowered his head. His bangs covered his eyes, and his shoulders trembled slightly. I know. On the other side of the water, Uchiha Itachi had listened to everything. At last, he stepped a little closer. Sasuke lifted his head and met his gaze. You heard all of that, didn't you? Itachi did not answer. I want to forgive what you did. I don't want to say too much in front of our parents. When this is over, let us meet once. Then we'll decide whether or not I should kill you. You also have to atone for the dead. Itachi remained silent. He didn't know how to face Sasuke. He had thought Sasuke would never learn the truth. But at this moment, Sasuke knew everything. After hearing his younger brother's words, he couldn't help but question himself in his heart. Had he also fallen into the misunderstanding of Uchiha glory? Wasn't it more important for the family to be together? His little brother saw things more clearly than he did. In the end, all he could say was, alright. Actually, Itachi couldn't really be blamed. After all, he had been brainwashed by both Konoha and the Uchiha, while Sasuke had naturally turned out differently by staying beside Hinata chi, a transmigrator. And Mikoto stood there as if all the strength had been drained from her body. No! She walked between Sasuke and Itachi, spread her arms, and put herself between her two sons. No, don't. Mom is begging you. Don't do this. Her tears fell one by one onto the water at her feet. We finally managed to meet again. Why are you still saying things like this? Sasuke said nothing. Itachi also said nothing. With their mother between them, they stared at each other. Fugaka sighed. Makoto, this day was always going to come sooner or later. That was the choice we made back then. We're already dead. Let them make their own choice. Makoto suddenly turned her head and looked at her husband in disbelief. Fugaka then asked, Sasuke, how did you find out about those things? The truth of the clan extermination, the burden Itachi carried. Those aren't things someone your age should know. Who told you? Sasuke felt there was nothing to hide, so he answered frankly, no one told me. The entire ninja world knows. Makoto froze. The sky screen. Sasuke's voice was calm. A few months ago, a giant light screen appeared in the sky and started showing scenes from the past and the future to the entire ninja world. The truth of the night of the clan extermination, what Itachi did, Danzo's orders, the whole process of the third Hokage silently allowing it. All of it was exposed. The entire ninja world saw it, including me. Makoto's pupils widened slightly. Her gaze shifted from Sasuke to Itachi. Itachi remained silent and did not deny it. Sasuke briefly recounted what had happened over the past few months. Itachi let out a soft sigh. This was the beginning of the complete exposure of the lie he had so carefully woven. Sasuke said, I'm sorry, mother. I shouldn't have said those things in front of you. I know you only wanted both of us to be safe and well. But there were some things I had held in for too long. Makoto shook her head. Tears kept falling. But she still tried to curve her lips into a smile, wanting to give her son one. That smile was strained, and even the corners of her mouth were trembling. You don't need to apologize. Sasuke didn't do anything wrong. It's Mom who should apologize to you. Mom couldn't protect you. No. Sasuke cut her off. You protected me. You, father, and Itachi, you all protected me in your own ways. It's just that I don't agree with the way you chose. But that doesn't mean I'm not grateful. Mother, thank you. Thank you to you and father for giving me this life. I'm sorry, mother. I shouldn't have said all this in front of you. Makoto wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and forced out a smile. The smile was very reluctant, and the corners of her mouth were still trembling. It's okay. Mom is okay. Sasuke can say whatever he wants. Mom just hasn't seen you for too long, so I couldn't control myself. Makoto could no longer hold back. She stepped forward and pulled Sasuke into her embrace. I'm doing very well, mother. Really. He began to speak. He spoke about how, because of the sky screen, he had made two good brothers, and about the battles after graduating early from the ninja academy and so on. Chi developed a taijutsu style called reincarnation taiji. It uses repulsion and attraction to redirect force against force. The first time I fought him, I was beaten so badly I had no room to fight back. Later, he taught me the Otsutsuki Kei power training method, and I started being able to keep up with his pace. But after that, he just kept getting stronger and stronger. Makoto listened, her tears still falling, but her smile was much more genuine than before. Time passed quickly, and for once, their family didn't argue. Before leaving, Makoto held her two children tightly. Sasuke stood there, feeling the warmth of his mother's embrace, as if he had returned to his childhood. Back then, he had felt like the happiest child in the world. He had a strict and dependable father, a gentle mother, and an older brother who loved him. Then overnight, it was all gone. Father, mother, I will definitely bring you back to life, no matter what method it takes, no matter how many years it takes. She said he has a way and I believe him. Even if he can't do it, I'll find a way myself. Whether it's sage techniques, the Rinnegan, or reversing the Pure Land, I will bring you back from death. When Sasuke's figure appeared in the courtyard again, Hyuga Kei was leaning against a veranda pillar, raising a hand to greet him. Sasuke's eyes were red. He quietly went back and sat down to the side, not knowing what he was thinking about. Hyuga Kei withdrew his gaze and took a sip of tea. Grandpa Tianhua sighed from the side. Those two have changed so much. If anything, they're becoming more and more like you. He was one of the people who felt it most clearly. After all, Tianhua had watched the changes in the three of them over these past few months. And without a doubt, both Hyuga Kei's behavior patterns as a transmigrator, along with the appearance of the heavenly screen, had influenced the two of them. Compared to that original character who spent all day shouting that he wanted to become Hokage, yet couldn't he even clearly explain why he wanted to become Hokage, only instinctively craving recognition. And the other one, who had been dragged along by hatred through almost the entire plot, stayed with Orochimaru for 3 years, then drifted around in Akatsuki without really understanding anything, and only figured out what he truly wanted after losing an arm at the Valley of the End. The road they had taken more than 600 chapters to walk had now been compressed into just a few months. Maybe that was the true meaning of the heavenly screen, to create a perfect timeline. Hyuga Kei sighed inwardly. No wonder so many people in his previous life had loved reading heavenly screen-style novels. It really could make up for regrets. Naruto no longer needed to use becoming Hokage to prove his own existence. He was already one of the publicly acknowledged saviors of the ninja world. Sasuke no longer needed to use killing Itachi to fill the emptiness in his heart. He now had a greater goal: revive the Uchiha and resurrect his parents. And he himself was no longer the same transmigrator who had needed distance to protect himself. He had comrades he could entrust his back to, and family he needed to protect. As Sasuke's system reward ended, Hyuga Kei finally got the scene he had most wanted to see. What would happen if Rin learned what Obito had done? Hyuga Kei said in his heart, "System. Next one." The system voice rang out. Target: Kakashi, Obito, Rin. The heavenly screen dimmed, then lit up again. This time, standing on the endless surface of water, were three figures. The moment Kakashi's foot stepped onto that rippling white glow, he saw two people standing just a few steps away. One was a black-haired boy with his goggles pushed up onto his forehead, looking around left and right. The other was a girl with short brown hair, her hands clasped in front of her. Uchiha Obito, no ara Rin. The comments slowly drifted by, clearly full of anticipation for this moment. Finally, it's Obito's turn. I just want to see what Rin's reaction will be after finding out what Obito did. There's not a single thing Obito did that can be forgiven. I want to see Rin's face when she learns the truth. Obito is going to completely break down. Obito spoke first. He scratched the back of his head. Kakashi, he didn't get to finish, because Kakashi had already moved. He rushed forward, clenched his right fist, and slammed it viciously into Obito's stomach. Ugh! Obito's whole body instantly bent like a shrimp. His feet nearly left the ground, and his face twisted in agony. Obito still hadn't figured out what was going on when the next punch landed on his face. Obito staggered back, his face burning with pain. But before he could steady himself, Kakashi threw himself forward, pinned him onto the water's surface, straddled him, and started hammering down punch after punch. That S for acting cool. Bang. That S for pretending to be Madara. Bang. That S for getting Sensei killed. Bang. That S for getting Sensei's wife killed. Bang. That S for carrying out the Eye of the Moon plan. Bang. At first, Obito still wanted to fight back. When he finally managed to throw a punch into Kakashi's face, Kakashi didn't dodge or avoid it, and then immediately punched back. At this moment, the two of them were rolling around on the waters of the Pure Land like a pair of elementary school kids, grappling and tumbling everywhere. Rin stood a few steps away, both hands covering her mouth. She opened her mouth several times, wanting to stop them, but she didn't know how to call out. In the end, she stomped her foot and rushed forward, grabbing Kakashi by the collar with one hand and Obito by the arm with the other. Stop fighting! The two of them froze at the same time. Not because she had shouted loudly, but because her voice was trembling. Rin's eyes were already red. She forcefully pulled the two of them apart and stood between them, looking left at Kakashi, then right at Obito while tears fell one by one. Both of you stand properly. No more fighting. Kakashi wiped the corner of his mouth. Obito rubbed his swollen cheek. Neither of them said anything, but neither of them pounced again. Rin stood in the middle herself, spreading both arms out like a mother hen protecting her chicks, separating two men each a head taller than her. Both of you stand properly. No more fighting. The comments had already completely exploded. That was satisfying. Hit him again. Kakashi, you finally beat him up. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this scene? Fight back? What right does he have to fight back? Which word Kakashi said wasn't true. He got Sensei killed, got Sensei's wife killed, and made Naruto an orphan for 12 years. A few punches like this are already going easy on him. In the small courtyard, Hyuga Kei leaned against the veranda pillar. He wasn't drinking tea anymore, wasn't eating fruit anymore, wasn't kissing anymore. Without even blinking, he stared at the heavenly screen. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. He was waiting to see what Rin's reaction would be after finding out what Obito had done. Would she slap him? Cry? Turn around and walk away? And how would Obito react? Hyuga Kei honestly didn't quite believe it. A person had done this many unforgivable things, and one I don't blame you was supposed to solve everything? He turned his head and looked at Naruto, whose eyes were wide and round. See that? Kakashi already hit him for you. Every punch landed solidly. You can count it as him venting for you too. Naruto threw a hard punch at the heavenly screen. Hit him. Kakashi. Hit him. Punch him in the face. Yes, the one who got my mom and dad killed. Yes, the one who made the Nine Tails attack the village. Kakashi-sensei. Put more strength into it and beat some sense into him. Sasuke leaned against the pillar and watched Naruto jumping and punching at the heavenly screen. The corner of his mouth twitched. Naruto, that's the heavenly screen. You can't hit him. I know. Naruto grinned widely. But watching Kakashi-sensei beat him up feels so damn good. Chi, do you have any jutsu that can let me punch him too? Hinata Chi wanted to tease Naruto a little, so he said, probably not. That place is a space opened up by the heavenly curtain. Why don't you ask through the comments? Naruto actually shouted at the heavenly curtain. Can the heavenly curtain let me go to the Pure Land and punch him once? A line of golden comments drifted across the sky above the courtyard. From Mei Terumi, Naruto-kun, Big Sis supports you. While you're at it, help me ask the heavenly curtain if it can let me spend some alone time with little Chi. Kuratsuchi followed right after. Get in line. I was here first. Temari, can you all look at the situation? This is the part where we beat up Obito. Can you be serious for once? Also, I'm getting in line too. That made Uchiha Hikari feel extremely jealous too. Those shameless women were always trying to seduce Hinata Chi. On the heavenly curtain, Rin finally spoke. She didn't ask why Kakashi had hit him, nor did she ask why Obito was getting beaten. She looked at the two of them. Can one of you tell me what exactly happened? Dead silence. Kakashi turned his face away, not wanting to speak. Obito opened his mouth, but it felt like his throat was clogged. Could he even say the things he had done in the ninja world? Say how he killed his teacher and teacher's wife? If he said it, wouldn't Rin ignore him for the rest of eternity? The comments exploded with emotion, anxious on his behalf. Rin, I'll tell you, after you died, this Obito went crazy. He killed Minato-sensei and his wife, started the Nine Tails incident, and tried to enslave all humanity with the infinite Tsukuyomi. He controlled the Mizukage in Kirigakure and turned it into the bloody Mist Village. He controlled the Nine Tails and nearly destroyed Konoha. He made Naruto into an orphan and got him cursed by the whole village for 12 years. The comments were all condemning everything Obito had done over the years, but none of it could reach Rin's ears. In the end, Kakashi was the first to speak and break the silence. Obito, you were set up by Madara. Obito suddenly lifted his head. During the Third Great Ninja War, after you were crushed under those rocks, Madara saved you, right? When she heard Kakashi say that, Rin's eyes widened too. These were secrets she had never known. Obito said nothing, but his eyes had already changed. He had never told anyone about these things. The only ones who knew were White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. Could it be the Heavenly Curtain? Right. Only the Heavenly Curtain could have sent Kakashi here to see him, and only the Heavenly Curtain could have exposed his story. But from beginning to end, he was setting you up. Kakashi's voice was ice cold, but there was more disappointment than anger in it. His closest friend had walked down the wrong path. There was also some blame toward himself. If he had stopped back then and not killed Rin, and waited until Obito appeared, maybe everything would have been different. Madara had set his sights on you long ago, crushing you under those rocks, making you see Rin get captured by Kirigakure. It was all arranged by him. What he wanted was for you to completely break, completely deny this world, and then carry out the infinite Tsukuyomi plan for him. Obito's lips were trembling. You're lying. Kakashi pressed forward step by step. I'm not lying. The whole ninja world saw this through the Heavenly Curtain's live broadcast. You should trust the Heavenly Curtain, right? Madara had a curse mark placed on Rin's heart, so she couldn't kill herself. The only way she could stop the Three Tails from being brought to Konoha and detonated was to die by my hand. You can ask Rin about all of that. As Kakashi spoke with rising emotion, he almost wanted to hit him again, but in the end that punch never fell. He grabbed Obito by the collar and yanked that bruised, swollen face right in front of him. Forehead against forehead. The metal edge of their forehead protectors knocked against Obito's head with a crisp clang. Why did you become like this? Uchiha Madara planned everything. Your anger, your despair, your hatred for this world, it was all within his calculations. He used Rin's death to turn you into the most important chess piece in his resurrection plan. You weren't creating a perfect world for Rin. You were helping Madara complete his plan. Kakashi's voice was forced out through clenched teeth. When you died, I promised you I would protect Rin. I failed. If you wanted to kill me, then fine. But what about you? You lived. You survived. What did you do? You killed our teacher. You killed his wife. You almost destroyed all of Konoha. You made our teacher seal the Nine Tails into his newborn son. Tell me, Obito, would Rin have wanted you to become like this? Obito was speechless. He wanted to say that everything he had done was to create a world with Rin in it. He wanted to say this world was hell. He wanted to say that Kakashi didn't understand what true despair was. But he said nothing, and he could say nothing because everything about him was just a joke. Obito. Not far away, Rin stood there with both hands over her mouth. Tears slipped through her fingers, one by one falling onto the water beneath her feet. He had never imagined that so much would happen after her death. Obito's whole body seemed to lose all strength as he collapsed to his knees on the endless water. His mouth hung open, and a broken string of laughter came out of his throat. He lied to me. He lied to me. Ha ha. His shoulders shook. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed across the water for a long time, and no one answered. By the time he had laughed enough, that laughter had already turned into ragged breathing that was almost like sobbing. So everything I did was all just a script someone else wrote for me? Kakashi said nothing. I killed our teacher, killed his wife, Killed so many people whose names I never even knew. I thought I was saving this world. I thought I was ending all tragedy. I thought I was at least doing one right thing. But in the end, I was just a chess piece. From beginning to end, I was helping the very person who got Rin killed. What the hell was I even doing? After a long silence, the comments slowly drifted by. From the age of 13 onward, not one day of his life was ever truly lived for himself. Only at the very end did he realize he wasn't even the villain, just a tool. Kakashi stopped talking. Feels like he's about to shatter. Obito knelt on the water for a long time without moving. Then he slowly raised his head and looked at Rin. Rin said nothing. She only looked at him as tears silently slid down her cheeks. There was no hatred in her eyes, no anger, only heartache. Even after all these years, even after he had done so many terrible things, she still felt heartache for him. In her heart, she was also blaming herself. If only she had been more careful, maybe none of what came after would have happened. Rin crouched down and knelt on the water, so she was eye level with him. She reached out her hand. She didn't hit him, and she didn't scold him. She only gently cupped his face. Obito, you were wrong. Very wrong. You hurt a lot of people, including Minato-sensei, Kushina-san, Kakashi, and that child named Naruto. But you were a victim too, weren't you? She paused, then pulled out a strained smile. You're an idiot, Obito. You've always been an idiot. But you're already dead. Obito suddenly lifted his head. I'm dead too. Rin looked at him. Kakashi is still alive. Our teacher's child is still alive. People like us. She withdrew her hand, stood up, and looked up at this endless white space. Are already dead. Obito remained kneeling there, looking up at her. Lin's profile was blurred a little by a faint light that seemed to come from nowhere. The living have things the living need to do. Kakashi has what he needs to do, and everyone has their own things to do. She turned her head to look at Obito, and the curve of her lips widened a little. But for us dead people, we don't need to worry about that much anymore. She reached out and took Kakashi and Obito's hands, one on the left and one on the right. Kakashi froze for a moment. Obito suddenly lifted his head, his face smeared with blood and tears. Here. Let's just pretend we're still the three little kids from Minato's team. Let's pretend we're still the late Obito, the crybaby Rin, and the smug Kakashi. Just for a little while. Okay. White light began to shine from the three of them. Time was almost up. Obito opened his mouth, and finally forced out a voice, hoarse beyond recognition. I'm sorry. Rin smiled, and tears fell onto their overlapping hands. I know. Kakashi turned his head away, his eyes red. Idiot. The sky screen froze on the three of their backs as the white light swallowed everything. In a small courtyard in the land of grass, Hyuga Kei stared at the patch of sky where the screen had gone dark. His brows twisted together, and his lips moved for a long time before he finally spat out two words. That's it. He set his teacup down under the corridor and spread his hands, his face practically saying, I even bought sunflower seeds and this is all you showed me? I wanted to see blood flowing like a river. I've been waiting forever. And Rin just pinched his face, patted his head, and that was it? Naruto was still wiping his tears with his sleeve. Hearing that, he lifted his head with red eyes. Kei, what are you talking about? That was obviously super touching. Okay? Big sister Rin was so gentle. As he spoke, he pulled out another tissue and blew his nose hard. Sasuke leaned against a corridor pillar without saying anything, but the look in his eyes clearly said, Do you even have a heart? Hyuga Kei felt even more depressed. There was no fun to watch after all. Don't you think it was a bit lacking? I thought she'd slap him or say, I never want to see you again for the rest of my life. At the very least, she should have turned around and left, leaving behind a resolute back. That's the classic plotline. But she just forgave him like that? He shook his head regretfully. Forget it. That's just the kind of person Rin is. If she weren't gentle, Obito wouldn't have remembered her for 18 years. I guess it counts as getting what he wished for. The story of Minato's team ended, and this time, before Hyuga Kei could choose the next reward, a line of text appeared on the sky screen. Reward recipient this time, Haku. The comments drifted by slowly, still immersed in the lingering emotion from Minato's team. Huh? What kind of reward is this? Wait, aren't they still alive? They're in the land of grass right now. System. The person they most wanted to see is right beside them, so there's no need to go to the Pure Land. Then what happens to the reward? A line of text appeared on the sky screen. Since the person the reward recipient most wants to see is still in the living world, the system has automatically changed the reward content. The next moment, an image appeared on the sky screen. The two sitting inside the house were none other than Zabuza and Haku. At this moment, Zabuza and Haku were still staring at their own images on the sky screen, somewhat stunned. Just as the two of them were still in a daze, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out in their minds. Detected special reward. Skill obtained. Absolute obedience. One-time use. User, Haku. Target, Zabuza. Effect. The target will unconditionally obey any command from the user for the entire next day. Self-harm and similar actions are prohibited. Zabuza's eyes widened. What kind of compensation reward was this? What the hell is this? Zabuza turned his head and asked, Haku, did you hear that voice too? Haku set his teacup down under the corridor, sat beside Zabuza, held the cup with both hands, lowered his head, and the tips of his ears turned even redder. It said, I can give orders for a whole day. Would Zabuza-sama really agree to let me do that? Zabuza's movements paused for a moment, but he still forced himself to say, who do you think I am? Since it's a reward from the sky screen, what's there not to use? Haku's eyes curved into a smile. Then I'll use it right now. Zabuza's hand tightened slightly. Haku lifted his teacup, took a sip, and calmly gave his command.
Zabuza-sama.
Please change into a yukata. Don't keep wearing your battle clothes all the time. Tonight I'll make sekihin, and Zabuza-sama has to finish all of it. After dinner, you have to go with me to the summer festival. I bought a new hairpin, and I want to watch the fireworks. After we come back from the summer festival, you have to tell me a bedtime story. I've been learning to read lately, so I want to hear Zabuza-sama read to me. Haku narrowed his eyes in pure happiness. Just imagining that scene made him excited. Zabuza felt that in his whole life. None of the enemies he had ever killed had been as terrifying as the Haku in front of him right now. He tried one last desperate struggle. Haku, don't you think these commands are a bit? Haku tilted his head, his smile pure as a stream from newly melted snow on a mountain. Is Zabuza-sama going to go back on his own words? Zabuza was just about to refuse, but in the next moment, the power of the sky screen took effect. Mechanically, he set the Kubikirabocho to the side, stood up, and walked into the house. 1 minute later, he came back out wearing a dark blue yukata, his face full of shock. Haku pressed his palms together, smiling so hard his eyes bent into crescents. It suits Zabuza-sama very well. Zabuza turned his head away, and the roots of his ears were a little red. At this moment, the comments were already dying of laughter watching this version of Zabuza. This reward is amazing.
Ha 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 ha, I'm dying.
Zabuza, I am the demon of the hidden mist. I've killed countless people. Haku, put on a yukata. Zabuza, okay. Zabuza, I've never been this obedient in my life. Haku, no, you'll be this obedient in the future too. After finishing the last sip of tea, Haku stood up, walked behind Zabuza, and gently rested his head against his back. Zabuza's body stiffened slightly, but in the end, he didn't move away. Zabuza-sama, thank you. Thank me for what? Zabuza's voice was muffled. Thank you for being here. Zabuza was silent for a long time. No need to thank me. I'm the one who owes you. Hyuga Kei leaned against Hinata, and goosebumps rose over him layer after layer. He rubbed his arms, his expression hard to describe. Haku was a guy. Even though he looked better than most female kunoichi, even though he usually spoke softly, even though when he stood there in a kimono he looked more like a perfect traditional beauty than anyone else. He was still a guy. Zabuza was also a guy. 2 guys. Sekihin. Summer festival. Hairpin. Fireworks. Bedtime story. Hyuga Kei ran those keywords through his head over and over. The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Kei, what's wrong? Hinata noticed that his expression was strange and asked softly. Hyuga Kei pondered for a moment, then asked in an extremely grave tone, Hinata, what kind of relationship do you think Zabuza and Haku have? Hinata tilted her head, thought seriously for a bit, and then blushed. Very important people? There are a lot of kinds of important. Hyuga Kei started counting on his fingers. Friendship, family affection, love, gratitude, comradeship. Which one are they? Hyuga Kei's brain was also spinning at high speed. He didn't mean any discrimination. He had seen plenty in his previous life. Respecting and offering blessings was basic decency. But this was the ninja world. And this was Zabuza and Haku. One was a demon who fought his way out of the bloody mist village. The other was a tool-like boy who lived only for him. The bond between those two was far too complicated, so complicated that any label felt flimsy. Friendship? Too shallow. Love? Not enough. Family? Not right. It was a bond that went beyond all categories. Trying to describe it with love instead almost felt like it was cheapening them. But even so, Hyuga Kei still felt uncomfortable all over. And this heavenly screen reward gave him a bad feeling too. This time, the reward from the heavenly screen wasn't chosen by him. It was chosen by the heavenly screen for the two of them. Naturally, it gave him a sense of things slipping out of control, beyond his expectations. This heavenly screen ended very quickly. It didn't show the rest of the story, leaving the two of them plenty of privacy. On the heavenly screen, a line of text slowly appeared. Reward recipient this time, Uchiha Hikari. In the courtyard, a voice rang out in both Hyuga Kei's and Uchiha Hikari's minds at the same time. Special reward skill. Absolute command. One-time use. User, Uchiha Hikari. Target, Hyuga Kei. Effect. The target will unconditionally obey any command from the user for the entire next day. Hikari slowly turned her head and looked at the white-haired boy beside her who was currently staring at her. That gaze made the back of Hyuga Kei's neck go cold. He felt like a little lamb being watched by a big bad wolf. Hikari, I trust you won't force me to do that kind of thing, right? Hikari didn't answer. She lowered her head, her bangs covering her eyes, and her shoulders began to tremble slightly. She wasn't crying. She was excited. Looks like I was wrong. The hairs on Hyuga Kei's back all stood up. He tried to muddle through and move Uchiha Hikari with reason. He definitely didn't want his first time to be forcibly controlled like this. Hikari, are you okay? Why is your chakra fluctuating so much? But Hikari revealed a gentle smile with a full-on Yandere expression and licked the corner of her lips. Kei! Hikari's Sharingan had opened at some point, and the three Tomo were slowly spinning. Her face was flushed red, and with that sickly smile on it, the pressure instantly hit its peak. First command. Hyuga Kei instinctively leaned his body back a little. Stand where you are. Don't move. Don't use any ninjutsu. Don't speak. Don't use the Tenseigan. At this moment, Hyuga Kei's bad premonition became reality. He opened his mouth to say something, only to realize his vocal cords really wouldn't move. It wasn't that he didn't want to move. He couldn't. Both his feet were planted firmly on the wooden floor under the corridor, like roots had grown into it. He tried to mobilize chakra, but his chakra pathways felt completely empty. He couldn't even raise a trace of Tenseigan eye power. Absolute command. This was the real value of a heavenly screen reward. Hyuga Kei widened his eyes and could only shout for the system in his heart. Damn dog system. What the hell are you trying to do by screwing over your host? The only response he got was a cold mechanical voice. Ding. This aligns with the host's interests. It is a beneficial choice. There is no issue whatsoever. Please enjoy yourself, host. Faced with the system's cold violence, Hyuga Kei had 10,000 curses jammed in his throat, desperate to come out. At this moment, Hikari kept pressing forward step by step until she stood right in front of him. The two had a height difference of 1 head. She tilted her face up to look at him, and from this angle, she could clearly see the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. She deliberately put her hand on Hyuga Kei's chest and gave it 2 squeezes, only making herself even more excited. Hikari turned around and called toward the house, telling Hinata, who had just hidden inside, to come out. Hinata Wani-san, come out for a second. Hinata peeked her head out from behind the door. The blush on her face still hadn't fully faded, and her hands were tightly twisting together. She cautiously looked at Hyuga Kei, who was frozen in place, then looked at Hikari, who had a serious expression. Her voice was so small it sounded like a mosquito buzzing. Hikari, isn't this a little too, Hinata Wani-san? Hikari interrupted her, her tone extremely serious. Did you forget what we talked about? Hinata's face instantly burned red, and she looked like steam was about to come out of her head. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. In the end, she silently walked out from behind the door and stood beside Hikari. Her whole set of movements flowed smoothly. The two girls stood shoulder to shoulder. One had her head lowered with a red face, the other had her head raised with a red face, but both of their gazes fell onto him at the same time. Hikari continued giving commands. No staying up late training tonight. Eat before bed. Then take a bath and lie on the bed waiting for us. Don't move. On the heavenly screen, the image froze on Hyuga Kei standing under the corridor, unable to move at all. Hikari's fingers were still resting on his chest, and Hinata stood beside them, blushing like a boiled shrimp. The entire ninja world saw this scene. After a brief dead silence, the comments completely exploded. Hikari, what are you trying to do? Hikari, yes. No moving, no talking, bathe and lie on the bed waiting? What is this supposed to be? Is this really something I can watch? Heavenly screen. Keep playing already. Don't stop here. This is the first time I've seen Lord Kei show such a despairing look. So this is what it means for one thing to suppress another. When Terumi-me saw this scene on the heavenly screen, she suddenly stood up, both hands braced against the table as she leaned forward. She stared at Hikari's hand on Hyuga Kei's chest on the screen, and the corner of her eye twitched. Hikari, take your hand off him. That's big sister's spot. She quickly sent a comment. Terumi-me, Hikari, calm down. He's still a child.
Let her go. Okay.
In Iwagakure, Kuratsuchi had been sitting on the training ground railing with her legs crossed while watching the heavenly screen. But when she saw this scene, she almost fell off. Seichi. What is she trying to do? Hinata's there too? The two of them together. Kuratsuchi, Hikari, stop right there. If there's something to do, let me do it. That night, the only ones left staying in the courtyard were Hyuga Kei, Hikari, and Hinata. And right now, Hyuga Kei was lying stiff and straight in the middle of the bed, his whole body spread out in a big shape, looking completely at the mercy of others. Hinata was kneeling in Saiza at his left side, both hands properly placed on her knees. The collar of her white yukata was pulled perfectly neat, and her hair still carried the dampness of a fresh bath. Her face was red from her neck all the way to her ears, and from her ears down past the part hidden beneath her yukata collar. Uchiha Hikari was kneeling at his right side, wearing the same pale blue yukata. Her lips were pressed into a straight line as she stared fixedly at Hyuga Kei. Silence. A suffocating silence. Hikari, is this really okay? Hinata said softly. Hinata Wani-san, did you forget that Tyrant Kei from yesterday's heavenly screen? Hikari's tone was firm and decisive, like she was giving a speech before battle. He had more than 20 children. More than 20. Every single one of those women had nothing to do with us. If we don't make the first move, how many wild women are going to come and try to take a share of Kei later? But no buts. Hinata Wani-san, think about it. Kei publicly announced us to the entire ninja world today. What's that called? That's called a first mover advantage. If we waste that advantage, then once those women react, we won't be the only mistresses anymore. We have to turn this advantage into victory. Hyuga Kei gave Hikari a thumbs up in his heart. Amazing. You're the real strategic master. But can you untie me first? I can move on my own too. Then, what should I do? Hinata's voice got even smaller. Very simple. Hikari spoke each word like a hammer striking the ground. Cook the rice first. Under the lamplight, Hyuga Kei felt like Hinata's entire body was giving off steam. It was honestly a miracle the girl had not fainted. But I don't know how Hinata's voice was practically ventriloquism. It's fine. I don't know either. Silence. Then what do we do? Another silence. Then came the rustling sound of someone searching through scrolls. I did my homework in advance. There was pride in Hikaru's tone. These are reference materials I borrowed from Orochimaru. He said they're necessary documents for scientific research. Hyuga Kei's eyebrow twitched. Orochimaru. Very good. Tomorrow I'm going to the Research Institute to have a nice talk with you about life. This one is Theory of Human Meridians and Chakra Resonance. Hikaru. That looks like a medical ninjutsu textbook. It's fine. The principles are connected. And this one is Ika Paradise. Jiraiya gave it to me during the day. The one Jiraiya wrote. Hinata's voice finally rose a tiny bit, then quickly dropped again. Teach that essay forbidden book. We'll get scolded for the sake of our future. What does a mere forbidden book matter? Hikaru's tone carried a tragic resolve, like she was marching toward a noble sacrifice. If we follow it, we can't go wrong. And at that moment, when Hyuga Kei heard those words, his pupils widened. Good grief. This preparation was really thorough. After transmigrating here, he had secretly paid his respects to Jiraiya's masterpiece. Could the contents inside even be broadcast? Even Hyuga Kei, who had watched countless films in his previous life, had been greatly shocked by it. Was he really going to lose himself here today? The two of them looked at Ika Paradise, their faces turning red. This is way too bold. After reading a few pages, Hikaru swallowed, closed the book, and stood up, already looking a little impatient. All right, we've learned enough theory. Hinata raised her head, the blush on her face still not fully faded. What? We can't just read without practicing. She turned around to face the bed. Hyuga Kei lay there, his eyes clearly saying, what are you trying to do? Hikaru did not give him time to think. She leaned down, bracing both hands on either side of Hyuga Kei's shoulders. Her long hair fell from beside her ears, brushing across his cheeks. She lightly bit off a button. His sleepwear opened to both sides. Moonlight fell across his chest, outlining his collarbone, pectorals, and abs in clear silver-white lines. Old scars left behind by years of training could be faintly seen on his skin. The most obvious one was the wound on his chest from being pierced through by Ishiki Otsutsuki. It had already healed until only a pale white mark remained. Hikaru straightened up, the last button still between her teeth. She lowered her head and examined the results of her work, then nodded in satisfaction. She spat the button into her palm and placed it on the bedside table. Hyuga Kei lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and in his heart, he added Jiraiya to the list of people who absolutely needed to be educated. Hikaru was extremely practiced as she personally took off Hyuga Kei's clothes. After all, she had already done it once back when Hyuga Kei had been heavily injured. It was just that his clothes had been very badly torn that time. In the end, Hyuga Kei was left with only one final piece of clothes-fitting underwear on his body. His white hair spread across the pillow. Then he felt something was wrong. Not wrong with his mind. Wrong with his body. Absolute command could control his movements, seal his chakra, and make him lie there like a wooden puppet at someone else's mercy. But there was one thing absolute command could not control. Instinct. Otsutsuki blood flowed through his body. His metabolism was dozens of times faster than an ordinary person's, and after everything that had just happened, his hormone levels had been completely activated. Hyuga Kei had already reacted strongly. He wanted to die. This was the first time since transmigrating that he had felt such intense shame. Was he about to be taken advantage of like this? No. He had to resist. He shouted inwardly, "System, didn't I seal away several rewards? Now that the reward recipients are dead, can those rewards be cashed out?" Meanwhile, Hikaru and Hinata were still gathered together, studying the contents of Ika Paradise. Then they frantically practiced on him. This only made Hyuga Kei's blood rush even harder. These two could only be described as outrageously arrogant. "System," Hyuga Kei called out through gritted teeth in his heart. Deep within his consciousness, the cold mechanical voice sounded as expected. "Ding. Host, please speak. How many rewards do I currently have that haven't been issued yet?" Querying. "Hostess currently pending rewards. Ishiki Otsutsuki, Kagaya Otsutsuki, Tonari Otsutsuki." "Good. I want to use Ishiki Otsutsuki's reward now. Give it to me." Ding. "Insufficient authority. This reward is the sky screen reward for Ishiki Otsutsuki." Hyuga Kei took a deep breath. The damn system's rules were just like this. But rules were dead. People were alive. Then let us do it another way. Ishiki is already dead, right? Yes. The reward target is dead. And the reward hasn't been issued yet, right? The system fell silent for a moment. Yes. Then who does this reward belong to now? It is currently considered unclaimed. According to system rules, unclaimed rewards will enter the pending recovery pool. Good. In his mind, Hyuga Kei folded his arms across his chest. "I now apply, in the name of the host of the sky screen system, for temporary access to an unclaimed reward. Target, myself. Purpose, to remove the abnormal state currently caused by another reward. Basis, host rights protection clause." The system fell silent again. This time, the silence lasted even longer than before. Hyuga Kei could almost feel the system running like mad, trying to find a loophole in his words. Then it found one. Ding. Host rights protection clause. The host may not use system rewards to cause substantial harm to himself. The current state, absolute command, has not caused substantial harm to the host. Furthermore, according to system evaluation, this state is beneficial to the host's physical and mental health, as well as bloodline continuation. Hyuga Kei's eyelid twitched. "Say that again?" "This state is beneficial to the host's physical and mental health, as well as bloodline continuation." Bloodline continuation? Yes. According to the system's comprehensive evaluation, Uchiha Hikaru and Hyuga Hinata are both high-quality partners with good genetic compatibility. Estimated offspring potential, SSR. This reward helps break the host's long-standing passive mate selection pattern and promotes the spread of high-quality bloodlines. Hyuga Kei closed his eyes. "Are you a damn matchmaking agency?" "No. This system is the multiverse viewing system. I think you're the multiverse birth promotion system. The host has misunderstood. This system has always placed the host's interests as its highest principle." "Then release me." "Apologies. According to system protocol, the effects of other rewards cannot be actively interfered with by the system before their duration ends. This is to ensure the fairness of rewards." "Fairness?" Hyuga Kei almost laughed from anger. The selection of reward targets is automatically assigned after comprehensive system evaluation to ensure fairness and justice. This reward distribution was based on multidimensional data such as emotional bond intensity and wish completion rate. It is completely reasonable. Hyuga Kei felt like his blood pressure had already shot up to an entirely new height. On his chest, Hikaru's fingertips were tracing the outline of his abs and slowly sliding downward. Her nails were neatly trimmed, but when they brushed across his skin, they still brought a faint shiver, and the two of them were becoming even bolder. "System, I'll ask one last question. Host, please speak. They were planning to follow Ika Paradise, right? You know what's in that book, don't you?" The system fell silent for half a second. "There are relevant records in the database." "Then you know how outrageous the stuff Jiraiya wrote is?" According to the search results, the Ika series is a collection of novels written by Jiraiya. Its content covers multiple aspects, and some chapters involve adult content. "Some chapters? You call that some chapters? That book is full of it from the first page to the last." The system did not respond. "I'm requesting this right now. In the name of protecting the host's rights, supervise the execution process of this reward." Ding. Host request recorded. The system will continuously monitor the host's vital signs. If heart rate, blood pressure, and other indicators exceed the safety threshold, the system will automatically activate its protection mechanism. Hyuga Kei let out a sigh of relief. Good. He had finally found a loophole. Just as the two girls thought they had finished all the preparations and were about to get to the main event, the next moment, Hyuga Kei's body suddenly moved. Just now, he had finally used his system authority and found a way to break free from the reward's restraints ahead of time. Before the two girls could even react to what had happened, everything was spinning in the next second. With one hand on each of them, Hyuga Kei pulled both girls into his arms, his waist and abdomen bursting with strength as his whole body flipped like a fully drawn bow snapping loose. The bed let out a heavy, muffled bang. The roles instantly reversed, and their positions flipped. Both girls fell back onto the bed. If Hyuga Kei was spread out in a big character shape, then the two girls beneath him were like a single follower character. With both hands braced against the bed, white hair falling loose, Hyuga Kei pinned them both in place one-handed each. He didn't need the reward to do any of this. The muscles of his bare upper body rose and fell slightly with each breath. Hyuga Kei revealed a cruel smile. Hikari, didn't he expect the reward to fail at a time like this? Did you? At this moment, Hikari looked adorably blank, clearly stunned by the sudden turn of events. She blinked her big eyes. The book didn't say what to do if the prey suddenly fights back. Not fair. After holding it in for a long time, those were the only 3 words she managed to squeeze out. Not fair? Hyuga Kei lowered himself, his nose only an inch away from hers. You used absolute command to control me for so long, stripped off my clothes, poked that part of me, and now you're telling me it's not fair? Hyuga Kei made his choice between being worse than a beast and being a beast. Hinata, at the side, had already completely turned into a steam princess, tears shimmering in her eyes. But it was impossible to tell whether they were tears of embarrassment or tears from being frightened by this sudden reversal. After that, the only sounds left in the room were waves of heavy breathing. A warrior staining the battlefield with blood was glory. The next day, Hyuga Kei was also the first to open his eyes. The two on either side of him were sleeping in incredibly unrestrained positions. Hikari's leg was still draped over him, while Hinata was tightly hugging his right arm. He tried to pull it free. Hinata let out a sleepy little hum and hugged him even tighter instead.
Kei-kun.
Hyuga Kei stopped moving and looked down at her. She wasn't awake. She was just talking in her sleep. He carefully turned both girls over at the same time, and after quite a bit of effort, finally cleared enough space in the middle for one person. Hyuga Kei sat up through that gap, his bare feet touching the floor, then turned back to look. The blanket had already been kicked to the foot of the bed, crumpled into a mess. And on the bedsheet, 2 dark red marks were still painfully obvious. Hyuga Kei felt helpless. How had he still ended up doing something beastly? He definitely needed to seriously reflect on himself. Still, Hinata definitely wouldn't be cooking today. With how wild last night had been, only Hyuga Kei's monstrous physique could have endured it. He pulled on his pants, walked out of the bedroom barefoot, and gently closed the door behind him. In the hallway, the cool morning air was just right. As it brushed against his face, the memories of last night gradually became clearer. He rolled his shoulders, his joints cracking in a full chain of pops. Then he stopped at the kitchen door. He had to make something good. He tied on an apron and opened the refrigerator. Eggs, beef, tomatoes, tofu, miso. On the stove, the beef sizzled in the pan, caramel-colored sauce coating every slice of meat. The tofu miso soup bubbled away, steam fogging up the kitchen window. Hyuga Kei cracked 4 eggs one-handed, his chopsticks tapping out an even rhythm against the rim of the bowl. Then he heard a dull thump from the direction of the bedroom. Immediately after came Hikari's cry of pain. Ow, that hurts. Then came Hinata's sleepy, dazed voice. What is it? What is it? Then there was a full 5 seconds of silence. Holding the spatula, Hyuga Kei tilted his head and listened. He didn't even need the Tenseigan to guess what was happening in the room. The 2 girls were probably staring at the messy bedsheets, the wrinkled blanket, and their own aching waists and legs, slowly piecing together exactly what had happened last night. Sister Hinata. Hikari's voice was lowered very much, but Hyuga Kei's hearing was too good. Even through a wall, he could hear it perfectly clearly. MHM. Last night. MHM. It was real, right? We didn't both just have the same dream. Not a dream. Hinata's voice was also very soft. I'm still sore. Hikari fell silent for a moment. Me too. The book didn't say it would hurt this much the next day. Hinata unconsciously rubbed at the corner of the blanket with her fingers. Hikari, did it still hurt later on last night? Hikari reached a hand under the blanket and gently rubbed her own waist. A little, but it was okay. What about you? At first, a little. Later on, it was. Hinata's voice grew softer and softer, and in the end, her face turned red with shame as she recalled what she had been like last night. Later on what? Hinata buried her face in the blanket and let out a muffled little cry. Hikari stretched a hand out from under the blanket and patted Hinata on the back. It's fine, I was the same. The book said this is normal and also. She paused, her gaze drifting toward the kitchen as she lowered her voice even further. Sister Hinata, did you notice something? Hinata raised half her face from the blanket. What, Kei? He didn't seem tired at all. Last night, the 2 of us took turns. Hikari raised 2 fingers, then slowly bent them down. And then he. And then again. Her fingers bent and straightened and bent, repeating several times. Hinata covered her face. Did the book completely underestimate the stamina of a 6 paths level powerhouse? Good thing there were 2 of us. Hikari sounded deeply relieved. If it had only been me, I probably really wouldn't have been able to take it today. But the feeling actually was pretty good. Compared to Hinata's shyness, Hikari seemed more like someone who had gotten a taste and learned to enjoy it. Instead, she had actually grown to like the feeling. A muffled voice came from under the blanket. Hikari, stop talking. Breakfast was done soon enough. Hyuga Kei turned off the fire, poured the soup into 2 bowls, then added 2 portions of tamagoyaki and 2 bowls of rice onto the tray. He picked up the tray, walked to the bedroom door, and pushed it open with his back. Hinata and Hikari were sitting side by side on the bed, the blanket pulled all the way up to their noses, with only 4 eyes showing as they stared at him. Breakfast. Hyuga Kei set the tray on the bedside table. Beef miso soup. Tamagoyaki. Eat while it's hot. The moment Hinata's eyes landed on his bare upper body, she immediately shrank back under the blanket again. Hikari's gaze, meanwhile, lingered for a moment on the few fresh red marks near his collarbone. You should get up and eat too. You've already seen everything, so what are you still shy about? Does your waist still hurt? Hyuga Kei asked. A tiny sound, soft as a mosquito's buzz, came from under the blanket. MHM. Hikari picked up a piece of tamagoyaki and stuffed it into her mouth, mumbling as she chewed. I'm okay. That's because you've got a good constitution. Hyuga Kei picked up his own bowl and sat down by the bed. Hinata should be able to get out of bed by this afternoon. Hinata peeked half her face out from under the blanket and carefully took the miso soup he handed over. Holding the bowl with both hands, she drank it in small sips. The 3 of them sat on the bed just like that and finished breakfast. After Hyuga Kei cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, he had just reached the kitchen doorway when his footsteps suddenly stopped. Come out. Hyuga Kei put the bowls into the sink and wiped his hands. Early in the morning, and you really know how to pick your timing. By now, he could already see through Black Zetsu's disguise. Black Zetsu emerged from the shadows. Today, he wasn't wearing that Otsutsuki Zetsu disguise. Did I come at a bad time? What do you think? Hyuga Kei leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed. I'll give you 3 minutes. Black Zetsu sorted out his thoughts. He had originally prepared a long opening speech, about 1,000 years of waiting, about Mother's seal, about how he had been betrayed by the Sage of 6 Paths and his brother. But now, looking at Hyuga Kei's obviously impatient expression, he decided to cut out all the build-up. Help me save Mother. Hearing Black Zetsu ask him to save Kaguya, Hyuga Kei raised a brow. Kaguya? Why should I help you? Black Zetsu didn't beat around the bush either. He believed he understood what Hyuga Kei was thinking, so he laid out his bargaining chip. Because you've already killed 3 Otsutsuki. Ishiki, Mamashiki, and Urashiki all died by your hand. Sooner or later, the main Otsutsuki family will send someone to investigate. When that time comes, you want to fight alone. This was also something Hyuga Kei had been thinking about. The main Otsutsuki family, that super clan spanning the stars, would eventually notice the anomaly on this remote planet. At his current stage, he really did need allies. And Kaguya, who had once been a member of the Otsutsuki clan, knew the inside story of the main family and had an irreconcilable conflict with them. Kaguya really was a good choice, but he had no intention of letting Black Zetsu think this would be easy. He didn't show the slightest sign of being tempted and simply shook his head. You're too confident. What makes you think Kaguya will help me after she comes out? And what makes you think I need help from an Otsutsuki? Do you think my strength isn't enough to deal with the Otsutsuki clan? Or do you think I can't reach the level of Immortal Emperor Kei? Black Zetsu was speechless for a moment. He really couldn't refute that. Hyuga Kei's talent was right there for all to see. He also knew this meant Hyuga Kei was about to name his conditions. What do you want? First, I want to know all of Kaguya's secret techniques for reference, including 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, Expansive Truth-Seeking Ball, and the rest. Black Zetsu fell silent, but Hyuga Kei gave him no chance to bargain. Second, she has to hand over all intelligence regarding the main Otsutsuki family. Third, Hyuga Kei raised a third finger. I know you've got quite a lot of things in your hands. Secret techniques and bloodlines you've collected while lurking all over the ninja world for the past 1,000 years. Black Zetsu thought it over for a moment, then nodded at once. Deal. These conditions were neither painful nor itchy. Compared to releasing Kaguya's seal, they were worthless. It wasn't that Hyuga Kei didn't want to cash in harder. It was just that Kaguya really didn't have anything he could covet. It wasn't like he could demand Kaguya's body, right? She was an ancient old hag who had lived for 10,000 years, and on top of that, she was technically his ancestor, and at this point, he could be considered a professional at unsealing things. First he had released Uchiha Hikari's seal, and now he was going to release Otsutsuki Kaguya's. Still, hopefully Otsutsuki Kaguya wouldn't come up and try to bite him the moment she was released. Hyuga Kei brought his hands together. Fine. Tonight we leave for the moon. Black Zetsu melted back into the shadows and vanished. Hyuga Kei turned and walked back into the bedroom. Hinata and Hikari were still on the bed. Hikari was leaning close to Hinata's ear, whispering something, and Hinata's face was red like a boiled shrimp. The moment they saw Hyuga Kei come in, they both shut up at the same time. Tonight, I'm making a trip to the moon, so I want to be staying with you too. Leaning against the door frame, Hyuga Kei sounded exactly like the kind of scumbag husband who says he won TB coming home on his wedding night. And the looks in their eyes were full of grievance. It was like they were silently accusing him of leaving two beautiful girls at home and going out to fool around instead. Hikari looked at Hyuga Kei, utterly confused. The moon, Princess Kagaya's seal, is there. Black Zetsu just came to see me, and I agreed to help him break it. Hinata set down her bowl, her fingers tightening around the edge of the blanket. Will it be dangerous? No. The Tenseigan can control the moon in the first place. Kagaya's seal is basically an unlocked door in front of me. And I'm not just going there to let her out and be done with it. I'm going to negotiate terms with her. She used to be one of the Otsutsuki clan. She knows the details of the main family. Hyuga Kei walked to the bedside and sat down, reaching out to rub Hinata's hair. It's fine. You two wait for me at home. I'll definitely be back before tomorrow morning. Hikari stared at him and held out one finger. Hyuga Kei lowered his head and saw that it was her pinky she had extended. Promise. Be back before breakfast tomorrow. Hyuga Kei hooked his pinky with hers, then pulled Hinata's pinky over too, linking all three fingers together. Promise. That night, Black Zetsu had already emerged from underground. Hyuga Kei walked out of the bedroom and gently closed the door behind him with a backhand. He had changed into a dark short outfit. He wasn't wearing his forehead protector, and his white hair was casually tied behind his head. When he saw Black Zetsu like that, his steps paused for a second. Can't you change the way you make your entrance? Every single time, you pop out of the ground like some radish spirit. Black Zetsu's yellow eyes shifted. That's my ability. Fine. Hyuga Kei walked to the middle of the courtyard and opened his arms. Get on. Black Zetsu didn't waste words. His whole body completely pulled itself out of the ground, turned into a flowing black shadow, and flew into Hyuga Kei's sleeve. The corner of Hyuga Kei's mouth twitched. The feeling was strange, but maybe because of his Otsutsuki bloodline, it fit him surprisingly well. Hyuga Kei lowered his head and glanced at his left sleeve. The fabric was writhing slightly, like he had swallowed a live octopus. In the original story, this scene had only ever happened with Kagaya. He muttered to himself, so now I count as being possessed by Black Zetsu too. Same treatment as Kagaya. Black Zetsu stuck his head out from his sleeve. Kagaya is my mother, and you're her descendant. If you count it out, it sounds pretty close. Don't make it sound like I'm trying to claim kinship with you. Hyuga Kei rolled his left shoulder. Those golden Tenseigan suddenly lit up. Golden light illuminated the entire courtyard. In the next moment, repulsive force burst from beneath his feet, and he shot straight into the night sky like a meteor flying in reverse. The instant the wind roared into his ears, the courtyard had already turned into a blurry point of light beneath him. The map of the 5 great nations spread out below him like an open chart, shrinking smaller and smaller under his feet, until the entire planet became a blue marble suspended in the darkness. Cloud layers churned below him. The Milky Way flowed above his head. He stood there for a moment, looking down at the planet beneath his feet. That blue marble floated quietly in the universe. He suddenly understood why those Otsutsuki always looked down on everything from above. From this angle, the ninja world really was small. So small that all its wars, all its hatred, all its partings and deaths, looked like microscopic dramas playing out on a glass bead. He raised a hand and spread his fingers. Beneath his palm was the entire planet. After savoring the feeling of standing above all living beings, he set off again. When he was less than 1,000 kilometers away from the moon, he sensed the first trace of chakra fluctuations. Those puppets had noticed him continuing to approach Hyuga Kei. In the next moment, countless points of light lit up across the moon's surface. Those points of light were densely packed around the edge of the ring-shaped mountain and in the center of the crater. Thousands of puppets floated above the moon's surface, forming a tight defensive line. Some of them wore tattered Hyuga clan robes. The 2 lights inside their empty eye sockets were locked firmly onto Hyuga Kei. The leading puppet raised an arm and pointed straight at Hyuga Kei. Its mouth opened, releasing a hoarse, mechanically synthesized hiss. Intruder. Eliminate. Thousands of puppets moved at the same time, the defensive line shifting from stillness to motion. Those puppets rode puppet birds into the air, moving far faster than ordinary shinobi. But Hyuga Kei did not slow down. Golden light lit up in his eyes as the power of the Tenseigan was unleashed without reservation. That ring of golden light spread out from the depths of his pupils. And in the very next moment, all the puppets froze abruptly. The lights inside their eye sockets went out at the same time. As if they had all lost power at once, thousands of puppets dropped from the sky together, slamming into the moon's surface, crashing against rocks, and shattering into piles of scrap metal. Hyuga Kei walked through them without stopping. His left sleeve twitched, and Black Zetsu poked half his head out, his yellow eyes sweeping over the wreckage. These were left behind by Himura Otsutsuki. You don't think it's a waste? If these puppets were taken back, just a pile of scrap. If I wanted them, Orochimaru could make something better. Black Zetsu shrank back in. That was true. In the future, this guy would have mechs. Of course he wouldn't care about this trash. After landing on the moon's surface, Hyuga Kei simply raised a hand and clenched his 5 fingers slightly. The surface rock shattered, revealing a passage hidden behind it. Inside was an ecosystem much like the Ninja World S. At the very center, an artificial sun radiated light. The entire space was filled with that glow. And among it all, one palace floated in the air. That was the Hamura Shrine, where the giant golden Tenseigan was sealed. Hyuga Kei landed at the entrance to the palace. The puppets around him made no move to stop him again. He moved all the way to the end of the grand hall without obstruction. There, a figure stood with his back to him. White clothes, white hair, pale skin. He was looking up at the giant Tenseigan above the great hall. That golden eyeball floated beneath the dome, slowly rotating, spreading pale golden light evenly across the entire hall. At that moment he turned around. It was a face that looked 5 parts similar to Hyuga Kei's, but thinner, paler. His eye sockets held no eyes, only 2 empty hollows. Otsutsuki Tonari. You came. Tonari's voice was very soft, almost like he was talking to himself. I knew you would. From the day your Tenseigan awakened, I felt it. You were luckier than me. He was referring to how he had been born without Byakugan. Hyuga Kei stood where he was, both hands in his pockets. So you just waited for me to come knocking? Didn't he even prepare some tea? Tonari smiled as well. That was my discourtesy. At that moment, a puppet stepped forward and served tea, while Hyuga Kei unhurriedly picked it up and took a small sip. The tea on the moon really does have a special flavor. Seeing how relaxed Hyuga Kei was, Tonari grew even more confused. What was wrong with this guy? Did he not know they were mortal enemies? Hyuga Kei's parents had died at the hands of his elders. How could he be this calm? But how could Tonari know that this Hyuga Kei had no interest in avenging his biological parents? After all, the Otsutsuki branch family on the moon was already wiped out. Only this lone orphan was left. Even if he wanted revenge, he would not look for some brat. Tonari asked, do you not know who I am? You should be able to feel it. You and I possess the same bloodline, the same eyes. We are cousins. Hyuga Kei finished for him. You are a descendant of Hamura, from the branch family. I'm from the main family. Going by seniority, you should call me cousin. He paused, tilting his head as he looked at Tonari's eyeless face. You can just call me Hyuga Kei. Tonari's hollow eye sockets faced him, and he fell silent again for a long time. You know your own background? I do. Our elders had a blood-deep grudge. We're basically fated enemies. If not for the guidance of the heavenly curtain, under normal development, Hyuga Kei and Tonari would have had a destined showdown. But right now, Hyuga Kei could kill him with a wave of his hand. Hyuga Kei took one step forward. So, what are you planning to do? Tonari shook his head. We possess the same eyes, and we also bear the same mission. It's just that my understanding of that mission is different from yours. And what is your mission? To destroy the ninja world. Destroy the ninja world. Hyuga Kei repeated those 4 words. To cleanse it, Tonari corrected him. The chakra of the ninja world should have belonged to the Otsutsuki from the start. Hamura left behind this Tenseigan for the day when the wars of the ninja world could no longer be ended, so that we could end war itself. Kill everyone. And sure enough, there won't be any more war. Perfect logic. Tonari ignored his mockery. He turned around and faced the slowly rotating golden eyeball beneath the dome. The fact that you were able to come here means you've awakened the Tenseigan too. Since your eyes and mine share the same source, you are also the perfect tool for me. All life on this planet repeats the same mistake. They use chakra to slaughter one another, then use the hatred born from slaughter to create even more slaughter. After delivering his grand villain speech, he raised one hand, palm up, aiming it at the golden Tenseigan. So I will take back this freedom. In the next instant, the golden Tenseigan stopped rotating. The eyeball trembled slightly beneath the dome, then began to turn, his pupil locking onto Hyuga Kei. Tonari's robes fluttered wildly in the golden light. Farewell, my cousin. The golden Tenseigan fired a beam of light, 3 meters wide. Pure Tenseigan chakra compressed to the absolute limit. Everywhere it passed, even space warped. And then it stopped. 3 steps away from Hyuga Kei, the beam froze in midair. Tonari's hand was still raised. His mouth was still open. That expression of pity mixed with resolve was still frozen on his face. But his brow twitched, because the golden Tenseigan was no longer obeying his command. Golden light blazed from Hyuga Kei's eyes. What makes you think you can show off this little trick in front of me? The light in those eyes even outshone the giant Tenseigan above the dome. I called you little cousin. Did you think I was trying to cozy up to you? In terms of seniority, I'm closer. In terms of bloodline, I'm purer. In terms of eyes, yours haven't even grown in yet. The golden beam turned around. Like a tamed dragon, it arced through the air, sweeping over Tonari's head and leaving him standing there in stunned shock. Then the beam blasted through the wall behind him, and broken stone came raining down all over the floor. Tonari's robes no longer moved without wind. His arm dropped, and his fingers trembled slightly. He was afraid. Just now, he had discovered that his connection to the golden Tenseigan was being severed strand by strand. Impossible! How could you seize control the moment you arrived? Even his voice was shaking, because even Hamura couldn't stand watching anymore. Hyuga Kei withdrew his right hand, then gently curled his 5 fingers inward. The giant Tenseigan suddenly shuddered, then began to shrink, compressing from meteor size down to the size of a fist as it slowly descended from the dome. Then it obediently floated down and landed above Hyuga Chi's palm. Tonari took a step back. His back slammed into a stone pillar in the main hall, his empty eye sockets facing the Tenseigan that was docilely spinning in Hyuga Chi's palm. You want to kill me? Why would I kill you? Hyuga Chi tossed the Tenseigan into the air, then caught it again. You're my cousin. Sure, your brain doesn't work too well, but you're still family. I'm a very sentimental person. Golden light spilled out from his palm and turned into several bands of light. The light bands wrapped around Tonari's wrists, ankles, and waist, tying him up like a rice dumpling, then hoisted him upward. Just like that, Tonari was left hanging in midair, swaying back and forth, his whole body looking like a dried salted fish. Hyuga Chi looked up at him and revealed a satisfied smile. You can stay here and reflect on yourself properly. Hyuga Chi took back that giant golden Tenseigan, then walked out of the temple, with the salted fish floating behind him. They arrived directly beneath that enormous artificial sun. Hyuga Chi raised his head and looked at the artificial sun shining above them. Black Zetsu poked half his head out from Hyuga Chi's sleeve and stared fixedly at the core of the artificial sun. Even his voice was trembling. Is here. Mother is inside. Tonari was still tied up like a rice dumpling by the golden light bands, hanging in midair and drifting behind Hyuga Chi. When he heard Black Zetsu's words, his already pale face turned even paler. Are you insane? You want to release that woman? What's the problem with that? Hyuga Chi didn't even turn his head. He was still studying the structure of the artificial sun. The Tenseigan's vision pierced through layer after layer of seals and had already seen the curled-up white figure in the deepest part. Do you even know who she is? Tonari's voice was full of shock and confusion. The rabbit goddess, the progenitor of chakra. All the chakra in the ninja world was split off from her. Hamura and Hagoromo risked their lives to seal her here, and now you want to release her? Hyuga Chi's expression remained calm. Hamura and Hagoromo risked their lives to seal her because they wanted to protect the ninja world. And I'm releasing her for the same reason. Tonari froze. Only then did Hyuga Chi finally turn around. He walked in front of Tonari, who was hanging in midair, and looked up at him. Didn't you just say you wanted to destroy the ninja world? So what, it's fine when you want to destroy the ninja world, but not fine when I want to release Kaguya? Your double standards are pretty smooth. That's different. I'm doing it to end war. She is too. Hyuga Chi cut him off, his tone slow and unhurried. It's just that the two of you have different methods. You plan to kill everyone, while she plans to turn everyone into white Zetsu. Tonari opened his mouth, only to realize that he actually couldn't refute it. Hyuga Chi patted him on the shoulder. So you can understand Kaguya, and she can understand you too. Once she comes out later, the two of you can have a good exchange of ideas. Maybe you can even form some kind of world destroyer alliance. Tonari's expression looked like he had swallowed a live rat. Black Zetsu poked out from the sleeve and said in an eerie voice, Are you sure you're not mocking him? I'm mocking both of them, not just him. Hyuga Chi turned around, and the artificial sun slowly split open before him. Golden light poured out from the crack. That prison that had held its captive for 1,000 years had finally opened a breach. Without the slightest hesitation, Hyuga Chi stepped inside. The moment Hyuga Chi entered the core of the seal, the crack behind him closed up. All around him was a pure white space, with no up or down, no far or near. Under his feet was invisible solid ground, while above his head hung an unbelievably massive stone sphere covered in cracks. Hyuga Chi looked up at that stone sphere, his brows knitting together. This gigantic stone sphere contained incomparably abundant yin-yang chakra, and it formed a cycle of its own, endlessly revolving without end. The Tenseigan's vision pierced through the layers of rock and could see a white figure curled up in the deepest part, white hair drifting like seaweed, robes wrapped around the body, eyes tightly shut. Otsutsuki Kei, the progenitor of chakra, the rabbit goddess, a woman sealed away for 1,000 years by her own sons. This is the place. Black Zetsu slid out from Hyuga Chi's sleeve, turned into a pool of flowing black liquid at his feet, then gathered back into humanoid form. His voice was incomparably excited. Mother is inside. I can feel it. Her chakra is still alive. Hyuga Chi ignored him. He raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and aimed at the surface of the stone sphere. A beam of chakra shot from his fingertips and blasted into the rock. Boom! Shattered stone flew everywhere as a huge crater was blown into the surface of the stone sphere. Then that crater actually began to grow as if it were alive. Broken stone kept forming to fill the gaps, and in the end, not even the slightest trace was left behind. In less than a single breath, The part he had blown away had completely returned to normal. Hyuga Kei's brows furrowed even deeper. He tried again. This time he used even greater power. With one finger thrust out, a golden beam blasted into the same spot, blowing open a crater dozens of meters wide. But the result was exactly the same. The broken stone regrew, and the gap healed shut. This thing is alive. Hyuga Kei withdrew his hand and walked halfway around the stone sphere. In the Tenseigan's vision, those cracks were not randomly distributed. They formed an incomparably complex sealing formula. The yin-yang release here had formed a complete cycle by itself, endless and inexhaustible. Black Zetsu, I'm here. Do you have any way to undo this thing? Black Zetsu looked up at the sphere and shook his head. This is a seal personally set by Hagoromo, using the highest mystery of yin-yang release. It contains both the creation of yang release and the spirit of yin release. Unless one simultaneously grasps the supreme yin-yang release arts, there is no way to break it from the outside. Didn't your mom leave you some kind of backdoor? If there were a backdoor, I would released mother 1,000 years ago. Hyuga Kei clicked his tongue. He raised his right hand and condensed one of his own truth-seeking balls in his palm. He hurled the truth-seeking ball over, trying to use it to destroy the effect of the ninjutsu. But his truth-seeking ball only barely smashed a few meters in before it could go no further. Clearly, the truth-seeking ball was a power of the same level. Hyuga Kei withdrew his hand and rubbed the space between his brows. His Tenseigan had been nurtured from Otsutsuki Kei's chakra fruit, and with the spiritual root cultivation method he had later comprehended on his own while Immortal Emperor Qi was giving his lecture, his dojutsu level was already not low. But yin-yang release was not something you could master just because your eye power was strong enough. That was the Sage of Six Paths' exclusive domain, the underlying code of the rules of the entire ninja world. Just as he was thinking about whether to directly try blasting it apart with Golden Will reincarnation explosion, another light suddenly lit up in the white space. The light condensed into a humanoid phantom 3 steps in front of him. White robes, white hair, no horns on his forehead, dressed in the white robes of the Ninshu, with a pair of blue Tenseigan in his eyes. It was Otsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of the Sage of Six Paths, the ancestor of the lunar Otsutsuki, one of the 2 people who had personally participated in sealing Kaguya. And that also made him Hyuga Kei's ancestor. Hyuga Kei subconsciously took half a step back, showing him full respect. So long as he showed any sign of attacking, Hyuga Kei would immediately strike and erase him. As for his appearance, Hyuga Kei had already expected it. After all, even the Sage of Six Paths had left chakra behind to protect the ninja world. How could his younger brother possibly not have left behind a chakra protection seal? Stop, child. Hamura's phantom spoke, his voice old and steady. My successor. At that title, Hyuga Kei rolled his eyes. Don't act close with me. You know what I'm here to do? I do. Hamura's phantom tilted his head slightly and looked toward the depths of the stone sphere. You want to release mother. I saw your conversation with Tonari just now, and I also saw the presence of that Black Zetsu by your side. Black Zetsu subconsciously took half a step back and hid behind Hyuga Kei. He had hidden in the ninja world for over 1,000 years. This was the first time anyone had exposed his whereabouts to his face. Hyuga Kei didn't avoid him at all. He simply looked up at the phantom. So, you're here to stop me? With a single strand of chakra, I cannot defeat you. I'm here to persuade you. Hamura's phantom slowly descended until he was level with him. The fact that you made it here means you have already awakened the Tenseigan and reached this level. Even I was never able to attain such a height. Your talent, your will, your fortune, they all far exceed my imagination. But Mother's existence is not a power you can control. Hagoromo and I exhausted all our strength just to seal her here. If you release her, she will not be grateful to you. She will only turn the entire ninja world into her prey. After listening, Hyuga Kei neither argued nor nodded. He merely tilted his head and asked a completely unrelated question. Senior Hamura, how many years have you stayed here? Hamura's phantom paused slightly. A little over 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Hyuga Kei repeated the words. He stood with his hands behind his back, the light of his golden Tenseigan blazing in this pure white space like the sun. Senior Hamura, you've guarded this place for 1,000 years, but the strongest people you ever saw were only Kaguya and Hagoromo. And the Otsutsuki I've killed were stronger than all of you. Hamura's phantom gave a slight shake. You sealed Kaguya because you couldn't become stronger than her. You divided chakra, founded Ninshu, and established the ninja world because you couldn't find a better way out. Hyuga Kei raised his right hand. Golden light gathered in his palm, wild and domineering. But that was your limit, not mine. In the end, you relics of the old era should stop trying to steer the ship of the new era. What you couldn't do, I'll do. You just watch. With that, Hyuga Kei turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing through the white space. Black Zetsu slipped back into Hyuga Kei's sleeve again. Hamura's phantom slowly rose behind him. Where are you going? Outside. Without even turning his head, Hyuga Kei raised a hand and slashed through the empty space in front of him. He forcibly tore open a crack in the inner wall of the sealing space. In the core of your seal I can't fully cut loose. He turned his head slightly, the corner of his mouth curling up in confidence so absolute it was nearly arrogant. Besides, I'm worried that if I use too much force, I'll blow up your mom along with the seal. The crack closed behind him, and he was once again standing inside the moon, with the artificial sun still hanging above. Tonari was still suspended in midair, bound so tightly by golden bands of light that he couldn't move at all. When he saw Hyuga Kei walk out from the sealing space, his hollow eye sockets turned toward him. You went in and came back out? What about that woman? She's still inside. Hyuga Kei rolled his shoulders. She'll be coming out soon. What do you mean? Tonari's words stopped halfway, stuck in his throat. Because he saw what was behind Hyuga Kei. Hamura's phantom was following right behind him. Ancestor. Tonari's voice changed pitch. He had spent his whole life in this palace, worshipping Hamura's portrait ever since he was old enough to understand things. He had never imagined that one day he would see the man himself. Hamura's phantom didn't look at him. His gaze remained fixed on Hyuga Kei. Child, I heard everything you said inside just now. What you said is not entirely without reason. But Mother's power is beyond what you can imagine. 1,000 years ago, Hagoromo and I only barely managed to seal her together. Though your talent is extraordinary, you are still only one person. And this seal was also formed from all of the Inyang release that Hagoromo and I could gather. Any external force will be repaired by it automatically. You cannot break it. Cannot break it? Hyuga Kei repeated those words, then laughed. Then let me show you what absolute power looks like. His hands formed seals. They were not traditional ninja hand seals. They were the new seals passed down by immortal Emperor Kei when he preached the Tao, complex beyond compare, unseen by anyone present. The surrounding space suddenly began to tremble. Countless fragments of rock started floating into the air, spinning like fallen leaves caught in a vortex. Then the natural energy inside the moon surged over. That natural energy gathered from all directions like a tide and poured directly into his body. His white hair danced wildly, his clothes fluttering. Every strand of his white hair seemed to come alive, flying fiercely even in the vacuum. Hyuga Kei raised his head, his golden Tenseigan fully lit. 9 truth-seeking balls appeared behind him, but unlike the usual black ones, golden patterns flowed across the surface of Hyuga Kei's truth-seeking balls. That was the result of fusing them with natural energy. Black Zetsu was shaken right out of his sleeve. His whole body turned into a puddle of black liquid plastered against the ground, his yellow eyes bulging round. This is natural energy. This is the moon. How can you absorb this much? If immortal Emperor Kei can do it, so can I. Hyuga Kei's voice was calm, as if he were stating a fact that needed no proof. He raised his right hand and spread his fingers. The 9 truth-seeking balls moved at once, breaking away from their ring formation and flying one after another above his palm. As they spun, they fused together. 9 became one became a line, and the line became a sword. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. But this was not the ordinary form of Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Natural energy was still pouring in, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The golden sword of light in his palm was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, from dagger to short sword, from short sword to long sword, from long sword to great sword. And then, it could no longer be called a sword. It was a golden pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth, stabbing out from inside the moon and extending all the way into deep space. In the direction pointed to by its blade, even the galaxy seemed to retreat. Watching this scene, Tonari's mouth remained open the whole time, forgotten and unmoving. Suspended in midair, tightly bound by the golden bands of light, he could only watch helplessly as that golden pillar grew larger and larger before him. This was power. Absolute violence enough to make a planet tremble. Black Zetsu lay on the ground, his voice trembling. Why you? What are you trying to do? Break the seal. Hamura's phantom finally snapped out of his shock. He looked up at that golden pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth. His lips moved for a long time before he finally squeezed out 2 words. Monster. Hamura's phantom began to shake violently. How is this power even possible? The seal he had guarded for 1,000 years now looked like an eggshell about to be smashed apart. He lifted his head to look at Hyuga Kei. The white-haired boy was still holding his right hand high, and the golden pillar was still descending. Mother is coming out, Hamura muttered. Do you have any idea what you've done? Hyuga Kei grinned. You flatter me, old ancestor. Your sealing quality is pretty good. You held on for another half a minute. That's worth praising. Black Zetsu was sprawled on the ground, his voice cracking. Be careful. Be careful. Don't hurt Mother. Shut up. Hyuga Kei didn't even turn his head. If you howl one more time, my hand might slip and cut your mom in half. Believe it or not. Black Zetsu shut up immediately. At the same time, in the ninja world, everyone on the entire planet saw the moon explode. Not literally explode, but the moon's surface suddenly erupted with endless golden light. That golden light stabbed out from inside the moon like a sword piercing through the lunar surface, the blade extending all the way into deep space. In that instant, the night turned as bright as day. Countless people woke from their dreams and looked up at the sky. What is that? A pillar of light came out of the moon. How is that possible? Could it be an Otsutsuki invasion? Hurry and get Lord Hyuga Kei, Kanahagakure. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, also jolted awake from his sleep. Not even caring that he had stepped into his shoes wrong, he rushed to the window and looked up at the night sky. That full moon was glowing. Not reflecting the sun's light. It was glowing on its own. Golden light burst out from countless cracks across the moon's surface, turning the entire moon into a golden eye hanging in the night sky. It looked strikingly similar to Hyuga Kei's golden Tenseigan. Enemy attack? No. This doesn't look like an enemy attack. It looks more like something is breaking out from inside. Could it be that Otsutsuki Tonari? Kumogakure, the fourth Reikage, stood barefoot in the road, staring up at the glowing moon, his face full of shock. It's Hyuga Kei again, isn't it? It has to be that brat. Who else could make this kind of mess on the moon? Iwagakure. Anoki floated in midair, while his granddaughter Kuratsuchi stood behind him, her mouth hanging open. Grandpa, is the moon about to fall down? Anoki had no idea how to answer that question either. Next time this kid goes to space, can he at least give us a notice in advance? Land of Grass, Hyuga Tenka's residence. Hinata and Uchiha Hikari stood side by side in the courtyard, looking up at the moon that was crazily radiating light and heat. Other people didn't know who was on the moon, but they did. Hinata's hand unconsciously tightened around the corner of her clothes. Keikuin is up there. He'll be okay, right? Hikari's small hands also clenched into fists, and her lips pressed into a straight line. She didn't say anything, but she was cursing in her heart. You said you'd be back before breakfast tomorrow. If you dare be late, then next time there's a chance, I'll make you wear women's clothes. The golden pillar of light began to descend. That giant sword slowly came down from deep space, its tip aimed directly at the core of the seal. For every inch the tip descended, the rock on the moon's surface shattered another inch. Then, the tip touched the artificial sun in the outer layer. In the next moment, all the energy of that artificial sun on the surface dispersed completely, annihilated beneath the attack. That also exposed the 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei seal inside, that massive stone sphere the size of an asteroid. The sword tip pierced into the stone sphere, and the 1,000-year-old seal began letting out a shrill wail. Cracks spread out in every direction from the point of impact. Golden light surged out from those cracks, and the healing speed was already completely unable to keep up with the tearing speed. The golden pillar of light kept sinking lower, peeling away the stone sphere layer by layer like peeling an onion. The outer shell shattered, revealing the flowing sealing formulas underneath. Those formulas twisted and warped in the golden light, severed one line after another. That was the final lock of the seal, but it too split apart in the golden light. Then, a white figure slipped out from the opening. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Her white hair flowed like a waterfall. Her robe was as white as snow, and the Rinna Sharingan on her forehead was still closed. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she were trapped in a very long dream. Hyuga Kei lowered his hand. The golden pillar of light dissipated into deep space, and the 9 truth-seeking balls formed a ring behind him once more. He descended and landed steadily in front of Kagaya. She slowly opened her eyes. Those Byakugan eyes were pure white like snow. She looked at the white-haired boy in front of her, and her lips moved slightly. You, forget that. Hyuga Kei raised a hand and cut her off. Stand steady first. Kagaya lowered her head and discovered that she was half kneeling in front of him in an extremely miserable posture. She instinctively tried to stand up, but after being curled up in the seal for 1,000 years, her body simply wouldn't obey her. Her knees gave way, and her whole body pitched forward. Hyuga Kei reacted fast and caught her at once. Kagaya's whole body hung against his shoulder. Her white hair spilled down to the ground, and her face was buried in the crook of his neck, like a white snake that had just awakened from hibernation and still hadn't recovered its body temperature. Done taking advantage of me? You just woke up and you're already trying to cop a feel? Kagaya stiffened for a moment, then slowly straightened her body. Those white eyes stared at him from close range. Her white hair slid down from her shoulders, revealing that pale face. Those pure white eyes stared at Hyuga Kei from up close. Hyuga Kei looked back at her, still wearing that lazy smile from before. Then Kagaya staggered back a step. Not because she couldn't stand. She was retreating. Her foot slipped on the broken stones, and her whole body tilted backward. Her white hair drew an arc in the air. She steadied herself, and both hands rose unconsciously, crossing in front of her in a defensive posture. Hyuga Kei raised a brow. What, after sleeping for 1,000 years? You can't even stand properly anymore? Kagaya didn't answer. Her Byakugan was fixed tightly on the 9 slowly rotating truth-seeking balls behind Hyuga Kei, fixed on those golden Tenseigan eyes. Her pupils were shrinking. That was fear. Tenseigan. Golden. You were sent by the Otsutsuki main family. Hyuga Kei's smile froze on his face. What? Kagaya's body began to tremble. Please tell the main family. Kagaya's voice carried fear. I didn't betray them. It was only an accident. I failed to bring back the chakra fruit. Hyuga Kei was filled with question marks and quickly held her up. You've got it wrong. I wasn't sent by the main family. Kagaya was supported by him and couldn't kneel down, but her body was still trembling. She lifted her head. Her eyes were already filled with tears, full of fear. This was the pressure the Otsutsuki main family had on a branch family member. If her betrayal were discovered, what she would face would be far more than simple death. Your golden Tenseigan. Isn't that something only a legendary Otsutsuki with incomparably pure bloodline could possibly possess? Hyuga Kei suddenly understood. Before Otsutsuki Kagaya had been sent to this planet to plant the god tree, this was the posture she had in front of the main family. Not a goddess, just a servant. Not the progenitor of chakra. A sacrifice that could be offered up at any time. What she feared wasn't Hyuga Kei. It was those Otsutsuki main family members standing at the peak of the universe, feeding on stars and using branch family members as sacrifices. Damn. Hyuga Kei rarely cursed. What was the point of rescuing someone like this? If she saw an Otsutsuki, wasn't she guaranteed to go right back on the rails? Back then, how had she even managed to backstab Otsutsuki Ishiki? But this time Hyuga Kei had wronged Kagaya. Back then, she had ambushed Ishiki, and even that had involved enormous risk. Afterward, even she herself had felt like it was all a dream. Listen carefully. My name is Hyuga Kei, not Otsutsuki Kei. Hyuga Kei. I'm a descendant of Hamura left behind in the ninja world. I'm distantly related to that branch family bunch on the moon, and distantly related to you too. I earned these eyes myself. They don't have a damn thing to do with the main family. Kagaya blinked, and tears rolled down from her eyelashes. But no buts. Hyuga Kei raised his hand and cut her off. If those main family people dare come, I'll beat them up too. Why do you think I let you out in the first place? Black Zetsu, hurry up and explain to your mother. Kagaya's eyes slowly turned toward Black Zetsu at her side. Black Zetsu's voice was trembling. Mother, it's me, Black Zetsu. I spent a full 1,000 years to finally bring you out of that place. 1,000 years? Kagaya actually had plenty of questions too. All these years, she had been in a state of chaos and had no idea what had happened. Then Black Zetsu began giving Kagaya a long crash course on everything that had happened in the ninja world. Of course, that also included the recent appearance of the heavenly screen, the changes in the structure of the ninja world, and finally the deal between the two of them. At the end, he also brought up Ishiki Otsutsuki, and that Ishiki Otsutsuki you ambushed back then. Didn't he die? After your sneak attack, he used karma to save his life, and then continued planting the god tree. Black Zetsu's yellow eyes turned toward Hyuga Kei, and then he came. Hyuga Kei crossed his arms and leaned against the rock wall, then lifted his chin at Kagaya. I killed Ishiki, but I know the main family will come sooner or later. When that time comes, I need someone who understands them. You have information. I have strength. Cooperation benefits both sides. Black Zetsu nodded wildly at the side like a black woodpecker. Mother, even if he talks badly, his strength is real. That strike just now even split open the 6 paths. Chibaku Tensei Seal Hagoromo left behind. At this moment, the two of them stared at each other from dozens of steps apart. Kagaya, however, had already put that goddess posture back on. Hyuga Kei was a little speechless. So when it comes to the main family, you're a servant, but when it comes to ordinary people, you're a goddess. What a double standard. Still, I liked how you were just now a lot more, as expected of an Otsutsuki. But it didn't matter. He had plenty of time to discipline her. Kagaya asked, You were the one who let me out? Hyuga Kei tilted his head and looked her over, not sure where this contrast of hers was even coming from. Who else? Who did you think it was? Your 2 unfilial sons suddenly deciding to come open the door for you? Hamura's phantom stood in the distance, his figure already so faint it was nearly transparent. Perhaps Mother really does need someone stronger than us to take care of her. I'm sorry, Mother. His phantom finally completely dispersed, turning into the last trace of chakra and merging into the void. Kagaya stood there a little disordered. What exactly had happened outside? Her white hair drifted gently in the breeze. She looked at Hyuga Kei, then looked at Black Zetsu at the side, nodding like a pounding garlic pestle. So, Hagoromo and Hamura are both dead? They've been dead for over 1,000 years. Hyuga Kei counted on his fingers. After you were sealed, Hagoromo had 2 sons, Indra and Azura. Those 2 fought for hundreds of years and reincarnated countless times. Your eldest grandson Hamura went to the moon and started a branch family. Then the branch family fought internally and wiped themselves out. Only that salted fish hanging around out there is left. Kagaya was silent for a long time. Then she asked a question that almost made Hyuga Kei choke. Then what can I still do? Hyuga Kei opened his mouth, only to realize that this really was not an easy question to answer. Kagaya had been sealed for 1,000 years. After waking up, She found out her sons were dead, and her descendants had already gone through several rounds of reincarnation battles. All her enemies were gone. Everything she had wanted to do, plant the god tree, create white Zetsu, oppose the main family, was already outdated. For now, just come back to the ninja world with me, learn about the new era, and then help me deal with the main family. You do want to stay alive, right? Hyuga Kei patted the dust off his hands. I'll give you time to think. First eat a good meal, take a hot bath, and get some sleep. After being locked up for 1,000 years. No matter what, you need time to recover first. If you have any questions, ask Black Zetsu. Kagaya looked at him and blinked her Byakugan. A hot bath? It means soaking in hot water. The kind that feels really good. Your Black Zetsu can explain it to you later. A few minutes later, Hyuga Kei, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu, and Otsutsuki Tonari, 3 people and 1 Zetsu, stood in outer space. Hyuga Kei took out the golden Tenseigan he had just gotten, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. Light from the golden Tenseigan shone from his hand, and the land on the moon's surface that he had split apart began to tremble. At the side, Tonari watched in horror as those shattered rocks were being lifted by an invisible force. The cracks were closing, and the craters were restoring themselves. Farther away, fragments of meteorites floating in deep space were caught by the Tenseigan's gravitational field and flew back one by one, fitting perfectly into the gaps. You're repairing the moon? Obviously. Hyuga Kei spoke while controlling the Tenseigan. Even if the prisoner in this prison has already been released, this place still counts as a memorial of some kind. Besides, if the moon breaks, all the tides in the ninja world will be thrown into chaos. The fishermen would curse me to death. A short while later, the moon's surface was restored to how it had been before. The artificial sun lit up again, casting soft light over the white stone pillars of the palace. Hyuga Kei clapped his hands and turned to look at Tonari. You can keep staying here. The moon needs someone to watch over it, and you also need a place to reflect on your great plan to destroy the ninja world. Tonari widened his eyes and argued, I don't need to reflect. Everyone with a tough mouth says that. Hyuga Kei waved his hand and rose into the air. Behind him, Kagaya floated in the sky, her white hair cascading like a waterfall, her robes fluttering loudly. Black Zetsu turned into a streak of black shadow and slipped into Kagaya's sleeve. The 2 figures flew toward that blue planet, leaving only Otsutsuki Tonari behind. Land of Grass, 2 in the morning. Hinata and Uchiha Hikaru sat side by side under the corridor. Neither of them was asleep. The golden light on the moon had already faded, and the sky had returned to normal, but Hyuga Kei still had not come back. He said he'd be back before breakfast. Hikaru stared at the courtyard gate and spoke in a faint voice. Hinata hugged her knees, her voice muffled. Chikuin always keeps his word. The moment she finished speaking, a streak of golden light descended from the sky and landed steadily in the middle of the courtyard. Hyuga Kei stood within the golden light, white hair still carrying moon dust, and behind him followed a woman in white half a head taller than him. Hikaru was the first to react, but she did not recognize who it was. She sprang up from under the corridor, pointed at Kagaya, and asked with hostility, Who is this? Why did you even bring back another woman? Hyuga Kei raised both hands in surrender. Don't misunderstand. You've seen her on the heavenly screen. Otsutsuki Kagaya, my ancestor. By seniority, she is like my great-great-great-great-grandmother. Kagaya expressionlessly looked at the 2 girls in front of her, then slowly spoke. Your mates? Hinata's face instantly turned red all the way through, and a wisp of steam practically rose from the top of her head. He hasn't married yet. But he is already one of ours, Hikaru added. Kagaya nodded. Her expression remained indifferent. She turned to Hyuga Kei and said in that calm, almost cold tone, Your mates have a strong presence. Thanks, but please change the subject. Hyuga Kei rubbed his brow. Kagaya will stay here for now. Tomorrow I'll have someone arrange a separate courtyard for her. Tonight. He looked at the sky, then at Kagaya. Let Black Zetsu stay with you in the guest room for one night first. Black Zetsu poked half his head out from Kagaya's sleeve. As long as the guest room has a floor, I'm not picky. Hyuga Kei pointed toward the east wing. There's an empty room over there. Stay there for now. The bedding is in the cabinet, the hot water is in the kitchen. And if there's anything you don't understand, ask Black Zetsu. Go on, go on. Tomorrow I still need to introduce you to the basic situation of the Ninja World Federation. You can forget about that infinite Tsukuyumi plan of yours. It's long outdated. What's popular in the ninja world now is the council system, civilian use ninjutsu, and the chakra power grid. Kagaya nodded. Even though she did not understand some of it, she still followed Black Zetsu as they drifted toward the guest room. The courtyard quieted down. Hinata and Hikaru both turned to look at Hyuga Kei. Hinata felt his scalp go numb from being stared at by 2 pairs of eyes. What is it? Breakfast. Hikari said flatly. You said you'd be back before breakfast. It's only 4 in the morning. There are still 3 hours left before breakfast. And you said there was no danger. But we both saw it. Hinata rarely chimed in to back someone up. Hinata looked at Hinata on his left, then at Hikari on his right and let out a sigh. Alright, you're right. My fault. Can you let me go take a bath now? I'm covered in moon dust. We'll bathe together, Hikari said expressionlessly. Hinata's face turned red again, but she didn't object. Meanwhile, Kaguya had entered the guest room and was staring at the electric light. That light bulb had only been installed last month by the Land of Grass Research Institute. It used a lightning release energy storage device improved by Orochimaru. What is that? Black Zetsu explained. An electric light. Kaguya fell silent for a moment, then gave a slight nod. After that, the light in the room was turned on, then off, then on again. As an old monster who had been sealed away for thousands of years, she showed an intense curiosity. Mother, this is called a switch. Press it once and it lights up. Press it again and it turns off. On, off. Yes, exactly like that. Mother, you're so smart. In the distance, Hinata turned around expressionlessly. He decided he would worry about Kaguya's social rehabilitation tomorrow. Right now, all he wanted was to bathe and sleep. Hinata and Hikari exchanged a glance. Hikari curled her lip. That Kaguya. The way she looks at Chi feels off. Hinata tilted her head. Really? I think she's just curious. Curious about what? Curious what her great-great-great-great-grandson looks like? Or whether he'd taste good. That definitely won't do. Hinata gently tugged at her sleeve. Hikari, Kaguya just woke up. She's curious about everything. And she's our ancient ancestor, so she probably wouldn't. Hikari humphed and said nothing more, but her eyes were still fixed on the direction of the east wing. The next day, when Sasuke pushed open the courtyard gate, he saw Hinata sitting under the corridor with a bowl of porridge in his hands. His expression blank. Didn't sleep well? That light switch made noise all night. All night. On, off, on, off. Someone was having way too much fun with it. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly returned to his usual stoic face. He stood in the courtyard without sitting down. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke. I'm going to the land of rain. Hinata set down his bowl. To see Itachi? Yeah. Sasuke said. He said in his letter that he's in the land of rain, helping Nagato deal with the post-war reconstruction. I want to see him and make some things clear. Need me to come with you? Sasuke's lips moved slightly, but in the end he only forced out 2 words. No need. Hinata stared at him for a moment. Alright, if anything happens, send me a message. Sasuke nodded and turned to leave. He had only taken 2 steps before stopping again. With his back still facing Hinata, he said, back in the Pure Land, I spoke harshly to him. I said I wouldn't forgive what he'd done. I said he had to atone for the dead. I don't plan to take those words back. But I also don't want him to think that his only little brother just wants him dead. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Hinata lifted his bowl and took a sip of porridge. The feelings between those 2 brothers were way too complicated. He didn't understand them. Go on. Leave early, come back early. Not long after Sasuke left, the courtyard gate was knocked on again. This time it was Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza was still wearing that dark yukata, with the executioner's blade slung diagonally across his back. Haku stood half a step behind him. Today, he was wearing a light cherry-pink kimono. His long hair was tied up with a single hairpin, and he was carrying a box of sweets in his hand. Hinata looked Zabuza up and down and felt that the scene was strangely surreal. The 2 of them looked like a couple, just like neighbors who had recently moved in coming over to visit him. Mr. Zabuza, Haku, please sit. Hinata gestured toward the corridor. Zabuza sat down under the corridor, but Haku remained standing behind him, his gaze resting on the back of Zabuza's head with a gentle smile on his lips. We want to join the Federation. Zabuza got straight to the point. I don't want my people to keep living as wandering ninja. The Heavenly Curtain said the Otsutsuki will invade in the future. We need a place where we can truly put down roots. With your abilities, any ninja village would be eager to take you in, wouldn't they? We're not going to a ninja village. Zabuza said in a deep voice, I've had enough of the 5 great nations' way of doing things. I swore I'd never serve any daimyo again. Hinata set down his porridge bowl. The Federation isn't a ninja village. We don't rank people by background here, and we don't decide treatment based on Kekkei Genkai. But in return, the work will be heavier, and no one above you will carry your responsibilities for you. Isn't that even better? Hinata looked into Zabuza's fierce eyes and smiled. As it happens, there are 2 positions that suit you perfectly. One is the Federation's directly subordinate Special Operations Squad. It handles high-risk missions, so we need people who can fight. Zabuza didn't hesitate. What about the other one? Hinata's gaze went past Zabuza and landed on Haku. Haku, you've studied medical ninjutsu, right? Haku's eyes widened slightly. He hadn't expected Hinata to suddenly bring him up. Yes. I have the ice release Kekkei Genkai so I can use it for emergency treatment. I've also studied medical ninjutsu. Hinata said. The Federation Administrative Center is missing a captain for the medical department. Not the kind that goes to the front lines. You'd just be responsible for treating the wounded every day, managing the medical institutions, and training newcomers. This isn't an easy job, but it suits you well. Haku opened his mouth. The expression on his face shifted from surprise to confusion, then from confusion to helplessness. But I'm only Zabuza-sama's tool. I've never managed anything. You're not a tool. Zabuza suddenly spoke, his voice low. You never were. But Zabuza didn't look at him. Only the tips of his ears had turned slightly red. Seeing the two of them flirting right in front of him, Hinata could only widen his eyes and clear his throat. So what do you two say? Zabuza stood up. I'll join the Special Operations Squad. Haku will go to the medical department.
Zabuza-sama.
Haku's voice trembled. We'll still be in the same city anyway. We can still come back for dinner at night.
Haku nodded happily.
Hinata really couldn't bear to watch any longer, so he said through gritted teeth, since you've agreed, go report to Orochimaru. He'll handle your onboarding. Hinata and Zabuza shook hands. And welcome to the Federation family. Leaning against the corridor pillar, Hinata watched the two of them leave side by side. He suddenly felt that the ninja world was truly a strange place. A demon of the hidden mist who had slaughtered his way out of the bloody mist now wore a yukata in the land of grass, getting forced by his own tool to eat red bean rice and visit summer festivals every day. These people's fates were never supposed to turn out like this. On the original path, Zabuza would have died on the bridge in the land of waves, and Haku would have died by his side. But now, they could drink tea in a small courtyard in the land of grass and discuss what to eat for dinner. Maybe the future of the ninja world didn't need a savior. Maybe it just needed a place where everyone could start over. Just as he was thinking that, a commotion kept rising from outside the gate, and it was getting closer and closer. It wasn't the kind of noise made by one or two people passing by. The entire street was in an uproar. Someone was shouting, "What is that thing?" Someone was screaming. Children were crying in the chaos. Hinata set down his bowl and stood up. His Tenseigan vision pierced through the courtyard walls and swept outside. Then he saw that on the main road outside the front gate of the Hyuga clan grounds, 3 enormous figures were slowly moving this way. On the far left was an old toad the size of a 2-story building. Its dark brown skin was covered in bumps, and a string of massive prayer beads hung around its neck. It was none other than Gamamaru, the toad sage of Mount Mayaboku. On the far right was a giant pure white snake. Its scales shimmered with a pearly glow under the sunlight, and from time to time, it flicked out its tongue. It was the white snake sage of Ryuchi Cave. In the middle was a slug as large as a small mountain. It was the slug sage of Shikatsu Forest. The masters of the 3 great sage regions, the 3 most ancient beings in the ninja world, were currently standing side by side, blocking the entrance to the Hyuga clan compound. The street was packed with spectators on both sides. Some were taking pictures with chakra cameras that had just been developed by the Land of Grass Research Institute. People were pointing and whispering, and a few bold children even tried to touch Gamamaru's toes. Gamamaru was the first to speak. His voice rang out like a giant bell, making the windows along both sides of the street buzz and tremble. Gamamaru of Mount Mayaboku requests an audience with the true immortal in this world, Lord Hyuga Kei. The slug sage's voice was much gentler, but it still echoed across half the street. Slug of Shikatsu Forest requests an audience with the immortal emperor, my lord. The white snake sage lowered its head and raised the front half of its body respectfully. White snake of Ryuchi Cave requests an audience with the lord of the immortal land. Hyuga Kei stood at the courtyard gate, still holding half a bowl of porridge. His white hair was slightly messy from the morning breeze. He looked at the 3 of them, then lowered his head and looked at the porridge in his hand. Expressionless, he took another sip. You 3 planned this together? The 3 sages glanced at each other, then all looked away at the same time. The onlookers nearby had already started maintaining order on their own. Several Chunin in Federation uniforms pulled up a cordon and pushed back the crowd that was pressing closer and closer. Hyuga Kei let out a sigh and stepped aside from the doorway. Come in. Don't block the street. Gamamaru took the lead and stepped forward, but after just 2 steps he got stuck in the doorframe. He fell into an awkward silence for a moment. Then, with a bang, transformed into a mini-toad only about the size of an ordinary Shiba Inu, and only then managed to get through smoothly. The white snake sage turned into a tiny white snake as thin as a chopstick and slid straight in through the crack in the door. As for the slug sage, it directly split off a palm-sized little slug, leaving its main body outside. The 3 mini-sage beasts sat in a row in the courtyard. The scene was hard to say whether it looked solemn or ridiculous. Hinata brought over a tea tray and placed a cup of hot tea in front of each sage. The slug sage lowered its head and gently touched the teacup with its mouth, letting out a satisfied little sigh. Gamamaru sat upright on a cushion with his legs crossed, while the white snake sage coiled on top of its cushion, its vertical pupils fixed on Hyuga Kei without blinking. With all 3 of you here in person, what is it you want? The 3 sages exchanged looks. Gamamaru spoke first. Lord Immortal Emperor, no, in this world, I should call you Lord Hyuga Kei. Mount Myaboku has been passed down for 1,000 years and has always regarded itself as the orthodox path of sage arts. Yet, above the heavenly screen, Lord Immortal Emperor Kei raised his hand and made the sun and moon shine together, stomped his foot and made the dragon veins cry out in unison, and even refined the entire planet to open spirit roots for all living beings. Gamamaru took a deep breath and lowered his head. I, Gamamaru, humbly beg my lord to bestow upon us the true and orthodox method of immortal cultivation. We are willing to follow your lead for all eternity. The slug sage spoke next. Shikatsu Forest feels the same. Though we call ourselves sages, in truth we merely borrow natural energy. Compared to the Tao of Lord Immortal Emperor Kei, we are no more than fireflies before the bright moon. We beg my lord to teach us without reservation. After the two sage beasts finished speaking, the white snake sage also raised the front half of its body from the cushion. Ryuchi Cave White Snake is willing to be my lord's servant for all eternity, just for a chance to glimpse the great Tao. Hyuga Kei fell silent for a moment. To be honest, he was a little stunned. He knew Immortal Emperor Kei's performance on the heavenly screen had caused a massive shock throughout the ninja world, but he had not expected it to be this extreme. The masters of the three great sage regions had personally come to seek the Tao and were even willing to become servants. In the original story, not even the Sage of Six Paths had ever received this kind of treatment. But after thinking about it, it was normal. The three great sage regions had always considered themselves the orthodox path of sage cultivation, monopolizing the methods for cultivating natural energy for over 1,000 years. Then Immortal Emperor Kei appeared on the heavenly screen and directly told them, everything you've been practicing is wrong. True immortal cultivation means refining a planet, redefining the 5 elements and opening spirit roots for all humanity. If they didn't come, that would be abnormal. What Immortal Emperor Kei had created was a heaven-reaching great Tao. These beings had spent their entire lives cultivating natural energy. How could they not be tempted when they suddenly saw a path like this? Holding his porridge bowl, Hyuga Kei pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at Gamamaru. How did you get here so fast? It's only been 1 day since the heavenly screen ended. Gamamaru gave a dry cough and scratched his belly with a little paw. Actually, ever since the last ranking about Federation Kei, I had already started preparing to set out. I just overslept afterward. The white snake sage shot Gamamaru a cold glare. Pretending not to notice, Gamamaru continued. Then when Immortal Emperor Kei's segment came out, we traveled through the night. We had someone use the summoning jutsu, and that's how we made it here. The corner of Hyuga Kei's mouth twitched. These old guys really moved fast. I can give you the cultivation method. The moment they heard those words, the 3 beasts had not even had time to be happy before Hyuga Kei's turn came. But if Hyuga Kei was giving it away this easily, how could there be no conditions? I want all the records and information from the 3 great sage regions. I'm not taking them for free. I'll trade Immortal Emperor Kei's human immortal Tao cultivation method for the sage art inheritances your 3 lands have accumulated over 1,000 years. The 3 sages all fell silent. To be honest, with Hyuga Kei's current strength, even if he just took everything by force, they could do nothing about it. They would still have to smile while he did it. For him to make this kind of trade was already giving the 3 great sage regions a lot of face. And that was indeed true. If the 3 great sage regions had done any evil, Hyuga Kei would have already taken action and robbed them outright, letting them know what it meant to be a man of absolute freedom. But this meant digging into their family foundations. Each of the 3 great sage regions had inherited its legacy for over 1,000 years, and each one's sage art system was a secret never passed outside. These old creatures naturally felt the pain. What I'm giving you is worth more than all your 1,000-year inheritances put together. Hyuga Kei's tone was calm. The human immortal Tao is not an upgraded sage mode. It is a complete cultivation system. Chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, deity transformation, fusion, tribulation crossing. Mahayana, every realm has its corresponding cultivation method and breakthrough path. The sage arts your 3 families currently have would, at best, only count as minor techniques of the chi refining stage within this system. You need to understand this. Even if what I currently hold is only the beginning I've comprehended, it's enough for you to benefit endlessly. The premise is that if you agree now, you can still preserve your advantage as sage lands in the changes to come. Right now, I need your records to perfect the cultivation method. But if you wait until I officially release it, things won't be like this anymore. The white snake sage suddenly raised the upper half of its body, its vertical pupils blazing like fire. My Ryuchi Cave is willing to offer up all of its sage arts. Then, acting extremely sycophantic, the white snake sage turned around and urged Gamamaru and the slug sage beside it. After seeing the heavenly screen, do you still think it's not enough? Immortal Emperor Kei refined the entire planet. What sage art do you have that can do that? Gamamaru choked for a second, then hurriedly said, Mount Myaboku will give you everything too. Finally, the slug sage's gentle voice sounded. Shikatsu Forest has no objections. Hyuga Kei nodded and lightly tapped the tabletop with a fingertip. At Hyuga Kei's fingertip, 3 golden rays as thin as hairs condensed and flew toward the 3 sages, sinking into the center of their brows. He directly imprinted the cultivation method into their spiritual seas. The 3 sages all closed their eyes at the same time, their bodies trembling slightly. A moment later, Gamamaru suddenly opened his eyes wide, tears already welling up inside them. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. This old one has lived for hundreds of years, always thinking sage mode was the end. So above the path of immortality, there are actually such realms. The white snake sage also awoke from its trance, and unending ecstasy filled its vertical pupils. Her body began to glow faintly. Pale golden patterns appeared across her scales, the sign of foundation establishment. The natural energy she had accumulated over 1,000 years began transforming on its own the moment it came into contact with the correct cultivation method, metamorphosing into spiritual power. Katsuyu Sage was the calmest. She only bowed her head deeply and gently touched the ground. Thank you, my lord. Shikatsu Forest will never forget this kindness. Gamamaru wiped away his tears, then pulled out 3 scrolls from his mouth, each one twice the size of his current body, and slammed them onto the table with a bang. The white snake sage also opened her mouth and spat out a scroll, while Katsuyu Sage squeezed one out from within her body. All the secret arts of the 3 great sage regions are here. Hinata Kei did not reach out to take the 3 scrolls. They were either covered in slime or saliva, and he was deeply disgusted. He swept his Tenseigan over them, confirmed there was no problem, then nodded, acknowledging the deal. The white snake sage suddenly spoke. My lord, Ryuchi Cave has one more presumptuous request. Speak. Ryuchi Cave is willing to guard your gates and become a guardian beast under your command. Gamamaru and Katsuyu could hardly believe it. The white snake had actually said something this shamelessly flattering. Gamamaru hurriedly whipped his head around, afraid that if he was even a moment slower, he would miss the chance. My lord, Mount Mayaboku is willing as well, Katsuyu Sage added gently. Shikatsu Forest was never a combat-type sage region to begin with. But if my lord requires medical support and logistics, Shikatsu Forest will be on standby at any time. The gazes of the 3 sages landed on him all at once. The devotion and fanaticism in their eyes made his back turn cold. This was basically full-on bootlicking. No, not bootlicking. Snake-legging, frog-legging, and slug-legging. They were rushing to become Hinata Kei's pet beasts. He had a feeling that if he refused, these 3 old things would just move into his courtyard and stay there. There's no need for guardian sage beasts. Nagato is stationed at the Federation's administrative center. Security doesn't require your concern. The light in the 3 sages' eyes dimmed for a moment. Hinata Kei changed the subject. However, the 3 great sage regions can set up liaison offices in the Federation. Mount Mayaboku will handle intelligence and long-distance communication. Gamamaru, your reverse summoning network covers the entire ninja world. It's more useful than any transmission ninjutsu. Shikatsu Forest will handle medical support. Katsuyu Sage's clones can assist multiple battlefields at the same time. White Snake Sage, you can decide for yourself. Your sage art system is the most diverse, so do whatever suits it best. Gamamaru, White Snake Sage, and Katsuyu Sage all lowered their heads at the same time and responded. Understood. The 3 sages stood up and bowed deeply to Hinata Kei once again. After watching the 3 sages leave, Hinata Kei ran straight into Orochimaru, who was hurrying over. Today, Orochimaru was wearing a white lab coat, with a steel pen clipped to his collar and a stack of blueprints in his arms. His image was drifting farther and farther away from that of a ninja. Compared to whether he looked like a ninja or not, Hinata Kei was far more familiar with that look in his eyes. Every time Orochimaru had a new discovery, he wore that exact expression. Kekuin. Orochimaru rushed over in 3 quick strides. The more I think about those mech parameters you mentioned on the sky screen, the more feasible they seem. All of this is theoretically possible. The only problems are materials and technology. We need an alloy that can withstand tailed beast chakra. And also the manufacturing process. Hinata Kei raised a hand and interrupted him. Stop. But, Kekuin, I know you're excited. So am I. But climbing the tech tree is a process. Hinata Kei patted him on the shoulder. Get the chakra power grid done first. Without electricity, forget mechs, we can't even make a rice cooker. Hinata Kei then gave Orochimaru another long lecture, explaining that they had to start from the most basic civilian infrastructure first. Orochimaru rolled up the blueprints and strode off toward the research institute, full of drive. After sending off all the guests, Hinata Kei also felt that he had been a little too slack lately. After killing Ishiki, although he kept saying he needed to cultivate and get stronger, in reality, every day he was either handling Federation affairs or sitting in the courtyard being fed fruit by Hinata and Hikari. This time, he had obtained a lot of materials. It was the perfect chance to focus on cultivation for a while. Rare peace and quiet. Kagaya had been led off by Black Zetsu to familiarize herself with the new world. In truth, Black Zetsu was afraid his mother might come up with some world-ending idea again, so he stayed by her side 24 hours a day. He was afraid she might do something and get directly cleaned up by Hinata Kei. Tonari had been left on the moon to reflect on life. The matter of the 3 great sage regions had also come to a temporary end. Leaning against a corridor pillar, he closed his eyes. In his mind, the system interface automatically popped up. He had stockpiled too much over this period and never had time to sort through it properly. Now that he finally had some free time, it was time to review everything. First was the Tenseigan awakening progress brought by the human immortal path. It had already stabilized at 89. Next was the spirit root cultivation method he had comprehended on his own while Immortal Emperor Kei was lecturing on the Tao. His current realm was roughly equivalent to the middle stage of foundation establishment on the human immortal path. Although this world had not undergone the 5-element restructuring of Immortal Emperor Kei's system, and natural energy here was pitifully thin, with a spirit root, the efficiency of absorbing and converting spiritual energy far surpassed the traditional chakra extraction method. Then there were the 3 scrolls he had just acquired: Mount Mayaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest, the 1,000-year accumulation of sage arts from the 3 great sage regions, and the secret arts of Kagaya that Black Zetsu had offered up, among which the most heavyweight one was 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, Kagaya's ultimate taijutsu, using overwhelming chakra to form countless enormous fists, each strike containing enough force to shatter mountain ranges. In the original work, this was the strongest taijutsu aside from the 8 gates. He recalled that scene in the exam arena. Heiate Gecko's blade had been locked in place by the Tensei Taiji's attraction and repulsion, then sent flying by a single crushing palm strike. That had been the first time he fused attraction and repulsion into gentle fist, creating the prototype of Tensei Taiji. But Tensei Taiji had one natural weakness: it was close-range taijutsu. The effective range of attraction and repulsion was only a few meters around his body. Beyond that distance, he could only make up for it with chakra beams and truth-seeking balls. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack was the exact opposite. It was a medium to long-range saturation attack. The fists could cover the entire battlefield. What if the two were fused together? Hinata Kei set down his teacup, stood up, and walked to the center of the courtyard. Hinata was just coming out of the house, holding a plate of washed fruit. When she saw him standing there in the courtyard with his eyes closed in concentration, she quietly stepped back under the corridor and made no sound to disturb him. Hinata Kei took a deep breath. Then he moved. Not the opening stance of Tensei Taiji, but the guidance technique of the human immortal path cultivation method. The newly formed spirit root inside his body began to turn slowly. Thin natural energy gathered from all directions, flowed through the spirit root meridians into his dantian, and was then converted into pure spiritual power. The spiritual power in his dantian resonated with the chakra of the Tenseigan. The feeling was very strange, like running 2 completely different power systems at the same time. But if Immortal Emperor Kei could do it, then so could he. Hinata Kei opened his eyes. The light of the Tenseigan and the pale golden spiritual power intertwined together, forming a ring of vortex-like radiance within his pupils. He raised his right hand and spread his fingers. No hand seals. Kagaya's 80 Gods Vacuum Attack required tremendous chakra to support it, but Hinata Kei had the Tenseigan, a spirit root and the enhancement of natural energy. Chakra and spiritual power met in his palm, condensing into a sphere of light the size of a fist. Then the sphere exploded, transforming into a giant chakra fist. This fist was no longer Kagaya's pure white form, but flowed with golden radiance instead. Across the surface of the fist, fine patterns flickered in and out of view. Those were the array markings from Immortal Emperor Kei's cultivation method. He clenched his fist. The giant fist clenched with it. Boom! Just by clenching his fist, he sent a visible ring of ripples through the air in the courtyard. The bamboo blinds under the corridor rattled loudly in unison, and the fruit platter in Hinata's hands nearly slipped out. Hinata Kei did not stop. He stepped forward and began the opening stance of Reincarnation Taiji. That giant chakra fist moved in sync with his motions, floating in midair as it slowly traced an arc. His left hand controlled attraction. His right hand controlled repulsion. Yin and yang became one. Attraction and repulsion intertwined across the surface of the fist, forming a miniature Taiji diagram. Then he threw the punch. Not at anything in the courtyard, but at the sky. The massive chakra fist shot upward, dragging a blue-gold tail behind it like a meteor flying in reverse. Where the fist passed, the air compressed into white shockwaves, setting off a series of sonic booms. Boom! The fist exploded high in the sky, turning into a rain of blue-gold light that scattered above the Federation. Countless people looked up at that shower of light, thinking the heavens had opened again. Hinata Kei withdrew his fist and lowered his head to look at his own palm. It worked. It was neither 80 Gods Vacuum Attack nor Reincarnation Taiji. It was a fusion of the two, something that belonged to him alone. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack provided the framework for long-range strikes. Reincarnation Taiji provided the core mechanism of attraction and repulsion. The cultivation method left behind by immortal Emperor Kei provided the way spiritual energy circulated. With all three fused into one, its power far surpassed using any one of those techniques by itself. And he could also attach it directly to his fist, which meant every single attack would become his strongest strike, while also avoiding the massive consumption of 80 God's vacuum attack. I should give it a new name. Hinata Kei muttered to himself. He thought for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. Then I'll just stick to my usual naming style. Yin-yang vacuum attack. Under the corridor, Hinata finally could not hold back anymore and asked softly, Keikuin, was that a new technique just now? Hinata Kei turned around. A few strands of his white hair were lifted by the wind, and a lazy smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, just figured it out. What do you think it should be called? Hinata lowered her head, her cheeks slightly red. She thought for a long while before softly saying, Yin-yang vacuum attack? Hinata Kei froze for a moment. How did you guess that? Because Keikuin is always very lazy when naming things. Reincarnation Taiji, Yin-yang vacuum attack. You always just stick two things together. Hinata Kei opened his mouth, only to find himself unable to argue. This girl usually seemed so soft and gentle, so how was she this sharp at times like this? He decided to change the subject. Where's Hikari? She is still inside reading. Hinata Kei walked toward the bedroom and pushed the door open. He saw Hikari sitting cross-legged on the bed. An Ika paradise was spread open in front of her, with several scrolls placed beside it. At some point, her Sharingan had activated. The three tomo turned slowly, and her face was filled with the serious expression of someone doing research. You're still studying that? Hikari looked up at him with a blank expression. I'm learning. Learning what? How to have a daughter with you. Hikari closed the book, her tone serious as if she were discussing battle tactics. There's a lot written in Jiraiya's book. Most of it is boring, but sometimes there is useful information. What useful information could that thing possibly have? For example, how to make you take the initiative. Even without absolute command, I can still make you do it willingly. Hinata Kei silently took a step back. Hikari, I think you should go out more. Get some sun, go shopping with Hinata, and stop staying in the room all day reading unhealthy stuff like this. Unhealthy? Hikari stood up, picked up the Ika Paradise, flipped to a page and read aloud. He wrapped one arm around her slender waist, gently pinned her against the wall, and said in a low voice, Stop. Hinata Kei snatched the book away in one motion and confiscated it. Hikari looked at him expressionlessly. I already finished it. I memorized the whole thing. Then forget it. Hikari smiled for once. She stopped teasing Kei, because there would be plenty of time in the future. The days that followed were very fulfilling for Hinata Kei. Every day before dawn he would get up, first run through a set of reincarnation taiji to loosen up his body, then sit cross-legged and breathe in and out while circulating the human immortal path cultivation method left behind by immortal Emperor Kei. After breakfast, he would bury himself in the study, spread out the scrolls presented by the three great sage regions, and try to perfect the human immortal path. About 10 days passed like that, and the ninja world enjoyed a rare stretch of peace. Until that day. That day, Hinata Kei was sitting cross-legged under the corridor. In his left hand was the Senjutsu scroll from Ryuchi Cave, and with his right hand he was gesturing in the air. The courtyard gate was not closed. When Hinata Kei heard footsteps, he thought Naruto had come back again to mooch food. So he did not even raise his head and casually said, There are rice balls in the kitchen. Take them yourself. The footsteps stopped. Then he caught a scent that did not belong to the land of grass, mixed with the dry air of the desert. He raised his head. Kuratsuchi stood at the courtyard gate, dressed in dark short combat wear. Dust from long travel clung to her short hair. Her hands were on her hips, chin slightly raised, and her smile carried the same as always. 3 parts provocation, 7 parts smugness. Yo, long time no see, Hinata Kei. The scroll in Hinata Kei's hand nearly fell to the ground. Kuratsuchi, why are you here? What do you mean, why am I here? Kuratsuchi strode into the courtyard, glanced around, gave a nod toward Hinata and Uchiha Hikari under the corridor as a greeting, then dropped herself onto the cushion across from Hinata Kei. To help, obviously. Iwagakure sent me to support the Federation's development. My grandpa said the Federation is the shared future of the 5 great nations. IWA can't just send supplies without sending people too. So here I am. She paused, picked up Hinata Kei's teacup, and took a sip from it without the slightest hesitation. After drinking, she even smacked her lips. And I also wanted to see if there was anything here that needed my help. Of course. I also wanted to see you while I was at it. Hinata Kei looked at his teacup, now half gone, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Did Iwagakure really not have anyone else they could send? They did. Kuratsuchi said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But I volunteered. Nobody could beat me to it. She sat right on Hinata Kei's table. Her long legs crossed over each other, and a faint flesh tone showed through her black fishnet stockings. The ninja tool pouch at her ankle knocked against the wooden boards with a crisp sound. What, not happy to see me? Before Hinata Kei could answer, another round of footsteps came from outside the courtyard gate. Not one person, several. Tamari walked in front, her chestnut ponytail drifting slightly in the wind. The giant 3-star fan on her back was half open, covering half her body. Tsunegakure has also sent me to provide support. This is a personal letter from the Kazekage. Take a look. Tamari took out a scroll from her clothes and placed it to the side. To strengthen the alliance between Tsunegakure and the Federation, I am the Kazekage's eldest daughter. My status is suitable and my strength is sufficient. There are also several medical ninja and teachers with me. More will arrive one after another later. Her tone was all business when she said this, but the instant her eyes met Hinata Kei's, the corners of her lips lifted slightly. Before Hinata Kei could respond, another cool female voice came from outside the gate. Kumogakure's support has arrived. Yujito walked in. She was not wearing Kumogakure's standard flak jacket, but instead a dark blue long coat. Her golden hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her arms were folded across her chest. Kumo has dispatched an engineering team made up of Chunin and Jonin to assist with the Federation's infrastructure construction. I am the captain. Samui is the vice-captain. Behind her, a tall, busty female ninja with blonde hair and blue eyes gave a slight bow, her voice calm and polite. I am Samui. Please take care of me. Samui was wearing Kumogakure's white shirt and short skirt. Her blonde hair was tied into a neat bun at the back of her head. She gave Hyuga Kei a slight nod, her gaze lingering on his face for less than a second. Before Hyuga Kei could even process these 3 groups of visitors, a rich fragrance drifted in from outside the courtyard gate. It was the kind of perfume scent unique to a mature woman. Mei Terumi leaned half her body in through the doorway, her eyes curved with amusement, smiling like a fox that had just stolen something delicious. Little Kei, big sister is here too today. She was wearing a blue dress, not battle clothes but casual daily wear. The collar and cuffs were embroidered with pale wave patterns. Her hair wasn't tied up, but left loose over her shoulders, the slightly curled ends swaying gently with her movements. She clearly knew her own advantages very well. This outfit fully brought out the seductive charm of her figure. The Kirigakure delegation sent to support the Federation's development is personally led by the Mizukage herself. That's sincere enough, right? She stepped into the courtyard with light, cheerful strides. Her gaze swept around the yard once, and the smile on her face deepened a little more. Oh my, everyone's here. How lively. The moment she opened her mouth, it was already peak green tea behavior. Looking at the 4 extra women who had suddenly appeared in his once peaceful courtyard, plus the aide Samui, Hyuga Kei felt the veins at his temples begin to throb. He took a deep breath, then turned to look at Hinata. Hinata was lowering her head, her fingers twisting together, her cheeks slightly red. Hikari sat beside her, expressionless as she looked at the women in the courtyard, her 3 Tomo Sharingan slowly turning. Hyuga Kei set his teacup down on the table, stood up, and brushed at dust that didn't exist on his clothes. Fine. Since you're all here, then you're here. The Federation is short on manpower right now, so I'm grateful that all of you came to help. His tone was businesslike, with a polite smile and an upright gaze. However, as you can all see, the Federation's administrative center is still under construction, and lodging conditions are limited. I'll have people arrange a few vacant dorm rooms right away. You can make do for a few days, and once the new residential district is completed, we'll talk again. Kuratsuchi raised a brow. Dorms? You mean those shared dorms with bunk beds? Conditions are limited. Just endure it for a bit, Hyuga Kei said without changing expression. Yujito spoke blankly. I don't need a private courtyard. Just give me an open patch of land. I can pitch my own tent. How could that be appropriate? Guests shouldn't be sleeping in tents. Hyuga Kei rejected immediately. Mei Terumi watched Hyuga Kei and the female ninja going back and forth with a smiling face, then suddenly clapped her hands lightly. All right, let big sister say something. She took a few steps forward, bent down, and rested both hands on her knees, meeting Hinata's eyes where she sat beneath the corridor. Little sister Hinata, are you living together with little Kei? Hinata nodded and answered very sincerely. Yes. And little sister Hikari too? Uchiha Hikari gave Mei Terumi a cold glance and didn't answer, but she shifted half an inch closer to Hinata, answering the question with her actions. Mei Terumi straightened up, clapped her hands again, and smiled until her eyes curved. Then that makes it simple. Little Kei, your courtyard is so empty. SNT the east wing still vacant? And if you clear out that storeroom on the west side, someone can live there too. We can squeeze in a little. They'll be lively. The corner of Hyuga Kei's mouth twitched. Wait, this is my courtyard. Exactly. Mei Terumi blinked. Precisely because it's your courtyard, that's why we should stay here. We came to support you, so naturally the closer we are to you, the more convenient it'll be for work, right? There was clearly something very wrong with that logic. What's wrong with it? Mei Terumi tilted her head, smiling like a blooming flower. You're the Federation chairman, and we're representatives from our respective villages. Matters of work will need to be discussed with you sooner or later. If we live a little closer, wouldn't that improve work efficiency? Hyuga Kei felt that the most unreasonable logic he had ever seen in his life was when women started reasoning with you. He subconsciously leaned back a little and looked around. Kuratsuchi had both hands on her waist, a grin on her lips as she watched the show. Tamari was leaning against the courtyard wall, her eyes full of schadenfreude. Yujito's face was expressionless, but he somehow felt those eyes were laughing. Hyuga Kei turned back around, hoping Uchiha Hikari would reject this. He had no excuse, but those two did. Hinata lowered her head, her cheeks flushed red, while her gaze shifted toward Uchiha Hikari. Hikari hugged a cushion, still expressionless, but she spoke in a calm tone. Let them stay. It was going to happen sooner or later anyway. If they live closer, it'll make competing easier. The ones who lose will leave on their own. Mei Terumi clapped once and declared with a smiling face. Then it's settled. Samui and I will take the east wing. Clear out that storeroom for Yujito. Kuratsuchi and Tamari can stay in the guest room on the west side. Little Kei will still stay in the main house, and Hinata and little sister Hikari will stay there too. Fair and reasonable. No one loses out. Hyuga Kei had not expected even Hikari to agree. He pointed at himself. What about me? Where's my opinion in all this? Chairman, this is a necessary matter of personnel exchange and strategic cooperation between the 5 great nations and the Federation. Tamari spoke in an official tone, but the curve at the corner of her mouth looked, no matter how you saw it, like she was holding back laughter. According to Article 3 of the Joint Declaration, the Federation is obligated to provide appropriate lodging conditions for exchange personnel. We are not picky. Chairman, your courtyard is just fine. When did I ever sign something like that? At the 5 Kage Summit. Surely you haven't forgotten. Tamari pulled out a scroll from her sleeve and reminded him. His Hyuga Kei sucked in a sharp breath. Had he been set up? Back then, he hadn't paid attention to this seemingly normal clause at all. He hadn't expected it could be used like this. Hyuga Kei looked at the group of women in the courtyard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus the 2 already living in his home. 7 women. 1 courtyard. There was no way that wouldn't be a headache. Facing Ashura Field once again, even though Hyuga Kei was now strong enough, he no longer had any plans of opening some massive harem. He was still a pretty devoted person. If things really got chaotic, wouldn't he just become a breeding tool? At the very least, feelings needed to be cultivated slowly. Besides, if he really built a harem like this, wouldn't it catch fire sooner or later? He definitely didn't want that kind of thing. By that same evening, the competition between the 5 women had already begun, and the atmosphere turned openly confrontational. Smoke started rising from Hyuga Kei's kitchen. Different stoves, different sounds of spatulas, different aromas crashing together in the courtyard. It looked exactly like some kind of culinary battle arena. Anyone who knew would know Hyuga Kei had transmigrated into Naruto. Anyone who didn't would think he had transmigrated into the world of Cooking Master Boy. The cause of it all was one line from Kuratsuchi. Since I've moved in, I can't exactly eat and live here for free. The others immediately refused to fall behind and started cooking as well. Listening to the sounds of chopping and spatulas coming from the kitchen, Hyuga Kei sat there while Hinata, beside him, looked toward the busy scene inside. Kekuin, should I go help? Don't. Hyuga Kei pressed down on her hand. You don't need to compete with them. Right now, you're the judge of this contest. Half an hour later, the dishes were served. The low tables in the courtyard were pushed together into one long table, and it was covered in plates. What Kuratsuchi made was Iwagakure-style stone-grilled steak. Thick-cut, seared fragrant on the outside, and when sliced open, the inside still carried a faint pink color. She stood there with both hands on her hips, chin slightly raised, her whole face saying, "Hurry up and praise me." Iwagakure is high in altitude with low air pressure. Grilling meat properly is the hardest there is. This is a skill I've practiced since I was little. You'll know once you taste it. Hyuga Kei picked up a piece with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. He chewed, then nodded. The beef was crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. The ratio of black pepper to rock salt was just right. It really was delicious. Not bad. Kuratsuchi's lips curled up even higher. Tamari unhurriedly set down a clay pot. The moment the lid was lifted, a rich savory aroma mixed with the fresh sweetness of seafood rushed straight at them. A Sunagakure-style clay pot seafood stew. Crab, shrimp, and shellfish were piled high inside, and the broth was still bubbling away. Sunagakure doesn't have a C, but Sunagakure's dried seafood is the best in the ninja world. This broth base is simmered with spices unique to the desert, then slowly stewed together with dried seafood. Try it, Tamari explained from the side. Hyuga Kei scooped up a spoonful of soup and brought it to his mouth. His eyes instantly lit up. The broth was rich without being greasy. The fresh taste of crab roe and the slight heat of some unknown spice exploded on the tip of his tongue. He took 2 more mouthfuls in a row. The corners of Temari's lips lifted. Not bad, right? More than not bad. Hyuga Kei gave her a thumbs up. What Mei Terumi brought over was a plate of grilled fish that looked completely ordinary. The fish were small, about palm length. Their skin had been grilled to a golden color, with a few coarse grains of salt sprinkled on top, and half a lemon set beside them. Kirigakure is in the land of water. Seafood is everyday food for us. Mei Terumi propped up her chin and looked at Hyuga Kei with a smiling expression. Big sister isn't very good at complicated dishes, but as for this grilled fish, you'll know once you try it. Hyuga Kei picked one up with his chopsticks and took a bite. The instant it entered his mouth, the skin was crisp, while the flesh was so tender it was like tofu. The best part was that the fish belly had been stuffed with herbs and garlic slices, and during the grilling process all that fragrance had fully seeped into the meat. Every bite was a symphony of 3 layers of texture. Well, Mei Terumi blinked. Hyuga Kei nodded honestly. Lady Mizukage, and you call this not very good? Oh my, you're making big sister feel embarrassed with all that praise. Then it was Yujito's turn. What she served was a cold dish. Thin slices of aged black pork were neatly arranged on the plate, with a small dish of dipping sauce beside it. It looked the simplest of them all, with no fancy decoration at all. Kumogakure pork slices. Yujito's tone was calm as she waited for the verdict. Hyuga Kei picked up a slice, dipped it in the sauce, and put it into his mouth. Then his whole body froze for a full 3 seconds. The pork had been sliced paper thin and melted the moment it touched his mouth. The sauce had been mixed with some kind of fruit vinegar, balanced perfectly between sweet and sour, drawing out the full freshness of the pork. This was no longer a matter of whether it tasted good or not. This was the level of a professional chef. How is food made by a Jinchuriki this good too? Yujito smiled faintly. Good knife skills from training are enough. As Hyuga Kei, acting as the judge, tasted everyone's dishes, he truly hadn't expected that several female ninja could cook this well. What he didn't know was that before coming here, they had specially gone through training just to win this competition. Hyuga Kei's chopsticks hung in midair. 5 pairs of eyes were fixed on him in perfect unison, all filled with expectation, all hoping to come out on top in this contest. Kuratsuchi crossed her arms over her chest. Say it. Whose food tasted the best? Temari's large eyes stayed locked on Hyuga Kei. Be fair and impartial, speaker. Mei Terumi held up her chin with a smile. Little Kei, big sister 1T force you. Take your time. Yujito's face stayed expressionless, but at some point, her blue tail had appeared and was slowly swaying behind her. Looking at this scene, Hyuga Kei really couldn't decide a winner. He could only laugh it off. Eat, eat. If we wait any longer, the food's going cold. He picked up his chopsticks and, at lightning speed, stuffed a big bite of every dish into his mouth. His cheeks puffed up like a hamster's as he mumbled unclearly. All good. All good. Don't just stare at me. You girls should eat too. Dinner finally passed in a harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, Hyuga Kei slumped under the veranda, rubbing his round stomach and looking up at the moon in the sky, the one he had personally repaired, before letting out a long breath. 6 dishes and 1 soup. Even though the process had been dangerous, the result was good. He turned his head and glanced at the girls washing dishes in the kitchen. Hinata was drying plates. Kuratsuchi was scrubbing the pot. Temari was cleaning the stove. Mei Terumi was humming a little Kirigakure tune while wiping the table. Yujito silently sorted the leftover ingredients and put them into the refrigerator. Hikari stood at the kitchen door with her arms crossed, watching every move they made like a supervisor. Hyuga Kei suddenly felt that a life like this wasn't bad at all. Meanwhile, the gossip atmosphere inside the Federation had been completely set ablaze. On the streets and in the alleys, in tea houses and noodle stalls, in the break rooms of research institutes, everyone was talking about the same topic. Did you hear? Several female ninja moved into the speaker's courtyard. Not just female ninja. Some of the most beautiful female ninja from the 5 great hidden villages. Kuratsuchi from Iwagakure, Temari from Sunagakure, Yujito and Samui from Kumogakure, and even Lady Mizukage herself. They're all living in the speaker's house? Yeah. I heard they're staying right there in the speaker's courtyard. So all those confidants mentioned on the sky screen are really going to come true? Isn't it already reality? At this moment, the front gate of Hyuga Kei's house was tightly shut. Inside the courtyard, 7 women sat around beneath the veranda, and the atmosphere was as delicate as the stillness before a storm. Hinata carried a tea tray and set a cup of hot tea in front of each person. Uchiha Hikari sat beside a veranda pillar with a cushion in her arms. Mei Terumi lifted her teacup and gently blew on it. Her red lips parted slightly as she said with a smile, now that everyone has moved in, there are some things big sister will just say directly. She set down the teacup, folded her hands on her knees, and her smile did not fade in the slightest. There's only one little K. Fair competition is fine. Everyone relying on her own ability is also fine. But there's one rule that still has to be respected. First come, first served. Little sister Hinata and little sister Hikari were here first. Everyone agrees with that, right? Kuratsuchi raised a brow but said nothing. Temari took a sip of tea, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Yujito crossed her arms and remained expressionless as ever. Mei Terumi continued, so, big sister's suggestion is this. No matter how things develop in the future, little sister Hinata's position cannot be touched. As for the others, whoever has the ability can go for it. Hinata's head had already dropped so low it was practically about to sink into her teacup, and the tips of her ears were red enough to drip blood. Uchiha Hikari finally spoke. Her voice was cold, but her words went straight to the point. You really do know how to play the good person. Mei Terumi blinked. Big sister only spoke a fair word. Hikari said nothing more, but she shifted the cushion in her arms slightly to the side, leaving an empty spot under the veranda. On that nearly expressionless face, the words "at least you know your place" were practically written out. The first round of the battle was over. The title of the speaker's wife had been settled. But everyone knew this was only the beginning. Days like this passed quickly. Everything was in perfect order, except for that courtyard. The title of Foreign Guest Exchange Center had already spread throughout the Federation. The gossip versions floating around the streets evolved from Speaker Sama is hiding beauties in a golden house, to 7 women fighting over 1 man, and then to the marriage alliance delegation from the 5 great hidden villages, has collectively moved into the Speaker's official residence. Each new version grew more outrageous than the last. And this also gave a certain great writer more than enough inspiration. Jiraiya's temporary residence in the Land of Grass was a bachelor apartment assigned by the Federation. At this moment, Jiraiya was sitting cross-legged at his desk, writing furiously. Inspiration was the kind of thing that came fast and went fast. But today, inspiration was like a mountain flood. It was completely unstoppable. All because he had heard those rumors about Hyuga Kei, all kinds of beauties serving 1 man together. He immediately turned and ran, sprinting all the way back to his apartment, spreading out his manuscript paper and letting his brush fly like a dragon and snake. Ika Paradise. Emperor Arc. He dipped his brush in ink, wrote that title at the very top of the manuscript, then kept writing without stopping. The protagonist will be called Kei. White hair, golden eyes, the strongest man in the ninja world, and at the same time the most popular man in the ninja world. Chapter 1. 7 women fighting over 1 man. Chapter 2. A confession on a rainy night. Chapter 3. A strange encounter at the hot springs. Chapter 4. The foreign princess's proposal. By the time Jiraiya wrote all the way to Chapter 6, he had already entered a certain crazed creative state. His eyes were shining, a strange smile hung on his lips, and his pen flew across the page as if he wasn't writing a novel at all, but recording real history from some parallel world. That's right, just like this. Lord Chi pushes open the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking rang out. Without even raising his head, Jiraiya said, "Busy right now. Just leave it at the door." The knocking stopped. Then the door, along with the frame, flew straight out. Hinata Chi stood at the doorway, his white hair swaying slightly in the night wind, a gentle smile on his face. Jiraiya's pen tip dragged a long streak of ink across the manuscript paper. He slowly turned his head. When he saw that face, he slowly flipped the manuscript over on the desk, moving as cautiously as a thief. "Kyuchi-kun? So late at night. What wind blew you here?" "A good wind." Of course Hinata Chi hadn't forgotten that Jiraiya had given Ika Paradise to Uchiha Hikari. He stepped into the apartment, his gaze sweeping over the stack of manuscript pages on the desk, then over the discarded drafts scattered across the floor, then over the character relationship chart posted on the wall. That chart was packed full of red arrows. In the center, written boldly, was Chi, with 7 or 8 names radiating around it. Next to each name was even a personality tag. Heroine 1, main wife, gentle type. Heroine 2, main wife, strong type. Heroine 3, mature older woman type. Heroine 4, Sundra type. Heroine 5, black-bellied type. Heroine 6, iceberg beauty type. Heroine 7, intellectual type. Hinata Chi's smile grew even brighter. "Toad Sage, what exactly are you writing here?" "Nothing, just writing a little something casually." As Jiraiya spoke, he quietly tried to stuff the stack of manuscript pages on the desk into a drawer, only for Hinata Chi to pin them down with one hand. "Just writing a little something casually?" Hinata Chi pulled out the top page and read aloud. Lord Chi pushes open the door and sees his consorts. He couldn't keep reading. Jiraiya's face shifted from red to white, from white to green, then from green back to red. "Chikuin, listen to my explanation." "Explain what?" "Explain why you wrote me as the male lead of a harem novel." Every time Hinata Chi spoke, Jiraiya shrank back another inch, until his whole body was pressed against the wall. "This is artistic creation. Purely artistic creation. I swear, I absolutely didn't reference any real person. Any resemblance is purely coincidental." "Coincidental?" Hinata Chi pointed at the relationship chart on the wall. Then tell me, is this also a coincidence? That's an objective analysis of their personalities. And what about this? Hinata Chi picked up a discarded draft from the floor and read. Though she was an icy beauty on the surface, in private she obeyed Lord Chi's every word, and even allowed him to stroke her tail. Artistic embellishment. Hinata Chi scooped up the whole stack of manuscript pages and weighed them in his hand. We'll settle the old score and the new score together. What old score? Jiraiya's voice was trembling. First, you gave Ika Paradise to Uchiha Hikari. That was for your happiness. Second, Hinata Chi flipped to the sheet at the very bottom of the stack. You actually drew illustrations too? Jiraiya's face completely turned to ash. That illustration was a quick pencil sketch. It showed a white-haired boy seated on a throne, surrounded by a crowd of female ninja. The lines were rough, but the features of the characters were drawn with terrifying accuracy. That's artistic illustration. You wouldn't understand. Literary works become more vivid with illustrations. Hinata Chi stopped wasting words. He tossed the stack of manuscript pages into the air, along with the ones on the desk that hadn't been hidden in time. Countless sheets fluttered down like snowfall. Then he raised his right hand, and a point of golden light lit up at his fingertips. Under the golden radiance, those manuscript pages directly broke down into the most basic particles, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Jiraiya watched helplessly as the masterpiece he had spent an entire night writing vanished right in front of him. My manuscript. My art. My illustrations. His voice carried a sob. Hinata Chi withdrew his hand and patted off dust that didn't exist. First, you are not allowed to write any more characters based on me. Second, you are not allowed to write any more characters based on the people around me. Third, no illustrations. Fourth, clear all that messy garbage out of your head. But creation needs inspiration. Then go find someone else for inspiration. Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, write whoever you want. Just don't write me. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Naruto, right? Blonde hair, blue eyes, the nine-tails Jinchuriki, destined to become the 7th Hokage. He's perfect for a protagonist. Do whatever you want. Just don't write me. Hinata Chi turned and walked out. When he reached the doorway, he paused and added without looking back. And if I find out you're implying me in your new book, like writing some white-haired, golden-eyed supporting character, even if he only appears for one page, no. Absolutely no white hair and golden eyes. It'd better be that way. Hinata Chi's figure disappeared at the end of the hallway. Jiraiya collapsed onto the floor, looking at the lingering scent of ink in the room, on the verge of tears. After a long silence, he suddenly sprang up from the ground, lunged at the desk, and spread out a fresh blank page. Naruto is good. Blonde hair, nine-tails, 7th Hokage. Wait, who does Naruto have around him? Sasuke? He bit the pen holder and thought for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. I'll create an original one for him. A blonde, blue-eyed foreign princess from a distant small nation. Hot-tempered but gentle at heart. She comes to Konoha because of a political marriage alliance. At first she and Seiko are constantly at odds, but later, while fighting side by side, feelings slowly begin to grow. The more he wrote, the more excited he became. His pen scratched rapidly across the page. The title will be Ika Paradise. Naruto Arc, and the protagonist's name will be Naruko. Yeah, Naruko. Outside the door, Hinata Chi, who hadn't gone far yet, saw this scene and could only click his tongue in amazement. If Jiraiya went to Blue Star, he might really become a best-selling author. And so, with days like this surrounded by beauties every day, time flashed by until the once every 15 days Sky Curtain broadcast day arrived. Early that morning, Hinata Chi was sitting cross-legged in a secret room, cultivating. Just then, a crisp notification sound rang out in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has refined Otsutsuki source chakra. Tenseigan awakening progress has reached 89%, meeting the prerequisite for authority upgrade. Hinata Chi opened his eyes. The system interface automatically popped up, brighter than ever before. Detected absorbable energy source. Giant golden Tenseigan. After absorption, system authority upgrade can be unlocked. Hinata Chi stared at that prompt for a long time. The golden Tenseigan. The one on the moon. Hamura's legacy. The ultimate weapon condensed by the entire Otsutsuki branch family's power. And one that Hinata Chi had just brought back and stored away. Now the system was saying that absorbing it would raise its authority. He gently rubbed his brow. The Sky Curtain system. The thing that had been bound to him from the day he transmigrated. It could intercept fragments of the future, distribute rewards, and open a pure land space that let the living and the dead speak. But what exactly was it? Who created it? Why was it bound to him? He had asked these questions countless times, and the system had never answered. Now it was proactively proposing an authority upgrade, but in exchange it wanted a planetary-level energy source. You want me to trade the golden Tenseigan for authority. I need to know what kind of authority I'm getting in return. After the authority upgrade, the host will obtain 1. Expanded authority over the heavenly screen's broadcast content, covering all timelines and all characters. 2. Customization of system rewards. No longer limited to preset rewards. The host may design reward content personally. 3. System log unlocked. The host may review part of the heavenly screen system's operation records. Hinata-chi's finger stopped in midair. The third one moved him. Where did the heavenly screen system come from? Was the future it showed a real future or some kind of simulation? Why could it open up a pure land space? Did the pure land truly exist, or was it created by the system? There might be answers to those questions in the system log. How much of the log could he read? Log access authority is restricted by the host's authority level. After this upgrade, level 1 to level 3 logs may be accessed. How many levels are there in total? The system did not answer. Hinata-chi did not press further either. If a question couldn't be answered, there was no point in pursuing it. He changed directions instead. What would happen after the golden Tenseigan was absorbed? Its energy will be fully converted by the system and used for authority enhancement. The item will permanently disappear from the current world. Hinata-chi began weighing the pros and cons. Which was more important, system authority or the golden Tenseigan? He took out the golden Tenseigan, tossed it in his hand, and stared at it for a long time. To be honest, he was a little reluctant. This Tenseigan was Hamura's legacy to the Otsutsuki on the moon. It was an energy source powerful enough to move the moon and destroy the civilization of the ninja world. If Orochimaru got his hands on it, he might actually be able to build a reactor core for a prototype Godslayer unit. But the word system log hooked his curiosity like a fishhook. What exactly was the heavenly screen system? Who created it? Why did it choose him? Those questions had been circling in his head since day one. Now the answers were right in front of him, and the price was a golden Tenseigan he still couldn't use. Deal. He reached out, grabbed the floating golden eyeball and gave the system the order. Absorb it. The golden Tenseigan trembled once in his palm. Then it began to melt, not into liquid, but into pure particles of light. They rose through the gaps between his fingers and flowed into his body. System upgrading. Progress bar popped up. 1, 5, 20, 50, 100. The whole process took less than 10 breaths. System upgrade complete. After the last trace of light faded, the system interface suddenly brightened. Several brand new function icons lit up in the corners that had originally been dim, and the most eye-catching one was a folder icon. Below it were 4 words. System log. Hinata-chi extended a finger and tapped the folder. The log interface unfolded, packed with dense entries arranged in reverse chronological order. At the very top was the newest entry. The timestamp marked it as the current timeline's main world, and the content recorded his absorption of the golden Tenseigan just now. He scrolled down, then further down. Then he stopped. On the last page of the level 3 logs, the title read, Heavenly Screen System Manufacturing Record. It was not text, not sound. It was a higher dimensional stream of information that poured directly into the depths of his consciousness. He saw countless scenes. Level 3 log serial number 0001. System creation time. Ninja Federation calendar. Year 137. Creator Hinata-chi Alliance. Purpose of creation. Protect the original Hinata-chi and ensure his survival across all timelines. If the original Hinata-chi dies, all parallel worlds derived from him as the origin point will collapse simultaneously. Hinata-chi's finger froze in midair. Hinata-chi Alliance. Original Hinata-chi. Parallel world collapse. Those terms felt incomparably foreign. He could only keep reading. He tried to find the truth. Level 3 log serial number 0007 summary. The original is the first timeline, the trunk of all parallel worlds. We are all branches split off from that trunk. If the trunk breaks, every branch dies. That is why we must protect him. Not for him alone, but for all of us in all worlds. We successfully observed the birth of the first Hinata-chi. Among countless parallel worlds, he was the first individual to awaken the Tenseigan. We call him Original Chi. His existence is both a miracle and an anchor. All Hinata-chis across all parallel worlds originate from his existence. If he dies, all Hinata-chis in all parallel worlds will be erased by the timeline at the same instant. Hinata-chi's breathing paused slightly. Original Chi. The source of all parallel worlds. If he died, then every Hinata-chi in every parallel world would disappear together, including Tyrant Chi, Researcher Chi, Immortal Emperor Chi, Federation Chi, every single one that had appeared on the heavenly screen, and every one that had not. All of them would be completely wiped from this world like pencil sketches erased by a rubber. Then he thought of a question. Was he Original Chi? If he was, then as long as he was alive now, all parallel worlds still existed. But what if he died one day? The Hinata, Hikari, Naruto, and Sasuke in those parallel worlds. Those who had already married and had children. Those piloting mecha. Those cultivating immortality. All of them would disappear along with him, just because a person whose existence they didn't even know about breathed his last in this world. Log level, level 2. Record time. Original timeline, about 3 years after the first observation. Original Chi's existence was discovered by him. He is the Otsutsuki God, an existence beyond the dimension of the universe. He had already left this world's dimension. By chance, he looked back and saw the existence of Hinata Chi. He regarded the existence of Hinata Chi as a blasphemy against the Otsutsuki bloodline, an accident, and so he began hunting. Crossing time and space, he erased Hinata Chi's from parallel world after parallel world. Hinata Chi's pupils contracted slightly. 17 Hinata Chi's, 17 timelines. That meant he had already lost 17 versions of himself. He recalled the parallel versions of himself shown on the heavenly screen. Tyrant Chi sat on a throne and looked down upon all living beings. Researcher Chi drank coffee inside a mecha cockpit. Immortal Emperor Chi raised a hand and made sun and moon shine together. Federation Chi spread out a map of the ninja world before the 5 Kage. Every one of them was the protagonist of his own world. Every one of them had climbed to a peak powerful enough to shake the world. But in the face of the Otsutsuki God, they still died. The Otsutsuki God, the only existence in the original work described as transcending the world itself. He kept reading. Record time. Original timeline. About 7 years after the second observation. We stopped running. More Hinata Chis discovered the Otsutsuki God's hunt. They gathered together Researcher Chi, Tyrant Chi, Immortal Emperor Chi, Revolutionary Chi, Taijutsu Chi, and more of us who escaped from his hands. We built a city in the cracks between time and space. We called it the Hinata Chi Alliance. Not to conquer the multiverse, only to survive. So that every Hinata Chi can find his own happiness on the path he chooses. Level 3 log serial number 0012 summary. Otsutsuki Shirbai's pursuit continues. More parallel worlds have already fallen. In one of those worlds, Hinata Chi was completely deleted by Shirbai's divine art of causality erasure, along with every trace that he had ever existed. His companions did not remember him. There was not even a grave marker, because no one would erect a tombstone for someone who never existed. Level 3 log serial number 0019 summary. The Alliance has decided to strike back. 137 parallel world Hyuga Chis will gather at the 7th universe node to launch a joint kill against Shirbai. Parallel worlds participating in the battle. 137. Killed in action. 29. Enemy eliminated. Otsutsuki Shirbai. After Shirbai's death, his soul was sealed by Immortal Emperor Chi and locked into the singularity deep within the 7th universe node. But his last words were, "Your origin cannot escape. I will wait for him at the end of time." After the battle ended, we borrowed the power of our dead brothers to create the system. The purpose was to protect original Chi and forge the perfect timeline. Hyuga Chi leaned back, and for a long while he said nothing. He had always thought those were just possibilities from parallel worlds, countless versions of himself at countless branching crossroads. But now the log was telling him, those were not possibilities. They were real, and they had already joined forces long ago. Not only that, they had even created a system specifically to protect the version of himself on the most original timeline, the one who still knew nothing. And all this time, he had thought the system was his cheat, his transmigrator benefit. Turns out it was a babysitter robot made for him by countless versions of himself across parallel worlds. Damn. Hyuga Chi rarely cursed, but this time he did, and then he laughed. So I'm the one being protected? A bunch of my parallel world selves joined together to protect me? New expansion pack detected. Hyuga Chi Alliance. Guardians of the Multiverse is now loading. The heavenly screen will begin playback soon. This content is autoplayed after authority level increase. It is not within the host's selectable range. This heavenly screen will display to the entire ninja world the full history of the founding of the Hyuga Chi Alliance, as well as the complete record of its battle against the greatest enemy in the Alliance's history. Hyuga Chi walked out of the secret chamber and stared at the slowly brightening screen in the sky. The corner of his mouth twitched for a full 3 seconds before he finally forced out 2 words. Fuck you. I don't even want to show off. And you're forcing me to do it anyway. The system gave no response. In the courtyard, all 7 women came out of their rooms together. This was their first time watching the heavenly screen with Hyuga Chi. Of course they were eager. Before this, that treatment had only belonged to Hyuga Chi's family. At this moment, the entire ninja world saw the subtitles slowly appear on the heavenly screen. Heavenly screen playback content this time. Hyuga Chi Alliance. This expansion pack records the founding of the Hyuga Chi Alliance, the largest cross-timeline organization in the multiverse. It also contains the complete record of their battle against the strongest enemy in the Alliance's history, Otsutsuki Shirbai. Otsutsuki Shirbai, also known as the Otsutsuki God. He is the ancestor above all ancestors of the Otsutsuki clan, transcending the restraints of time and space, standing above all ninjutsu, senjutsu, and shinjutsu. While wandering through the river of time, he happened to look back and saw Hyuga Chi, a miracle that should not exist. Thus he cast down divine punishment, pursuing Hyuga Kei across countless timelines and erasing 17 parallel worlds. The heavenly screen dimmed, then lit up again. On the screen was a void. No stars. No light. Only endless darkness. That was the end of time and space. Then, a white figure appeared. That was Otsutsuki Kei. Unlike the pale-skinned Otsutsuki with short horns on their foreheads that everyone remembered, his form was closer to that of a human. But anyone who saw him for the first time would never connect him with humanity. His skin was half-transparent, and beneath it, golden energy could vaguely be seen flowing like slowly moving lava. His eyes were pure gold, without any flashy dojutsu. He merely stood there, and the void folded beneath his feet on its own, space piling up in countless creases like wrinkled paper. While wandering through the river of time, he happened to look back and saw an accidental product that should not exist on any timeline. Hyuga Kei was this world's accident. Then he raised his hand and lightly tapped the void with one finger. In the instant that fingertip fell, the entire void resonated with it. The power of that finger pierced through the barriers of time and space, crossed countless dimensions, and landed in some unknown ninja world. That world. The golden Tenseigan had only just awakened. He was standing on the ruins of Konoha, looking up at the sky. Then he saw a finger descending from the heavens, blotting out the sky. Before he could react in any way, together with the ruins of Konoha beneath his feet, the Hokage rock behind him, and the entire sky above his head, everything was crushed by that one finger. That entire star system before a single finger was like an egg being crushed in someone's grip. The instant that finger came down on the heavenly screen, the entire ninja world fell silent. Not the kind of silence where people were too shocked to speak. It was the dead silence of forgetting even to breathe, of minds going completely blank. Hyuga Kei died? Hyuga Kei could actually die? How could invincible Hyuga Kei die? Countless heavenly screen broadcasts had built up Hyuga Kei's invincibility and power, yet now that man had actually died. A single finger crushed an entire star system? This was the pressure of the Otsutsuki god. Compared to him, Otsutsuki Kagaya was basically an infant. That was Hyuga Kei. Hyuga Kei with the awakened Tenseigan. He got instantly killed before he could even react. This can't be real, right? How could Hyuga Kei die? One Hyuga Kei. One Hyuga Kei who had awakened the golden Tenseigan. One Hyuga Kei powerful enough to shake the structure of the ninja world, even to directly clash with the Otsutsuki main family head-on. And without even a moment to react, he was crushed by a single finger. It wasn't just him who was crushed. It was an entire star system. Land of Grass, Hyuga Tianhua's estate. The air in the courtyard seemed frozen solid. None of the 7 women spoke. It wasn't that they didn't want to. That finger had jammed every voice right in their throats. This was the first time they had ever directly faced the possibility of Hyuga Kei's death. In the past, the heavenly screen had always shown scenes of Hyuga Kei slaughtering in all directions, covering the heavens with one hand, saving the world. After watching enough of that, it naturally became a kind of inertia. Hyuga Kei was invincible. Hyuga Kei would never die. But that finger crushed all of that inertia to pieces. Kuratsuchi was the first to break the silence. She stood up from beside the low table, walked in front of Hyuga Kei, planted her hands on her waist, and stared down at him. That face of hers, always full of provocation and smugness, now held a complicated expression. It was a kind of anger that even she herself could not explain. Hey, you're not allowed to die. Her voice was stiff. You're a man I've set my sights on. If you dare die just like that, I'll tell my grandpa to pull back every single Iwagakure support unit. Hyuga Kei raised his head, looked at her tightly drawn face, and couldn't help laughing. You make it sound like I'm planning to die. Of course you can't die. Kuratsuchi's voice rose by half a notch. Her fists clenched so hard they crackled. If you die, who am I supposed to bicker with? Who's gonna test the new Earth release I learned? Who? She couldn't continue. Looking at the way she clearly wanted to care but didn't know how to express it, Hyuga Kei reached out and patted the top of her head. The movement was very light, like soothing an angry, puffed-up cat. Don't worry, he said. I won't die. Did you forget? This system of mine only exists because several versions of me from parallel worlds already got killed for it. Tamari sat under the corridor, a teacup in her hand. She didn't speak because she was thinking about one question. What that finger on the heavenly screen had crushed just now wasn't only Hyuga Kei alone. It had also crushed the Hokage rock behind him, and the ninja world beneath his feet. Then what about all those other people? What about Hinata? What about Naruto? What about Sasuke? Everyone in that world who had bonds with Hyuga Kei had all turned into nothingness beneath that one finger. Otsutsuki Kei lowered his eyes and looked down. Interesting. There's more. He lifted his foot and took a step forward. The void beneath his feet spread out on its own into a road stretching without end. Countless timelines unfolded on both sides of the road, and he began to stroll through the river of time. Every time he saw a parallel world, he would strike and erase one person. Among them, many also discovered him and tried to resist. The bullet comments were trembling. In the screen, Researcher Chi stood atop his proud Godslayer Unit 1. The Mecha-S truth-seeking ball armor melted into liquid under Otsutsuki Kei's gaze. The Yang-release planet-destroying cannon blasted into him, only stirring a barely visible ripple. In the end, he could only flee the parallel world together with the ninja world. Tyrant Chi sat upon his throne, 9 truth-seeking balls arranged in a ring behind him. He unleashed a divine art with all his strength, and yet Shibai merely raised a hand and lightly swept it aside. Immortal Emperor Chi stood above the clouds, hands forming seals. The spiritual energy of the entire immortal planet gathered into his palm, turning into an attack powerful enough to tear the world apart. Only then did it barely rouse his interest enough for him to launch an attack in response. But in the end, he still held the upper hand. They had all only just grown for a short time. They still couldn't stand as enemies of the Otsutsuki god. The bullet comments were completely numb by now. Researcher Chi's planet-destroying cannon couldn't even make a ripple? Tyrant Chi's attack got blown away with one palm. Yes, the tyrant who unified the ninja world. Even immortal Emperor Chi lost. No, they didn't lose. How many years have they grown for? How long has the Otsutsuki god lived? What is despair? This is true despair. Their enemy has transcended this world. The image froze on Shibai's expressionless face. Then he continued moving forward, chasing after those people. Inside Federation Hyuga Kei's little courtyard, Terumi Mei's smile vanished completely. In those eyes of hers that always carried 30% teasing and 70% laziness, only fear remained now. This is the Otsutsuki god? No one answered her, because everyone knew the answer. That Hyuga Chi, Researcher Chi, Tyrant Chi, Immortal Emperor Chi. Every single one of them was a parallel incarnation of the person they knew. Every single one possessed power enough to make the 5 great nations tremble. Researcher Chi's planet-destroying cannon, Tyrant Chi's divine arts, Immortal Emperor Chi's heaven and earth grand formation. Each one was power enough to shake an entire world. But before him, those powers were like paper airplanes thrown by children. On the other side, Otsutsuki Kei's reaction was even more intense than anyone else's. From the very first second that figure appeared on the heavenly screen, Kagaya seemed like all the bones in her body had been pulled out. She wasn't standing, and she wasn't sitting. She had collapsed. Her back was pressed tightly against the corridor pillar. Her white hair scattered messily across the wooden floor. Her lips were trembling. Her fingers were trembling. Her whole body like a fallen leaf being torn apart by a storm. Anyone who didn't know better would think Hyuga Chi had forced himself on her. Black Zetsu slid out from her sleeve. Mother, what is wrong with you? Kagaya didn't answer. Lord Shibai. Black Zetsu's entire body froze. He had never seen that kind of expression on Mother's face before. That was the instinctive shudder of a servant seeing her master. He is the progenitor of the Otsutsuki clan, the god above gods. How could he still be alive? He shouldn't still be alive. 1,000 years ago he had already transcended. He left this world. He shouldn't come back. He shouldn't come back. Impossible, impossible. He turned back. He turned back and saw us. Mother! Black Zetsu's voice was like a bucket of cold water dumped over Kagaya's head. She shuddered violently and came back to herself. Those Byakugan eyes refocused and landed on the white-haired boy in the courtyard. Hyuga Chi stood in the middle of the courtyard, head raised as he looked at the heavenly screen. The side of his face flickered bright and dim under the golden light of the screen. But his expression was calm, as if he had long expected this. Kagaya stood up from beneath the corridor and walked in front of Hyuga Chi. Let us run. Hyuga Chi turned his head and looked at her. You don't understand. Kagaya's voice was trembling. You don't understand what kind of existence he is. I am not his match. Ishiki is not his match. Those versions of you from the parallel worlds, every single one of them is stronger than you are now, and understands the power of the Otsutsuki better than I do now. But before him, they couldn't even withstand a single move. Kagaya reached out and grabbed his sleeve. You are not his match. At least not now. Let us run. I know places deep in the universe where he can't find us. I know how to avoid his gaze, and then what? Hyuga Chi interrupted her. Kagaya froze. Hyuga Chi turned his head back, still wearing that lazy smile. Run for 1,000 years? 2,000 years? Don't worry. With me here I won't lose. As soon as those words came out, the women in the courtyard all felt somewhat relieved. This was Hyuga Chi's charm. As long as he said it was fine, then it was fine. If he said it was fine, then it was fine. The scene changed. A city pieced together from countless glass shard-like spaces floated within the crack between time and space. Those were all fragments of worlds. They had been forcibly stitched together by some kind of power, forming a fortress that spanned dimensions. Many fleeing ninja worlds floated within it as well. We won't run anymore. The founder of the Alliance, Federation Chi, stood in the central plaza of the Alliance City. His face lacked Tyrant Chi's arrogance, Researcher Chi's excitement, and Immortal Emperor Chi's indifference. But he was the most resolute of them all. Behind him stood many people. Researcher Chi, Tyrant Chi, Immortal Emperor Chi, and even more Hyuga Chis whose names couldn't be called out. Body Cultivator Chi with his explosively muscular physique, Goo Master Chi. Some wore ninja flak jackets. Some wore civilian clothes and some still wore Konoha forehead protectors. They came from different parallel worlds with different experiences, different personalities, and different choices. Many of our worlds have been destroyed by him. We have nowhere left to go. No one in the plaza spoke. Federation Chi shouted loudly. If we continue fighting on our own, he will find us one by one, and kill us one by one. The people behind us, including our families, friends, and comrades, will also disappear together with us. So, I propose the establishment of the Hyuga Chi Alliance. The bullet comments exploded. The Hyuga Chi Alliance. A cross-dimensional organization made up of countless Hyuga Chis from parallel worlds. So is it possible that they made the heavenly screen system to protect Hyuga Chi? This is Hyuga Chi. He can always create miracles. Terumi May's golden bullet comment drifted by. So little Chi isn't fighting alone. Behind him stand countless versions of himself. This is a bond that transcends dimensions. On the heavenly screen, the bullet comments were still boiling over the establishment of the Hyuga Chi Alliance. But the scene did not give them much time to process it. At the end of the void, a pair of eyes was slowly opening. Otsutsuki Kei had finally discovered this cobbled-together world. He had sensed these countless anomalies that should have been erased, gathering in the cracks between time and space. He would not tolerate such a thing. Weeds should be pulled out by the roots. Instead of removing them one by one, it was better to burn them all clean with a single fire. He lifted his foot and took one step forward. The void beneath him spread out on its own into an endlessly extending road, while countless timelines unfurled on both sides like scrolls. He began walking toward the Alliance City. The barrage instantly dropped from boiling chaos to dead silence. He's here. He found the Alliance. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. This time he's coming for the entire Alliance. No wonder that Dark Chi got killed. This is exactly why the Hinata Chi Alliance exists. In Alliance City, alarm sirens rang out across every timeline at the same time. Researcher Chi pushed up his goggles, his face more serious than ever before. He found us, much earlier than expected. Tyrant Chi rose from his throne. His black robe whipped in the wind, but a grin spread across his face. Early or late, it doesn't matter. I just happened to want to test my new move. Last time I wasn't prepared. In Immortal Emperor Chi's double pupils, the phantoms of the sun and moon lit up at the same time. Stick to the plan. I need time to set up the formation. Federation Chi said calmly, then we'll buy you that time. Everyone execute the contingency plan. In the plaza, countless Hinata Chis moved at the same time. No one asked, why me? No one said, I'm not ready yet. Every Hinata Chi knew exactly what he had to do, because every Hinata Chi was the same person. They came from different worlds and had lived different lives, but they shared the same belief: protect the people important to them. And at this moment, the people important to them were each other. The scene rapidly switched between countless battlefields. Researcher Chi stood inside the cockpit of Godslayer Unit 1, with an entire interstellar fleet behind him. He alone controlled thousands of humanoid mechs as they spread into battle formation in the starry sky. The roar of the chakra reactors was deafening. Saturation strike. Fire. Thousands of yang released chakra beams fired at the same time, converging in the starry sky into a pillar of light vast enough to pierce the galaxy. The pillar slammed into Shirbai, and the shockwave from the explosion shattered the surrounding asteroid belt into dust. When the smoke cleared, an extra scorch mark had appeared on Shirbai's body. Researcher Chi pushed up his goggles, the corner of his mouth lifting. It worked. He lowered his head and looked toward that tiny fleet. Wherever his gaze fell, dozens of mechs exploded instantly. Researcher Chi's Godslayer was among them. Inside the cockpit, he could feel his body turning transparent, starting from his fingertips, little by little dissolving into specks of light. He lowered his head and looked at his disappearing hands, then raised it and spoke one final sentence into the communicator. All data has been transmitted back. The communication channel fell into complete silence. Then Researcher Chi, together with his mech, vanished completely. The barrage exploded. Researcher Chi. Even at the very end, he was still thinking about everyone else. Is this what a scientist's death looks like? Tyrant Chi's battlefield was on the other side. He brought no fleet, no army. He was still just as arrogant as ever, clad in golden armor. He sat upon his throne in the void, black robe billowing, the golden glow of his Tenseigan blazing like the sun as he spread both arms wide. Tyrant Chi threw back his head and grinned at Shirbai. Heard you're pretty damn good at fighting? He suddenly slammed his hands together. The 9 truth-seeking balls and the throne behind him merged within his palms, transforming into a golden giant hand so vast it blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It reached out from the void, fingers spread wide, and smashed down viciously toward Shirbai's head. The power of that palm was enough to crush a star into a singularity. Shirbai moved too. He raised his right hand and lightly tapped the void with his index finger. The movement was soft, as if plucking a flower. But the moment that finger fell, Tyrant Chi's star-plucking hand shattered from the palm. Cracks spread across the giant hand, then up the wrist and forearm, until the shoulder exploded into a storm of golden fragments. Tyrant Chi was blasted back several steps by the backlash, each footstep leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the void. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but he was still laughing. Now that's more like it. He wiped the blood from his mouth and took up his fighting stance again. Come on, again. Then he charged forward. Right after that, dozens, then hundreds of Tyrant Chis from different parallel worlds leaped out of the void. Some wore battle armor, some were bare-chested, and some had half their bodies replaced with mechanical prosthetics. The Hinata Chis attacked at the same time. Fists, palms, elbows, knees, every strike carried the ultimate power each of them possessed. Shirbai could finally no longer completely ignore those attacks. Several tears appeared in his robe, and golden blood seeped from the wounds. Although the injuries healed back to normal the next second, they were real wounds. The barrage went wild. The Hinata Chis are insane. They actually injured him. That's the god of the Otsutsuki. But there are casualties too. So many of them died at his hands. What a tragic, glorious war. Shirbai finally grew annoyed. He spread both hands, and an invisible force field exploded outward from his body. Where that force field passed, space itself was twisted, folded, and crushed. Dozens of Chis, along with the space around them, were crushed apart. Their bodies collapsed into singularities, leaving behind dozens of scars in the void that would never heal. Hinata Chi knelt on one knee in the void. His black robe was already soaked through with blood, and half his body had already shattered. He bared his teeth in a grin, the exact same grin he had worn when he first set out. Then his whole body exploded, transforming into one final burning golden sun that slammed into Shirbai's chest. Divine art. Burnout. This time, Shirbai took half a step back. But the barrage fell completely silent. Burnout. He really burned himself out. They used their lives to make Shirbai take half a step back. Just for half a step. And within the time Hinata had bought with their lives, Immortal Emperor Chi's heaven-refining grand formation was complete. Azure light patterns emerged from the void, centering on Shirbai and closing in from every direction. Every strand of light was condensed from spiritual power, and every strand contained the power of a single strike backed by Immortal Emperor Chi's 1,000 years of cultivation. Causality bind activated at the same time. Countless causal threads formed from the power of causality pierced through Shirbai's body, pinning him firmly in place. Above the sky, the barrage was still going crazy over that half-step. He stepped back. He actually stepped back. That half-step was bought with Tyrant Chi's life. Immortal Emperor Chi's grand formation is complete. Every Hinata Chi is risking his life. This is the Hinata Chi Alliance. Azure light patterns closed in from the void, each one wrapping around Shirbai's body. Causal threads extended from countless timelines, piercing through his chest, limbs, and head, nailing him firmly in place. Shirbai lowered his head and looked at the causal threads wrapped around his arm. For the first time, his expression changed. It was confusion, as if he could not understand how mere mortals could touch even the edge of a god's robe. Xiandi Chi stood at the very center of the formation core, his white hair whipping wildly as phantom suns and moons spun rapidly within his double pupils. His hands kept forming seals, and the azure spiritual power flowing from between his fingers poured into the core of the grand formation. Every time he formed a seal, another streak of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's not over yet. His voice was already hoarse. Banish him completely. Federation Chi appeared at his side. The golden light of his Tenseigan blazed brightly as he poured his chakra into the grand formation. Then came the third Chi, the fourth, the fifth. Every Hyuga Chi appeared, taking their places at different nodes of the grand formation and channeling their power in the same direction. Shirbai finally spoke. His voice held no anger, no fear, only the calm flatness of someone stating a fact. Do you think this can trap me? The lines of causality began snapping one by one. It can't. Federation Chi raised his head, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. But it can kick you out of our timeline. His smile was the same as every Hyuga Chi's, lazy with a hint of punchable smugness. This battle won't be fought in our world. We'll be waiting for you at the end of time. The grand formation suddenly contracted. All azure light patterns, all lines of causality, all the power of every Hyuga Chi collapsed inward at the same instant. Shirbai's figure was swept up inside, as if seized by an invisible giant hand and dragged inch by inch out of the river of time. His golden eyes swept over the Alliance City one last time, over those white-haired figures standing atop the ruins. Then he, along with that collapsing mass of light, was hurled into the depths of the singularity at the end of time. The sky curtain dimmed. When it lit up again, the scene had already shifted to the plaza of the Alliance City. The ruins were still burning, and countless remnants left behind by the battle floated in the sky. On the sky curtain, the images switched rapidly between countless parallel worlds. Grass grew once more over the ruins. The vanished Hokage rock reappeared on the mountainside. Those whose names had once been erased opened their eyes again beneath the sunlight. Shirbai, along with his very existence itself, was being completely erased. From this moment on, Otsutsuki Shirbai no longer existed on any timeline. In the next moment, Researcher Chi's spare body leaped out of a wormhole. Tyrant Chi, the very Tyrant Chi who had burned himself out at the end, actually still had a wisp of remnant soul left. Xiandi barely used spiritual power to gather it into human form, and at this moment it was floating in midair, cursing nonstop. Shit. I almost really died. You already died. Researcher Chi pushed up his goggles. Strictly speaking, your current form counts as an undead. Undead my ass. I can still fight. Xiandi Chi sat cross-legged in the clouds, eyes closed as he regulated his breathing. There was still blood on his white hair from what he had just coughed up. Let's make a system, just like those web novels from our previous life. Researcher Chi popped his head out from the ruins. Huh? Protect that version of ourselves who knows nothing. If he's gone, we're all gone. Can we make it happen? Someone spoke up. Agreed. The other Chis looked at each other, then nodded one after another. What should we call it? Federation Chi thought for a moment. Let's call it the Sky Curtain System. On the Sky Curtain, a line of text slowly appeared. May every Hyuga Chi find the happiness that belongs to him on the path he chooses. Then the image froze above the Alliance City. In the sky stitched together from fragments of countless parallel worlds, the final strand of golden light slowly faded away. Sky Curtain System broadcast complete. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Then Kuratsuchi was the first to jump up. She pointed in the direction where the Sky Curtain had vanished, her voice trembling. So the Sky Curtain was made by Hyuga Chi himself. No, wait, by you guys? That's not right either, by countless versions of you together? Hyuga Chi took a sip from his teacup. Strictly speaking, I didn't make it. A bunch of me who are way stronger than me did. Isn't that still you? The me from parallel worlds isn't the same as the current me. You need to be rigorous about this. Hyuga Chi raised one finger. For example, Tyrant Chi opened a harem. I didn't. That's the essential difference. Hikari rolled her eyes. So you're planning to learn from him and open one too? Kuratsuchi glared at him, opened her mouth several times, and finally sat back down with a huff. She muttered, whatever. You'll end up opening one sooner or later anyway. Tamari held her teacup without saying anything, but the corner of her lips curled up slightly. Yujito kept a blank expression, but at some point her tail had popped out again. Mei Terumi propped her chin on one hand and looked at Hyuga Chi with a smile. Then she suddenly spoke. Little Chi is getting more and more handsome. At the same time, inside the research institute, Orochimaru tilted his head up, staring at the already darkened sky curtain. In his snake-like pupils was the reflection of that battle that had just spanned the multiverse. Beside him, Jiraiya was sprawled over the table refilling the ink bottle he had used up, still muttering to himself about the male lead setting for his new book. Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Jiraiya. Huh? Jiraiya raised his head, his face still smeared with ink. The Hyuga Chi Alliance can banish a god to the end of time. Do you think the Chi of this world can do the same thing? Jiraiya froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. He's the protagonist of our world. What's some Otsutsuki god supposed to be? You're writing a new book? Yeah. Ika Paradise. Naruto edition. The protagonist is called Naruto. After the sky curtain dimmed, a crisp notification sound rang out in Hyuga Chi's mind. Ding. Permission level increased successfully. New function unlocked. Cross-timeline teleportation. Detected coordinates for Hyuga Chi Alliance headquarters. Teleport. Hyuga Chi's hand paused while holding the teacup. Teleport. Go to that city pieced together by countless versions of himself. Go see with his own eyes the people who had built the system for him. No, not people. Himself. He set down the teacup and stood up. In the courtyard, the women's gazes all landed on him at once. Hinata was the first to notice that something was off. Chikuin? Heading out for a bit. Hyuga Chi rolled his shoulders. His tone as casual as if he were just going to the corner store to buy a bottle of soy sauce. Going to see a few old friends. Old friends? Kuratsuchi raised a brow. You have old friends outside? How come we didn't know that? Just met them. Hyuga Chi thought for a moment, then added, well, not really. We haven't met yet, but we already know each other. Kuratsuchi looked completely confused from being talked in circles. Uchiha Hikari tilted her head and said flatly, you're going to the Alliance side, aren't you? Hyuga Chi nodded. Hikari didn't ask any more questions. She just took the cushion off her lap, stood up, walked in front of him and looked up at him. Come back early. I will. Mei Terumi waved with a smile. Little Chi. Say hello to the other little Chis for Big Sis. Okay? And while you're at it, ask them if there's any world where Big Sis still hasn't managed to catch you. Big Sis can learn from them. Yujito added expressionlessly. Ask if any of them are still single. The corner of Hyuga Chi's mouth twitched. He raised his right hand, and a gentle mass of azure light lit up in his palm. That was the teleportation function he had just unlocked. It was even easier to use than Flying Thunder God. After all, it had been tailor-made for him by countless versions of himself. An azure light gate unfolded in the courtyard. What showed inside wasn't the void, but the faint outline of streets. Those streets were stitched together from countless completely different architectural styles. There was Researcher Chi's Steel Dome, Shindy Chi's White Jade Palace, Federation Chi's Modern High-Rises, and Tyrant Chi's Black Obelisk. Hyuga Chi took a deep breath and stepped into the Gate of Light. The gate closed behind him. He stood in the middle of a plaza. The ground beneath his feet was neither stone nor metal, but glass-like fragments pieced together one by one. This was the Hyuga Chi Alliance, a city formed from countless parallel world fragments, floating within the cracks between time and space. At the end of the plaza, a figure was walking toward him. White clothes, white hair, and the cyan glow of the Tenseigan had yet to fully fade. That face was exactly the same as Hyuga Chi's, but there were a few more faint lines at the corners of the eyes, and his expression was deeper, steadier. Federation Chi. He walked up to Hyuga Chi, stopped, and looked him over from head to toe. Then he smiled. The smile was very faint, yet it carried an indescribable sense of familiarity, like looking into a mirror, or flipping through a diary written a very long time ago. You finally came. Federation Chi extended his hand. A little earlier than expected. Looks like your system merged pretty well. Hyuga Chi clasped that hand. The touch felt exactly the same as his own. Even the thin calluses on the palm were in the same spot. It was a strange feeling. This was not like shaking someone else's hand. It was like shaking hands with himself. You built this? He asked. We did. Federation Chi withdrew his hand, then turned and gestured for him to follow. Come on. I'll show you around. They're all waiting for you. Hyuga Chi followed Federation Chi's steps as the two walked side by side across the plaza. The architectural styles on both sides of the street became more and more mixed. Hyuga Chi saw a white building with a sign that read Otsutsuki Gene Research Institute, and the two guards at the entrance were actually wearing Konoha's Chunin flak jackets. Then he saw a white jade palace, with cyan wind chimes hanging from the corners of the eaves. The chimes moved without wind, and every time they rang, a ring of spiritual light rippled outward. Farther ahead was a cluster of black obelisks. Their surfaces were carved full of names, and those names were still continuously increasing. Beneath the obelisk cluster stood a Chi. He had his back to the two of them and was looking up at the newest lines carved into the monument. Even after hearing footsteps, he did not turn around. Federation Chi stopped and said in a low voice, Research Chi's monument is there. Also Taijutsu Chi, Sword Dao Chi, and Gu Master Chi. Hyuga Chi stood before the obelisk cluster and looked up at those names. Those were the marks left behind by the dead Hyuga Chis. Then he asked Federation Chi beside him, I heard you built a harem. My system even showed me gossip from your world. Is it true, or just bragging? Federation Chi's mouth twitched. But suddenly, a voice came from nearby. It's true. Hyuga Chi turned his head. A Chi wearing a white lab coat, with goggles pushed up onto his forehead, walked out from the Research Institute building. He was still holding a cup of steaming coffee in his hand. Research Chi. He walked up to Hyuga Chi, pushed his goggles, and looked him over from head to toe. Main wife Hinata, secondary wife Uchiha Hikari, plus Kuratsuchi, Temari, Yujito, Samui, Konan, Mei Terumi, and so on. In the end, all those rumors came true. The two passed through the obelisk cluster and walked upward along a floating stone path. On both sides of the path floated countless light screens, each one playing a different scene. Some showed Konoha in a parallel world. Some showed a planet currently being transformed. Some only showed a quiet courtyard, with several people sitting beneath the corridor. Their faces unclear, but faint laughter could be heard. Federation Chi stopped in front of a door. It was a very ordinary wooden door, exactly the same as the courtyard gate Hyuga Chi had in the Land of Grass. Immortal Emperor Chi is waiting for you inside. Hyuga Chi pushed the door open. Behind the door was not a room, but a bamboo forest. At the center of the bamboo forest was a green stone, and seated cross-legged on it was a white-haired, white-robed Chi. It was Immortal Emperor Chi. His eyes were closed, and cyan spiritual energy flowed slowly around him like a stream. Hearing the footsteps, he opened his eyes. Those double pupils swept over, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly upward. You're here. He patted the green stone beside him. Sit. Hyuga Chi did not stand on ceremony. He dropped down and sat with one motion. Are your injuries healed? Hyuga Chi asked. 70%. Immortal Emperor Chi replied calmly. He raised a hand and tapped the air, and 2 cups of spiritual tea appeared out of thin air, landing beside each of them. Hyuga Kei picked one up and took a sip. It was clear and refreshing as it entered his mouth and slid down his throat, making his whole body feel a bit more energized. The two talked quite happily, and Hyuga Kei even asked many questions about cultivation. By the end of the conversation, Federation Chi stood up and patted dust off his clothes, though there was no dust there at all. The tour is about done. Are you going to visit Data Chi? He'll probably drag you into doing a lot of data work. Another day, Hyuga Kei stood up as well. I'm heading back first. There are still people at home waiting for me. Federation Chi nodded and led him back to the plaza. That cyan gate of light opened once more, and within it appeared the familiar outline of the courtyard. Hyuga Kei stopped in front of the gate, turned back, and asked, next time I come, can I bring people with me? Federation Chi lifted a brow. Who? Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata and Hikari. Hyuga Kei paused, then added a little unnaturally, the others can come too. If it's on the way, I'll bring them along. Federation Chi smiled. The alliance coordinates have already been synced to you. Bring whoever you want. After all, we all have family too. Hyuga Kei nodded and stepped into the gate of light. The gate closed behind him. The outline of the alliance city was folded by space, shrinking once more into an invisible point of light, hidden deep within the cracks of time and space. At the same time, inside the Research Institute building where Data Chi was, a line of log text popped up on a holographic screen. His hand hovered above the keyboard as he stared at that line for a long while, then revealed a smile. Main world line fluctuation value has decreased by 47%. Returned to safe threshold. Predicted to remain stable for the next 72 hours. He lifted his coffee cup and took a sip, then returned to his usual nearly expressionless face. In the document on the desktop, the newest line of the title read, "This update is complete. Origin Chi confirmed safe." Everything was moving in a better direction, and in the future, they would still continue to face crises. Origin Chi would also live within his own perfect timeline. Without regrets. End of the book.